The arrival of strange beasts has ushered in an era of high martial arts worldwide. Hunting these beasts brings rewards for everyone. As for me, Fengchen, any reward I obtain will automatically double up to a maximum of 999 times. Classmates, 3 days from now is the talent test, which will determine your entire life. On the podium, the homeroom teacher, wearing gold-rimmed glasses, expressionlessly repeated the clichés. She herself was a failure of the test. This world belongs to martial artists. The talent test in the 3rd year of high school is the only threshold. Pass it and you rise above others, fail and you become a mere backdrop, living a mediocre life. Fengchen rested his chin on his hand, gazing at the sky, his heart as calm as still water. The outcome was already predetermined. With his frail physique, he had developed not abs from the gym, but rather face muscles. "Xiao Feng, let's hit the internet cafe." A classmate called him as the school bell rang. "I'm not going." Fengchen shook his head. It wasn't that he didn't want to go, it was that he was truly broke. The gym cost 10 yuan per hour, the internet cafe 3 yuan per hour, and all he had to his name was 2 yuan. Walking home alone, the streets were lined with gyms, filled with people of all ages sweating profusely. Fengchen watched those effortlessly lifting 200-pound dumbbells, a glimmer of longing flashing in his eyes. "Young man, why don't you go in and work out?" A voice suddenly rang out. Fengchen turned around. It was a bald uncle. "My physique is too poor, I can't train." "Alas, if you can't become strong, you'll just be weak." The uncle's tone was deep, but then he suddenly changed the subject, pulling out a pile of scratch cards as if performing a magic trick. "But, being a rich weakling isn't bad either. 2 yuan each, with a top prize of 200,000. Fengchen's mouth twitched. He was indeed a scammer. But looking at the only 2 yuan in his pocket, he inexplicably said, "I'll take one." A casual scratch, 2 yuan. "Oh wow, you won. Young man, your luck is great. Go for it, turn a bicycle into a motorcycle." The bald uncle exaggeratedly encouraged. Fengchen sneered inwardly, recalling the scams in the news, giving small prizes to get you hooked. "First, give me the 2 yuan you won." The uncle reluctantly pulled out a coin. Just at the moment the money was handed over. Ding! "Congratulations, host, you have received a cash reward, and a random doubling is in progress. Randomly multiplied by 999 times. The phone vibrated, and a text message popped up. "Your tomato bank account has received a reward of 1,998 yuan, current balance 1998.01 yuan. Fengchen's pupils constricted sharply. 2 yuan multiplied by 999 times? Really? He repeatedly confirmed the text message, his breath halted. "A system? I have a cheat now." Joy surged in his heart. He looked at the uncle, and a bold idea took shape. "Uncle, you're right. I'm so lucky, let's get 10 more." The bald uncle was overjoyed. Fengchen took the scratch card, calculating in his mind, the system doubles the rewards, with a random multiplier. 10 cards scratched off, 3 wins, the highest being 10 yuan. Ding! You have received a cash reward, randomly multiplied by 88 times. Ding! You have received a cash reward, randomly multiplied by 166 times. Ding! You have received a cash reward, randomly multiplied by 555 times. The system notification sound keeps ringing. In just a few minutes, the account balance skyrocketed to over 8,000. "My luck is so good." The bald uncle exaggeratedly acted. "If I can win 10 yuan from a 2 yuan ticket, how could I not win a few hundred from a 20 yuan one?" "How much is your most expensive one?" Fengchen said confidently. 20 yuan each. The bald uncle thought he had hooked a big fish and pulled out a whole stack. "Give me a pack." A pack? Are you selling it? Sell, sell, sell. Fengchen is focused on the base number. The larger the base, the more it doubles. As long as you hit a big one, you can break even and make a fortune. Half an hour later, after scratching 100 tickets of 20 yuan, I won on 3, 10 yuan, 5 yuan, and 200 yuan. Ding! You have won a reward of 10 yuan, randomly multiplied by 288 times. Ding! You have won a reward of 5 yuan, randomly multiplied by 66 times. Ding! You have won a reward of 200 yuan, randomly multiplied by 999 times. 200 yuan times 999. 199,800 yuan. Fengchen looked at the number displayed on his phone, and with the previous accumulation, his account balance had surpassed 1 million. He had bet right. The bald uncle saw his pale face, actually from shock, and thought he had lost badly, quickly trying to slip away. "Little brother, your luck isn't good today, let's do it another day." "You can't leave." "Hey, trying to play tricks after losing money? I want to buy more." "Brother, how many more do you want?" An hour later, the uncle's scratch cards were swept clean. Feng Chen looked at the more than $1 million in his account but felt a wave of emptiness. As the cold wind blew, Feng Chen came to his senses. No matter how much money he had, in this world, he was just a lamb waiting to be slaughtered. What he needed was power. Why can't my system make me stronger? He clenched the gym flyer he had just received, feeling indignant. His gaze fell on the slogan of the flyer: "Discipline is the greatest reward for oneself." Reward? Feng Chen's eyes lit up. Then, does the strengthening effect from exercising count as a reward? Once this thought appeared, it proliferated wildly. Let's give it a try. He turned and walked into the gym. Yo, Feng Chen, here to practice your 8-pack abs again? Zhang Xiaowei from the break area, a classmate from the next class, physically strong, mocked. Feng Chen ignored him and walked to the front desk. Hello, I'd like to get a temporary card. 10 yuan per hour. It's more cost-effective to get a membership card, 800 for a month. The front desk girl had a cold attitude, clearly looking down on poor students who applied for temporary cards. I'll take a temporary one first. Feng Chen took the card and key, heading towards the beginner area of the equipment zone. Picking up a 5-kilogram dumbbell, he tried to lift it, but the system remained unresponsive. Switching to 10 kilograms, it was still silent. Could it be that exercising doesn't count as a reward? Feng Chen's heart sank. Classmate, your posture is incorrect. A pleasant voice rang out. Feng Chen looked up and saw a stunningly beautiful coach with a hot figure, Avi Wei. Avi Wei stepped forward and corrected his arm position. Lift slowly for 3 to 5 seconds, then lower gently. If you can do 5 consecutive reps without feeling tired, it's too light. If you can't do 5, it's too heavy. Try again. Feng Chen followed the instructions and completed a standard movement cycle. Ding! Congratulations, host, you have received a workout effect reward, random doubling in progress. Randomly doubled by 899 times. An indescribable surge of power instantly flowed into the right arm, as if the muscles had undergone countless trials, filled with an explosive sense of strength. The effects of exercise. I understand now. Feng Chen exclaimed with joy. Incorrect posture equals wasted effort equals no reward. Correct posture equals effective exercise equals reward. Doing the right and beneficial things, the effects themselves can be a doubled reward. He immediately switched to his left hand, triggering the system again. Feng Chen, having grasped the trick, immediately switched to the other hand. He also received the system's prompt for a doubled reward. So Feng Chen immediately approached the beautiful coach. Hello, are you the coach here? May I know your name? Hello, my name is Ai Weiwei, a gold medal coach. Ai Weiwei, seeing Feng Chen asking for her name, thought he was going to ask her out again and was ready to refuse. Sister Weiwei, Feng Chen said seriously, I would like to ask you to be my personal trainer and teach me the correct way to exercise. Ai Weiwei was taken aback for a moment, then smiled gently, feeling quite fond of this earnest little classmate. I'm not cheap, you know, it's $1,000 an hour. You should practice in the novice area first. I can guide you when I have time. No way. Feng Chen shook his head. Money is not the issue. I'm short on time. The talent test is in 3 days. 3 days? Ai Weiwei was taken aback. That's basically impossible. I suggest you repeat the year and study systematically. Let me give it a shot. What if there's a miracle? Feng Chen's gaze was resolute. Alright, but if it doesn't work, don't blame me. Ivy was moved by his persistence. The two returned to the front desk. He wants to sign up for personal training. Let's start with 3 sessions. Ivy considered for him. Wait. Feng Chen spoke up. Ivy thought he didn't have money and tried to give him an out. Is 3 sessions too much? How about starting with 1 trial session? The front desk girl sneered and muttered, poor loser. I want to book 50 classes. Feng Chen didn't even look at the front desk and directly scanned the code to pay. Payment received, 50,000 yuan. The front desk girl's face instantly felt a burning pain, and she trembled as she handed over the receipt, then took out her personal QR code. Handsome, let's add WeChat, and I'll notify you of any events. No need, I can just add Sister Weiwei. Feng Chen frowned. By the way, where's my membership card? The receptionist girl awkwardly withdrew her hand, clearly educated by the unreachable lesson. Ai Weiwei, on the other hand, admired Feng Chen even more. This little guy really wanted to train and seemed uninterested in beauty. Decided to find an opportunity to test him. After getting the card, Ai Weiwei took Feng Chen to measure his blood energy value. The average adult male is 5, and the threshold for a martial artist is 10. I'll demonstrate first. Ai Weiwei stood on the device, unleashing her blood energy, and the faint red light on the glass wall finally displayed the number 7. She smiled wryly. The highest I ever reached was 9, still not enough. Sister Weiwei is already very impressive. Feng Chen genuinely admired her. Stop flattering, it's your turn. Feng Chen stepped onto the stage, trying to unleash his power. Ivy's mouth twitched. Is it very low? Feng Chen asked. After some coaxing, Ivy finally hinted, your vitality value is 3. It's about the same as an ordinary woman. Feng Chen was completely unconcerned and instead felt secretly pleased. The lower the foundation, the more exhilarating the doubling of improvement. Sister Weiwei, let's start exercising. Ai Weiwei was once again impressed by his mindset and took him to the treadmill in the advanced area. First, jog for 10 minutes, then do interval sprints for 10 minutes. Feng Chen stepped onto the treadmill and, under Ai Weiwei's guidance, began to adopt the correct running posture. Ding! Congratulations, host, you have received an exercise effect reward, and random doubling is in progress. Randomly multiplied by 328 times. Ding! Congratulations, host, you have received a training effect reward, and random doubling is in progress. Randomly multiplied by 166 times. Ding! Congratulations, host, you have received a training effect reward, and random doubling is in progress. Randomly multiply by 999 times. With each doubling, Feng Chen felt his body becoming lighter and filled with an unprecedented sense of power. His physical abilities were skyrocketing at an astonishing speed. Just as he was getting into the groove, Zheng Xiaowei's disdainful voice rang out again. Damn it, you pathetic sissy actually dare to come to the veteran zone? Do you know you're polluting the air? I can't believe you little sissy, actually dare to come to the veteran area? Damn, do you know you're just embarrassing US veterans? Zheng Xiaowei's naked mockery drew a chorus of scoffs from the veteran area. Indeed, what he said was the voice of these veterans. Feng Chen, a delicate little sissy, had no right to stand on equal footing with them in the veteran area, so they didn't mind giving Feng Chen a scornful laugh. Little student, don't blame him for speaking harshly. If you want to blame someone, blame yourself for being so trash. Yeah, you should just hurry back to the rookie area to avoid embarrassing yourself. Training with someone like him makes me feel like I'm getting worse. No way. I need to add another 10 kilograms. The cold mockery kept coming, making Zheng Xiaowei even prouder. But Feng Chen acted as if nothing was wrong, still following Ai Weiwei's guidance on running. This only made Zheng Xiaowei angrier. He felt like Feng Chen was treating him like a fool. Smack! He slammed the pause button hard, abruptly stopping Feng Chen, almost sending him flying. This made Ai Weiwei furious. What are you doing? Do you know this can easily cause an accident? Weiwei, don't mind him, he's just a useless person. Whether there's an accident or not, it doesn't matter, Zheng Xiaowei said nonchalantly, striking a pose he thought was cool, leaning towards Ai Weiwei. He had been pursuing Ai Weiwei for over half a month. Weiwei, what about what I told you yesterday? Have you thought it over? Go out on a date with me, and I'll buy you 10 personal training sessions. No need. Ai Weiwei couldn't be bothered with someone like him and just wanted to see how Feng Chen was doing. But Zheng Xiaowei grabbed Ai Weiwei's arm. If 10 sessions won't do, how about 15? Weiwei, I'm really sincere, just agree to me. Zheng Xiaowei, Weiwei has already rejected you, you should let go. Stepping down from the treadmill, the slender Feng Chen showed no fear of the muscular Zheng Xiaowei, speaking firmly and with an unyielding tone. This attitude made Zheng Xiaowei's mouth twitch, his anger surging to his head. If someone else said such things, he wouldn't be so angry. But when Feng Chen, whom he considered trash, said it, it felt like a direct insult to his strength, which he couldn't tolerate. Who the hell do you think you are to talk to me like that? Shoving Ai Weiwei's arm away, Zheng Xiaowei flexed his abs, looking like I'm the strong one, I'm right, and pressed towards Feng Chen. This only made Feng Chen laugh. Such behavior was truly pathetic. Alright, I won't say much more. This is a gym, so we should speak according to gym rules. Pick an event, the winner stays, the loser gets lost. What? You want to compete with me? Zheng Xiaowei could hardly believe his ears. A piece of trash wants to compete with him? Was there anything more ridiculous? Ha 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 ha. Feng Chen, have you hit your head? You want to compete with me? What gives you the confidence? Just because of your chicken-like physique? Just say whether you want to compete or not, if not, get lost. Feng Chen looked fearless, his eyes carrying a hint of mockery. The implication was clear. Trash, are you scared? If you're scared, just admit defeat. This infuriated Zheng Xiaowei, making his head smoke. Being looked down upon by a piece of trash was something he could never accept. Fine. If we're competing, let's do pull-ups. Whoever comes down first is a dog and has to lie on the ground and bark like one. It's a deal. Let everyone be a witness. Feng Chen shouted loudly, shocking everyone in the veteran area. They thought, is this kid out of his mind? Clearly, he was bound to lose. Are you really asking us to be witnesses? What a foolish person you are. Zheng Xiaowei thought even more so. He felt certain he had already won. Humph, you're doomed. I've been practicing pull-ups since I was 8, and I've been at it for 10 years now. How can you possibly beat me? After saying that, Zheng Xiaowei swaggered over to the pull-up area. The others silently stepped back, ready to watch a good show. Some even started placing bets. How many can that rookie do? I bet he can't last 10. 10? If he can do 5, that would be impressive. I bet 3. I bet he can't do even 1. Ai Weiwei was so scared that she grabbed Feng Chen's sleeve, thinking he was being too foolish this time. Xiaofeng, hey, how can I say this? How can you compare yourself to him? He's been working out for years, and you, hurry up. If you're a man, come over. I'm waiting here. Zhang Xiaowei provocatively taunted. This made Feng Chen smile slightly as he patted Ai Weiwei's delicate hand. Sister Weiwei, just wait. He bullied you earlier, and soon I'll make him kneel and bark like a dog for you. No. Ai Weiwei wanted to persuade Feng Chen a bit more, but he had already walked over to the pull-up area and, looking at the arrogant Zhang Xiaowei, offered a friendly reminder. Remember to bark like a dog. Damn it. I'll record it and post it online, and then, let's see if you still have the face to come to class. Zhang Xiaowei's face darkened. He bent his legs slightly, jumped up, and hung on the bar, quickly doing 20 pull-ups in one breath. I'll let you have 20. You don't need to let me. Feng Chen bent his legs slightly as well and hung up, doing one pull-up in the proper form as taught by his gym teacher. Congratulations, host, you have received a workout effect reward, random doubling in progress. Randomly doubled by 888 times. The moment Feng Chen heard the system prompt, he knew this match was secured. But the onlookers didn't think so. Heh, look at how he's doing it, it's obvious he can't do it. I thought he could do 10, but now it looks like he might not even manage 5. With him like this, even if they let him have 20, he still can't win. A chorus of disdainful voices came through. None of these self-proclaimed veterans had any faith in Feng Chen. Feng Chen couldn't be bothered to retort. He continued at a leisurely pace, doing pull-ups in standard form. 1, 2, 3, 10, 15. Congratulations, host, you have received a workout effect reward, random doubling in progress. Randomly doubled by 355 times. Congratulations, host, you have received a workout effect reward, random doubling in progress. Randomly doubled by 686 times. Congratulations, host, you have received a workout effect reward, random doubling in progress. Randomly doubled by 888 times. After completing 20 pull-ups, Feng Chen showed no signs of fatigue, his face not flushed, and he gained over 10,000 experience points. Not only did his arms become well-defined, but his latissimus dorsi also grew rapidly, as if a pair of astonishing wings had sprouted beneath his arms. But the onlookers didn't notice these subtle changes. All they knew was that their faces felt hot, as if they had just received a slap painful enough to make their teeth almost fall out, and their mouths were bleeding. Especially Zhang Xiaowei. He had originally thought Feng Chen was just trash, and by doing 20 pull-ups first, he could not only showcase his strength but also humiliate Feng Chen thoroughly. But unexpectedly, Feng Chen not only kept up but looked at him with a playful expression. What's wrong? Can't you keep up so soon? Who says I can't do it? Zhang Xiaowei shouted, his face flushed and his neck thick, as if someone had exposed some private matter, making him shout out of guilt. He took a deep breath. Zhang Xiaowei continued to do pull-ups, panting. He wouldn't dare to say anything about other aspects. But when it came to pull-ups, he had absolute confidence. 10 years of hard work, 3,650 days, even if he only did 100 a day, that would accumulate to 365,000 pull-up experiences. Even accounting for some laziness and skipping, he still had at least 65,000 experiences. This was definitely not something trash like Feng Chen could compare to. But the slap in the face came too quickly. Like a tornado. For every pull-up Zhang Xiaowei did, Feng Chen followed with one, showing no signs of fatigue, forcing Zhang Xiaowei to keep going. When he reached 100, Zhang Xiaowei felt quite relaxed. But by the time he hit 200, he started to panic. As he reached 300 pull-ups, his face was about to explode. By the time he got to 400, he felt like his hands weren't even his anymore. But Feng Chen not only looked calm, he even smiled and said, I'm warmed up, keep going. Zhang Xiaowei was so furious that his vision went dark, nearly exploding on the spot. What does it mean to kill someone's spirit? This is it. Damn it, did this guy take a strength pill? 400 pull-ups and he doesn't even breathe hard. Zhang Xiaowei's heart screamed, his face twisted as he continued to push through. The loser had to kneel and bark like a dog, and that was his own demand. As for the others, they were already dumbfounded. They never expected that the seemingly weak Feng Chen was actually a hidden powerhouse. But Ai Weiwei was different. She really knew that Feng Chen's vitality value was only 3. How is this possible? His vitality value is so low, even if he forced it, he couldn't possibly hold up for 400 pull-ups. She felt a shock in her heart. Before Ai Weiwei could react, the pull-ups between Feng Chen and Zhang Xiaowei had already reached the milestone of 500. Zhang Xiaowei's face was turning purple from holding his breath, but Feng Chen still looked relaxed. At that moment, he had already gained over 400,000 experience points from pull-ups. His strength was far above Zhang Xiaowei's. After all, the more experience, the higher the threshold. It was like watching certain movies. At first, you fast forward and skip scenes, but soon you surrender. But gradually, as your viewing experience increases, you can sit through a full 2 hours with a calm heart, even finding it dull. That's right. We're talking about horror movies. What? Can't you hold on so soon? Should I give you 20 more? If that's too much, I can give you 50. Seeing Zhang Xiaowei's face contorted in discomfort, Fengchen easily did another 50 pull-ups and then leisurely completed the 51st. He then said to Zhang Xiaowei, "It's your turn now. I've already given you 50. You can't be this unmotivated, can you?" Zhang Xiaowei was so angry he nearly spat blood, but he was already straining, his muscles twitching, unable to pull himself up anymore. After a hard struggle, he managed to crawl up a few centimeters. Next to him, Fengchen did another pull-up and casually remarked, "Taking your time, you wouldn't be giving up, would you?" The whole sentence was like a knife, piercing into Zhang Xiaowei's heart, causing his hands to give out, and he fell straight to his knees on the ground. Bang! A loud sound of kneeling echoed, making everyone tremble in fear. After such a fall, his knees were bound to be ruined. Zhang Xiaowei bit his lip tightly. He had no intention of kneeling. He had just done 500 pull-ups in one breath, and his whole body was exhausted. He couldn't even stand and directly collapsed to the ground on his knees. Moreover, he didn't intend to stay down. It was his knee that slammed into the ground, and now it was numb and he couldn't feel it. Even if he wanted to stand up, he couldn't. Fengchen also jumped down casually and even took the initiative to ask Zhang Xiaowei for a debt. "Since you're already kneeling, how about fulfilling the dog barking you owe? This was your request just now." "You!" Zhang Xiaowei glared fiercely at Fengchen. Kneeling in public was already a great humiliation, but Fengchen actually dared to kick him while he was down, asking him to bark like a dog. Was there even a shred of humanity left? But he seemed to forget. Just now, Fengchen had only told him to get lost. It was he himself who had asked to kneel and to bark like a dog. This is called heavens. Punishment can be resisted, but self-inflicted punishment cannot be lived through. By the way, you also said just now that you wanted to record this and upload it to the campus website, then see if you still have the face to go to school, Fengchen said as he began to look for his phone. Zhang Xiaowei was so angry that his lips bled. Kneeling in front of so many people, whether voluntary or not, was already social death, and especially in front of Ai Weiwei. He lost his mating rights at the same time. But now, Fengchen actually wanted to post the video of him kneeling and barking like a dog on the campus website. This was truly intolerable. "Fengchen, you wait for me." Angrily clenching his fists, Zhang Xiaowei stood up, glaring at Fengchen, and then, taking advantage of Fengchen's inattention, he limped away quickly, looking as pathetic as a dog. This made everyone unable to help but scoff and disdain. Oh, seeing this scene, Fengchen smiled slightly, experiencing a feeling he had never had before. That is, the strong are respected. Because he was strong enough, Zhang Xiaowei could only flee in disgrace. Because he was strong enough, those who had mocked him in the veteran area could only lower their heads, not daring to make eye contact with him. Only Ai Weiwei walked over with a puzzled expression. "Xiaofeng, how come you?" "Sister Weiwei, you were right. Physical fitness is the foundation of all training. Look, I just ran for 20 minutes as you said, and the effect is so significant." Ai Weiwei looked at Fengchen speechlessly. She thought to herself, what the hell is a significant effect? If everyone had such fitness results, then these people wouldn't need to train day after day, year after year, just to raise their vitality to 10, would they? A reasonable goal should be at least 100,000, otherwise, it would be a waste of life. I think I need to help you retest your vitality. Based on your performance just now, your vitality must be at least above 10. Is it that exaggerated? Fengchen asked incredulously. He knew that exercise could increase vitality, but he also knew that the cycle to improve vitality through exercise was very long. So long that some people only increased their vitality by 1 point after a whole year of training. And the later it got, the harder it was to improve. But he had only trained for less than an hour and had already increased by more than 7 points. The speed was as fast as launching a rocket. But Ai Weiwei still had a serious expression. What I'm saying is true. If your speed is improving this quickly, it means you might have awakened your bloodline. Bloodline awakening? Fengchen was a bit surprised. This was the first time he had heard this term. That's right, it's the awakening of the bloodline, Ivy said confidently, while also realizing that Fengchen had never encountered this term before, so she prepared to explain it. The awakening of the bloodline, actually, this term isn't very accurate. Not very accurate? Yes, because this phenomenon lacks logic. Although she wanted to explain it to Fengchen, after thinking it through, Ivy couldn't come up with a suitable way to say it. She could only start from the beginning. Occasionally, there are some young people like you whose vitality isn't very high, but suddenly their vitality explodes, and they leap to become genius-level figures. But the principle behind it has yet to be researched. Some speculate that it might be a problem with their blood, but after investigation, it turns out their bloodlines have no special connections, they just can't find a suitable descriptor. So they have been calling it the awakening of the bloodline. Ivy explained in detail. This made Feng Chen's expression gradually become serious. Awakening of the bloodline? Isn't that like having a cheat? Could it be these people also have a system? However, these people ultimately don't achieve very high accomplishments. Many remain at that level for their entire lives after the awakening and never break through again. So some say that the awakening of the bloodline is actually a one-time explosion of all the abilities one has in this lifetime. It's a phenomenon of killing the chicken to get the egg, and it's not a good thing. Ivy said this and suddenly realized Feng Chen could very well be part of the awakening of the bloodline. So she quickly made a self-deprecating remark. But compared to us useless ones, you are much luckier. As long as you awaken and become a martial artist, you won't have to worry about food and drink for the rest of your life. It's really quite enviable. Thank you, Sister Ivy. Feng Chen certainly knew that Ivy was comforting him. However, what he was more grateful for was that Ivy had cleared up the misconception that awakening of the bloodline equated to having a cheat with a system. After all, having a cheat with a system is just like exams. If everyone does well, it's meaningless. It only becomes interesting if everyone does poorly and you get the only perfect score. But Sister Ivy, how do you know about this? I usually go online and haven't seen any news about it. Well, Ivy smiled, appearing somewhat melancholic at Feng Chen's question. She had also gone through her youth. I also came from being a high school student and participated in a talent test. At that time, a boy with an awakened bloodline appeared in our school. He was previously unknown, but during the talent test he astonished everyone, becoming the top in the city and even won a 100,000 yuan prize from the Education Bureau. Upon hearing the words 100,000 yuan, Feng Chen's eyes immediately lit up. Money may not be everything, but without money one cannot do anything. So no one would complain about having too much money. If he also received a 100,000 yuan reward plus a 999-fold super doubling from the system, 999 million. Just thinking about it made Feng Chen unable to help but gasp in amazement. This was definitely wealth that an ordinary person could never earn in a lifetime. Even borrowing another 500 years from the heavens wouldn't earn it. Noticing Feng Chen's eyes shining at the mention of the prize, Ivy couldn't help but pat him on the shoulder. Don't get too carried away. If it really is the awakening of the bloodline, it will last for a while. You need to strive to maximize your vitality during this time. Okay, Sister Ivy. Let's go. First check your current vitality. Alright. Standing on the vitality measuring device for the second time, Feng Chen clearly felt that the power within him had surged significantly. With just a slight exertion of his fists and feet, a force akin to a warm current erupted from his body. At the same time, Ivy, standing behind the glass measuring instrument, couldn't help but twitch her mouth in disbelief at the numbers she saw. Feng Chen's current blood energy value had astonishingly skyrocketed from a humble 3 to an incredible 12. This had already reached the minimum standard for a martial artist, a fourfold increase compared to before. Xiaofeng, at this rate, getting into the martial arts academy will be a piece of cake for you, and you might even aim for a key academy. Thank you, Sister Weiwei. So, should we continue training? Feng Chen said eagerly. Since he had already gained an advantage, he wanted to aim for the best martial arts academy and enter as the top student. Otherwise, it would be a waste of his potential. Ivy also felt a sense of accomplishment. Who would have thought that her casual guidance would lead to the emergence of a martial arts student, and one with awakened bloodlines at that? However, Feng Chen's future development was also a cause for concern. But who was she to worry about it? Alright, let's practice your lower body. Strengthening your legs will enhance your overall explosive power, which will be beneficial for you in the future. With her professional knowledge, Ivy guided Feng Chen as he slowly began his training. Feng Chen quickly racked up experience points. Congratulations, host, you have received a training effect reward. Random doubling in progress. Randomly multiplied by 999 times. Congratulations, host, you have received a training effect reward. Random doubling in progress. Randomly multiplied by 111 times. Congratulations, host, you have received a training effect reward. Random doubling in progress. Randomly multiplied by 233 times. But at that moment, Zhang Xiaowei, who had just fled in disgrace, returned with a large group of helpers, blocking the gym's entrance in a dark mass. Feng Chen, get the hell out here. This voice, filled with humiliation and brimming with anger, echoed throughout the gym, causing many to look at Feng Chen with glee. Everyone was jealous of a genius, and they enjoyed witnessing the downfall of one. Ivy's expression changed. This is bad. These people are from the Martial Arts Society, specializing in various martial arts. Xiaofeng, you need to leave through the back door quickly. Are they very strong? Feng Chen looked at the shouting Zhang Xiaowei with interest. As far as he knew, there were clear regulations in this world prohibiting anyone from engaging in violent activities in legally operating places. Otherwise, they would be crushed. So despite Zhang Xiaowei's fierce shouting outside, they actually didn't dare to cause trouble inside the gym. Seeing that Feng Chen still had time to watch the show, through the glass wall, Ivy was almost frantic. Xiaofeng, how can you still be in the mood to watch? They may not dare to come in now, but what about when the gym closes? You can't stay inside forever. Sister Weiwei, do you know how to box? Suddenly, Feng Chen asked Ivy, catching her off guard. Boxing? I know a little, why do you ask? Nothing much, I just want to learn from you, it might come in handy later. Feng Chen replied with a smile. Feng Chen, you bastard, if you're a man, come out here. Zhang Xiaowei shouted fiercely, trying to provoke Feng Chen. At this passionate age, no boy could tolerate such a challenge. Then, Zhang Xiaowei and his group were shocked to see Feng Chen behind a glass wall, practicing the most basic boxing techniques with Ai Weiwei. Ha ha ha, this guy can't be serious, right? Does he think that just because he's learning boxing now he can take us down? Ha 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 ha. Zhang Xiaowei laughed until tears came out. He thought, how can there be such a stupid person in this world? Cousin, someone like him dares to learn boxing? It's like trying to be lewd in front of Shiman or being flirtatious in Jin Lian's eyes. You have to teach him a good lesson later. Don't worry, I'll at least break 3 of his legs. With overwhelming confidence, Zhang Xiaowei's cousin Wang Jinan proudly unbuttoned his shirt, revealing a pair of bulging chest muscles that bounced provocatively. It was enough to make women feel ashamed and men want to vomit. What a pure display of human vanity. Yet, Zhang Xiaowei was still fawning over him. Cousin, your chest muscles have gotten bigger. This must be an E-cup now, right? Not that exaggerated. I tried on some at the lingerie store yesterday, it's only a D. His words were modest, but Wang Jinan's expression was anything but humble. He was beaming, afraid others wouldn't know he had a D. Zhang Xiaowei even gave him a thumbs up. With such full chest muscles, your vitality must be off the charts. Cousin, this year's rookie king must be you, and when you go to a prestigious school, you'll definitely be a top student. Hee hee, enough of that, let me help you vent. Where the hell is that damn brat, why isn't he out yet? Just then, at the gym entrance, Feng Chen walked out with a calm expression, but beneath his gaze lay a hint of battle-crazed madness. He understood very well. Just having strong vitality wasn't enough. He needed to take these people down, to trample them underfoot. Only then would these trash-like beings dare not cling to him. Seeing Feng Chen not only come out but also assume a basic boxing stance, Zhang Xiaowei scoffed. Damn it, what a show-off. Do you know who this is? He pointed at Wang Jinan. Zhang Xiaowei proudly boasted. This is our Tianla City Martial Arts Club president, Wang Jinan. He started practicing martial arts at 8 and has been training for 10 years now. If you play boxing in front of him, that's just self-humiliation. The last person who claimed to have practiced pull-ups for 10 years is already kneeling in front of me. Feng Chen smiled coldly. Zhang Xiaowei felt a burning pain in his face, the kind of pain that made one grit their teeth. Feng Xing Yun, cousin, you've been wronged, let me help you out. Wang Jinan proudly patted Zhang Xiaowei's shoulder, flexing his chest muscles as he stood in front of Feng Chen. Kid, I heard your pull-ups are pretty good? Hee hee, but you should know, the dead muscles you train in the gym won't help you. When it comes to a real fight, you won't even touch my finger. After saying that, Wang Jinan turned dramatically, addressing the martial arts club members behind him with a commanding presence. Kung Fu, what is Kung Fu? Kung Fu is honed with time. If you have only 2 or 3 years of catfoot Kung Fu, don't take it out to embarrass yourself. Open your eyes and watch how I use my 10 years of skill to teach this brat a lesson. After finishing his speech, Wang Jinan turned back to Feng Chen. With arms wide open and feet firmly planted in a horse stance, he stomped down, creating 2 deep craters in the ground with a loud bang. This drew wild cheers from Zhang Xiaowei and his group. President, well done. Big cousin is really awesome. Amazing. Truly amazing. Wang Jinan proudly lifted his chin. Learn from this. He then turned back to Feng Chen in front of him. Feng Chen asked, are you ready? Ready. Bang. A jab as quick as lightning, Feng Chen punched Wang Jinan in the nose, causing him to fall straight to the ground, unconscious. Zhang Xiaowei and the others' hearts stopped abruptly. They all widened their eyes in disbelief. One punch. Just one punch. Feng Chen knocked Wang Jinan down. If Wang Jinan were just a show-off, it would be one thing. But in the martial arts club, Wang Jinan's nickname was Devil Muscle Man, a true powerhouse with 10 years of hard training, able to chop wood like it was nothing. Yet, he was still taken down by Feng Chen with one punch. Everyone was stunned, looking at Feng Chen as if he were a humanoid monster. Meanwhile, Feng Chen stood in a basic boxing stance, a slight smirk on his lips. A mere 10 years of catfoot skills dares to boast in front of me. Can you withstand my punch with 20 years of power? Objectively speaking, Feng Chen wasn't even 20 yet. Not even 19, unless you count the time in his father's body. Standing in the gym, Ivy, who saw this through the glass wall, was also shocked by Feng Chen's performance. From earlier until now, Feng Chen had only learned boxing techniques from her for 5 minutes. Yet, after those 5 minutes, he had knocked down someone with a full 10 years of martial arts background. Is he a genius? Ivy said, stunned. However, Ivy was overthinking it. Fengchen was not a genius, he was merely a boy with a cheat. And he maximized the cheat's power. In those 5 minutes, Fengchen practiced nothing but the simplest straight jab. The characteristic of a jab is its speed and light force, so generally, in the ring, it is used to test the opponent's reaction speed and not considered a killing move. However, this was only true for ordinary people. In the past 5 minutes, Fengchen focused on the jab, and with the system's doubling effect, the experience points for the jab had already surpassed the total of a professional boxer's lifetime jab experience. Congratulations, host. You have received punching experience rewards, random doubling in progress. Randomly doubled by 658 times. Congratulations, host. You have received punching experience rewards, random doubling in progress. Randomly doubled by 777 times. Congratulations, host. You have received punching experience rewards, random doubling in progress. Randomly doubled by 833 times. Thus, the jab, which had little power, became a great killing move. Bang, bang, bang. Casually, Fengchen used just one jab to knock down all the members of the martial arts club. He intentionally left Zhang Xiaowei as the last one standing. Zhang Xiaowei trembled in fear, his legs shaking uncontrollably, and his throat was dry as he gasped for air. Watching Fengchen approach him, Zhang Xiaowei's legs went weak and he immediately knelt on the ground. Brother Feng, I was wrong. I'm shameless. I'm despicable. I'll bark like a dog. Woof woof woof. Woof 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 woof. The onlookers scoffed, mocking him for being spineless, actually barking like a dog in public. But Zhang Xiaowei didn't care about that anymore. As long as he could avoid being hit, he was willing to do anything. Brother Feng, please let me go. We're from the same school, we're a loving family. No, just treat me like the dog of the house, how about that? Fengchen was also speechless about Zhang Xiaowei. He had no dignity at all. Hitting such a person would only dirty one's own hands. I warn you, don't come to harass Sister Weiwei again. If there's a next time, don't blame me for being rude. I remember. I absolutely won't come to harass Sister Weiwei again. Thank you, Brother Feng. Get lost already. I'm going. Zhang Xiaowei nodded and bowed, escaping in a pitiful manner like a dog, even leaving his dearest cousin behind. This drew a chorus of boos from the crowd, who then praised Fengchen. This young man is really impressive, just a few simple punches and he took everyone down. Put. Simple? Then you come and try one. I was joking. This young man is extraordinary, he will definitely be a talent in the future. In an era where the strong are respected, the harder your fist, the more admiration you receive. So no one cared about the fallen Wang Jinan and the others. Everyone just gave Fengchen a thumbs up. Watching this scene, the girl at the front desk felt a pang of jealousy. Clearly, she was the first girl Fengchen had met in this gym, but as for Ai Weiwei, her feelings were also a bit complicated. At this moment, she had heard everything Fengchen said to Zhang Xiaowei. It turned out that Fengchen did all of this for her. However, he will definitely be a high-ranking warrior in the future. As an ordinary person, how can I possibly reach him? A wave of sadness washed over Ivy. No matter whether Fengchen had any feelings for her, they were destined to have no outcome. This world is very cruel. The strong must unite with the strong, then give birth to even more powerful offspring, receiving everyone's blessings and applause. As for the love stories between the strong and the weak, those are just jokes, destined to be met with disdain and scorn, ending up battered and bruised. I should keep some distance from him. Sighing, Ivy adjusted her position. Whether it was unrequited feelings or mutual affection, their fate began with 50 private lessons and ended with 50 private lessons. Seeing Fengchen return amidst applause, Ivy walked over to greet him. Xiao Feng, let's end today's lesson here. Exercise should also be balanced. If you overdo it, it will actually lower the quality of your workout. Sensing a hint of distance in Ivy's tone, Fengchen certainly wouldn't miss the cue. He had made such a big scene, and it would definitely affect Ivy. Alright, Sister Weiwei, then I'll head back first. However, as soon as he finished speaking, an electronic voice echoed in Fengchen's mind. Congratulations, host, you have received a charm reward for attracting girls currently undergoing random doubling. Randomly doubled by 666 times. The corner of Fengchen's mouth twitched. He thought, can this really be doubled? At the same time, Ivy, who had intended to maintain a serious distance, suddenly felt a tremor in her heart. She suddenly thought her resolve didn't seem so firm after all. Xiao Feng, how about we exercise for another 2 hours? Fengchen was speechless. It was the first time he realized someone was attracted to him, and it was a stunning beauty at that. This feeling was a bit dangerous yet exciting. 4 hours later. It wasn't until it was completely dark that Ivy reluctantly let Feng Chen leave, but she still shouted from behind. Xiao Feng, remember to send me a picture of your dinner. I'm not trying to chat with you, I just want to see if your intake is excessive. Of course not. Feng Chen waved his hand helplessly, feeling that the system's ridiculous doubling was a huge scam. If this continued, all the beauties in the world would go crazy for him, but deep down, he still wanted to have a pure romance. Hey, how can I be so pretentious? Feng Chen chuckled unkindly. This ability was definitely something many people dreamed of, yet they could never obtain it. Rubbing his stomach, Feng Chen felt that his entire belly had shrunk. I didn't feel it during the workout, but now that I'm out, I feel extremely hungry. Luckily, I'm not short on money, otherwise, I would have to go hungry. His eyes scanned the nearby Nutrition restaurant. Feng Chen walked in. He ordered a steak, 2 fried eggs, and a fish fillet. In this world where the strong are revered, business clearly caters to the strong, so the diet is also focused on nutrition. Less oil, less salt. Very light. But it's not entirely about nutrition, after all, ordinary people still make up the majority, so hot pot, hamburgers, and fried chicken also exist, just at a lower status and generally not found in street shops. This is the privilege of the strong. Even if their needs are obviously less, they must be placed first. Sir, your steak. 2 beautiful waitresses, dressed in black professional suits, placed Feng Chen's meal on the table, all wearing elegant smiles. The other name for privilege is expensive. Even a simple nutritious meal costs as much as an ordinary person's monthly salary combined. Even if Feng Chen is not a martial artist, the fact that he dares to eat here indicates that he is at least a noble among the weak. Therefore, they still provide smiling service. Thank you. Feng Chen cut a piece of beef and slowly chewed it in his mouth. Although it had little salt and oil, the chef's skills, under such harsh conditions, reached a higher standard. The meat was tender and had a fragrant aftertaste. The layers were very distinct, completely different from those mediocre chefs who only knew how to add salt and spice. Congratulations, host, you have received a food nutrient reward, random doubling in progress. Randomly doubled by 886 times. Congratulations, host, you have received a food nutrient reward, random doubling in progress. Randomly doubled by 747 times. Congratulations, host, you have received a food nutrient reward, random doubling in progress. Randomly doubled by 555 times. With the powerful nutrients flooding in, Feng Chen's muscles underwent another transformation. He became more vigorous and solid. Although his overall figure still looked slender, the explosive power he possessed was enough to defeat someone like Zhang Xiaowei in an instant. Even Feng Chen himself could feel it. His vitality had taken another step up. 3 parts training, 7 parts eating. This saying is not just casual talk, but a meal costing 3,000 yuan is not something an ordinary family can afford. He sighed, thinking how nice it was to be rich. Feng Chen decided to play more scratch cards whenever he had the chance. As long as he scratched more, he would eventually become a billionaire. 2 beautiful waitresses smiled as they watched Feng Chen enjoy his meal, placing the dishes one by one on the table. In their eyes, since Feng Chen was not born into a martial arts family, he must be the child of a wealthy family currently sprinting towards a talent test. But they could never have imagined that Feng Chen was not the child of a rich family. His home was not a luxurious villa, but a poor family living in a corner of the city. His father was a delivery rider and his mother was a housekeeper. As for his younger sister at home, she was already 5 years old but had yet to attend kindergarten. I'm back. Walking through a dark alley, Feng Chen greeted a slightly ajar iron gate before he even entered. Outside the iron gate, there was a small folding table which served as the dining table for Feng Chen's family. On the table, there was still a bowl of rice and a few pieces of braised pork. Hearing Feng Chen's voice, a little girl with a ponytail ran out happily and dove into Feng Chen's arms. Brother! Hey, my little troublemaker! Feng Chen controlled his strength and hugged Feng Xinger tightly, gently scratching her nose with his hand. If he hadn't controlled himself, with his current strength, he could have easily scratched her nose off. Brother, why did you come back so late today? Feng Xinger asked pitifully. Due to being a premature baby, Feng Xinger's heart was not very good, and her face often looked sickly pale. Just from running a little, her entire face turned bright red, which made Feng Chen feel particularly heartbroken. Little troublemaker, of course, I have things to do. So Xinger waited obediently for brother Xinger's little face was flushed as she spoke. Mom and Dad often said that Xinger was a premature baby, and being alive was a very lucky thing, which is why she was named Xinger. However, Xinger's health was poor, requiring her to take medicine for many years, and due to the family's financial difficulties, she had never been able to attend kindergarten. It was pitiful for a 5-year-old child to be locked at home every day, waiting for Dad, waiting for Mom, waiting for brother. Every day was spent waiting for Xinger to mature in character, yet still waiting every day. So, Feng Chen and his sister have a good relationship. Every weekend, whenever they have free time, he takes Xinger out to wander around. Although they have no money to buy snacks and Xinger can't eat much, as long as they are together, she is very satisfied. I'm back. From the room, Feng Chen's mother, Lin Xueme, poked her upper body out. Although she is over 40, the frugal life has kept Lin Xueme's figure very slim. Come eat. Dad hasn't come back yet? Feng Chen asked curiously. After his vitality increased, his hearing and vision improved greatly, so he could hear that there was no sound of his father in the house. Lin Xueme smiled slightly. He has a company dinner today and will be back a little late. You just eat your food. Okay. Holding Xinger, he sat down at the dining table. Feng Chen picked up a piece of braised pork and brought it to Xinger's mouth. Xinger swallowed her saliva greedily but stubbornly refused to eat. Brother, eat. Little rascal, you still care the most about your brother. Gently stroking Xinger's head, Feng Chen was afraid of making her bald. Watching the deep bond between the siblings, Lin Xueme, while doing her handiwork, hesitated to say anything. After dinner, Feng Chen accompanied Xinger to play for a while, then returned to bed to rest. In a poor family, there isn't much entertainment, so everyone goes to bed early. After a while, Feng Chen heard his father, Feng Manlu, pushing the door open to come back. The couple exchanged a few words, and then a low sobbing sound began. It's all my fault for the two children. It's all my fault. No, it's my fault. My health is so poor that it affects the children's vitality. What will they do in the future? The couple quietly cried, thinking the children hadn't noticed. Little did they know, Xinger had been awakened by their noise, and Feng Chen had heard all their conversation. After all, their house was just a large single room, with a small space partitioned off by wooden boards, so the sound insulation was always poor. Even turning over in bed could be heard clearly. Listening to his parents' cries, Feng Chen felt a mix of emotions. But this feeling wasn't new, it had been there for quite some time. In a few days, Xiao Yun will have the talent assessment. If he can't get into the Warrior Academy, he'll have to study liberal arts. There are so many liberal arts students now, even if you graduate, it won't be of much use. But if you don't study, you won't even have a job in the future. What else can we say? We can only take it one step at a time. Yeah. The couple sighed for a long time, ultimately blaming themselves, hating their lack of ability to provide a better life for Feng Chen and Xinger. Lying in bed, Feng Chen did nothing. He decided that 3 days later he would give his parents and Xinger a surprise. A big surprise. Dad, Mom, Xinger, I will definitely make you proud. I will make sure no one looks down on us. Again. After making up his mind, Feng Chen found he had no more sleepiness, so he picked up his phone to look at information related to warriors. In this world, warriors have a clear hierarchy, and each level of warrior has a fixed vitality requirement. They are Black Iron Warrior, vitality threshold of 10, Bronze Warrior, vitality threshold of 100, Silver Warrior, vitality threshold of 1000, Gold Warrior, vitality threshold of 10,000, Extraordinary Warrior, vitality threshold of 100,000, Legendary Warrior, vitality threshold of 1 million, Epic Warrior, vitality threshold of 10 million, Mythical Warrior, vitality threshold of 100 million. Moreover, each time one ascends a level, they gain a star. For example, a vitality of 30 would be a 3-star Black Iron Warrior. Additionally, a powerful warrior needs not only a strong vitality but also powerful techniques as their core skills. The techniques are divided into 4 grades: Heaven, Earth, Mysterious, and Yellow. Each grade is further divided into 3 ranks: upper, middle, and lower. Fortunately, in this age of advanced internet, learning martial arts online has become common, and even the government strongly supports ordinary people in learning techniques. However, what can be found online are all low-grade yellow techniques. Truly powerful techniques are stored in the National Treasury and various warrior academies. To learn them, one must enter a warrior academy. I didn't expect there to be so many classifications of techniques: body tempering, attack, defense, and even those that enhance mental strength. After browsing through the free techniques, Feng Chen considered that since the sound insulation at home was poor, to avoid disturbing his parents and Xinger, he should choose a technique that was quieter to practice first. Let's practice a technique to enhance mental strength first. Nourishing Spirit Technique, low-grade yellow level. Practicing this technique can refresh the mind, enhance focus and willpower. When cultivated to a small success, one can introspect and clearly observe the movements of the internal organs. That's the one. Feng Chen immediately made his decision. Although this technique was of a low level, only low-grade yellow, it didn't matter, just like when Feng Chen learned the stabbing punch. The low level was irrelevant. With tens of thousands of years of cultivation added, even the most mediocre technique could become an unparalleled divine skill. Control the energy within, remain unmoved in heart. With no thoughts, just recite this technique, merging mind and spirit, and the power will manifest. He began practicing according to the rudimentary mantra. As always, at first, Feng Chen couldn't grasp the correct method of cultivation and failed to receive the system's doubling rewards. but as soon as he practiced it correctly once, congratulations host, you have received a mental growth reward, random doubling in progress, randomly doubled by 999 times. Congratulations host, you have received a mental growth reward, random doubling in progress, randomly doubled by 666 times. Congratulations host, you have received a mental growth reward, random doubling in progress, randomly doubled by 888 times. Experience points rapidly increased, and mental strength surged dramatically. In less than 5 minutes, Fengchen was already able to introspect. So this is the condition inside my body. I didn't expect my vitality to have increased so much, but my insides are still a mess. Looking at the state of his internal body, Fengchen helplessly scratched his head. In fact, a person's physical quality is closely related to the nutrients they consume daily. What one eats and drinks directly affects the internal condition of the body. If someone eats fresh chicken, duck, fish, and meat every day and drinks juice and milk, their internal organs will definitely be healthy and strong. But if they eat fried chicken and hamburgers and drink carbonated beverages, their internal organs will surely become filthy and unsightly. Therefore, powerful warriors are very disciplined and avoid junk food. As for me, I can't afford fresh chicken, duck, fish, and meat, and I can't afford junk food either. I can only drink porridge and eat rice, so my internal organs can only appear weak and powerless. With a long sigh, Fengchen finally understood why his vitality had been so low before. It was purely due to insufficient nutrition. Maybe Xinger is the same, but she is a premature baby with innate insufficient vitality. It might be a bit more troublesome than me. Since he had the ability to become stronger, Fengchen would certainly consider helping Xinger regain her health. However, before that, he needed to focus on his own development. Only by becoming strong could he protect his family and ensure their safety and strength. Starting tomorrow, I need to enhance my nutrient intake and also find some techniques that can strengthen the internal organs to practice. While arranging these matters in his mind, suddenly Fengchen felt a little creature climbing onto his bed. He opened his eyes to see it was Xinger. How did you come over? Fengchen mouthed a question to Xinger. In their soundproofing challenged home, the two siblings had passively learned this skill. Xinger leaned close to Fengchen's ear and carefully covered it with her hand, otherwise their voices would leak out. Brother, I can't sleep. Then I'll hold you. Covering Xinger with the blanket, Fengchen patted her little head, coaxing her to sleep quickly. Xinger also grabbed a corner of the blanket and covered it over Fengchen's belly. The two siblings exchanged smiles and closed their eyes. However, Fengchen did not fall asleep. He maintained a lying position and practiced the nourishing spirit technique over and over again. Congratulations, host, you have received a mental growth reward, random doubling in progress, randomly doubled by 747 times. Congratulations to the host for receiving a mental growth reward, random doubling in progress, randomly doubled by 238 times. Congratulations to the host for receiving a mental growth reward, random doubling in progress, randomly doubled by 688 times, until reaching an unprecedented height. Whoosh! Bang! While practicing the mind cultivation technique, Fengchen suddenly heard a strange sound in his mind. Immediately after, he felt his consciousness split into two, like a person's left and right hands, evolving into two equally functional existences. He could use one alone, or both simultaneously. When used alone, the power was weaker. When used together, the power was stronger. It was incredibly magical. Wait, if that's the case, can I sleep while continuing to cultivate? Realizing this was a highly feasible idea, Fengchen immediately took action. He let one part of his consciousness continue practicing the mind cultivation technique, while the other part slowly drifted into sleep. The system's doubling continued. Congratulations, host, you have received a mental growth reward, random doubling in progress, randomly doubled by 868 times. Congratulations, host, you have received a mental growth reward, random doubling in progress, randomly doubled by 333 times. Congratulations, host, you have received a mental growth reward, random doubling in progress, randomly doubled by 688 times. An hour later, Fengchen clearly felt that the part of his consciousness that continued to cultivate had become much stronger, while the part that chose to sleep was relatively weaker. Impressive, I can really sleep while cultivating. But why is that? Looking at the sleeping examiner on his shoulder, Fengchen quietly picked up his phone and searched for related Q&A on self-learning the mind cultivation technique. However, after browsing through a lot, he found that most people's questions focused only on how to get started, and a small group pretended they had already mastered inner vision. No way? Could there really be someone who can't even do inner vision? Inner vision is truly amazing. When I did it, I actually saw my chromosomes. I even casually modified a few. One's talent can't be generalized. For example, I once inner visioned my cornea while extremely focused and tried to punch out with my mind, and I cured my nearsightedness. Some people just Because they can't do it themselves, say others can't, which only exposes their incompetence. A screen full of essays. Fengchen was left speechless. These drama queens. But in order to find an answer, he patiently read through all the related Q&A. In the end, he still couldn't find an answer. He only found a few potentially useful responses. It is said that people with high mental strength have an advantage in learning advanced techniques. High mental strength indeed has advantages. For those with low mental strength, there will be a suppressive effect. Note, it has to be high to a certain extent. But for Fengchen, this could only be considered a superficial understanding, not a solution to the problem. But thinking about it, it made sense. A yellow-grade low-level technique for cultivating mental strength. Ordinary people can't reach profound realms. Experts disdain such low-level techniques. So, it was quite possible that Fengchen was the first to cultivate the mind cultivation technique to this extent. Is it my fault for practicing too quickly? He smiled wryly. Fengchen decided to refer to this situation as the second stage of the mind cultivation technique, named divided mind technique. As for the two parts of consciousness, he called them the first consciousness and the second consciousness. In this way, I have a huge advantage over others, which is that I can go for long periods without sleep and I won't feel mentally fatigued. Very satisfied with the divided mind technique, Fengchen continued to practice the mind cultivation technique, slowly nurturing and strengthening his two parts of consciousness. Congratulations, host. You have received a mental growth reward, random doubling in progress, randomly doubled by 363 times. Congratulations, host, you have received a mental growth reward, random doubling in progress, randomly doubled by 772 times. Congratulations to the host for receiving a mental growth reward, random doubling in progress, randomly doubled by 886 times. The next morning, when Feng Manlu heard the sound of Fengchen getting up and leaving, he gently placed Xinger's little head down and prepared to go out as well. There are only 2 days left until the talent assessment. He must raise his vitality to a level that crushes the entire city. Not for any particular reason, just to earn the honor of being the best in the city. If I directly take out a large sum of money, my parents will definitely be suspicious, so after I get the title of the best in the city, I can say it's a reward from the city. After all, for Fengchen right now, a 100,000 yuan prize really isn't much. He still has over 1 million yuan in cash in his account. What he truly lacks is a reasonable source of funds. After getting dressed and casually grabbing a piece of bread for breakfast, Fengchen was ready to go out for a morning run. But just before he stepped out, he heard Xinger's soft call. Brother, what's wrong? Fengchen quickly stopped, not daring to let Xinger run too hurriedly, as it wouldn't be good for her heart. Xinger slowly stopped, stood in front of Fengchen, and then reached out to stuff a bottle of Nutritional liquid into his hand. Brother, good luck. After saying that, Xinger obediently ran back to her room. She didn't cling to Fengchen at all, making him feel warm about this little cutie. Little rascal. The nutritional liquid in his hand was a supplement bought for Xinger by the family. It wasn't very expensive, but it was already the only snack she had. It seemed the little one knew that her talent assessment was coming up soon, so she came to encourage herself. Little rascal, I received your good intentions, and after the talent assessment, I will definitely repay you 1,000-fold, 10,000-fold. He inserted a straw into the small bottle. Fengchen slowly savored the nutritional liquid as it flowed out. To be honest, it was his first time drinking this nutritional liquid. It had a slightly bitter taste, but after swallowing, the aftertaste was a bit sweet. No wonder this little one always drinks so slowly. Sometimes she starts in the morning and still hasn't finished by the time I come back in the evening. Just thinking about it in his mind, a little girl locked at home, relying on a bottle of nutritional liquid as a snack to pass the time, made Fengchen feel incredibly heartbroken. This was also the reason why he became extremely passionate after obtaining the system. I won't think about it too much, there are still 2 days left and I must strive to be the best in the city. He took a step forward and started running. Fengchen decided not to go to school today. He would wait until tomorrow afternoon to inquire about the talent assessment at school. As for the homeroom teacher, she wouldn't care if someone didn't attend class. Those who should work hard will naturally do so. Those who want to give up cannot be persuaded back. Congratulations to the host for receiving a sports effect reward, random doubling in progress, randomly doubled by 555 times. Congratulations to the host for receiving a sports effect reward, random doubling in progress, randomly doubled by 732 times. Congratulations to the host for receiving a sports effect reward, random doubling in progress, randomly doubled by 468 times. A day and a half quickly passed. During this day and a half, aside from sleeping and eating, Fengchen basically spent all his time in the gym. By the time the last set of exercises ended, Ivy helped Fengchen Retest his vitality. His vitality had already reached 29, stepping into the level of a 2-star Black Iron Warrior, extremely close to the threshold of a 3-star Black Iron Warrior. Xiaofeng, I think you should take a good rest now. Being in a state of fatigue for a long time can actually damage your vitality, Ivy advised from the side. With Feng Chen's current vitality level, it is already sufficient to qualify for a key martial arts school, so there is no need to push too hard. Additionally, in previous years, the top student in the martial arts exam from Tianla City usually scored around 30, so Xiaofeng, what you need to do now is to maintain your condition. Okay, Sister Weiwei. Feng Chen also agreed with AI Weiwei's statement. After nearly 2 days of intense improvement, Feng Chen felt a bit fatigued. He thought he should find some quick recovery techniques and then practice. Picking up his phone, Feng Chen was thinking about looking for some methods to quickly restore his vitality. Suddenly, he saw that his deskmate had sent him a text message. Xiaofeng, you'd better come to school this afternoon. The homeroom teacher said there will be a mobilization meeting, and she also said she would teach us how to cheat reasonably. Cheating? The word, when spoken, easily evokes negative thoughts. But when you add the word reasonable in front of cheating, it becomes extremely attractive. Sister Weiwei, I'm going to school for a bit, so I won't practice this afternoon. Okay. After bidding farewell to Ai Weiwei, Feng Chen headed straight for the school. At this moment, the students in the classroom were gathered in small groups discussing what reasonable cheating could possibly be. However, as soon as Feng Chen walked in, the entire classroom fell silent. What's wrong? Standing at the classroom door, Feng Chen awkwardly touched his nose, feeling as if he shouldn't be there. It was Wang Mangda, his deskmate, who timidly asked, I heard you scared Zhang Xiaowei into submission. Is that true? That did happen. Feng Chen didn't expect that after just 1 day away from school, everyone already knew about it. But since he couldn't hide it, he simply admitted it openly. As a result, the whole class erupted in excitement. Wow! Xiaofeng, you're amazing. The classmates were incredibly thrilled, surrounding Feng Chen one by one, especially those preparing for the martial arts exam, their eyes filled with admiration. Xiaofeng, I didn't expect you to be so hidden. You were hiding it so well. I thought you were sickly, but you're actually so fierce. What's your secret? Come on, share it with us so we can learn and aim for good grades in a few days. Facing the excited crowd, Feng Chen secretly smiled. Among those who were cheering, not many usually played with him. They were just drawn to him because he had displayed exceptional martial arts talent, thinking there was something to gain, so they gathered around, wanting to benefit from him. Even their words were hinting at wanting Feng Chen to explain, how did you get stronger? Such people, of course, Feng Chen couldn't be bothered with. There's no secret, just a bloodline awakening. It'll probably reach its limit soon, so let's look forward to what the homeroom teacher said about that reasonable cheating. Upon hearing that Feng Chen relied on a bloodline awakening, those martial arts students who understood what bloodline awakening meant immediately lost interest. In a world where the strong are respected, everyone is very realistic. If your future looks bright, people will flock to you. If they can see your future is limited, there's no need to flatter you or fear your revenge. A bloodline awakening is the kind of thing that shows a clear end in sight. Disappointed, those people laughed awkwardly and dispersed. Boring, if you don't want to talk, then don't. So stingy. Yeah, we're all in the same class, it's too boring to act like this. Forget it. Before leaving, they couldn't help but mock Feng Chen a few more times, acting as if they were the ones wronged. This only made Feng Chen sneer even more. Indeed, in their eyes, Feng Chen's current achievements would soon be surpassed by them, so there was no need to flatter him or fear his retaliation. However, what if Feng Chen told them that he could keep awakening? Forget it. These people aren't worthy of knowing. He couldn't be bothered with these opportunists, saving himself the trouble. At this moment, a few people who usually went to the internet cafe to play games with Feng Chen were still curiously asking questions. Bloodline awakening, that somewhat cliché term, I feel like I've heard it somewhere. Wang Mingda said curiously. Feng Chen pulled him by the shoulder and pushed him back to his seat. It's about unleashing potential. By the way, tell me about what the homeroom teacher said about that reasonable cheating. Unleashing potential. Wang Mingda suddenly remembered. He had indeed heard about it. Xiaofeng, I really heard about this bloodline awakening just this morning. Where did you hear that? Feng Chen asked curiously. Logically speaking, those who do not plan to take the martial arts exam pay little attention to such things. Wang Mingda, like him before he started to excel, was a waste. How could he possibly be interested in understanding this content? But Wang Mingda had a look of regret on his face. He was regretting for Feng Chen. This morning, I was having breakfast at home and my mom mentioned it. You know, my mom works as a cafeteria lady at number 1 high school, and she said there's someone at their school with a bloodline awakening. Is it really that impressive? What's their blood value? I heard it's over 30. At this point, Wang Mingda looked around mysteriously, lowered his voice, and whispered to Feng Chen again. I heard that number 1 high school plans to use him as a secret weapon to snatched the top spot in the martial arts exam. What the heck? Normally, Fengchen wouldn't react so strongly. But right now, he really needed the title of city's #1. Is #1 high school just being greedy? Why? Fight for that title? Well, isn't it just to get more funding? It's like asking for pocket money. Mom, I got first in the class. Give me some pocket money. Versus Mom, I didn't get first, but I want some pocket money. Can they be the same? Insightful. Fengchen nodded in agreement. However, Wang Mengda was quite displeased. Seriously, if it weren't for this guy, Xiaofeng, you might have been able to take the city's top spot. I heard. The city's #1 comes with a 100,000 yuan prize. That is indeed a headache. Fengchen propped his chin on his hand, also pondering this issue. The other party's blood value being over 30 was quite significant. After all, a blood value of 100 also counts as over 30. Seeing Fengchen's dejected expression, Wang Mengda leaned in mischievously with a hint of cruelty. Xiaofeng, isn't your sister in need of money for her medical treatment? Otherwise, we could bring a few more people to #1 high school to inquire about him and… Stop. Fengchen thought, this isn't a game, why are you lurking in the bushes? Besides, if the other party's blood value exceeds expectations, bringing more people would be useless. It would only result in more people getting injured. Forget lurking in the bushes, have your mom inquire about his blood value and see how much it really is. Alright. Wang Mengda patted his chest heroically. Other things might be difficult to say, but getting insider information was definitely not a challenge for his mom, the cafeteria lady. He took out his phone and sent a text message. Wang Mengda pulled Fengchen and asked a lot of questions. The most asked question was whether having a high blood value would affect a man's two good friends Uncle Chen and Uncle Yi. Fengchen really didn't pay attention to that. After a while, the class teacher, wearing gold-rimmed glasses, came over. Once he arrived, the teacher was very direct and got straight to the point. Students, you all know the theme of today's meeting, so I won't beat around the bush. It's about everyone's talent assessment results. The school now has channels to purchase some medications that can enhance everyone's scores. However, this channel has its thresholds. Now, the school has a channel to buy some medicine that can enhance everyone's talent assessment scores. But this channel has a threshold. The 3 sentences made everyone go from full of curiosity to a face of expectation and then from a face of expectation to the depths of disappointment. The 3 words "has a threshold" meant that this medicine was out of reach for the vast majority of them. Sure enough, the homeroom teacher's next words confirmed everyone's worries were not unfounded. I believe everyone knows about the Qi blood pill. This is generally used by martial artists to replenish their energy, but for ordinary people, especially those in their teenage years, the effects are even better. However, the price of the Qi blood pill is very high, and it requires a martial artist's certification to purchase, so ordinary people can hardly buy it. Now, the school has contacted an alumnus who has become a martial artist, and he is willing to help us buy the Qi blood pill, but the price will be 10% higher than the cost price, which means that a Qi blood pill costing 100,000 yuan will need to be bought for 110,000 yuan. Before the homeroom teacher's words had completely settled, the students below already looked ashen. A Qi blood pill costing 110,000 yuan. This is completely unaffordable for ordinary families. As for Fengchen, he wasn't worried about the money, he was worried about how to explain the source of the money if he was found to have a large sum. Rabbit? Bell? Male model? And it seems that not many people can buy it, making it very noticeable. Scanning the faces of a few classmates with better family conditions, Fengchen found that their expressions were also hesitant. Clearly, this price had stifled many. At this moment, a few students preparing to take the martial arts exam, wanting to show off, asked the homeroom teacher a few professional questions. Teacher, this pill is a first grade one, right? If the grade is too high, we might die from an explosion of energy after taking it. That's right. The homeroom teacher nodded, affirming their statement. For ordinary people, a first-grade Qi blood pill is already an excellent supplement, and the absorption effect will vary from person to person. Some can absorb 80%, while others can only absorb 30%. So for those who can afford it, it's best to buy 2 at once. After buying one, eat it on the spot to absorb its effects, and then take the second one during the exam. Hearing that one might not be enough and that they had to buy a second one, most people's hearts sank to the bottom. Fengchen was curious as to why they had to take the Qi blood pill separately. Was there a special reason? Fortunately, there were always some show-offs willing to explain to those of them who were less knowledgeable. It should indeed be done this way, because during the talent test there are a total of 3 rounds, and the final score is the average of the 3 rounds. However, after taking the Qi blood pill, the energy will explode in a short time and then gradually decline, even dropping below the usual level. So during the first 2 rounds of testing, it's best to unleash your original energy value, and then in the last round, use the explosion from the Qi blood pill to raise your average score. The explanation was clear and straightforward. Even the homeroom teacher nodded in agreement, indicating that it was indeed the case. This is a method tacitly approved by the Education Bureau, so strictly speaking, it cannot be considered cheating. But regarding this statement, Feng Chen scoffed. What do you mean it cannot be considered cheating? This is cheating. 100,000 yuan for a pill is equivalent to paying for a spot in a martial artist academy, but entering this way, one would probably only be able to mix at the bottom level. As for the interests involved, Feng Chen could also guess some of it. The Warrior Academy spends a large amount of resources each year to cultivate students, and part of these resources is earned by the academy itself, while more comes from the funding allocated by the Education Bureau. So, where does the Education Bureau's funding come from? Naturally, it comes from the next level up, the country. This brings us back to the same question. Where does the country's money come from? From the pill manufacturing factories, and then selling the pills. The people, the academy, the Education Bureau, the country, have formed a complete cycle. Indeed, money is meant to be spent. Feng Chen thought to himself. On the podium, the homeroom teacher looked at the silent students, none of whom showed any intention of purchasing the chi blood pills and had long been mentally prepared for this. After all, Tianla City is a small town. There aren't many wealthy people. However, the surface work still had to be done. Classmates, I hope you all seriously consider this matter. Spending 100,000 or 200,000 can change the course of your lives, so this pill is definitely worth buying. We won't have class this afternoon. Everyone go home and consult your parents. Students who need it, remember to contact me proactively by tomorrow morning at the latest. After that, there won't be such a good opportunity. Dismissed. With that, the meeting was declared over. The homeroom teacher was the first to leave the classroom with the teaching materials. The entire classroom immediately erupted into chaos. A pill costing 100,000 had already shocked these students' understanding of expenses. At this moment, the students' highest expenditure had only been for a skin costing 2,888 points. At this time, Wang Mengda elbowed Feng Chen. Xiaofeng, my mom found out. She said that guy is simply a monster. He can eat 5 bowls of rice in one meal. 5 bowls of rice? Feng Chen's mouth twitched. He thought to himself, has a warrior awakened, or has a glutton awakened? What about his chi blood value? My mom said this guy isn't very clever. When others asked him while eating, he just said it. He tested it last night, and it was a full 50 points of chi blood value. 50 points? Feng Chen couldn't help but gasp. His current chi blood value was only 29, leaving a gap of 21 points with the other party. That's quite a difference. At my current rate of improvement, it seems very difficult to catch up to him, and he's still continuing to improve. Indeed, do I need to take pills? He stroked his chin. Feng Chen now had to consider whether he should buy a few chi blood pills from the homeroom teacher, and 1 or 2 wouldn't be enough. However, if I suddenly take out so much money, the homeroom teacher will definitely confirm with my parents. How should I explain that? Moreover, buying from the pharmacy requires showing a warrior's proof. He never expected that he couldn't just spend his money freely. It was really frustrating. After thinking for a moment, Feng Chen simply decided to search online to see if there were any other ways to buy chi blood pills besides purchasing from the homeroom teacher. But just as he typed in where to buy chi blood pills, a small advertisement appeared at the top of the search results. Do you want free chi blood pills? Then come and challenge us. Just persist for 3 rounds and you can get a free first-grade chi blood pill. Looking at the advertisement, Feng Chen's eyes began to shine with excitement. Free? Is this underground fighting? Black boxing? Is it the kind where you have to sign a death warrant? Feng Chen had heard of such events. Even in a world where martial artists were revered, these events were explicitly banned for a simple reason: they pursued bloodshed and violence, resulting in a high mortality rate. So the question arises, is it to try and earn a few hundred chi blood pills? Or spend hundreds of thousands to buy some pills while also getting my parents' suspicion? That's an easy choice. Feng Chen couldn't help but smile at the sky. For ordinary people, winning 3 matches was just for a free first-grade chi blood pill. But for Feng Chen, as long as he won 3 matches, he could earn a first-grade chi blood pill as a reward, along with the system's hundreds of times multiplier reward. The return rate was simply irresistible. But since I'm going to the arena, I need to learn some techniques first. Just a jab probably won't be enough. He opened his phone's browser and searched for simple and easy-to-learn martial arts techniques. Soon, he locked onto a set of techniques. 9 styles, yellow rank lower grade. It consists of 9 movements, the most basic fist and foot techniques, namely a punch, a kick, a chop, a grab, a hug, a throw, a crash, a slap, and a whip. Below were detailed descriptions. A punch, gather all your strength and throw a straight punch forward, crushing the enemy with overwhelming force, usable with either hand. A kick, gather all your strength and throw a straight kick forward, advancing relentlessly, dominating and crushing, usable with either foot. A chop, gather all your strength and swing a hand blade forward, splitting mountains and shattering stones, only in an instant, usable with either hand. A grab, gather all your strength and reach forward with 5 fingers to grab, disarming the opponent and breaking their bones, usable with either hand. A hug, gather all your strength to firmly hold the opponent, and when the strength reaches a certain level, it can injure the opponent's spine. A throw, gather all your strength to slam the opponent to the ground, can be used in conjunction with a hug. A crash, gather all your strength to knock the opponent away with your body. A slap, gather all your strength to strike the opponent's head, shoulders, and other areas with both hands. With advanced skill, it can also strike from a distance and cause damage. A whip, gather all your strength, hands and feet can be used as a whip. This move is extremely powerful, capable of causing external injuries as well as serious internal injuries, and is the hardest to master. After reading through it all, Fengchen left the classroom, found a secluded spot, and began practicing the 9 styles. Just as the introduction of this technique stated, these 9 movements were the most basic fist and foot actions, very easy to learn, allowing him to maximize the system's doubling efficiency. Congratulations, host, you have received a martial arts training. Reward, random doubling in progress. Randomly doubled by 888 times. Congratulations, host, you have received a martial arts training reward, random doubling in progress. Randomly doubled by 555 times. Congratulations, host, you have received a martial arts training reward, random doubling in progress. Randomly doubled by 999 times. An hour later, Fengchen had mastered the 9 styles, able to skillfully and effortlessly use any of the moves in his every action. Now, it's time to head to the underground boxing arena. Following the address on the small advertisement, Fengchen arrived at a coffee bookstore in the city center. Yes, it was really a coffee bookstore. No way? He scratched his head awkwardly, wondering if he was being played. Were advertisements this boring now? Inside the bookstore, a sweet-looking female server, seeing Fengchen dazed at the door, felt her heart race for some reason, sensing an irresistible charm from this boy. So, the server took the initiative to step out and asked a question. Handsome guy, are you looking to buy a book? You can come in and take a look. Hello, I want to ask, is there a boxing match here? Although the female attendant really wanted to answer yes, her professional instinct reminded her that telling the truth would cost her wages, so she could only shake her head in denial. No, we are just a simple bookstore. But I came here according to the address, I'm here to fight. Showing the advertisement on his phone, Fengchen confirmed from the female attendant's evasive eyes that this was indeed the address for the underground boxing match. Hearing that Fengchen was here to fight, the female attendant was shocked, thinking it had been a long time since such a handsome young man came to participate in a boxing match. Then she quietly nodded. Handsome guy, follow me. Acting as if nothing was wrong, the female attendant led Fengchen through the front of the store to the deepest part of the office area, where a sign read office area, no entry without permission. They walked all the way to the staff lounge. The female attendant opened a wardrobe in the corner and found a handle in a hidden spot. She pushed it, and a dark passage immediately appeared. At the entrance of the passage, a middle-aged man with a big beard was watching a live broadcast on his phone, showing 2 people fighting fiercely. Seeing the passage open, the bearded man frowned when he noticed the female attendant had brought a student. What's going on? This isn't the audience passage. He said he's here to fight, the female attendant quickly explained. The bearded man looked at Fengchen with confusion, as if inquiring. Fengchen calmly replied, that's right, I'm here to fight. As long as I win 3 matches, I can get a chi blood pill, right? That's correct. The bearded man nodded, sizing up Fengchen again, seemingly satisfied. Looks like a 3-star black iron, that's barely acceptable. Just to let you know, we require you to sign a death waiver here. Can I ask what level the opponents usually are? Fengchen wasn't foolish. If his opponent was at the gold or silver level, he would just be walking to his death. He wouldn't do something so stupid. The bearded man laughed at this. Don't worry, no one here likes to watch experts fight. It's all about the rookies pecking at each other. Usually, they are all black iron level fighters, and both sides need to be of similar strength to make it interesting. Then I have no problem. Fengchen secretly breathed a sigh of relief. Just as he expected. Underground boxing is all about blood and adrenaline. A one-sided crushing would be boring and might even get the audience to shout refund. After hearing Fengchen's words, the bearded man put away his phone. Alright, then come with me. Waving to Fengchen, the bearded man walked ahead, leading him into the passage. As they moved forward, Fengchen felt the atmosphere in the air growing hotter, and from time to time, loud noises echoed, creating a very fervent ambience. Soon, the bearded man arrived at a place that looked like a hole. We're here. Here? Look below. Fengchen looked down and saw a blood-stained arena beneath his feet, where 2 people were covered in blood, fighting fiercely. Around the arena, countless people were roaring, excitedly shouting, "Kill him! Kill him! Kill him! Kill him!" The frenzied shouts heightened everyone's adrenaline, driving them all mad, as the 2 fighters in the ring had to kill the other to get off the stage. Hearing the fervent cries, the 2 contestants also became agitated. Fighter in blue shorts roared violently, raising his fist and smashing it down towards the other person's head. But with a bang, his entire fist shattered, bone fragments flying everywhere, and red blood gushed out like a broken dam, staining the entire ring. Seeing that the hand of the fighter in blue shorts was ruined, the fighter in red shorts staggered to his feet, extended a middle finger towards the blue shorts, and laughed heartily towards the sky. Ha 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 ha. A mouthful of blood sprayed half a meter high. The fighter in red shorts fell heavily onto the ring, his head split open in the middle, spilling brain matter everywhere. His head was blown apart by the fighter in blue shorts. Fuck! This is so exciting, The onlookers became thrilled. Clenching their fists, their faces turned red, and everyone was shouting, "Blue Demon King! Blue Demon King! Blue Demon King! Blue Demon King!" Standing next to Feng Chen, the bearded man looked coldly at the red shorts being dragged away, then glanced at Feng Chen, who was still a student. "This is how boxing matches are. Even if you win, you might not come out unscathed. Are you sure you want to fight?" "Fight." Feng Chen nodded slowly. Since he had decided to become stronger, real combat was an unavoidable hurdle. Otherwise, he would forever be a flower in a greenhouse, never able to withstand a blow. Seeing Feng Chen adjust his mindset so quickly, the bearded man was somewhat surprised. There had been students here before, but after witnessing the bloody scene in the ring, some were scared stiff, some were weak-kneed, and some hesitated. Only Feng Chen was the type to immediately adjust his mentality and prepare for battle. It seems his mental will is stronger than his peers. He might be a good seedling. What a pity. He shook his head secretly. The bearded man gestured for Feng Chen to walk with him to the side. He pressed a button and an elevator door opened wide. The two took the elevator down and soon arrived at the bottom floor. As the elevator door opened, a glass testing device came into view. Beside the testing device sat a large woman who, upon seeing the handsome young man enter, greeted him warmly. "Hi." Then she confirmed with the bearded man. Looking at him, "He's at most a high school student, right?" "That's right." He said he wants to fight. The bearded man turned his gaze to Feng Chen. Feng Chen nodded, indicating that he really wanted to participate. The woman could only shrug. "Alright, first sign this death waiver, then go over to measure your vital energy. Remember to unleash all your vital energy. If you hold back, it will be considered cheating. Although we are an underground boxing arena, we have zero tolerance for cheating." "Okay," Feng Chen replied, signing the death waiver with the name Wang Guangming. After that, he stood on the metal platform, clenched his fists tightly, and unleashed all his vital energy in an instant. Aha! On the glass screen, various complex formulas began to jump out, and the number in the upper left corner kept rising. 27, 28, 29, 30, 31. The woman was astonished. She quickly confirmed with the bearded man. "He's a student?" "Maybe," the bearded man replied slowly, without much intention to delve deeper. But his attitude made the woman lose the desire to probe further. In reality, it is difficult for high school students to reach this vitality value. Excluding those with awakened bloodlines at this young age, this vitality value is undoubtedly that of a genius. Vitality value 31, placed in the 5th tier. "Here are your shorts and mask, go change over." "There." The woman took out a pair of red shorts and a red skull mask, tossing them to Feng Chen. She also casually added, "Hey, handsome, here's a suggestion. When you go in later, remember to be a bit fierce, or you might get into trouble." "Thank you." Feng Chen picked up the shorts and mask, went to the nearby changing room to change, and stored his clothes in a locker. But as he stepped out from the other side, he found countless eyes fixated on him. "Damn! Look at him, he looks like a boiled chicken. He must be easy to beat. Too bad he's on my team. Hee, I'm in the blue team. If I run into him, it'll be fun." "Hey, newbie, are you a middle schooler or an elementary school kid? Damn, I really want to make him cry right now. Ha ha." Feng Chen now understood why the fat woman told him to be a bit fierce. In this waiting area, others had either yellow or bronze skin, while he alone was completely white, as if he had never seen the sun. No wonder he was looked down upon. To them, their vitality values were hard-earned, while Feng Chen was just a medicine jar, boosted by pills. But they didn't think, if Feng Chen were really a wealthy medicine jar, would he need to come here to fight in exchange for energy-replenishing pills? Only someone with a screw loose would do that. So here, everyone is divided into red and blue teams. The red team wears red shorts and masks, while the blue team wears blue shorts and masks. As for that 5th tier, a glance around, Feng Chen spotted a ranking chart hanging on the wall. Vitality value. 10 to 15 is tier 1, 16 to 20 is tier 2, 21 to 25 is tier 3. I'm at 31, so I'm in the 5th tier, which is 31 to 35. No wonder they say hiding vitality values is cheating. A difference of 5 in vitality values isn't too significant, but once it exceeds 5, it's like having An extra level of vitality, breaking the balance between both sides. Understanding these rules, Fengchen felt much more confident. He had been worried about facing 4-star or even 5-star Black Iron warriors. Now it seemed he wouldn't even encounter those above 35. But even so, I can't let my guard down. While there's still time, I need to improve my strength in the 9 styles. One punch. He walked to a secluded corner, ignoring others, and practiced his 9 styles, one punch. The blue team members nearby couldn't help but laugh at him. Hey, look at that kid, still cramming at the last minute. What the hell is he cramming for? If he had that much free time, he should come lick our blue team's toes. Maybe we could spare him an arm. Seriously. If you run into him, what are you going to do? What to do? Just beat him to death. Ha. A group of people laughed recklessly nearby, completely unafraid of Fengchen hearing them. But how could they know? Fengchen was on a roll. His 9 styles, one punch was rapidly increasing in power. Congratulations, host, you have received a cultivation reward, random doubling. In progress. Randomly multiplied by 468 times. Congratulations, host, you have received a cultivation reward, random doubling. In progress. Randomly multiplied by 361 times. Congratulations, host, you have received a cultivation reward, random doubling. In progress. Randomly multiplied by 775 times. On the arena. A critical hit. Another person was knocked to the ground. With a single punch, blood spewing from his mouth, his entire body stained red with blood. But his opponent was not faring any better. One leg was limp, the bones inside completely shattered, likely never to stand again in this lifetime. Yet the spectators all around had no time to feel sorrow for them. They were all shouting, "Well done, you can get lost. Hurry up to the next match." Hearing such cheers fill the arena, the host immediately took the stage to announce, "Alright, audience, let's move on to the next match. Please welcome our fighter, the Blue Devil, and his opponent, Blood Rakshasa." In an instant, the entire venue was electrified, eagerly anticipating the next round of fighters. At that moment, someone approached and patted Fengchen on the shoulder. "Blood Rakshasa, it's your turn." "Okay." Fengchen nodded. Just before stepping onto the stage, the blonde opponent suddenly burst into laughter. Ha. Damn, my luck is off the charts. I actually ran into this elementary school student. Ha. Ha. Damn it, my luck is too good. This round is definitely mine. Ha. The yellow-haired guy laughed recklessly, drawing envious glances from everyone. They all thought that Fengchen was the easiest opponent they had ever seen. So whoever faced Fengchen was guaranteed to win. The yellow-haired guy walked up to Fengchen with a wicked smile. "Don't worry, the audience doesn't like to see me knock you out with one punch, so I will cruelly beat you to a pulp piece by piece and then slowly twist your head around." After saying that, the yellow-haired guy gestured with both hands, indicating he would twist Fengchen's head behind him, his smug smile never fading. Fengchen said nothing, just silently walked up to the ring. Seeing this, the yellow-haired guy laughed even more excitedly. Ha, look at that cowardly look on his face. Just wait, if I don't make him call me mommy within a minute, I'll eat shit. With the thought of victory in his mind, the yellow-haired guy stepped onto the ring. Before the match officially began, he gave a thumbs up to the audience, then, under the puzzled gazes of everyone, pointed his thumb at Fengchen and then forcefully pointed it down to the ground, jabbing a few more times. "Come hit me, you idiot." His arrogant demeanor and boastful tone sent the audience into a frenzy. This was the match they wanted to see. Unrestrained, doing as they pleased. Blue Devil, Blue Devil, Blue Devil, Blue Devil. Meanwhile, behind the cameras capturing the scene, a group of online viewers were watching the live broadcast. Unlike regular online viewers, they had an exclusive chat room with only 8 members. The chat room was called Black Hole. "Clown, what do you think of this match?" "King, that blood demon looks too pale. Like he hasn't worked out at all. I don't think he looks good." "Deity, no. Did you notice his latissimus dorsi? His lats are beautiful." "Devil, lats? Could also be flab." "Female corpse, I heard. His vitality is 31 and he's not that old, looks like a high school student, maybe he's a genius." "Eliminator, so what if he's a genius? Just having vitality doesn't mean he can fight, it doesn't matter." "Grim Reaper, so how are you all planning to bet?" With this question, the 7 of them fell silent for a moment. Then, everyone placed a bet of 10 million, wagering that the yellow-haired guy would win. At first glance, 10 million didn't seem like much, but if they knew that they bet this much every match, it would add up to an astronomical figure. At that moment, however, one person placed a bet on Fengchen and the screen immediately displayed 7:1. The bettor's name was Rice Porridge. "Clown, Rice Porridge, what are you doing? Are you just giving away 10 million? Deity, yeah, that blood demon is definitely going to lose. I suggest you place a bet on the Blue Devil, at least hedge your bets." "Female corpse, I think that's a good idea." But even with so many people advising her, she remained resolute. Rice porridge, everyone betting on one person is so boring. And if I lose, it's just 10 million. Once this was said, the other 7 fell silent, secretly sneering behind the screen. 10 million wasn't much, but losing face was what mattered most. Since rice porridge wouldn't listen to advice, they couldn't be bothered to keep trying to convince her. Meanwhile, in a pitch-black room, with no light, only the television screen flickered with light, showing the upcoming match of Feng-Chen and the black hole chat room. A lazy figure leaned back in a luxurious chair, wrapped in a layer of nightgown, revealing a full chest and a pair of creamy white long legs. She was the 8th person in the chat room, rice porridge. She swirled the red wine in her hand. The glow from the television illuminated her coldly beautiful face, a face so perfect it was beyond reproach. Blood Rakshasa, not a great name, but that gaze is intriguing. Is he a rookie? In the ring, Feng-Chen raised his hands, adopting a boxing stance. This was his first life and death battle, and his heart raced. His thoughts were singular. If I kill my opponent, I win. Seeing Feng-Chen's stance, Huang Mao burst out laughing. Damn, you really know how to act cool. Alright, I'll play with you for a minute, and then in a minute, I'll show you hell. As both sides took their fighting stances, the host knew the warm-up was nearly over. If it dragged on, the audience would start to complain. The match begins. As soon as the words were spoken, the host quickly exited the ring. Suddenly, only Feng-Chen and Huang Mao remained. In the arena, not even a referee in sight. This setup was clear. It was meant to end only when one person could no longer get up. Huang Mao began his taunts, stretching his face forward, slapping his own cheeks, provoking Feng-Chen. Come hit me, idiot. Bang! A lightning-fast jab struck Huang Mao, leaving him dazed. He wasn't unprepared. He just truly hadn't expected Feng-Chen's punch to be so fast and powerful, leaving him disoriented and unable to stand firm. At that moment, Feng-Chen suddenly turned, his right hand transforming into a whip, delivering a punch that slammed into Huang Mao's face. Boom! Huang Mao was instantly knocked down, and with a cry, blood gushed from his mouth, along with chunks of white particles his teeth. In an instant, the arena fell silent. No one expected that the Huang Mao, who had been so arrogant just a second ago, would be left searching for his teeth the next. But after a brief silence, the audience erupted. Blood Rakshasa! Blood Rakshasa! Blood Rakshasa! Blood Rakshasa! Almost simultaneously, all the blue team contestants changed their expressions, their faces turning grim. Was this crushing power really from a level 5 contestant? Seeing everyone staring at him, the bearded man who had brought them and said calmly, his blood value just now didn't exceed 35, just barely over 30, so there's no suspicion of cheating. But this explanation only deepened everyone's fear. Clearly at the bottom of level 5, yet he had crushed the seasoned Huang Mao from level 5. What kind of monster was this? In an instant, everyone thought of 2 types of creatures. One was a dog on a leash, only barking but never biting. The other was a vicious wolf, which wouldn't bark at you but would come straight in and snap your throat. Feng-Chen was clearly the latter. In the black hole chat room, 8 VIP members watched as Feng-Chen struck with thunderous force, almost instantly knocking down the yellow-haired opponent, leaving them all stunned. Neither Shifan nor the other 7 had anticipated this outcome. The others did not expect Feng-Chen to win, while Shifan did not expect Feng-Chen to win so easily. This little guy, clearly very strong, yet his fighting style is so tense. Is this really his first time on the arena? Feng-Chen's heart was still pounding. In his first life and death battle, he truly gave it his all, unleashing all his strength. Congratulations to the host for receiving battle experience. Rewards currently undergoing random doubling. Randomly doubled by 775 times. In an instant, his racing heartbeat gradually calmed down like a seasoned warrior, filled with anger and pride, yet not nervous or afraid. At the same time, Feng-Chen's mindset was also shifting. He quickly reflected on his previous shortcomings. The rhythm was too chaotic. Although I defeated my opponent, it was because the yellow-haired guy underestimated me from the start. If I had faced a more cautious opponent, I might have been finished. However, being overly self-deprecating is also not good. From the results, my strength is still quite strong. I landed 2 effective punches, both causing significant damage and rendering my opponent unable to fight. So, what I need to adjust is my mindset and fighting rhythm. I need to establish my own rhythm. As for my mindset, I can't overestimate my opponent, nor can I underestimate them. In summary, psychologically despise the enemy, but treat them seriously in attitude. After some contemplation, Feng-Chen let out a long breath. He asked the host, can't get up anymore? Can I proceed to the next match? Yes. The host shouted excitedly, almost wanting to announce it to everyone in the venue at the top of his lungs. Our Blood Rakshasa requests to defend the title. Let's give him a round of applause and shout his name, Blood Rakshasa. Blood Rakshasa. Blood Rakshasa. Blood Rakshasa. Blood Rakshasa. Cheers erupted. The noise stirred everyone's blood. Defending the title. It was the most thrilling thing in the underground boxing arena. Because others won't wait for you to recover, they will take advantage of your weakness and go for the kill. So if you don't want to die, you can only give it your all. In a bloody fight, even the people in the black hole chat room were captivated. Clown, Shifan, are you still going to bet on him? King, in the last match it was the opponent's underestimation. This time, the opponent will definitely be on high alert. Blood Rakshasa has no advantage. Female corpse, hee. Anyway, Shifan just won a round, so betting again is fine, right, Shifan? Shifan, no need to provoke me, I was going to bet on him. Anyway, in the room, watching Fengchen, who had been tense at first, suddenly relax and show a thoughtful expression, Shifan was drawn in. Her intuition told her that this little guy had many secrets worth exploring. On the arena side, the staff had already dragged the yellow-haired opponent away and briefly cleaned the arena for the next contestant. A blue giant, wearing a blue mask and standing 2 meters tall, slowly walked onto the stage. As soon as he stepped up, the ground of the arena was deeply dented. Fengchen frowned slightly. Very strong. A martial artist can gauge the danger level of an opponent through the fluctuations of their vital energy. Especially after practicing the nourishing spirit technique, Fengchen's mental strength had become even more powerful and sharp, allowing him to sense that the blue giant was definitely the pinnacle of this level. Vital energy value 35. With both hands raised in a fighting stance, Fengchen entered a state of combat readiness. According to what he had thought before, he would psychologically despise the enemy while respecting his opponent in attitude. Looking at him, he should be a heavy hitter type of opponent. As long as my speed is a bit faster, it doesn't matter how heavy his punches are, hitting him will be like hitting a sandbag. Just need to be a little cautious of his speed? He looked at the blue giant as if it were a sandbag. Fengchen felt no tension at all. The blue giant across from him, seeing Fengchen's dismissive expression, couldn't help but sneer. Ha. The camera captured the expressions of the two. Everyone in the black hole chat room was on edge. The king, that little brat Blood Rakshasa thinks he's invincible after winning one match. He's so arrogant, he's bound to lose. The female corpse, young people are still young. The eliminator, I was going to bet on Blood Rakshasa, but seeing him like this, I don't want to bet on him anymore. Rice porridge. What about you? Rice porridge, my decision won't change. Others didn't say much more. The screen immediately displayed their betting situation. 6:2. The only one betting on Fengchen was the Grim Reaper, but he had bet at the beginning and it was too late to withdraw now. Grim Reaper, damn. I'm going to lose 10 million for nothing. Rice porridge, On the arena, the host saw that the atmosphere was tense enough and no longer kept everyone in suspense, directly announcing the match begins. Fengchen tightened his hands, preparing to launch a jab to test the blue giant's reaction speed. But unexpectedly, the blue giant actually avoided a direct confrontation with Fengchen and instead stood at the center of the arena, raising his hands in a capturing stance. Fengchen looked at the blue giant's strange movements with suspicion. Once the blue giant stood at the center point, it suddenly became clear. This guy knows his speed is a weakness, so by occupying the center point, he wants to slowly force me into a corner, pushing me to face him head-on. Others also noticed this. They began to shout excitedly. The clown, this big fool is actually quite smart. This way, Blood Rakshasa can only match him in strength. The deity, the outcome is already determined. The blue giant's tactics have the advantage. The female corpse, rice porridge, your 10 million is going down the drain. Grim Reaper, you too. Grim Reaper, damn, don't drag me into this, I made a mistake. The female corpse, rice porridge, let's talk about it after it's over. On the arena, watching the blue giant occupy the center point and slowly approach him, Fengchen felt immense pressure. Breaking through from the sides would easily lead to an interception by the blue giant. His own movement distance was long, while the blue giant's was short. The speed advantage couldn't be realized. But if he didn't break through, he would be forced into a head-on punch exchange with the blue giant, who was a heavy hitter. Just one punch could knock him down. What to do? Staring at the blue giant's advancing figure, Fengchen suddenly had a flash of inspiration and remembered he still had a trump card. With all my strength, I may not be a match for the blue giant, but what about my mental strength? I have the system to double it. Fengchen's lips curled slightly upward, awakening the second consciousness that had been dormant in his mind. He prepared to unleash a storm of mental power alongside his first consciousness. When mental strength reaches a certain level, it becomes like a hand. You will naturally know how to wield it. Noticing the slight change in Fengchen's expression, the clown asked, "What's going on? Why do I feel like he smiled?" The eliminator replied, "It's definitely a psychological tactic. He wants to scare the blue giant back to avoid a direct fistfight." The king said, "Of course, Rice, the person you have your eye on has a bit of cleverness, but he's still bound to lose." Rice chuckled, shaking his wine glass with a smile. Lying on the noblewoman's chair, Rice downed the red wine in his cup, and a flush appeared on his face. "Little guy, what are you planning to do?" You won't really let me down, will you? On the arena, the blue giant also noticed the change in Feng Chen's expression, but he would not retreat. He had absolute confidence in his strength. He would surely suppress Feng Chen easily and kill him on the spot. Die! With a roar, the blue giant pressed Feng Chen into a corner and lunged at him. At such a short distance, Feng Chen had nowhere to dodge. But at that moment, just as the blue giant closed the 2-meter gap, Feng Chen shouted, "Explode!" Clenching his fists, the powerful mental force in his mind erupted like a grenade. It seized the blue giant. This intimidation was not about physical strength, it acted solely on the mental level. The blue giant's mental will was crushed mercilessly like a candle, facing a storm under Feng Chen's mental force. This situation also reflected on the blue giant's body. His spirit weakened and his body involuntarily froze, giving Feng Chen a slight opening to counterattack. 9 styles. 1 crash. With his shoulder forward, Feng Chen gathered all his strength and crashed into the blue giant's chest. The still weakened blue giant, caught off guard, staggered backward after the sudden impact. Feng Chen quickly pursued. 9 styles. 1 embrace. With arms like iron clamps, Feng Chen tightly wrapped around the blue giant, squeezing inward with all his might, causing the blue giant's arms to go numb and his back to feel intense pain. The spine is the center of the human body. Once it is damaged, the body will lose strength. 9 styles. 1 throw. Feeling the blue giant's legs become unsteady, Feng Chen executed his final move, lifting the blue giant high above his head with all his strength and slamming him down onto the arena. Boom! The entire arena trembled. Everyone was shocked by this astonishing scene. They had originally thought that Feng Chen, in an absolute disadvantage, could not turn the tide, but who would have thought that in just a few short seconds, the battle had completely reversed. Feng Chen had dominantly suppressed the blue giant. Blood Rakshasa! Blood Rakshasa! Blood Rakshasa! Blood Rakshasa! The crowd cheered. Everyone was excitedly shouting Feng Chen's name. The blood within them was boiling. The emotions in their minds were erupting. They worshipped the strong. So pragmatically. You are strong, and we will cheer for you. Blood Rakshasa! Blood Rakshasa! Blood Rakshasa! Blood Rakshasa! As for the 7 people in the black hole chat room, except for Rice, they all fell silent. After 2 consecutive firm decisions not to choose Feng Chen, they had suffered a disastrous defeat. This was no longer a small loss of 20 million, it was a significant loss of face. However, at this point, choosing Feng Chen again was impossible for them, because after losing money, they would turn to choose someone else. Such a loss of dignity was something they could not do. Clown, I didn't expect him to win again, but it must be the end of his strength. In the next match, he definitely won't win. Female corpse, that's right, and that's how the underground boxing arena works. No matter how small the ant is, it's still meat. Although a first-grade chi blood pill is only worth 100,000, it definitely won't be given away easily. Eliminator, in the next match, he will undoubtedly lose. Rice porridge, I continue to bet on him winning. Pouring herself another glass of red wine, Rice porridge found Feng Chen quite interesting. Just a moment ago, others thought it was Feng Chen who seized the opportunity to defeat the blue giant. But she could see it clearly. Feng Chen used his mental power to crush the opponent, creating the chance for battle. An interesting kid, not very old, but everything else is big. Talent is great, mental power is great. On the arena, Feng Chen's mind once again echoed with the system's prompt sound. Congratulations to the host for receiving battle experience rewards, random doubling in progress. Randomly doubled by 999 times. Immediately, Feng Chen stood to the side, watching the fallen blue giant and listening to the host's countdown. 10, 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Let's give another round of applause for Blood Rakshasa and shout his name together. Blood Rakshasa! Blood Rakshasa! Blood Rakshasa! Blood Rakshasa! Blood Rakshasa! Cheers erupted. The atmosphere in the venue had reached its peak. In such an emotional atmosphere, no one would choose not to fight in the third match. This was also the host's intention. Passion. It cannot fade. Blood Rakshasa, do you dare to accept the next challenger? If you successfully win 3 matches, you will receive a free first-grade chi blood pill. Feng Chen had not yet responded. The audience was already eager to respond for him. Fight! 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 But their shouts were in vain. Feng Chen was not fighting for them in the third match. He was fighting for the first-grade chi blood pill. Fight! The voice was resounding. It raised the fervent atmosphere in the venue to another height. Blood Rakshasa! Blood Rakshasa! Blood Rakshasa! Blood Rakshasa! The host immediately waved his hand. Then let us invite the next challenger, the terrifying Blue Man King. With a whoosh, a dazzling light shone on the dark entrance, and a man covered in explosive muscles walked out proudly from backstage. Even though he wore a blue mask, it couldn't hide the arrogance in his expression. Upon reaching the arena, his first action was to kick the already fallen blue giant off the stage. Such a violent act immediately drew waves of cheers. Blue Man King, Blue Man King, Blue Man King, Blue Man King. Listening to the crowd's cheers, the Blue Man King proudly raised his hands, walking back and forth on the stage, enjoying the applause of victory like a winner, completely ignoring Feng Chen's presence. This made Feng Chen frown slightly. He wasn't annoyed by the Blue Man King's actions but sensed a hint of danger. This Blue Man King definitely exists at a level above theirs. His chi blood value must be above 35, even above 40. Have you been schemed against? With a slight furrow of his brow, Feng Chen's gaze turned to the host. He could sense that the host's vitality was not low, but it was clear that the Blue Man King's vitality was off. The host had not raised any objections. That meant this was the organizer's way of forcefully cheating reasonably. It really is impossible to escape the unspoken rules, isn't it? Getting a free reward is not easy at all. Adjusting his mindset, Feng Chen prepared to fight, too lazy to demand fairness. Is there absolute fairness in this world? Why can a minority of warriors dominate the majority of ordinary people? When he fights others in the future, will they lower their strength to give him a chance to counterattack? Or will he, when his strength crushes his opponent, insist on fairness and lower his strength to match theirs, leaving them a chance to kill him? Absolutely not. This world respects the strong and does not care for fairness. In the black hole chat room, watching Feng Chen eagerly prepare for battle, the atmosphere instantly heated up. King, this kid is getting cocky, winning 2 matches and thinking he's an invincible god of war? Eliminator, that's why young people with hot blood die quickly. Rice porridge, hey, have you thought this through? The opponent's vitality is 42, which is a third more than his. Rice porridge, I still bet on him to win. Joker, ha, then just wait to lose money. He's definitely going to lose this round. Rice porridge, we'll see. In the room, she lazily stretched, her fullness subtly revealed as her pajamas stretched. Rice porridge poured herself a glass of blood-red wine, gently swirling it in her hand. To be honest, watching such a low-level match was so boring it made her want to sleep. But who could blame her for being drawn to Feng Chen? He kept her awake, fighting off drowsiness and drunkenness to watch his next match. On the stage, the Blue Man King's gaze was fiercely fixed on Feng Chen, then he revealed a savage look, curling his lips into a cruel smile. Through the hollow mask, the Blue Man King mouthed fierce words to Feng Chen. You will die. The host waved his hand grandly. The match begins. He quickly exited the arena. Before Feng Chen could react, the Blue Man King charged violently, and when he was 5 steps away, he suddenly leaped up with a knee strike aimed directly at Feng Chen's head. If it hit, an ordinary person's head would explode. Bang! Feng Chen hurriedly raised both hands to block. His feet jolted back 2 steps, and he felt his hands go numb, as if struck by a swinging hammer. But that wasn't the end. Before Feng Chen could steady his footing, the Blue Man King's assault thundered forth again. A low sweep of his leg lashed out like a long whip towards Feng Chen's right leg, prompting Feng Chen's instincts to kick in, dodging his body. At the same time, he launched a counterattack. Bang! Feng Chen delivered a quick jab, which the Blue Man King blocked with his arm, and then Feng Chen unleashed a flurry of punches, raining down on the Blue Man King's blocking arm. He couldn't break through the defense. At that moment, Feng Chen recalled the Blue Man King's earlier low sweep. With immense mental strength supporting him, Feng Chen learned quickly, perfectly replicating the Blue Man King's kick, sweeping it across the Blue Man King's leg like a long whip. Bang! The Blue Man King looked at Feng Chen's low sweep and laughed. Never practiced, huh? No strength at all. Come on, I'll stand here and let you sweep. Feng Chen thought, is there such a good opportunity? Then I won't hold back. 1 kick, 2 kicks, 3 kicks. The entire underground boxing arena erupted. The Blue Man King actually stood there and let Feng Chen hit him? Could there be anything more prestigious than this? The emotions suddenly shifted to the Blue King. Blue King! Blue King! Blue King! Blue King! Even the black hole chat room burst into laughter. The clown, ha 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 ha, the Blue King is something else, just standing there letting Blood Rakshasa sweep, and the key is that Blood Rakshasa can't even sweep him. The deity, of course, the Blue King's vitality is thicker than Blood Rakshas's. In a battle of vitality, Blood Rakshasa definitely can't win. The eliminator, I see the outcome is already decided. The female corpse. Rice, the person you have your eye on isn't up to par, just letting him sweep, and he can't even stabilize it. Give him a chance, and he's useless. Rice, it's not the last moment yet. On the arena, the Blue King stood there, with immense confidence, allowing Feng Chen to sweep at will. That's how warriors are. Whoever has thicker vitality naturally wins half the battle. Exhausting the opponent's vitality can lead to their defeat. So, he wasn't worried about losing at all. However, when Feng Chen swept with the 7th kick, he sensed something was off. Why does this guy's every kick feel so much heavier than the last? Wait, if this force keeps increasing. Meanwhile, a rapid series of system prompts echoed in Feng Chen's mind. Congratulations, host, you have received a leg technique practice reward, random doubling in progress. randomly doubled by 775 times. Congratulations, host, you have received a leg technique practice reward, random doubling in progress. Randomly doubled by 666 times. Congratulations, host, you have received a leg technique practice reward, random doubling in progress. Randomly doubled by 888 times. With a thud, Feng Chen's low sweep broke the Blue King's thigh. The entire thigh instantly turned black, the muscles inside were shattered. The Blue King fell to the ground, terrified, and began to retreat. This guy, the first kick was nothing special. How did it become so terrifying afterward? He stared at Feng Chen with wide, fearful eyes. The audience on site and the 8 people in the chat room were equally shocked. The clown, what's going on? How did the Blue King suddenly get swept down? What did that kid do? The Eliminator, can't you tell? Did he really do anything? Rice, he didn't do anything, he just pushed this action to its limits. The Eliminator, what do you mean? Rice, the key to generating power in movement lies in the accuracy of the posture. The more standard the action, the greater the force produced. Blood Rakshasa perfected the action, which is why he unleashed the ultimate power from limited vitality. The clown, that fool Blue King, who told him to stand there and let someone practice moves. But at this point, saying more was futile. Feng Chen had already gained the upper hand and actively increased his offensive, completely knocking the Blue King down. Bang! Another kick. Feng Chen swept at the Blue King's arm, sending him flying across the arena like a kicked ball. The Blue King rolled on the ground a few times, convulsing and unable to get up. Only then did Feng Chen let out a sigh of relief, leaning against the arena's railing, panting heavily. Really tough to deal with, he gasped, shaking his head to dry the sweat from his forehead and eyes. At the same time, the host next to him entered the countdown phase. 5, 4, 3. But just then, a series of intense running sounds. At the moment Feng Chen relaxed, the recently fallen Blue King actually charged back in. Ah, go die. A frenzied roar. The Blue-Skin King, who had just fallen to the ground, suddenly charged forward in a berserk manner, leading with a heavy knee strike. Feng Chen was caught off guard, his relaxed mind tensing up in an instant. At that moment, he felt he might die. Thump, thump, thump. His heartbeat intensified, and in that moment Feng Chen felt the entire world had come to a halt, with only his heart still beating fast enough to leave him breathless. It seemed as if the heart was telling Feng Chen that it didn't want to stop beating yet, that it wanted to keep going. I don't want to die yet. The instinct for survival erupted, and Feng Chen's mental power surged forth. Like a devastating hurricane, it ruthlessly crushed the Blue-Skin King's flickering mental energy. Before Feng Chen could launch a physical counterattack, the Blue-Skin King was already rolling his eyes from the impact. At this moment, the Blue-Skin King, suspended in the air, was left with only inertia, completely at Feng Chen's mercy. And Feng Chen no longer holding back. 9 styles. 1 punch. Channeling destructive power, Feng Chen gathered all his strength and delivered a heavy punch to the Blue-Skin King in midair. The Blue-Skin King, having lost his will, had no strength to resist and was passively sent flying backward. But Feng Chen did not stop. 9 styles. 1 embrace. He moved forward to embrace the Blue-Skin King, not tightening his grip but concentrating all his strength on the next move. 9 styles. 1 slam. Focusing all his power and every heartbeat into this moment, Feng Chen lifted the Blue-Skin King, leaping over 2 meters high. Then, with a heavy thrust of his arms, he slammed the Blue-Skin King down onto the arena. Kill. With a loud bang, the entire arena trembled. The Blue-Skin King lay slumped on the concave arena, his entire skeletal structure shattered from the knees up, breaking into pieces that ruptured his internal organs, causing blood to gush from his eyes and nose. The Blue-Skin King was dead. Witnessing the scene of the Blue-Skin King bleeding from all 7 orifices, Feng Chen's heart raced. Thump, thump, thump. This was his first time killing someone, and it was terrifying. It was hard for him to accept. Congratulations, host, you have gained killing experience rewards, currently undergoing random doubling. Randomly multiplied by 999 times. In an instant, all discomfort within Feng Chen vanished, feeling as if it were just an ordinary trivial matter, like stepping on an ant, nothing to find extraordinary. Then, he turned his head, leisurely looking at the stunned host. Can we declare it over now? Why yes. The host stammered, completely overwhelmed by Feng Chen's strength. With a third of his vitality missing in having been ambushed, yet he'd managed to turn the tables. What kind of monster is this? And the audience, they didn't care about that. All they knew was that Feng Chen had won again. Blood Rakshasa. Blood Rakshasa. Blood Rakshasa. Blood Rakshasa. In the black hole chat room, the 7 people who had just cheered for the Blue-Skin King's counterattack were now silent. A few seconds later, notifications began to appear. The Joker has gone offline. The female corpse has gone offline. The Eliminator has gone offline. The King has gone offline. Soon, only Kanji remained in the chat room. Kanji couldn't help but laugh. Little guy, today you really slap those few people in the face. Quite interesting. But the real trouble is yet to come. Some people's faces can't be casually slapped. If you do, can you handle the strength that comes next? A burst of laughter escaped involuntarily. The fullness in her chest trembled with the flurry. It was a sight to behold. In the office of the boxing arena, the person in charge wore a grim expression as he handed a glass vial containing a pill to Feng Chen. To be honest, he said, win 3 matches and you'll be rewarded with a first-grade Qi blood pill. It was merely their promotional gimmick designed to lure martial artists in need of Qi blood pills to come here and serve as free contestants. But unexpectedly, someone actually managed to win the 3rd match. Feng Chen reached out to take the glass vial, pausing for a moment. Strange, the system usually reacts immediately. Why is it this time? Could this Qi blood pill be fake? He glanced at the person in charge and then handed the glass vial back. This isn't my reward. You. The person in charge was about to say something when the bearded man who had brought Feng Chen in suddenly appeared, walking over to whisper something in the person in charge's ear. But strangely, with Feng Chen's current mental strength, he couldn't quite make out what they were saying. He only knew that after the person in charge listened, his expression changed suddenly and he walked over to a nearby safe, retrieving another identical glass vial, which he respectfully handed to Feng Chen with both hands. An identical glass vial? Feng Chen casually took it. In his mind, the familiar electronic voice of the system sounded again. Congratulations, host, you have received a pill reward and it is undergoing random doubling. Randomly doubled by 689 times. It has been placed in the system space and the host can access it with thought. Feng Chen was a bit surprised. He hadn't expected this foolproof system to actually unlock a new feature. Did that mean his system had many more functions to develop? While he was pondering this, the bearded man walked up to Feng Chen. You'd better rest a while before leaving. Feng Chen glanced at the bearded man, unsure of what he meant. The bearded man had anticipated this and calmly explained, the people who come here to fight are all after the Qi blood pill. You just finished 3 matches and are carrying a Qi blood pill. It would be easy for others to target you. I understand, thank you. Feng Chen nodded. He understood this reasoning. However, staying in this underground boxing arena wasn't a good choice either. The matches were rigged and the rewards were fake. Was there really any safety in such a place? Seeing that Feng Chen insisted on leaving, the bearded man didn't say much more. After Feng Chen walked out the door, he took out a death warrant from his pocket, the very one Feng Chen had signed under the name Wang Guangming. Wang Guangming, heh? A blue flame suddenly erupted from his palm. The death warrant in the bearded man's hand was slowly burned to ashes, leaving not a trace behind. Meanwhile, Feng Chen returned to the surface. However, this time he emerged not at the original coffee bookstore but at the back door of a bar. Looking up at the sky, he noticed that it was already getting dark. Is it almost 9 o'clock? Time flies too fast. He sighed casually and was about to head home, but as soon as he moved, he noticed several shadows lurking in the corners, waiting for him. These guys really came quickly. Wen Shen muttered to himself, not believing that these people would unite. He took out the glass bottle he had just received from his pocket and held it up in front of him. I just came for practical training. If you want this Qi blood pill, take it. After saying that, he threw the glass bottle with all his might and sprinted in the opposite direction. He had hundreds of Qi blood pills, there was no need to throw away his life for just one. But even so, it only attracted a portion of the people, while another group continued to chase after Wen Shen at an astonishing speed, clearly on a different level than him. What's going on? With their strength, why do they need to fight me for a Qi blood pill? Before he could figure it out, a massive figure descended from the sky, blocking Wen Shen's path. It was a bald man with a rose embroidered on his head. Kid, the clown lord sends his regards. Clown? Wen Shen's mind raced. No matter how he thought about it, he couldn't recall when he had any interaction with someone called clown. But more terrifying than that was the fact that the man opposite him merely threw a light punch, yet the pressure was overwhelming, trapping Wen Shen in the aura of the attack, making it impossible for him to evade. So terrifying. I feel like I'm being sucked into his domain, unable to move. No, I have to escape. Wen Shen thought in panic. His mental power erupted fully, like a sharp sword slashing towards the bald man with the rose. The bald man clearly hadn't noticed that Wen Shen possessed such immense mental power, and inadvertently he was struck by Wen Shen's mental force. His body stiffened instantly, breaking his stance. Seizing this opportunity, Wen Shen did not retreat but instead launched his strongest attack. 9 styles. 1 whip. He turned and delivered a punch that whipped against the bald man's chin. The bald man's body swayed, a wicked smile appeared at the corner of his mouth, along with a spurt of blood. Damn it, a mere black iron who just crossed 3 stars actually injured me, a 9-star bronze. It seems I can't let you die too easily, or it would be too cheap for you. 9-star bronze? Wen Chen gasped. Dealing With the 4-star Black Iron Blue Man King had been incredibly difficult, now facing a 9-star Bronze Warrior, did he really have a chance? Moreover, he had no idea how many such bronzes were around. Damn it! Win Shen cursed under his breath and quickly swept a low kick towards the bald man, but upon seeing Win Shen's movement, the bald man cruelly laughed. Perfect, I'll break one of your legs first. Saying this, the bald man raised his calf high, ready to collide directly with Win Shen's right leg. He was confident that with his refined skeletal structure he could easily break Win Shen's leg. Your gentleman really can't take a loss. A leisurely voice appeared. The bearded man had somehow appeared between the two, using his leg to block Win Shen's low sweep while pressing down on the bald man's calf with his hand. Win Shen was taken aback. He felt as if he had kicked a cotton pillar. It was soft and had no hard impact at all. Meanwhile, the bald man was now sweating profusely. Who are you? Who I am isn't important. What's important is that this young brother is under my protection, the bearded man said expressionlessly, causing the bald man to burst into laughter. Ah, I thought you were going to say something. Do you know which lord wants his life? You dare to protect him? Isn't it just the chairman of the Thin Dog Group, Zheng Taiyang? What's so scary about that? You how could? The bald man's eyes widened in shock. He never expected the other party to directly mention his boss's name, and he was even more surprised that there was not a shred of respect when the other spoke of his boss. It felt as if he were saying that even if Zheng Taiyang himself came today, the other party would not take him seriously at all. As for Feng Chen, his shock was no less than that of the bald man. He was just bewildered as to why a billionaire boss would send someone to kill him. Zheng Taiyang was not an unknown figure. On the contrary, he had once been highly active in various media. He not only founded the billion-dollar Shogo Group but was also a 7-star extraordinary warrior. In this era where warriors were revered, such a person was almost every young man's dream role model. But why would he want to take action against him? Feng Chen couldn't understand. At the same time, the bald man couldn't comprehend why the bearded man wanted to protect Feng Chen. To the bald man, Feng Chen was clearly an insignificant figure in a small city. Since you know who my backer is, why are you still trying to stop me? Also, if my backer gets angry, are you sure you can withstand his wrath? Forget it, even if I tell you, you wouldn't listen. Let's kill one first to set an example, the bearded man said emotionlessly. His words were clearly not just for the bald man but also for the other few hidden figures. As for the choice of the first to be killed, it was obvious it was the bald man standing in front of the bearded man. Realizing this, the bald man suddenly felt a wave of crisis creeping up his back. His body involuntarily retreated. His fists clenched tightly. You don't do anything reckless. Although I don't know your strength, being in such a small city, your strength can't be that high. If it comes to a real fight, you might not be able to kill me. Is that so? The bearded man took a step forward. This step, though seemingly ordinary, made the bald man's heart leap as if someone had stepped on his chest, creating a strange sense of suffocation. This gave him an extremely terrifying thought. Are you above bronze? Guess again. The bearded man leisurely took another step forward. This time, the bald man not only felt as if someone had stepped on his chest, but his entire body was struck by a thunderous blow, causing his knees to buckle and collapse to the ground. The bald man was in a panic, trembling all over, unable to lift his head. Could it be a golden warrior? Wrong. The bearded man slowly moved forward again, his pressure intensifying. It was as if a mountain peak had suddenly pressed down on the bald man, making it impossible for him to even kneel, and he fell to the ground, wailing, burying his head deep in the mud. At this moment, the bald man was no longer making guesses. He was left with nothing but a humble plea for mercy. Spare me! Spare me! Too late. The two words, spoken with an unruffled tone, revealed the bearded man's pride. For someone like the bald man, the bearded man couldn't even be bothered to show any emotion. He simply extended his hand, slightly bending his middle finger, and a dazzling blue flame suddenly appeared in the air, transforming into a delicate flying swallow that agilely circled above the bearded man's palm. With a snap of his fingers, the blue swallow shot towards the bald man at an incredible speed, igniting a blazing blue flame. In an instant, it burned the bald man completely clean. The bald man didn't even have time to let out a scream. Witnessing such a terrifying scene, everyone around was stunned. Then, they all silently retreated. They already understood that this big bearded man was definitely someone they could not provoke. Even if they all attacked together, it would only be a death sentence. Once he sensed that these people had left, the big bearded man slowly turned his head and directed his gaze at Feng Chen. Feng Chen immediately felt as if he were facing a great enemy. He didn't know why this big bearded man wanted to save him or what his purpose was in saving him. But the big bearded man showed no signs of anything unusual. He simply walked over slowly and said to Feng Chen, "My young lady wants to have a chat with you." Chat? This direction of development was something Feng Chen had not anticipated, or rather, it was difficult for him to accept that this young lady had done so much just to chat with him. At least she could have tried to rob him or something. Yes, just chatting. Could you please hand me your phone? The bearded man extended his right hand towards Fengchen, leaving him quite puzzled. As he took out his phone, he muttered a bit. Why does your young lady want me to pay for the phone bill? She won't be calling all night or even until the next morning, right? Not to that extent, the bearded man replied, directly opening Fengchen's WeChat, then tapping the search box to look for an account. He then added the other party as a friend. The other side immediately accepted. The bearded man returned the phone to Fengchen. All right. Fengchen glanced at the other party's avatar and couldn't help but twitch his mouth. What kind of person uses a bowl of porridge as their avatar? Just as he was thinking about it, the other party initiated a voice call. Fengchen answered it. Hello, good day. Hello. A lazy voice came through, even with a hint of sleepiness and some distortion from the phone, yet it sounded as pleasant as the crisp sound of jade clashing. It made Fengchen feel quite comfortable. How should I address you? Address? That's too formal. Just call me Porridge Sister. And you? Should I call you Blood Rakshasa, Wang Guangming, or Fengchen? Fengchen's heart suddenly stopped. He had deliberately used a pseudonym for the competition to avoid revealing his true identity, but the other party had immediately exposed his real name. This was unacceptable to Fengchen. Who exactly are you? Who am I? I'm your Porridge Sister, don't you remember? The other party laughed cheerfully on the phone. But Fengchen couldn't feel any happiness at all. At this moment, the other party not only knew what he looked like but also his real name. With these two pieces of information, the other party could easily find Fengchen's home. Yet, Fengchen knew nothing about the other party. He didn't know their height or appearance, nor their power or background. The only thing he knew was that the other party had a strong subordinate with a beard, capable of easily killing even a 9-star bronze. Noticing that Fengchen had fallen silent, Porridge Sister chuckled. What's wrong? Do you think not knowing anything about me makes it dangerous to interact with me? Yes. Fengchen didn't shy away. If the other party wanted to kill him, they could have done it long ago without going through all this trouble of having the bearded man drive everyone else away first. That would be no different from pulling down one's pants to fart. Hearing Fengchen's straightforward response, Porridge Sister felt quite satisfied. Alright, I won't waste time with useless pleasantries. I know you have many questions right now, but answering them one by one isn't my style. I'll give you 3 chances to ask questions, make sure to use them wisely. After saying that, Porridge Sister calmly waited for Fengchen's questions. She had already thought about what questions he would ask. They would likely be, who exactly are you? Why did you save me? What benefits do I gain from interacting with you? She had prepared answers for all these questions. Fengchen was indeed thinking along those lines. What are your measurements? I am, huh? Porridge Sister was momentarily taken aback. This question seemed a bit inappropriate, didn't it? Fengchen on the other end looked quite innocent. Thinking one thing and doing another, wasn't that just life? Didn't you say I had 3 chances to ask questions and told me to use them wisely? So I have to ask the important ones. Hearing Fengchen's assertive reasoning, Porridge Sister snorted through her nose and laughed. Heh, are you trying to be clever with me now? We just said, it's me asking you, not you asking me. Fengchen rebutted with reason. In fact, he was testing. Although the other party addressed him with a friendly nickname like Rice Porridge Sister, it didn't guarantee that she wasn't a cold-blooded devil. Therefore, Fengchen had to probe where her bottom line was. If she got furious over such a trivial matter, then she was definitely someone to avoid. But what Fengchen heard was Rice Porridge laughing again. Interesting guy, that I'll tell you. Remember this, my measurements are 90. 61, 89, got it? Not bad. Fengchen immediately realized she was either a carefree sister or a deeply scheming person. So, second question, you saved me because you have your eye on me and you want to use my excellent genes to naturally and creatively cultivate an outstanding next generation together? Ha 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 ha. Rice Porridge burst into laughter, her chest bouncing, making it dizzying to look at. You little rascal, you're quite bold. I guess you're testing my bottom line to decide whether to have any interaction with me? Look, I already said it's me asking you questions, not you asking me. Fengchen pretended to be confused, but it successfully piqued Rice Porridge's interest. Alright, I acknowledge you, little guy. Talent, temperament, and depth, you're indeed a top choice, exactly the person I need. I can tell you why I sought you out. Go ahead. Fengchen didn't express much. He really wanted to know the true reason she was interested in him. If someone treats you well for no reason, that's a dangerous thing. A universal truth, what's free is the most expensive. Rice Porridge smiled slightly. Looks like you have a serious side. In that case, let's play a little game first. Game? Fengchen frowned, not understanding what she was up to. Rice Porridge confirmed, yes, a very simple little game, just need a mouth. Just a mouth? Are you sure you don't need to add hands? If you want to add hands, that's fine too. It's just a riddle. Guess why I came to you. If you guess right, I'll tell you the truth, really the truth. Rice porridge said with a smile, not breaking Feng Chen's little joke. Feng Chen also realized that he was deliberately teasing, but rice porridge acted as if nothing happened. This was enough to show that rice porridge was a person with depth, and very deep at that. I guess. You noticed my performance in the arena and think I'm someone worth recruiting? Close enough. Rice porridge didn't deny it, saying it directly. I came to you because I hope you can save my life. Save your life? The answer from Shifan once again took Feng Chen by surprise. A young lady with a subordinate like a big bearded man actually wanted a mere black iron to save her life. Is this reasonable? Shifan smiled leisurely. Of course not now, but with your talent, you could manage it in a few years. Just consider this an investment. I can understand the investment, but what I don't understand is, you clearly have a strong subordinate like the big bearded man. Isn't he enough to protect you? Feng Chen calmly retorted. Although this is an era where martial artists are respected, it is also a relatively peaceful time. The contests between martial artists are usually restrained. Therefore, underground fighting venues that pursue bloodshed and violence are explicitly prohibited. However, Shifan did not elaborate much, only reminding Feng Chen, channel all your mental energy. What you are about to hear is not something an ordinary person can withstand. It might scare you into a fool. Is it that exaggerated? It is that exaggerated. After saying this with a smile, Shifan stood by the window, and only then could one notice that what blocked the sunlight from her window was not curtains, but heavy iron plates. Yet, Shifan pulled the iron plate aside as easily as drawing a curtain. As the iron plate gradually opened, a corner of the world outside was revealed. Outside the window, the vast expanse echoed with the sounds of dragons roaring and tigers howling. Roar, roar, roar. Just a few sounds made Feng Chen feel his blood surging, as if his body was about to explode. At the same time, his mind was in turmoil. His mental energy surged like a doomsday tsunami, overwhelming and nearly collapsing. What is that sound? His face turned pale. Feng Chen instinctively pulled his phone away. It should be noted that this was still through the phone. If it weren't for the phone, Feng Chen might not have been able to maintain his mental energy. But Feng Chen did not know that. At this moment, his performance was already a display of extraordinary genius in the eyes of the big bearded man. This kid, just at the Black Iron stage, actually withstood the roar of the exotic beast. You should know that the place where the young lady is located is an S-class restricted area. I couldn't handle it even before becoming extraordinary. Unaware that he had already caused serious psychological damage to the big bearded man, Feng Chen glanced at his phone again and found that the call had been disconnected. He then shook his head at the big bearded man. What's going on? Wait a moment, the young lady's phone exploded again. This time, the big bearded man's tone was much gentler, but what he said made Feng Chen's mouth twitch. Again? Soon after, Shifan sent another voice call invitation. Feng Chen answered it. Did you change your phone? Yes. Shifan replied leisurely. Getting back to the main topic. So, have you discovered that this world is more exciting than you imagined? Why do you want me to know this? Feng Chen also became serious. Ignorance is a kind of happiness. But now Feng Chen's happiness was shattered, because he realized that in this world there are many terrifying existences. Just a single roar could lead to death. But Shifan's answer was quite reasonable. Because you will have to face all of this sooner or later. Not only you, but your family will have to face it, and your relatives and friends will have to face it too. As for the whole world, let's leave that aside. If you lack strength, you won't even be able to protect yourself and those around you, so don't narcissistically take on the burden of saving the world. A sharp and piercing statement struck at Feng Chen's soft spot. Indeed, if he lacks strength, he can't even protect himself, let alone those around him. As for saving the world, there's no need to think about it, because the world can't rely on you at all. I understand. Based on what you said earlier, you want me to save your life, which means you also have no confidence in surviving those horrors. Smart. Shifan smiled gently. This smile was different from the previous one that was all over the place, and it wasn't the casual kind either. It was an appreciative, opposing smile. It indicated her recognition of Feng Chen. I need comrades, some strong and trustworthy comrades. Just as you said, I also have no confidence in surviving these horrors, so at critical moments, I need someone who can come to my rescue. But I'm just a black iron. Only for now. Shifan's words were powerful, filled with expectations for Feng Chen's future. Before you grow up, I can provide you with help, whether it's techniques, resources, or even handling tonight's situation. I can assist you. Alright, in exchange, when I become strong, I owe you a life. Feng Chen did not hesitate. The $1 billion Shogo group, even the big beard doesn't Take seriously, just based on this, Fengchen could determine that relying on this big tree, he would have plenty of time to develop quietly. As for when he becomes strong, that can be discussed later. Deal? Then it's settled. I'll help you deal with those people targeting you tonight, and your identity information will definitely not be leaked by the fighting arena. She fanned through two benefits at Fengchen. Providing timely help is far better than adding flowers to a brocade. When Fengchen was weak, she only needed to lift a finger to help him solve many things that made him feel desperate. Small investment, big return. Besides these two matters, is there anything else you need my help with? Of course. Fengchen smiled slightly. You just said you would answer me 3 questions, and now I have one more to ask. Is it about the truth of these horrors? After a pause, she fanned gently but firmly indicated that she didn't want Fengchen to understand these matters too early. I think you don't need to be anxious. Understanding the truth of the world in advance is a good thing, but knowing too much is not necessarily a good thing. But she was mistaken. No, I want to ask when we can meet. In person? Fengchen couldn't accept it. What if the person on the other side is a sweet-talking old lady over 60? Wouldn't that create a psychological shadow for him with those cars he drives? Hearing that Fengchen's question was this, Shifan couldn't help but laugh again, her laughter full of life. Ha ha ha, so that's what you were asking. Alright, then let's wait until you become an extraordinary warrior. Extraordinary. Fengchen repeated softly, feeling it was somewhat distant. Shifan added, or you can wait until you can defeat Old Xing. Old Xing? The big beard in front of you. Fengchen glanced at the big beard, sizing him up. Is he very strong? He's okay, 9-star extraordinary, a bit stronger than that Zheng Taiyan waist. 9-star? Extraordinary? You might as well just tell me to become a legend. Fengchen thought unhappily. Opposite him, Shifan lazily yawned. Alright, I'm not talking to you anymore. I have a big battle tomorrow and need to rest well. Remember to grow quickly, but don't die, you still owe me a life. Okay, good night, sweet dreams. Fengchen said perfunctorily. Let the porridge laugh out loud again. What an interesting guy. If you have any questions about the cultivation method, you can ask me. If I don't reply, just ask Old Xing. Let's leave it at that for now. Okay, you go to sleep first. Remember to cover yourself well with the quilt, don't catch a cold. If you want to hear a lullaby, just tell me, Fengchen said with a warm demeanor. The big bearded man standing aside looked a bit awkward and somewhat twisted. As far as he knew, his young lady didn't have time to date anyone. After several rounds of chatter, Fengchen listened to the sound of the call disconnecting, revealing a sarcastic sweet smile reserved for single dogs. He looked at the big bearded man and said, Go to sleep, you rascal. Ahem. The big bearded man coughed a couple of times, thinking to himself that just because he didn't hear their conversation didn't mean he was foolish. Their young lady was not so easily won over. The young lady instructed me earlier to give you 2 things, just wait a moment. What good things? Fengchen said with an expectant look. P.S. The ranking is black iron, bronze, silver, gold, extraordinary, legendary, epic, mythical. Each stage is further divided into 1 to 9 stars. Wait a moment. The big bearded man gestured for Fengchen to wait, turned around, and went back to the underground boxing arena. When he came out again, he had 2 more items in his hands. A small yellow booklet and a small blue glass bottle. Fengchen first took the booklet. On the ancient-looking cover, 3 large characters were written in a powerful script. God-slaying technique. God-slaying. The lady said that compared to your talent in martial arts, your talent in mental strength is even more astonishing, so she asked me to give you this set of techniques, wishing you success in your mental cultivation. The big bearded man said seriously. This made Fengchen a bit frustrated. If he had known about such a good thing earlier, he would have put more effort into martial arts, achieving both mental strength and martial arts cultivation, and could have received another set of techniques by now. What grade is this god-slaying technique? High-grade Xian level. Xian level? Fengchen frowned slightly, thinking that this rice porridge sister didn't seem as generous as he had imagined. Since she wanted him to grow quickly, she could at least give him a heavenly grade. A high-grade earthly level would also be acceptable. The big bearded man immediately saw through Fengchen's thoughts. So he said leisurely, there are very few warriors who specialize in mental strength, and even fewer techniques that have been passed down. This god-slaying technique is already quite good. Speaking of which, there is a blood measurement device that can accurately measure blood values. Is there a mental measurement device for mental strength? Fengchen asked curiously. The big bearded man nodded in response. Of course there is, and I have one on me. If you want to measure it, I can lend it to you. By the way, the values of blood and mental strength are interchangeable. Thank you for the trouble. Fengchen politely expressed his gratitude, which made the big bearded man feel quite pleased. He then took out a palm-sized round glass from his pocket and confidently handed it to Fengchen. This is the mental strength measurement device. You just need to inject your mental strength into it and it will display your mental strength value. Since mental strength is not a mainstream technique, this thing is rarely seen outside. Okay, thank you. Fengchen sincerely expressed his gratitude and then stuffed the measurement device into his pocket. He then casually looked at the blue glass bottle in the big bearded man's hand. What kind of elixir is this? The big bearded man looked at Fengchen with a deep gaze, his whole body radiating resentment like a cold wave in winter, freezing the air and making one feel chilly all over. Fengchen touched his nose, reasonably refusing to return it. Well, you just said that this thing is rarely seen outside, so in order to urge my growth and help your lady sooner, just let me use it a little longer. Don't worry, I will definitely return it. I'm not that kind of person. The big bearded man thought to himself, you are that kind of person. But for the sake of the rice porridge sister, he didn't say anything more. He directly introduced another elixir. This elixir is called the Spirit Nourishing Pill. It's a first-grade one. After taking it, it can increase your mental strength. Okay, thank you. Fengchen reached out to take the Spirit Nourishing Pill and placed it in his backpack along with the God-slaying technique. Congratulations, host. You have received an elixir reward, random doubling in progress. Randomly doubled by 768 times. Congratulations, host, you have received a technique. Reward, random doubling in progress. Randomly doubled by 247 times. Listening to the system's announcements, Fengchen's mouth twitched. What do I need so many techniques for? Am I going to live by selling books? 200 books at the recycling station wouldn't even buy me $10, right? At this moment, the big bearded man solemnly explained. In fact, mental strength is generally only developed by ordinary warriors after reaching the extraordinary level. Only a very few, exceptionally gifted individuals can dabble in it before reaching the extraordinary. This is a kind of talent, so you need to seize the opportunity well, you can't waste it. Moreover, with this talent, you can have more advantages than others. Of course, the specific advantages. Once you discover them, you'll understand naturally. After saying this earnestly, the big bearded man took out the blood essence pill that Fengchen had discarded. This is your reward, you can take it back with you. Okay. Fengchen was indeed a bit surprised to get this pill back. However, he would definitely not consume it. Things that are out of sight are hard to ensure that the big bearded man won't secretly tamper with them. Big beard, since we are so familiar now, let me ask you something. You have to tell me honestly and clearly, how does Sister Shifan look? Although he was on guard, if she happened to be quite good looking, it would be a bit more pleasant to be cautious. The big bearded man looked at Fengchen helplessly. Who are you familiar with? Weren't you just chatting happily with the lady? People who don't know would think you two are in a romantic relationship. How come you don't know that looks can be discussed? It's online dating. It's normal for people and animals to be indistinguishable. Who are you calling an animal? I'm a virgin. I'm a virgin. Fengchen admitted helplessly, facing a dignified 9-star extraordinary, although he wouldn't kill him, making him feel worse than death was still quite easy. Fortunately, the big bearded man didn't really want to hold it against Fengchen. Once you reach the extraordinary level, basically everyone will refine their tendons and wash their marrow, clearing the impurities in their bodies. The higher the strength, the more thorough the refinement, and by that time, it would be hard to be ugly. In that case, what about Sister Shifan's strength? Far above me, the big bearded man said, calmly, not caring what expression Fengchen would have after hearing that. He reached for his phone. Add my WeChat and leave my number. If you encounter any trouble, you can find me. This is the lady's instruction. After sorting out these trivial matters, the big bearded man returned to the underground boxing arena to continue being his gatekeeper, leaving Fengchen still in a state of agitation. Listening to Sister Shifan's voice, to put it grandly, she is only about 10 years older than me, or to put it modestly, she might only be 2 or 3 years older than me, yet she is above the 9-star. Extraordinary. Is she a legend? Or an epic? Just thinking about it made Fengchen feel crazy. A legendary martial artist in her 20s is a top existence. In the entire Huaxia region, an absolute prodigy. But she actually has her eyes on me? And Fengchen looked at the big bearded man's final silhouette. In fact, with the big bearded man's strength, he could have chosen anyone from the entire underground boxing arena, or even challenged the entire Tianla city. The reason he willingly stayed was to help Sister Shifan discover some talents worth investing in. When will I be able to be like Sister Shifan? Casually having a 9-star extraordinary subordinate who will do whatever I ask him to do? He sighed enviously. Time was already approaching 10 o'clock. So, Fengchen took a taxi back. When he was a few hundred meters away from home, he paid in advance and got out of the car. Given their family conditions, they couldn't afford a taxi, so he couldn't let anyone see that he had come into some money. Idle chatter would worry his family. When he returned home, his dad still hadn't come back. His mom was still doing handicrafts, and as for Xinger, she was eagerly waiting for Fengchen to return. As soon as she saw Fengchen's figure, she rushed over. Brother! Hey, my little troublemaker! Fengchen quickly ran over and hugged Xinger, then habitually rubbed her nose lightly. Xinger sniffed the scent on Fengchen and exaggeratedly wrinkled her nose. Stinky. Brother is stinky. Hey, otherwise how could he be called a stinky man? He rubbed his face against Xinger's, making the little girl giggle uncontrollably as Fengchen slowly walked home with her. Under the streetlight at the entrance, Lin Xuemei was tying shoelaces, but not for her own shoes. She was lacing up the shoes processed by the factory, one by one. She earned 50 cents for each pair she finished. When she saw Fengchen return, Lin Xuemei smiled slightly. You're back. I'm back. Fengchen smiled back, but in his mind, the sound of dragon roars and tiger howls echoed. If such monsters really appeared in their lives, what would become of his family? Indeed, the strong are respected. Only by being strong enough can one fear nothing, live freely and without worries. Fortunately, I have the system. Remembering that he had this super cheat, Fengchen felt the pressure of the future lighten considerably. As long as I make good use of the system, becoming extraordinary is just the beginning. Becoming a warrior above the extraordinary is not impossible. A confident smile appeared at the corner of his mouth. After taking a shower, Fengchen sat on the bed. In front of him lay the god-slaying technique that the big bearded man had given him, the cultivation method he planned to practice tonight. But before that, he needed to test how high his mental strength really was. P.S. The levels of cultivation methods are divided into 4 tiers: heaven, earth, mysterious, and yellow, each tier further divided into upper, middle, and lower grades. Flipping open god-slaying technique, Fengchen glanced at the content introduction. God-slaying technique, high-grade mysterious level. It is a technique that condenses mental power into a sword to attack opponents. When perfected, mental power can solidify into a physical entity capable of not only attacking the opponent's mental will but also directly slaying their body like a real sword. It seems quite powerful. In fact, this was Fengchen's first encounter with a mysterious level technique. Before this, he had only self-studied low-grade yellow techniques, jumping 6 levels at once, which made him feel a bit anxious. He then turned to the second page. At the top, he saw a line of elegant annotations. Requires mental value above 1000 to practice. Stroking his chin, Fengchen couldn't connect this delicate wording with the rugged appearance of the bearded man. Could it be that this line was written by Sister Shifan? As the saying goes, the writing reflects the person. If the writing is good, Sister Shifan should look good too. But this requirement for mental power, I'm afraid the average person can't meet it, right? With doubts, he looked down. Fengchen saw that the technique indeed mentioned that there was a threshold for entry, so one must first strengthen their mental power to practice. The method to strengthen mental power was also included in the booklet. It was the set of nurturing spirit technique that Fengchen had self-studied online. However, the frustrating part was here. The one he self-studied online was only the first part. After finishing the first part, he had to switch to the second part. Damn! What does that mean? Does it mean I wasted my time learning it? Fengchen's forehead suddenly felt cold. He felt like his brain was splitting. But upon further thought, that didn't seem right. His system had a discernment function. If he had learned it incorrectly, the system would have stopped doubling his progress long ago. This is so confusing. Feeling frustrated, he quickly looked down. From the notes in the booklet, Fengchen finally found the answer to his question. So the first part of nurturing spirit technique is easy to enter but difficult to master, while the second part is difficult to enter but easy to master. Both paths lead to the same result in the end. Because practicing only the first part makes it hard to reach a profound level. That's why it suggests switching to the second part. Using the foundation from the first part to cross the threshold of the second part, directly impacting the profound realm. But it also reminded that focusing on just one is more suitable. And since the first part is easy to enter and suitable for building a foundation, focusing on the first part is actually the best choice. After reading this content, Fengchen finally let out a sigh of relief, while silently feeling resentful. It was understandable to breathe heavily while speaking, but was it really necessary to breathe heavily while taking notes? Meanwhile, thousands of miles away, Shifan, who had been sleeping soundly, suddenly sneezed and felt a deep sense of resentment. Strange, why do I feel like someone is cursing me? After feeling annoyed for a while, Shifan continued to sleep. On the other side, Fengchen was secretly relieved. So, does this mean I accidentally laid a good foundation? First, just in time to test and see what level my mental power has reached. Sitting upright on the bed, Fengchen gently released his first consciousness, pouring all of it into the mental power measuring instrument. In an instant, a set of blue numbers jumped out on the glass instrument: 668. 668? If assimilated to the blood value, that's equivalent to a 6-star bronze level, which doesn't meet the 1000 requirement. Immediately, Fengchen released his second consciousness, and also injected it into the glass instrument. Another number jumped out: 622. The two combined are indeed enough to meet the standard, but why does it feel a little off? Why can't one of them just break 1000 first? Fengchen's thoughts were quite simple. If either the first or second consciousness reached 1000 first, he could start cultivating the god-slaying technique, allowing the other to take time to do other things. Let's see if there's an answer in the book. Fengchen decided. To avoid being startled by someone's heavy breathing again, he would read the entire book before thinking. Supported by his immense mental strength, Fengchen read at an astonishing speed, finishing a whole page at a glance, which would be considered absolute genius among ordinary people. Of course, it was the same among martial artists. After a minute, Fengchen had finished the small booklet and most of his questions were cleared away. So it turns out that mental strength and vitality are complementary. If either is too low, it will restrict the growth of the other. Taking myself as an example. It's because my vitality hasn't reached bronze that my mental strength is limited to the bronze stage, unable to break through to 1000 in silver. The reverse is also true. If mental strength is too weak, vitality can't be improved, but this problem usually occurs when transitioning from gold to extraordinary. Isn't the big beard stuck? Even at 9 stars, he can't level up. Understanding these key points, Fengchen felt even more confident about his future. With the system's doubling effect, his mental strength and vitality could perfectly soar together without worrying about being stuck at a boundary. In this case, I found the reason for splitting my mental strength in half. If a single mental strength is too strong, the body can't bear it, so it can only be divided. At this rate, I might be able to split it into a few more. Let's practice the god-slaying technique to the entry level first. Putting down the book, Fengchen closed his eyes and temporarily fused his two streams of mental strength together. Profound level techniques aren't necessarily harder to practice than yellow level techniques. The real reason for the difference in grade lies not only in the threshold of the technique but also in its completeness, such as the accompanying methods for cultivation. Just like how the god-slaying technique comes with its spirit cultivation technique, which is specifically designed to enhance mental strength, helping cultivators reach the threshold faster. Secondly, there is the difficulty of learning the technique. But with the system in place, Fengchen wasn't worried about practicing it incorrectly. As long as he succeeded once, he could succeed countless times. Congratulations, host, you have received a cultivation reward, and random doubling is in progress. Randomly doubled by 749 times. Congratulations, host, you have received a cultivation reward, and random doubling is in progress. Randomly doubled by 858 times. Congratulations, host, you have received a cultivation reward, and random doubling is in progress. Randomly doubled by 631 times. Half an hour later, Fengchen suddenly opened his eyes, and two beams of sharp light shot out, each about 4 to 5 inches long. They were incredibly sharp, making it hard to look directly at them. This was the small sword intent naturally generated after entering the god-slaying technique. Once perfected, it could even condense into a tangible sword, used to slay opponents directly. It's done. If I encounter that bald man with the rose again, I have confidence that I can cut down his mental will with a single sword. Clenching his fists, Fengchen felt an overwhelming excitement. Because now, he truly possessed the ability to fight across levels. Although activating the god-slaying technique requires the fusion of two consciousnesses, fortunately, my fusion speed is quite fast, so I can fully apply it in actual combat. Having achieved a minor success in sword intent, Fengchen temporarily set aside the god-slaying technique. Mastery of minor sword intent is about grasping the technique. Mastery of major sword intent requires a balance of technique and power. Therefore, to achieve major sword intent, one's mental strength must be at least over 100,000, which is still too far for Fengchen, whose vitality is still at the black iron level. He must at least become a golden warrior for his body to bear it. Thus, the urgent task is to enhance his vitality. Moreover, the talent test is scheduled for tomorrow afternoon. Fengchen must also prepare. First, to get into a good school. Second, to have a good excuse to improve his family's conditions. First, let's check how to take the vitality pill. Fengchen took out his phone and began searching. Soon, he found relevant Q&A. To better absorb the vitality pill, it's best to first practice a technique for gathering energy so that the medicinal effect can be retained in the body for gradual absorption. Looking at the search results on his phone, Fengchen finally understood why there is the saying warrior family. Ordinary people learning energy-gathering techniques without guidance from experts would take several years just to explore on their own, and they would also bear the risk of taking wrong paths. In severe cases, they might even go into a frenzy. But if there is a warrior elder in the family, as long as they reach the golden level, they can sit nearby. If the technique is executed incorrectly, they will be corrected immediately, reducing the chances of taking wrong paths and completely eliminating the worry of going into a frenzy. In this way, the same vitality pill can be absorbed at over 50% effectiveness by the heirs of warrior families, while ordinary people can only absorb about 30%. The gap is too large. Fortunately, I have a system and I can also perform internal vision, which can help avoid such mistakes. Then let's find a set of energy gathering techniques. Opening the mobile browser, Fengchen quickly found the corresponding technique, energy gathering technique. Because warriors are practical beings, and since it is merely a superficial yellow-grade low-level technique, the name is very straightforward. This also made it easier for Fengchen to search. Energy gathering technique, yellow-grade low-level. After practicing the technique to minor success, it can restore 10% of vitality in half an hour. After reaching major success, it can restore 30% of vitality in half an hour. Only 30%? Fengchen muttered discontentedly. But if an ordinary warrior heard this, they would surely spit blood at once. They toil hard, not daring to waste even a moment, and their goal is only to restore 10% of vitality after minor success, yet Fengchen actually complains that 30% is too little? Truly, comparing people can be infuriating. Forget it, I'll just make do. His eyes scanned the diagram of the human acupoints, and Fengchen quickly memorized the acupoints he needed to operate. Closing his eyes, he performed internal vision while sequentially running the acupoints. In less than a minute, he successfully completed his first exercise. Then he repeated the process. Congratulations, host, you have received a reward for practicing the technique, and it is undergoing random doubling. Randomly doubled by 749 times. Congratulations, host, you have received a reward for practicing the technique, and it is undergoing random doubling. Randomly doubled by 858 times. Congratulations, host, you have received a reward for practicing the technique, and it is undergoing random doubling. Randomly doubled by 631 times. An hour later, Fengchen had already cultivated the energy gathering technique to major success. He was also covered in a layer of black sweat. So smelly. Fengchen sniffed and felt quite nauseated. These are all the long-standing impurities in the body, the moisture left over from midnight baths, the toxins accumulated from eating hamburgers and fried chicken, and the harmful hormones secreted from watching adult films. It seems that practicing the gathering chi technique can also lead to an increase in vitality, but the speed of growth is a bit slow. I'll take a bath later. After I finish the vitality pill, the vitality will continue to grow, and then I can expel some more impurities. With a thought, a first-grade vitality pill appeared in Fengchen's hand. This was Fengchen's first time using the system's storage function. The experience was quite good. Then Fengchen had a sudden idea. System, help me store the god-slaying technique first. System? But after calling several times, there was no response from the system. At this moment, Fengchen remembered that when he took the vitality pill, it was all done through thought. Could it be that the system's storage ability is actually completed through thought? I'll know if I try. Fengchen looked at the booklet of the god-slaying technique and used his mind to tell the system to put the god-slaying technique into the storage space. With a whoosh, the god-slaying technique that was thrown on the bed instantly disappeared. Success! Fengchen smiled excitedly. Since the system could store the god-slaying technique, did that mean it could also store more things? For example, some soda, cucumber-flavored chips, or pretty girls. I'll leave that for later to verify. For now, it's more important to increase my vitality. He put the first-grade vitality pill in his mouth. With a roll of his throat, the vitality pill immediately fell into his stomach and began to take effect. In an instant, a surge of vigorous vitality rushed into Fengchen's body, flooding into his limbs and bones, making him feel hot all over. Fengchen immediately operated the gathering chi technique to retain this power in his body as much as possible and consciously infuse this power into his skeletal structure. Because the human body is like a clothes hanger. The flesh and skin are like clothes on the hanger. If the hanger is not strong enough, all these things will fall off. However, the efficiency of nourishing the skeletal structure was too low, resulting in a lot of vitality being wasted. This made Fengchen feel extremely pained. One pill wasted half. 600 pills would mean wasting 300. Damn it! I really am foolish. Others only learn one technique. It's already good for them to master one. You can't be greedy. But I'm different. I can master one in an hour, so what's wrong with learning several? Let's start practicing right away. Realizing that he was a cheat different from others, he couldn't just blindly rely on others' experiences. Thus, Fengchen used his primary consciousness to continue operating the gathering chi technique to prevent the vitality from leaking out too quickly, while using his secondary consciousness to rapidly learn the low-grade yellow-level bone tempering technique. Coincidentally, the method of the bone tempering technique required a large amount of vitality to impact the bones throughout the body, bringing about a brand new change. So without hesitation, Fengchen immediately guided the vitality within him to impact his entire skeletal structure according to the method of the bone tempering technique. In an instant, the vitality within Fengchen surged like waves crashing against the shore, layer upon layer striking against his bones. As the bones endured repeated impacts, some black blood and impurities slowly seeped out from between the bones. Those were deep-seated impurities that usually accompany a person's life and turn into ailments in old age. But now, they were being gradually eliminated by Fengchen. One vitality pill doesn't seem to be enough. System, give me a few more vitality pills, I want to refine them all at once. With a swish, 5 chi blood pills appeared in Fengchen's hand again. Without a second thought, he tossed one into his mouth like it was a candy. It should be noted that each chi blood pill costs 100,000 yuan. Not to mention that ordinary people can't afford it, even those with billions in assets can't consume them as casually as Fengchen does. But this way of eating Fengchen would have to continue for many more times. At the same time, the effect of his bone tempering was rapidly stacking. Congratulations to the host for receiving a cultivation reward. Random doubling in progress. Randomly doubled by 336 times. Congratulations to the host for receiving a cultivation reward. Random doubling in progress. Randomly doubled by 775 times. Congratulations to the host for receiving a cultivation reward. Random doubling in progress. Randomly doubled by 924 times. After a full 3 hours, Fengchen finally let out a breath. His entire body was covered in a layer of black blood, reeking terribly. During these 3 hours, he consumed a total of 21 chi blood pills, with the absorption rate starting at 50%, gradually rising to 80%, 90%, and even a perfect 100%, before finally dropping back down to 60%, 30%, and eventually none at all. The whole process was ruthless. It was just about consuming. But it also meant that Fengchen had developed a resistance to the medicine. Chi blood pills are refined from precious medicinal materials. While replenishing chi and blood, they also provide nutrients to strengthen the body. But a first-grade pill is just a first-grade pill. The resistance comes too quickly. In the future, taking a first-grade chi blood pill will be like eating candy. It will only temporarily replenish chi and blood, with little benefit to the body. Indeed, I need to find a way to get some high-grade pills. Unlike what most people think, truly high-end pills are easy to absorb, nutritious, and develop resistance slowly, but they are scarce, which is why they are of a higher grade. As for first-grade pills, they can only be described as affordable and plentiful. Fortunately, my bones have already been tempered. When I looked inside just now, I could see that my bones were as white as porcelain, completely free of impurities. This means my chi and blood value will have a significant leap, but unfortunately, I won't be able to show it off tomorrow. Although it was a pity not to astonish everyone, Fengchen felt confident based on his body's sensations. He believed that his current chi and blood value could still shock everyone, because he felt unprecedentedly powerful. By the way, can this measuring device measure chi and blood value? 2. His gaze fell on the measuring device of the big bearded man. No, it was his own measuring device. Fengchen unleashed all his chi and blood. At the same time, a number popped up on the measuring device and began to rise gradually, stopping at a certain value after reaching a limit. 224. No way. Even Fengchen himself couldn't believe that his chi and blood value had increased sevenfold in just a few hours. It had propelled him into the ranks of bronze warriors, achieving a 2-star bronze. Indeed, hard work and practice are all lies. If you really want to get stronger, you have to cheat and take drugs. With a talent evaluation showing a bronze warrior, if I don't take first place in the city, that would be unacceptable. Thinking about how after tomorrow his family's hard days would come to an end, Fengchen felt an immense sense of emotion. Once upon a time, he thought he would be trapped in this small room for his entire life, living a mediocre existence and eventually dying in old age. But now, after tomorrow, his father wouldn't have to deliver takeout anymore, wouldn't have to suffer in the sun and rain, and his mother wouldn't have to do manual labor, exhausting herself to the point of having red, swollen eyes. As for Xinger, she would finally have someone to accompany her, no longer locked up at home alone. Of course, I also want to make sure Xinger gets healthy so she can stay up late. Like other girls, go shopping whenever she wants, without worrying about her health. Speaking of health, Fengchen immediately thought of the sticky feeling on his body. So he tiptoed into the bathroom to take a shower. But he keenly heard that his parents were still awake, and they were sighing deeply. Hey, Yunzi is still awake. Tomorrow is the talent test, he must be under too much pressure. I'll buy him a better breakfast tomorrow so he can eat well and feel better. What nonsense are you talking about? If you suddenly say that, the child will feel even more pressure. Well, let's wait for him to come back and take him out for something delicious. It doesn't matter if he can get into the Warrior Academy, what's important is to be a little happier. I guess that's all we can do. Listening to the couple's whispers, Fengchen could only smile faintly. Mom and Dad, I will definitely not let you down again, absolutely. The next morning, just as the couple had discussed the night before, there were the usual steamed buns and a cup of hot soy milk. Dad had already gone out early to deliver breakfast orders. Mom was carefully pretending to be calm, afraid that Fengchen would notice her nervousness. Only Xinger. She quietly grabbed Fengchen's hand, stuffed her nutritional drink into his hands, and gently whispered in his ear, "Brother, Mom won't let me say it, afraid I'll affect you, but I know my brother is the best, so, brother, do your best." Brother will definitely do his best. He gently reached out to pat Xinger's little head. Fengchen took the nutritional drink and happily headed out. This morning, all high school seniors across the country had to gather at school, and then the school would take them to the City Education Bureau for talent testing. So, Fengchen had to go to school. Once in the classroom, with his greatly increased strength, Fengchen suddenly sensed that a few people preparing to take the martial arts exam had slightly elevated their vitality. It was obvious they had taken drugs. TSK, what a waste. They took a pill and only improved a little, what a waste. Fengchen shook his head secretly. They said they were going to take the martial arts exam. In fact, they weren't from martial arts families, so they could only eat better, exercise more, and then at the last minute take some drugs to barely get into a martial arts academy. Warriors generated this way would only be the lowest existence among warriors in the future. It was likely that one day they would end up in underground fighting arenas, either getting killed or killing others, or barely surviving. Knowing you have no talent, can't you just be a decent ordinary person? Why cling to a martial artist's title and be so happy about it? He muttered under his breath. As Fengchen turned around, he saw his deskmate Wang Mengda looking at him with a face full of despair. He was still mumbling, "It's over, it's all over." Fengchen's mouth twitched. He quickly comforted the guy. "I'm not talking about you. People need to have some ideals. If you have no ideals, what's the difference between you and a salted fish? I'm not talking about me, I'm talking about you." Wang Mengda was almost crying. This startled Fengchen. What's going on? Has my secret been exposed to the whole world? Damn! Am I going to be captured for research? Should I run away now? Thinking this, Fengchen cautiously probed, "What happened? Do you know what my mom said to me this morning? She said that guy from number 1 high school, the one with the awakened bloodline, called Chu Boang, his vitality is almost 100. Wang Mengda said with a face full of regret. He slapped his thigh in anger. "It drives me crazy. Why is his vitality so high? Isn't he clearly trying to steal your top spot in the city?" Fengchen felt a headache coming on. So it was because of this. Also, why are you slapping my leg out of excitement? Doesn't your hand hurt? Fengchen was just thinking this when Wang Mengda's mouth twitched. Ouch. Xiaofeng, why is your leg so hard? Upon hearing this, many seasoned folks around immediately turned their heads, revealing expressions of innocent and naive. A few girls nearby were scoffing. "To a pervert," Wang Mengda, startled, quickly explained, "It's a normal leg, not that leg. You're overthinking it." No, everyone is quite tense. It's good to relax a bit." Fengchen was indifferent. He just really didn't expect that the bloodline value of that Chu Baoan could rise so quickly. Fortunately, he acted decisively and went to fight in an underground match. Otherwise, he really might not have been able to win against this guy with awakened bloodlines. Speaking of this bloodline awakening, it's quite interesting, like crazy. Drug use rapidly increasing bloodline value. In the future, I should catch one to study. Just as he was thinking about this, the homeroom teacher entered the classroom and his expression seemed a bit serious. "Students, I have some bad news to inform you. Classmates, there is some bad news that needs to be announced." This one sentence made everyone's hearts race. Originally, the talent test was crucial for their future, so everyone was already tense, but unexpectedly, as soon as the homeroom teacher entered, it was such a statement that made everyone even more uneasy. Realizing that his wording was a bit off, the homeroom teacher adjusted his glasses. He didn't apologize. "Here's the thing, classmates, due to all high school students in the city having to take the talent test today, each school has drawn lots to determine the order of testing. Unfortunately, we have been scheduled to go last." Upon hearing this news, everyone's heart in the class instantly sank. The results of the talent test, aside from the inherent vitality value, were also closely related to the emotions and mental state during the test. Being left to test last meant that if those in front did poorly, they would feel they would do poorly too. If those in front did too well, they would feel hopeless. It was truly the worst position. Another point was that the talent test would last over 4 hours, and by the time it was their turn, everyone would be mentally exhausted and their stomachs would be growling from hunger. Therefore, over the years, the school that tested last usually ended up with the lowest scores. Teacher, can't we switch? Trembling, Sun Jianran raised his hand, wanting to fight for a chance. His family had scraped together 200,000 yuan to buy him 2 vitality pills in preparation for the talent test. If he couldn't get into the warrior academy, this debt would crush his family. But the homeroom teacher could only sigh helplessly. The principal has gone to negotiate, but for matters like this, the hope is quite slim. It's better for everyone to be mentally prepared. As soon as he finished speaking, Sun Jianran's face turned pale and he slumped heavily in his chair, tears already welling in his eyes. If he weren't holding back, he would have cried out by now. Seeing this scene, Wang Mingda also sighed sadly, silently grateful that he hadn't prepared to take the martial arts exam from the start. Then he thought of Feng Chen. He reached out to pat Feng Chen's thigh, but after recalling the previous pain, he changed it to just touching Feng Chen's thigh. He then blurted out, "Good thing you have awakened your bloodline, 0 cost, and there's a high chance you'll pass." As soon as this was said, the already tense group immediately glared fiercely at Feng Chen, treating him as a thorn in their side. It made it hard for Feng Chen to keep a low profile. He simply puffed out his chest and confidently said, "What can I do? It's just that I'm lucky. Good character brings good luck." To be honest, he had long had issues with Sun Jianrun and the others, who boasted every day about wanting to take the martial arts exam and become exceptional individuals, looking down on those preparing for the liberal arts. Now, it was great. Their hopes of taking the martial arts exam were halved, and they still wanted others to comfort them? Hilarious. At that moment, the homeroom teacher suddenly received a phone call, and after a brief exchange, he told everyone, "Classmates, the principal's negotiations have worked. Our students from number 2 high school will mix with those from number 1 high school for testing, which means some students can test a bit earlier." Upon hearing this news, Sun Jianrun and the others became excited again and immediately proposed their request. "Teacher, can we test first? After all, they aren't preparing for the martial arts exam, so their scores don't matter much, but if we wait another year, it will affect a lot." Damn! Wang Mingda couldn't stand such words. "What do you mean their scores don't matter? Is that how you talk?" But Feng Chen quickly held him back. It wasn't his place to be the one to stick his neck out. Feng Chen sneered. "Those who should pass will naturally pass. Those who shouldn't, no matter how many tricks they play, still won't pass." "Feng Chen, you!" Sun Jianrun and his group instantly became furious. Even the homeroom teacher frowned. Although letting Sun Jianrun and his group take the exam first was unfair to the others, the chances for the others to pass were indeed far less than those of prepared students like Sun Jianrun. After thinking it over, the homeroom teacher could only show some favoritism. After all, the Education Bureau allocates funds every year for each school to run martial arts training classes, but no school has ever actually started one. So where did that money go? With so many holidays each year, teachers' benefits must be paid for, right? Otherwise, there would be no sense of ceremony at all. Therefore, to ensure that benefits could continue, maintaining a certain admission rate for martial arts students was something every homeroom teacher had to do. Alright, let's not talk about this anymore. Sun Jianrun, you are the sports committee member, so when we get to the Education Bureau, you will be responsible for the lineup. Yes, teacher. A proud smile immediately appeared on Sun Jianrun's face. He would be in charge of the lineup. Who goes first and who goes last? Isn't that obvious? Seeing Sun Jianrun's smug expression, Wang Mingda frowned, feeling quite displeased, and then reluctantly opened up. He turned to persuade Feng Chen. "Xiao Feng, why not just back down a bit? Go over and apologize to that jerk, take the test early, and if you get a good score, the school might give you a reward of 100,000. Or 80,000. You want me to go over and beg him?" Feng Chen scoffed. This made Wang Mingda quite worried. "Come on, Xiao Feng, this isn't a joke. We might have backed down a bit, but if you get a good score, you could be a big shot for a long time. A real man should be able to endure a moment of humiliation to achieve a lifetime of success." Wang Mingda kept mumbling, analyzing the pros and cons for Feng Chen. If it weren't for Feng Chen holding him back, he would have slipped over to plead with Sun Jianrun on Feng Chen's behalf. As expected, when they arrived at the Education Bureau, Sun Jianrun placed himself first in line, Wang Mingda was second to last, and Feng Chen was placed last. Sun Jianrun even spoke with conviction. "Feng Chen, you have awakened your bloodline, so you will definitely pass. Therefore, you are making a contribution for your classmates by being last. This is also for the honor of the class, right? You big-headed fool, this is just personal revenge." Feng Chen didn't let him off easy, directly exposing his little scheme. This made Sun Jianrun run back to his first position, looking dejected and twitching. Wang Mingda gave Feng Chen a thumbs up. "Awesome. You still say it wasn't your big mouth at the beginning? Do I need to be this awesome? I'm very low-key, okay?" Feng Chen rolled his eyes in annoyance. At that moment, several buses stopped at the entrance of the Education Bureau. Hundreds of students got off the buses. After lining up, a chubby boy at the front with eyes as small as mung beans raised a big red sign that boldly displayed 4 large characters. Tianla number 1 middle school. Seeing the person at the front, the faces of Sun Jianran and his group turned a bit ugly. This puzzled Feng Chen. What's wrong? Why do I feel that jerk is afraid of that fat guy? That fat guy is Chu Boang, the one with the awakened bloodline from number 1 middle school, Wang Mengda whispered. This made Feng Chen understand. From a distance it didn't feel like much, but now that Chu Baowang was closer, Feng Chen noticed that the fluctuations of his vital energy were indeed impressive. Among martial artists, there is a concept of vital energy suppression. Those with higher vital energy can suppress those with lower vital energy. So when Chu Baowang stood there, the people around him felt almost suffocated. This is too arrogant. Feng Chen could see it at a glance. This Chu Baowang was not suppressing his own vital energy at all. Instead, he was deliberately maximizing it to influence the state of the second high school students. No need to ask. This was definitely the principal of the first high school getting back at the principal of the second high school. After all, the principal of the second high school had gone to the Education Bureau crying, dragging the first high school down with him for the final test. Damn! Luckily this is just lining up. If it were during the exam, whoever was next to him would be doomed. Wang Mengda said, gleefully watching those guys around Sun Jianran. At this moment, Chu Baowang stood in a position that was neither too far nor too close, right next to Sun Jianran. Sun Jianran was so scared that he was dumbfounded. But soon Sun Jianran reacted, disgusted with his little group, and boldly walked up to Feng Chen. You guys, go to the front. You guys, go to the front. Sun Jianran and his group domineeringly pointed at Feng Chen and the others, wanting to push them to the front to be neighbors with Chu Baowang. It was obvious. According to the order, whoever stood next to Chu Baowang was very likely to be in the same batch of tests as him, and that person would be the unlucky one. No one could tolerate this. Wang Mengda immediately got angry. What do you mean by this? When you were in front, it was good for you, and now that you're behind, you want to be in front again. How thick-skinned can you be? Who are you calling thick-skinned? Sun Jianran's face turned red with anger. This kind of small-minded person is like that. He can do it, but others can't say anything. I am the sports committee member. The class teacher said to let me arrange the lineup. I have the authority to arrange everyone's position. Still a committee member? Are you scared before the test? Using the class teacher as an excuse, aren't you ashamed? Wang Mengda was not polite at all. Although his blood pressure wasn't high, his brother Feng Chen's was. No need to back down. Feng Chen knew his thoughts. But just because my blood pressure is high, I can use it to pressure others. So what? I say, Sun the Despicable, if you're scared, just say it. For the sake of being classmates, if you ask me nicely, I can stand in front. Yeah, first call out something nice. Call me Brother Wang Tu. Here. Wang Mengda was also fearless. After all, he had Feng Chen backing him up. The commotion over here was so loud that the class teacher naturally couldn't just sit back and watch. She quickly came over and shouted, "What are you doing? Feng Chen, Wang Mengda, and you guys, go stand in front." When Sun Jianran and the others saw the class teacher coming to support them, they immediately smiled with pride. The looks they gave Feng Chen and Wang Mengda were filled with mockery. The meaning was clear. You guys are so arrogant. Now the class teacher is on our side. How can you still fight with me? Not going. But Feng Chen was also clean and neat, not giving the class teacher any face, making her so angry her eyes turned dark. You dare not listen to the teacher. I respect your profession, that's why I called you teacher. With the things you've done, do you deserve the title of teacher? When Feng Chen said this, not only did Wang Mengda cast an appreciative glance, even Sun Jianran and those guys couldn't help but want to praise Feng Chen. The class teacher's face turned pale with anger. But she couldn't explode, because at this moment, they were not standing in school nor in the classroom, but in the Education Bureau. If something went wrong, let alone her as a small class teacher, even the principal wouldn't be able to handle it. So, she could only scold softly. Feng Chen, what do you want? Do you want our class 2 of senior 3 to embarrass ourselves in front of the whole city? Don't speak so exaggeratedly. Feng Chen hated this kind of labeling behavior the most. He directly stated his demands. If you want me to stand in front, fine. First, this Sun the Despicable has to apologize to us, and secondly, teacher, you also have to apologize to us. What did you say? The class teacher and Sun Jianran shouted in unison. This made the principal, who was inspecting, look over with wide eyes. His gaze was filled with anger. This one look immediately made the class teacher yield. Alright, Feng Chen, this matter is the teacher's fault. The teacher apologizes to you. Next to her, Sun Jianran stammered and followed up with, I'm sorry. Is that it? Feng Chen tapped his ear and looked at Wang Mengda beside him. Did you hear anything? It seems like there was, but also seems like there wasn't. Wang Mengda stroked his chin, forcing out a few comments. This apology lacks logic, and the emotions are not strong enough. There's no rise and fall in the tone, the voice is flat, making it seem very unfocused. Both the homeroom teacher and Sun Jianrun were seething with anger. In front of everyone, Feng Chen and Wang Mengda showed them no respect at all. Sun Jianrun was so furious. He began to roar. Don't go too far. Too far? The talent test concerns everyone's future, but you want to manipulate it however you like, and then still have the face to say we are going too far? Feng Chen scoffed at such petty emotions. He patted Wang Mengda on the shoulder. You tell him that thing you said to me before. Oh. Wang Mengda cleared his throat and began to speak passionately. We may have been a bit cowardly, but if we get good grades, we can be in charge for a long time. A real man should endure a moment of humiliation to achieve a lifetime of success. What do you think? Isn't that very reasonable? Feng Chen said with a wicked smile to Sun Jianrun. His attitude was clear. Today, I want you to bow your head. If you don't bow, you won't get good grades, and you'll be bowing your head for the rest of your life. Sun Jianrun was so angry his fists turned white. He could only lower his head. I was wrong, I was selfish, wanting to get good grades, please forgive me. The homeroom teacher frowned and spoke helplessly. I'm sorry, I'm biased as the homeroom teacher. Hey, you don't need to say that, it makes it seem like we don't respect our teachers. We'll stand in front, goodbye. Feng Chen finished speaking and immediately walked away. The homeroom teacher was so furious. He felt dizzy, internally raging. If you really want to respect your teachers, you should have stopped me before I spoke. Damn it! Interrupting me halfway through, what does that mean? You heard the apology, you want the reputation too. As for Sun Jianrun, he clenched his fists tightly. Others wanted to come over to persuade him, but he raised his hand to interrupt first. No need to say anything. I'll hold my breath for now. The most important thing is to adjust our state and get good grades. As long as we do well, there will be plenty of opportunities to torment them later. A group of people looked at Feng Chen with angry eyes. But their little movements had already been noticed by Feng Chen. With a powerful mental presence, Feng Chen was keenly aware. Every word they said fell into his ears without missing a beat. He smiled slightly. Feng Chen thought to himself, revenge seems to be a kind of hope, right? Then I'll let you know what despair is later. You say you can't outtalk me, and you definitely can't outfight me. Calmly, he stood at the front of the line. Beside Feng Chen stood the towering Bloodline awakener Chu Baoan. He glanced at Feng Chen and then spoke leisurely. You are Feng Chen, right? I've heard of your name. Are you looking for my autograph? Sorry, I never give autographs to ugly people, especially those who are both ugly and fat. Hearing the strong provocation, Feng Chen was not in a good mood. If people don't offend me, I won't offend them. If they offend me, they must be despicable. There's no need to be polite to despicable people. As a result, before Chu Baoan could say anything, his little brother started to get angry. What did you say? Do you know who this person is? He is the strongest in our school, a Bloodline awakener. Didn't they say he's a bit foolish? Why does he look nothing like a fool? Feng Chen couldn't be bothered with these people. He turned his head and asked Wang Mengda a question. Wang Mengda replied softly. Isn't it because the people around him keep praising him to the point that he thinks he's invincible? It turns out it's like this. Feng Chen nodded, expressing sorrow. But this attitude, in the eyes of the overlord of Chu, was nothing short of arrogant and lawless. A group of people, fueled by passion, was ready to strike. However, the overlord of Chu raised his hand to stop them. What are you all doing? This is the Education Bureau, a place for learning. How can you resort to violence? Boss, he's acting like this. Ha! The overlord of Chu laughed proudly, hands in his pockets, looking rather foolish. He also gave Feng Chen a meaningful glance. The talent test is coming up soon, and I estimate I'll be testing alongside him. If I'm not careful and my aura affects him and he doesn't perform well, he'll regret it for the rest of his life. Really? Feng Chen glanced at Chu Baoan, the corners of his mouth slightly curling up, deciding to show how an excellent student would handle such a situation. He turned around and spoke loudly to everyone. Classmates, I know that many of you have opinions about classmate Chu Baoan. You think he looks ugly, fierce, and fat, and being in the same testing group as him would affect your scores, so I strongly request that classmate Chu Baoan and I be placed in the same testing group. If I don't do well, that's my own issue with my mindset, and it has nothing to do with classmate Chu Baoan. If anyone is the most despicable, Feng Chen will be the first to disagree. His powerful and impassioned speech earned loud cheers from everyone who spontaneously applauded in praise. Compared to them, Feng Chen truly embodied what a martial artist should be. Even the principal cast an admiring glance. This child has brought me honor. He also joined in the applause. Seeing this, Chu Baoan The other main character of the event could no longer remain silent and had to say a few words symbolically. Well, I feel the same way. If I am influenced by classmate Fengchen, that's my own inadequacy and it has nothing to do with classmate Fengchen. Humph. As a result, the treatment of the two was vastly different and the students booed loudly. This made the principal of the first high school unable to tolerate it any longer. Damn it, how dare you embarrass our school? Fine, just wait, I'm not someone without connections in the education bureau. Fuming, the principal immediately went to the back to stir up some trouble. Fengchen, right? If being influenced by Chu Boang is your own mindset issue, fine, then I'll help you be a hero. You'll take the test with Chu Boang. No, I'll also bring along a few key students from your class. Let them hate you together. But if Fengchen were to find out about this, he would definitely laugh out loud. Who are the key students in our class? Of course, it's those few from Sun Jianrun. However, at this moment, Fengchen's mind was ringing with the system's prompt. Congratulations, host, you have received a charisma reward currently undergoing random doubling. Randomly doubling by 555 times. Stroking his chin, Fengchen thought carefully, if showing off could increase charisma, then wouldn't it be good to become a club leader in the future? While pondering this, time flew by. In the blink of an eye, Fengchen's name appeared on the display screen. Fengchen, Chu Boang, Sun Jianrun. The students whose names have been called, please proceed to the testing room for talent testing. Standing at the back of the line, Sun Jianrun and his group turned pale upon hearing they would be testing with Chu Boang. How could this be? But now they didn't even have time to cry. This was the Education Bureau, not a place where they could do as they pleased. As for Chu Boang, he smirked coldly at Fengchen, full of mockery. You're doomed, childish. With a lazy smile, Fengchen calmly walked toward the testing room. The so-called testing room was actually a room filled with 50 measuring devices, divided into 5 rows, each with 10 devices. However, these measuring devices were different from the ones Fengchen had used in the gym. They were cylindrical devices that required a person to stand inside for testing. Moreover, each measuring device had a display screen showing the candidate's name. Right next to me. Discovering that Chu Boang was right beside him, Fengchen smiled knowingly. It was clear someone had arranged this, most likely someone from Chu Boang's side. But in this situation, it was a case of trying to show off and ending up being played. Since you want to bully others, you should be prepared to be bullied back, don't you think so, Sun Jianrun? Sun Jianrun's face darkened. If he could, he would absolutely not want to be in this examination room. But now, the only thing he could be thankful for was that he was on the other side of Fengchen, separated from Chu Boang by Fengchen. Thank goodness I'm not next to Chu Boang, there's still Fengchen in between. Although Fengchen has awakened his bloodline, his vitality must be lower than Chu Boang's. As long as Chu Boang explodes with power, Fengchen will definitely try to block it. When they clash, my pressure will be much lighter and getting a good score should be no problem. Thinking of this, Sun Jianrun surprisingly found Fengchen to be quite pleasing to the eye. He was secretly mocking him. Fengchen, oh Fengchen, don't you think you're so arrogant? Not complying with this arrangement, not complying with that arrangement, in the end, aren't you still arranged to be next to me, taking the bullets for me? Seeing the honeyed smile at the corner of Sun Jianrun's mouth, Fengchen understood his little thoughts. Taking the bullets, huh? You probably don't know that Chu Boang only belongs to the category of shooting. But I am a moving nuclear weapon. With a wicked smile at the corner of his mouth, Fengchen quickly confirmed that there were no innocent people in the same examination room. Fortunately, in the examination room, apart from Sun Jianrun's group, the rest were basically all cannon fodder from number 1 high school, unrelated to their number 2 high school. Then I can go all out. First in the city, I'm determined. Stepping into the measuring instrument, Fengchen leisurely waited for the test to begin. Beside him, others were varying degrees of nervous. At this moment, a sudden electronic sound rang out. Ding! Now starting the first round of testing, all candidates, please pay attention to the prompt. Light in front of you. When the green light is on, all candidates should clench their fists tightly and unleash their full vitality. Only when the red light is on can you stop exerting force. The test is divided into 3 rounds, with a 5-minute break in each round. As the voice fell, the entire examination room became tense, including Chu Boang. Only Fengchen remained calm. Then, with a thud, the green light lit up in front of everyone. Some people, in order to avoid being affected by Chu Boang, immediately clenched their fists and quickly unleashed their full strength. The entire examination room was instantly drowned in roars. At the same time, Chu Boang cast a cruel glance at Fengchen. He not only wanted Fengchen to fail the exam, but he wanted Fengchen to be intimidated by his vitality, resulting in a score of 0. Kid, this is the price of your arrogance. Clenching his fists, Chu Boang unleashed his massive vitality in an instant. A A tremendous force of vitality surged like a flood, sweeping across the entire venue, capturing all the candidates. What's going on? Sun Jianrun's face showed distress, his whole body trembling under the pressure. You have to know, the glass jar testing device in the examination room was specially developed to prevent candidates from affecting each other. But there were also loopholes. Because the vitality values of ordinary candidates would only be around 3 to 10, those exceeding 10 had the qualifications to become martial artists, and those exceeding 15 were considered excellent. Therefore, the upper limit of the glass jar measuring device was only 30. So when Chu Baoan, with a vitality value above 30, exploded, everyone else in the examination room suffered. This was simply a disaster. How can his vitality be so high? Did that kid Feng Chen not block it at all? Sun Jianrun roared in frustration. He was very close to Chu Baoan. He could already feel that the energy and blood within him were suppressed to the point of being unable to circulate. If this continued, his performance would definitely not reach excellence. So he angrily looked at Feng Chen, wanting to place all the blame on him. However, he was almost stunned by what he saw, because Feng Chen was not even unleashing his energy. Feng Chen, are you crazy? Have you been scared silly? Hurry up and block for me. You want me to unleash it, right? Feng Chen asked seriously, making Sun Jianrun feel like he was dealing with a fool. Are you stupid or what? Don't think that. After Chu Baoan unleashes his energy, you can unleash yours too. The test has a time limit. If the time passes, you will just be considered as having no results. Oh, fine, then I'll unleash it now. Feng Chen nodded seriously, infuriating Sun Jianrun to the point of wanting to spit blood. But he absolutely could not have imagined that what came next would truly make him want to spit blood. Clenching his fists, Feng Chen's energy and blood erupted in an instant. Ah! Boom! A powerful surge of energy and blood rampaged through the air. In that moment, everyone in the examination room, regardless of their strength, turned ashen. If Chu Baoan's unleashed energy was like a ferocious flood that they could still struggle against, then Feng Chen's unleashed energy was completely the end of the world. There was simply no way to escape. Boom! Boom boom! Boom 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 boom! The powerful blood energy from Feng Chen surged like a torrential flood, ruthlessly and violently, crashing towards the entire examination hall, especially towards Sun Jianrun and Chu Baoan, who were beside Feng Chen. The moment Feng Chen erupted, the two of them felt as if a great mountain had fallen from the sky, completely crushing them. With a thud, both of them knelt on the ground, unable to even stand up. Monster, monster! Sun Jianrun gasped for breath. He had originally thought that Feng Chen, with his bloodline awakening, was just a waste who had exhausted his potential, but he never expected that this waste had so much potential. So much that he couldn't handle it. What the hell are you talking about? If he wants to stand, let him stand. Why do you have to make him explode? Wailing in despair, Sun Jianrun truly realized what it meant to be hopeless. When Chu Baoan erupted, he could at least circulate his blood energy a bit, but when Feng Chen exploded, the blood energy in his body felt as if it had died, unable to move at all. If this continued, he would definitely not get a good score in this talent test. As for Chu Baoan, he was no better off. He had originally thought that even if he wasn't invincible in the world, he would at least be invincible in Tianla City. But as a result, with just one explosion from Feng Chen, he was stunned into immobility, and the blood energy in his body turned to sludge, completely unable to flow normally. This made Chu Baoan want to cry. Damn it, which lunatic arranged this? Why do I have to take the test with such a monster? Outside the examination hall, the principal of the first school suddenly sneezed. After rubbing his nose, he said to the principal of the second school beside him, "Oldly, we've secured the first place this year, and by the way, those students you just sent in are all done for." The principal of the second school held back for a long time but couldn't come up with anything to say. He could only express his impotent rage. Humph. Then he turned and left. At this moment, he still didn't realize how much he would enjoy it later. Inside the examination hall, the first round of testing had already ended. Feng Chen retracted his blood energy and activated the gathering chi technique to slowly restore his blood energy value, preparing to shock the entire hall again. After all, showing off is momentarily satisfying, but showing off continuously is even more satisfying, especially in front of those who are displeased, repeatedly crushing them again and again. Beside him, Sun Jianrun, who was kneeling, supported himself against the glass wall and slowly stood up. Then he put on a flattering expression. Brother Feng? Usually you call me Feng Chen. Why are you calling me Brother Feng today? Is there something? Feng Chen said with a smile, not at all delaying his recovery of blood energy. Sun Jianrun, with a face full of ingratiation, pleaded, Brother Feng, during the second round, could you please explode a bit slower? After we finish our test, you can explode your blood energy. Yes, Brother Feng. When you explode, we can't even test normally. The others also begged pitifully, asking Feng Chen to give them a way out. They even resorted to moral coercion. Brother Feng, my family borrowed money to buy supplements for me so I could get into the warrior academy. If I don't pass, I really can't face my parents. Look at what you're saying. If I don't do well, do I have the face to see my parents? Feng Chen disdainfully glanced at the person who said that. Is it only you who has parents? Sun Jianrun quickly apologized. Brother Feng, he didn't mean it that way. What he meant was, Brother Feng, you getting a good score is definitely not a problem, you just need to give us a chance to test first. Yeah, that's what we meant, not anything else. The others hurriedly changed their words, but it was still the same. Just for their own benefit. There wasn't even a sincere apology. Feng Chen's face turned serious. Wait until you finish your exams? What if the exam time passes? How about this? I'll explode first, and after I'm done, you can test. How does that sound? Sun Jianrun and the others immediately stiffened. Clearly, they didn't want to agree. Although the two options seemed similar on the surface, everyone knew that tests were time-sensitive. If they accidentally went over time, the score would automatically be 0. As refined egoists, they certainly wouldn't agree. On the other side, Chu Bawang sneered. Look at you all, so pathetic. A real man should fight boldly. Feng Chen turned to look at Chu Bawang, unsure how this guy had the audacity to say such things. Had he forgotten how crisp his knees sounded when he knelt just now? He watched as Chu Bawang took out a chi blood pill from his pocket, proudly waving it in front of Feng Chen. Unlike the ordinary brown chi blood pill, this one was green. Sun Jianrun's expression changed immediately. It's actually a second-grade chi blood pill. If bought on the market, it would cost at least 300,000. At the same time, he cursed inwardly. Damn it, you two gods are fighting, and us mortals are suffering. One Feng Chen was already enough. Adding a drug Chu Bawang, would they even survive? This was the first time Feng Chen had seen a second-grade chi blood pill. He was a bit curious. Your principal really is generous, giving away a pill worth 300,000 just like that. Doesn't he feel heartbroken? Our principal said that once I take first place, the funding can be at the highest level, 5 million in funding, and he can buy me another one as a gift. Chu Bawang said proudly. The students from Class 1 covered their faces in shame. Even with their bloodlines awakened, they were still foolish. When asked, they all honestly confessed. Feng Chen couldn't help but twitch his mouth. No wonder the first place reward is 100,000. It turns out there's 5 million behind it. What a loss. In the future, when encountering such things, I should negotiate with the school first. Hearing Feng Chen's words, it was now the students from Class 2 who covered their faces in shame. The Class 1 students were just foolish, but the Class 2 ones were bandits. However, thinking about it, being a bandit was much better than being foolish. Ding! Attention, students, we will now proceed to the second test. Please pay attention to the indicator lights in front of you. Green light means start, red light means end. Upon hearing the prompt, Chu Bawang showed no hesitation and swallowed the second-grade chi blood pill in one go. In fact, with his current chi blood value, he couldn't withstand the power of the second-grade chi blood pill at all. If he forced it down, the surging chi blood would destroy his body. That meant this person would be finished. But everyone knew that awakening one's bloodline was a double-edged sword, equivalent to exhausting all future possibilities at once. So knowing there was no room for growth in the future, why not fight for a breath now? Can't enjoy it for a moment? Ha 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 ha, I can feel it. The chi blood in my body is boiling. I've never been this strong before. With his fists clenched, Chu Bawang's veins bulged on his forehead. His chi blood value, which started at 97, directly broke through the 100 limit and continued to surge upward. 101, 109, 118, 129. At the same time, Chu Bawang shot Feng Chen a provocative look. Come on. If you have the ability, just like before, force me to kneel. As his emotions soared, Chu Bawang's chi blood surged a few more points, leaving Sun Jianrun feeling incredibly frustrated. Although you are challenging Feng Chen, it is us who are suffering. Feng Chen is completely unbothered. Feng Chen watched Chu Bawang with great interest. He could clearly feel it. The effect of the second-grade chi blood pill was indeed extraordinary. The chi and blood in Chu Bawang had already surged to an astonishing level. But Chu Bawang couldn't hold on to it. The immense power of chi and blood was like a passing girl just swirling around Chu Bawang before drifting away, meaning Chu Bawang had only tasted loneliness. What a pity. If I could eat this, it would definitely increase my chi and blood value by 50. Shaking his head, Feng Chen, while lamenting, said to Chu Batian, since you have challenged me, I will give you a chance, let you continue kneeling. Damn it, I think it's you who will kneel. Provoked by Feng Chen, Chu Batian, who was already feeling overwhelmed, clenched his fists until they turned purple, unleashing the medicinal power of the chi blood pill in a wild spread. His qi and blood value was gradually approaching the 200 mark. He was stepping closer and closer to Feng Chen's qi and blood value. Taking drugs, huh? Don't act like you're the only one who can do it. Feng Chen smirked. He directly focused his mind. System, throw me 3 first-grade qi blood pills and put them in my mouth. If the quality wasn't enough, he could always rely on quantity. Feng Chen had plenty of qi blood pills. Moreover, if he weren't worried that the system would mess up, he would have directly asked to have them stuffed into his stomach, so putting them in his mouth was just an experiment. Just think about it. In the heat of battle, when both sides are too busy to use their hands, a pill suddenly falls from the sky and lands directly in his stomach, causing his qi blood to surge. How terrified would the opponent be? And how secretly pleased would he feel? Just thinking about it was exhilarating. With Feng Chen's focus, in an instant 3 qi blood pills fell into his mouth. One swallow, and the 3 pills were in his stomach. Very good. Feng Chen's eyes lit up. This method was indeed feasible. Now, it was time for a complete domination. And once again, with his fists clenched, the qi blood within Feng Chen erupted completely, the power from the 3 pills igniting at that moment, making his qi blood blaze like a roaring flame, defiantly pointing towards the sky. Boom! In a flash, a pressure of qi blood, stronger and more overwhelming than before, enveloped the entire examination hall. It made everyone tremble. They felt as if an endless meteor was descending right above their heads, but even before it arrived, the aura it emitted was enough to extinguish their very lives. How is this possible? How is this possible? Feeling his qi blood being ruthlessly suppressed by Feng Chen, Chu Baowang's eyes were red and swollen as he shouted. He had already revealed his trump card. Yet, he still couldn't overpower Feng Chen. Moreover, his body was trembling uncontrollably, on the verge of collapsing to the ground again. I can't kneel. I can't kneel. With a thud, Chu Baowang fell to the ground once more. The sound of his knees hitting the floor was still so crisp. As for Sun Jianrun, he had been kneeling on the ground for a long time, looking utterly despondent. That expression clearly said, "Heh, do whatever you want, I don't care about the exam anymore, boo-hoo-hoo." After kneeling twice, by the time he had to kneel a third time, Sun Jianrun no longer had the will to resist. As for Chu Baowang, although he was unwilling, what good was that? Even revealing his trump card didn't help, so he had to kneel regardless. In just 20 minutes of testing, those in the same examination hall as Feng Chen felt as if they had experienced 20 years. When Feng Chen walked out of the testing room, everyone was in tears. Boo-hoo-hoo, why am I so unfortunate? Why do I have to take the exam with someone like him? Outside the examination hall, the principal of the first high school, who was eagerly waiting for Chu Baowang to achieve a good score, saw Feng Chen walk out alone, looking as if he had done well. He approached and asked, "Student, why hasn't anyone else come out yet?" "They're crying inside," Feng Chen said calmly, leaving the principal quite puzzled. "Then why aren't you crying?" "Me? I did quite well, so I don't need to cry." "I see." The principal scratched his head, thinking it shouldn't be like this. With Chu Baowang around, everyone should have done poorly. Could it be that Feng Chen was far from Chu Baowang? But that didn't make sense. He had clearly arranged for Feng Chen and Chu Baowang to sit next to each other for the exam. No wonder. Was Chu Baowang the one who messed up? No. This is impossible. Chu Baowang can't possibly fail. He still has the 2nd grade qi blood pill I gave him. Just as he denied his own thoughts, the principal of number 1 high school saw Chu Baowang and a group of people walking out of the examination room with long faces, limping. This made the principal's heart sink immediately, and his face began to feel hot. At the same time, as the chief examiner, Yi Xiangbei picked up the thermos on the table, blew on the tea foam, and took a sip with satisfaction. Have the exam results come out yet? Well, hasn't it come out yet after all this time? Yi Xiangbei frowned. Logically speaking, the results should have been out by now. It was impossible for them to be delayed this long. His subordinate said with a troubled expression, "It's not that, director, the results are out, but they're a bit strange. TCH, what a fuss. I've been sitting here for 20 years, what strange things haven't I seen? Show it to me." Yi Xiangbei said nonchalantly. His subordinate could only obey. Yi Xiangbei then disdainfully remarked, You just haven't seen enough. Wait until you've gained a few more years of experience and become as mature as I am, then when you see something like this, you won't. What the hell is this? Yi Xiangbei was so shocked that he jumped up from his chair. After more than 20 years in the Education Bureau, he had never seen such results. 231, 298, 253? But more importantly, everyone else in the same examination room had scores of 0. Damn it, we've encountered a tough guy who wiped out the competition. Yi Xiangbei was sweating profusely. Others might not understand, but Yi Xiangbei knew all too well. The glass jar measuring device, like a weighing scale, required the person being measured to maintain a relatively stable state for 5 seconds to record their chi blood value. But once the chi blood was suppressed, it would be disastrous. Severe fluctuations would only lead to unstable values. If the chi blood stopped moving in the end, it would be judged as 0. A chi blood value close to 300. This has already touched the threshold of 3-star bronze. How many levels must one have to achieve such results? Director, I checked. This person is participating for the first time and has just turned 18. What? Shangbei's face twitched. He realized the seriousness of the situation. This could no longer be described as a genius, it was simply a monster. Immediately send my orders, seal off the news. No one is allowed to leak this information without my command. After issuing the order, Shangbei didn't care about the subsequent tests and rushed up to the rooftop, took out his phone, and called someone he hadn't contacted in a long time. Hello, Lao Luo, there's something I can only tell you. You must not let this leak. Thus, within an hour, several key universities received Shangbei's message and learned that a monster with a chi blood value close to 300 had appeared in the small Tianla city. All the principals acted without hesitation. Send someone. We must recruit this person to our school. Meanwhile, the principal of number 2 high school, who already knew the truth, laughed joyfully while continuously slapping his thigh. Ha 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 ha, ha 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 ha. This made the principal of number 1 high school feel incredibly frustrated, with a mouthful of old blood rising to his throat, which he had to swallow back down. Although he was very displeased at the moment, he also admitted that if Fengchen were from their school, he would be laughing 100 times more exaggeratedly than the principal of number 2 high school. Damn it, how could such a good student not be from my school? Damn. I still have my 2nd grade chi blood pill. The principal of number 1 high school felt a pang of regret but was helpless. The 2nd grade chi blood pill has already been consumed by Chu Badian. There's no way to dig it out. So he could only curse in frustration. How can there be such a monster? Even after eating the 2nd grade chi blood pill, it can't handle it. Damn. This world has really changed. Listening to the principal of the first school's furious incompetence, the principal of the 2nd school laughed even more joyfully. Ha 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 ha. He laughed so hard that tears streamed down his face, and he kept stomping on the floor. After finally waiting for the laughter to subside, the principal looked at Fengchen, his face full of admiration. Fengchen, this time, you have greatly honored our 2nd school. As the principal, I not only want to praise you but also give you a big reward. Tell me, what do you want? Seeing the principal speak so grandly, Fengchen's eyes narrowed. Really? Anything I want? This. In an instant, the principal felt a chill creeping up his heart. It was a bad premonition. Well, classmate Fengchen, it's not that we give whatever is asked for. Rewards are more about the sentiment. In front of all the students, the principal couldn't slap his own face. After all, he was the one who said it. He let Fengchen bring it up. Fengchen immediately put on an innocent look and flashed a sweet smile. Principal, how could I have any bad intentions? Look, without a martial arts training class in school, I was still able to achieve such excellent test results. Before Fengchen could finish his sentence, the principal was already sweating coldly. He thought to himself, my little ancestor. Some things can be done, but they shouldn't be said. So he immediately coughed a few times to stop Fengchen from continuing. Ahem. Classmate Fengchen, if you have any requests, just say them. As long as it's within my ability, I will definitely grant them. Alright then, I want one 2nd grade chi blood pill and a cash reward of 200,000 yuan. Fengchen stated directly. He had thought it through. He couldn't give up the cash reward just for the pill, so he simply wanted both. The principal's mouth twitched upon hearing this. No, classmate Fengchen, that's a bit too much. Principal, think bigger. Fengchen pointed to the last batch of test takers. Almost all of them were from their school. Look, the talent test is about to end. Do you think any of them will have a higher chi blood value than me? That's true, the principal mumbled in agreement. The crowd really wanted to shoot Fengchen dead with their eyes. Although it was a fact, saying it so bluntly was too hurtful. And he said it so loudly. Then think about it. Before me, was there anyone whose chi blood value could suppress the entire venue like mine? Fengchen continued to guide the conversation. Since it was a fact, the principal couldn't refute it. Well, there really wasn't. Right? Fengchen cheerfully continued to persuade. The more he persuaded, the more addictive it became. So, with all the senior students in the city here, none of them are higher than me, so this first place in the city definitely belongs to our school. When the education funding comes down, TSK, 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 and I'm not bragging, I think I performed exceptionally well this time, so not just first in the city, but even first in the country is possible. Principal, the achievements that so many of our school's principals couldn't accomplish, you will achieve. In the future, when people say, Principal so-and-so raised a national champion, how impressive would that be? After Feng Chen finished these few sentences, the principal stopped hesitating. He made a decision on the spot. Alright, as you said, 1 second grade chi. Blood pill and a cash reward of 200,000 yuan. I'll have someone procure them right away. Great, Feng Chen said happily and then walked back into the crowd. At the same time, he still heard the electronic voice of the system in his mind. Congratulations, host, for obtaining the reward for persuading others currently undergoing random doubling. Randomly doubled by 666 times. After Feng Chen returned to the crowd, the principal, who had just been fired up, touched his now calm Mediterranean hairstyle. Suddenly, he felt a bit clearer. Hey, was I too impulsive? How did first in the city jump to first in the country? Shouldn't we aim for first in the province first? Meanwhile, Wang Mengda, who was definitely going to fail, had a relaxed expression. Looking at Feng Chen as he walked back, he immediately said, Good brother, you have no idea, as soon as the news broke that you did well. The homeroom teacher's expression, tsk, it looked worse than if she had eaten a big fly. She thought that if I did poorly, she could take the chance to mock me, but unfortunately, I didn't give her the opportunity. Feng Chen smiled mischievously. At this moment, he is the pride of the entire number 2 high school. Not to mention that the homeroom teacher wouldn't dare to say anything to him. Even the principal has been completely fooled by him. By the way, enough about me. How did you do on your exam? What do you think? Wang Mengda's eyes widened and he stretched out his hands, mimicking the action of twisting a screw. He looked quite proud. I'm getting ready to go to the factory to twist screws. The boss's chair. You'll be sitting and might just be the screws I twisted. Don't worry, I'll make sure they're tight so they won't pop out and surprise you. But you twisting screws? You're just thinking about the girls in the factory, aren't you? A pervert looking at girls? How can that be called thinking? That's called dedication, Wang Mengda said dismissively. Anyway, he didn't have any grand ambitions. In this small place called Tianla City, living a carefree life is pretty good, avoiding the fighting and bloodshed outside. Just being self-aware is already 1,000 times better than those people. Like Sun Jianrun. While they were chatting and laughing, the last batch of test takers came out of the testing room, which signaled that the talent test had ended. Standing by the window, Yi Shangbei looked at Feng Chen in the crowd and didn't find anything special about him. This kid looks just ordinary. Ha! He suddenly glanced back. Feng Chen turned his head and their eyes met. In that instant, Yi Shangbei, a 9-star bronze, was actually startled and took a big step back. It felt as if he had made eye contact with a primordial giant beast. There was a fear of facing death. How could I be scared by a high school student? Moreover, his vitality is just about to reach 3-star bronze and I'm a 9-star bronze. A monster. He's really a monster. In shock, Yi Shangbei no longer dared to underestimate Feng Chen. His instincts told him that this person was very dangerous. That useless uncle looks like a little leader, but why is he looking at me? Is it because I did well on the exam and he wants to take a look? Rubbing his chin, Feng Chen didn't think much of it. Normally, after the talent test, it would take 3 days to announce the results, and then the channel for students to apply to universities would open. During these 3 days, students could estimate their scores based on their performance and then filter out the schools they might get into. After all, being quick with the application is also a kind of strength. If the scores are similar but someone applies late, or the spots are filled, then they can't enroll. However, this issue only applies to ordinary students. For a prodigy like Feng Chen, the admissions officers from various schools are already rushing over. Back near home, Feng Chen observed the situation at home from a distance. The situation doesn't look optimistic, Feng Chen muttered to himself. At home, Feng Manlu, who usually hasn't gotten off work yet, was anxiously pacing at the door, looking very nervous, afraid that Feng Chen wouldn't dare to come home because he didn't do well on the exam. His mother, Lin Xueme, was also extremely anxious, sitting on a stool one moment and standing up the next, frequently glancing towards the road. Even Xinger was nervously biting her fingers, her right pinky turning red from the pressure. Are they worried that I won't have the face to come home? Feng Chen scratched the back of his head. If he didn't have the face to come home, then probably all the high school seniors in the country wouldn't have the face to come home today. Looking at how worried they are, if I tell them the truth, will they think I didn't do well and went crazy from the shock? Forget it, I'll just act calm. I'll explain to them once the results come out, to avoid making them more worried. So, Feng Chen pretended that nothing had happened, as if he hadn't taken an exam today and was just returning home from a normal day at school. Seeing that Feng Chen had finally returned, Feng Manlu and the others, who felt like they had waited a century, quickly jogged over but stopped 5 steps away, staring blankly at Feng Chen. Feng Chen calmly asked, "Are you all okay?" We're fine. Feng Manlu awkwardly scratched the back of his head. He then asked Feng Chen in return, "Are you okay?" "I'm fine, are you?" If that's the case, how about we go out for a meal together?" "Sure." The four of them awkwardly made their way to the barbecue stall under the overpass. Originally, Feng Manlu wanted to go to a restaurant, but considering the hearts of parents everywhere, every parent thinks this way, so their family couldn't get a seat and had to settle for barbecue. However, fortunately, compared to the food in the restaurant, Xing'er preferred barbecue. "Brother, you eat." Xing'er's little hand was raised high, holding a large oyster. Although Xing'er thought it didn't taste good, she had heard that it was good for men, so she immediately handed it to Feng Chen. Feng Chen affectionately patted her little head. "Xing'er is so great. Hee, eating oysters is good, eating oysters is good." Feng Manlu pretended to be serious beside them, not daring to let anyone see that he had some sneaky thoughts. But Lin Xuemei, being an old couple, naturally knew his thoughts, so she quietly pinched him, making Feng Manlu grimace in pain. Opposite them, Feng Chen could only awkwardly pretend to be deaf and mute, acting as if he knew nothing. At that moment, a person in a yellow outfit walked over and patted Feng Manlu on the shoulder. "Old Feng, celebrating for your son?" "Celebrating here, it wouldn't be because he didn't do well on the exam, right?" "Old Feng, celebrating for your son?" "Celebrating here, it can't be because he didn't do well on the exam, right?" The man, reeking of alcohol, was a middle-aged man in a yellow shirt who slapped Feng Manlu on the shoulder with his greasy hand, smearing oil on Feng Manlu's clean clothes. But upon seeing the other man's face, Feng Manlu not only didn't get angry but immediately forced a stiff smile. "Captain, you're here eating too?" "What a stupid question. If I'm not eating here, am I here to eat shit?" Zhao Daqing, the captain of the delivery team, showed no respect for Feng Manlu and looked Feng Chen up and down with a face full of disdain. TSK, look at your son, he's as skinny as a monkey, he must have done poorly. Unlike my son, tall and strong, he's got a chance in this year's martial arts exam. The results aren't out yet, maybe he did quite well. Feng Manlu kept smiling, trying hard to save some face for Feng Chen, but Zhao Daqing was full of contempt. "Hey, you can tell just by looking at it, your son is like this, what can he possibly do in martial arts? Which school would want him? Getting into a liberal arts university isn't bad either. You must be crazy." Zhao Daqing pouted, clearly unhappy with Feng Manlu's retort. He then began to criticize him harshly. "What's the use of going to a liberal arts university? Aren't you also from a liberal arts university? What a so-called talent from Yanjing, and now you're just delivering takeout? I think your son has no future. Better get him to work early to support the family, or he won't even have food to eat later. In a couple of days, bring him over for an interview. Although the conditions are a bit lacking for your sake, I might just barely take him in, but remember to give me a big red envelope." He rambled on with a mouth full of alcohol. Zhao Daqing's gaze then landed on the nervous Lin Xuemei beside him, and his eyes lit up. "Oh, is this your sister-in-law? She's really beautiful. They say friends' wives are off limits, but let's not be polite. Since it's our first meeting today, let's drink a cup together to celebrate." "No, Captain, that's not appropriate." Lin Xuemei awkwardly refused, but Zhao Daqing became even more enthusiastic. "Oh, what's inappropriate? Your useless husband won't mind." However, Feng Manlu stepped up and slapped the wineglass out of Zhao Daqing's hand. "Please show some respect, Feng Manlu." Zhao Daqing's eyes widened immediately. He stood up with a whoosh. "Feng Manlu, do you have a problem with me? Fine. Then you don't need to come to work tomorrow, I'll fire you." "Ha!" Feng Manlu let out a self-deprecating cold laugh. All the grievances, unwillingness, and anger accumulated over the years erupted at that moment. For the sake of life he could endure, but insulting his family was unacceptable. "Zhao Daqing, you don't get to fire me, I'm firing you. Let me tell you, I'm done." What did you say?" Zhao Daqing was stunned. The cultured Feng Manlu, whom he had always looked down upon, actually dared to curse at him. This was simply outrageous. But Feng Manlu wasn't done yet. Seeing Zhao Daqing in a daze, he launched into a tirade. "I said I fucking fired you. Zhao Daqing, you spew shit every day. Did you grow up eating shit? If you want to eat shit, go to the toilet. This is a place for people to eat." Feng Manlu. In front of countless onlookers, Feng Manlu actually dared to curse at him, which was something Zhao Daqing, who was used to being domineering, couldn't tolerate. He immediately reached out to grab Feng Manlu by the collar. But just as his hand reached out, it was caught by a hand as strong as a vice. The force was immense. Zhao Daqing couldn't break free at all. "You, let go. Did I let you speak?" With a slight increase in pressure from the palm, Zhao Daqing immediately grimaced in pain, tears streaming from his eyes. But Feng Chen, who was holding his hand, remained calm and composed. This left Feng Manlu, as a father, a bit bewildered. In his impression, his son was clearly somewhat weak and unable to take care of himself. Xiao Yun, you? Me? I'm doing great. Feng Chen held Xinger in one arm and grasped Zhao Duqing's hands with the other, his whole body steady as a mountain, unmoving. He even leisurely praised Feng Manlu. Dad, well done. You looked super cool just now. Yeah, Dad is super cool, Xinger shouted excitedly. This made Feng Manlu's face flush and he shyly scratched his head, completely forgetting to continue probing how Feng Chen managed to hold Zhao Duqing's two hands with one hand. Seeing his old father showing a shy side, Feng Chen smiled slightly. Dad, you just showed off, now it's my turn. With a gentle movement of his fingers, Feng Chen exerted a heavy force. Crack! A crisp sound echoed. Zhao Duqing instantly howled and knelt on the ground. Ah! My hand! My hand! In an instant, the entire scene was dumbfounded. No one expected that such a slender, gentle-looking young man could crush someone's bones with one hand. Especially Feng Chen's parents, who were even more questioning their lives. My son, when did he become so strong? No, is this really my son? Xinger, who was held in Feng Chen's arms, opened her mouth in an exaggerated O shape upon hearing the sound. Then she excitedly hugged Feng Chen's neck. Brother, I found out that you can get stronger by eating oysters. Feng Chen was completely thrown off. Getting stronger by eating oysters? This kind of cheat was too low, right? But it didn't stop others from thinking it was very possible. So, the owner of the barbecue stall quietly glanced at his oysters and quietly changed the sign to oysters that can make you strong, 10 for 3. This made the surrounding diners curse. Scammer. Just a moment ago, it was 10 for 4, and now it was 10 for 3. So, boss, give me a 20 yuan order. I want one too. Give me a 50 yuan order. You glutton, can you handle that much tonight? Hee hee, then we'll shake the floor, not the bed. A group of people whispered and laughed, completely ignoring Zhao Duqing, who was rolling on the ground in pain, howling like a pig being slaughtered. This is reality. Everyone only admires the strong and will never sympathize with the weak. Feng Chen held Xinger, coldly looking down at Zhao Duqing rolling on the ground, the corner of his mouth curling coldly. Just by the way you spoke to my dad earlier, it's clear you often bully him, but who do you think you are to treat a father who works hard to support his family like this? With a heavy kick to Zhao Duqing's stomach, Zhao Duqing was sent flying like a ball, soaring over 10 meters. Everyone watching felt their hearts shatter. Just a moment ago, Feng Chen had roared like a beast, like a crazed animal that could kill any enemy for being harmed. No one dared to provoke him, because family is Feng Chen's bottom line. Let's go, Xinger, let's go back to eating and forget all the unpleasantness from just now. He walked towards the dining table with Xinger in his arms. At this moment, everyone's gaze towards Feng Chen was filled with both awe and respect. Awe is because Feng Chen is powerful. Respect is because of Feng Chen's feelings. Even the owner of the barbecue stall came over respectfully, bringing a dozen oysters to Feng Chen's table. It's a gift, a gift. Thank you, boss. Feng Chen politely nodded in acknowledgement. He glanced sideways at Zhao Duqing, who was secretly making a phone call to gather people. Others thought Zhao Duqing was calling an ambulance. But only Feng Chen, with his immense mental strength, heard that Zhao Duqing was calling his son to bring more people over. However, it was quite a coincidence. Feng Chen was a bit petty. Just now, Zhao Duqing had been mocking his own son right in front of his father, saying that his son, which was himself, had no future and could only deliver takeout. Since that was the case, later on, he would mock Zhao Duqing's son for having no future in front of him and beat him to the point where he couldn't take care of himself, making him deliver takeout in the future. Let your son wear the yellow robe and help your family inherit the family business. I am truly too kind. Sure enough, as expected, soon, Zhao Duqing's son, Zhao Tianbao, a cylindrical figure standing 185 centimeters tall and weighing 180 jin, rushed over with a group of helpers. He came up shouting, "Who hit my dad?" It was me. Feng Chen stood up proudly. Who hit my dad? It was me. Feng Chen stood up proudly, placing Xinger on the ground and hiding her behind him. On the ground, Zhao Duqing, still lying down, gritted his teeth and pointed at Feng Chen, cursing loudly. Son, it's this dog who hit me. You beat him up and then throw him in the toilet. I want him to eat shit. Eat shit. Okay. Zhao Tianbao clenched his fists, his 10 fingers cracking. His massive body loomed over Feng Chen like a wall. But to Feng Chen, he was too weak. With the sensing of his vitality, Feng Chen knew that Zhao Tianbao's vitality was at most 10, barely reaching the threshold of a martial artist. If it came to a fight, Feng Chen could slap Zhao Tianbao to the ground with one hand. However, Zhao Tianbao didn't attack directly. Instead, he threatened. Do you dare to hit my dad? Do you know who my big brother is? I don't know. Is he famous? Humph. I'm afraid to say it will scare you to death. Get into a horse stance and steady your stomach. Or I'm afraid that when I say it, you'll be so scared your guts will spill all over the ground. Heh, interesting. Feng Chen found it quite bizarre. Instead of fighting properly, he had to mention his big brother's name? Was his big brother really that famous? Damn, you actually dare to look down on my big brother. I'll tell you, my big brother is the genius who ranked first in this year's national exam, Fengchen. As soon as this was said, not only was Fengchen stunned, but even Feng Manlu and Lin Xuanmei were also taken aback. What was this situation? Was it that they couldn't win and were trying to join in indirectly? However, seeing the whole family looking confused, Zhao Duqing, lying on the ground, thought they were scared silly and laughed triumphantly. Ha 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 ha, Feng Manlu, you're doomed. With the same surname Feng, look at my son's big brother Fengchen, he's such a genius. Compared to him, your son is nothing. How dare he hit me? Do you believe I'll kick you? Again. Fengchen shot a cold glance. Zhao Duqing was so frightened that he immediately fell silent, not daring to make a sound. That last kick had left Zhao Duqing unable to get up. As for Zhao Tianbao, seeing Fengchen still daring to bully his dad, he immediately clenched his fists. In a fit of rage, you actually dare to threaten my dad? Do you not take my big brother Fengchen seriously? Fengchen, huh? You let him come over. I guarantee that in front of me he wouldn't even dare to fart. Fengchen said with a cold smile. He could see that Zhao Tianbao was just a guy using his name to scare people with no real threat at all. So Fengchen stood firm. Zhao Tianbao was scared into submission. No, my big brother is Fengchen, the one who ranked first in this year's national exam. Well, so what? Originally, Fengchen was worried about how to tell his family that he had achieved a good result, but now someone had spoken for him. Seeing that Fengchen wasn't falling for it, Zhao Tianbao gritted his teeth and called out to the group behind him. Brothers, this guy doesn't take our big brother seriously. Come over. Let's beat him up together and avenge our big brother. Smack! With a crisp sound, Fengchen slapped Zhao Tianbao to the ground. Seeing this scene, the people behind Zhao Tianbao hesitated whether to join in. Fengchen had already rushed over, taking down a dozen people in an instant with a punch and a kick. Clapping his hands, Fengchen casually walked back to Xinger, picking her up. Zhao Tianbao gritted his teeth and shouted, "You have guts. Leave your name and I'll have my big brother come find you." Okay. Fengchen looked down at Zhao Tianbao, speaking each word clearly. With a momentum like a rainbow, he declared his name. Wind, light, cloud. In an instant, the entire venue fell silent. Zhao Tianbao and Zhao Duqing both doubted whether their ears were broken as they had heard an extremely terrifying name. Why you are Fengchen? His lips trembled in fear. Zhao Tianbao lay on the ground, his face as pale as death, as if hearing this name was worse than losing his father. But Fengchen couldn't be bothered with him. He had no need or obligation to prove himself to a waste. Not convinced? A beating would settle it. So, Fengchen looked at Zhao Duqing, at this trash who usually acted arrogantly but was now too scared to speak. Calm, yet. Absolutely, he said. Didn't you say your son is tall and strong and has a chance to get into the martial arts school this year? Then let me congratulate you in advance. As long as your son gets into the martial arts academy, he will be a martial artist and I will definitely take good care of him. No matter which martial arts academy he attends, I will visit. And then, I will beat him until he drops out. If he studies for a year, I will beat him for a year. If he studies for 3 years, I will beat him for 3 years. If he reaches the 4th year and is about to graduate, Fengchen smiled cruelly, although he didn't say what he would do. But everyone could tell that as long as Zhao Tianbao dared to attend the martial arts academy and persist until graduation, then making him unable to graduate forever wouldn't be difficult. Maimed, paralyzed, or permanently disappeared, any one of those could happen. Realizing this, Zhao Duqing trembled in fear, feeling that his bright future was like colorful bubbles quickly bursting. And no, it can't be. If his son couldn't become a martial artist, how would he boast everywhere? How would he collect red envelopes from people? How would he bully honest folks? And no, please. Zhao Tianbao's face turned ashen. If he couldn't become a martial artist, how would he attract young models? How would he get a wife? With his ugly and fat appearance, would anyone really like him? But these were not things Fengchen should consider. If you have objections, then show me your fists. Can they be bigger than mine? Some things I won't say a second time, because the first time is an ultimatum, so remember it clearly and get lost. He shouted impatiently. The Zhao father and son, along with the dozen or so helpers they had brought, all trembled in fear. In a world where the strong are respected, no one would sympathize with the weak, especially a group of very vile weaklings. But at that moment, suddenly, sirens blared around them and a low chant echoed from afar. "Young man, don't be too arrogant." The voice boomed. It reverberated like thunder across the entire overpass, causing everyone's blood to boil. They involuntarily felt like losing control. Fengchen frowned. He muttered to himself, "So strong." It was clear The other party's true self had not yet arrived, but they could hear Feng Chen's words from a distance, even amidst the noisy overpass, and respond accordingly. To be fair, Feng Chen couldn't do such a thing yet, but the other party could. Sensing that a strong person was coming, Zhao Duqing and Zhao Tianbao couldn't help but feel ecstatic, their hearts boiling with excitement. Finally someone is here to deal with Feng Chen. Ha 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 ha, Feng Chen, you were so arrogant. This time you've brought trouble upon yourself. But the little emotions of these two could not escape Feng Chen's notice. Feng Chen smiled coldly. Heh, do you think that because someone is here to back you up, I won't dare to touch you? After saying that, he immediately kicked up a leg. Zhao Tianbao was kicked towards Zhao Duqing like a bowling ball, and the two collided with a loud bang, instantly tumbling in disarray. At the same time, that voice sounded again. What a temper! As the voice fell, a white figure swept through the air, and Qin Zhan, dressed in white, gracefully landed on the ground. Looking at the Zhao father and son who were half dead from Feng Chen's actions, he frowned slightly. The Zhao father and son seemed to see a lifeline and immediately began to wail heart-wrenchingly. My lord, that person is simply not human, he is a devil. He threatened me not to let my son enter the warrior academy, destroyed our family's hope, and doesn't even regard you, my lord. My lord, you must uphold justice for us. Aha! A few words left Feng Chen speechless. What era is this? Calling someone my lord is still in vogue? Qin Zhan pressed his hand down, signaling the Zhao father and son to calm down. Then he turned to Feng Chen. Young man, you have quite the temper. Just as he was speaking, Yi Shangbei rushed over in a panic. Yi Shangbei glanced at Feng Chen, his expression strange, then hurriedly ran to Qin Zhan's side. He whispered a few words. Qin Zhan was first taken aback, then coughed twice, and under the expectant gazes of the Zhao father and son, he gave Feng Chen a thumbs up and seamlessly continued from what he had just said. But this is a good thing. Young people should have a temper. What kind of young person has no temper? In an instant, Feng Chen was stunned. The Zhao father and son were even more dumbfounded. No, sir, you must be mistaken, he is a bad person, Zhao Duqing said in a daze. This made Qin Zhan raise his eyebrows. What do you mean? Big? Where am I big? Let me tell you, if you keep shouting nonsense, I will sue you for defamation. This, Zhao Duqing and Zhao Tianbao were even more confused. They couldn't understand how Qin Zhan's attitude had suddenly changed 180 degrees. Could it be that he had split personalities? Especially since there was actually a man who didn't like others praising him for being big? Even Feng Chen was a bit puzzled. This guy, why does he seem a bit silly? Could it be that his strength came at the cost of his brains? Just as the atmosphere became awkward, another person walked out from the side, slender in build, with sharp eyes, clearly a very capable action-oriented person. As soon as he appeared, Feng Chen felt a special sense of pressure. Killing intent. Such strong killing intent, this person must have come out of a mountain of corpses and a sea of blood, right? The killing intent is so heavy? Noticing that Feng Chen was sensitive to his aura, the man was a bit surprised. Then he smiled slightly at Feng Qiyun. Next, he introduced himself to the onlookers. I am Yu Haowu, the director of the Tianla City Security Bureau. The safety of the city is our responsibility, so everyone can rest assured. I will handle this matter immediately. After saying that, Yu Haowu methodically arranged for personnel to take Zhao Tianbao and Zhao Duqing to the security bureau in a police car. He also invited Feng Chen, Feng Manlu, Lin Xuemei, and Xinger, the family of four, to the most luxurious restaurant in Tianla City, Shanggu Restaurant. In VIP room 888, Feng Manlu and Lin Xuemei sat stiffly in their seats, not daring to make a sound. However, Xinger quietly looked this way and that, only to find that everyone was looking at Feng Chen. This made Feng Chen quite embarrassed. If it were a group of beautiful women looking at him, he could still bear it, but unfortunately, in front of him were a bunch of average-looking young men. Thinking of this, Feng Chen pretended to cough a couple of times. Ahem, can someone explain what's going on? I'll do it. Yi Shangbei stood up. He first introduced himself to Feng Chen's family of four. I am Yi Shangbei, the director of the Tianla City Education Bureau. Feng Chen, we met today at the Education Bureau. Feng Chen nodded. Today he had made eye contact with Yi Shangbei and even scared him off, so he had some impression. As for Feng Manlu and Lin Xuemei, they were completely shocked and speechless. The Education Bureau director? This was a level they would never encounter in their lives. But he seemed to be trying to win favor with their son. This gentleman, he has already introduced himself. He is Yu Haowu, the director of the Security Bureau. He is a serious person and speaks little, so everyone need not be afraid. Just as Yi Shangbei finished introducing him, unexpectedly, Yu Haowu warmly spoke to Feng Chen. Little brother, your perception is very sharp. Do you practice any spiritual techniques? This statement made Yi Shangbei's face twitch. He thought, damn it, Lao Yu. I just said you were aloof and you come to ruin the atmosphere. But Yu Haowu couldn't be bothered with him. That's right. To Yi Xiangbei, he was indeed the aloof type. This made Feng Manlu and Lin Xueme lower their heads in embarrassment. Another director, and he was actively trying to win favor with their son. Feng Chen smiled as well. I haven't specifically practiced. I might just be a bit more sensitive and feel that there is a special aura about brother Yu. It's not really an aura, it's all from killing. As he spoke, his voice gradually faded away. After that, Yu Haowu smiled at Feng Chen, indicating that Feng Chen could take his time to get to know others first. Yi Xiangbei then began to introduce the people present. Aside from the two directors Yi Xiangbei and Yu Haowu, the others were all key leaders of Tianla City. The reason they were gathered today was to host a distinguished guest, the man in white Qin Zhan. Feng Chen, this is director. I can handle it myself. Qin Zhan stood up from his seat, showing his regard for Feng Chen. My name is Qin Zhan and I am an admissions teacher from Tianwu Academy. I came here specifically to invite you, Feng Chen, to further your studies at our Tianwu Academy. Tianwu Academy? Upon hearing this name, Feng Manlu and Lin Xueme were momentarily stunned. In Huaxia, there are 3 martial arts academies recognized as top-tier schools: the Diwu Academy located in the imperial capital, the Mowu Academy in the Magic City, and the last one, Tianwu Academy, situated in Tiandu. It is no exaggeration to say that anyone who can enter these 3 universities is truly exceptional, a rare talent. And those who graduate from them are all pillars of society, the backbone of Huaxia. Therefore, it is almost a dream destination for every Huaxia person. And such a dream institution had actually extended an invitation to his son. Heavens, am I dreaming? Or have I gone mad? Feng Manlu wanted to slap himself, feeling that this was too bizarre, too unreal. Lin Xueme, sitting next to him, thought the same and pinched Feng Manlu, causing him to twitch slightly in pain, confirming that this was not a dream. Feng Chen nodded, understanding. Hello, teacher. Qin. It was clear that Tianwu Academy had received news of Feng Chen's testing results and had arranged for Qin Zhan to come and extend an invitation. Thus, Yi Xiangbei and Yu Haowu had organized this reception at the Shanwu restaurant. However, since Tianwu Academy has come, the other 2 must be arriving soon, right? Shouldn't we wait for them? And this Qin Zhan doesn't seem very bright, Feng Chen thought to himself, secretly amused. On the surface, he remained calm, but behind the scenes, he was like a sea king, treating these universities as beautiful women, preparing to show interest in each one. Teacher Qin, actually, I have a great yearning for Tianwu Academy. For me, Tianwu Academy is the place to realize my self-worth in life. I believe there is no one in the world who would refuse such an opportunity. Oh, so, does that mean you, Feng Chen, agree to come to our school? Qin Zhan was instantly overjoyed. He hadn't expected things to go so smoothly. Before coming, the principal had given a strict order demanding that Qin Zhan must bring Feng Chen back or else he would be in trouble. So Qin Zhan was a bit anxious, worried that Feng Chen might not be easy to deal with. Now it seemed that his worries were unnecessary. This young man was clearly very easy to get along with. However, Feng Chen soon showed a troubled expression, displaying the second move of the Sea King being elusive. But I might still. Feng Chen, do you have any concerns? Please feel free to speak. Seeing that Feng Chen had unspoken worries, Qin Zhan immediately expressed his willingness to help, which touched Feng Chen. Thus began the third move of the Sea King. I really have unavoidable difficulties. Thank you, Teacher Qin, but I think I need to resolve this myself. My family situation isn't very good. My father is a delivery worker, my mother is a housekeeper, and my younger sister isn't in good health. And tonight, because of my impulsiveness, my father lost his job. So I want to find a school that's closer so I can study and earn money at the same time, and when I have free time, I can come back and help my family with a few things. Feng Chen spoke passionately, which deeply moved Qin Zhan. He thought to himself, so Feng Chen doesn't not want to come to our Tianwu Academy, but it's because of the family's financial situation. But fortunately, before I came, the old man said that we could offer some rewards to attract students like Feng Chen to our school. This is just the right time to use it. So, Qin Zhan grinned foolishly, excitedly holding Feng Chen's hand to express, classmate Feng Qiyun, our school's sincerity is very strong. As long as you are willing to come to our school, Tianwu Academy is willing to help you solve your financial problems. Really? How will you solve it? Feng Chen's heart raced. For others, 100,000 from Tianwu Academy is just 100,000 yuan. But for Feng Chen, 100,000 could potentially turn into 99,900,000. This is wealth that an ordinary person could never accumulate in a lifetime. However, Feng Chen's perspective was still limited. Qin Zhan immediately said, 5 million. As long as you agree to enter Tianwu Academy, I can promise you on behalf of the school a reward of 5 million. Hiss, Feng Chen gasped. He hadn't even calculated how much it would be when multiplied by 999. Outside, two voices rang out in succession. Only 5 million? My Daewoo Academy offers 8 million. Humph. My Mo Academy offers 10 million. Only 5 million? Our Imperial Martial Academy offers 8 million. Humph. Our Demon Martial Academy offers 10 million. Two powerful voices rang out, shaking the door with a buzzing sound. Then, with a loud bang, two stunning women burst in, their gazes immediately sweeping the room. And finally locking onto Fengchen. Fengchen, I'm Xin Xiaowei from the Imperial. Xin Xiaowei, dressed in a blue suit, stepped forward to introduce herself. However, before she could finish, Li Yining, in a red suit behind her, launched a surprise attack. With a thundering kick, she sent Xin Xiaowei flying, shattering both her and the wall. But Li Yining didn't care at all. She pulled out a bank card as compensation and casually tossed it on the ground. When it comes to solving financial problems, our Demon Martial Academy dares to say second, and no one would dare claim first. Fengchen, I'm an admissions teacher from the Demon Martial Academy. My name is Li Yining. I won't waste words. Our Demon Martial Academy lacks everything except money. As long as you agree to come to our school, there's a signing bonus of 10 million, a support fee of 10 million, and another 10 million under any other name you want, totaling 30 million. I'll transfer it immediately. The display of wealth was overwhelming. It made one speechless. This was no ordinary admissions teacher, she was clearly a wealthy woman, looking to pamper a young man. But Xin Xiaowei quickly charged back in and kicked out. However, Li Yining blocked her. Trying to ambush me? No way. You old hag, I'll settle the score with you later. Xin Xiaowei glared fiercely at Li Yining, then in a second, her expression changed to one of warmth as she looked at Fengchen. Fengchen, don't be fooled by her. Temporary wealth is useless if you want to survive in this society. You need strong connections. Our Imperial Martial Academy is located in the capital, with countless children from prestigious families. So while you study at our Imperial Martial Academy, you can also build a vast network of connections which you can use for whatever you want in the future. Even if you don't become a martial artist, you can still live a vibrant life. In just a few sentences, the advantages of the Imperial Martial Academy were vividly presented. Indeed, the Imperial Martial Academy was less of a university and more of a web of power, gathering the most influential people in China. This was quite tempting, compared to the money and power being thrown around here. Qin Zhan sighed. So petty. Fengchen shook his head inwardly. Compared to the two beautiful women on the other side, Qin Zhan, a big man, had no advantage and seemed a bit foolish. It seems the Heavenly Martial Academy doesn't really value me. Fengchen was still pondering. Meanwhile, Feng Manlu and Lin Xueme were either dazed by happiness or simply stunned. Feng Manlu said blankly, "Wife, I think I dreamt that the Imperial Martial Academy, the Demon Martial Academy, and the Heavenly Martial Academy were all fighting over our little Yun." "Me too," Lin Xueme said, equally dazed. Only Xinger was beside them, laughing with her eyes turned into crescent moons. "My brother is truly the best." Hearing Xinger's words, Fengchen glanced at Feng Manlu and Lin Xueme, noticing their strong discomfort. He then interrupted, saying, "Everyone, I'm really sorry, but I'm feeling a bit unwell and would like to leave first. As for which university to attend, please allow me to think it over." Li Yining, Xin Xiaowei, and Qin Zhan could naturally sense that Fengchen was full of vitality and didn't seem unwell at all. On the contrary, Fengchen's parents, being ordinary people and surrounded by so many martial artists, felt their spirits crushed and began to wilt unconsciously. He is a filial child. The three of them silently praised him in their hearts. Although the world of martial artists is filled with death, it does not mean that martial artists lack emotions. On the contrary, the feelings martial artists have for their family, teachers, and comrades are often stronger than those of ordinary people, because most of the time, these feelings are the spiritual pillars that support them to continue fighting. Therefore, Fengchen's display of care for his family earned their recognition. Even Yu Haowu nodded in agreement. It's truly rare. I don't know how many martial artists, after coming from ordinary families, become extremely resentful towards their families, thinking that their families have dragged them down, and become extremely indifferent towards them. Such people are often selfish and lack a sense of responsibility. Over time, they become a tumor and scum of society. Hey, if it weren't for my injury and the regression of my vital energy, I would really want to take him as my disciple. He unconsciously touched his chest. Yi Shangbei, who was beside him, noticed and quietly asked, "Old Yu, has your injury relapsed?" "No, I just thought of some things." Yu Haowu waved his hand. Then he stood up and actively offered to Fengchen, "Little brother, there are many people out for dinner today. It must be hard to get a taxi. If you don't mind, I can drive you back?" This is too much. Feng Manlu quickly stood up to decline. How could they let a dignified director drive them back? They, as ordinary people, couldn't accept that. Yu Haowu waved his hand with a strong sense of the martial world, a slight smile appearing at the corner of his mouth. It's fine, I'm also heading home, I'll take you part of the way, and I have a car, it's convenient for back and forth, it won't be a bother. Thank you. Since he had said it to this extent, to refuse again would be a bit ungrateful. So Feng Manlu and Lin Xueme quickly expressed their gratitude. At that moment, Shen Xiaowei suddenly stared at Yu Haowu, her expression gradually becoming serious, even her breathing became tense. Are you Mr. Yu Zun? Yu Zun? Upon hearing this name, both Qin Zhan, who was originally surrounded by stars, and the proudly Yining changed their expressions, simultaneously becoming very respectful. Especially Qin Zhan, who looked like a little fanboy, asked, "Is it really you, Mr. Yu Zun, who was once hailed as the national artifact? I heard you retired, but I didn't expect you to have hidden away in this small place." National artifact? Feng Chen was taken aback. Although he hadn't prepared to take the martial arts exam before, and didn't pay much attention to martial artists matters, some powerful martial artists' titles were well known and unforgettable after hearing them once. Among them was this national artifact. Legend has it that when the front line was in urgent need, foreign forces sent dozens of legendary martial artists to try to break through the defenses of Huaxia and carry out aggressive actions. At that moment, the man known as the national artifact forcefully descended, single-handedly killing all those legendary martial artists and successfully protecting the borders of Huaxia. Moreover, he shouted that phrase which still resonates today: the mountains and rivers of Huaxia will not yield an inch. Those who offend Huaxia, no matter how far, will be punished. And this was just a daily chapter in the legendary life of the national artifact. It is not an exaggeration to say that the national artifact is the spiritual model for 1 billion good men of Huaxia. However, this national artifact mysteriously vanished 10 years ago, as if he had evaporated from the world, never to appear in people's sight again. Earlier, Yi Shangbei asked him if his old injury had relapsed. It turns out he retired because he was injured. Feng Chen felt a deep sense of emotion. Being called the national artifact, he must have received the best treatment in Huaxia when he was injured back then. But it still couldn't get better. This indicates that Yu Haowu's injuries are very serious. Thinking again about the porridge sister who had shared the dragon's roar and tiger's howl with him, Feng Qiuyan knew. Sure enough, in places invisible to ordinary people, there have always been countless fearless warriors, using their flesh and blood to form a long border, intercepting danger from the outside, guarding people's peace and happiness with their lives. This is probably the best reason for society to respect the warriors. A warrior can die namelessly, but they must never lack glory. Uncle Yu, then please take us back. Feng Chen could see that Yu Haowu wasn't very keen on dealing with Qin Zhan and the others, so he simply used Yu Haowu's earlier words to take him away. Yu Haowu smiled slightly. In Feng Chen's mind, the system's prompt sounded immediately. Congratulations, host, you have received the recognition reward from a master, and random doubling is in progress. Randomly doubling by 666 times. Looking at the departing figures of Feng Chen and Yu Haowu, Qin Zhan sighed. I didn't expect that Mr. Yu Zun would be living in such a small city. We spent a lot of effort trying to invite him to teach at Tianwu, but we couldn't find him. After all, he is a national treasure, with connections everywhere. If he doesn't want to be found, there probably aren't many who can locate him, Li Yining said lightly, though her thoughts were a bit stirred. If we could persuade Yu Haowu to come out of retirement and invite him to teach at the Demon Martial Academy, perhaps this year we could surpass the Imperial Martial Academy in rankings. Only Shen Xiaowei's expression looked a bit grim. Mr. Yu Zun wouldn't want to take Feng Chen as a disciple, would he? Isn't that a good thing? Qin Zhan thought it was nothing, given his confidence in Feng Chen. But Shen Xiaowei's next words made him uneasy. But Mr. Yu Zun is a member of a sect, and the sect has strict rules. Once Feng Chen joins the sect, he won't be able to attend university anymore. Ah, then I'm doomed. Qin Zhan was instantly dumbfounded. If he couldn't bring Feng Chen back, the old principal would definitely make him pay. He might really beat him until he saw stars. Thinking of this, Qin Zhan, Li Yining, and Shen Xiaowei all turned their gazes to Yi Shangbei. At that moment, Yi Shangbei was sitting in his seat, with a guilty expression, drinking water non-stop. After noticing the unfriendly looks from the three, he quickly volunteered to explain. Let me explain. Stop explaining so much. Tell us, how many people did you sell the information to? How many more do we not know about? Just you three, I swear. Yi Shangbei pointed to the sky with conviction. Just as he finished speaking, more than 10 people rushed in from outside, cursing. Old Yi, you said you only told me one person. Did I split open, and that's why there are so many brothers? Upon entering, they found 3 others present. Everyone was instantly stunned. You are also here to recruit Feng Chen? Driving a simple Hongqi car, Yu Haowu didn't say much along the way. He just chatted with Feng Manlu and Lin Xueme about cooking. When I have nothing to do, I like to go to the seafood market to buy fish. You know the Southeast Market, right? The fish from Aunt Wang's place. At the back is especially fresh. Brother, if you like shrimp, you can go to the small pond market next door. The shrimp from Old Joe's place is top-notch. How about I buy some for you tomorrow? Oh, what do you mean by you and me? Yu Hao waved his hand, showing no airs of being a director, just like an older brother. Just right, I don't have any tasks recently, so I can drink. How about you bring some shrimp tomorrow and I'll prepare some wine? We can have a drink together? Sure. Then it's settled. Which way do we go? From here? Just turn right and you'll get there. The car stopped at the entrance of the alley. Yu Hao remembered that Feng Chen's family situation wasn't very good, so he didn't think of looking at their dilapidated state. After getting out of the car, Yu Hao greeted Feng Chen. Xingyun, after you take Dad, Mom, and your sister back, I'll wait for you here to chat for a bit. Okay. Feng Chen nodded. This person was even regarded as a master by the system. If they could befriend him, it would surely be a great support in the future. Watching Feng Chen send his family back, Yu Hao smiled slightly and then hummed a tune. Having followed us all the way, aren't you planning to come out and recruit him into the Tianwu Academy? Still can't hide it from Mr. Yu. In the void, an aged figure descended from the sky, landing steadily before Yu Hao, respectfully cupping his fists in greeting. His posture was humble, completely treating himself as a junior. However, from his appearance, Yu Hao looked distinctly like a middle-aged man, seemingly over 20 years younger than the elder. Director of the Southern Academy of Tianwu Academy, Zhang Fubai, has met Mr. Yu. You've aged since I last saw you, Yu Hao remarked, with a hint of nostalgia. In truth, he himself had aged as well. Zhang Fubai smiled slightly in response. Martial artists have vigorous blood and energy, so they tend to live longer than ordinary people, but ultimately, we all grow old. When I first met Mr. Yu, I was still a student. Your guidance has benefited me for half my life, and I still dare not forget it. Xin Zhan, is he the son of your principal, Xin Gongda? Having a son in old age, it's inevitable to be a bit indulgent. So this time, I sent him out for training, hoping to temper him a bit, but he ended up being played around by this classmate Feng Chen. Zhang Fubai chuckled helplessly. At Tianwu Academy, Xin Zhan could be considered a prince, but unexpectedly, on his first mission, he was easily deceived by Feng Chen's few words. At this moment, Xin Zhan was probably still lamenting that Feng Chen was a good kid. Yu Hao smiled as well. Both kids are quite good, just different in temperament. You're in such a hurry to seize the top spot, is it to prepare for the World Martial Arts Competition? Yes, Zhang Fubai nodded. He knew he couldn't hide anything from Yu Hao. The National Divine Artifact was not just talk. The martial arts competition is held every 5 years, and next year will mark another 5 years. However, in these 4 years, the geniuses of our Huaxia have been dwindling continuously. I'm afraid next year's results won't be very ideal. Outsiders are watching us closely, Yu Hao said, feeling despondent. Once upon a time, when faced with such situations, he had no time to hesitate. He would immediately rush to the battlefield and engage in the next round of combat. But now, he could not do that. Let's not talk about these matters, they no longer concern me much. You should think carefully about how to advise this child. He is too clever. Indeed, Zhang Fubai replied, feeling troubled. In fact, the principal had sent Xin Zhan over this time with the attitude of training, so it would be best if Xin Zhan could bring Feng Chen back. If he couldn't, Zhang Fubai would be there to support him. However, after some interaction, Zhang Fubai realized that Feng Chen was quite impressive. He had enough guts. Knowing full well that Xin Zhan represented Tianwu Academy, he still dared to toy with him, trying to raise his own status. Such a rebellious spirit was hard to tame. Just as he was thinking this, Feng Chen came over with 2 cups of tea. Upon seeing Zhang Fubai, he showed no surprise at all. He simply walked straight up to serve the tea. Uncle Yu, have some tea. Sir, you have some tea too. Zhang Fubai cheerfully accepted the tea and casually asked, classmate, how did you know I was here? It's a feeling, my intuition is very sharp. Feng Chen replied seriously, showing no embarrassment at all. In fact, that cup of tea was meant for himself. Seeing Zhang Fubai standing there, exuding an air of immortality and happily chatting with Yu Hao, he decided to offer it instead. Zhang Fubai seemed to have anticipated this, so he continued, since your intuition is so sharp, which university do you think would be more suitable for you to apply to? Well, Feng Chen noticed that this old man was not like Xin Zhan, who could be easily fooled, so he decided to take the offensive. I really haven't thought it through yet. How about you help me analyze which school would be more suitable for me? Indeed clever. Zhang Fubai expressed his admiration. Warriors do not lack wisdom, it's just that, compared to wisdom, there are more situations that require direct action. However, a wise warrior is what the entire nation truly needs. A brute can only become a weapon only by uniting wisdom and martial prowess can one become a great asset to the country. Tonight, you should have noticed that the three top academies, Imperial Martial, Demon Martial, and Heavenly Martial, each have their own characteristics. Imperial Martial is based in the center of power, while Demon Martial is based in the center of the economy. So one is famous for its wealth and the other for its power. At this point, Zhang Fubai deliberately chose not to elaborate further. He wanted Feng Chen to inquire about Heavenly Martial, deepening the mystery of the Heavenly Martial Academy in Feng Chen's mind. However, Zhang Fubai underestimated Feng Chen. If he didn't ask, Feng Chen really wouldn't. Oh, so that's how it is. It seems both Imperial Martial and Demon Martial are excellent schools. I could choose either one. As for that Heavenly Martial Academy, old man, if you're too embarrassed to speak highly of it, then it must not have anything outstanding, so I won't go there. Cough 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 cough. The unexpected turn of events nearly choked Zhang Fubai to death. He originally intended to set a trap for Feng Chen, but instead he ended up being outmaneuvered. Classmate, that's not what I meant. What I mean is, our Tianwu Academy is quite special. It's not famous for wealth and power, but for strength. Strength? A hint of surprise flashed in Feng Chen's eyes. Warriors. Aren't they just people with great martial power? Is there such a thing as someone who can't fight? Zhang Fubai noticed Feng Chen's confusion and realized that this kid was sharp-tongued and hard to trap, so he decided to be straightforward. Yes, it's about being able to fight. For warriors, physical vitality and energy are hard power, while mental will and spirit are soft power. Only by combining both can one become a true warrior. But unfortunately, many people lack the guts, so they can't engage in life and death battles and have to turn to civilian roles. For example, the person you saw tonight, Yi Shangbei, has all the vitality but hasn't fought anyone in decades. Mentioning Yi Shangbei, Feng Chen immediately thought of those desperate competitors he had seen in the underground boxing ring. Those fighters, although not high in vitality, were all incredibly fierce, exuding a vicious aura that Yi Shangbei could never compare to. So Feng Chen nodded. Indeed, Uncle Yi is too soft. Saying it like that sounds a bit strange, but that's the truth. Zhang Fubai chuckled awkwardly. This concept of soft and hard was his own idea, and Feng Chen was merely using it to define Yi Shangbei. So, it really couldn't be blamed on Feng Chen. Classmate, whether Yi Shangbei is soft or not isn't very important. Let's continue discussing why Tianwu Academy is capable of fighting. Alright, you go ahead. Feng Chen appeared to be listening, which made Zhang Fubai's face twitch. He thought to himself, how can this kid be so smug? It made him feel like a sycophant. No, he needed to get to the point quickly, lest he really developed a habit of trying to please Feng Chen. However, across from him, Feng Chen's mind was ringing with the system's prompt. Congratulations, host, you have received a reward for pleasing a strong person, which is being randomly doubled. Randomly multiplied by 999 times. In an instant, Zhang Fubai, who was still trying to stay self-aware, suddenly felt a strange itch in his heart, wanting desperately to be nice to Feng Chen. Not the kind of kindness from an elder to a junior, but the kind that seeks to please. Cough cough, what's wrong with me? Could it be that Feng Chen has an innate aura that makes me want to submit? He thought to himself. His actions became decisive, and even his address changed. Young friend Xing Yun, the reason why Tianwu Academy is capable of fighting is actually quite simple. More than a decade ago, there were only two top martial arts schools in China, Diwu University and Mo University. One was wealthy, and the other was powerful, so they used resources to cultivate a batch of excellent students. But unfortunately, most of these students either turned to civilian roles or went into business. Very few were willing to continue as warriors. In this situation, our country's top think tank proposed a suggestion to cultivate a top martial arts school with guts, ensuring that true warriors would not disappear from China. So over 100 ordinary martial arts schools in China underwent reforms. Among them, our Tianwu Academy underwent the most thorough transformation. At this point, a hint of sadness involuntarily appeared in Zhang Fubai's eyes. What does it mean to be transformed most thoroughly? It means the most bloodshed, the most deaths. But without the sacrifice of a few, there can be no happiness for the many. This is the meaning of a warrior's existence. It is also where their glory lies. Young friend, for a warrior, power is only temporary, and wealth is also fleeting. Only strength, true ability to fight, is what lasts the longest. This heartfelt truth resonated deeply with Feng Chen. Power and wealth are merely chips for exchange. Above all, strength is the hard truth. If one's fists are not strong enough, power and wealth will vanish and cannot be held onto. Therefore, Feng Chen's heart already had a direction for choice. However, who said the price had not been negotiated yet? Sir, I understand everything you said, but as someone with awakened bloodlines, I can see the end of the martial path. So earning some money, building connections, and taking a civil position isn't so bad. Young friend, that's not how it should be said. Hearing Feng Chen's hint of refusal, Zhang Fubai became a bit anxious. Although he didn't know why, he particularly wanted to please Fengchen, so he spoke whatever came to mind. We at Tianwu Academy have long known about your awakened bloodline, but what we value is not your future development potential but your title of being first in the provincial national exam or even first in the national exam. As long as you enroll, you can help us attract more outstanding students. The other martial schools think the same. So, as long as you are willing to help us, Tianwu Academy owes you a favor and we will always remember it. He spoke a long paragraph in a rush, surprising Yu Haowu a bit. In his view, Zhang Fubai was not usually this impatient. Fengchen was even more taken aback. I understand now, it's like buying horse bones for a high price. The horse bones themselves are not important, but the attitude of eagerly seeking talent is what matters, and I am that horse bone. Ahem, that could be one way to put it. Zhang Fubai awkwardly lowered his head, wondering what had happened. How did he end up saying everything he should and shouldn't say? Since he had already said it, he might as well directly ask for a stance. Young friend, after saying so much, I wonder if you would consider our Tianwu Academy? Being a horsebone isn't exactly pleasant, Fengchen said fearlessly, shaking his head slightly. This made Zhang Fubai's face flush, realizing that it was his loss of control that led Fengchen to have the thought of being a horsebone. But what if this was Fengchen raising his own value? So what? One must look out for oneself, it's only reasonable. Young friend, I will tell you the limits of what Tianwu Academy can offer. A signing fee of 8 million plus 5 second-grade blood essence pills. Although it can't compare to the conditions of Diwu and Mou. But one thing to note is that the students coming out of Tianwu in recent years have gradually surpassed those from Diwu and Mou in strength. And if a warrior only thinks about making money and gaining power without considering battle, they are destined to decline. Zhang Fubai spoke sincerely, pouring out his heartfelt thoughts, which made Fengchen feel good as well. So Fengchen said, "Old man, please go back for now and allow me to think it over." "Alright, young friend, then I will come back to discuss with you at this time tomorrow." Zhang Fubai cupped his fists to Fengchen and then to Yu Haowu, lightly stepping, and in an instant he vanished into the thick night. At this moment, Yu Haowu, who had been silent, suddenly laughed. "Hee hee, quite interesting. Uncle Yu, what are you laughing at?" Fengchen asked curiously. He still held a degree of respect for Yu Haowu, so his tone was not too casual. Yu Haowu smiled. "I've noticed that. There seems to be a kind of magic about you that makes people quickly like you, and it leaves them utterly defenseless." "Is that so? I didn't even realize," Fengchen replied calmly. Yet inside, he felt a bit anxious. Could it be that he had really seen through something? After all, the other party was a great national artifact, perhaps possessing insights beyond the ordinary. And then, it validated Fengchen's judgment about Haowu. Yu Haowu's perceptiveness was indeed astonishing. Squinting his eyes, after sizing up Fengchen a few times, Yu Haowu suddenly said, "Xingyun, you actually haven't awakened your bloodline, have you?" "Xingyun, you actually haven't awakened your bloodline, right?" "Yeah." In response to Haowu's question, Fengchen replied naturally, as with his speed of advancement, this fact wouldn't be hidden from others for long. Hearing Fengchen's candid response, Haowu smiled once again. He. "Xingyun, honesty is a good thing, but sometimes it's better to conceal a bit. What about you, Uncle Yu? Don't you want to know why just a few days ago I was still an ordinary student and now I'm already a 3-star bronze?" Fengchen asked with a smile, unafraid. Because in his mind, the system's prompt had been incessant. "Congratulations, host, you have received the recognition reward from a master, random doubling in progress. Randomly doubled by 555 times. Congratulations, host, you have received the recognition reward from a master, random doubling in progress. Randomly doubled by 246 times. Congratulations, host, you have received the recognition reward from a master, random doubling in progress. Randomly doubled by 775 times. However, Fengchen was also quite curious. Zhang Fubai only doubled once and acted like a sycophant, but Haowu had doubled so many times and remained calm. It seems everyone has a different threshold. Some are very sensitive and can't handle it at once, while others are dull and need to take it slow. But even the dullest person wouldn't easily go all out against someone they liked. This was Fengchen's confidence. And indeed, it was so. Haowu was a bit curious about Fengchen's secret, but his inner feelings told him he didn't want to pry. So he simply said, "Everyone has their own secrets, there's nothing to investigate." Then, Haowu looked at Fengchen and said seriously and solemnly, "Actually, I called you out just to say one thing. Every country needs heroes. If you have the ability, don't refuse." "Uncle Yu, which school do you think I should apply to?" Fengchen asked earnestly. As a national artifact, Haowu's understanding of the 3 schools was definitely far beyond others, so Fengchen wanted to hear his opinion. After a moment of silence, Haowu ultimately let go of the thought of personally taking Fengchen in. He was done for. He couldn't let Fengchen end up like him. "Tianwu is a good choice, you can consider it." After saying that, Howell patted Fengchen's shoulder, added him on WeChat, and then got into his hunchy car, driving back home. Fengchen watched him leave in solitude, feeling quite moved. Uncle Yu has a heavy heart. Listening to him, it feels like he still hopes to return to the battlefield, if he could be cured. Thinking of this possibility, Fengchen felt very excited inside. If the national artifact of the past returned, not to mention all of Huaxia, the entire world would tremble. I can study medicine in the future. With the system, maybe I can quickly become a legendary doctor. Muttering to himself, Fengchen walked home. Feng Manlu even specially came out to ask, did Mr. Yu leave? He left. Before he went, he told me not to forget to go to his house for drinks tomorrow. Hey, how can someone with such a high status be so approachable? Feng Manlu said excitedly, feeling happier than ever in his life. Then, it was time for the whole family to gather around and watch Fengchen. No matter how they thought about it, Feng Manlu and Lin Xueme both found it strange. Xiao Yun, you are the crystallization of the love between your mother and me, that's for sure, but why is your blood value so high? Cough cough, let's just say that a negative times a negative equals a positive. Fengchen also looked quite innocent. I can't just say that I've been cheating, right? Otherwise, you'd all drag me off to a mental hospital. But his response was indeed a bit deserving of a beating. You little brat, what kind of talk is that? Honey, bring me my slippers. The child is this big, it's not appropriate to hit with slippers. Then what should I hit with? Use a belt, otherwise it won't hurt. Don't cry, brother, Xinger will help you wipe your tears. The family of four spent a rare childish half of the night together. The shadows of the past few years were swept away. Then, Fengchen climbed back onto the bed and saw that there was actually an unread WeChat message on his phone. He opened it. It was from Sister Shifan. Little guy, I heard your talent test went well. Which school are you planning to apply to? Do you want me to recommend one for you? This woman. The corners of his mouth curled up. Fengchen quickly replied, since you know I did well, shouldn't you reward me a bit? Ah, okay, I'll send you a red envelope. Sister Shifan seemed quite free. She replied instantly. So Fengchen ruthlessly refused. No. Sister Shifan was shocked. This kind of response was completely inconsistent with Fengchen's usual persona. Are you sure you don't want it? Do you want a kiss from your sister or a hug from your sister? That's a bit greedy, little guy. Fengchen was instantly speechless. What are you thinking? I don't want it because the red envelope can only be 200 yuan at most. For such a big occasion, shouldn't you at least give me 10,000 yuan as a reward? Ha 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 ha. Okay. Without saying another word, Sister Shifan sent the next message. It was a transfer of exactly 10,000 yuan. Fengchen gently tapped. Congratulations, host, you have received a cash reward and it is being randomly doubled. Randomly doubled by 699 times. In an instant, 6.99 million yuan appeared in Fengchen's account. Adding the more than 1 million he hadn't spent yet, he now had over 8 million in savings. This money is too easy to earn. Excitedly looking at the numbers in his bank account, Fengchen felt that he would eventually become the richest person in China. At that moment, Sister Shifan sent another message. Little guy, to be honest, if possible, I suggest you apply to Tianwu Academy. Another recommendation for Tianwu. Fengchen found it quite interesting. It was understandable for people from Tianwu Academy to recommend it themselves, but the renowned national artifact and the incredibly mysterious Sister Shifan were both recommending Tianwu Academy at the same time. This indicated that there must be a deeper reason. So Fengchen replied, why Tianwu Academy? I want to hear the truth. Unlike the quick replies before, after a long while, Sister Shifan sent a message. If you have no background, you can't go to Diwu. If you have no money, you can't go to Mo. At Tianwu, as long as you have your life and as long as you dare to fight, Tianwu has countless tasks that can help you grow. Tasks? They are commissions from all walks of life, from finding cats and dogs to participating in wars. As long as you can complete them, you can get elixirs, money, and even rare techniques and potions. Seeing this message, Fengchen, who had been a bit hesitant about going to Tianwu, immediately had all his doubts swept away. Tasks? Rewards? Isn't that a super paradise for his system's functions? Wait, what about Diwu and Mo? Just thinking about it, he knew these two academies had power and wealth. Could you really expect to give them a few hundred yuan and have them risk their lives for you? I estimate they would slap you right on the spot. So definitely no one dares to take on the task. Just to be safe, I should ask Sister Rice Porridge. The reply received was exactly what Fengchen had in mind. These second-generation rich, with their big tempers, simply don't want to take on tasks, which is why the task volume in Tianwu is as abundant as snowflakes, and they aren't worried about not making money. In that case, after a moment of contemplation, Fengchen's eyes lit up. Of course, he could go to Tianwu. However, Tianwu Academy must agree to one of his conditions. When the first ray of morning sunlight shone on Feng Chen's doorstep, outside the door, a brand new Lamborghini was blocking the alleyway. At the same time, on the car hood, Li Yining, a teacher for the magic martial arts enrollment, was leisurely eating an ice pop while wearing hot shorts that revealed her two fair thighs. As Feng Chen, dressed in shorts and yawning, walked out to brush his teeth, Li Yining greeted him with the ice pop in her mouth. "Hi Feng Chen." Hi. Although she had changed into a different outfit, Li Yining's extravagant behavior from the night before had left a deep impression on Feng Chen. After all, she was the first woman willing to spend 30 million to buy him. "Wait for me a moment." Squatting by the roadside, Feng Chen held a cup and a toothbrush in his hands, brushing his teeth with a foamy mouth. After washing his face, he strolled leisurely to Li Yining's side. "The car looks pretty nice. Do you like it? It's yours." Li Yining tossed a set of car keys to Feng Chen. Then Feng Chen dodged. Clatter! The 50,000 yuan car keys fell to the ground, along with the 5 million yuan sports car. Li Yining's expression twitched. "Feng Chen, do you not like this color, or do you not like this model? I can change it for you right away. Also, later we can go to the city center together and I can help you get a nice apartment. If you like, we can buy a villa directly." Feng Chen smiled slightly, walked around the very handsome Lamborghini, and then returned to Li Yining's side. "Teacher, I haven't asked your name yet?" "Li Yining." "Nice name," Feng Chen complimented. Immediately, a system prompt echoed in his mind. "Congratulations, host, you have received a strong person's favor reward, currently being randomly doubled by 848 times. With this assurance, Feng Chen relaxed and spoke directly to Li Yining. "Teacher Li, actually, I already have a school in mind. I'm afraid I can only appreciate your kindness towards magic martial." "Why? Is their offer better?" Li Yining frowned. But, for some reason, she couldn't bring herself to dislike Feng Chen. Feng Chen smiled. "Not really, mainly because my family is poor. Going to such a wealthy place like Magic City, I'm afraid I would feel out of place." This, Li Yining couldn't deny it. With Feng Chen's family background, if he hadn't ranked first in the national exam, Magic Martial would definitely not have recruited him. It's important to know that the basic requirement for new students at Magic Martial is that their family assets exceed 100 million. Sighing, Li Yining compared in her heart whether she cared more about Feng Chen or about Magic Martial Academy. The result was surprisingly Feng Chen. It's strange. After so many years of recruiting, I never thought that students could be more important than the school." Just as she was thinking this, Feng Chen had already picked up the car keys, cleaned them off, and returned them to Li Yining's hand. "Teacher Li, here are your car keys. Please keep them safe." As soon as he finished speaking, the system prompt sounded again. "Congratulations, host, you have received a strong person's favor reward, currently being randomly doubled by 555 times. Feeling a wave of emotion, Li Yining stood up straight, extended her delicate hand, and gently shook hands with Feng Chen. She found this young man very interesting, different from the pretentious boys she had met before. "Come visit Magic City when you have time. I'll treat you." "Definitely." They exchanged contact information. Feng Chen watched as Li Yining drove away. Chang let out a sigh of relief. For an ordinary person, the Magic Martial Academy could be skipped, but it would mean offending the other party. However, Feng Chen was different. Not only could he choose not to go, but he could also leave a good impression on the other side. TSK. Thinking about it this way, it seems that the system's doubling ability is a bit outrageous. Offending people doesn't double, but as long as there's a little bit of goodwill, it can be quickly magnified. He secretly rejoiced. Feng Chen was just about to go back to his room to put on a pair of pants when Xin Xiaowei from the Imperial Martial Academy rushed over. "That witch actually tricked me again. Luckily, I installed a tracking system on her phone." Feng Chen, wait a moment. Then, 5 minutes later, Xin Xiaowei left with a full heart of goodwill after leaving her WeChat contact with Feng Chen. In fact, besides the Imperial, Magic, and Heavenly Martial Academies, many other martial schools also wanted to recruit Feng Chen as a student. But after learning that the 3 major martial schools had come, they quietly withdrew. This greatly reduced the number of people Feng Chen had to turn down. What a hassle. Others are worried about schools not wanting them, but I'm worried that all the schools want me. The joys and sorrows of humanity really don't resonate. After a moment of self-pity, Feng Chen walked to the breakfast shop's entrance. He shouted into the air, "If you don't come down soon, I'll call them and say I've changed my mind." Coming. With a whoosh, Zhang Fubai landed directly in front of Feng Chen. Feng Chen had clearly heard the rejection of the other 2 schools from high above. "Little friend, have you thought this through? Are you ready to go to our Heavenly Martial Academy for further studies? Let's talk inside." Feng Chen walked into the breakfast shop, casually chose a seat, and ordered 2 bowls of soy milk and 2 pounds of fried dough sticks. Zhang Fubai sat opposite him feeling quite anxious. Although Feng Chen had rejected the other two schools, it didn't mean that the Heavenly Martial Academy could treat him lightly. Otherwise, Feng Chen could easily call the people from the other two academies back. So, Zhang Fubai thought for a moment and decided to take the initiative to ask for Feng Chen's thoughts. Little friend, if you have any requests, feel free to mention them. I can agree to anything within my ability. What if it's outside your ability? Feng Chen said, while biting into the fried dough stick. Zhang Fubai quickly responded, I will immediately consult the academy. Moreover, I am the dean of the southern branch of the Heavenly Martial Academy, so my authority is quite significant. Good. Feng Chen had learned last night that the Heavenly Martial Academy was divided into 4 branches, east, west, south, and north, and the southern branch dean indeed held a considerable title. He should be able to meet his demands. I have 2 requests. The first is an 8 million nodding fee, and the second is for 5 second-grade blood essence pills. Is that too little? Zhang Fubai pondered for a moment, feeling that compared to the luxury cars, mansions, and 30 million cash offered by the Magic Martial Academy, it was indeed a bit lacking. So he gritted his teeth and said, Little friend, the Academy's funds are indeed tight, but I can personally add another 8 million for you. How does that sound? That's not what I meant. Not what you meant. This left Zhang Fubai confused. If it wasn't that, then what did Feng Chen mean? Fortunately, Feng Chen didn't make him guess and directly revealed the answer. What I mean is, I don't want an 8 million nodding fee, I only want 5 million. However, for the blood essence pills, I need 1 3rd grade, 1 4th grade, and 1 5th grade. How about that? This request truly took Zhang Fubai by surprise. The 3rd grade Qi blood pill isn't too expensive, probably around 600,000 for one. The 4th grade is 1 million each, which is still acceptable, and the most expensive 5th grade Qi blood pill is only 2 million each. Altogether, that's worth 3.6 million. It's like a disguised price increase of 600,000. Moreover, Feng Chen didn't even ask for those 5 second-grade Qi blood pills. For Tianwu, Feng Chen made a tremendous concession. But little did he know, this was just the calculation of an ordinary person. Feng Chen's calculation should be like this: 1 3rd grade Qi blood pill, double it, and that's hundreds. 1 4th grade Qi blood pill, double it, and that's hundreds. 1 5th grade Qi blood pill, double it again, and that's hundreds. As for the 2nd grade Qi blood pills, the principal had also negotiated double it, and that's hundreds. So, a mere 3 million. Ha! What does that even count for? But for Zhang Fubai, this was already great news. So he immediately agreed. This request I will agree to on my own. It's just that money is easy to give, but the pills will be given to the young friend once we reach Tianwu Academy. After all, the 5th grade Qi blood pill is likely to attract covetous eyes. Understood. No problem. Feng Chen nodded. At that time, he only had 1 1st grade Qi blood pill on him, and he was already being eyed by a dozen people. If he were carrying a 5th grade Qi blood pill and the news got out, he would probably end up dead without a complete corpse. Having settled the first condition, Zhang Fubai licked his lips and became even more nervous. In his view, Feng Chen's first condition was actually a concession. Therefore, the second condition might become a bit harsh. So he felt a bit anxious. Young friend, what is your second condition? My second condition is that for the tasks I complete at Tianwu, in addition to the reward from the employer, the school must also reward me with an identical amount, which means I want double. Feng Chen said casually. This left Zhang Fubai so shocked that he thought he was hearing things. What? Doubling the task reward? This request is too simple. It's not surprising that Zhang Fubai would think this way. Normal people believe that Feng Chen, as a bloodline awakener, would only reach a 3-star bronze level at most, and anything beyond that cannot exceed 9-star bronze. Even if he reaches 9-star bronze, he can only take D-level tasks, and the value of a task is only about 500,000 yuan. Doubling that, how much more can it be? After thinking for a moment, Zhang Fubai felt that Feng Chen probably just wanted to save a bit more money, and then once he had enough, he wouldn't be a martial artist anymore. That's fine too. A bronze martial artist doesn't even qualify to go to the battlefield. It really fits that saying, being weak is also a blessing. So without hesitation, Zhang Fubai agreed to Feng Chen's condition. Alright, I can make this decision. I agree on behalf of the young friend. No way? For such a big matter, shouldn't it be reported to the school? No need. This little request, as the dean of the South Courtyard, I can handle it. If I don't give enough to the young friend, you can come find me anytime. That's just words without proof. I'll go print the contract right away. Zhang Fubai hurriedly dashed into the printing shop across the street, fearing that Feng Chen might change his mind. But little did he know, at that moment Feng Chen was grinning from ear to ear. Doubling the task reward means the base amount increases, and with the base amount increasing, the system's doubling also increases. In other words, for a school task, Fengchen could originally earn 10,000 yuan, but after the system doubles it, it becomes 999,000 yuan. But now, with the school giving an extra 10,000 yuan, the base amount becomes 20,000 yuan, and then multiplying that by 999,000, it immediately turns into 1,998,000 yuan. And once I get my blood essence pill, I'll take it. My strength will skyrocket immediately. At that time, the task levels will keep getting higher, and the rewards will keep increasing. The school doubles it, and the system doubles it again. Just thinking about it like this, Fengchen felt that he was only a small step away from becoming an extraordinary martial artist, or even a legendary martial artist beyond the extraordinary. Young friend, the contract is printed, please take a look. Zhang Fubai flew back, placing 2 identical contracts in front of Fengchen. Both contracts had complete handprints, school seals, and signatures, and Fengchen's conditions were clearly listed. During his time at school, all tasks completed by Fengchen will have their rewards doubled by the school given to Fengchen. Black and white on paper, clear as day. This made Fengchen nod repeatedly. Not bad, not bad. So Fengchen picked up the pen and swiftly wrote down his name. Then he smiled and extended his hand. Pleasure doing business. Pleasure doing business. For some reason, after seeing Fengchen smile, Zhang Fubai suddenly felt a pang of anxiety, an inexplicable sense of foreboding. It felt like he had just put the entire school in a bind? What's going on? Why do I have this thought? Zhang Fubai was a bit confused. At this moment, Fengchen spoke again. Sir, if you have time tomorrow, could you come to my school and help me out a bit? After all, it's rare for me to have a moment of glory. Of course, of course. Zhang Fubai nodded repeatedly. Generally, students who rank first in the national exam receive rewards from all walks of life on the day the results are announced. At that time, in addition to the principal of his alma mater, the school that admitted him would also send a representative to the stage to announce that their school had received the first in the national exam, thereby attracting more talent. So, this was an occasion that Zhang Fubai absolutely could not miss. As for that moment of palpitations, forget it. If he couldn't think of it, there was no need to dwell on it. It could easily lead to a suspicious character. After finishing breakfast, Fengchen returned home and saw Feng Manlu fiddling with a small electric scooter at the door, preparing to unload the delivery box. Upon seeing Feng Chen, he casually asked Xiaoyun, if you have nothing to do today, take Xing'er out for a stroll. She's been nagging about wanting to go out and play with you. Okay. Feng Chen nodded. Then Feng Manlu took out 100 yuan, a bright red bill, and stuffed it into Feng Chen's hand. He earnestly instructed, Xiaoyun, you're still young and may not have seen so much money, but it's okay, go ahead and spend it freely. In the future, even if you have a lot of money, don't forget that your first 100 yuan was given to you by your dad. Feng Chen's mouth twitched. He thought to himself, you probably don't know I have 8 million in my account, right? Oh, he really didn't know. Thanks, Dad. Don't worry, I will definitely spend this 100 yuan well. Just be happy. I'm off now. I need to resign from the company today and then go to Brother Yu's place for drinks. I might be back a bit late. Feng Manlu waved his arm casually and left. Feng Chen shook the big red bill in his hand, preparing to give Feng Manlu a surprise. What's the surprise? The surprise is that I'll spend 100 yuan to feel like I've spent 1 million. He tucked the bill into his pocket. At the door, Feng Chen knocked hard on the iron door of his house. Little rascal, are you up yet? Coming. Xing'er, still rolling in bed, heard Feng Chen calling her and immediately got up with energy, put on her little dress, and tied her hair into a small braid. She bounced out happily. Brother, let's go. Don't rush. Feng Chen picked up Xing'er and playfully scratched her little nose. He knocked on the door again. Mom, do you have anything to do today? I have a job this afternoon, need to do some cleaning. What's up? Do you need pocket money? How much? Lin Xuemei said as she walked out with her wallet, taking out 50 yuan. Just enough for today's job, you two take it to have fun, don't worry about having too much money and feeling uneasy. Feng Chen's mouth twitched again. He thought, do you two really think my ambitions are this small? Just over 100 yuan can send me off? So he casually took the 50 yuan and let the system double. Then he stuffed the 100 yuan given by Feng Manlu into Lin Xuemei's hand. Lin Xuemei looked confused. Comrade Lin Xuemei, your time has been requisitioned by me today. This is your compensation. Hurry and change into something nice. We're going to the city to look at houses. Look at houses? Lin Xuemei gasped, then became alert. Where did you get the money? Tianwu gave it to me. I agreed to go to their school, and they gave me a signing fee, enough for us to buy a super big house. Actually, Tianwu's money hadn't arrived yet. But who cares when Feng Chen had money in his own account? He had been holding back for so long without spending. But this news truly delighted Lin Xuemei and Xing'er. Buying a house was secondary, the main thing was that Fengchen had been accepted by Tianwu. Tianwu Academy, after all, was one of the top 3 martial arts schools in Huaxia. Fengchen being able to further his studies there surely meant a bright future ahead. Hey, you should have said something earlier, we could have gone out to eat and celebrate. I'm going to call your dad right now. What are you calling for? He's going out for drinks today, Fengchen said mischievously. In her heart, she thought, asking you for $100 and then letting me spend it freely. Do you look down on people? Lin Shuemei smiled helplessly. Look at you, such a big deal as buying a house. How can we not discuss it with your dad? Mom, if we don't invite dad, we can buy one you like. If we invite him, he'll definitely want to buy one he likes. That makes sense. Lin Shuemei didn't insist anymore. She quickly took out her phone to cancel today's housekeeping order, changed into a dress she usually didn't wear, and went out with her 2 children to the city to prepare to buy a house. But actually, when they said the city, it was just a slightly bigger town with supermarkets, hospitals, and schools, so the living facilities were relatively complete. So there were only a few good properties. There was no need to understand much. Fengchen led Lin Shuemei and Xinger straight to the sales office of the best property, Qingya Manor. But unexpectedly, as soon as the 3 of them entered, they saw Wang Mengda in a work uniform, looking lifeless as he did a handstand in the corner, and when he saw Fengchen come in, he shouted enthusiastically, "Welcome." "Hey, wow, Xiaofeng, what are you doing here?" "I'll be damned. Aren't you supposed to be at the factory tightening screws? How did you end up here, doing a handstand?" Fengchen's mouth twitched. He felt this kid was really out of line. He had seen so many high-definition, beautiful saleswomen on his computer, some promoting on sofas, some on balconies, and others in cars. But he had never seen anyone promoting while doing a handstand. He should look for that next time. It seemed quite enticing. Hearing Fengchen's question, Wang Mengda was both happy and angry. "Well, I went to the factory yesterday to queue and found it was all aunties inside. Then I saw over here the girls were all young and beautiful and they spoke nicely, so I came in. So what's going on now?" "Well, the team leader said I was flirting with the girls on my first day." All right. Fengchen could understand the rest without Wang Mengda saying more. He straightened Wang Mengda back up. "Bro, I want to buy a house. Do you have any good recommendations?" "Of course not. I was too busy flirting with girls. How could I have the mind to understand the business situation?" Wang Mengda said confidently. Fengchen really wanted to shove him back to continue his handstand. At that moment, a beautiful saleswoman quickly walked by, wearing a black and white uniform, with a small badge hanging on her ample chest. That read Senior Manager, Shui Menjiang. This scared Wang Mengda into quickly flipping back to a handstand, shouting, "Team leader, I was wrong. You can come back down first," Shui Menjiang said with a face full of black lines. But Wang Mengda was determined not to come back down. "No way. I won't come back down until you forgive me for flirting with you. Please just come back down, I forgive you." "Really? Do you swear?" "I swear." "All right, then I'll come back down." Saying this, Wang Mengda skillfully flipped back, clapping his hands a few times, with a face full of triumph. Fengchen looked at Shui Menjiang, then at Wang Mengda, silently giving Wang Mengda a thumbs up, and casually said, "Awesome. How many people could flirt with their female boss on their first day at work?" Moreover, a beautiful boss who looked only 5 or 6 years older than Wang Mengda, with fair skin, a slim waist, and a round bottom, perfect for taking home as a wife. Could she possibly become a sister-in-law in the future? Shui Menjiang bowed apologetically. "I'm really sorry." It's fine, Fengchen said with a smile. "Just about to ask about the house." Shui Menjiang spoke first. "Excuse me, you must be Fengchen, Mr. Feng?" "I am. Is there a problem?" Fengchen admitted generously, which excited Shui Menjiang greatly. "Mr. Feng, it's like this. Our company has prepared a house for you, and we were about to contact you to ask if you have time this afternoon to come and take a look. I didn't expect you to come over on your own. You prepared a house for me? Who paid for it?" Fengchen's first thought was that it was that little rich woman, Li Yining. Who knew if this woman still had ulterior motives, thinking of spending money to buy him? But this time, Fengchen was indeed mistaken. "Mr. Feng, this house is a gift from our company to celebrate your excellent results in the national exam. We originally planned to announce it at tomorrow's commendation meeting." "I understand." Fengchen realized. Saying it was a gift to him was actually just to ride on his popularity tomorrow and gain some traffic for their real estate company. Since that was the case, Fengchen felt justified in accepting it. Under the leadership of Shui Menjiang, Fengchen and his family of 3, along with that kid Wang Mengda, headed to the top floor of Building 1 in the manor. Shui Menjiang walked ahead, introducing, "Mr. Feng, the house we are gifting you is located on the top floor, divided into 3 levels, upper, middle, and lower. Each level has an area of 200 square meters, totaling 600 square meters. The lower 2 levels are the living room and residential area, while the 3rd level is an aerial garden complete with a study and gym, making it very suitable for martial artists. Additionally, the entire house has been fully furnished so you can move in any time with just your luggage. Just listening to Shui Menjing's explanation made Feng Chen extremely excited. Although Tianla City is a small place, housing prices are not cheap, especially since Qingya Manor is the most expensive property, with prices exceeding 10,000 per square meter. Calculating this, the total price of the house is at least over 6 million. What a big deal. Wait, since this house is a reward for me, if the system doubles it, wouldn't that mean? Thinking of this, Feng Chen couldn't help but glance at the other buildings. He thought to himself, adding these up, wouldn't they still be insufficient for the system's reward? How would the system reward him then? With that thought, Feng Chen felt a bit of anticipation. But Shui Menjing's introduction was not over yet. Mr. Feng, the furniture, appliances, and gym equipment in your house are all fully equipped, and these are also gifts from other bosses. I understand. Tomorrow on stage, I will warmly shake hands with them. Compared to these small matters, Feng Chen was more concerned about what to do with his hundreds of houses. This Qingya Manor really didn't seem big enough. Hey, why didn't the boss build a few more buildings just in case? What if they cut my reward? So Feng Chen nervously asked, can I ask when I can get the keys? Just a moment, let me check. Shui Menjing picked up her phone and made a call. After a few words, she turned to Feng Chen and said, Mr. Feng, the keys are ready, and the property certificate will arrive in the afternoon. Since it's almost noon now, how about I treat you and your family to a meal, and then we can pick it up together in the afternoon? Okay, thank you. Feng Chen nodded and didn't decline, accompanying Lin Xueme and Xinger to tour their new home from top to bottom. Afterward, they had lunch together. Soon, a shiny red booklet was presented to Feng Chen along with a set of brand new keys. Mr. Feng, here are your property certificate and keys, please keep them safe. Thank you. At the moment he received the property certificate and keys, Feng Chen's heart raced. How would the system reward him this time? Congratulations, host, you have received a property reward and it is being randomly doubled. Randomly multiplied by 775 times. Congratulations, host, you have received an appliance reward and it is being randomly doubled. Randomly multiplied by 646 times. Congratulations, host, you have received a furniture reward and it is being randomly doubled. Randomly multiplied by 732 times. Then, there was no further sound. It startled Feng Chen. What's going on? Where are my 775 houses? System? System? Feng Chen kept asking. Finally, the system chimed in again. The system has issued rewards today. System space, the host can go to the system space to check. So it has been issued, you scared me. Then, Feng Chen paused for a moment. Wait, just now, was the system responding to him? And it responded in a very human way? System? Do you contain artificial intelligence? System? In order to confirm whether the system was truly humanized, Feng Chen shouted a few more times. However, the system remained silent. This system didn't make a sound when it arrived. And now that it finally responded, it has started to play dumb again. Ugh, what a difficult thing to deal with, I'll just study it slowly. He didn't think too deeply about it anymore. Feng Chen's consciousness entered the system's storage space. As soon as he entered, he saw a pile of neatly stacked red books, all property certificates, stacked up to at least 7 or 8 meters high. He casually pulled one out to take a look. There were houses in the capital, houses in the imperial capital, and even houses in the most expensive city, the Magic City, and there were quite a few properties outside of Huaxia as well. Upon closer inspection, Feng Chen's scalp exploded. These houses are all 600 square meters large. So the system calculates based on area, not on price. If that's the case, he calculated the value. Feng Chen was completely stunned. Currently, in the central area of the Magic City, a square meter sells for 150,000 yuan, which means a 600 square meter house has a total price of at least 90 million yuan. And for such houses, Feng Chen now owned at least over 200. Damn, to me, these houses are really just a pile of books now, Feng Chen said, looking at the small mountain of property certificates. Even if he retired right now, these houses could support him for 500 years. Hey, what am I thinking? Just having houses is useless, I still need to build up my strength. Otherwise, if someone punches me, I'll just become their big gift package. Exiting the system space, Feng Chen's mindset towards the elegant manor had undergone a tremendous change. He had originally been quite excited about moving to a new home. However, after seeing so many property certificates, his heart was as calm as still water, his entire state of mind as tranquil as a cold pond, with not a single ripple. On the contrary, Lin Xueme, after Shui Menjing went down to handle the paperwork, stood in the kitchen in front of the stove, constantly mimicking the action of flipping a pan with her hands. She kept murmuring, "This stove is great, I don't have to bend over to cook. This way, I won't be so tired when I cook in the future." Xinger also squatted In front of the television, staring at the screen so clearly that she could see every single hair, she gaped in awe. Wow, so beautiful. At that moment, when the two were most entranced, Fengchen said, "Let's go." "Where to?" Lin Shueme and Xinger asked nervously. Looking at their expressions, it was as if they were in a dream and didn't want to wake up, making Fengchen's mouth twitch. "Of course, we're going back to pack our things and move over." Oh. Lin Shueme and Xinger reacted as well, their faces turning bright red. Back at home, the three of them sent off the things they wanted to give away, threw away what needed to be discarded, and left the remaining items for the moving company to pack. 2 hours later, the original home was completely cleared out. The three of them happily ordered a large amount of takeout in their new house and began to eat joyfully. When night fell, Feng Manlu, slightly tipsy, sneaked back to the door, deliberately pretending to be drunk, stumbling as he pushed the door open and walked in. "Water. I want to drink water. Hey, where's the kettle? Damn, where did the gas tank go?" Startled, Feng Manlu quickly turned on the lights. Then, staring blankly at the empty house, the next morning, Feng Manlu was so angry that he didn't want to pay any attention to Feng Chen and the others, sitting in a chair with his arms crossed, looking proud. Feng Chen cheerfully placed a fried egg in front of Feng Manlu. "Dad, don't be mad, we didn't do it on purpose. You left me all alone over there and say it wasn't on purpose? And such a big thing as buying a house, you didn't even tell me? Then just say, are you satisfied with where you live now?" "Well, it's not bad," Feng Manlu said, smacking his lips. Lin Shueme, sitting next to him, mercilessly exposed his lie. "What do you mean it's not bad? Who was rolling around excitedly in bed last night? I was just drunk. Do you understand? Being drunk means behaving abnormally. How can you say that's excitement?" Feng Manlu said, his face turning red with anxiety. This made Feng Chen and Xinger laugh until their stomachs hurt. Feng Manlu shot a glance over. Feng Chen quickly said seriously, "Dad, today is my big day, you wouldn't want to miss it, right? Not even having breakfast. You little brat, who said I didn't eat?" Remembering that today was the day Feng Chen would announce his results, Feng Manlu quickly finished his meal. The whole family went out together. Downstairs, Yu Haowu volunteered to be the free driver, using his red flag card to take Feng Chen's family to Tianla City No. 2 Middle School. At the school gate, countless news media had already caught wind of the news and were anxiously waiting. So when Feng Chen appeared, dozens of microphones rushed over, surrounding him tightly, and one by one, beautiful female reporters began to skillfully ask him for answers. "Feng Chen, as the top scorer of the national exam, what are your thoughts?" "Feng Chen, I heard you are a Bloodline Awakener. It is rumored that the strength of Bloodline Awakening is limited. What do you think your limit is? Will you rise to become a silver warrior?" "Feng Chen, I heard that the best friend you played with in school was a boy. Is that discrimination against girls?" One beautiful reporter after another bombarded him with questions. At first, Feng Chen thought he would answer seriously, but as time went on, he became more and more perfunctory until finally, when he went on stage to receive the award, he was just nodding, smiling, shaking hands, and taking photos. His head was constantly ringing with the system's prompt sounds. "Congratulations, host, you have received a second-grade blood essence pill reward, currently doubling randomly. Doubled to 818 times. Congratulations, host, you have received a cash reward, currently doubling randomly. Doubled to 666 times. Congratulations, host, you have received a cash reward, currently doubling randomly. Doubled to 247 times. By the time Feng Chen numbly returned home and lay on the bed, he suddenly realized what he had gone through today. Damn, why does it feel like my brain isn't my own today? Feng Chen felt a bit panicked. Logically speaking, a warrior's energy should be more abundant than that of an ordinary person, so even if faced with multiple beautiful reporters, he should be more than capable. Moreover, Feng Chen's mental strength was quite large. How could he suddenly find it hard to think in front of dozens of beautiful reporters? Is there something wrong with my body? Feng Chen looked at his hands. He thought to himself that he had finally opened a cheat, but it couldn't just stop working. So, he quickly closed his eyes to initiate inner sight. But he found he couldn't do inner sight at all. What's going on? Feng Chen was completely shocked. If that was the case, how could he protect such immense wealth now? A common man is innocent, but possessing wealth is a crime. Enormous wealth could instead become a deadly disaster. But just then, the system emitted a prompt sound. Ding! System upgrade preparation complete. Will no longer consume the host's mental energy. Upgrading now. Please maintain a state of survival to avoid upgrade failure. System! Damn you! Feng Chen gritted his teeth in anger, extracting his mental energy without a word, making himself think the cheat had expired. And what was that survival status? Did he look like someone who would court death? Forget it, I'll talk about it after the upgrade is finished. Maybe after the upgrade it will become a bit smarter and understand human speech, otherwise cursing. It is not satisfying at all. So, Fengshen stood up, trying to unleash a burst of vitality and use some mental energy. Finally, confirming that during the system's upgrade, his abilities could still be used as usual. It was just that his mental energy felt a bit drained, like he had just finished a task. It was probably emptied out. He waited until nearly midnight, which was 2 hours later. A prompt sound echoed in Fengshen's mind again. Ding! Doubling system upgrade complete, opening a new page. Then, suddenly, a blue electronic display screen appeared in front of Fengshen, showing his personal information. Host name Fengshen, system level LV 2-inch vitality value 312, mental value 755, 701, cultivation techniques, spirit nourishing technique, divine splitting technique, divine slashing technique, 9 styles, chi condensing technique, bone tempering technique, other skills, pull-ups, punching, flirting, deceiving, cleaning, traditional crafts, etc. In the upper right corner of the page, there was also an other functions option. As soon as Fengshen's gaze landed on it, he saw a line of small text pop up on this option. This button can be operated by touch or by thought. The system suggests the host use thought operation, as outsiders cannot see the system page, so there is a high probability they will treat the host as a lunatic. Sure enough, the upgraded system had become much smarter. Its sophistication had risen several levels. So Fengshen focused his thought. The system page automatically switched to the other functions page. But this page was clearly still under construction. It only displayed 3 lines of numbers. Wealth management, storage space. To be developed? Fengshen then clicked on wealth management with his thought. In an instant, a super long string of numbers appeared in front of him. Account balance 388960000. Hiss, Fengshen gasped. He just didn't know if these numbers corresponded to the existence of Huaxia currency. Fortunately, next to the account balance, there was a small exclamation mark. When Fengshen's gaze fell on it, an explanation automatically popped up. The balance corresponds to Huaxia currency, meaning 1 unit equals 1 yuan. Additionally, in order to protect the host, any wealth earned from doubling in the future will be temporarily stored in the system account and can be withdrawn when the host needs it. It can be withdrawn all at once or in parts. The incredibly detailed explanation and thoughtful protection strategy made Fengshen feel like he was defying the heavens. Compared to the current system, the previous one was truly a big fool melon. Amazing, amazing. Fengshen looked further down, and below the account balance, there was another line of assets listed. Fixed assets. Clicking in, it showed the 775 properties he had just obtained, as well as 101 sets of fitness equipment? What the hell? But after thinking about it, he understood. His doubling was random. The properties and fitness equipment were rewards given by different people, so it was normal for them to be multiplied differently. As for one thing, that made Fengshen very satisfied. His own 775 properties were surprisingly categorized by the system, clearly labeled as Tian-do, D-do, Mo-do, and it even displayed the location of each house. Even the house in the Qingya Manor where Fengshen was located was shown. The location was -10 meters. This distance display easily made Fengshen think of some rather strange ways of movement. Impressive, my system. He was extremely satisfied with this feature. Fengshen then opened the storage space. Compared to wealth management, the changes in the storage space were not significant. It just added an index and included a search function. Let's check. The second-grade blood chi pill. He searched. Instantly, an image of the second-grade blood chi pill popped up, and behind the image, there was a quantity reminder indicating that Fengshen currently owned second-grade blood chi pill X855. It actually gave me a real second-grade blood chi pill. Hee. Having strength is good. Back then, I just wanted a first-grade blood chi pill. After winning 3 matches with great difficulty, they still wanted to trick me with fakes. Indeed, having a strong fist is the hard truth. Let's take one and see how effective the medicine is. With a thought, a blood chi pill suddenly appeared in Fengshen's hand. But that wasn't all. The moment he held the blood chi pill, a prompt box lit up. Second-grade blood chi pill contains a large amount of active blood chi power. Taking it in the early stages can enhance blood chi value through absorption. After consuming a certain amount, it will no longer increase blood chi value. Detected that the host is taking it for the first time, it is expected that after absorption, it can increase blood chi value by 100. The incredibly detailed interpretation made Fengshen feel like he had upgraded from a bird gun to a cannon. He really wanted to show his former self. What kind of trash is your system? This is what deserves to be called a system. Fengshen couldn't help but laugh. Interesting, let's see if the system's calculations are accurate. Sitting cross-legged on the ground, Fengshen swallowed the second-grade blood chi pill while activating the condensing chi technique, trying to retain as much of the explosive blood chi power in his body as possible. After a rumbling refining process within his body, a layer of Fine sweat formed on Fengchen containing some black impurities. By this time, the impurities in his body had become very few. To advance further, he would need to practice specialized techniques or purchase targeted pills. Unlike blood chi pills, which indiscriminately stimulated the entire body, targeted pills had very specific effects. Common ones included protective pill, specifically for enhancing the strength of the internal organs, bone refining pill, specifically for increasing the density and elasticity of bones, tendon strengthening pill, specifically for reinforcing the ligaments in the body, vital vein pill, specifically for activating the blood vessels, and so on. Although these pills had singular effects, their prices were all higher than that of blood chi pills. Moreover, there were even more refined and bizarre pills, such as the Heavenly Origin Kidney Chi pill, which could supercharge the kidneys. Legend has it that a gun expert took this pill and went berserk, leaving a total of 81 pits on solid rock. When he finally stopped, everyone was shocked to see that he had no gun in his hand. Isn't that a bit exaggerated? Reflecting on this legend, Fengchen was quite worried. He wasn't thinking about whether that person had refined their skills, but rather if they had ground themselves away. What kind of mindset do you have to use that gun? Forget it, let's check my blood chi value. Reopen personal page. Fengchen looked at the numbers above and couldn't help but laugh. At this moment, there was a change on Fengchen's personal page. Hostname, Fengchen system level, LV2 vitality value, 433 mental value, 755, 701 cultivation techniques, spirit nourishing technique, divine separation technique, divine slashing technique, 9 styles, chi condensation technique, bone tempering technique, other skills, pull-ups, punching, flirting, deceiving, cleaning, traditional crafts, etc. In other words, after taking the second-grade vitality pill, Fengchen's vitality value did not increase by just 100 points as the system estimated. Instead, it soared from 312 to 433, a total increase of 121 points. System, you really need to be more accurate. As soon as the words fell, a pop-up window unexpectedly appeared on the system's page. The efficacy has been adjusted based on the host's physical data, and we will continue to monitor the host's physical data to provide more accurate services. System, can you talk to me now? System, can you talk to me now? However, the system started to play dead again. System? 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 After calling out several times with no response, Fengchen lost interest in pursuing it further. Anyway, the system was only at LV2 now. If it still didn't speak after slowly upgrading to LV3, he would complain about it. Mental value, one is 755, the other is 701. This should be my mental power split in two, so it's calculated separately. He then opened the explanation. It was exactly as Fengchen had thought. Then, his attention turned to his own cultivation method. His consciousness locked onto nourishing spirit technique. The term, nourishing spirit technique, suddenly sank down. It jumped into a brand new page. What caught his eye was a complete introduction. Nourishing spirit technique, yellow rank, low grade. As the most basic method of mental power cultivation, it is very simple to get started, but reaching a high level is very difficult, like a stream that needs to be continuously fed with fresh water. Only with perseverance can it become a vast ocean. Special note, while practicing the nourishing spirit technique, there is a certain probability of triggering a splitting behavior, but this kind of splitting is similar to advanced mental power techniques, which can be enhanced in the future through the transcending spirit technique. Note, transcending spirit technique has not yet been obtained. After this explanation, Fengchen immediately understood that his mental split, his mental power split, was actually an accident. Moreover, it was an effect that could only be achieved by ordinary people practicing advanced mental power techniques. This is quite good, but I wonder when I can cultivate the nourishing spirit technique to great success. Fengchen muttered softly. Suddenly, the system's page distorted and then the content changed. The previous introduction transformed into an exclamation mark placed next to the title of Nourishing Spirit Technique. Below it, a set of numbers appeared. Technique name, Nourishing Spirit Technique. Current realm, minor success, next stage, medium success, cultivation progress, 1456/10,000. This made Fengchen chuckle. He had only ever heard of minor success and major success in techniques, but he had never heard of medium success. But since the system said there was, then there was. The system's definitions for minor success, medium success, and major success were also very simple. Minor success means mastering the technique. Medium success means possessing a certain power. Major success means both technique and power have reached their peak. According to this standard, Fengchen checked all his techniques and found that God slaying technique and 9 styles both belonged to minor success. That is, he had mastered the technique but had not yet possessed sufficient power. As for condensing chi technique and bone quenching technique, because they were low-grade yellow rank techniques, and did not belong to combat skills. They had actually reached major success first. With the system categorizing like this, I can understand my various abilities' growth more clearly. He affirmed the system's performance. The last item was the other skills section. Traditional crafts. Can this actually be counted as a skill? Feng Chen was shocked. He felt he had lived a pure life. Just occasionally making a mistake shouldn't be recorded, right? But he couldn't delete it even if he wanted to. Really, the system is not humanized enough in this regard. Even though only I can see it, I still feel ashamed. Shaking his head, Feng Chen decided that if there wasn't a hidden feature next time he upgraded, he would definitely complain about the system. Then, Feng Chen looked at pull-ups. His gaze locked on. The screen immediately changed, displaying the skill name and dragging out a long numerical value. Pull-ups 344,582. Special note: this exercise counts by individual repetitions, while other exercises may count by sets or by hours. Feng Chen immediately understood. The pull-ups he had done, plus the experience points gained from the system's doubling, were all included in the final total. As for counting by sets and by hours, Feng Chen quickly grasped it. It was just like talking about traditional crafts. After all, he spent several hours each time. Of course, it had to be calculated by hours. In the days that followed, Feng Chen's life became very simple. He either crazily took medicine to boost his vitality or studied knowledge related to martial artists, learning more about common sense in martial arts. In his leisure time, he would also go out for a stroll with Xinger, breathing in the fresh air. As for Xinger's heart problem, the medical techniques I found online don't have particularly effective treatments. I'm afraid we'll have to look for something in Tianwu. Additionally, Feng Chen helped Feng Manlu resolve a difficult issue. That morning, Feng Manlu hesitantly pushed open Feng Chen's door, sitting on the edge of Feng Chen's bed with a face full of hesitation. It startled Feng Chen. "Dad, what's wrong?" Xiaoyun, I don't know how to say it." Dad, just say it more openly." Feng Chen patiently comforted him. So Feng Manlu spoke. "You know, I used to run deliveries every day, climbing dozens of flights of stairs, so I felt particularly good, like I had endless energy. But recently, life has improved, and I feel like I can't do it anymore." "I understand." Feng Chen nodded, his face showing understanding. "Originally, you were busy from morning till night, and suddenly, with nothing to do, you feel empty inside, right?" "Yes, that's it," Feng Manlu affirmed, feeling that his son understood him. Unlike some people who would just think they were exhausted, overdrawn, and unable to lift their heads. "Now that I have nothing to do every day, I feel particularly bored, but I don't know what to do." "Then you can write a novel." "Write a novel?" Feng Manlu was surprised. Feng Chen fully supported him. "Dad, weren't you a literary genius before? Writing a novel would be picking up your old profession." "Then I'll give it a try." Feng Manlu walked away, deep in thought. That night, he bought a computer and officially announced he would write a novel. He even discussed the theme with Feng Chen. "Xiaoyun, I thought of a particularly awesome theme. Do you want to hear it?" "How awesome?" "My protagonist has a special ability. Every time he obtains something, it randomly doubles." "Ahem. What's wrong? Is it not good?" "No, this theme is quite awesome," Feng Chen said, choking and turning red, feeling inexplicably a bit guilty. And so, life went on. Soon, it was time for Feng Chen to report to Tianwu Academy. His strength had also seen a comprehensive improvement. Hostname: Feng Chen. System level: LV2. Vitality value: 812. Mental value: 1365, 1321. Cultivation techniques: Spirit Nourishing Technique, Spirit Division Technique, God Slashing Technique, 9 styles, Qi Condensation Technique, Bone Tempering Technique. Other skills: pull-ups, punching, flirting, deceiving, cleaning, traditional crafts, etc. So Feng Chen bid farewell to Ai Weiwei, telling her that he wouldn't cancel the personal training classes he hadn't finished. Then he had a meal with his family, leaving them with 2 million in cash, telling them not to worry about money and to come to him if they needed anything. At last, Feng Chen held the train ticket and set off alone on the road to Tianwu Academy. "Tianwu, I'm coming." Meanwhile, in another dimension, hundreds of Chinese soldiers were helping their injured comrades out, their faces grave and stained with blood, clearly having just endured a fierce battle. At that moment, Zhang Fubai, rushing over, was horrified to see the few hundred remaining fighters. It was important to note that there should have been 10,000 soldiers stationed here. Upon seeing Zhang Fubai approach, Xiao, the squad leader, clenched his right fist and placed it over his heart, shouting their lifelong motto: "In the land of Huaxia, we will not yield an inch. In the land of Huaxia, we will not yield an inch." Zhang Fubai stood tall, responding to this with the utmost seriousness and respect. Only then did he ask, "What happened?" "The beasts have come to attack again. Exotic beasts are attacking again. We held our ground, but..." The words below. Zhang Fubai didn't need to ask more. Xiao didn't need to say much either. The cost of holding the position was once again paid with the blood and flesh of the soldiers. But one must know, most of the soldiers in Huaxia are ordinary people, not martial artists. Yet how many of those privileged martial artists are on the battlefield? Thinking of this, a trace of sorrow flowed in Zhang Fubai's eyes. Can we really hold on? Can we really rely on the military and our Tianwu? Will the next generation really have time to grow? This question Xiao couldn't answer. Zhang Fubai himself had no confidence. The train is arriving at the station Tiandu. With the sound of an announcement, Feng Chen stretched lazily, took his suitcase from the luggage rack, and dragged it toward the door. Unlike the high-speed train station in Tianla City, at the Tiandu high-speed train station, as soon as he stepped out of the train door, a gate-like device appeared in front of him. As Feng Chen stepped out, a red light swept across his body from top to bottom, scanning him completely. Then, a young lady in a police uniform approached him with a device in hand and smiled elegantly at him. Welcome to Tiandu, Feng Chen. Does this device also have facial recognition capabilities? Feng Chen pointed at the gate-like device. The young lady smiled and shook her head. No, this device can only identify martial artists and non-martial artists. I recognized you because I saw your report. I see, I haven't seen much of the world, so I made a fool of myself. Feng Chen scratched his head awkwardly. This made the young lady have a good impression of him. Compared to those show-offs, most girls actually prefer more innocent and genuine boys. So the young lady chatted a bit more. Actually, this device is still in pilot operation. Most places still use glass wall testing devices, just like the one in Tianla City where you were. I see. Feng Chen nodded. In a world where martial artists are everywhere, the management of martial artists is taken very seriously across various sectors. Therefore, places like train station entrances and subway station entrances conduct blood energy tests to ensure that dangerous individuals are always under surveillance. Your current blood energy level is 8-star bronze, which is quite a bit higher than during the national exam, the young lady said as the device in her hand printed out a bronze-colored card. She handed it to Feng Chen. This is your martial artist certificate. In Tiandu, there will always be security officers who will randomly check your identity. Just show this certificate when the time comes, and you can pass the inspection smoothly. Got it, I'll keep it safe, thank you. After thanking the young lady, Feng Chen seriously looked at the card in his hand. The card was entirely blue, representing Feng Chen's identity as a bronze martial artist. The front displayed his personal information, identical to that on his ID card, clearly retrieved from his online profile and replicated onto the card. On the back, there was a circular pattern in the center, with 9-star shapes above it, one of which was empty, while the other 8 shone with a golden light. 8-star bronze, is that what it means? Just as the young lady said, Tiandu conducts random checks at any time. Feng Chen hadn't walked 500 meters before encountering 3 random checks. Fortunately, after showing his martial artist certificate, everything was fine. However, it's no wonder that Tiandu's inspection intensity is so high. Because on the street, Feng Chen could sense a strong killing intent emanating from many people. Many people walk around the streets with large sabers on their backs, and when they encounter a random inspection, they hand over their martial artist certificates with both hands like grandsons. That's not right. I can understand those carrying swords being inspected, but I'm not carrying a sword, so why am I being inspected? Furrowing his brows, Feng Chen observed carefully. He then discovered that those swaggering about, even if they were carrying swords, would not be randomly inspected. Meanwhile, those who were cautious and clearly new arrivals who dared not cause trouble would be inspected regardless of whether they were carrying swords or not. This made Feng Chen's lips twitch. Got it. Those who look guilty are either up to no good or just recently arrived from elsewhere, making them prime targets for inspection. Those who strut around as if they own the place are actually not afraid of being checked, so there's no need to waste time inspecting them. Damn, there's such a nuance to this. Realizing this, he straightened his chest. Feng Chen swaggered towards Tiandu. Sure enough, he didn't encounter any inspections along the way. Tiandu, over a decade ago, was merely a run-down city. Although rich in cultural heritage, its development was extremely slow. Thus, the decision-makers took a gamble, fully supporting the Tianwu Academy, establishing a symbiotic relationship. This led to Tianwu Academy becoming a top martial arts school, and Tiandu leaping to become one of the most prosperous cities in China. Therefore, as one of the contributors to the construction of Tiandu, and as the face of Tiandu, it was only reasonable for the entrance of Tianwu Academy to be somewhat grand, right? Damn, but this is a bit too grand, isn't it? Standing at the entrance of Tianwu Academy, Feng Chen looked at the over 100-meter long and more than 30-meter high white jade gate, and his expression was somewhat strained. He had never seen such an extravagant gate. Moreover, wasn't today the day for school registration? Why was the entrance empty, with no lovely senior sisters or beautiful upperclassmen to welcome him? Just as he was wondering if he had remembered the date wrong, a melodious laugh interrupted his thoughts. Ah ha ha ha, our top student has arrived. As Feng Chen's recruiter and the enrollment teacher of Tiandu, Qin Zhan immediately gave Feng Chen a big hug. He then looked at the white jade gate with a sunny expression. Isn't it magnificent? This is called the Heavenly Gate. Heavenly Gate? Feng Chen repeated, feeling that Tianwu had quite the audacity to name it. That. Qin Zhan continued to explain. This Heavenly Gate is 111 meters long and 33 meters high, built to commemorate the 33 teachers and 111 outstanding students who made significant contributions to the school. Its meaning is, the teachers are the pillars supporting a piece of sky, while the seniors are the steps, allowing us juniors to step on their shoulders and rise. So, this gate is not just for walking under, the academy hopes that we can walk over it as well. That's the significance of the Heavenly Gate. After Qin Zhan finished speaking, he was immensely proud. His father, Qin Gongda, the current president of Tianwu Academy, was one of those 33 teachers. However, after hearing Qin Zhan explain the meaning of the Heavenly Gate, Feng Chen couldn't help but scratch his chin. This small action was, of course, keenly noticed by Qin Zhan. Curiously, Qin Zhan asked, Qingyun, what's wrong? Did I speak too fast and you didn't grasp the meaning of this Heavenly Gate? No. Feng Chen smiled, pretending nothing had happened. But Qin Zhan was relentless. No way, I can tell you have thoughts on this. If you don't say anything, I won't let you in today. No way, I can see you definitely have something on your mind. If you don't say it, I won't let you in today. Qin Zhan insisted. Feng Chen could only respond, fine, I'll say it, but don't blame me. Don't worry, I definitely won't. Qin Zhan patted his chest. Since that was the case, Feng Chen spoke frankly. If you say the seniors are on a pedestal, then why not put them on the ground? Otherwise, being up high just tells others that they are hard to surpass. If they're on the ground, people won't feel that way, and they'll be happy to step on them. And the two pillars beside them, directly supporting the sky, also make sense in terms of artistic conception. Of course, the most important thing is, without that big stone on top, the people below won't have to worry about it falling on them, right? After listening to Feng Chen's analysis, Qin Zhan was stunned. At first, he thought Feng Chen's argument was a bit disrespectful to the seniors. But after thinking it over, damn, what he said makes so much sense. Accepting Feng Chen's viewpoint, when Qin Zhan looked at the Heavenly Gate again, it felt strange. He scratched his head and muttered, it seems to be that way. I didn't feel it until you said it. Now that you mentioned it, I don't even dare to walk under the Heavenly Gate. Right? Feng Chen sighed and shook his head, thinking that Qin Zhan was too easy to fool. Then he asked, by the way, shouldn't school start today? Why is there no one around? Did I come too early? When it came to this matter, Qin Zhan looked at Feng Chen with a face full of resentment, as if Feng Chen had done something very wrong to him. Feng Chen looked at the top of his head. There was no green light, so why was he so mournful? Is there something wrong with my question? Feng Chen, have you actually read your admission notice carefully? That kind of thing, isn't it enough to just glance at the start date? Feng Chen said innocently, which made Qin Zhan even more resentful. Didn't you notice that there was a suggestion in there advising new students to report to school a month or even 2 months in advance? There's that too. The awkward response made Qin Zhan not want to engage with Feng Chen at all. But there was no choice. After all, Feng Chen was the one he had recruited, at least in name. Adolescence is a very important developmental stage for martial artists, so during this period, both vitality and mental strength have great potential for improvement. So most students rush over on the first day they receive their admission notice, and the latest ones arrive at school at least a month in advance. Only one person waited until the last day to come. I don't need to say the name, right? Feeling Qin Zhan's deep resentment, Feng Chen could only awkwardly touch his nose and cough a few times to ease the awkwardness. Ahem. Because the admissions mentor has the obligation to wait for students, and whoever recruits them waits. So Qin Zhan must have been waiting for him to the point of being anxious. Alright, let's go through the Heavenly Gate. This is a ceremony that every student of the Tianwu Academy must go through, otherwise they can't be considered a Tianwu person. The sense of ceremony is quite nice. Feng Chen looked up at the Heavenly Gate. He didn't say much and directly followed Qin Zhan through the gate. This left Qin Zhan quite surprised. How did you come through the bottom? I thought you would find a way to jump over from the top. Are you kidding me? Why would I do something so silly? Feng Chen spread his hands helplessly. What are you thinking? Qin Zhan could only shrug. Actually, that's a tradition. You know, those who can get into Tianwu are all somewhat capable, each one proud and arrogant. Once they hear the story of this gate, many want to leap over it. Is there really someone that foolish? Really? Quite a few. Some ask for help to be thrown over, others try to climb over the pillars, and the most ridiculous was a guy who flew a helicopter over. And then the helicopter got shot down. Listening to these guys' strange ideas and thoughts, Feng Chen couldn't help but marvel while also feeling a bit regretful. If only he had come a little earlier, he could have witnessed many thrilling and explosive scenes. Unfortunately, now he could only look forward to seeing some stunning girls at school. So are we going to the dorm now? Not in a hurry. After passing through the heavenly gate, Xinjian became serious, extending a finger on each hand towards Fengchen. I have two things to tell you. First, the first thing upon entering the school is to sign a death waiver. This is the death waiver, take a look. He pulled out a death waiver from his pocket and handed it to Fengchen. Fengchen glanced at it. I voluntarily signed this agreement during my time at school, regardless of whether I am killed, beaten to death, poisoned, kicked to death, etc. All death incidents are unrelated to Tianwu Academy, and I thank the Academy for its humanitarian spirit, providing a compensation of 10 million yuan. Deeply grateful? After reading it, Fengchen felt a chill run down his spine. What kind of death waiver is this? This is clearly a death notice. And the ways to die are too many, right? However, Xinjian nodded calmly. This death waiver must be signed. To be honest, if you don't sign, you're not a real man. Alright, don't provoke me. I've come this far, how could I back down at this moment? Just sign here, right? Yes, and please sign your own name, not mine. Cough, typo. After signing the death waiver, Xinjian carefully checked it and then tucked it away in his pocket before starting on the second point. Second, from now on, until you meet the requirements, you can only leave the school in the way provided by the school. Right now? I haven't even bought my daily necessities. I don't have toothpaste or a toothbrush. Don't worry, our school is very large and has everything, Xinjian said confidently, pointing to a nearby subway entrance. Indeed, there was a subway entrance within the school. See? Our school's exclusive subway, only for internal use. It takes 2 hours to circle the school by subway. You think, in such a large school, they would be short of a little toothpaste and toothbrush? Although Xinjian was trying hard to suppress a smirk, his poor acting was quickly seen through by Fengchen. Fengchen coldly laughed to himself. Just by looking at him, I can tell he's talking nonsense, trying to trick me. But whatever, he waited for me for a month, so I'll cooperate with him this once. So Fengchen happily nodded and followed Xinjian towards the subway entrance. After getting to the subway entrance, on the platform, a display board showed that there were only 3 stops from the school gate to the freshman accommodation area, with the intermediate stops being the exchange center and the library. Fengchen calculated the distance in his mind. The Tianwu school gate is in the city center of Tiandu, so 3 subway stops should still be near the city center. I never expected the freshman accommodation area is actually in such a prime location. Thinking this, Fengchen ended up sitting on the subway for a full hour. When Fengchen walked out of the subway entrance, what he saw before him was no longer a city area. It was clearly a mountain valley that couldn't even be considered a suburb. Behind him were endless mountains. In front was a small plain. And what was even more shocking was that on that small plain, some people were wandering aimlessly like lost souls. That's right. Those people were all new students of Tianwu. What the hell? What's wrong with these people? Fengchen asked, pointing at them. But Xinjian had a relaxed expression on his face. It's nothing, they just went through military training, you know? Every new student in college has to go through it. Fengchen thought to himself, military training my ass. Military training only makes boys turn yellow and girls turn dark. How could it make people look like this, neither human nor ghost? Seeing the doubt in Fengchen's eyes, Xinjian scratched his head. Well, we are from the Martial Arts Academy, so the military training content is a bit harder and lasts a bit longer than at regular universities. But it's not a big deal. Anyone with hands can get through it. But Fengchen no longer believed this guy's words. Anyone with hands can get through it? Then how did these people end up like this? Xinjian continued, alright, the content of the military training is wilderness survival aimed at helping you pampered city kids shed some of that bookish air. So that's how it is. Fengchen nodded. It made sense. Most of the time, martial artists carry out their missions outside the city. Because in the vast land of Huaxia, there are surveillance cameras everywhere, and wanted criminals have nowhere to hide, so they can only hide in the mountains. And capturing these wanted criminals is just a daily routine for martial artists. Seeing that Fengchen's mood was still decent, Xinjian awkwardly said, by the way, normally every new student gets a survival manual, but I forgot to bring it with me today. You should find someone else to team up with. You need to learn teamwork. After saying that, Xinjian hurriedly ran off, looking guilty. Fengchen was left speechless. Meanwhile, at the subway entrance, 2 guards suddenly appeared, each wielding a heavy cross sword, blocking the entrance like statues. The meaning was clear. The subway was temporarily closed. What a hassle, I can only find someone to ask. Scratching his head, Fengchen turned around, only to find that before he could lock onto his prey, he had already been targeted as prey. From all directions, a large group of girls came rushing in, eager and hungry. Some were sweet-looking, some were sexy and charming, others were healthy and wild, and even a few aloof and proud ones were awkwardly lingering at a distance, unsure whether to come over. But the majority were messy-haired girls, some even mixed in with a few boys. What's going on? What do they want? Fengchen quickly took a step back, ready to fight. In situations like this, he couldn't think about fighting them. He could only grab one and beat them to scare the others away. Otherwise, if they all rushed at him and surrounded him, he would either be exhausted or slowly tortured to death, with no chance of survival. So, Fengchen's gaze began to scan quickly, trying to pick out the weakest one among them. This one's chest muscles are so exaggerated, no good, must be well nourished and strong. This one has so little clothing? No good, easily distracted in battle, affecting my mental and physical safety. Hey, this one looks decent, quite ordinary, weight, poor chest, probably not easy to deal with. But just as Fengchen was carefully sizing up his opponents and trying to pick the most suitable target among the well-endowed beauties, the people across from him cautiously came to a stop. Seeing this scene, Fengchen was a bit puzzled. Why did they stop? Standing too far away, he couldn't see clearly. Then, a few people from the group stepped forward to speak. Classmate, we mean no harm, we just want to borrow something from you. Yeah, classmate, don't be nervous. Classmate, do you have any tissues on you? Paper towels or handkerchiefs will do. Borrow? A mere piece of toilet paper. And they still have to borrow it? How poor are the students of Tianwu? No, something's off. So, Fengchen calmly asked, why do you need to borrow toilet paper? Classmate, we just need some toilet paper. We girls can't use leaves to go to the bathroom, can we? A group of girls said, their faces flushed and hearts racing. Because the leaves here are really too rough. They can easily scratch delicate areas. Especially some leaves that even have trace toxins. If used in private areas, they can cause irritation. Got it. Fengchen nodded. Seeing that he understood, the others became happy and quickly said, classmate, we really just need toilet paper. We won't cause you any harm, you can rest assured. We just don't know how much you have. We all need some, and we can even buy it with money. Although the others showed a very sincere attitude, Fengchen wasn't foolish. Since so many people came to borrow toilet paper from him, it meant that toilet paper was a scarce resource in the current environment. So, he absolutely couldn't lend it. However, I don't have a survival manual. I need to find someone who isn't too scheming and not too materialistic to borrow from. So, Fengchen took out a pack of open handkerchiefs with only 3 sheets left and waved it in front of the group of girls. Upon seeing that there were only 3 tissues, disappointment immediately showed in some people's eyes. Such people were quickly eliminated by Fengchen. So materialistic? Pass. Then, Fengchen locked onto a girl. This girl looked very delicate, dressed in a pink sports outfit that accentuated her figure, clearly a naive little girl. But now, her legs were tightly crossed, even forming an X shape due to a bit of urgency. She's the one. Having locked onto his target, Fengchen smoothly and naturally put the tissues back into his pocket. Sorry, everyone, I still need this tissue, so I can't lend it to you. You can all disperse. Upon hearing Fengchen's words, most people left in disappointment. Only a few boys stared at Fengchen's suitcase, seemingly guessing whether there were any good things inside. Fengchen smiled slightly at the corner of his mouth. As expected, no matter where you go, it's hard to avoid bullying. Snatching things is basic behavior. So, oh no, my warrior certificate fell, how careless of me. He said this, but while picking it up, he deliberately exposed the warrior certificate to those with ulterior motives. Bronze warrior? Seeing the color of the card exclusive to bronze warriors, the expressions of this group turned ugly. In fact, most of them were still at the level of black iron warriors and had no chance of winning against a bronze warrior unless they called for more people. Let's go. Call for help. However, these people didn't know that Fengchen's mental power was vast, so his senses were heightened, and his hearing range was about 5 times normal. Therefore, their words fell into Fengchen's ears without missing a single word. This put Fengchen in a difficult position. Really, I just wanted to keep a low profile for a while. Forget it, since you all want to rob me, it's only fair that I rob you back, right? He mumbled. Fengchen, carrying his suitcase, walked over to the nearby bushes to chase after the pink-haired girl. Fengchen guessed correctly. That pink-haired girl was indeed in a hurry. So she found a secluded spot, and Yixingxing looked at the somewhat rough plant leaves beneath her feet. Gritting her teeth, she made up her mind. She was ready to use them as toilet paper. Just as she was about to pull down her pants, suddenly, Yixingxing heard footsteps coming from the bushes. Rustle, rustle, rustle. Panicking, Yixingxing shouted, someone's here. I know. Then why are you coming over? I'm here to deliver paper. I came to deliver toilet paper. Fengchen said powerfully, his voice deep and charming. It made Yixingxing's face twitch suddenly. She wanted to hit him, but she really couldn't refuse the temptation of toilet paper. After all, between leaves and toilet paper, boys didn't want their flowers to wither, and girls didn't want to suffer. So Yixingxing tried hard to squeeze her legs together and said to Fengchen, classmate, thank you so much. I really don't know how to thank you. It's okay if you don't know how to thank me. I can teach you how to thank me. Ha! Yixingxing was momentarily taken aback. Wasn't that just a polite remark? Why was he taking it seriously? And why did he look Like he was about to say something? Couldn't he wait until I was done? I really need to go. Fengchen suddenly looked enlightened. Classmate, I'm sorry, are you in a hurry? Then take my tissue and go solve it first. In that brief scene, he instantly won Yi Xingxing's favor. Congratulations, host, you have gained a classmate's favor reward, currently undergoing random doubling. Randomly doubling by 666 times. In an instant, Yi Xingxing developed a great deal of affection for Fengchen and expressed her gratitude. Thank you. You're welcome. Fengchen replied calmly, handing the tissue in his hand to Yi Xingxing. After she took it, she said again, thank you. Then she quickly dove into the bushes, her figure disappearing. However, Fengchen wasn't worried that Yi Xingxing would not return. After all, with the favor gained, she would be eager to see him more often. Who knows, she might even fall in love with me. What a pity. I'm destined to be a. Just as he was feeling smug, Fengchen noticed that some people had quietly surrounded him. As he turned around, he saw more than 10 people jumping out from the bushes, forming a circle around him. The two leading figures were holding a dagger and a machete, respectively, and they approached with grins, saying, Classmate, recently my buddy's flower has been nearly ruined by the leaves. If you have toilet paper, please take it out and save us, we will thank you. If you're going to rob, just rob, stop talking nonsense. Fengchen patted his suitcase. It was newly bought, with little floral stickers from Xinger on it. It looked great. There's what you want inside, but think carefully, if you can't beat me, I might just take your stuff. The people opposite him were taken aback, thinking, damn it, we're being discreet, and you're so direct, you must be a habitual offender. Let me go first. The one with the machete was a bit more aggressive, stepping forward and charging at Fengchen violently. At the same time, a system pop-up flashed in Fengchen's vision, complete with an arrow pointing to the blade of the machete. Air pressure value 11. Ha! Fengchen extended two fingers and easily pinched the machete, then lifted the person like a basketball. When he looked at the machete again, the system popped up a new window. Ordinary. Machete, not enhanced in any way, equivalent to garbage. Strongly recommend the host not to keep it. A vein twitched on Fengchen's forehead. Was this what I wanted to see? I wanted to see the air pressure value. Speaking of which, this is the first time I've fought with someone since the system upgrade. Maybe it's a new feature of the system, I should study it. With that thought, Fengchen tossed his suitcase aside, his body turning into a blur as he charged at one person, raising his fist to strike. At the same time, the system marked his punch. 9 styles. 1 punch. Air pressure value 36. With a loud bang, this person was sent flying by Fengchen's punch. Got it. The kinetic value is the concentration of vital energy at a point, which then bursts out as a numerical value. In that case, it allows one to see through others' feints and real attacks. Fengchen's gaze swept over everyone. Sure enough, some people's kinetic values were increasing in their hands, while others were increasing in their feet, and the one with the dagger had an increasing kinetic value at the tip of his dagger. The combat data of these people was actually analyzed by the system. Awesome! My system! Just as Fengchen praised the system, a notification sound came through. Optimizing the display. Optimization complete. Immediately, the arrows in front of Fengchen transformed into 2 groups. One group showed the opponent's vitality, and the other group showed the opponent's kinetic value. Vitality 78, kinetic value 11. The guy with the dagger turned out to be an 8-star black iron and was about to enter 9-star. Fengchen couldn't help but marvel. There were indeed many talents in Tianwu, but for a fighter of his caliber, a bronze warrior like Fengchen could take them down with a single kick. Go! The dagger-wielding man shouted, instructing others to feign an attack while he hid among them, planning to get close to Fengchen and then control him. Truly a crafty one, but Fengchen wouldn't let him have his way. With a flash of his foot, Fengchen moved at an incredible speed, rushing in front of him, clenched his right fist, and delivered a punch that instantly struck his abdomen. 9 styles. 1 punch. Bang! With that punch, the opponent's entire face turned green. He collapsed weakly to his knees, falling right in front of Fengchen. Fengchen shook his head. You guys are unprofessional. Trying to rob someone, and yet each one is weaker than the last. The others on the opposite side thought to themselves, damn it. If it weren't for the bad situation in the Chrysanthemum region, who would want to rob a bronze like you? Besides, what kind of rule is it that robbers need to be able to take a hit? That's just embarrassing. At that moment, Fengchen's gaze swept over the others, looking completely unsatisfied. This frightened them, tightening their nerves. Their lower regions felt a burning pain. Not good. Run. Take the suitcase too. As the words fell, a few rushed towards the suitcase while others hurriedly fled in different directions. But since they were already here, they shouldn't think about leaving. So Fengchen's foot flashed, his body moving so fast it left only an afterimage, crashing into the backs of these people, delivering a punch to each, bringing them all to their knees. As for those who had taken the suitcase, they were secretly delighted, thinking they could finally use toilet paper. Finally got it. Wait, why is it so light? Is it empty? Nonsense. My underwear is inside. You pervert stealing underwear. Feng Chen rushed up. Another punch for each. In less than 10 seconds, Feng Chen had knocked them all to the ground. Then, he smiled at a few of them, casually walking up to them and deftly searching their pockets, making them furious. Feng Chen sneered. Not convinced? Shall we have another round? So these people closed their eyes. But at that moment, Yi Xingxing, who had gone to the bathroom, rushed out in a panic and immediately tried to pull Feng Chen to run with her. Feng Chen frowned. Miss, have you washed your hands? Rubbing against me without washing is a bit much, don't you think? Hurry, run. Realizing she couldn't pull him, Yi Xingxing abandoned Feng Chen and ran off quickly, leaving him confused. What the hell? Then, strange and bizarre sounds reached his ears. Turning around, he saw buzz 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 buzz. A low rumbling sound filled the air, and Feng Chen turned around to see a swarm of mosquitoes flying in the sky. But upon closer inspection, he realized these were not mosquitoes at all. They were clearly giant flying scorpions. Each one was the size of a palm, with wings on their backs and long, barbed tails that shimmered ominously, clearly capable of delivering a deadly sting. Damn it! Feng Chen was so scared that his scalp tingled. He tossed his suitcase into the storage space and took off running. These flying scorpions were completely beyond his understanding. He had never even heard of such creatures, let alone seen them. He quickly caught up with Yi Xingxing and asked, "What are those things?" "Those are flying scorpions, a relatively common species in this area. Their venom isn't very potent, they won't kill you. If they won't kill you, then why run? But they can turn you into a pig's head," Yi Xingxing said, glancing sympathetically at the dozen or so people lying on the ground. These individuals had already been beaten half to death by Feng Chen and were unable to move. Now, surrounded by the flying scorpions, they were likely to be stung into a pile of pig heads. Sure enough, the swarm of flying scorpions attacked anyone alive, immediately pouncing on the group of people lying on the ground, forming a terrifying mass of writhing insects. In no time, the group of people had turned into a heap of pig heads. Feng Chen felt his scalp go numb. Damn! This is really brutal, right? So we need to run quickly, Yi Xingxing said kindly. But she noticed that Feng Chen seemed to be running much faster than her, almost leaving her behind. Meanwhile, someone on the plane noticed the commotion and immediately sounded the alarm. The flying scorpions are coming! The flying scorpions are coming! In an instant, everyone wandering on the plane gathered together, instinctively pulling out their weapons in preparation. Some took out brass knuckles, others grabbed iron rods, while some wielded extravagant guangdong knives and even more exaggerated golden-winged halberds. Yi Xingxing finally caught up with Feng Chen and pulled him along. "Classmate, we need to hurry over there. To deal with these swarm-type beasts, we need more people and strength. So you all are wandering around here to deal with the flying scorpions?" "Of course not, the really powerful ones are actually in the mountains." As Feng Chen and Yi Xingxing spoke, they moved toward the crowd. Soon, the flying scorpions surged toward the group like a tide. The crowd began to erupt with shouts. "Fight back! Otherwise, we'll all turn into pig heads. Kill them!" The new students began to swing their weapons with all their might. Those without weapons resorted to using their fists. But doing so meant that for every flying scorpion they struck, they would get stung by the barbs, quickly exhausting their energy and causing their hands to swell, forcing them to retreat in a panic. But the flying scorpions showed no mercy. They only became more ferocious, stinging them into pig heads. "Aha! My face! My face! Aha! My chest! My chest! Aha! My!" The wails continued, filled with a mix of pain and a hint of lingering resentment. Hearing these cries, Yi Xingxing, wearing a pair of specially made boxing gloves, kept swinging her fists, knocking the scorpions out of the air. At the same time, she anxiously said to Feng Chen, "Classmate, even though your energy is high, without a weapon, you'll still be at a disadvantage. If you can't handle it, then stand behind me." Her few words were very touching. However, the reality was, Feng Chen stood still, but those flying scorpions, after charging fiercely to within a meter of him, turned around and retreated. "What's going on? Do these guys not dare to approach me?" Feng Chen rubbed his chin in suspicion. It is said that the simpler-minded creatures have a stronger ability to judge danger. Could it be that these flying scorpions know they are no match for me? This situation caught the attention of some people, gradually evolving into a spectacle that everyone was focused on. Because this situation was too peculiar. It was a scene that no one had ever witnessed before. Some people even began to discuss it eagerly, talking while fighting. "What's going on? Why aren't the flying scorpions attacking that person? That person seems to be Feng Chen, the top scorer of the national exam, right? I heard that during the exam, his vitality value had already broken through to 3-star bronze. No wonder, it must be his strong vitality that scared the flying scorpions." "Shoo, don't say that, Feng Aotian is going to get angry." With a hush, many people's gazes fell on a boy with delicate features and a graceful appearance. Indeed, this person was very handsome and was truly a boy. And from his demeanor, it was clear he belonged to the extremely proud and aloof type. Feng Chen also glanced at him through the crowd, a bit surprised. 423? 4-star bronze. His vitality value was second only to Feng Chen among so many people. At this moment, Yi Xingxing, who had just said he would let Feng Chen hide behind him, was now standing behind Feng Chen. He quietly said to Feng Chen, "Feng Aotian is second in the national exam and has a bit of a star complex. When he first arrived, he was looking for you everywhere, saying he wanted to compete with you to see who is the true number one. He claims to have a great opportunity and that he will definitely not lose to you. Unfortunately, I am still the lone victor." Feng Chen said this fact with great sorrow. Noticing Feng Chen looking at him, Feng Aotian immediately shot a glance back, arrogantly curling his lips in a half-smile. Extremely infuriating. "Are you challenging me? Humph. What you can do, I can do too, and I will do it even better." After saying that, Feng Aotian completely gave up resistance, placing his hands arrogantly behind his back, straightening his waist and unleashing his vitality pressure to face the oncoming flying scorpions. Put! A large flying scorpion slapped directly onto his face, raising its sharp stinger and stinging him right on the face. Following this scorpion, a swarm of scorpions all attacked, targeting only Feng Aotian's face. It felt as if the first scorpion was rallying. "Brothers, this person dares to look down on us. Sting him! Sting him to death! Sting him to death!" With fierce momentum, countless scorpions surrounded Feng Aotian's head, causing him to fall to the ground, his entire head stung to the point of looking like a pig's head. This made Feng Chen and the others shake their heads in regret. He was indeed quite good-looking. Unfortunately, he traded his brain for it. After the flying scorpions had either died or been injured, and the remaining scorpions all fled, those who had swollen heads like pig heads surprisingly couldn't bear to rest for even a minute. They began to beat the dead flying scorpions on the ground, leaving Feng Chen dumbfounded. "Is everyone this petty? The scorpions are dead, and you still want to disembowel them? Venting hatred? Of course not." Yi Xingxing squatted on the ground, reached out to grab a flying scorpion, and with a crunch, broke the scorpion in half. Crouching on the ground, Yi Xingxing picked up a scorpion, and with a twist of her hands, she snapped it in half. Then she glanced at the scorpion's opened belly, sighed, and shook her head. She tossed the scorpion on the ground and picked up another one to continue. "Of course, we're not so boring as to just whip corpses. It's possible that these exotic beasts might yield beast cores inside them, and beast cores can be exchanged for items." At this point, Yi Xingxing looked up at Feng Chen and asked with a hint of confusion, "Didn't your enrollment mentor give you a survival manual?" Cough, "No," Feng Chen replied weakly. He then added, "I was actually looking for you to ask if I could borrow your survival manual for a while." Yi Xingxing's expression turned strange. She fidgeted, seemingly reluctant. Feng Chen's heart sank. Could it be that this survival manual is extremely precious, something that ordinary people can't get? No way. Am I going to be completely scammed? Just as he was thinking this, Yi Xingxing finally relented, quietly took out her survival manual from her chest, and handed it to Feng Chen. It still had a milky scent, warm to the touch. Thank you." Feng Chen awkwardly rubbed his nose. So girls really do like to hide things in their chests. Then, Feng Chen picked up the manual. It was divided into 3 parts. The first part was military training instructions, the second part was a wilderness survival guide, and the third part was an explanation of exotic beasts. After reading it, he exclaimed, "Damn. I really don't know whether to say it's impressive or perverted." Feng Chen muttered. The new students of Tianwu Academy spent their military training in this area known as the Death Mountains. As for why it was called the Death Mountains, it was simply because many exotic beasts that didn't exist in the outside world were raised here by Tianwu Academy. The flying scorpion that Feng Chen had just seen was one of them. The images and descriptions of these exotic beasts, as well as their living areas, were all detailed in the survival manual, but it didn't explain how these beasts were born. It could be said that as long as one remembered this survival manual and had a bit of self-awareness, they basically wouldn't die except for those who love to court death. So that's why we have to sign a life and death contract. It's to guard against this. He stroked his chin and continued reading. Since the new students were essentially locked in the Death Mountains, there naturally had to be ways to get out. There were 3 options for leaving. First, if you die, you will naturally be sent out. Second, break out of the Death Mountains with a recommended challenge level of gold or above. Third, on the 15th of each month, new students can challenge the residences of senior students. If they succeed in attacking and hold it for 3 months, they can leave permanently. Senior students' residences? Feng Chen asked. Yi Xingxing, who was still breaking scorpions on the ground, pointed to a location in the south. Feng Chen squinted and looked. Several kilometers away, there were actually rows of townhouses, each exquisitely decorated, and weapons inside the rooms gleamed coldly. Attacking senior students' dormitories? Got it, it's to let new students grow through battle while keeping senior students on their toes, just like in a Game where you practice in real combat and play in real combat. It's simply a combat drill. Feng Chen secretly clicked his tongue. The higher-ups of Tianwu Academy were indeed peculiar. They could think of such things. Special note, the Death Mountains are also a place for senior students to train their combat abilities, so it's normal for senior students to enter sometimes. Feng Chen could understand this. It was like raising chickens at home. You can't have the kids eating eggs every day, the parents can't have a chicken leg or something, right? So, Feng Chen didn't pay much attention. He continued on. During the Death Mountain period, the academy will only randomly distribute some supplies, first come, first served. If you need anything, you can use Beast Dan to talk at the exchange. Note, the higher the level of the Beast Dan, the more items you can exchange. Also, consuming Beast Dan can increase your personal vitality. Upon seeing this, Feng Chen's heart raced and he couldn't wait to turn to the next page. After all, eating a few Beast Dan could enhance vitality. This was a huge boon for martial artists. However, on the next page it read, for specific methods of consuming Beast Dan, please refer to the library. Note, reading in the library also requires exchanging for time with Beast Dan. What a scam! Furious, Feng Chen threw the guide onto the ground. The feeling was clearly like, I've already taken my pants off, and you tell me the following content requires payment to view? With a resentful glance at the guide lying on the ground, Yi Xingxing stared deeply at Feng Chen's face, her resentment palpable. This was something she had kept close to her heart. Ahem, sorry, I got a bit emotional. Feng Chen picked up the guide. His gaze also wandered around. He now understood why, as new students, some could excellently stay in tents alone, while others could only sleep on the grass with beautiful girls. It seems that happiness must be created by one's own hands. As long as I kill more exotic beasts and exchange them for Beast Dan, I can stay in a tent and use toilet paper, otherwise, I'll have to use leaves. TSK. Realizing this was a test, Feng Chen had recorded most of the manual. Thus, he returned the manual to Yi Xingxing while asking, so, can you get Beast Dan by breaking scorpions? Basically not. Yi Xingxing shook her head. Just consider it a gamble. If we're lucky, finding one or two wouldn't be bad. True. Feng Chen nodded, not saying more. Then, he strode towards the Death Mountain under Yi Xingxing's sighing gaze. After all, too many people charged in bravely, only to flee in disgrace. Meanwhile, on the mountain peak marked as 102 in the Death Mountain, one senior and two new students gathered together. The senior, named Song Jingyan, carried a long knife on his back, measuring a full 33 inches, with a sharp blade capable of cutting through gold and stone. At this moment, he had drawn a topographical map on the ground, with two paths beside it and a dark cave in the middle, looking very much like an indecent depiction. But it was indeed a topographical map. It can be confirmed that the creature living in this cave is a silver-level exotic beast called the multi-angle tiger. This type of exotic beast is very active during the day but sleeps deeply at night. While it sleeps, we can concentrate our attacks and surely kill it. Does anyone have any objections? After speaking, Song Jingyan looked at the other two. However, the two new students appeared very anxious. One of them hurriedly said, Senior, we just recently became bronze by taking drugs. Facing a silver-level exotic beast is really beyond us. You're right, Song Jingyan replied, and suddenly struck out, knocking the person unconscious with the back of his knife. The other new student turned pale with fear. Senior, I have no problem. I really have no problem. I see you have a problem. With a swing of the big knife, the other new student also fainted. After taking down these two, Song Jingyan muttered to himself with a gloomy expression. First, find a cave to hide these two people, and don't let them escape. If the news gets out, that treasure hidden by the multi-horned tiger may not belong to me anymore. Also, we need to find one or two more strong people to act as cannon fodder. Roar! 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 In the dark valley of the mountains, the terrifying roars echoed through the ridges. At the entrance of a cave located between two paths, a figure stumbled out. The person wielding a long knife was none other than Song Jingyan, who had previously ventured into the tiger's den. This time, taking advantage of the night, he charged in again. However, he escaped in a sorry state. Damn it, how is this multi-angled tiger so powerful? After saying that, Song Jingyan continued to flee for his life. He ran all the way from the 101 peak, where the multi-angled tiger was, to the neighboring 102 peak before finally stopping. Then, from a high vantage point, he looked down at the deep cave entrance. At this moment, the multi-angled tiger had quieted down, and the entire cave was eerily silent, as if no battle had ever taken place. Song Jingyan sighed in regret. I thought I could launch a surprise attack while it was asleep at night, and it should have worked, but I didn't expect. Standing on the mountaintop, he frowned. Song Jingyan felt that relying solely on his own strength might really not be enough. It seems I need to find someone to help me distract this multi-angled tiger, but I also don't want to share the treasure. What should I do? Supporting his chin, Song Jingyan began to think seriously. Eventually, he came up with an idea. Got it. I can set a trap, have someone step on a landmine, and before they do, I'll save them. So, They'll owe me a favor. That way. He. His plan was coming together perfectly. Several hours later, at 102 peak, midway up the mountain, Fengchen was staring at a solitary tent, contemplating whether to go over and open a blind box. If I get a senior sister and a senior brother, that would be so exciting. But that tent looks like it might be empty. After thinking it over, Fengchen decided to go check it out. If someone was there, he could learn about the situation nearby. If no one was there, he could just go in and take a nap. After all, that tent looked quite comfortable for sleeping. With that thought, Fengchen approached to open the tent. However, just then, a figure rushed out from the side and shouted at Fengchen, "Junior, be careful, that's a trap." A trap? Fengchen's hand immediately froze. He saw Song Jingyan rushing over, kicking the entire tent away. As the tent flew through the air, a thick, brownish-yellow smoke billowed out from it, extremely glaring in the air. Seeing this scene, Fengchen glanced at Song Jingyan and thought, "Damn, your timing is just too perfect." Then, with an innocent expression, he said, Good thing I didn't fall for it. If it weren't for you, senior." "Sorry, senior, I still don't know your name?" "My name is Song Jingyan." Song Jingyan said with a friendly face, looking Fengchen up and down, only to be surprised to find that Fengchen's vitality was actually a bit higher than his own. He couldn't help but feel a bit nervous. "You are a freshman?" "Yes, I'm the top scorer of this year's national exam, Fengchen said with a hint of pride. He could feel that his vitality was stable above Song Jingyan's, making Song Jingyan secretly break out in a sweat. "Damn! When I saw you from afar, I felt your strength was quite strong, but I didn't expect it to be this strong. However, having a bit more strength is good. Maybe you can distract the multi-angled tiger, giving me enough time to do other things. As long as you're not too clever," he silently thought. Song Jingyan made an effort to put on a smile and tried to get closer to Fengchen. "Junior, you just came in, right? This deep place rarely sees newcomers." "Is that so?" Fengchen said, pointing at the tent, his face full of curiosity. "Senior, since there are rarely any newcomers here, how could someone be foolish enough to set a trap here? Does the person who set this trap think that the seniors are as foolish as he is?" Song Jingyan was left speechless by the retort. At the same time, he looked at Fengchen in confusion, wondering whether this person was pretending to be foolish or truly was. But it seemed he really was quite simple-minded. Ahem, well, this kind of trap might also be set for exotic beasts. Some exotic beasts are quite mischievous and will attack human tents. Song Jingyan forced an explanation, leaving Fengchen a bit dazed. "So, that's how it is." "Exactly." Seeing that he had managed to gloss over it, Song Jingyan deliberately put on an air of authority and asked Fengchen in a serious tone, "By the way, how did you end up here? The exotic beasts that roam here are generally of silver rank. Even if they have bronze-level strength, without rich combat experience, they shouldn't just come in." When he said this, Song Jingyan emphasized the words, reprimanding Fengchen. "What good is strength? In this place, lacking rich experience is not acceptable." After being told this, Fengchen awkwardly touched his nose. "Well, ahem, I just thought it would be fun, so I came in. Before I came in, I really didn't know there were silver-ranked exotic beasts here. How can this be a joke?" Song Jingyan immediately furrowed his brows, asserting his seniority, intimidating Fengchen with his presence. Then, he gently eased his authority. "Forget it. We all came through this way, we all love to have fun. Just stick with me for now. I'll go get something, and after I bring it back, I'll see you out of here." "Thank you, senior." Fengchen expressed his gratitude happily, making Song Jingyan internally sneer. As expected, it's easy to deceive a rookie. Just a few words and he had been fooled. As for Fengchen, he was sneering even more than Song Jingyan. "Ha! You little brat, just looking at your face, I can tell you're trying to play tricks on me. I want to see who will have the last laugh." "Senior, where are we going?" Walking beside Song Jingyan, Fengchen asked curiously, still appearing completely trusting on the surface. Song Jingyan smiled kindly, showing a calm demeanor. "To be honest, Junior, I've been battling a multi-horned tiger recently. I seriously injured it yesterday, and after waiting a day, it should be close to its end, so it's the perfect time to kill it." "Multi-horned tiger? It's a silver-level beast, equivalent to a silver warrior among our human race. However, this multi-horned tiger is injured. Its strength is between bronze and silver, which is why I have the opportunity." A humble description, but the emphasis was clearly on Song Jingyan himself, capable of single-handedly taking down the multi-horned tiger, allowing Fengchen to follow him with peace of mind. Such a little trick, of course, couldn't fool Fengchen. After thinking for a moment, Fengchen deliberately teased, "Senior, don't blame me for being straightforward. To be honest, I think my vitality is even a bit higher than yours, yet I don't have the confidence to deal with a silver-level beast. Junior indeed has exceptional talent. Just entering school, your vitality is already higher than mine, a second-year student," Song Jingyan said with a smile. He wasn't afraid of Feng Chen retorting him because he was well prepared. But when it comes to actual combat, Junior might not necessarily be my match. Are you bragging? My vitality is higher than yours. I could outlast you. Feng Chen said confidently, which made Song Jingyan chuckle sarcastically. That's right, having higher vitality does give an advantage, but it's not an absolute one. Experience, techniques, weapons, emotions, and so on can all determine the outcome of a battle, especially. As he spoke, Song Jingyan stopped facing Feng Chen and drew his long knife from behind. Feng Chen immediately got into a defensive stance. However, Song Jingyan didn't pay much attention, simply walking towards a nearby rock with his long knife. Then he swung it fiercely. Dominant blade. Skybreak slash. With a loud bang, a palm-sized chasm appeared on the rock. Afterwards, Song Jingyan sheathed his long knife. Junior, what do you think of my slash? How much power do you think it had? And how much has my vitality decreased? However, Song Jingyan thought Feng Chen would take a long time to estimate. In reality, with the system, Feng Chen saw everything clearly. Before that slash, Song Jingyan's vitality was 633, and the energy value of that slash actually reached 100, almost 1/6 of his total strength. But more surprisingly, after that slash, Song Jingyan's vitality only decreased by 80. How is this possible? Is the system malfunctioning? No, the system can't malfunction. Then it means that Song Jingyan has some special technique that can recover the released vitality? Stroking his chin, Feng Chen showed a serious expression for the first time. He decided to test it out. Senior's vitality value is at the standard of 6-star bronze. The energy released from that slash should be around 100, close to 1/6 of your total strength. That's correct. Song Jingyan nodded with a smile, feeling quite shocked by Feng Chen's perception. Junior's perception is very keen, knowing that I used nearly 1/6 of my strength, which is to say I released 100 vitality. But why, after releasing 100 vitality, did I only actually lose about 80 vitality? That's because I learned the chi locking technique. Feng Chen showed a surprised expression. This technique he had never heard of before. Song Jingyan smiled. You haven't heard of it, which is quite normal, because you've just entered school and haven't learned about it so quickly. However, you will have to learn it sooner or later, so it's the same if I tell you in advance. Song Jingyan explained in detail. It's like the difference between an ordinary person and a professional boxer. An ordinary person steps into the ring to fight, and within a minute they will be exhausted, while an excellent boxer can last through 3 rounds or even 5 rounds by coordinating their breathing and rhythm. The same goes for martial artists. Although martial artists have more vitality than ordinary people, they also undergo bone tempering and body forging, so their physical consumption is greater than that of ordinary people. If they don't practice energy locking and only know how to unleash their vitality, they won't be able to fight a prolonged battle. In other words, if you fight with an experienced opponent but don't even touch their body, they will exhaust your vitality. After this explanation, Feng Chen understood the principle of energy locking. He was also curious about this magical technique. Song Jingyan was even more generous. He directly took out his own cultivation method, the energy locking technique, and gave it to Feng Chen. With your high talent, practicing in advance will definitely make you even stronger. Thank you, senior. Feng Chen immediately felt as if he had gained a treasure, his eyes shining with excitement. With this technique he could save a lot of medicinal pills, although he didn't lack them. Seeing that Feng Chen seemed to have more and more potential as cannon fodder, Song Jingyan smiled happily. Actually, my energy locking technique is just an ordinary one. Those high-level martial artists cultivate a version that can reportedly lock up to 90% of their vitality. However, even their techniques require time to refine in order to form instinctive reactions in the body, thus reducing the time needed to activate them. You all need to work hard, he earnestly instructed. The underlying message was to remember the favor I have done for you and to be a qualified cannon fodder. But Song Jingyan had no idea that Feng Chen was happy not because he received a technique from him, but because he could start practicing the energy locking technique right away. Use the second consciousness to begin practicing the energy locking technique in the body. As soon as the second consciousness was activated, the vitality within Feng Chen began to slowly cultivate according to the contents of the energy locking technique. Congratulations, host, you have received a technique experience reward, and it is undergoing random doubling. Randomly multiplied by 775 times. Randomly multiplied by 456 times. Randomly multiplied by 888 times. The technique continued to cultivate. Feng Chen and Song Jingyan arrived at the foot of Peak 101, which was in front of the cave where the multi-angled tiger was located. Song Jingyan said to Feng Chen, wait for me here for a moment, I'll be back soon. Okay. Feng Chen nodded, watching Song Jingyan walk inside. But just 10 seconds later, a piercing wail came from the cave. Upon hearing Song Jingyan's heart-wrenching roar, the atmosphere instantly became tense. Feng Chen didn't say a word. He rushed straight towards the cave entrance. He saw Song Jingyan pretending to clutch his chest, his whole body weak and bloodless, but when he saw Feng Chen, a trace of wild joy appeared on his face. "Junior, cover me for a bit and I'll give you half of the treasure in the cave later." "Okay." Feng Chen immediately charged forward and kicked hard at Song Jingyan's increasingly ecstatic face. 9 styles. 1 kick. A full 100 points of health value exploded. Feng Chen kicked Song Jingyan back, causing his expression to twist from wild joy to shock and then from shock to deep confusion. "You, senior, we Chinese don't deceive each other. Deceiving others will be punished." After Feng Chen finished speaking, he turned and ran back. Following that, a roar of beasts echoed from the cave. Roar! 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 Then, a disheveled figure crawled out, using both hands and feet. Before the body could stabilize, a snow-white claw slammed down, nearly crushing Song Jingyan's head. Feng Chen focused his gaze. The creature before him was a snow-white tiger, standing 3 meters tall, with a layer of hard skin resembling armor on its back and head. But the most peculiar thing was that sharp horns grew on its head and 4 legs. The largest horn on its head was over 60 centimeters long, while the ones on its legs, all located at the knee joints, were slightly smaller, about 45 centimeters. "This is the multi-horned tiger that Senior mentioned. It really has a lot of horns," Feng Chen muttered. At the same time, Feng Chen noticed a nearly 1 meter long wound on the multi-horned tiger's belly, slowly oozing blood. The most severe part of the wound had already cut through the tiger's belly, reaching its internal organs. However, it was surprisingly sealed by the tiger's own blood energy. It seems that not all exotic beasts are mindless creatures like the flying scorpion. They possess a certain level of intelligence. In the battlefield, the multi-horned tiger had already entangled with Song Jingyan again. Song Jingyan held his knife with both hands, his gaze focused, perfectly illustrating that when one's head is swollen like a pig's, concentrating only makes one look uglier. After being kicked by Feng Chen, Song Jingyan now had murderous thoughts. He initially thought he had brought a cannon fodder, but unexpectedly, Feng Chen's attack was even more ruthless. He came in with a kick, catching him off guard. "Damn! If the two of us teamed up, we could easily deal with this multi-horned tiger, but alone." Secretly, Song Jingyan's attention fell to his pocket, where he still had a second-grade blood energy pill unused. "Let's go for it." With a sudden surge of momentum, Song Jingyan charged towards the multi-horned tiger with a fierce killing intent. The long knife in his hand radiated power. Dominant blade. Sky-breaking slash. A full 150 points of health value erupted. Song Jingyan's blade struck the multi-horned tiger's head, shaking the entire creature. Then, Song Jingyan suddenly swung a dagger, following the previous wound on the multi-horned tiger, delivering a heavy slash. This strike only cost 10 points of health value. Yet, it achieved far more than the previous 150 points. A martial artist is not a brute. The goal is to achieve the greatest attack effect at the lowest cost. Roar! The multi-horned tiger let out a long howl. As the howl continued, it gradually became sorrowful and weak, and it suddenly spewed out a mouthful of blood, splattering on the ground, particularly eye-catching. Standing beside the corpse of the multi-horned tiger, Song Jingyan gasped heavily, his entire body's vital energy already consumed by half. He took out a second-grade vitality pill from his pocket and swallowed it, feeling the energy spreading through him. He then raised his long knife, pointing it towards Feng Chen's location. "You, come out." Seeing Song Jingyan aiming at him, Feng Chen calmly stepped forward, locking eyes with him from a distance, a smirk on his lips. "Senior, you don't even call me junior anymore?" Song Jingyan glared at Feng Chen, furious. He was not angry because Feng Chen had kicked him at the end, but because he realized that this kid had been deceiving him from the beginning. He felt like a fool, being played around. Therefore, he had to vent this anger. "You brat, if you kneel down now and bow to me 3 times, I won't make things difficult for you. If I'm in a good mood, I might even share something with you." "Not necessary," Feng Chen replied calmly, glancing at the multi-angled tiger. "I can knock you out and still take these things." "You're looking for death," Song Jingyan roared, completely enraged. He wanted nothing more than to press Feng Chen to the ground and rub him in. Without saying a word, Feng Chen charged towards Song Jingyan, and once close enough, he didn't waste time with words and kicked out. 9th style. 1 kick. Song Jingyan reacted extremely quickly, raising his long knife to block. Bang! A loud sound echoed. With his vigorous vitality, Feng Chen kicked Song Jingyan away. Before he even landed, Feng Chen launched another round of attacks. Song Jingyan, who had been kicked 2 meters away, didn't expect Feng Chen's combat power to explode so fiercely that even his tiger's mouth went numb. Seeing Feng Chen charging at him wildly, he quickly adjusted his strategy, employing the ghost shadow mysterious steps he had practiced for a year. His movements were ghostly and elusive. "Humph, you little brat. Have you forgotten what I told you? Even if your vitality is above mine, if you can't hit me, you'll just be worn down to death. His body flickered rapidly. Song Jingyan completely avoided a direct confrontation with Feng Chen. At the same time, the vitality pill in his body burned quickly, gradually replenishing his energy. At this rate, soon the situation would shift and he would take the initiative. However, Song Jingyan's hopes were destined to be dashed. Even though he possessed the Ghost Shadow mysterious steps, it was merely a clever technique, not a miraculous skill that could turn the tide. So, when Feng Chen infused all his energy into his feet, forming an overwhelming and explosive speed, Song Jingyan's steps became meaningless. At that moment, Song Jingyan still held strong confidence. Ha 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 ha, you fool! How long do you think you can sustain such explosive energy? But the next moment, Song Jingyan's eyes widened in disbelief. At the same time, a fist in his vision rapidly enlarged. Bang! A heavy punch exploded against Song Jingyan's face, sending him flying. His mind went blank, his body trembling. He had only one thought, an incredible question that needed to be shouted out. You, how do you know the locking chi technique? You, how could you master the locking chi technique? Song Jingyan roared hysterically. Just an hour ago, Feng Chen didn't even know what the locking chi technique was, but now, after just 1 hour, he could use it with ease. This was completely unreasonable. To this, Feng Chen looked very innocent. How could I? Didn't you give me the technique? Have you forgotten? Do you think I'm a fool? It's only been an hour. How could you have practiced to this level? Cough cough. It's a bit disheartening to say, but anyone with a brain can do this, Feng Chen said sympathetically, while also showing an expression as if looking at an idiot. This made Song Jingyan, who had only received one punch, feel infinitely insulted. Aha! I'll kill you. With a twisted face, Song Jingyan gripped his knife and charged at Feng Chen like a madman. But in Feng Chen's eyes, all of Song Jingyan's little movements were laid bare. Although he held a long knife with both hands, his blood value had reached 100, but the distribution of that blood value was telling. The left hand had only 10, while the right hand was a full 90. This meant that Song Jingyan's dual wielding was merely a feint. His real killing move was actually the dagger hidden in his sleeve. Heh, such petty tricks. Daring to show off in front of me. Feng Chen secretly smiled. He suddenly clapped his hands forward. 9 styles. 1 clap. In an instant, Song Jingyan's long knife was slapped from his hands by Feng Chen. At the same time, Song Jingyan was convinced that Feng Chen had been tricked by his feint. With a shake of his right arm, he drew the dagger and pointed it at Feng Chen's throat, intending to subdue him. This was his ultimate move. Hidden dagger in the sleeve. Even if an ordinary person knew he had this move, once they saw him execute it, it would be too late to dodge. Unfortunately, Feng Chen had long known he would pull out the dagger. With a flick of the long knife held between his hands, he intercepted the dagger at an incredible angle. Then, in the moment of Song Jingyan's shock, Feng Chen, still holding the knife, slapped it against Song Jingyan's forehead. Song Jingyan's head jolted, and he fainted instantly. Senior, a liver emperor. Can't win against a cheater, why bother? Feng Chen said as he quickly began to search him. Soon, Song Jingyan's belongings were found. No way? This guy is so poor, he only has 3 first-grade blood recovery pills on him? Feng Chen looked disgusted. He was already a sophomore, yet he was even poorer than this freshman. But thankfully, there was still the system. Congratulations, host, you have received a first-grade blood recovery pill reward, currently doubling. Randomly doubling by 241 times. He tossed the pill into the pure space. Feng Chen then also took the dagger from Song Jingyan, randomly doubling by 516 times. Great! The space was suddenly filled with a pile of daggers. As for the long knife, randomly doubling by 457 times. Looking at the storage space filled with a pile of large knives, Feng Chen was quite satisfied. Next time if he couldn't defeat an opponent, he would just shout, "Knife, come," and then scatter the large knives all over the ground. Even if he couldn't kill the opponent, he could scare them to death. Brilliant! However, Feng Chen also didn't forget. Inside the bodies of exotic beasts, beast cores would condense, and beast cores, when consumed, could enhance, could increase blood value. So, Feng Chen immediately took the long knife and made a cut. Inside the multi-angled tiger's body, he saw a bright silver bead nestled among the organs, shimmering with light. Is this the beast core? From the exterior, this beast core felt like a blood recovery pill. It didn't seem to possess powerful blood energy, but he could sense the extremely fierce surge of blood energy contained within. If it can be absorbed, it can indeed greatly enhance one's vitality. But the premise is that it can be absorbed. I need to check the library for the absorption method. Damn it! Isn't this just forcing people to learn quickly on their own? And it's self-study with a fee. The higher-ups of Tianwu Academy were really pushing it. Feng Chen couldn't be bothered to think too much, because these higher-ups had calculated everything except that they didn't account for the fact that Feng Chen was someone with a cheat. Congratulations, host, you have received a Beast Core reward and it is being randomly doubled for you. Randomly doubled by 775 times. What does it mean to reap rewards until your hands are sore? This is it. This place is simply my paradise. If I could stay here for a year, TSK, I bet the entire Death Mountain would truly become a place worthy of its name. Because I will kill all the exotic beasts. Thinking this, Feng Chen's gaze turned towards the dark cave entrance. The rest is the treasure in the multi-angle tiger's den. This Song Jingyan has set up so many tricks just to get the things inside, which means that the things inside must be very valuable. Inside the cave of the multi-angled tiger, it was extremely dark and damp. It seemed that even light despised this place, refusing to shine in. Fortunately, after reaching the silver level of mental power, Feng Chen's senses became acute and his eyes gained night vision capabilities, allowing him to see clearly even in such darkness. Hey, what's that? His gaze fell on a corner of the cave. Feng Chen discovered that this multi-angled tiger actually had obsessive-compulsive tendencies. After eating, only the white bones of the animal carcasses remained, neatly stacked in a small alcove. Fresh animal corpses that hadn't been eaten yet were placed separately in another cave, waiting to be gnawed on slowly. TSK. Obsessive compulsiveness is truly terrifying. 6 fresh corpses, all looking strange? A beast actually eats other beasts? At least the Huaxia people are good, they don't deceive their own. Feng Chen scornfully cursed. If it were before, the multi-angled tiger would definitely sneeze and wonder who was cursing it. But now, it would never do that again. Let's see if there are any treasures on these beasts. Feng Chen didn't mind them. If he couldn't find anything, he could just step on them. No need to be so harsh on the corpses. But to Feng Chen's surprise, there wasn't much on the beasts. However, in the corner of the cave, there were actually some human items, and he didn't know how the multi-angled tiger had collected them. He pointed. There were a total of 9 first-grade blood essence pills, 2 second-grade blood essence pills, and just 2 small packs of tissue paper. He stuffed the items into the system space. The system continuously chimed with notifications. Congratulations, host, you have obtained a first-grade blood essence pill reward, random doubling in progress. Randomly doubled by 888 times. Congratulations, host, you have obtained a second-grade blood essence pill reward, random doubling in progress. Randomly doubled by 775 times. Congratulations, host, you have obtained a tissue paper reward, random doubling in progress. Randomly doubled by 999 times. Looking at the storage space filled to the brim with tissue paper, Feng Chen once again marveled at the wonders of the system. In this area where even tissue paper was scarce, while others were lamenting their misfortunes, he was doing just fine. After thinking for a moment, Feng Chen went to the adjacent alcove of white bones to rummage through, hoping to find something. But there was nothing. Could it be that the multi-angled tiger ate it and then naturally expelled it? Feng Chen glanced at the tiger's den and couldn't help but shiver. If he accidentally picked up an ollie, would the system also double that? Ahem. I'm just going over to take a look, I won't even touch anything, so system, don't be mischievous. He whispered softly. Feng Chen cautiously approached the tiger's den. This den was built by the multi-angled tiger using dry branches, wild grass, and various other materials, sturdy on the outside and dry and comfortable on the inside. There wasn't a trace of filth. What was there? Just a large pile of weapons and various bottles and jars of pills. So this guy has been hoarding all the good stuff. Second-grade blood essence pills, first-grade ones. Hey, what's this pill? Feng Chen picked up a white pill. It looked a bit like a black-bone white phoenix pill. But the white phoenix pill only had a white package. When unwrapped, it was actually black inside. This one, however, was completely white. System, can you help me identify this? Is it a pill? The system didn't respond. It silently ran the identification function and a pop-up appeared in Feng Chen's view. This pill is called a first-grade bone expansion pill. The effect of this pill is to stimulate the growth of the body's bones, making them larger and thicker, thus allowing martial artists to break through their strength. After reading the system's introduction, Feng Chen's eyes lit up. The human body is essentially a skeleton serving as a frame, with flesh and blood as clothing. The larger the skeleton, the more clothes it can hang, which means it can grow more muscle. So the bones are both large and thick. In fact, it is also a kind of talent. However, Feng Chen's bones are not considered robust. They are what is commonly referred to as single-stranded. Good stuff. As expected, lacking talent, one must rely on pills. If there's no talent, no amount of pills can make up for it. If it can't be made up for, it just means you haven't taken enough. He casually tossed it into the system space. The system doubled. Another 859 pills obtained. Then he looked at the pile of weapons, which included nunchaku, a western sword, a 9-ring steel knife, and an absurdly large halberd. But this halberd was a bit flimsy. It was not as heavy as Song Jingyan's long knife. Speaking of which, the feel of these weapons is quite different. Feng Chen weighed a few in his hands. Some weapons look small, like a pair of nunchaku, but when picked up, they weighed a full 20 pounds. And that most extravagant halberd only weighed a little over 10 pounds. Is it due to the material? System? Without needing to say more, the system understood. It immediately displayed the results. Upon identification, the halberd in the host's hand is forged from ordinary materials, equivalent to junk items. However, the nunchaku in the host's hand is made from F-grade alloy, belonging to special materials. Just as I thought. Fengchen smiled. He discovered a serious problem. The martial artist world circulated online is actually just the tip of the iceberg of the real martial artist world. To truly understand it, one must step inside. Continuous learning is necessary to see the full picture of the martial artist world. So the question returns to the beginning. The library, that is the place new students should go. A spark of inspiration flashed in his eyes. Fengchen decided that once he got out of here, he must visit the library to fill in all this foundational knowledge. As for these long spears and short sticks, he would take them all. Still the same saying. When encountering a master, shout, "Knife come," and then throw a bunch of weapons. If it doesn't crush the opponent, it can still scare them to death, or at the very least, leave them dumbfounded. Hey, but just having quantity without quality won't work either. System, are you listening? I'm not hinting that you should help improve quality or anything, don't misunderstand. The system remained as silent as ever, not making a sound. It simply added its synthesis function under other functions, showing that it was under development. Standing in the lair of the multi-headed tiger, Fengchen glanced around. To be honest, if it were just some pills and weapons, with Song Jingyan's meticulous personality, he definitely wouldn't spend such a high price to wipe out the multi-headed tiger's cave. It just wouldn't be worth it. So what exactly is it? This tiger cave is so big, is there anything I haven't seen? He scanned the surroundings. Suddenly, Fengchen realized a blind spot. This tiger cave, with so many dead animals, the ground covered in blood, and the lingering stench from the multi-headed tiger, why was there no smell at all? Instead, there was a faint fragrance. Even if you washed the multi-headed tiger's fur until it was bald, it would never completely cover up the stench. So the source of this fragrance is Song Jingyan's true purpose. Realizing this fact, Fengchen's nose twitched slightly. He moved forward towards the faint scent. Following it, he soon arrived at the very bottom of the tiger cave. Here, there was a massive rock. Is it blocked at the back? This multi-headed tiger is quite cunning. Just about to push this stone aside. Outside the tiger cave, a voice caught Fengchen's attention. Ha! Isn't this Song Jingyan? Hey, isn't that Song Jingyan? Hey, Song Jingyan, are you dead? At the foot of Peak 101, at the entrance of the tiger cave, a man with a bare upper body and a buzzcut walked up to Song Jingyan. In his right hand, he was holding two heavy meteor hammers that looked like eggs. His name was Hao Chang. Hearing the voice from outside, Fengchen was pondering whether he could pretend to be air and slip by when Hao Chang shouted, "Students inside, I won't waste words. Song Jingyan has an older brother who is also a sophomore. Not only is he petty, but he also has some influence, so if you mess with Song Jingyan, his brother will definitely not let you off." Fengchen was speechless. Song Jingyan wasn't dead, okay? Wait. This guy wouldn't have killed Song Jingyan and then framed him, would he? After thinking for a moment, Fengchen approached the cave entrance and said, "Senior, let's not beat around the bush. You three have a purpose, right?" Outside, Hao Chang was slightly taken aback. He thought, how did I get exposed? But he didn't know. In Fengchen's view, besides a label on Hao Chang's head indicating his vitality value was 712, there were also two other labels pointing to the rocks behind. These two labels were 708 and 842. On the opposite side, two 7-star bronze and one 8-star bronze had come. After being called out by Fengchen, the other two hiding behind the rocks, Xiaojia and Lian Zhoujiao, were also slightly stunned. Lian Zhoujiao said to Xiaojia, "How did he know we were here? Logically, at this distance, a bronze can't sense us. Probably he has something that measures vitality. Let's go meet this junior." He ranked first in the national exam. With a slight smile, Xiaojia led the way out. Lian Zhoujiao didn't say anything and followed behind Xiaojia, stepping on Song Jingyan's kidney as she passed. What a disgrace to the seniors. Next to Lian Zhoujiao, Xiaojia was completely different in style, his face beaming with a smile, exuding confidence due to his strong abilities. He smiled and greeted Fengchen at the cave entrance. "Junior, hello. I'm Xiaojia, a swordsman. If you want to spar with me, be careful." So shameless. Although Xiaojia had a bright smile, Fengchen just wanted to beat him until he bloomed like 1,000 flowers. Lian Zhoujiao was getting a bit impatient. "Junior, we are being so sincere, why don't you come out? What is your purpose?" Fengchen didn't hesitate. 3 against 1, he wasn't necessarily going to lose. At worst, he could just say, "Come at me with your knives, cough cough cough." Using the same line is boring. Even if it really was 3 against 1, Fengchen might still win. After all, he practiced the god-slaying technique Below silver rank, instant kill with no solution. On the opposite side, seeing Fengchen so straightforward, Xiao Jie just said it directly. We know that Song Jingyan came here to look for treasures, so we want to intercept him. Since you, Junior, are also here, how about this? We split the treasure into 4 parts, each taking one. What do you think? Aren't you afraid of Song Jingyan's brother? While speaking, Fengchen picked up his phone and quickly studied basic knife techniques. Last-minute effort. This is really exciting. Also, who said dawdling has no benefits? The benefits are huge. You can gain experience like crazy. Congratulations, host, you have received a knife technique experience reward, currently doubling. Randomly doubling by 666 times. Randomly doubling by 818 times. Randomly multiply by 738 times. On the opposite side, I thought Fengchen had a bit of a conversation in mind. Xiao Jie and the others were still talking. You don't need to worry about this. Although his brother has some influence, he can't do whatever he wants. But you, Junior, shouldn't. Think about hogging the treasure all to yourself. What if I want to hog it? Fengchen casually asked. On the opposite side, they actually started to think seriously. Then they said solemnly, then we can have a match. As long as you win, you can take everything. But the condition is, you must defeat all 3 of us. Alright, bring it on. Fengchen readily launched his attack. He reached out and threw a 9-ring steel knife straight towards Xiao Jie's face, closely followed by Fengchen wielding Song Jingyan's long knife, rushing into attack. Xiao Jie immediately drew the long sword from his back. In an instant, dozens of sword lights flashed, and the 9-ring steel knife was instantly cut into dozens or even hundreds of pieces. Moreover, there was still enough time to block Fengchen's blade. Facing off against Fengchen. Junior, aren't you a bit too arrogant? There are 3 of us, and your chances of winning alone are not high, although we allow you to take a blood recovery pill at halftime. Thanks, Fengchen chuckled, just as he was about to continue attacking. At that moment, Hao Chang used a meteor hammer to separate the two. Fengchen looked at Hao Chang, then at Xiao Jie, and also noticed Lian Zhoujiao. He didn't know what Hao Chang meant by this, but Xiao Jie and Lian Zhoujiao were very calm, as if this was the proper procedure. Xiao Jie sheathed his long sword. Old rules, Hao Chang, you go first. If you can't win, then it's my turn and Lian Zhoujiao's. Alright. Nodding, Hao Chang looked at Fengchen and said formally and seriously, let's get to know each other again. My name is Hao Chang, and as your opponent, I will attack with all my strength. Damn, are you treating me as a free sparring partner? Fengchen was also amused by the anger. He pointed his long knife at Hao Chang's nose. Then remember, I'm the top scorer in this year's national exam, personally selected by the principal to enter Tianwu, truly invaluable. So, that means you have to pay more. Then remember this, I am the top scorer of this year's national exam, personally selected by the principal to enter Tianwu, truly invaluable. So, that means I need more money, Fengchen said confidently. The 3 people across from him couldn't help but twitch their lips, feeling it was utterly shameless. Finally, Hao Chang spoke up. Alright, that's fine. Then let's agree on how much more. Fengchen continued to press, as such matters should be dealt with promptly. Hao Chang thought for a moment and said, we buried some things in the Death Mountain. If you win, we'll tell you the location. Deal. As soon as Fengchen's words fell, Hao Chang let out a low roar, swinging the meteor hammer in his hand, which buzzed loudly, stepping forward as the hammer whistled towards Fengchen's chest. Fengchen's gaze shifted, immediately marking that Hao Chang had unleashed 50 points of vitality, and with a swing of his long knife, bang! The long knife got stuck on the iron chain, and the hammer turned sharply, smashing even more fiercely towards Fengchen's back. Just a rookie, it's over, Lian Zhoujiao said with a smile. But upon hearing the whistling wind by his ear, Fengchen immediately realized that the meteor hammer was crashing towards his back. Without a second thought, a long knife appeared in his left hand, instantly blocking the hammer's landing point. With a clang, Xiao Jie and Lian Zhoujiao were both dumbfounded. They thought, where did this knife come from? As for Hao Chang, he couldn't understand where Fengchen had conjured a long knife from. Could it be the long knife reproduced itself? Strangely enough, the 2 long knives did look exactly the same. But while Hao Chang was in a daze, Fengchen kicked him right in the groin. 9th style. 1 kick. Exploding with a full 200 points of vitality. Fengchen's strike was extremely ruthless. Martial artists say, if you have a groin, you don't hit the chest. Are you out of your mind? In an instant, Hao Chang's face turned the color of liver, his whole body trembled uncontrollably, and his life might be dull from then on. Stop hitting, Xiao Jie said, gritting his teeth. There was a kind of pain that made even boys wince. However, Hao Chang struggled to stand up, and in a thin voice he said, no, I haven't finished yet. Let me continue. Xiao Jie and Lian Zhoujiao silently covered their faces, wondering if he was really not afraid. Of reopening his wounds and being completely ruined? But once Hao Chang made up his mind, he wouldn't change it. Junior, you better be careful. Next, if you're too careless, I really might beat you to death. Feng Chen was about to say such big words, when suddenly, a giant figure appeared right in front of him, and within the giant's outline he could vaguely see Hao Chang's shadow, but his body had become incredibly large. This guy, has he inflated? Feng Chen was dumbfounded. He had never seen anyone who could puff themselves up to such a size. Seeing Feng Chen's shocked expression, Lien Jiao grinned mischievously. Junior, you haven't seen this before, right? This is called bone expansion technique. It can rapidly increase combat power. No way? Feng Chen looked astonished. Not only had he never seen it, he hadn't even heard of such a technique. Moreover, hey, now it's impossible to get a hold of it. It's too small. I can't find it at all. Feng Chen sighed. This left Hao Chang with a black line on his forehead. Every part of him had grown larger, except for one part that represented male dignity, which had not changed at all. Looking at it this way, it was like someone carrying a lip balm in their pocket. Feeling the disdainful gaze of Feng Chen and hearing his mocking tone, Hao Chang's fists clenched tightly, producing a series of crackling sounds. Junior, you seem to be asking for a beating. Hao Chang strode over with fury, raising his fist and smashing it down heavily towards Feng Chen. Even Lien Jiao and Xiaojia couldn't wait any longer, their eyes wide open, ready to see how Feng Chen would respond. At this moment, looking at the weak and emaciated Feng Chen, could he possibly have the strength to fight back? Ridiculous. But the power of a hidden genius is always beyond your imagination. God-slaying technique. Feng Chen's gaze sharpened and an unparalleled sword intent burst forth from his brow, instantly piercing through Hao Chang's head, shattering his mental will. Boom! Hao Chang's head was struck by a thunderbolt. His body twitched, collapsing to the ground like a landslide. What? How is that possible? What did he do? Lien Jiao was completely stunned. She had no idea. In that brief moment, what exactly had Feng Chen done to instantly defeat Hao Chang, who had used the bone expansion technique? But Feng Chen wouldn't explain it to her, not even if she had a good figure. A mature man must learn to withstand temptation. This guy is starting to shrink. In front of Feng Chen, Hao Chang looked like a deflated balloon, slowly becoming shriveled, his body emaciated to the point that his ribs were visible. He was a completely different person from the handsome guy who had just been bare-chested. He used a technique and actually drained himself dry. It seems pretty impractical. 3 minutes of real man, no, from just now until now, it's only been about 5 seconds. Sad. So sad. Feng Chen shook his head. As for Xiaojia and Lien Jiao, even they, no matter how foolish, could see that Feng Chen was unusual. So, Xiaojia raised his hand to call a halt. Junior, we're not fighting anymore. Not fighting? Right, whatever treasure you want, just take it, we won't compete for it anymore. Xiaojia and Lien Jiao walked over, ready to pack up the fallen Hao Chang and Song Jingyan to take away. But before leaving, they didn't forget to tell Feng Chen what Hao Chang mentioned is hidden on peak 122, just on the peak, under the 5th tree from the right. Okay. Feng Chen nodded. Since these three were so trustworthy, there was no need for him to pursue them relentlessly. Then he watched as the three slowly walked away. After that, Feng Chen let out a sigh of relief. These three guys are actually quite nice. If they had asked for another round, I would have had to use a knife. Good thing we didn't continue fighting. Relaxing a bit, Feng Chen's gaze swept over the corpse of the multi-angle tiger. He remembered that in traditional Chinese medicine, a tiger, from its fur to its flesh, bones, long tail, cough, even its feces and earwax could be used as medicine. Was that exotic beast the same? After thinking for a moment, Feng Chen walked over and stored the entire corpse of the multi-angle tiger into the system space. Congratulations, host, you have received a tiger corpse reward and it is being randomly doubled for you. Randomly doubled by 455 times. In an instant, Feng Chen's system space suddenly filled with hundreds of multi-angle tiger corpses stacked into a small mountain. It was extremely spectacular. Feng Chen couldn't help but twitch his mouth. Such a sight was something most people wouldn't appreciate. I feel like all my bones are about to fall apart. Fighting is really exhausting. I need to find a place to rest. Although he said he needed to find a place, Feng Chen already had a choice in mind. The treasure in the multi-angle tiger's cave hadn't been taken yet. How could he just leave like that? So, Feng Chen walked back into the cave. However, what Feng Chen didn't know was that at this very moment, all of his fighting scenes had been transmitted to the principal's office. The then principal, Qin Gongda, had a very high evaluation of Feng Chen's performance. He's a good seed. His strikes are ruthless and fierce. Simply perfect. It's a pity he's a bloodline awakener. His path is coming to an end. But where did he get that weapon? Could it be that he awakened some kind of ability? At the same time, Feng Chen inexplicably received a system notification. Congratulations, host. You have gained the favor of a master and it is being randomly doubled. Randomly doubled by 666 times. This left Feng Chen momentarily stunned. What's going on? Am I being monitored? I just used the system's storage space. Forget it, I'll just bluff when the time comes. Anyway, I have plenty of experience in bluffing. Attention shifted back. In front of him, still that rock blocking the way, over 3 meters high and who knows how heavy. On top of it, there were many sharp marks. Analyzing along the marks, a lot of information could be deduced. This was left by a multi-horned tiger. It seems the multi-horned tiger usually uses its sharp horns to push the stones aside, and the direction it pushed is. He touched the bottom of the stone. There was a groove formed over the years from constant movement. So Feng Chen stood to the side. He unleashed all his energy and blood, moving the stone again along this groove. Creak, creak, creak. The sound of the stone moving was like a mouse squeaking. The massive rock shifted from a slight wobble to finally rolling away completely. It took only 30 seconds. With the stone moved aside, the treasures in the secret chamber naturally revealed themselves. Feng Chen strode over. He saw, in this secret cave, there was actually a small hot spring, only 3 meters in size, with mist rising above and below, a strange liquid that looked like silver. He reached out to get close to this silver liquid. The pores on Feng Chen's hand actually opened wide, absorbing the essence with great pleasure. It was as if his body was originally dead, but after touching the silver liquid, the body came to life. What a peculiar feeling. It actually makes one feel as if they are floating, like they are truly alive for the first time. System, what on earth is this? What exactly is this thing? System? Ding. After inspection, this hot spring contains silver tiger bone tempering liquid, a special liquid used by the multi-angled tiger to temper its bones. Long-term immersion in this hot spring can permanently alter the structure of bones, enhancing their defensive capabilities and combat attributes. Enhancing bones? Feng Chen looked at the lake of silvery liquid. Suddenly, a crazy thought struck him. So far, the system had displayed 2 doubling modes. One was the single item doubling. For example, if Feng Chen picked up a beautiful woman, the system would gift him 999 identical beauties. The second was the awakening doubling. If Feng Chen picked up a beautiful woman, the system would amplify her attributes by 999 times, turning her into a super invincible beauty before gifting her to Feng Chen. This second doubling mode had appeared before the system upgrade when Feng Chen was eating. At that time, the system, although simplistic, seemed to fear overstuffing Feng Chen. After all, a meal multiplied by 999. Even a T-Rex would be left on its back. By the same logic, if I eat a first-grade blood cheap pill and it gets multiplied by 999, I might just explode. That's why the system defaults to the quantity doubling mode. With this idea in mind, Feng Chen proactively made a request to the system. System, can I freely choose the doubling mode? System? The system remains silent, continuing to pretend that Feng Chen was a little fool, only doing things without speaking but always staying by his side. It felt a bit cheesy to think about, but after a while he suddenly understood. A dialogue box popped up in Feng Chen's view. Yes, hiss, you really have artificial intelligence. Feng Chen couldn't help but exclaim. He had only wanted to test it but ended up discovering a new world. However, after saying those 2 words, the system seemed to have exhausted its wisdom and began to feign silence again. But for Feng Chen, that was enough. System, although I made this request, you still have to keep an eye on me. If I encounter something that could make me explode, you must stop my suicidal behavior. Okay. The system responded once more. It was still as brief, firm. It gave a sense of mature reliability. Alright, then let's give it a try. System, this whatever bone tempering liquid, I don't want it to double. I want to directly absorb it and then double the absorption effect. Is that possible? Otherwise, if I soak in hundreds of hot springs, I'll eventually end up with my skin peeling off. Feng Chen asked. The system randomly displayed a label in front of Feng Chen. The concentration of silver tiger bone tempering liquid in this hot spring is relatively low, suitable for the host to bathe directly, and with the system's doubling, it will achieve the effect of body tempering. He guessed right. Feng Chen chuckled. In reality, just looking at the dead multi-angle tiger made it clear. If the efficacy of this hot spring were that good, the multi-angle tiger wouldn't have been killed by a bronze warrior like Song Jingyan. Shedding his clothes, Feng Chen lay down in the hot spring. In an instant, a special essence surged into his pores, actively adhering and nourishing his bones along Feng Chen's flesh and skin. At this moment, if one were to look inward, they would see that Feng Chen's bones were undergoing strange changes. As the strands of essence warmed his bones, they emitted layers of faint ripples from the inside out, and if one focused intently, they could even notice that within these ripples there were specks of faint silver light. These silver lights soaked into Feng Chen's bones, gradually forming a layer of outer skin, wrapping around his bones. Congratulations, host, you have received the essence nourishment reward, and it is currently being randomly multiplied. Randomly multiplied by 518 times. Randomly multiplied by 744 times. Randomly multiplied by 698 times. With the system's nourishing multiplication. In just 3 minutes, a strange, subtle sound suddenly echoed in Feng Chen's ears. Crack! What sound is that? Feng Chen quickly opened his eyes and looked around. But inside this small hole, it was completely quiet. There was not a single sound. What's going on? Am I too sensitive, or am I just hearing things? After feeling a bit frustrated for a moment and realizing that there was indeed no movement around, Feng Chen continued to close his eyes and rest. Crack! Another sound of breaking echoed, but this time, Feng Chen heard it very clearly, and he even knew the source of the sound. This sound is coming from my body? Is this something like the bone refining liquid affecting my body? Feng Chen quickly closed his eyes and looked inward. His vision penetrated through the internal organs and meridians directly, observing his skeletal structure. At this moment, Feng Chen's entire skeleton seemed to be wrapped in a layer of faint silver, clearly visible, with a layer of silver light adhering to it, emitting a soft glow. Soon after, another cracking sound rang out. Crack! The entire skeleton of Feng Chen shed a thin layer of material which was expelled from his body along with the flow of blood. As this phenomenon occurred, Feng Chen felt a rather obvious change. His skeletal structure was becoming sturdier, stronger, and it was even growing a bit longer. System, what's going on? Why do I feel like my bones are shedding? Am I about to mutate? Looking at the shimmering silver skeleton, Feng Chen felt this seemed to be beyond the realm of humanity. At this rate, it seemed he would turn into a brooding silver-boned hero. At this moment, the system provided an answer. After assessment, host, you are absorbing the essence of the silver tiger body refining liquid, and a bone shedding process is occurring. Each time a bone shedding occurs, it means the host's skeletal strength is upgraded by 1 level. Upgrade? Is there a reference for this? Upgrade? Yes, each upgrade is equivalent to a 1-star increase in the skeletal strength of a silver warrior. Currently, you have undergone 3 transformations, so the host's body strength is at the 3-star silver level. It is expected that after the entire process is completed, the host's skeletal strength will reach 7-star silver. 7-star silver? Feng Chen couldn't help but gasp. He was just at the bronze level in terms of vitality. His bones were about to take a giant leap, directly jumping to 7-star silver. If he were to fight someone in the future, would his punch really make the bronze girl on the other side cry? It seems my vitality is holding me back. Speaking of which, it's all that old guy Zhang Fubai's fault for not having any awareness of repaying debts. I've been here for 2 days and he hasn't come to repay me. Feeling worried about Zhang Fubai's character, Feng Chen sighed, shook his head. At this moment, thinking too much was pointless. It was more important to continue transforming his skeletal structure. At this time, in a space filled with powerful exotic beasts, Zhang Fubai was engaged in a fierce battle with a 9-headed monster bird. After a fierce battle, Zhang Fubai's body was left with only half a head and half a side. Cough! Cough! He spat out a mouthful of residual blood. Zhang Fubai mobilized his consciousness and suddenly a strange light radiated from his brow, rising from top to bottom, revealing the phantom of his skeletal structure, which gradually solidified, and then his blood vessels and skin were reborn one by one. However, after being reborn, Zhang Fubai's vitality became extremely unstable, his strength fluctuating wildly, peaking at 9-star extraordinary and nearly dropping to golden. The strange beasts that have appeared recently are getting stronger and stronger. Forget it, I should hurry back. If I return late, my friend Qingyun might get angry, and I still owe him his elixirs. Just thinking of Feng Chen made Zhang Fubai feel much better about his injured heart. In an instant, he flew towards the exit of the other space. At the same time, he secretly thought that his granddaughter had recently blossomed into a graceful beauty, and he wondered if his friend Qingyun would take a liking to her. At the same moment, in the hot spring, Feng Chen suddenly felt a tickle in his nose. Strange, is someone thinking of me? Why do I feel a bit creeped out? Whoever is thinking of me is definitely not a beauty. He shivered all over. Feng Chen took a moment to look inward. At this time, the speed of his skeletal transformation had slowed down, and the concentration of the bone-quenching liquid had also become extremely thin. However, Feng Chen had already undergone the 6th transformation, and he was just a little short of completing the 7th transformation. Fortunately, Feng Chen still had bone-expanding pills. Their effects overlapped somewhat with the bone-quenching liquid. He simply tossed 2 into his stomach, preparing for the 7th transformation. But at that moment Feng Chen's spiritual awareness was suddenly awakened. Someone. Feng Chen's mental energy suddenly awakened. He keenly sensed that a few uninvited guests had arrived in the tiger cave outside. At the same time, two exhausted girls dragging their weapons stumbled into the cave with weary faces and heavily made their way to the deepest part of the cave. After confirming that the deepest part was a rock and finding no one there, the two girls leaned against the rock and sat down. Then, they both slumped down, their heads drooping. Shan'an, I feel like I can't hold on much longer. I want to go home, Bai Ruyan said numbly. Although her tone was sad, after all, being able to get into the Tianwu Academy made her one of the chosen ones, so there was still a hint of pride, and she didn't shed tears in frustration. Sitting next to Bai Ruyan, Chen Xiaonan's eyes were slightly red and swollen. But it wasn't from crying. She had just been hit by a strange monkey. Damn that guy. Cough, Ruyan, I'm not talking about you, I'm talking about that stinky monkey just now. As for the thought of going home, well, actually, I have it, too. But when I left, I promised to make a name for myself before going back. Now that I've been hit by a monkey, wanting to go home feels a bit, how should I put it? Just too embarrassing, Chen Xiaonan said, scratching her head in frustration. This made Bai Ruyan burst out laughing. Having such a cheerful friend in this death mountain felt like a ray of sunshine breaking through the dark clouds, adding a touch of warmth to their gloomy hearts. So, their conversation lightened up. Xiaonan, I'll tell you a secret. The leaf I used yesterday seems to be poisonous. My butt has been burning for the past 2 days. You're so unfortunate, but I'm not much better. Your butt hurts too? That leaf I used felt like mint. After using it, my butt felt like it was smeared with medicated oil, and it was refreshing from my butt to the top of my head. Hiss, then you're also quite unfortunate. Feng Chen, who was behind the rock, passively listened to the two girls discussing their bodily issues. He almost couldn't help but cough to remind them that there was someone here. But, thinking about how he was currently soaking in the hot spring completely naked, what if they rushed in wanting to soak and relieve their fatigue? Cough. He wasn't that casual of a person. At this moment, Chen Xiaonan sneakily whispered to Bai Ruyan. Ruyan, I'll let you in on a secret. I found out that Lu Chang'e also got hit. I noticed that too. Bai Ruyan covered her mouth and laughed quietly. Then, the two exchanged glances and said in unison, isn't it true that every time he tries to show off, he hides his hands behind his back, just to secretly scratch his butt? Ha 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 ha. The two girls laughed while desperately trying to keep their voices down, tears streaming from their laughter. Poor Lu Chang'e, who always touted himself as an elegant man. Unfortunately, he couldn't help it. But this was the reality of life in a savage environment. All elegance was illusory. Barbarism was the main color. At this moment, another set of footsteps entered the tiger cave. The steps were heavier than those of the two girls. It was a man. Ruyan, Xiaonan, are you two okay? We're fine. Upon noticing Lu Chang'e coming over, the two girls quickly wiped away their smiles and dabbed at their tears. However, when Lu Chang'e walked in, all he saw were the two girls pretending to be strong, stubbornly wiping away their tears to avoid worrying him. For a moment, his narcissistic personality flared up. Plus, his butt was a bit itchy, so he unconsciously put his hands behind his back and sighed pretentiously. Don't worry, as the only man in the team, I will definitely take both of you out alive. I swear. On my grandfather's name, I, Lu Chang'e, will keep my word. Bai Ruyan and Chen Xiaonan bit their lips tightly. They wouldn't let themselves laugh out loud. But in Lu Chang'e's eyes, it transformed into, could it be that these two girls were moved by his words? Thinking of this, Lu Chang'e stood even taller, feeling secretly pleased. They definitely can't imagine that at this moment. I'm still secretly scratching my butt. Damn, it really itches. Seeing Lu Chang'e scratching vigorously, Bai Ruyan couldn't hold back any longer. She quickly brought up a topic to distract herself. Chang'e, Xiaonan, I think we need to make some plans. Plans? What plans? Lu Chang'e asked curiously. He was enjoying his scratching. Being interrupted by Bai Ruyan left him feeling a bit unsatisfied. But Bai Ruyan and Chen Xiaonan dared not let him continue scratching. It was hard enough for one person to hold back laughter, but seeing each other trying to suppress their giggles made it even harder to resist. So, Bai Ruyan had to bring up the most serious topic. In 7 days, it will be the 15th again. We must try to attack the senior's villa. If we stay in the death zone, we will go crazy sooner or later. That's indeed a problem. Lu Chang'e nodded, his right hand, which had just been scratching his butt, unconsciously resting on his chin, just a finger's width away from his mouth. This made Chen Xiaonan burst out laughing. Lu Chang'e was taken aback. What are you laughing at? Nothing, I just thought of something happy, Chen Xiaonan said, trying hard to hold back her laughter. But seeing her struggle so much made Bai Ruyan unable to hold back either, and she burst out laughing as well. Lu Chang'e felt even more frustrated. Why? Are you laughing too? I was thinking if we succeed, it should be worth celebrating, Ruyan said, quickly burying her head down, not daring to look at Lu Chang'e. This left Lu Chang'e feeling confused. At a time like this, you can still laugh? Cough. Cough, we'll behave. Behave. Ruyan quietly pinched Chen Xiaonan. They got serious. Picking up a stick, Ruyan simply drew a shape. On the ground. The seniors' dormitory is divided into 4 levels, A, B, C, and D. The highest level, the A villa, is located in the very center of the dormitory area. According to the intel we exchanged earlier, it is occupied by a senior sister with strength above gold. As for the B villas, there are 4 of them located on the 4 sides of the A villa, and they are occupied by silver level seniors. But we shouldn't consider these 5 villas for now, as we have no chance of winning. Ruyan waved her hand, eliminating the 5 villas from consideration. Then, she focused on the surrounding C and D villas. Even if we exclude the 5 strongest ones, the remaining 96 villas will still be very difficult to conquer. We are not only outmatched in vitality but also in weapons and techniques. Their weapons are mostly F-grade alloys, while our weapons are just ordinary iron. Chen Xiaonan glanced at her spear, frowning in displeasure. In fact, they had attempted to attack the seniors' dormitory before, and they had only dared to do so after being well prepared. However, after failing the attack, all their weapons and elixirs were confiscated by the seniors, forcing them to start all over again. Damn it, just thinking about this makes me unhappy. My dragon spear, the spearhead is made of F-grade alloy. No matter how I plead, they won't leave it for me. That's the rule. If your skills aren't as good as others, you can only accept your bad luck. They said this, but in reality, Ruyan was also very troubled. Given the current situation, they simply did not have the conditions to attack the senior dormitory. But if they didn't try, the burning sensation in their rear wouldn't feel good either. At this moment, Lu Chang'e suddenly spoke up. By the way, have you heard of the name Fengchen? Suddenly being mentioned, Fengchen perked up his ears and listened intently. Ruyan recalled, isn't he the one who ranked first in this year's national exam, the one with the Bloodline awakening? Yes, that's him. Lu Chang'e nodded, confirming. I heard that during the national exam, he was already a 3-star bronze. Bloodline awakeners have a rapid increase in vitality. Maybe now he's a 6-star or even a 7-star. Are you saying we can try to win him over? To join us? But he should be in high demand right now, right? As soon as Ruyan finished speaking, Chen Xiaonan stood up with a slap on her thigh, shocking the other 2. Chen Xiaonan leaned her long spear against the ground, then pressed her body against it, striking a seductive pose like she was leaning against a steel pipe. Isn't this simple? Just let me seduce him. I guarantee he'll take the bait. Let me seduce him, I guarantee success, said Chen Xiaonan. To showcase her charm, she leaned against the long spear planted in the ground, twisting her graceful figure, her body undulating like a great wave, rolling over the spear. However, the ideal was beautiful, but the reality was tragic. Without any dance background and only a martial arts foundation, Chen Xiaonan's figure was trained to be ample in the chest and rounded in the hips, giving her the appearance of a big bear rubbing against a tree. Strong as she was, there was not a hint of delicate femininity. Ahem. Lu Chang'e awkwardly coughed twice. He gently said to Chen Xiaonan, that. It's fine. Don't worry, I know my limits. I promise to make him unable to resist me, but he won't gain any advantage. No, what I mean is, don't worry, with this face, this figure, and this alluring dance, I guarantee I can win him over. That, you can't win over. Nonsense. How can I not win him over? Lu Chang'e, what do you mean? Do you think I'm not good looking enough? However, Lu Chang'e spread his hands innocently. It's not me who said that. Not you? Chen Xiaonan turned to Ruyan. Ruyan looked even more wronged. It's not me either. I'm a woman. How could I say something in a man's voice? Not you either? Chen Xiaonan scratched the back of her head. Excluding all impossible options, the only answer left was, so, is my own conscience denying me? Ahem, it was me who said it. You? Who are you? Chen. Xiaonan looked back at the voice. She saw a shiny eye peeking out from a crack in the rocks behind her, sparkling and watching her. In an instant, Chen Xiaonan, Lu Chang'e, and Ruyan all felt a chill run down their spines. Aha! A ghost! They all screamed and ran towards the tiger's den. Fengchen couldn't help but chuckle. These 3 clowns were quite amusing. He pushed aside the rocks. Looking at his palm, Fengchen felt that his skeletal strength had undergone a tremendous change. The rock that originally required all my strength to push can now be moved with just one hand. The transformation of bones is truly terrifying. System, what is my current vitality value? With a whoosh, the system did not directly respond to Fengchen's words. It simply displayed his personal panel. Hostname, Fengchen's system level, LV2 vitality value. 932-inch mental value, 1401-1397. I've reached 9-star bronze. I didn't expect that after the transformation, my vitality value would increase so much. At this rate, I'll reach silver in a couple of days. With A smirk, Feng Chen strode towards the cave entrance. He knew those 3 clowns were still waiting for him. Sure enough, under the moonlight, Chen Xiaonan, Lu Chang'e, and Bai Ruyan stood in 3 different positions, weapons in hand, nervously waiting. As Feng Chen walked out, he could finally see their appearances clearly. Standing on the left, holding a long spear, was Chen Xiaonan. Her looks were somewhat clumsy, not a conventional beauty, but she had a special charm that made people want to treat her like a brother. In terms of figure, she was indeed curvaceous. 1 more pound would be too much, 1 less would be too little. She was ample where it counted and slim where it should be. On the right, holding a long sword, was Bai Ruyan. Her appearance leaned more towards the delicate type, with a classical oval face that looked very gentle. The entire figure is proportionate and natural, exuding a lightness of beauty, especially that slender waist, as if one hand could grasp it. As for the one standing in the middle, holding a tang knife, that is Lu Chang'e. After all, he is just an ordinary man. Nothing much to introduce. Seeing Feng Chen walk out from the tiger's den, Lu Chang'e shouted, "Who are you? Weren't you just trying to recruit me and planning to use a beauty trap to entice me?" Feng Chen said with a smile. This made Lu Chang'e and Bai Ruyan exchange a glance involuntarily. They thought no one was around, so they spoke carelessly. They didn't expect Feng Chen to have heard everything without missing a word. Now they were worried. Would Feng Chen, feeling proud because of their teasing, decide to go to war with the 3 of them? Only Chen Xiaonan was momentarily stunned. He asked, "You heard everything?" "I heard it," Feng Chen nodded. Chen Xiaonan, still not giving up, continued to ask, "Where did you start listening? Could it be when we said Lu Chang'e would secretly scratch his butt?" Lu Chang'e felt like thunder struck him at that moment. What was going on? Wasn't his action quite discreet? However, Feng Chen just looked at him with sympathy, indicating it wasn't like that. "Then, do you mean you even heard about me and Ruyan's matter?" Chen Xiaonan said dazedly. A blush crept onto Bai Ruyan's face, turning it bright red, almost steaming. But Feng Chen still nodded firmly. "I heard it." At that moment, Bai Ruyan wanted to die. "But don't worry, I won't tell anyone about your conversation, especially not Lu Chang'e," Feng Chen said with a friendly face. Instantly, Bai Ruyan's will to live was restored. Chen Xiaonan also clicked his tongue. This guy has good character. Much better than some self-proclaimed elegant gods who secretly scratch their butts. Who is secretly scratching? Lu Chang'e shouted, his face red and neck thick. Then he reacted. "Wait, why did you say especially not to tell me?" But Feng Chen, Chen Xiaonan, and Bai Ruyan all smiled meaningfully, looking as if they could see through but wouldn't say it. Lu Chang'e suddenly felt that these 3 were in cahoots. Meanwhile, a system prompt echoed in Feng Chen's mind. "Congratulations, host, you have received a beauty appreciation reward, currently undergoing random doubling. Randomly doubled by 666 times. Congratulations, host, you have received a female brother appreciation reward, currently undergoing random doubling. Randomly doubled by 999 times. Done." Feeling that these 3 had no ill intentions towards him, at least the 2 women did not, Feng Chen felt much more at ease. So he took the initiative to speak. "I just heard your plan. On the 15th of this month, you are planning to attack the senior dormitory area, right?" "That was just now." Lu Chang'e gritted his teeth in anger. Why couldn't they tell him about this? This matter absolutely could not just pass. Unless Feng Chen told him. Unfortunately, the other 2 were not cooperating. "Yes, that's what we planned, but now, there is a small issue that we need to confirm with you." "Go ahead," Feng Chen responded calmly. Lu Chang'e then asked, "If we join your team, what can you bring us? This is very important to us." "What can I bring you?" Feng Chen chuckled. "I can bring you the freedom of tissues. You guys, don't you want it?" The deafening question caught Lu Chang'e and the others off guard. This move turned the tables unexpectedly. However, it indeed struck at the heart of the matter for the 3 of them. Toilet paper was just a small issue, but if you can't even dare to fight for toilet paper, what courage do you have to fight for anything else? Stunned, Lu Chang'e's gaze towards Feng Chen changed slightly. No man with blood in his veins would not admire and follow the strong. If you want Lu Chang'e to bow his head, it's simple. Just defeat him. Teaming up with you is fine, but looking at you, you won't be content as a team member. You want to be the captain. Is that not allowed? Feng Chen smiled confidently. He could see that the blood and energy within Lu Chang'e were stirring. This indicated that his emotions were rising. "Defeat me, and you can," Lu Chang'e said firmly. This made Bai Ruyan quickly intervene. "Lu Chang'e, calm down. If we really want to team up, there's no need to fight for the captain position through force. Don't worry." Lu Chang'e excitedly licked his lips. Just because he usually seemed reserved didn't mean he lacked passion. "I remember in the interview, it was said that you are a bloodline awakener. During the national exam, you were already a 3-star bronze, but you come from an ordinary background and might not have practiced any martial arts. Although I'm only a 1-star bronze, I come from a martial arts family and have been learning the basics since childhood." "In that case, We're even. No one has the upper hand. Fengchen sneered coldly. Not having the upper hand? You can't even imagine the advantages I have. So, no more words. Just one sentence. Come. Alright. Refreshing. I like your temperament. Chen Xiaonan clapped in approval. This made Lu Changge, who had been brewing emotions for a long time, suddenly lose his momentum. Chen Xiaonan awkwardly scratched his head. Sorry, I ruined the atmosphere. I should have been more perceptive. Ignoring Chen Xiaonan, Lu Changge sheathed his tang knife, holding the knife in one hand and the sheath in the other, entering the preparatory stance for drawing the knife. I'm coming. Come. Excuse me. With a long howl, Lu Changge's steps were as swift as lightning. He flew close to the ground, charging towards Fengchen at a speed almost impossible to capture with the naked eye. Lu family's blade draw. Swish. With a soft sound, Lu Changge's long knife was already drawn. However, it did not land on Fengchen's shoulder but was calmly pinched between Fengchen's two fingers. How is that possible? Lu Changge's eyes widened in shock. In his view, Fengchen, coming from an ordinary family, could not have possibly learned any martial arts. Just being able to withstand that strike was already remarkable. But Fengchen used a move he never expected to counter his attack. This knife is too weak. Fengchen pinched with his fingers, the power of his sevenfold bone transformation easily breaking the ordinary tang knife. Then Fengchen handed Lu Changge the long knife on his back, the one belonging to Song Jingyan. Try this knife. No need. If I can't win, I can't win. I can take the loss. Lu Changge clenched his fists as he spoke. In that brief moment, he had already realized the gap between himself and Fengchen. However, he still refused to accept it. However, I must state in advance that you are a bloodline awakener and you'll soon reach your limit. Once my blood energy catches up to yours, I will challenge you again. Sure. Fengchen nodded calmly, but in his heart he thought, you probably will never catch up. Then, he looked at the other two girls. What about you two? Chen Xiaonan and Bai Ruyan exchanged glances, both understanding each other's intentions. At this moment, becoming Fengchen's teammate is the best choice. I have no objections. Neither do I. Good. Fengchen's mouth curled up in satisfaction as he spoke to the three of them. Let's go. We'll head into the cave just in time to hold our team's first meeting and discuss the upcoming matters. Alright. Lu Changge, Chen Xiaonan, and Bai Ruyan all agreed without hesitation. They followed Fengchen back to the tiger cave. After sitting down, Fengchen said nothing, reaching out to give each of the three a copy of a technique, as well as a pack of tissues for each. This left the three of them in a state of confusion. Captain, this is the locking chi technique. I don't know if you've practiced it before, but I personally found it quite useful after practicing for a while, Fengchen said matter-of-factly, indicating that this technique was very easy to practice. If you can't practice it well or your progress is too slow, that's your own problem. It has nothing to do with me practicing too fast. As for the tissues, I think I don't need to say more. You three understand that you only realize how important it is when you don't have it. At this point, Bai Ruyan and the others nodded. In unison, they all said, thank you, Captain. The captain is awesome. Then, Bai Ruyan cautiously asked, Captain, we heard that you hadn't shown up for a long time. Maybe you were afraid to come to Tianwu, but now that you're here, the rumors are naturally dispelled. But do you have any understanding of the attack on the senior dormitory? The implication of her words was quite simple. They were worried that Fengchen arrived late at Tianwu Academy, and thus knew nothing about the attack on the senior dormitory. But this concern was reasonable. Don't worry, I will fully listen to your opinions on this matter, but the focus of our meeting today is not this. Fengchen immediately overturned the topic proposed by the three, leaving them looking at each other in confusion. Weren't the three of them here to discuss the attack on the senior dormitory? If they weren't going to talk about this, then were they going to discuss salary and benefits? Talk about the 5 insurances in one fund? It wouldn't be about hidden rules, would it? Noticing the slightly improper looks in the eyes of the three, Fengchen quickly coughed a few times, a classic interruption. What are you thinking? I'm not that kind of person. The three said nothing, only secretly complaining in their hearts. We didn't say anything, yet you know what we're thinking. This means you must have thought about these things too. This left Fengchen quite speechless. Especially since it was one thing for the two girls to think this way, but you, Lu Changge, a guy, actually covering your chest with both hands? So, Fengchen tapped Lu Changge's head with a twig. Let me ask you, why are we freshmen, including those second-year seniors, thrown into this death mountain? Why? Isn't it for the blood refining policy and brutal training? Lu Changge said with a confused expression, which made Fengchen look at him with disdain. Have you ever thought about the meanings behind those terms? That's why, when martial artists don't use their brains, they'll be brutes. For life. Saying this, Fengchen extended 3 fingers. According to my analysis, throwing us into the death mountain is the school's higher-ups trying to find out 3 types of people. 3 types? Which 3 types? According to my analysis, throwing us into the Death Mountains is a strategy from the school's higher-ups to identify 3 types of people. Feng Chen raised 3 fingers. Lu Changge, Bai Ruyan, and Chen Xiaonan all listened intently. This argument was something they had never heard before. Feng Chen said, the first type of person is the smart one. Smart one? Lu Changge found it hard to accept. Tianwu Academy, as one of the top 3 prestigious schools in Huaxia, only admits the best of the best. Could there really be fools among them? But indeed, there are fools. Don't believe it? It's simple, just look at how many people are wandering around the plains. In front of the Death Mountains, unwilling to enter. Feng Chen picked up a piece of dry wood. He drew several large waves on the ground to represent the mountains and sketched a patch of fluffy grass to represent the plains. They think, I'll wait until my strength improves before I come in to hunt. But how long will it take them to improve their strength? And to what level must their strength be raised? Bronze? Silver? Gold? They'll be waiting until the monkeys urine for the horses. After Feng Chen's analysis, Bai Ruyan immediately grasped the crux of the issue. She quickly summarized, I understand now, they could easily hunt in the mountains, while using beast cores to enhance their strength. That's the fastest method. Exactly. Feng Chen nodded. Then he said, with such a treasure trove as the Death Mountains, if they don't come in to take advantage of it, what else could they be but fools? The 3 nodded, feeling it made sense. Then, Feng Chen used a branch to draw 3 little figures on the ground. At the same time, he circled the second little figure. The second type of person is someone who is both smart and strong. They hunt quickly, so they improve quickly. On this point, Lu Changge, Bai Ruyan, and Chen Xiaonan had no objections. After all, in this world, strength is paramount. With strength, even a lone individual can thrive. As for the remaining third type of person, that's more mystical. These individuals are often born leaders. Born leaders? Lu Changge and Chen Xiaonan exclaimed in shock. What was going on? Born leaders? Did it mean that these 3 types of people depended on how well they were born? Only Bai Ruyan nodded gravely, slowly saying 6 words. Inborn leaders. That's right. Feng Chen moved the branch in his hand, drawing several more shapes nearby, listing the senior students' villa area, library, and exchange center. Think about it carefully. What are the chances of breaking through the Death Mountains based solely on individual ability? What are the chances of conquering the senior dormitory? No need to calculate. Basically 0. So, to truly escape from here, one must have strategic planning abilities, how to unite people's hearts, how to gather intelligence, how to enhance strength, and ultimately, how to break out. And these are the abilities a leader must possess. Feng Chen finished in one breath. The other 3 were so shocked they couldn't speak. Compared to Feng Chen, the 3 of them felt like fools. Bai had been here for a month. But fortunately, some people still had hope. So, rather than saying this is military training, it would be more accurate to say, this is actually a selection process for enrollment, to filter out the abilities of each student. Bai Ruyan said, suddenly enlightened. This left the other 2 in shock. Again. Then, they all looked at Feng Chen in unison. At this moment, they all acknowledged that Feng Chen was the leader. After all, they had been completely taken in. Feng Chen nodded, affirming, military training has its purpose, otherwise, they could just leave us on the playground to bask in the sun. But, since they let us act freely, how will they evaluate each person's performance? At this point, Feng Chen drew another person beside him and added a question mark. Cameras? Unlikely. There aren't many circuits around, so the best way is to find some upperclassmen to pretend to be us freshmen. Feng Chen's reasoning was sound, convincing the 3 of them. If just now Feng Chen could crush them with sheer force, now he was also outsmarting them. So, congratulations, host, you have received a beauty favor reward, currently undergoing random doubling. Randomly doubled by 888 times. Congratulations, host, you have received a female brother favor reward, currently undergoing random doubling. Randomly doubled by 828 times. Congratulations, host, you have received a male brother favor reward, currently undergoing random doubling. Randomly doubled by 520 times. Cough cough cough. The last doubling reward nearly choked Feng Chen. System, are you being cheeky? Do you need a beating? Beside him, Lu Changge asked with concern, Captain, are you feeling unwell? No. Also, we better not stand too close, I'm afraid others might misunderstand. Feng Chen waved his hand. Lu Changge was left speechless. Am I too charming, or are you too aggressive? Really? Now I have to worry about this. Hee, someone is not well liked. Chen Xiaonan said with a mischievous grin. Then she asked Feng Chen, Captain, what should we do next? What to do? Feng Chen chuckled. Of course, we're going to stir things up. On the plain before the Death Mountains. As the second in the national exam, Feng Outyan gazed longingly at the mountains, anxiously waiting for Feng Chen to come out, almost turning into a statue of a waiting husband. Last time, he had been careless. which led to him being stung by a flying scorpion and looking like a pig's head. This time, he wanted to prove with strength that Feng Outyan was not only the most beautiful in the world but also the best, an idol who embodied both wisdom and beauty, strength and elegance. Why hasn't he come out yet? His hands were tightly clenched. Feng Outyan was feeling a bit nervous. He worried, what if Feng Chen encountered danger inside the Death Mountains? If I had known, I would have gone in with him. What if he dies in there? What will I do? Even if I become a legendary warrior in the future, people will only say, what a pity, if it weren't for that first one dying back then, how could this second one rise to prominence? He muttered resentfully. Like a wronged wife. The onlookers nearby avoided him. They kept pointing and whispering. Look at this guy, he's eyeing Feng Chen. Again. Hey, he awakened his bloodline and got first in the national exam, that's strength too. Why does it have to be like this? I suspect we're not on the same wavelength. Then what's your wavelength? I think he's eyeing Feng Chen's body. Damn. But this couldn't be blamed on the onlookers. After all, Feng Outyan was already very beautiful with fair skin, white teeth, and red lips, so pretty that even girls would be jealous. If it weren't for his flat chest, probably more people would choose to pursue him. He's out. Suddenly, the scene brightened. As soon as Feng Outyan saw Feng Chen, he immediately dashed towards him, causing the surrounding people to indulge in wild fantasies again. Feng Outyan shouted loudly, Feng Chen, if you have the ability, let's have a duel. Seeing this commotion, Lu Chang'e stepped in front of Feng Chen, gripping his long knife and striking a pose as if to draw it. His address to Feng Chen changed from the symbolic captain to the sincere boss. Boss, do you want me to take action? No need, just do as I say. This small matter, I can handle it myself. You, Yu Yan, and Xiao Nan, go too. Feng Chen instructed. The three nodded and dispersed, each heading in a different direction. By Ru Yun and Chen, Xiaonan went among the new students to try to identify the old students mixed in with them. As for Lu Chang'e, he stepped forward with the multi-angle tiger beast core given by Feng Chen, one out of hundreds, and walked up to the subway entrance. Two guards lazily opened their eyes. Not bad. A silver-level multi-angle tiger beast core, how did you get it? Our team got it. Together. Lu Chang'e said nervously. After all, he didn't know how this beast core came about, so he lacked confidence. However, the two guards didn't show much reaction. Pretty good, should be able to exchange for quite a few things, go ahead. Thank you. Lu Chang'e forced himself to appear calm as he walked in, and after brushing past the two guards, he let out a sigh of relief and turned to give Feng Chen a thumbs up. Feng Chen nodded. Seeing that Feng Chen completely ignored him, Feng Outyan gritted his teeth in anger. Feng Chen, do you treat me like air? I'm standing right in front of you. Is there something? Feng Chen had a bit of an impression of Feng Outyan. First, he was very beautiful, and second, it was hard not to remember someone who looked so beautiful and then got stung into a pig's head. Feng Outyan smiled coldly. I want to duel with you and then tell everyone that I am the first among the new students and you are just the second. Alright, then let's hurry up, I still have things to do. Feng Chen did not decline. After all, forming a battle team requires expanding one's reputation, which is essential to attract more talented individuals. Establishing authority in advance is not a bad idea, especially when the opponent is essentially a freebie. Why not take advantage of it? He waved his hand. Feng Chen decided to make it quick. Come on. Alright, let me show you my phoenix dance in the 9 heavens. This is my family's secret technique, something ordinary people can hardly witness. Bang! Delaying was pointless, so Feng Chen simply threw a punch, landing it squarely on Feng Outyan's nose, causing it to bleed and tears to flow uncontrollably. Feng Outyan cried out in a whiny voice, why did you hit my nose? You're crazy. Of course, it's because hitting the nose is an easy critical hit. Feng Chen grinned mischievously. He couldn't be bothered to deal with Feng Outyan anymore, leaving him to cover his nose and continue crying. Feng Outyan's first challenge ended in failure. Arriving at the subway entrance, Feng Chen stopped, reached into his pocket, and pulled out a multi-horn tiger beast core. The two guards were dumbfounded. This beast core looked identical to the one from earlier in terms of grade, appearance, and even luster. Did you kill a pair of twins? Ahem, we only killed one, but this multi-horn tiger is special. Its beast core has undergone fission. The two exchanged glances and stopped asking questions. You can go in. Thank you. Feng Chen expressed his gratitude and walked inside. After getting off the platform, Feng Chen did not head towards the library direction but instead went the opposite way, preparing to take the subway to the teacher's dormitory. At that moment, an elegantly dressed female staff member blocked Feng Chen's path. Student, this area is temporarily not open to new students. I understand, but I'm looking for Dean Nan Zhengfubai, he still owes me some things. Feng Chen took out the agreement from his pocket and casually glanced at the staff member's chest. On her proud figure was a name tag that read Su Hong. Su Hong glanced at the agreement, her alluring red lips curling into a smile as she playfully tossed her wavy hair. Dean Zhang is on a business trip and won't be back for a while. I can leave him a message to let him know you were looking for him. I see. Feng Chen's eyes darted around and he innocently asked, Su teacher, you see, what Dean Zhang owes me is actually what the school owes me. How about you talk to the school and have them advance the payment to me? I'm sorry, student, that's not within my authority. Su Hong shook her head slowly, expressing her helplessness. She added, also, I'm not a teacher, just an ordinary staff member. You can call me sister, no need to call me teacher. Alright, Sister Su. Although a bit disappointed, Feng Chen understood that some things couldn't be forced. So, maintaining a good relationship wasn't a bad idea. Then please help me pass the message to Dean Zhang. Also, Sister Su, can we add each other on WeChat? Of course. Su Hong immediately took out her phone and they exchanged WeChat contacts. She shook her phone and said, I'll notify you as soon as I have news. Thank you, Sister Su. Feng Chen expressed his gratitude and walked towards the opposite platform. Su Hong smiled slightly, her bright eyes suddenly flashing with a hint of red, turning into red pupils. Then, they changed back to black pupils as she stood on the platform waiting. Soon, the subway came from the direction of the old student dormitory area and arrived at the new student dormitory area station. On the subway, there were a few old students scattered about, and upon seeing Feng Chen, some looked up, while others smiled slightly at him, expressing a bit of goodwill. Feng Chen smiled back in response. He was just about to sit quietly until he reached the library when suddenly, an old student walked over from the front car, specifically making his way to Feng Chen. Feng Chen opened his eyes and took a look, finding him familiar. The next second, as soon as the old student spoke, it triggered a memory for Feng Chen. You're Feng Chen, right? You're the one who got my brother Song Jingyan into trouble? Feng Chen, right? You're the one who messed with my brother Song Jingyan? Upon mentioning the name Song Jingyan, Feng Chen naturally looked at the other person. There was a slight resemblance to Song Jingyan in the other person's features, but his entire figure was slender and somewhat sickly pale, giving him a particularly refined and fair appearance. Behind him, he carried a short iron rod, about 50 centimeters long. It was hard to tell what kind of weapon it was. Who are you? I am Song Jingyan's brother, Song Tianyu. I heard that someone messed with my brother, and he's a freshman rookie. Song Tianyu scrutinized Feng Chen from head to toe, with a hint of malice. Meanwhile, Feng Chen remained expressionless on the surface, but was rapidly assessing the situation in his mind. Through the system's annotations, Feng Chen saw that Song Tianyu was a 2-star silver with a vitality value of 2,155, more than double his own. So, if he wanted to counterattack, what were his chances? 70%. Just as Feng Chen concluded this, a staff member popped out from the side of the carriage and called out to Song Tianyu. Song Tianyu, could you come over for a moment? Sure. Song Tianyu immediately responded, leaving Feng Chen behind without a second thought. Then, until Feng Chen got off at the station, Song Tianyu did not return. Feng Chen didn't think much of it. He wasn't there specifically to wait for Song Tianyu to cause trouble, so it was fine that no conflict occurred. He walked up the subway passage. Exiting the subway station, he saw a square high-rise building with red outer walls and a gray-white stone path below. This was the library. But in front of the library, there was an old man in a tang suit, lounging in a rocking chair, appearing to be half asleep, occasionally letting out a couple of snoring sounds. Hookah, hookah. However, once someone walked past the old man, his snoring would stop in an instant. Kid, you're a sophomore, right? Yes. Still don't understand the rules in your second year? The old man immediately glared with fierce eyes, bloodshot and looking as if he were about to kill. The senior in front was so frightened that he quickly pulled out 10 second-grade vitality pills from his pocket and respectfully handed them over with both hands. Tiger Master, I was wrong. I was wrong. Please don't be angry. Don't be angry. Humph. With a cold snort from his nose, Tiger Master slowly reached out, took the 10 second-grade vitality pills and shook them in his hand. Then he tossed out a sentence. You can go to the first and second floors, but come out on your own in half an hour. Ah, only half an hour? Okay, half an hour it is. The senior rushed in with a face full of despair, as if he couldn't afford to waste even a second. Truly racing against time. Feng Chen stroked his chin, scanning the surroundings, and when he saw the prohibited items sign at the entrance, he immediately understood why the senior dared not waste a single second. All books in the library are prohibited from being copied, photographed, or photocopied. Goodness, they expect people to memorize everything on the spot. Feng Chen couldn't help but shake his head. Not because of the library's rules, but out of pity for the students of Tianwu. Although the school's intention was to hope that students would specialize in one technique within a limited time and practice it to perfection, for the students, it was simply too miserable. Every minute was money burning away. 10 second-grade vitality pills had a market price of 3 million yuan, and 3 million yuan could only buy half an hour, averaging 100,000 yuan per minute. According to a normal person memorizing 1,000 characters in An hour. The cost of a 3,000 character technique would be 18 million. Tianwu's methods are too ruthless. The techniques learned this way, I'm afraid one would never dare to forget them for a lifetime? Fengchen secretly wiped his sweat. He thought, how dark. But there was nothing he could do. After all, these techniques couldn't be learned outside, and even Tianwu had bought them at a high price. It was normal to use them wisely. So Fengchen stepped forward. As soon as he got close, Lord Tiger opened his eyes, looked Fengchen up and down, and even sniffed the air slightly with his nose. Then, surprisingly, a hint of a smile appeared on his face. Kid, you're in your first year, right? Yes. Fengchen nodded. This made Lord Tiger very happy. In your first year, you dare to kill? You've got some guts. It was just self-defense. Just self-defense. Fengchen was startled. Killing someone was something that had happened a few months ago, so how did this Lord Tiger find out? But Lord Tiger just smiled. He extended his right hand, palm up, in front of Fengchen. The Academy's rule is that the library is not open for free. If you want to go in, you must bring something to exchange for reading time. Understood. Fengchen handed over the beast core of the multi-horned tiger to Lord Tiger's palm. Upon seeing the beast core, Lord Tiger was slightly surprised and scanned Fengchen up and down again. You, a bronze, actually managed to kill a silver-level beast? Interesting. Since you're new here, I'll give you a piece of advice. Focus on mastering one technique until you reach a high level. Then you can browse the techniques on the first floor freely. After 6 hours, leave on your own. Don't wait for me to come in and catch you. The first floor? Hearing that Lord Tiger would only allow him to operate on the first floor, Fengchen immediately raised an objection. Lord Tiger, may I ask why I can only operate on the first floor? Lord Tiger, who was originally about to sleep, opened his eyes again and lazily looked at Fengchen without saying a word. After a few seconds, seeing that Fengchen still looked determined to ask, he finally spoke. The library is divided into 4 levels. What do you think is the basis for this division? It should be heaven, earth, profound, and yellow. Not bad, the library is indeed divided according to the 4 levels of heaven, earth, profound, and yellow. The higher the rank, the more complete the techniques, but that also means the learning threshold is higher and there's more content to learn. At this point, Lord Tiger picked up a purple clay teapot from the tea table beside his rocking chair, took a big gulp of tea, and continued. So, you're still a bronze, why learn such profound techniques? It's better to be grounded and first master the basic techniques. Once your foundation is solid, you can learn any technique you want in the future. Lord Tiger, that's only half the reason, right? Fengchen said, glancing at the sign that read prohibited items. Lord Tiger laughed. Looks like you're not so foolish. Good. The biggest problem is that you can't remember. Even if I let you go to the second floor for an hour or two, how much can you memorize? You should know that the prices for the first and second floors are different. This 2-star silver beast core of yours can stay on the first floor for 6 hours, but on the second floor, only 2 hours. Saying this, Lord Tiger took another slow sip from his purple clay teapot. Then he smiled and said, by the way, the time I spent talking to you also incurs a fee. Fengchen thought to himself, this old man is really cunning. Charging for this too? And he drinks tea so slowly while charging? Although he wanted to complain a bit more, the thought of 100,000 yuan for 1 minute, all of which he had to pay himself, made Fengchen grit his teeth. He quickly said, Master Hu, please let me go to the second floor. If I can't finish learning, it's my own fault for being too ambitious. I absolutely won't blame you. Master Hu frowned in disappointment. He had originally thought that Fengchen, with his bronze talent, could kill a multi-angle tiger and was a promising young man, so he had kindly said a few more words. But unexpectedly, he was so stubborn. Indeed, young people needed to endure more hardships to grow. Otherwise, they would really think they were invincible. So, Master Hu spoke lightly, but his tone was colder than before. You can look around the first and second floors, but you can't go to the third floor. You have 1 hour and 40 minutes. When the time is up, come out on your own. Don't wait for me to come in and catch you. Thank you, Master Hu. Once Master Hu agreed, Fengchen hurried inside, causing Master Hu to snort coldly. Humph, you little brat, I'll be waiting for you to come out crying. Picking up a purple clay teapot, Master Hu took a big sip to calm his anger. He had encountered many talented young people who didn't know their limits, and in the end, which one didn't come out looking defeated? He was just waiting to see the joke. As for Fengchen, once he entered the library, he didn't even glance at the martial arts on the first floor and rushed straight to the second floor. This made some senior students still memorizing on the first floor chuckle softly. Here comes another one who doesn't know the heights of heaven and earth. Just wait, in an hour he won't be able to memorize the techniques and will have to come down to pick simpler ones. This situation was also happening on the second floor, but the comments were the opposite. My goodness. A new student actually ran to the second floor. It's fine if he can't memorize it in an hour, he'll just have to go down himself. It's a common mistake for beginners. The senior students glanced at Fengchen but said nothing. In an environment where every second counted, taking 5 seconds to notice Fengchen was already a sign of respect. As for giving advice? Not only could they not persuade the new students, but who would pay for the time they wasted? Fist techniques, leg techniques, knife techniques. Lu Changa uses a knife, so let's take a look at the knife techniques first. Arriving at the knife technique bookshelf, Fengchen's eyes immediately landed on the high-grade mysterious level section. Chrysanthemum knife technique, dicing knife technique, flat fierce knife technique. What are these ridiculous names? With names like these, how can you even shout them out during a fight? Fengchen frowned in disdain. Shouting out such names would probably lead to instant social death. He had no interest in fighting. No, he had to find a more imposing name. Shouting it out would give him an emotional boost. Overlord knife. This name is good. I'll go with this. Fengchen reached out to take this technique. The senior student next to him, also looking at this technique, silently shook his head in pity for Fengchen. He had come here 9 times to memorize this technique. He estimated that with just 2 more visits he could memorize it completely. As for Fengchen, he probably wouldn't last an hour before giving up. Forget him, I won't think about him anymore. I should hurry up and memorize my own, or I'll fall behind on today's progress. With his eyes focused ahead, the senior student silently began to memorize. Then he heard the incessant rustling of pages being turned, making it impossible for him to concentrate. Frowning, the senior student turned and said, "Junior, if you're going to memorize, do it properly. Speed reading is useless." "Alright, I've memorized it. Let's memorize a few more books to give Lu Changa more options." "But memorizing one by one is too slow. I might as well memorize 2 at a time." Fengchen muttered softly. He casually picked up 2 more manuals and sat down on the ground to read, flipping one with his left hand and the other with his right, both his first and second consciousness fully engaged, one left and one right, reading 10 lines at a glance, without any delay. The old student beside him was left dumbfounded. This, is he memorizing? But in less than 5 minutes, Fengchen put the 2 manuals back and swapped them for 2 different ones, continuing to read in the same manner. "Congratulations, host, you have received a memory reward for the manuals, random doubling in progress. Randomly doubled by 648 times. Randomly doubled by 345 times. Randomly doubled by 946 times. By the time he had memorized 5 manuals, Fengchen turned and walked towards the next section. Gun techniques. Then, he left the old student alone, bewildered in the wind. Just now, it seemed like Fengchen had done nothing, yet it felt like he had done everything. Is he messing with people's minds? Even the old tiger sitting at the library in trance almost stumbled and fell from his rocking chair. This kid, his mental strength is actually so high? It left the old tiger questioning his life. Generally, martial artists only realize the benefits of mental strength when they reach the golden stage of transcendence. Before that, even if someone has talent in this area, they wouldn't focus on developing it. After all, martial artists speak with their fists instead of upgrading mental strength. It's better to increase their vitality and use it to crush opponents, right? But who would have thought that one of the benefits of having strong mental strength is the ability to memorize things exceptionally quickly? Not to mention the system's doubling effect. So now, Fengchen was like a walking human camera, reading one book, memorizing another. The more he read, the more he gained, crazily milking the library. The old tiger was nearly having a heart attack watching him. Sword techniques, gun techniques, knife techniques, fist techniques, leg techniques, foot techniques, not a single one was missed. And he was reading 2 at a time, continuing as soon as he finished. It completely shattered the old students' mentality. One by one, they were left spiritless, eyes glazed over, and on the verge of tears. Look at how worth it his money is. We just woo. The veins on his forehead were bulging, and the old tiger couldn't sit still in his rocking chair, pacing back and forth at the entrance. With his hands behind his back, he kept checking the time. When he looked, not even an hour had passed. He immediately started cursing. Damn it! Why is this clock moving so slowly? Is it broken? But when he checked his watch, it hadn't even been an hour. The watch must be broken too. Checking his phone, it also hadn't been an hour. It must be the phone too. Wait, isn't the phone connected to the internet? Damn it, then the whole network must be down. Furious, the old tiger glared with his tiger eyes, staring hard at Fengchen. He was always the one milking others, and today he was actually being milked by someone else? Damn! After finally waiting for 1 hour and 40 minutes to end, the old tiger was just about to pull Fengchen out. But Fengchen surprisingly came out on his own, not staying a second longer. Looking at Fengchen's full harvest, the old tiger wanted to hit someone. With a dark face, the old tiger asked grumpily, "Kid, did you harvest well?" "It was okay," Fengchen said modestly, thinking to himself that he really didn't want to be high profile, but his strength was just too overwhelming to keep a low profile. His words nearly gave the old tiger high blood pressure. He could only suppress a grunt. Kid, next time you come here, I'll charge you 5 times. No, I'll charge you 10 times. Ha? Why? Fengchen felt very wronged. Why shouldn't he get recognition for the wool he had worked hard to gather? The old tiger knew he was in the wrong. He simply raised his chin. No reason, just seeing you, this kid, makes me angry. Hey, Tiger Lord, why are you angry with a junior? Like me? Fengchen hurried over to comfort him. He could see it clearly. This old man was petty and had a bad temper. If he didn't soothe him properly, he might not let him in next time. Tiger Lord arrogantly turned his nose up. Angry? What am I angry about? I'm not angry at all. Right, Tiger Lord, how about this? I'll read 2 books at once, so that counts as 2 people, and next time I'll pay double. How about that? No way, at least 8 times, 5 times, 6 times, 3 times, 4 times. Original price. Double. Deal. Fengchen excitedly shook Tiger Lord's hand, expressing how happy he was to negotiate with him. Tiger Lord looked bewildered. He thought to himself, this kid, how can he be so good at bluffing? But it's also quite interesting. Congratulations, host, you have gained the favor of a master. Random doubling in progress. Randomly doubled by 666 times. Congratulations, host, you have gained bluffing experience. Random doubling in progress. Randomly doubled by 999 times. But at that moment, just as Tiger Lord was admiring Fengchen and Fengchen was still flattering him, Song Tianyu appeared again from the subway entrance. Is it Fengchen? He stood in front of Fengchen. Song Tianyu said coldly, now everyone knows that my brother Song Jingyan was defeated by a freshman, making him the laughingstock of others. As a brother who dotes on him, I must avenge him. As Song Tianyu spoke, he suddenly pulled out an iron rod from his back. At the front end of the iron rod was a sharp triangular military dagger. Upon seeing this, Lord Hu furrowed his brows first. Not to mention that fighting among students is prohibited at school. Just the fact that this is Lord Hu's territory means causing trouble here is a provocation to him. Kid, do you not take me seriously? The blood energy erupted from Lord Hu's body like a mountain, suppressing both Fengchen and Song Tianyu beneath it. They couldn't move. Fengchen was momentarily speechless. You can suppress him, but why are you suppressing me too? However, Lord Hu was actually protecting Fengchen. Young people can be easily impulsive. If Fengchen were provoked and struck first at Song Tianyu, it would not be good for him either. So it was better to suppress them both together. As for Song Tianyu, after being suppressed by Lord Hu's blood energy, he still wouldn't give up. Fengchen, I told you, I dote on my brother. You bullied my brother, so I have to fight you to avenge him. You little brat. Lord Hu frowned. He was about to unleash more blood energy to make Song Tianyu calm down. From the side, a voice urgently shouted, Lord Hu, please show mercy. Upon hearing this voice, Lord Hu's intended explosive blood pressure was unexpectedly retracted. Who has such a big face that can make Lord Hu listen? Noticing this, Fengchen turned his eyes to the source of the voice. He saw a tall figure hurriedly walking out from the library entrance. This person looked very rough, with a bald head, a scarred face, and a piece missing from his left eyebrow, seemingly bitten off by a beast, with a crescent-shaped bite mark still visible. As soon as he approached, he immediately cupped his fists to Lord Hu and then to Feng Chun. Lord Hu, I'm really sorry for the trouble my subordinate has caused you. Little brother, I apologize on behalf of my brother. He usually isn't like this. He might have been a bit too excited today, so he offended you. In any case, I, Sutian, will resolve this matter. His words were full of a chivalrous spirit, making one almost think that Sutian was the leader of a gang, if he weren't still a student. This Sutian is interesting. Feng Chen's eyes suddenly lit up. His thought process was particularly unique. Just imagine, with Sutian's appearance and demeanor, if he went out and you said he wasn't a gang leader, no one would believe it. But conversely, if he recruited Sutian to follow him, then when engaging in a conflict with others, the opponents would focus their fire on Sutian, thinking, capture the leader first. A world where only Sutian gets hurt would be perfectly achieved. Brother Tian, gritting his teeth, Song Tianyu didn't give face to Lord Hu but actually gave it to Sutian. However, it seemed he didn't fully concede. Brother Tian, I can listen to you about other matters, but not this one. My brother, he was messed with by this kid. Is that so? Sutian's expression became serious. He then slowly looked at Fengchen. Little brother, please understand, as the leader of the warband, I must verify this matter with you. A brother's family is my family. This is a solemn promise I made to every member of the warband. Warband? Fengchen murmured. Beside him, Tiger Yi carefully explained to Fengchen. It's a group of second-year students who formed their own team. The school supports students doing this, just like how liberal arts universities have student councils. Got it, thank you. Fengchen nodded. Then he said, Song Jingyan is someone I defeated, but we fought fairly. How can I be blamed for losing? Fairly fought? This time, not only did Song Tianyu not believe it, but even Sutian and Tiger Yi were a bit skeptical. Song Jingyan, a second-year student, had combat experience and skills that were definitely superior to Feng Chen's. In a fair fight, how could he possibly lose to Feng Chen? So, Song Tianyu sneered. Fairly fought? Fine. If you really dare to fight fairly, I'll be waiting for you on the 15th at the old student dormitory area. Do you dare to come? On the 15th, I'll be waiting for you at the old student dormitory. Are you brave enough to come? What's there to be afraid of? Feng Chen stepped forward, readily accepting Song Tianyu's challenge. Tiger Master secretly gave Feng Chen a thumbs up. Such a bold young man was rare these days. So, Tiger Master simply lifted the restrictions. Song Tianyu shrugged his shoulders. Alright, Feng Chen, the 15th is the day when your freshmen will attack the old student dormitory. I'll be waiting for you at Building B, number 2. With that, Song Tianyu strode away, leaving Sutian behind feeling a bit awkward. He had taken on the challenge, but it was awkward for a few seconds. Sutian sought a way to ease the tension. With Feng Chen, I'm sorry, he's a bit too worked up. I'll go talk to him. Don't worry, your unfair match won't really take place, he promised Feng Chen. Sutian hurried off to catch up with Song Tianyu. Standing beside Feng Chen, Tiger Master shook his head. The world of martial artists is like this. Being weak is the original sin. You have to pick the soft persimmons to squeeze. His sarcastic words made Feng Chen glance at Tiger Master silently. He said leisurely, Tiger Master, are you trying to mediate or stir up trouble? I'm neither mediating nor stirring up trouble. Do you know why Tiger Master came to Tianwo to guard the library? It's because there are too many disgusting things in the world of martial artists. It's unbearable to watch. As Tiger Master spoke, he lay back in his rocking chair, propped his legs up, rocked a bit, and took a sip from his purple clay teapot, looking extremely content. Feng Chen was drawn in to ask, so, Tiger Master, you must have quite a story? Ha, which martial artist doesn't have a story? Tiger Master chuckled at this. He shook his legs, looking very pleased. When I was young, it was either about romance or fighting fiercely. In the world of martial artists, it's either you kill me or I kill you. But as I grew older, I realized I used to live like a fool. Ah, you don't have to say that about yourself, do you? Feng Chen obediently squatted beside Tiger Master. Listening to stories, one must squat to appreciate the flavor. Tiger Master's storytelling opened up. In his youth, the Martial Artist Academy was still in its infancy, and Tiger Master came from a small martial school that has now disappeared. Back then, our thoughts were very simple. We just wanted to go out and make a name for ourselves, to bring glory to our school. So we challenged schools everywhere. The worst was when a rival school lost, they would shut their doors and beat us to a pulp. Oh, it was brutal. They used every ruthless move without holding back. So now, on Tiger Master, there are big scars covering small ones, and small scars have become big ones. He rambled on, leaving Feng Chen reminiscing about the sword fights and bloodshed of those years on the subway ride home. At the same time, it also gave Feng Chen a glimpse into another aspect of the martial artist world: sect power. Unlike the public nature of martial artist academies, sects are entirely private forces and carry a hint of mystery. According to Tiger Master, these martial artist sects originated from ancient Qi practitioners and have continuously developed and grown to this day. So, when the Martial Artist Academy was just emerging, these sects were the most opposed to its existence, even constantly causing trouble. Thanks to some far-sighted sect elders who supported the national establishment of the Martial Artist Academy and selflessly donated their sect's unique skills, many outstanding successors like Tiger Master were cultivated, which changed the situation. Among these, the most indispensable element was fighting. Fighting until these sects bowed their heads. Fighting until they dared not act recklessly again. This is how the current situation came to be. Now the sect has long since declined. You say a sect that shuts itself off from the world can compete with a carefully selected group of geniuses? However, occasionally a few powerful characters do emerge, like the artifacts of great nations. When the words artifacts of great nations were mentioned, Lord Tiger genuinely admired them. He was also sincerely pained. It was not hard to see that in the past, Lord Tiger must have been dealt with quite a bit by Yu Hawu. I didn't expect that Lord Tiger had actually fought with Uncle Yu. I really can't imagine what a scene would look like when experts of their level engage in battle. Feng Chen was lost in thought about such a scene. In fact, not only on television but even in the all-encompassing online videos, there are no recordings of high-level martial artists in combat. There is a saying that when high-level martial artists fight, it causes spatial disturbances, making it impossible for electronic devices to function properly or even rendering them completely unusable. I can only wait until I also become a high-level martial artist to know what kind of world it will be. But before that, in Feng Chen's mind, the name warband flashed again. What if I also had a battle team and every member within it was powerful enough to support their own territory? A glint of determination shone in Feng Chen's eyes. He made a decision. Starting from Tianwu Academy, he would select the most outstanding group from these already rare students. Then he would truly establish his own power. Therefore, the first thing Feng Chen did upon returning was to directly ask Lu Chang'e, Bai Ruyan, and Chen Xiaonan a question they were most reluctant to answer. If my strength were to remain at 9-star bronze, would you three consider leaving my battle team? If my strength is limited to 9-star bronze, would you three consider leaving my team? The three people opposite him did not expect that Feng Chen would bring up such an awkward question so directly. For a moment, they were at a loss. Rubbing his head, Lu Chang'e was about to say something when Feng Chen spoke for them first. Well, people strive for higher places and water flows to lower grounds. If my strength is constrained, it is only natural for you to seek other opportunities, and you shouldn't be blamed for that. A few extremely magnanimous words made Lu Chang'e, Bai Ruyan, and Chen Xiaonan feel a twinge of guilt in their hearts. Indeed, people strive for higher places and water flows to lower grounds. This was exactly their thought, and it would be their reason to convince themselves to leave Feng Chen in the future. However, this reason was now voiced by Feng Chen, making their faces burn with embarrassment. But then, Feng Chen changed the subject. However, the fortunate thing is that before your strength surpasses mine, you will still stay by my side, listen to my words, and do what I ask, right? Of course. Lu Chang'e was the first to express his stance. As a man, he should show more loyalty than the girls. Seeing Lu Chang'e say this, Chen Xiaonan and Bai Ruyan quickly followed suit. Yes, that's for sure. We are a team, so we must listen to the captain's orders. Good, words alone are not enough. Feng Chen immediately took out 3 commitment letters and handed them to the 3. Their faces instantly twisted. I promise that before my strength surpasses Feng Chen's, I will voluntarily obey his orders, serving him through thick and thin, and if I go against this, the most important thing will be shortened by 15 centimeters. What the hell? Will I become a negative number? What's the difference with being a eunuch? Ahem, I mean my right middle finger. I love my right middle finger, it's a perfect work of art. Lu Chang'e quickly explained. Then he suddenly felt a chill and suspiciously looked at the commitment letters of the other 2. If the content of the commitments was the same, he would really be at a disadvantage. So, Lu Chang'e asked, what about you? What did you promise? The same as you, the same as you. Bai Ruyan and Chen Xiaonan said, feeling embarrassed. Lu Chang'e broke into a cold sweat. The same as me, could it be that you? No, brother Feng, I'm not someone who doesn't keep my word. Do we really have to sign this? Chen Xiaonan said with a gloomy face, making Feng Chen sigh deeply with worry. Hey, I just wanted a little comfort. Forget it, if it's forced, then let's drop it. Not forced, not forced. The 3 quickly said, picking up their pens and swiftly writing their names on the paper. Just as they were about to hand it back to Feng Chen, they saw him take out a bright red seal. Instantly, they felt a wave of dread. However, since they had already signed, it didn't matter if they stamped it too. Alright. When the 3 pressed their handprints and returned the commitment letters to Feng Chen, he smiled as he held them, looking at the names and handprints before contentedly putting them in his pocket. This made the 3 of them shiver involuntarily. Why did it feel like they had been tricked? But then again, thinking about it, how much potential could there be for Bloodline awakening? 9-star bronze was the limit, so this commitment letter would soon become invalid. However, 50 years later, when Lu Chang'e was asked, why are you so loyal to Mr. Feng Chen? Is it because you have built a deep camaraderie through your journey together, or is there some other reason? Regarding this, Lu Chang'e could only shake his head with tears in his eyes. With a choked voice, he said, I don't want to be a eunuch. Of course, that was a later matter. After putting away the letter of commitment, Feng Chen certainly didn't think he could use this to bind the 3 of them. The letter of commitment was just a formality. If one truly wanted to unite people's hearts, it had to rely on strength. So it was merely an excuse Feng Chen gave them, allowing them to smile and say to others in the future, we've signed the letter of commitment, of course we have to follow him. Now, Feng Chen was about to do the first big thing for the team. Chang'e, did you buy the things I asked you to get this afternoon? I got them. Lu Chang'e took out a piece of paper and a pen and quietly slipped a points card into Feng Chen's hand. He said softly, the rules at the exchange place require that items be exchanged using points, so the beast essence from the multi-angle tiger has all been converted into points and stored on this card. How many points do we have? The points were exchanged for 2,100 points, and after deducting the cost of the paper and pen, there are still 2099 points left. 2099. Feng Chen murmured. It wasn't much. He just instructed the 3 of them, you 3 keep an eye on the surroundings. I'm going to do something now. And if anyone comes over, remember to remind me. Okay. The three of them didn't ask any more questions and stood guard seriously beside Fengchen. Today, they had gone out for a while. It was easy to make people think they had some good things on them, so they had to be cautious. Sure enough, not long after, a few people crept over in the dark, wanting to rob them. But Lu Changa was no pushover. He took the long knife Fengchen had given him and drove them all away. However, he didn't come back unscathed. His face was swollen like a pig's head, and his eyes could barely open. In just 2 short hours, Lu Changa had fought 3 battles, while Bai Ruyan and Chen Xiaonan each fought 2, leaving all 3 of them exhausted. They finally felt what it meant to not relax for even a moment. Damn it, these bastards. If they have the ability, they should go chop exotic beasts in the mountains. What kind of heroes are they robbing us here? Lu Changa complained discontentedly. Chen Xiaonan, who had a black eye, was even more indignant. Heroes? They can't even be called bears. It's one thing to hit you, but what about me? They don't show any mercy. Don't they know that hitting someone in the face hurts their pride? Well, to be honest, hitting you really has nothing to do with showing mercy. Lu Changa said weakly, making Chen Xiaonan want to strangle him. Ever since his elegant facade was torn away, he had become more and more despicable, revealing his true nature. At that moment, Fengchen walked over with a thick stack of paper in his hand. Seeing the 3 of them in such a sorry state, he couldn't help but click his tongue in amazement. TSK, these people really know how to go hard. Look at how they beat you up. I almost didn't recognize you. And you say, if it weren't for standing guard for you, could we have been beaten like this? Lu Changa touched his chin, feeling wronged. His already not so handsome face was now even harder to find a partner for. By the way, what are you writing? You've been writing for so long. You aren't writing a novel, are you? Then I have a problem with that, making a stand guard in such a dangerous place just for you to write a novel. Don't worry, whatever I write, it won't be a novel. Not only is it easy to flop, but I would also get bad reviews. That would be self-abuse. As he spoke, Fengchen handed out 3 books of techniques to the 3 of them. Lu Changa received Overlord Blade, Chen Xiaonan received Dragon Spear, and Bai Ruyan received White Robe 9 Swords. This is a top-grade Shen level technique? Lu Changa felt a wave of suffocation. He had thought that Fengchen wanted him to buy paper and pens to write some slogans such as, to become stronger, first go crazy, charge forward without hesitation. Today I take pride in Tianwu, tomorrow Tianwu takes pride in me. Keep it up, keep it up, keep it up. Work hard, work hard, work hard. People are forced to grow. As a result, Fengchen actually wrote out 3 sets of top-grade Shen level techniques. One must know that these are priceless treasures outside. You can't buy a copy for 10 million. Brother Feng, did you go to the library today just to help us find techniques? I thought you were looking for techniques for yourself, but I didn't expect you to go specifically for us. Fengchen smiled slightly. He thought to himself, how could that be? I went specifically to take advantage. This is just one of the benefits. Alright, stop being so moved. Hurry up and take a look, see if it's suitable for you. I carefully selected these after watching you get eaten just now. Watching us get beaten? Ahem. If I don't see how trash you are, how can I give you the best transformation? He patted Lu Changa's shoulder earnestly. Fengchen continued, it's agreed that on the 15th we will attack the old student dormitory, so as a team, we must become strong together to achieve this goal. Okay. The 3 of them responded passionately. Although Fengchen's words weren't particularly powerful or motivating, they conveyed a simple strength, that is, what I say, I will do. Thus, the 4 of them entered the Death Mountains overnight, avoiding the disturbances of others. Then, day after day, they practiced hard. Time quickly reached the 14th, with only 1 day left until the new students attacked the old student dormitory, and only 12 hours left until Fengchen met Song Tianyu. Clang! A clean and sharp sound echoed as Lu Changa wielded his long knife, slicing a fist-sized stone in half in an instant. He shook the long knife in his hand and looked proudly at Fengchen. How about that? This knife technique is pretty good, right? Fengchen said nothing. He simply walked over, picked up a new stone, and took the knife from Lu Changa's hand. Changa, you need to pay close attention to this knife. Why? Because this knife will look very cool. As the words fell, Fengchen gripped the knife with both hands, and with a flash of lightning, the stone was immediately split in 2, quietly lying on the large rock below. Then, there was no more sound. Cough, Brother Feng, your knife is indeed quite cool, but compared to my earlier one, it doesn't seem to be much different. Are you sure? Fengchen smiled and pointed to the fragments on the rock, gesturing for Lu Changa to touch them. Lu Changa walked over in frustration, picked up Fengchen's stone, and felt it. The cut surface was incredibly smooth, like a young girl's delicate hand, with a very pleasant texture. Now touch your own. Okay. Lu Changa picked up his own stone, gently touched it, and immediately recognized the difference. The stone he had split had a relatively smooth front half, but the further back he went, the rougher it felt, like touching the callous soles of a middle-aged man's feet. Very coarse. So Lu Changa's stone was actually chopped in half at the front and shattered at the back. It wasn't completely split. Actually, it's pretty much the same, both stones are broken. What nonsense is that? When practicing, it's always pretty much the same, but at critical moments it's always just a little off. That little bit could mean a life. Fengchen scolded mercilessly. After all, for certain people, doing the right thing could yield double rewards. So, he naturally placed great importance on correct posture. This made Lu Changa feel quite ashamed. Alright, brother Feng, I'll keep practicing and strive to perfect this knife before dark. That's a must. For the next few days, focus on perfecting the first strike of this domineering knife. If you can't even get the first strike right, then I think you're pretty much done for. Fengchen shook his head and sighed. He heard the sound of Chen Xiaonan firing a gun nearby. So he said, you keep practicing, I'll go check on those two. Remember, you must perfect it before dark. Okay, Lu Changa replied earnestly. But as soon as Fengchen left, his momentum immediately deflated. He muttered to himself, really, do you think everyone can learn as quickly as you? These past few days, Fengchen had left them all in awe, learning something immediately as if it were second nature. It was as if Fengchen had been practicing these things since he was in the womb, just to show off to them at this moment. But that's how people are. Something can be hard to accept at first, but after repeated exposure, you get used to it. Walking over to Chen Xiaonan, Fengchen watched as she pointed her gun. The instant the long gun shot out, the air around the tip buzzed like the rising sound of a dragon, exuding a terrifying sense of intimidation. The dragon's outburst technique's greatest power does not lie in how sharp the tip of the gun is, but in the momentum. A momentum that can captivate the enemy, making them unable to evade. In this regard, Chen Xiaonan was already getting into the groove. Unexpectedly, Chen Xiaonan turned out to be the one among the three who gave me the least worry. It seems she allocated her talent points to her martial arts. Touching his chin, Fengchen felt there was nothing to point out to Chen Xiaonan. Just as he was about to leave to check on Bai Ruyan, Chen Xiaonan grabbed him. Boss, don't go. Let's have a try and see whose shooting is better. Cough. Cough, this isn't me bragging. In terms of marksmanship, you really are a bit behind me. You know, I'm called the god of guns. You're just boasting. Then let's give it a try? Let's try then. Gripping the long gun, Fengchen instantly shot like a dragon, the sharp tip of the gun rising like a dragon lifting its head, roaring out with overwhelming authority. Roar, roar, roar. A powerful dragon's roar echoed, leaving Chen Xiaonan dumbfounded. He then said in a daze, when it comes to guns, it really is brother Feng who's the best. That's what I'm saying. Fengchen patted Chen Xiaonan's shoulder sympathetically. To be honest, boys do have a slightly better feel for guns than girls. Finally, they arrived at Bai Ruyan's side. However, Bai Ruyan wasn't practicing her sword now, she was drawing on the ground, creating a schematic of the old student dormitory area. Fengchen squatted down and asked, what's up? Do you have any thoughts on tonight's operation? Boss. Bai Ruyan greeted Fengchen first and pointed to her schematic. Boss, just as you predicted, there are indeed some old students mixed in among the new students. And what did they say when you interacted with them? They refused to admit their identities as old students, but they revealed some information to me, as if rewarding me for guessing their identities. Bai Ruyan flicked her hair at her temples and said seriously, the old students revealed that the old student dormitory area isn't fully occupied. As long as we can find an empty dormitory and guard it, we should generally succeed. I see. Yes. Bai Ruyan nodded vigorously and presented her battle plan. Boss, now that we have this information and others don't know yet, as long as we act a bit faster, we should be able to occupy a position without much difficulty. Good idea. Fengchen nodded and then said, tonight, you three will do just that. Ha? What about you, boss? Me? Fengchen smiled calmly. I'm going to Building B, there's someone there I need to go beat up. Boss. Deep concern filled Bai Ruyan's eyes. Building B. The old students who could occupy that position were at least among the top 5 in strength among the second-year-old students. Is it really okay for Fengchen to go to such a place? Meanwhile, in Building B, Sutian looked at Song Tianyu, who was sitting in the living room, carefully rubbing his triangular military dagger, and his expression didn't look good. Are you sure you want to do this? Brother Tian, I've made up my mind. Once it's past midnight, even if he doesn't come, I'm going to rush over to find him. My brother was messed with by him, Song Tianyu said angrily, which made Sutian furious. Before Sutian could say anything else, Song Tianyu directly took his triangular military dagger and went outside the door to wait for nightfall. He waited until midnight. The wall separating the new student living area from the old student dormitory area rumbled and began to sink. The battle for dominance officially began. Boom, boom, boom. As the clock struck 12, the wall separating the new students from the old students crashed down into the ground, opening a corner of the cage. In an instant, a sense of a fierce tiger breaking free appeared in the eyes of the old students. Then, they laughed. He, it's time to have a friendly exchange with the juniors again. What do you think about giving each of them a black eye? Shall we have a competition? How do we compete? I'll hit the right eye, you hit the left eye, and then we'll see who gives more black eyes? Sounds good. The old students eagerly discussed, excitedly rubbing their hands together. Although the juniors were precious, as the saying goes, if you don't learn to take a beating, how can you become a warrior? So, a bit of proper honing was indeed necessary. However, not everyone thought this way. In front of building number 2, hearing the sound of the wall crashing down, Song Tianyu suddenly opened his eyes, grabbed a triangular military spike, and fixed his gaze on the surroundings. As soon as Feng Chen appeared, he could take revenge for his brother. It's coming soon. You're losing it. Stepping out of the villa, Sutian looked at Song Tianyu, extending his large right hand and placing it on Song Tianyu's shoulder. Calm down, your brother just lost, he didn't die. Why bother with a new student? Brother Tian, if you're not here to help me, then just forget. It's… Song Tianyu turned his head away, no longer looking at Sutian. Anyway, I must avenge my brother. Since you're not thinking clearly, as your older brother, I have the duty to wake you up. With a whoosh, Sutian's fist struck Song Tianyu's abdomen, causing him to see stars, his whole body going limp like a rag doll in Sutian's arms. Holding Song Tianyu's body, Sutian shouted into the villa. Take him inside and keep an eye on him. Understood. Two people walked out of the villa and lifted Song Tianyu's body. One of them gestured and said to Sutian, brother Tian, what if he wakes up and goes crazy, trying to break out? Should we suppress him? We must suppress him. Sutian said mercilessly. He had taken on this matter, so he had to step in to mediate. I'll be here waiting for that new student to come. You two keep an eye on Tianyu. If it comes to it, locking him in the dungeon is also an option. Okay. The two nodded and took Song Tianyu back to the villa. Meanwhile, in the direction of the planes entering the old student dormitory, dozens of new student forces, in groups of 3 or 5, stealthily approached the old student dormitory area in the darkness. Before them, the old student dormitory area was pitch black, with only a few scattered houses still lit with bright lights. It created a fleeting sense of fear, as if it were a ruse. What's going on? Are the old students all asleep? Their schedule is so good? Are you stupid? This is obviously a trap. What should we do? Are we going in or not? Since we're here, we have to give it a try. Even if we fail, they'll just confiscate some of our things, they won't really kill us. Alright then, don't be cowardly, let's go. Together. As for Feng Chen, at this moment he was holding a long knife, distributing 3 first-grade blood essence pills to Lu Chang'e, Chen, Shan'an, and Bai Ruyan. Bai Ruyan's face tensed for a moment. She knew that Feng Chen's target was building number 2, which was different from theirs. Don't worry, we're a team, of course, we need to fight as a team. Feng Chen reassured her. He issued the battle plan. While no one has noticed, let's rush in and take control. But remember, if we accidentally enter the wrong villa and someone is lying in wait, don't engage with them. We must escape quickly. Our goal is to occupy the villa, not to fight. Chen Xiaonan and Lu Chang'e both nodded. Only Bai Ruyan let out a slight sigh of relief, glad that Feng Chen wasn't acting rashly. Although she didn't know what Feng Chen was going to do on the second floor of the B building, as long as it was the second floor of B, nothing could be accomplished. Now, move behind me and attack. With Feng Chen's command, 4 figures immediately sprang into action, darting towards the old student dormitory area like arrows released from a bow. Seeing someone take the lead, hundreds of new students formed small teams and surged into the old student dormitory area. In an instant, a wave of fresh energy flooded among the old students. It was like tossing a mouse into a pile of lazy cats basking in the sun. The mouse would send them scurrying in all directions, activating the previously lethargic cats. Ha 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 ha. Newbies, you finally arrived. Countless old students surged out. From rooftops, behind walls, from branches, and from rooms. From all directions, they crazily chased after the panicked new students. Some old students were even more ruthless, directly blocking the entrance, cutting off the new students' escape routes, and then flashing friendly smiles, telling the newcomers you've been caught in a trap. Thus, within less than 5 minutes of the new students entering the old student dormitory, a series of horrifying screams erupted. Ah! Hearing these tragic sounds, the new students who lingered at a distance, gazing towards the old student dormitory, couldn't help but feel relieved. Thank goodness I didn't go, otherwise, it would have been terrible. Whoever goes is a fool. New students can't compete with old students. Exactly. They murmured behind, causing those who were still hesitating about whether to give it a try to instantly abandon the thought. Failing was one thing, but being called a fool for failing was quite another. At the same time, Feng Chen and his 3 companions, rushing forward, had already broken into the center of the old student dormitory area. Just as Feng Chen had envisioned, the old students, wanting to lure the new students into a trap, would definitely allow them in first before taking action, so they wouldn't intercept those who entered early. By the time the old students began to act, Feng Chen and his companions were almost ready to strike. Junior, don't run so fast, come play with your senior. Suddenly, a senior wielding a knife appeared before them. Seeing the long knife in Feng Chen's hand, he immediately rushed forward excitedly to spar. Feng Chen shouted loudly, "You all go first." After saying that, he summoned all his strength along with his boiling blood and unleashed a powerful strike. Dominant blade. Skybreak slash. Bang! A heavy sound echoed. The power of the 7 transformations in 7-star silver erupted fully, shaking the old student's hands and forearms. Damn! You're too terrifying. The old student quickly retreated, wanting to defend himself. However, Feng Chen had already caught up with Lu Changda and the others. Soaring away. Hiss, today's new students are incredible. Not only are they strong, but they're also so sharp-minded. If they're all this strong, we old students should just give up. Just then, another new student came running up, the second in the national exam, Feng Outyan, who also wielded a long knife. As soon as Feng Outyan arrived, he shouted, "Phoenix dance in the 9 heavens." Bang! He was immediately punched to the ground by an old student, who continued to hit him while cursing. "I'm scared to death. I thought everyone was as strong as that one just now. Luckily, the weak ones aren't that weak, huh? Do you have anything to say? How am I weaker than him? And don't hit my nose," Feng Outyan said. With a cry. This made the senior student stumble slightly. Damn it! Does this weakling have no self-awareness? So pretentious? He needs a wake-up call. So, the punches became even more vigorous. Meanwhile, 50 meters away from where Feng Outyan was being beaten, Feng Chen and his 3 companions broke into a villa, and there wasn't a single person inside. Success! Lu Changda and the others clenched their fists excitedly. Thinking back to last time, they had only foolishly fought for villas in the outer circle, and not only did they fail to get one, but they also lost all their savings. This time was different. Under Feng Chen's leadership, they achieved success in one go. Success! Good, then next, you all stay here and guard. I'm going out for a bit. Saying this, Feng Chen was about to walk out the door. Bai Ruyan quickly stopped him. What are you doing? Didn't we agree that we are a team and should fight as a team? Exactly, so next I, as the captain, order you to stay here while I go out and act on my own. You. Seeing that Bai Ruyan and the others still wanted to persuade him, Feng Chen tossed out 3 commitment letters. Here. You signed these yourselves. The 3 of them were suddenly speechless. So signing this thing was meant for times like this. Watching the 3 of them at a loss, Feng Chen smiled and walked out. He casually closed the door behind him. Lock the doors and windows. Wait for me to come back, it won't take long. With a click, the door locked. Feng Chen dashed towards the 2nd floor of the B building. Building B, 12th floor, Building B, 7th floor, Building B, 3rd floor. Here we are. He turned a corner. Feng Chen held a long knife in his hand, his body making a sharp turn and drifting, leaving a long mark on the ground, while his eyes quickly locked onto his prey. But at the entrance of Building B, number 2, there was no sign of Song Tianyu waiting for him as he had expected. Instead, Sutian stood there with his arms crossed, waiting for Feng Chen to arrive. Upon seeing Feng Chen, Tian said lightly, "You're here. Where is he?" Feng Chen frowned. He didn't come here to see Tian. However, Tian's attitude was also very assertive. He had to get involved in this matter. Shall we talk? What's there to talk about? Unless you break his legs, otherwise I'll handle it myself. Feng Chen's gaze shifted towards the villa. Tian's intervention meant that Song Tianyu was likely locked inside the villa. With me here, you won't get in. Just to clarify, I am a 6-star silver, one of the top combatants in the entire sophomore year. You have no chance of winning against me, Tian said with undeniable confidence in his overwhelming advantage. Feng Chen smiled faintly. You'll know once you try. In a flash, Feng Chen kicked off the surrounding wall, his figure shooting upwards, almost flying along the wall. However, Tian was not slow either. His figure suddenly appeared on the wall, swinging a punch down towards Feng Chen with great force. Boom! With a punch, Feng Chen's long knife immediately twisted, a massive fist imprint appearing, bending the knife into an L shape. Under the powerful force, Feng Chen was also knocked back to the ground. Tian shook his head. I told you, with me here, you can't get in. Is that so? With a push of his feet, Feng Chen exploded off the ground towards the wall, his fist clenched, the power of the 7-star silver erupting fully at that moment. 9 styles. 1 punch. Feeling the terrifying power contained in this punch, a hint of panic suddenly crossed Tian's confident face. He quickly unleashed his childhood training technique, the one he had practiced since he was young. Southern Barbarian Breaking Heaven Fist. Boom! The 2 fists collided. In an instant, Tian's fist recoiled in pain. In terms of strength, he and Feng Chen were evenly matched. In terms of vitality, he even overwhelmed Feng Chen. But in terms of bone hardness, he suspected his hand bones had cracked. How Can this kid's bones be so hard? Has he practiced some special technique? While still hesitating, Fengchen landed on the ground, tossing 2 vitality pills into his mouth, and charged up again. 9 styles. 1 punch. Still coming? Instinctively, Sutian dared not clash fists with Fengchen anymore. He shrank back, then realized, oh no, he was standing on the wall. Taking a step back, his body uncontrollably fell into the yard. At the same time, Fengchen successfully landed on the wall, looking down at Sutian standing on the ground. I've already got 1 foot in, can you still stop me? Sutian was momentarily speechless. Just then, from the villa, a sharp roar suddenly erupted. Stop him. Be careful of his low kicks. Several shouts surged out together. Following that, within the villa, a figure erupted with a wild surge of vitality. Like the most ferocious beast in the jungle, it was breaking free from the cage that confined it. Boom! With a loud bang, Song Tianyu, holding a triangular military dagger, kicked through the wall and glass amidst countless flying shards, shouting Fengchen's name. Fengchen, come! Fengchen did not back down at all, his feet pushing hard against the wall. A flash of light in his hand revealed a sharp dagger, which he lunged directly at Song Tianyu. In the blink of an eye, the distance between the two in the air closed instantly, and they pressed towards each other, launching the most ferocious attack. Clang! A flash of cold light appeared, and Fengchen's dagger, like a sword that could split the heavens, sharply stabbed towards Song Tianyu's throat. Song Tianyu shook his head to evade, and immediately the 3-edged military stab in his hand, like a treacherous venomous snake, swiftly lunged towards Fengchen's chest. Feeling the chill in front of him, Fengchen quickly defended with his dagger, blocking the 3-edged military stab. Ha, can you really block it? Song Tianyu scoffed disdainfully, followed by a furious roar. Break for me! The 3-edged military stab surged with immense force, trying to pierce through Fengchen's dagger. However, Fengchen's power, having undergone 7 transformations and wielding the strength of 7-star silver, was far beyond his own. With a fierce flick of his hand, Fengchen instantly sent the 3-edged military stab flying, and at the same time he swung a knife towards Song Tianyu's chest. Although he was using a dagger, he executed the overbearing, heaven-splitting slash technique. The blade hadn't even reached him, yet the murderous aura of the technique had already torn through Song Tianyu's clothes, leaving a 3-finger-long gash on his chest. This entire series of conflicts occurred within just a few seconds, during the moments they fell to the ground from the air. As their feet landed, Song Tianyu looked incredulously at his chest. As a 2-star silver warrior, he should have had an overwhelming advantage over a mere bronze warrior. Yet, he was the one who got injured first and hadn't harmed his opponent at all. Standing opposite Song Tianyu, Fengchen appeared completely unscathed, not even a hint of fatigue in his blood. The reason for this was quite simple. System, keep stuffing me with blood essence pills. As long as I don't die, keep shoving them in. Understood. The system unexpectedly replied to Fengchen with seriousness. Seeing this situation, not only was Song Tianyu puzzled, but even Sutian, who was stronger, was shocked by Fengchen's strength. Silver against bronze could drain the opponent's vitality to death. However, Fengchen not only showed no signs of fatigue but was instead brimming with vitality. If this was said to be locking his vitality, it was simply too absurd. It was as if he had never lost any. I don't care how you did it, in any case, you will definitely lose today. The 3-edged military stab pointed at Fengchen. Song Tianyu's fighting spirit showed no signs of diminishing. However, voices from other members of the Berserker group also came from the villa. Song Tianyu, are you out of your mind? You're even demolishing your own villa. Sutian glanced at the brothers coming out of the villa and then at the unwavering Song Tianyu. His fists clenched tightly, finally starting to get angry. Using the last bit of reason, he said to Song Tianyu, are you done playing? Stop. Sorry, Brother Tian, but I must avenge my brother today. Coldly throwing down those words, Song Tianyu charged at full speed, unleashing his strongest killing move against Fengchen. In the next move, he aimed to determine the victor. Assassination technique. Throat seal. However, Fengchen had the same intention. Dragging things out was not his style. A cold light rose in his eyes. Fengchen's first and second consciousness merged in an instant, transforming into an indestructible sword. God-slaying technique. Boom! The incredibly powerful god-slaying sword, like a flash of thunder from the heavens, was brief yet dazzling, small yet astonishingly powerful. In an instant, it shattered Song Tianyu's mental will like rotten wood. Gripping his head in pain with both hands, Song Tianyu felt as if his head was about to split open, like a piece of glass that had cracked and could no longer prevent its collapse. Watching Song Tianyu in agony, Sutian was utterly astonished, because he had already recognized this method of attack. Mental attack? At the same time, Sutian stepped forward and stood in front of Song Tianyu. Since the outcome was already decided, there was no need to see life and death again. As for the other members of the Mad Warriors, they all rushed out to surround Fengchen. Surround them! Don't bully my boss. At that moment, Lu Chang'e, Bai Ruyan, and Shen Xiaonan ran over, sweating profusely, picked up their weapons, and bravely confronted the enemy beside Feng Chen. Although their momentum looked imposing, if it really came to a fight, they would definitely be a hindrance. Lu Chang'e even complained to Feng Chen. Seriously, what do you want me to sign? This time doesn't count. If you go back on your word next time, it'll be too late to become a eunuch. What are you guys doing here? Feng Chen asked speechlessly. The three of them shouted in unison with great loyalty. Of course we're here to help. You idiot. In this situation, you should be running. Why aren't you running? After saying that, Feng Chen took the lead and turned to run. The three of them were stunned for a second before they reacted, each running faster than the last, cursing as they went. Feng Chen, you heartless bastard. We rushed over to save you. And you ran first. Cough cough. If I don't run, you might think I'm tricking you, Feng Chen said without a hint of embarrassment. The members of the Mad Warriors frowned upon seeing this and asked Sutian, Brother Tian, should we catch them back? No need. Sutian shook his head. With things having developed to this point, it was already a mess. If it continued, it would probably never end. It had to be concluded. However, who said we don't need to catch them back? No one gets to leave. In the sky, a figure suddenly appeared, and with a powerful wave of his right hand, an overwhelming force instantly pinned Feng Chen and the others in place, unable to move. In the sky, a figure suddenly appeared, and no one could tell whether he had been there all along or had just arrived. But as soon as he appeared, he became the core of this realm. He raised his hand and waved. A pressure like an immeasurable ocean of vitality descended from the sky, pinning the fleeing team of four, led by Feng Chen, firmly in place. So strong. This was Feng Chen's first thought, and the same went for the other three. The intensity they felt was such that the other party could easily crush all four of them into pulp with just a little effort. However, upon seeing this person, Su Tian's expression changed dramatically. Principal. Humph. You still remember that I am the principal of Tianwu? Did you ever think about what my school motto is when you were shouting for blood? In the high sky, Qin Gongda stood independently, hands behind his back. Although he was already an old man, his head of gray hair made him look spirited. After a snort, Qin Gongda leisurely took a step in the air. The step was not large, just the level of a small dance step. But as soon as he stepped out, the surrounding spacetime suddenly twisted bizarrely. In the next moment, Qin Gongda had already appeared in front of Feng Chen. Seeing someone suddenly appear before them, Lu Chang'e, Shen Xiaonan, and Bai Ruyan were so frightened that they almost screamed. Only Feng Chen, with a flash of inspiration, immediately remembered that the only large photo printed on his admission notice was of this person, the principal of Tianwu Academy, Qin Gongda. So Feng Chen blurted out, "Hello, principal." The other three were dumbfounded, thinking to themselves what kind of brain circuit this person had. Even at a time like this, he still had the time to greet someone? As for Qin Gongda, he looked Feng Chen up and down leisurely and suspiciously asked, "Kid, how do you know I'm the principal?" "The principal is the most handsome old man I've ever seen. They say one handsome guy comes out of 1,000 people, and one handsome old man comes out of 1,000 handsome guys. In my opinion, principal, you are at least 1 in a billion, so I can't forget you after just one look." Feng Chen spoke incessantly, exaggerating as much as he could. At a dangerous moment, if he didn't please the old man, he might really be in life-threatening danger. Qin Gongda immediately snorted coldly. "Humph. Do you think a few flattering words will make me let you off easily? Let me tell you, I hate slick-tongued people the most." Ding. "Congratulations, host, you have received the principal's favor reward, currently being randomly doubled by 888 times. Upon hearing the prompt, Feng Chen knew he was safe again. He quickly showered the principal with more praise. "Yes, the principal's teachings, Feng Chen will definitely remember them. I will strive to emulate the principal, do more and say less, and when I do speak, I will speak the truth." The other three felt so awkward that their faces were about to freeze. They thought to themselves, the principal has already said he hates slick-tongued people, and you are still bantering beside him? Are you really unaware of the danger? No, I must save myself. I need to distance myself from Feng Chen. Lu Chang'e weakly said, "Principal, actually, I'm not familiar with him, I just happened to pass by today." Yeah, I don't even know his name. Shen Xiaonan chimed in foolishly. Bai Ruyan, fidgeting, also added, "Principal, we just came to take a look, we really didn't do anything bad." Only Feng Chen was racking his brain to recall all the famous quotes of Qin Gongda he had seen on the admission notice. Then he loudly said, "Report to the principal, I am here tonight to practice the 4-character policy proposed by the principal. Dare to fight, dare to strive to be a brave person, to be someone who was not afraid of sacrifice, not afraid of bloodshed." Congratulations to the host for gaining the principal's favor reward, currently undergoing random doubling. Randomly doubled by 758 times. randomly doubled by 255 times, randomly doubled by 916 times. The other three looked at Feng Chen with eyes that had already turned cold. Such fawning flattery was definitely hitting the horse's hooves. Indeed, a person's death is 3 parts fate and 7 parts effort. If you don't put in even a little effort, you wouldn't have to die so quickly. Indeed. Qin Gongda also loudly scolded Feng Chen. Are you happy with your slick tongue? Didn't you hear clearly that I hate slick-tongued people the most? Then, Qin Gongda squinted his eyes. He chuckled. Is fighting fun? Report to the principal. I feel it's okay, Feng Chen said calmly on the surface. Inside, he was a bit anxious. Everyone's threshold is different. Some people get better right away, but others take a long time to feel anything. So Feng Chen was uncertain about what Qin Gongda thought of him. Now, he could only stubbornly give it a try. Unexpectedly, congratulations to the host for gaining the principal's favor reward currently undergoing random doubling, randomly doubled by 666 times. Feng Chen, can this really happen? Hee, not bad. Alright, then come with me, let's see if you can still hold up later. He coldly hummed. Qin Gongda waved his finger in front of Feng Chen. Suddenly, Feng Chen felt light all over. He could move immediately. The other three felt very sympathetic, thinking that even if Feng Chen didn't die this time, he would at least be skinned. But then they thought again. They were still being pressed down. Principal, the 3 of us are still being pressed down, Lu Changa said with a face full of grievance. However, Qin Gongda just said emotionlessly, you 3, aren't you in the same team as him? Do you really think I've grown old? My eyes don't work and my ears can't hear? If you're so disobedient, I'll let you stand still for a while to think about how to be a person in the future. After saying that, Qin Gongda took a step forward, bringing Feng Chen back to the door of the 2nd floor of the B building. This time, Feng Chen saw everything that had just happened clearly. Just now, when Qin Gongda took a step, his whole body seemed to undergo a strange change, distorting the space. But it was only for a moment. The energy and blood returned to Qin Gongda's body as if it had never been used. Not to mention any changes. Is this what a high-level martial artist is like? And can this still be considered human? Feng Chen was a bit tongue-tied. I'm afraid high-level martial artists can no longer be categorized as human. They are infinitely close to divinity. Therefore, the strongest martial artists are referred to as myths. Creating the heavens and the earth, moving mountains and filling seas, creating things out of nothing, being omnipotent. Arriving at the 2nd floor of the B building, Qin Gongda glanced at Song Tianyu on the ground. Then he looked at Sutian. A bunch of little guys trying to tear down the school. Do you know that I am also very busy? Principal. Sutian lowered his head in shame. He didn't say anything more. Alright, come with me. For a trip, someone else will handle the other matters, Qin Gongda said. He took another step forward. Feng Chen and Sutian were brought into the principal's office. Qin Gongda sat on his mahogany sofa, leisurely brewed himself a pot of hot tea, brought over a plate of sunflower seeds, crossed his legs, and slowly started to crack them. Looking at the 2 people in front who remained silent, Qin Gongda snorted. Which one of you will speak first? Principal, I'll go first. Sutian felt a deep sense of shame, his face full of apology. As the leader of the Berserk battle group, I failed to advise my subordinate well, allowing hatred to erode his reason, ultimately harming others and himself. That's it? That's it. Oh. Qin Gongda shook his head in disappointment, feeling disdain for Sutian's guilt. Sutian, I always thought you were a decent talent, but now it seems I overestimated you. Sutian looked at Qin Gongda curiously, not understanding why. Please, principal, scold me. Sutian, you are wrong, but your mistake isn't in failing to advise your subordinate, it's that you were overly loyal at a time when you shouldn't have been, Qin Gongda said, his frustration palpable. Gritting his teeth. When Song Tianyu was out of his mind, couldn't you have taken him down with a punch first? Well, you're just too loyal, thinking you can't lay a hand on your companions. Now look, he wants revenge and ends up getting beaten down, nearly to death. Principal, I was wrong. Tian lowered his head deeply. Qin Gongda was right. When Song Tianyu lost his reason, he should have acted ruthlessly to suppress him, preventing him from causing trouble, rather than hoping that someone consumed by revenge would realize their mistake. And you, don't get too pleased with yourself. Qin Gongda shot a fierce glance at Feng Chen. Although he wanted to appear more intimidating, he couldn't muster the killing intent. Even he found it a bit strange, thinking that while he appreciated them, he shouldn't be unable to at least put on a show of it, right? But he really couldn't. Your actions were indeed forced self-defense from start to finish, but nearly killing a classmate is still a bad influence. Next time, be careful and don't make the same mistake again. Sutian, who was nearby, heard this. What? Principal, he nearly killed someone, and you just forgave him like that? Looking at Sutian's dumbfounded expression, Shin Gongda waved his hand impatiently, signaling Sutian to go back by himself. You go back first, I still have something to discuss with classmate Fengchen. Yes. Sutian was left speechless. Even though he didn't know what Shin Gongda wanted to talk to Fengchen about, from Shin Gongda's earlier attitude towards Fengchen, he knew that Fengchen would be fine. After Sutian left, Shin Gongda waved to Fengchen, indicating for him to sit on the sofa beside him, pouring tea and handing over some sunflower seeds. Want to crack some seeds? Not really. That's good, otherwise you might chip a tooth. As he spoke, Shin Gongda set down the plate of sunflower seeds in his hand. He then smiled and asked Fengchen, Kid, you're not just a bloodline awakener, are you? Fengchen looked at Shin Gongda curiously. The last person who saw through him was Yu Haowu, known as the Great National Artifact. Could it be that Shin Gongda was also some kind of pillar of heaven, stabilizing needle, or one needle to the heart? Seeing Fengchen pretend to be confused, Shin Gongda chuckled mischievously, his expression a mix of 3 parts lewdness, 4 parts playfulness, and 1 part smugness, as if to say, I've got you. As for the remaining 2 parts, they were a rather lascivious grin. Kid, you don't need to deny it. I can see it all. So far, among bloodline awakeners, none have been able to awaken supernatural abilities. In other words, those who can awaken supernatural abilities are not just simple bloodline awakeners. Supernatural abilities? This time, Fengchen was genuinely puzzled. He had never encountered this term before. Still pretending? During the battle at Peak 101, you suddenly pulled out a treasure sword, looking quite impressive, right? Cough, cough. You saw that, huh? Fengchen awkwardly touched his name. No wonder there was a sudden system prompt at that time. It turned out this old guy was secretly spying. So, did that mean his ability to have a storage space was misunderstood by Shin Gongda as him having awakened supernatural powers? Then, before Fengchen could say anything, Shin Gongda started talking a lot. Awakening supernatural powers is no small feat. Out of 10,000 martial artists, there might not even be one. Your supernatural ability must be quite impressive, right? It's okay, just a capability to store things. Fengchen nodded repeatedly, too lazy to refute. Some misunderstandings could continue. It might even make Shin Gongda happy and eager to cultivate him. However, Fengchen overestimated this old guy. Shin Gongda wasn't that generous. At most, he would provide Fengchen with sincere and friendly heart-to-heart services, which most people would call talk therapy. Kid, I see you're a smart person, so I won't lie to you. Honestly, do you feel that the school's way of cultivating students has a bit of a perverse tendency? There is a bit of that. Fengchen didn't beat around the bush. Hearing Fengchen's indirect evaluation, Shin Gongda smiled proudly. Indeed, he was proud. Since you said that, I'll be honest with you. Among the 3 top universities, Diwu, Mo, and Tianwu, the first 2 can no longer be relied upon. The one truly supporting half of Huaxia is us, Tianwu. Isn't that a bit exaggerated? Fengchen cautiously asked. This made Shin Gongda snort, his temper rising. Not exaggerated at all. In fact, it might even be an understatement. Is that so? Of course. On this topic, Shin Gongda seemed particularly irritable, as if he held a great grudge against Diwu and Mo. Then, his grievances poured out like a torrent, endlessly flowing. Imperial Martial and Demon Martial. 1 specializes in training the children of the powerful, the other in training the children of the wealthy. Both sides are filled with students who have grown up on resources. They're either taking medicine or soaking in medicinal baths, all full of energy but lacking in practice, unable to endure hardship at all. Otherwise, do you think why Imperial Martial has risen? It's because some upper-class big shots, unable to tolerate so many resources, have cultivated these useless people, and they can't even rely on them to fight, which is why they quietly supported Imperial Martial to rise. As he spoke towards the end, Shin Gongda's words were practically shouted out. He wasn't afraid of being overheard at all. It felt to others like he actually wanted to be heard. The more it spread to Imperial Martial and Demon Martial, the better. If they sent someone to provoke him, that would be even better. Finally, he would have a chance to beat them up. Fengchen was almost embarrassed to the point of wanting to retreat to a 1-bedroom apartment. If you want to fight them, go ahead. Just don't drag me into it. I'm still young. I still need to develop in a sneaky way. Ahem, then. Why not reform Imperial Martial and Demon Martial? Easier said than done. If you really try to do it, it could cost you your life. Shin Gongda smiled helplessly, rolling his eyes. Do you know how many officials in Huaxia have come from Imperial Martial? And how many officials have connections like in-laws, brothers, and friends with Imperial Martial? Do you know how many businesses in Huaxia were started by students of Demon Martial? Restaurants, hotels, medical services, even the blood essence pills you eat are produced by them. So, how to handle it? If you do something, Huaxia would collapse by half. Think about those ordinary people. If they lose their jobs and income, and those big and small officials stop caring, what do you think will happen? At this point, Fengchen finally understood completely. It turned out that Qin Gongda was ultimately expressing his impotent rage, even though he had great strength and a large group of capable students. If it really came to a fight, he still had many concerns. The people from Imperial Martial and Demon Martial probably knew this too. So, Qin Gongda could call out however he wanted, provoke however he wanted. As long as he didn't actually fight, it was fine. Indeed, monopolies are terrifying. Power monopolies, wealth monopolies, the lifeblood of the entire country is in their grasp. Fengchen sighed, earning Qin Gongda's admiration. Pretty smart. This little head of yours, I think it's good. Then what about later? Aren't they afraid that our Imperial Marshal will secretly cultivate talents in this area and then replace them? Ha! When Qin Gongda heard this, he laughed so wide his mouth almost split. But it wasn't a happy smile. Prevent? How can we not prevent? There are plenty of their spies within Imperial Martial. As soon as Imperial Martial dares to cultivate talents in these two directions, they will come to intimidate us. Isn't that too overbearing? Overbearing is still better than losing your life. Everyone fears death. If you can make others die, why should you die yourself? At this point, Qin Gongda realized he had let something slip. He had revealed some information that Fengchen shouldn't know right now, which was about the students of Imperial Martial going to the beast battlefield. So, Qin Gongda quickly covered it up. So at that time, it took a lot of effort to achieve a balance. Imperial Martial produces officials, Demon Martial provides money, and Imperial Martial gives lives. After saying this, Qin Gongda rolled his eyes. Great! He let it slip again. The Emperor's martial arts produces officials, the Demon City produces money, and the Heavenly Martial Arts produces lives. What does that mean? The officials' matters are handled by the students of the Emperor's martial arts. The money-making tasks are the responsibility of the students of the Demon Martial Arts. As for the life-threatening matters, everyone unanimously favors the students of the Heavenly Martial Arts, right? Damn it! If I had known it would be like this, I should have gone to the Emperor's martial arts and the Demon Martial Arts. Wait a minute. At this moment, Fengchen thought again. At that time, the National Divine Artifact and Sister Rice Porridge were both strongly recommending him to the Heavenly Martial Arts Academy. The more he thought about it, the more terrifying it became. Sitting next to him, Qin Gongda also smiled unkindly. The implication was clear. Kid, now that you know so much, do you still want to run? Just wait to be silenced. In an instant, Fengchen felt that these people might be scheming to trap him. Cough, cough, principal, I'm just a student. There's no need for me to know about such high-level matters, right? Well, just pretend you didn't hear it. Qin Gongda waved his hand. He continued speaking. Anyway, Fengchen loves to listen, so it didn't matter. He just wanted to talk. Sacrificing lives? Doesn't that sound funny? But that's the reality. Some people are glamorous, living in the sunlight, while others are covered in blood, forced to hide in the shadows. That's why it's always said that heroes are often nameless. When they die, no one knows. But no matter how difficult it is, someone has to do it. Sacrificing a portion of people to ensure a comfortable life for the majority. Just like, would you be willing to sacrifice yourself to protect your families? Normal life, letting them live a little more ignorant, not being scared to death by the beasts? If the earlier part was heartfelt, then this last question was a bit of a trap for Fengchen. Once Fengchen passionately declared, of course I would be willing to give my heart for my family. To protect their peace, I would even be willing to die without anyone knowing. Qin Gongda would definitely nod in appreciation. Then he would take out a commitment letter and ask Fengchen to sign it. Here, the burden of saving the world is now on you. The insurance fee is 10 million. If you die, it will be given to your family. At that time, would you sign or not? So, he could think this way in his heart. But he couldn't say it out loud. Thus, Fengchen awkwardly said, Principal, I'm still just a kid. I haven't thought that far. Kid my ass. Qin Gongda was furious, blowing up and glaring. He quietly stuffed the commitment letter back. This kid was too clever, not easy to deal with. You're already this old, and you still call yourself a kid? Principal, aside from being young, I'm not small in anything else, but I am just young. That's true. Qin Gongda had nothing more to say. No matter how he tried to persuade, Fengchen just wouldn't follow his line of thought. It was clear that this kid had deep thoughts. He couldn't fool him like he did with others. Alright, I won't say any more unnecessary words. If there's nothing else, you can go back. Qin Gongda waved his hand, intending to send Fengchen away. However, Fengchen didn't move. Instead, he took out a debt note that Fubai owed him. Principal, since I'm here, how about you just give me what the school owes me as well? Qin Gongda looked at Fengchen speechlessly. Collecting debts? Coming to me for that? Ha! Now you'll know the harshness of the adult world. Kid, I'm a bit nearsighted. Can you bring it closer so I can see it clearly? Oh, please wait a moment, Fengchen said, stuffing the debt note back into his storage space. Since Qin Gongda thought this was his ability, let him continue to think so. Then he took out his phone. He handed the previously taken photo of the promise letter to Qin Gongda. Principal, feel free to use it. If it's too small, we can enlarge it. Qin Gongda was even more speechless. The joy of tearing out the Death Note was ruined by you electronic tech people. So, silently, he walked to the safe, took out a 3rd grade blood essence pill, then a 4th grade blood essence pill, and finally a 5th grade blood essence pill, placing them on the table. Take these, they are your enrollment rewards. As for your task reward being doubled, you'll have to wait until you pass the trial of the Death Mountain. Thank you, Principal. Fengchen happily put away the 3 pills. In an instant, the system's prompt sounded continuously. Congratulations, host, you have obtained a 3rd grade blood essence pill, doubling the reward. Randomly multiplied by 745 times. Congratulations, host, you have obtained a 4th grade blood essence pill, doubling the reward. Randomly multiplied by 656 times. Congratulations, host, you have obtained a 5th grade blood essence pill, doubling the reward. Randomly multiplied by 829 times. Then, Fengchen seriously asked, Principal, I have a question I want to ask. Go ahead. If I perform well, can I end military training early? Sure. Qin Gongda chuckled. He had already taken several hits from Fengchen and was worried about how to get back at him when Fengchen came to him. You can, but considering how brutal you were tonight, I'm punishing you for 3 months. You are not allowed to participate in the dormitory competition. Did you hear that? Fengchen's mouth twitched. His face was full of displeasure. This made Qin Gongda smile proudly, all his previous grievances swept away. Aren't you going to express your gratitude and go back? Otherwise, I'll spank you. Thank you, Principal, Fengchen said reluctantly, but as soon as he stepped out the door, he immediately felt refreshed. He secretly thought, old man, if you didn't act so smug, I wonder when you'd set me up again? Ha! Now I'm safe. This tactic of turning the tables made Fengchen very satisfied. Next, he would return to the Death Mountain and use the vast amount of pills in his possession to quickly raise his strength level. As for the villa they had captured, no need to think. Lu Chang'e, Bai Ruyan, and Shen Xiaonan were all stuck in place. Even if they had occupied the villa, it would be taken back by others. Sure enough, when Fengchen returned to the Death Mountain and just exited the subway, he saw the 3 of them with bruised faces. Shen Xiaonan had been beaten into a panda. Bai Ruyan was half a panda. Lu Chang'e was in a worse state, beaten to a pulp. Fengchen almost didn't recognize him. Damn, Chang'e, you look too miserable. I can barely tell. It's you, because that really isn't me. Silently, Lu Chang'e, with 2 black eyes, walked back from the side, holding a few eggs, distributing them to Bai Ruyan and Shen Xiaonan to help reduce the swelling of their black eyes. Fengchen looked at Lu Chang'e, then at the pig-headed figure in front of him. So who is this? I am Feng Outyan. Feng Outyan cried out with a hint of a sob, although he didn't want to cry. These freaks just loved to hit his nose. What could he do? How could he not cry after getting hit on the nose? Oh, it's you. I almost didn't recognize you. Do you have something to say? Looking at Feng Outyan, who was swollen like a pig's head, Fengchen truly felt a lingering fear. What a handsome young man, reduced to this state. How tragic. How tragic. Feng Outyan fidgeted a few times, then finally gritted his teeth and made a decision. I've made up my mind. I want to join your team. Why? Fengchen was a bit puzzled. This guy, is he thinking of joining because he can't win? But Feng Aotian was acting all passionate and full of spirit. I've thought it over, relying solely on our individual strength. We can't take down the senior dormitory. But, as long as we combine the power of the first and second, although the first and second are still to be determined. But as long as we combine our 2 strengths, we will definitely be able to successfully take down the senior dormitory in next month's competition, and be the first group to leave. After saying that, Feng Aotian looked at Fengchen with great anticipation. He had already taken the initiative to show goodwill. Fengchen surely couldn't refuse, right? However, Fengchen just shook his head regretfully. Sorry, that's definitely not going to happen. Ha? Why? Because my strength is too outstanding, so I've been disqualified. Fengchen said earnestly as he patted Feng Aotian's shoulder. You still have a long way to go to catch up with me. Keep it up. Don't let me pull ahead too far, or else people will think my first place in the national exam is inflated. You? Feng Aotian was so angry that his whole face was twitching. But Fengchen called over Lu Chang'e and the others. Let's go. Where to? Into the mountains. Develop cautiously. Boss, what does your suspension mean? Shen Xiaonan, following Fengchen, asked curiously. Fengchen chuckled. It's nothing, mainly because I performed too well. Even the principal is jealous of me. By the way, where are your weapons? Fengchen stopped and took a look. He found the 3 of them covered in dirt, their hands empty. The long knives, spears, and swords they once had were all gone. More importantly, Lu Chang'e was bare-chested, with no upper clothing at all. Well, brother Feng, it's because the freshman went to raid the seniors' dormitory, and if they lose, their belongings will be confiscated: clothes, blood pills, long knives, anything they fancy. What? That's outrageous, Fengchen said indignantly. Why strip the boys and not the girls? This is clearly disrespecting women. It's gender discrimination. But Lu Chang'e, seeing Fengchen so angry, felt touched. Brother Feng, you don't need to be so angry. I'm fine. It's just that the points we earned from selling multi-angle tigers were also taken away by them. Forget it. Forget it. This is definitely imitating reality, but when it comes to the battlefield, stripping clothes and robbing things are minor issues. Encountering life-threatening situations is the real headache. He sighed. There was no way around it. As the team leader, he couldn't let his subordinates be unable to afford clothes. Speaking of which, I haven't dug out the stuff from the Shaoje trio. Their things are hidden on the top of peak 122. There might be some clothes. He stroked his chin. Fengchen led the three of them toward the Death Mountain range. Many people around looked at the four of them with sympathy, pointing and whispering. Look, this is the consequence of blind confidence. How can freshmen beat seniors? They're just asking for death. Isn't that right? Now they're in trouble. They have to start all over again. Definitely don't learn from them. They mocked coldly, acting all weak and sneaky, yet still justifying themselves. Little did they know, the seniors mingling among the freshmen had quietly recorded their every move and sent a report to the principal. The principal's comments were simple. A bunch of trash. How dare they mention my Fengchen? Hey, why do I have to say he's mine? The Death Mountain range consists of 321 peaks, each with its own number, counted numerically. Walking from front to back, the first 100 peaks require the strength of 9-star bronze to pass, the middle 100 peaks require 9-star silver, and the subsequent 100 peaks require 9-star gold to traverse. As for the last 21 peaks, they serve as a buffer zone for the ordinary world and also as the medicinal fields of Tianwu Academy, where herbs are planted for drug research and production. However, hardly any freshman can reach this place. Therefore, relying on their own strength, Fengchen and the others easily passed through the first 100 peaks. Since the mountain range extends sideways rather than in a straight line, it only took them a few hours. But for ordinary people, this distance would be deadly. Even martial artists found it somewhat strenuous. Boss, I can't go on, my legs are weak. The curvy Chen Xiaonan panted heavily, leaning against a nearby rock. Her legs felt as heavy as if they were filled with lead. Tired? If you're tired, then let's take a break. Fengchen also stopped. After walking for a while, he was indeed a bit tired. But more importantly, the sun in the sky was scorching, making their mouths dry. Lu Chang'e twisted his joints and felt a slight cracking sensation on his back. Without clothes, his back was directly exposed to the sun, almost getting burned. Damn, it really hurts. Are you okay? Royan asked with concern upon noticing the cracks on Lu Chang'e's back. Lu Chang'e waved his hand. I'm fine, Fengge. You guys wait here for a moment, I'll go find some fruit to eat. I'll go with you, Fengchen said. He left by Ruyan and Chen Xiaonan to rest in place. The principle of outdoor operations, when conditions allow for pairs, don't act alone. They walked along the wild grass. Soon, Fengchen and Lu Chang'e saw a grove of fruit trees. Wow, so many fruit trees, these shouldn't be apples, right? Doesn't look like it. Fengchen examined them. The fruits on these trees resembled apples, but the outer skin was green and a bit ugly, not very round. However, this type of fruit was relatively reassuring. In the wild, brightly colored fruits shouldn't be eaten carelessly. Fengge, the taste is a bit astringent, but it's juicy, you should try one too. Lu Chang'e couldn't wait to start eating. After being sunbaked for half a day, anyone would be dehydrated. Fengchen took one and bit into it. Indeed, it tasted a bit astringent, like it wasn't fully ripe, but fortunately, it was juicy and not too bad. Let's pick a few more to take back. We can eat them on the way if we get thirsty. Sure. Just as the two were picking fruit, suddenly, Chen Xiaonan's scream rang out. Don't come over. What the hell? Without a second thought, Fengchen and Lu Chang'e immediately ran towards Chen Xiaonan and Bai Ruyan. The distance closed quickly. Soon they saw a large monkey covered in red fur, about the height of a person, wildly chasing after Chen Xiaonan, swinging its fists as if to punch her in the face. Fengchen was dumbfounded. What the hell? Is this monkey? It's him again. Upon seeing the monkey, Lu Chang'e became excited and picked up a fruit to throw. This left Fengchen confused. You have a grudge against this monkey? Of course. Fengge, do you remember when we first met? Xiaonan's eyes were both swollen. It was this guy who did it. Lu Chang'e said indignantly. If he had a proper weapon in hand, he would have rushed up to stab the monkey long ago. After all, there was something he hadn't told Fengchen. It was that when he was in the restroom earlier, this red-furred monkey had unexpectedly caught him off guard, and the monkey had grinned and laughed wildly, constantly extending its pinky finger at him. One must ask, what man could endure such humiliation? On the other side, without a weapon, Chen Xiaonan had no way to fight back against the red-furred monkey and could only keep dodging. The monkey enjoyed chasing Chen Xiaonan, and the more she ran, the more excited it became, shouting excitedly, "Gaga gaga gaga." It was exhausting Chen Xiaonan. Suddenly, the red-furred monkey leaped forward, one paw grabbing Chen Xiaonan's right hand, while the other formed a fist, ready to smash it into her eyes. But at that moment, the red-furred monkey suddenly froze. It saw that Chen Xiaonan already had 2 dark circles under her eyes. Gaga, gaga gaga. The red-furred monkey immediately became anxious, jumping up and down in front of Chen Xiaonan, looking frantic, as if it had been cuckolded. This left Feng Chen and Lu Chang'e dumbfounded. Is this monkey really anxious? Lu Chang'e pointed at the red-haired monkey in confusion. He didn't quite understand. Feng Chen stroked his chin. They say boys are immature when chasing girls. They like to deliberately make them angry so that the girls only pay attention to them. You think, when it poked Xiaonan's eye, isn't that what it means? So Xiaonan is now sporting 2 black circles under her eyes. Does it think she's been cheated on? Very likely. Feng Chen nodded solemnly. Then he laughed unkindly. He didn't expect this monkey to be so possessive. Just as he was laughing happily, the red-haired monkey suddenly glared at him, looking as if it was about to catch a cheating husband. This made Feng Chen immediately stop smiling. Damn! This monkey is wild. If it gets the wrong idea and comes at me with a set of monkey punches, I might not be able to handle it. However, Feng Chen stopped laughing. But beside him, Lu Chang'e, who was a beat slow, started bursting into laughter. Ha 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 ha! This is killing me! This monkey actually has its eyes on Chen Xiaonan. Ha 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 ha! This is too funny! I'm in tears. Hey, Feng Ge, why aren't you laughing anymore? To this, Feng Chen could only look at him sympathetically and quickly distance himself from the guy. Right after, Lu Chang'e realized something was wrong. Turning around, the red-haired monkey was so angry that smoke was coming out of its nostrils. At the same time, it opened its mouth and let out a roar. Roar! Roar! With a furious roar, the red-haired monkey instantly erupted, transforming into a blur and pouncing Lu Chang'e to the ground, simultaneously raising its fists high. This is bad. If that punch lands, Lu Chang'e's brain will be smashed. Detecting the terrifying power of the red-haired monkey, Feng Chen immediately rushed in with a powerful kick. 9 styles. 1 kick. A massive surge of energy flowed into his right foot. Feng Chen unleashed the full force of his 7 transformations in 7-star silver strength, landing a kick on the red-haired monkey. But the red-haired monkey merely shifted its body, and with a thunderous crash, its fist slammed into the ground beside them, creating a deep pit 50 centimeters wide. Damn it! Lu Chang'e was drenched in cold sweat. If that had landed on his head, he would have been finished on the spot. Bai Ruyan and Chen Xiaonan quickly dragged Lu Chang'e away. Noticing that Lu Chang'e was no longer beneath him, the red-haired monkey bent down, peering under its legs at Lu Chang'e, then at Chen Xiaonan. Its anger flared even more. The dark circles under the eyes of these 2 people. Identical. The same style. Hu! The heart-wrenching cries echoed as the red-haired monkey pounded its chest muscles, creating a thunderous noise that left Feng Chen speechless. This monkey's physical body is truly terrifying. Clearly, its energy level is only at silver, but this body is genuinely frightening. He immediately pulled out a large knife, a long spear, and a sharp sword from his storage space, tossing them to the 3. At the same time, he grabbed a dagger himself, aiming it at the red-haired monkey. Everyone be careful. This red-haired monkey, its physical strength may already be close to gold level. If we're not careful, we could all die here. Gold? Lu Chang'e and the others gasped in shock. They were so tense that they didn't even have time to wonder where Feng Chen had gotten these weapons. The red-haired monkey glared at Lu Chang'e, revealing its sharp teeth, and let out a piercing scream. Its figure shot towards Lu Chang'e once more. Feng Chen shouted urgently, "Chang'e, dodge!" At the same time, he swung the dagger to intercept, aiming to strike the monkey's head. But it was too late. A step too late? Feng Chen turned to look at the red-haired monkey, just in time to see it leap into the air, its claws-forming fists aimed directly at Lu Chang'e's head. Bang! Chen Xiaonan and Bai Ruyan both sprang into action, a spear and a sword, forming an X to try to block the red-haired monkey. But the monkey's fists smashed down, bending both weapons. The impact left their hands aching. So strong. They both fought in unison, terrified by the monkey's overwhelming power. The weapons Feng Chen had given them were not ordinary. They were made with F-grade special alloy, classified as special weapons. Yet in the hands of this monkey, they bent easily. Lu Chang'e was even more terrified, his face ashen. To be killed by a monkey out of jealousy would surely be a disgrace to the Tianwu. Damn it! I'll fight you. Gripping the long knife tightly, Lu Chang'e unleashed all the energy within him, activating the knife technique. He had been diligently practicing Dominating Blade. In that moment he unleashed it fully. Dominating Blade. Sky-shattering slash. The blade glimmered sharply like a beam of moonlight piercing the darkness of a cave, an undeniable flash of brightness. But, like moonlight, it appeared incredibly weak against solid objects, unable to break through defenses at all. Damn. His lips twitched uncontrollably. Lu Chang'e never expected that he would be disarmed by a monkey. The entire blade was trapped between the monkey's claws, unable to move. With a powerful kick, Lu Chang'e was sent flying by the red-haired monkey. At the same time, Feng Chen rushed in from behind. A flash of light glinted off his blade. Dominating blade. Breaking the heavens slash. The same technique, the same long knife, yet it struck like a thunderclap, slicing straight down towards the red-haired monkey's head. The red-haired monkey turned its body. With both hands, it clapped into the air. But it missed. Put. A sharp sound of flesh tearing echoed as Feng Chen's long knife instantly cut through the monkey's skin, striking against its collarbone. Bang! The blade immediately felt as if it had hit something hard, causing Feng Chen's hands to tingle slightly. Then, in the next moment, there was a loud explosion. The long knife shattered into two pieces, one piece still in Feng Chen's hand, while the other flew high into the sky. The red-haired monkey was momentarily stunned. Gag. It began to frantically jump around. Injured, the red-haired monkey clutched its wound and hurriedly ran towards the fruit grove. Feng Chen waved his hand. Chase. If we let it recover, we'll be the ones dead. The faces of the three turned pale. Just based on this monkey's ability to get jealous out of nowhere, they knew it was definitely a super petty creature. However, their weapons were already destroyed. Take this. Before they could react, Feng Chen tossed each of them a similar weapon. The three were once again stunned. What exactly was Feng Chen? A martial artist? Or a great magician? Where did he pull out so many weapons from? But the situation left them no time to think. Killing the monkey was the priority. So, Feng Chen led the way, and the three hurriedly followed. Seeing this scene, Feng Outyan, who had been secretly tracking them, scratched his head, gritted his teeth, and felt he couldn't lose to Feng Chen, so he followed along empty-handed. Gaga. The red-haired monkey ran incredibly fast. One paw pressed against its wound while the others raced across the ground, flying low, and before its figure even arrived, the grass ahead was already flattened. Occasionally, it would glance back at Feng Chen and the others, growling lowly. Seeing the monkey's expression, Feng Chen felt even more convinced that this monkey could not be spared. If it was left alive, who knew when his head would be smashed open? He might not even see the sun the next morning. We need to speed up. System, fill my stomach with medicine. The chi blood pill went straight to his stomach. A surge of blood energy rushed through Feng Chen's body, making him feel like a nitrous-boosted racing car suddenly exploding into a frenzied speed, closing in on the red-haired monkey and pulling away from the other three. Damn! Why did Feng Ge suddenly get so fast? Lu Chang'e cursed. It felt like they could barely see Feng Chen anymore. Bai Ruyan and Chen Xiaonan looked numb. Relying on their intuition, they were sure that Feng Chen had some huge secret. A really big one. Gaga. Realizing that Feng Chen was getting closer, the red-haired monkey panicked completely. Seeing Feng Chen, the pain in its flesh and collarbone made it feel an involuntary fear. It was terrified of being caught by Feng Chen. Feng Chen struck again. Gaga. Gritting its teeth, the red-haired monkey clawed at the ground, dragging a long mark behind it. Then it grabbed a stone from the ground. Like a meteor, it crazily hurled it towards Feng Chen and the others behind. Boom! Ah! The screams immediately erupted. Ah! The scream rang out. Feng Chen instinctively turned to take a look. The red-haired monkey had immense strength, and the stones it threw were almost like cannonballs. Getting hit would likely crack a skull. However, Lu Chang'e, Bai Ruyan, and Chen Xiaonan all looked completely bewildered. None of them had been hit. Turning back again, Feng Chen saw Feng Outyan rolling on the ground, wailing with both hands, tightly covering his nose, crying out in a choked voice. My nose! Why is everyone hitting my nose? The corners of Feng Chen's group twitched. They felt it was utterly ridiculous. You say his nose is fragile, yet the stones from the red-haired monkey can't break it. You say his nose is tough, yet he cries at the slightest hit. Just as they were pondering whether Feng Outyan was naturally prone to tears using the incident of being hit on the nose as a disguise, whoosh. Stones flew through the air like cannonballs, viciously and violently heading towards Feng Chen and his friends. Lu Chang'e and the others hurriedly dodged. As for Feng Chen, he quickly found a rock to use as cover, hid behind it, and took out his phone to search for throwing skills. Soon, he locked onto a skill. Spear throwing technique, low-grade yellow tier, once mastered, can fly 100 steps and strike accurately. This is it. Feng Chen immediately took out a long spear, not aiming at the red-haired monkey, but directly at Feng Outyan to practice his aim. Whoosh! The spear drew a beautiful arc in the air, landing precisely half an inch below Feng Outyan's groin. A perfect hit. Congratulations, host, you have gained spear throwing experience rewards, currently undergoing random doubling, randomly doubled by 666 times. With a tearing sound, Feng Outyan's pants were cut open. Startled, Feng Outyan immediately stopped crying. His face turned pale as he stared blankly at Feng Chen. Just as he was about to curse at Feng Chen immediately gave him a thumbs up. "Pick up your weapon and let's fight together, friend." "Friend your ass." Feng Outyan cursed loudly, then grabbed the long spear and began dodging the flying stones. The red-haired monkey, despite being injured, seemed unfazed and still had endless strength. Throwing stones was like throwing cannonballs. No one could do anything about it. "I need to divert its attention, otherwise, as soon as I show my head, its stones will come flying." So, Feng Chen hurriedly shouted to Chen Xiaonan, "Xiaonan, quickly use your beauty trick. Attract its attention." "Ah, isn't that inappropriate?" Chen Xiaonan scratched her head, thinking about the situation. Was he asking her to dance now? But Feng Chen immediately pulled out a letter of commitment. "I, Chen Xiaonan, voluntarily obey Feng Chen's orders. If I disobey, then my most precious chest. Stop reading. Just dance." Chen Xiaonan immediately planted the long spear into the ground. She raised her right thigh seductively and began to rub against the tree. Like a bear. Bai Ruyan watched in silence. Lu Chang'e felt his eyes burning, and Feng Outyan thought to himself that he could dance better. But the red-haired monkey across the way was mesmerized. Its eyes widened, and it couldn't help but clap madly for its beloved. Ga. Now's the time. Feng Chen, holding the long spear, suddenly emerged from behind the rock, and with a precise launch, the spear pierced through the red-haired monkey's body. A cry of despair. The red-haired monkey fell silent. Feng Chen and the others quickly grabbed their big knives and rushed over. Whether tonight's late-night snack would be monkey brains depended on this moment. However, as they entered the fruit grove, they discovered that the spear Feng Chen had thrown was covered in blood and had a bit of flesh stuck to it. But the shadow of the red-haired monkey was nowhere to be found. "There are footprints." Feng Outyan quickly crouched down and carefully examined the footprints on the ground. These footprints look quite large, probably size 43. "I didn't expect this monkey to have such big feet." "Those are my footprints." Feng Chen kicked Feng Outyan in annoyance, giving him a big shoe sole for free. "Pick it up and compare it properly to see if they match." After saying that, he looked around. This fruit grove was the same one where Feng Chen and Lu Chang'e had come to pick fruit earlier. At that moment, Bai Ruyan suddenly shouted, "Xin Yun, come over here. There's blood coming." Feng Chen hurried over to take a look. On the ground, a bloodstain appeared in a splattered pattern, as if it had been flung out, scattered across the mud. From the angle of the blood splatter, Feng Chen glanced at the nearby fruit trees and made a bold guess. "This guy didn't run away from the tree bit by bit, did he? Quickly look around to see if there are any more bloodstains." Sure enough, just as Feng Chen guessed, this red-haired monkey had indeed escaped little by swinging from the trees. But as long as they followed the direction of the bloodstains, they could easily catch up to it. "Chase." Feng Chen drew his knife and took off. Soon, he noticed that the bloodstains on the ground were no longer splattered but had turned into drops. From this angle, the red-haired monkey should have been too weak to swing anymore and could only run on foot. The 5 of them continued deeper. In just 2 minutes, they saw the red-haired monkey collapsed on the ground, its right paw pointing at a large tree, its eyes wide open, with a twisted expression of unwillingness to die. "Like this. Is it dead?" Chen Xiaonan gently prodded it with a spear. She found the red-haired monkey motionless. It was completely dead. Lu Chang'e shook his head in disdain. Who told it to be so reckless? Instead of taking a good path, it insisted on swinging in the trees, and now look, it lost its life. No, it didn't refuse to walk, it just didn't have time to walk. Feng Chen refuted Lu Chang'e's idea, pointing at the wounds on the red-haired monkey. "Look, my shot went right through its intestines, and it didn't hit any bones, so it couldn't cover the wound and knew it was about to die. So, the reason it hurried back is that it thought there was something here that could save it?" Bai Ruyan was very clever and immediately understood Feng Chen's meaning. Feng Chen grinned. Whatever made it rush over despite worsening its wound must be something good. And it has already indicated the location to us. Indicated to us? Bai Ruyan and the others all looked at the red-haired monkey, following the direction of its right hand. Everyone's gaze fell upon a towering tree. The canopy of this tree was enormous, with a diameter of about 20 meters. At the same time, what was even more strange was that from this tree, a faint fragrance seemed to be wafting out, appearing and disappearing. "Can you smell it? It seems there's a hint of wine." "It's not just a hint, it's definitely the smell of wine." Feng Chen, holding a long knife, walked towards the towering tree that blocked out the sun. After circling the trunk, he discovered a stone embedded in the back of the tree. "This tree has stones growing on it?" Feng Chen sheathed his long knife. Lu Chang'e approached and also saw the stone, then crossed his knife. "Come." "Okay." Feng Chen stepped onto the long knife, and Lu Chang'e exerted force, launching Feng Chen up to the tree. Finding a stable footing, Feng Chen carefully lifted the stone. In an instant, a wisp of wine fragrance rushed out, causing a surge of energy within Fengchen, directly breaking through bronze and soaring to silver. Damn! Fengchen cursed and quickly covered the stone back up. Just a whiff. Is it really that exaggerated? But below, Lu Changda and the others were confused, continuously asking Fengchen, "What do you mean damn? Is there a female monkey inside? Is she pretty?" Put. If a female monkey were pretty, would the red-haired monkeys need to tease Xiaonan? Fengchen replied, speechlessly. Then he felt his energy slowly receding, dropping from 1-star silver back to 9-star bronze. Just temporary? Then this means this kind of thing is similar to certain drugs. Use a little, and you can be powerful for a while. Use a bit more, and you can be powerful for longer. After thinking for a moment, Fengchen decided to have the system identify it for safety. System, help me identify what this is, please. Wait. The system responded and quickly made the identification. According to the system, this item is called golden monkey wine. It is brewed using the tree as a container and fruits as the base, with a large amount of active medicinal materials added, and it has fermented for over 30 years, hence it possesses immense vitality. Occasional consumption can rapidly activate vitality, but once the effect wears off, vitality will gradually decline, even temporarily drop. Long-term consumption can stabilize one's vitality and eliminate the temporary side effects of vitality decline. After reviewing the entire identification result, Fengchen's focus immediately fell on the words long-term consumption. Since drinking slowly yields better effects, he naturally wanted to double the quantity. System, help me double the quantity and store it in the system space. Please wait. Congratulations, host, you have received a reward of 6 pounds of monkey wine, and random doubling is in progress. Randomly doubled by 775 times. As the voice fell, all the golden monkey wine stored in the tree was emptied. In the next second, the entire tree suddenly shriveled up, its leaves rapidly changing from green to yellow, and the plump branches quickly shrank and became rough. In just a few blinks, the once vibrant tree had turned into a dead tree. What happened? Please wait. The system politely responded. Then it said, seriously, since golden monkey wine is brewed using the tree as a container, the wine will drain the tree's essence and nutrients, gradually evolving into a situation where the wine sustains the tree. So when the host extracts the wine, the tree loses its nutrient supply and naturally withers quickly. Fengchen touched his nose after hearing this. If environmental protection organizations found out, it would definitely be enough for him to drink a jar. Fortunately, there were no strange environmental girls around. Brother Feng, are you okay? Lu Changga and the others nervously gripped their weapons. They didn't understand the situation and only saw the tree suddenly withering, so they were on guard, thinking the tree was becoming sentient. Fengchen was also feeling uneasy. I'm fine. Fengchen jumped down from the tree, clapped his hands, and looked at the dead tree. He then turned his gaze to the other large trees. The multi-angled tiger has silver tiger bone liquid, and the red-haired monkey has golden monkey wine. Doesn't this suggest that there might be monkey wine in the other trees as well? Or perhaps this death mountain is actually a great treasure trove? After all, one time could be considered a coincidence, but 2 times could not be easily dismissed as an accident. At that moment, Feng Aotian approached with a bright red nose. Did you find anything good up there? What could there be? Didn't you see that I came down empty-handed? Fengchen adamantly refused to admit it. The things he had obtained were not meant to be shared with outsiders. Feng Aotian immediately became displeased. Don't pretend. I saw it. You can conjure up many weapons out of thin air. Have you awakened some kind of ability? And a high-level spatial ability at that? Ridiculous, I don't even know what you're talking about. Fengchen shook his head. His attitude was clear. What you saw has nothing to do with me. That's just your own opinion. This made Feng Aotian so anxious that he trembled all over, pointing his finger at several people, unable to say anything. Fengchen blinked. He noticed that Feng Aotian's long spear was the same one he had just used to accurately hit the chicken, so he quietly walked over. Don't be anxious, don't be anxious. Whatever demands you have, you can tell me. I'm actually quite reasonable and would never do something like turning my back on someone after pulling up my pants. Oh no, I wouldn't just turn my back on someone. As Fengchen spoke, he discreetly grasped a long spear in his hand. Then, with a swoosh, he stored it in his spatial storage. After that, he selectively forgot about Feng Aotian's existence and walked back to discuss with Lu Changgu and the others. Did we not dissect that corpse of the red-haired monkey yet? We need to hurry and break it down. If we wait too long, the meat will spoil. Right, I almost forgot. Lu Changgu and the others murmured as they walked, each one acting as if it were a serious matter. They just wouldn't mention the monkey wine. This nearly made Feng Aotian spit blood in anger. He clicked his tongue. After thinking for a moment, Fong Aotian still followed along, looking as pitiful as a wronged little wife. Clearly very aggrieved, but just not saying anything. After all, saying it wouldn't change anything. Squatting beside the red-haired monkey, Fengchen pulled out a dagger and slowly cut open its belly along the skin. Soon, he discovered a not yet fully formed flesh dam right in the center of the red-haired monkey's heart. It was vibrant, pulsating as if it had life. This greatly surprised Fengchen. What's going on? Is this also a beast Dan? It feels like a little heart. Bai Ruyen and the others were also dumbfounded. It was their first time seeing such a beast Dan and they didn't know what to make of it. But their ignorance didn't mean Fong Aotian was also unaware. Don't understand, huh? This is also a beast Dan, but it's a variant among beast Dan known as a flesh Dan. From the size of the red-haired monkey and the location where the meat pill was found. This meat pill should have a special effect on treating heart diseases. Upon hearing that it had a special effect on heart diseases, Fengchen couldn't help but feel excited. He quickly confirmed with Fong Aotian, is what you said true? Does this thing really have a special effect on heart diseases? Fong Aotian crossed his arms in a haughty manner and replied irritably, why would I lie to you? My family, cough cough. Anyway, this thing has miraculous effects on the human body. Whether you believe it or not, the fact is just that. Fengchen swiftly stored the red-haired monkey's corpse into his storage space and casually multiplied it. Randomly multiplied by 555 times. Then, he slapped his hand on Fong Aotian's shoulder. Brother, tell me how to use this meat pill properly. It's not that simple. This kind of thing needs to be taken to a specialized laboratory to identify its components and the content of various trace elements. Wait, who are you calling brother? Fong Aotian said irritably, stepping back with his arms crossed. He then mockingly added, you used to ignore me, so why are you so enthusiastic now? Sorry, you can't afford me now. Cough cough. Fengchen cleared his throat a couple of times, his eyes rolling. How about this, let's make a deal. Okay? Let's have a competition. If you win, I'll give you what I found on the tree just now. If you lose, I won't make you work like a horse. Just join our battle team and sign a commitment letter. How about that? Upon hearing Fengchen's proposal, Fong Aotian, of course, wasn't a fool. He immediately questioned the contents of the commitment letter. Wait, clarify what the commitment letter entails. The content is very simple. Before your strength surpasses mine, you must unconditionally follow my orders, Fengchen said sincerely. This made Fong Aotian chuckle coldly. You, a bloodline awakener? How much further could you possibly go? Even if you lost, surpassing you would be a matter of minutes. Come on, this time, I must wash away my previous shame. But it's agreed, you can't hit my nose this time. Just as Fong Aotian was about to show off, he cautiously covered his nose. He didn't know why, but it was as if some kind of rule had been triggered. Everyone hit him everywhere but his nose. As for Fong Aotian's effeminate behavior, Fengchen could only look on with disdain. Crazy. If you don't hit the nose, can it even be called a fight? Ha! Fong Aotian suddenly felt a bit scared. He always felt that Fengchen might be challenging him with the intention of disfiguring him. Seeing Fong Aotian's suspicious expression, Fengchen could only reluctantly make a small compromise. Alright, I won't hit your nose. Really? Stop stalling. Of course it's true, Fengchen said decisively. Lu Changda and the others exchanged glances, not thinking much of it. After all, the team would expand sooner or later, and whether they brought in livestock or talent would be known after a while. So, with a mindset of enjoying the spectacle, they shouted from the sidelines, start! As soon as the words fell, Fong Aotian immediately took a stance, ready to unleash his ultimate move. Watch me dance through the 9 heavens. But before he could finish, he was pressed to the ground by Fengchen, who started punching his face, hitting everywhere except his nose. Do you submit or not? Do you submit or not? Do you submit or not? After a long while, Fong Aotian, this kid, was tough enough to not utter a single sound, exhausting Fengchen in the process. Wow, this kid looks pretty effeminate, but I didn't expect him to be so tough in this kind of situation. At that moment, Fong Aotian suddenly let out a hum. Fengchen quickly leaned in to listen, wondering if he was about to surrender. He heard Fong Aotian say, how long have I been dizzy? Why does my face feel so hot and painful? Fengchen was speechless. It turned out this guy had passed out from the start. Half an hour later, the swelling on Fong Aotian's face finally subsided a bit, and he could barely be seen as a human able to communicate equally. Fengchen handed him a commitment letter. Come on, as we agreed earlier, if you lose, you have to join our team and sign this commitment letter. I'll sign it, Fong Aotian said proudly, taking the commitment letter and writing his name without even looking at the contents. With a mocking smile, he added, do you think you're so proud just because you beat me? It won't be long before my strength surpasses yours. What practical significance does signing this have? What if maybe a miracle will happen? Feng Chen smiled as he took back the commitment letter. His careful demeanor made Feng Outyan feel an inexplicable sense of panic, as if he had done something particularly foolish. Tell us about this meet Dan. Feng Chen brought the topic back. Lu Changda, Bai Ruyan, and Chen Xiaonan also curiously gathered around. From Feng Outyan's tone earlier, he seemed to know quite a bit of inside information. Feng Outyan proudly raised his big pig head, looking quite impressive. But he really had some information. He immediately threw out a few bombshells. You know the chairman of the Shogo group, Zhang Taiyan, right? A 6-star extraordinary warrior. He ate Beast Dan to rise from gold to extraordinary. And he didn't just eat one. The money spent on buying Beast Dan adds up to at least 5 billion. One piece of news was like a heavy bomb, shocking Lu Changda and the others. 5 billion? Beast Dan? Is the world of big shots really this simple and brutal? Even taking drugs can cost 5 billion. But Feng Outyan is completely unconcerned. Stay calm. This is a common occurrence in the wealthy circles. What is extraordinary? Extraordinary means surpassing the ordinary. No matter how long an ordinary person's lifespan is, even if they live to 140, that's the limit. But once you become extraordinary, you can live around 300 years. So I dare say, if immortality were possible, these madmen would be willing to spend any amount of money. This argument, Feng Chen and the others all nodded in agreement without hesitation. Unlike ordinary people, as long as they are martial artists, they will grow disproportionately during puberty. A lifespan of 100 years might mean spending 80 years in their youth. They can run and jump, only starting to age in the last few years of their lives. It's simply the ultimate dream of humanity. No one would refuse to have it. Did you just see the meat Dan appear in the monkey's heart and then you said it can be used to treat heart diseases? Feng Chen tried to suppress his excitement. He asked in a calm tone. If Feng Outyan wasn't lying, then the special medicine to treat Shinger, he now has a whole pile of it. Feng Outyan nodded affirmatively. This is a basic identification method. For safety's sake, we still need to bring the patient to the laboratory for observation. Laboratory observation? Is it reliable? Of course it's reliable. Feng Outyan said proudly, his face clearly displaying the words, my family specializes in this, so I know it very well. Those wealthy people, many of them have some issues, either a bad stomach or a bad brain. By the way, speaking of this, you should pay attention. Feng Outyan extended a finger. He said seriously, all Beast Dan, especially meat Dan, if they grow on important parts that are 2 or 3 inches long, of course, some fierce beasts can even coil around the waist, but that's not the point. The point is, this type of beast Dan is the most expensive. It's more than double the price of other types. TCH, I thought it was something else, Lu Changda said dismissively, but inside he was calculating. He thought he should pay attention in the future. If he found such a meat Dan, he could eat it to nourish his stomach or something. Feng Chen saw through Lu Changda's lewd thoughts at a glance. Such a person. It's just a lack of self-confidence. Of course, it's very likely due to insufficient strength, so he needs the meat Dan to help him out. But he was different. Even if he had a dozen or 20, it would just be icing on the cake. At this point, others hadn't thought much, but Bai Ruyan had a slightly different thought to share with Feng Chen. Xin Yun, there's something I think we need to discuss. Although I really don't want to admit it, we are indeed holding you back. Bai Ruyan expressed her thoughts. The idea was simple. So far, Feng Chen was already a 9-star bronze. In their understanding, he had reached the highest point of Bloodline Awakeners. But the 3 of them, excluding Feng Outyan, were only between 1-star bronze and 3-star bronze. They couldn't even deal with a red-haired monkey. If they went further down, encountering stronger beasts would only severely hold him back. So, Xin Yun, I think the 3 of us can't go any further. Continuing would only drag you down, Bai Ruyan said with a guilty expression. Lu Changda and Chen Xiaonan also looked grim. In the world of martial artists, being weak is a sin, even if they are unwilling to admit it. That is the reality. Feng Chen smiled slightly. Have you all forgotten what I said before we came? We came into the mountains this time to develop stealthily. So, Changda, Ruyan, Xiaonan, you 3, go wait for me at the Tiger Cave on Peak 101. I went to Peak 122 with Aotian, and after we got the things, we came back immediately. After we return, we'll use the Tiger Cave as our base camp, and then all of us together will happily develop in a sneaky way. Lu Changda and the other 2 had no objections. It just so happened that the Tiger Cave was not far from Peak 101, so they split up. One group headed towards the Tiger Cave while another went to Peak 122. On the way, Feng Chen continued to ask Feng Aotian about the beast pills. Aotian, is it true that the higher the level of the beast pill, the better it is for the body? Not necessarily. Just like us martial artists, if you're a black iron and boldly eat a 9th grade chi blood pill, the Chi blood power inside that 9th grade pill could instantly blow you up, Feng Ao Tian said. It seemed he suddenly realized something. He turned to ask Feng Chen, "What's wrong? Do you have a family member at home who needs treatment?" Sure. Feng Chen put a finger to his lips. He perked up his ears to listen closely. "Did you hear that? It seems like there are footsteps nearby getting closer." "Did you hear that? It seems like there are footsteps approaching nearby," Feng Chen whispered. Feng Ao Tian immediately perked up his ears and listened around, but he heard nothing, so he shook his head. "Nope. Quick, hide." Feng Chen hurriedly pulled Feng Ao Tian, and the two of them hid behind a tree by the roadside, not even daring to peek out. Soon after, they heard a series of scattered footsteps passing by, accompanied by laughter. "Ah, our boss is really clever, taking advantage of those fools attacking the old student dormitory to dig for treasures on the various hills, hitting the jackpot every time. Who told those fools to only look for the 5th tree on the left or the 5th tree on the right? They have no creativity at all, making them easy to find. With so many chi blood pills this time, the boss is going to break through again, right? Probably going for 4-star silver." "4-star? That's so high. Why isn't the boss going out? Are you stupid? How much can you earn by shouting and fighting outside for a year? Staying here to dig up other people's stuff is much better than going out." "That's true." The two figures, carrying a pile of long spears and short swords, had their pockets bulging, looking like two nouveau riches swaggering down the path. They appeared completely unafraid of being seen. Once the two of them gradually walked away, Feng Chen and Feng Ao Tian finally emerged from behind the tree, watching the two figures' backs, thinking to themselves, "Damn, that was brilliant." Taking advantage of their absence, they dug up all their belongings. What do you think? If they really dig up treasures every time, how much can they find in a day? Feng Chen rested his chin on his hand, feeling his eyes sparkle uncontrollably. Just looking at those two people earlier, Feng Chen felt that this was definitely a big score. If he could get his hands on it, he would probably wake up laughing in his dreams. Hearing this, Feng Ao Tian involuntarily shivered. He had a feeling that Feng Chen wanted to poke the hornet's nest. So he immediately tried to dissuade him. Crazy, you need to control yourself." Although those two just now were average in strength, they mentioned their boss, who was a 4-star silver. 4-star silver? I should be able to handle it. Feng Chen nodded. Then, with a mischievous smile, he looked at Feng Ao Tian and told him a story with a deep meaning. "Ao Tian, do you know? In the mountains, there's a saying that when going hunting, you must find a companion who runs slower than you. The benefit of this is that if you encounter a bear while foraging, it doesn't matter whether you can outrun the bear, but you must be able to run faster than your companion. Isn't that funny?" Hearing the story, Feng Ao Tian turned pale. At this moment, wasn't it just like then? Crazy. You won't just leave me to take the hit at a critical moment, will you? How could I? I'm just afraid you'll get nervous, so I told a joke to cheer you up. Really, I have no other intentions, believe me, I swear, Feng Chen said earnestly, pulling Feng Ao Tian as they walked towards the direction of the two ahead. Although Feng Ao Tian was reluctant, he couldn't resist. Feng Chen and could only be dragged along. Following the two guys in front, Feng Chen and Feng Ao Tian arrived at the hillside of Peak 115. On this hillside, there were more than 20 students from Tianwu Academy gathered, with the old students making up the majority and only 5 or 6 new students. The one in charge was sitting high on a stone chair, looking like a mountain king, clearly claiming the territory. As for the people under him, they all called him Brother Nyo. "Brother Nyo, we just went to Peak 119 and dug up a total of 3 F-grade alloy weapons, 5 2nd-grade blood recovery pills, and 20 1st-grade blood recovery pills. Other items include 3 brand new pairs of underwear, a swimsuit magazine from last year, and a roll of toilet paper." Who would have thought? After hearing the report from his little brother, Wang Tiniu immediately glared with his cow-like eyes. "Who brought you this little brother? He doesn't understand the rules at all." This scared everyone below into silence. The haul wasn't too much, but it wasn't too little either, right? Moreover, the wording was clear and concise, stating the items obtained plainly. What could possibly be wrong? At that moment, an experienced senior ran over from the side, and without hesitation, he slapped the new student on the head. Then, with an apologetic expression, he said to Wang Tiniu, "Brother Nyo, I'm sorry, this is my new little brother. He doesn't understand the rules." After saying that, the senior turned to the new student and began to scold him loudly. "Did I not tell you that when you dig something up, you need to be clear about which peak it was on and where exactly it was found? Did I not? If you cut corners and withhold information like this, how are we supposed to do big data analysis? How are we supposed to accurately determine the treasure location?" A few words made Feng Chen, who was hiding behind a rock, twitch at the corner of his mouth. Big data analysis? Why not just fly to the sky? Forget it, newcomers inevitably make such mistakes. Let everyone take this as a Warning, don't let it happen again. You repeat what you just said. Wang Tinya shifted his butt and changed to a relaxed posture, crossing his legs. The new student quickly reported again. Brother Nyo, we just went to peak 119 under the 5th tree to the left of the big rock at the top of the mountain and dug up a total of 3 F-grade alloy weapons, 5 2nd-grade blood recovery pills, and 20 1st-grade blood recovery pills. Not bad, not bad. You each get 1 2nd-grade blood recovery pill, 3 1st-grade ones each, and the rest along with the weapons must be handed in, Wang Tinya said slowly, which moved the 2 little brothers below, who quickly expressed their gratitude. Thank you, Brother Nyo. Thank you, Brother Nyo. It's nothing, we're all brothers. Next group. Wang Tinya waved his hand, signaling the next group to come up and report. And so it went, one group after another. Each person followed a fixed template, which peak they dug at, where it was located, and what items they found. At peak 108, under the 5th tree to the right of the big rock at the top. At peak 116, under the 5th tree to the left of the big rock at the top. At peak 122, under the 5th tree to the right of the big rock at the top. Feng Chen's mouth twitched even more. Men. It was always either starting from the left hand or the right hand, with not a hint of creativity. No wonder they could be easily seen through. Additionally, the items from the Shao Jie trio were also dug up, so he didn't need to go to peak 122 anymore. After counting, Wang Tinya's team had actually gathered a total of 36 weapons, including 12 F-grade alloy weapons, 23 ordinary weapons, and a finger tiger made of E-grade alloy. As for the pills, aside from those distributed, the remaining ones on Wang Tinya amounted to 2 3rd-grade blood recovery pills, 31 2nd-grade blood recovery pills, and a terrifying total of 125 1st-grade blood recovery pills. Compared to Feng Outyen exclaimed to Feng Chen, that's terrifying. This guy basically did nothing and got so many items. An ordinary warrior might not even see this many pills in their lifetime. Maybe. Feng Chen rubbed his nose, thinking to himself, is that all? The things in my storage space are at least several times more than this, so much that I can't even remember them all. Feng Outyen continued, you don't really want to make a move, do you? In my opinion, although this group of guys is digging up other people's things, their team cohesion is quite good. If it really comes to a fight, it will definitely turn into a group brawl, and the 2 of us won't be able to handle it. Ahem, how many seconds do you take for 100 meters? Feng Chen cautiously asked. This made Feng Outyen unable to hold back. Who could stand this? After holding it in for a long time, he finally blurted out, I'm okay, what about you? How many seconds for 100 meters? It can't be less than 9.93 seconds, right? Feng Chen and Feng Aotian were quietly plotting, while Wang Tinyo's distribution of spoils was coming to an end. Wang Tinyo stood up and said to his little brothers, today has been another fruitful day. When we go back, remember to keep a low profile. If you need to fight monsters, fight them. If you need to cultivate. When you have free time, take a stroll around the nearby hills to scout the area. On the 14th of next month, we will gather here as usual. With the announcement made, Wang Tinyo's brothers immediately dispersed in groups of 3 or 5, heading in different directions. Wang Tinyo himself shouldered his stone chair, wearing a simple, honest expression, the kind that seemed almost too naive. As he huffed and puffed his way up the mountain, he gave off the impression of someone not very bright, like a wandering ascetic engaging in practices that others could not understand. Seeing the group of bandits disperse, Feng Aotian finally breathed a sigh of relief. If they had confronted so many people, the 2 of them would truly have had no chance. Now it was better. With the crowd scattered, there was no need to worry about Feng Chen running faster than 9.92 seconds. Madman, they've disbanded. Should we retreat too? Or we could casually find 1 or 2 groups with fewer people to rob. They might care about their reputation and wouldn't dare to spread the word, so we could benefit without danger. What do you think? Feng Chen nodded meaningfully, rarely agreeing with Feng Ao Tian's idea. Exactly. We should look for those with fewer people who also care about their reputation. Feng Ao Tian proudly lifted his chin, feeling conquered by his own thoughts. He then glanced at the group heading down the mountain. Madman, look, that group has only 2 people. And they seem like newcomers. They should be thin-skinned, so why don't we? No, 2 is still too many. Feng Chen shook his head, indicating a need for caution. If there are 2 of them and we can't beat them, they could each chase one of us, and neither of us would be able to escape. So I suggest we target someone who is alone. If we can't win, the slower one is out of luck, but the faster one can still escape. Feng Ao Tian's expression twisted at this. Was this about the fast and slow runners? Moreover, speaking of being alone, Feng Ao Tian stared blankly at Wang Tinyo's back as he carried the stone chair. You don't mean to target him, do you? Isn't this what you said? Fewer people, and they care about their reputation. As the leader of the bandits, he definitely cares about his face. If he gets robbed, he won't dare to tell anyone. Fengchen spoke with conviction, seeing Feng Aotian's face still showing a "you've gone mad. I'm still young. I don't want to die" expression. He earnestly began to advise him. Young man, take a chance. A bicycle can become a motorcycle. Gamble a bit. A motorcycle can become a Land Rover. Strive a bit. A Land Rover can become an airplane. Life is precious because of struggle. The higher the risk, the greater the return. 10 years from now, you will definitely thank the brave and fighting self of today. The strong flavor of motivational talk made Feng Aotian's eyes well up with tears. This was not life is precious because of struggle, it was clearly life kneels in struggle. And of course, 10 years from now, I would thank the brave and fighting self of today. If I hadn't been brave 10 years ago, could I have won the wheelchair racing championship 10 years later? Seeing Feng Aotian so excited he couldn't speak or move, Feng Chen turned and charged forward. Don't be cowardly. Let's go together. Hearing this, what could Feng Aotian say? Of course, he forgave him. So, the two of them quietly followed behind, stealthily tailing Wang Tainyo, gradually closing in on the bare mountaintop. Following behind, both Feng Chen and Feng Aotian couldn't help but feel a sense of dread at Wang Tainyo's physical prowess. Ordinary people climbing a mountain would be exhausted to the point of death. But Wang Tainyo, not only carrying a stone chair but also bearing dozens of weapons on his back, including even heavier alloy weapons, was carrying at least several hundred pounds. Yet after walking for so long, he hadn't even breathed heavily. This made Feng Chen ponder. Could this guy have some kind of fortuitous encounter? Has he completed some transformation of his bones? One must know that human bones are like a clothes hanger. How much pressure they can withstand and how much strength they can exert all depend on how solid and robust the bones are. But humans have their limits. To break through those limits, one must either surpass oneself or rely on rare materials to do so. If this is a breakthrough through self-cultivation, then this person is terrifyingly impressive, right? Not only is his body good, but his mind is also particularly sharp. He secretly admired Wang Tinyu. Feng Chen felt that this was talent. If he didn't recruit him, it would be a great loss. But directly poaching his boss, isn't that a bit inappropriate? It's like two countries fighting and I just go and poach their emperor. Seems like it's not impossible, he muttered to himself. Soon, Feng Chen and Feng Aotian followed Wang Tinyu to a rock wall at the edge of the peak. They watched as Wang Tinyu set down the stone chair on his back, then walked up to the rock wall and exerted himself. Hey! A rock over 3 meters high and weighing several thousand pounds was roughly moved aside by him. Afterward, Wang Tinyu walked inside, but in less than a minute he came back out. After moving the several thousand-pound rock back to its original place, Wang Tinyu clapped his hands. You've all followed me this far, aren't you going to come out and show your faces? Upon hearing this, Feng Chen and Feng Aotian exchanged glances and quickly communicated. Rock, paper, scissors. The loser goes out to lure the enemy. The winner finds a way to get a stuff. Rock, paper, scissors. Feng Aotian threw a hammer, while Feng Chen threw out paper with one hand. Feng Chen lifted the corner of his mouth. Go out. How about best 2 out of 3? How about 5 out of 3? That works. 2. Fine, you little brat, go out. He kicked Feng Aotian out. Just as Feng Aotian straightened his chest, he saw 2 people with weapons walking out from the other side, who were also Wang Tinyu's little brothers. Feng Aotian. Damn it. While they're plotting a coup, what am I doing here making a fuss? Seeing Feng Aotian come out, the 2 people opposite were a bit startled, but they still tightened their grips on their weapons. Wang Tinyu, you always just say a few words and then do nothing, yet you can take the lion's share. We're not satisfied with this way of dividing things. If you want to rob something, just rob it. No need to find such grandiose excuses. Wang Tinyu, look down on such boring excuses. Robbery is robbery. What's the point of finding so many reasons and acting all righteous? Then, Wang Tinyu turned to Feng Aotian. And you? What's your reason? To become the champion of the wheelchair racing competition. Feng Aotian blurted out without thinking. Everyone present was stunned, even Feng Chen's face twitched as he silently gave a thumbs up. Impressive. The corner of Wang Tinyu's mouth twitched slightly. After waiting for a while, he finally said, alright, I'll help you. When you become the champion. In the future, besides thanking Tomato TV and your parents, don't forget to thank me, Wang Tinyu. After saying that, Wang Tinyu's figure flashed, and he immediately charged at the rebellious duo. With 2 loud thuds, his fists the size of sandbags slammed into their chests. The rebellious duo never expected that Wang Tinyu was just talking to Feng Aotian a second ago, and the next second he was charging at them. They were completely caught off guard. With a grunt, the 2 of them fell limply to the ground. Seeing this, Feng Aotian quickly turned and ran. Wang Tinyu immediately chased after him. Don't run. Do you still want to be the champion? Screw you. Feng Aoyan, pushed to the edge, started cursing and ran down the mountain without looking back. If he could survive today, he would definitely focus on long distance running starting tomorrow. The kind where he could sprint for 5 minutes straight. Oh, is that how you're leaving? Watching their retreating figures, Fengshen thought to himself that Wang Tinyu was indeed full of confidence. He probably believed that aside from him, no one could move that rock. Unfortunately, I've shed my bones 7 times. Moving a rock can't be said to be too much of a challenge. It can be considered effortless. As he spoke, Fengshen stepped out. But unexpectedly, 2 new rebels walked out from the opposite side at the same time. Seeing Fengshen, the 2 rebellious guys across from him were clearly taken aback for a moment, and they raised their weapons slightly. Who are you? I'm the accomplice of that champion from earlier. Fengshen pointed in the direction where Feng Aoyan had fled. He continued, my champion won't get far. It won't be long before Wang Tinyu comes back. So, how about we discuss how to split things? Let's get the stuff out. First, the 2 on the opposite side were momentarily stunned by his words. They instinctively exchanged glances, wanting to ask each other's opinions. How about a 30-70 split? If we go higher, it won't be worth it for us. A 30-70 split might not be agreeable to them. If Wang Tinyu comes back, we won't get anything. Then what should we do? Let's trick him into thinking it's a 50-50 split. Once we get inside and find the treasure, we can knock him out and frame him. Damn, good idea. The 2 were exchanging glances. In an instant, Fengshen flashed forward, grabbed one head in each hand, and slammed them together. The 2 immediately became disoriented and fainted. Really, is there any man in the world who would stare at another man for so long? If he's not gay, he's definitely plotting how to ambush me. Clapping his hands, Fengshen walked to the cave entrance, pressed his hands against the rock, and with all his strength, he forcibly moved the 3-meter-high rock aside. Phew, this thing is still a bit tiring. After that, he glanced at the 2 rebellious guys he had knocked out. With a sly smile, he carried one of them into the cave and then casually tossed him aside. When Wang Tinyu comes back and sees the cave entrance opened with someone inside, he'll definitely think it was this guy and his accomplice who did it. That way, I'll have plenty of time to avoid him. After calculating carefully, Fengshen finally looked at the various items in the cave. After a quick glance, he couldn't help but feel excited. There were at least 20 red-grade blood recovery pills, more than 50 green-grade blood recovery pills, and as for the lowest-grade pills, there were even 100 of them. If he took all of these and the system doubled them, Fengshen could easily feed a large batch of silver warriors. As for the alloy weapons, he only saw F-grade ones. He didn't spot any D-grade alloy knuckle dusters, probably taken away with them. Forget it, no need to dwell on that. Let's pack these things up first. Additionally, there were some clothes, pants, men's and women's underwear, small whips, small ropes, white candles, and swimwear magazines. TSK. This is really wild. Fengshen immediately went up and collected everything. The system promptly emitted a low, deep notification sound. Congratulations, host, you have received a first-grade blood recovery pill reward, random, doubling in progress. Randomly doubled by 666 times. Congratulations, host, you have received a second-grade blood recovery pill reward, random, doubling in progress. Randomly doubled by 455 times. Congratulations, host, you have received a third-grade blood recovery pill reward. Random doubling in progress. Randomly doubled by 775 times. Fengshen was happily collecting rewards when suddenly a voice filled with curses came from outside the cave. Damn it! You still say you want to be the champion? I punch you and you cry like a woman. Can't you act a bit more like a man? You all are crazy. Why are you hitting me in the nose? Feng Aoyan said with a sobbing tone. Then, Wang Tinyu suddenly shouted, why is the cave entrance open? Before Wang Tinyu could react, a shadow instantly flew out from the cave entrance fast as an arrow. Wang Tinyu let go of Feng Aoyan and rushed forward to grab. Where do you think you're going? A few steps forward, I rushed over and grabbed the shadowy figure in my hand. Upon closer inspection, it was just one of my little brothers. But the person was unconscious. Fainted? I turned back to look. The Feng Aoyan I had just caught was now racing down the mountain with another shadow. My mood instantly soured. You, too, stop right there. No, we only took a little bit. The big stuff is still in the cave. You hurry back and close the door tight. Feng Shen said while running. This made Wang Tinyu shiver, feeling it made sense. Feng Shen looked clean and slick, definitely not carrying much. As for myself, counting up, for rebellious ones had already slipped away. If I went after Feng Shen, they would take the chance to come and grab the stuff. Wouldn't that be picking up sesame seeds and losing watermelons? So I immediately ran back to the cave to check. But as soon as I entered the cave, I was dumbfounded. Damn it! The cave was spotless, completely empty, even cleaner than Feng Aoyan's pale face. My vision went dark for a moment. I felt a lump in my chest. At the same time, Feng Outyan, who was rushing down the mountain, had a red nose and wet eyes. Looking at Feng Chen with dissatisfaction. Weren't you going to fight him? Why did you run away? Cough, cough, fighting and killing is just a misunderstanding of everyone towards me. I really just want to make money, Feng Chen said without a hint of embarrassment. Behind them, a heart-wrenching roar suddenly erupted. Aha! It scared Feng Outyan so much that his face turned pale and he hurriedly fled with Feng Chen. At the foot of Peak 101 in the Tiger Cave, the entire cave had been cleaned up by Lu Chang'e, by Ruyan and Chen Xiaonan. All the bones and corpses inside the cave had been moved out and buried underground. As for the bloodstains, they were all covered with clean mud and sand. It looked like an ordinary family's cave dwelling, and no one could imagine that it had once been filled with blood. These people are quite family-oriented, Feng Chen secretly admired. With such a group of subordinates, even if they didn't become martial artists in the future, they could collectively switch to being housekeepers specializing in cleaning up crime scenes, ensuring they were professionals in their field. At this moment, Chen Xiaonan walked out of the cave holding a long spear with 2 wild rabbits strung on it. Behind her, Bai Ruyan and Lu Chang'e each held a bundle of firewood. Clearly, they were preparing to barbecue. So without further ado, the group immediately got to work using daggers to gut the wild rabbits, then plucking the fur clean, skewering them on the long spear, and slowly rotating and roasting them, letting the oil drip continuously. Soon, they were crispy on the outside and tender on the inside, with a mouth-watering aroma. The group immediately tore into the feast. Delicious. If only we had some honey and sesame, it would be even better. Feng Outyan smacked his lips completely, losing his star-like demeanor. With greasy hands and mouth, just a few bowls of rice away from becoming a greasy uncle, Feng Chen waved a thigh bone. Next time, we need to buy some sesame and honey, make sure to note it down. Also, we need to get a few cups, otherwise, like today, having meat without wine just doesn't taste right. Is it that monkey wine from today? Feng Outyan shouted excitedly. He was sure it was a good thing. Feng Chen chuckled. Now that we're all a team, I won't hide it from you. Yes, it's monkey wine. And it's the golden monkey wine aged over 30 years. Drinking it long-term can enhance your vitality. So amazing. Bai Ruyan and the others were also left speechless in astonishment. In fact, most people only knew that pills and potions could enhance vitality, but had no idea that drinks and beast pills could do the same. This is the difference between a warrior living in the city and one living in the wild. Alright, we've eaten enough meat. As the team leader, I'll outline the next action plan, Feng Chen began. The others immediately fell silent. None of the 4 had any objections to Feng Chen, including the stubborn Feng Outyan. First of all, because I am too outstanding, I have been suspended for 3 months. During these 3 months, if any of you want to attack the senior students' dormitory, I will fully support you. I can provide pills, weapons, and clothes, even underwear. As soon as Feng Chen said this, Bai Ruyan and Chen Xiaonan's faces turned red. If it were inconvenient, women would definitely find it more inconvenient than men. Feng Chen glanced at them and said leisurely, I can also provide little clothes and sanitary pads. Pervert. The 2 immediately hugged their chests nervously. Then, they pitifully said, well, can you give us a little? We haven't changed for several days. Of course, just follow me into the cave later. Ahem, it's just to get things from the cave, don't think too much. After Feng Chen finished speaking, Lu Chang'e looked at him curiously. Brother Feng, while we prepare to attack the senior students' dormitory, what about you? What are you planning to do? Me? Feng Chen smiled slightly. Starting tonight, I will prepare to challenge the Silver Warriors. Starting tonight, I'm going to prepare to challenge the Silver Warrior. As soon as Feng Chen said this, Lu Chang'e, Bai Ruyan, and Chen Xiaonan all looked very happy. Deep down, they quite enjoyed the feeling of teaming up with Feng Chen. As for Feng Outyan, he felt like he had forgotten something important. Wait, you have awakened your abilities, right? Feng Outyan stammered, seeking confirmation from Feng Chen. So far, he had not heard of any bloodline awakeners who could awaken abilities. However, many warriors, after ascending from gold to extraordinary, suddenly awakened their abilities. It was said that this was because they had unique genes, and once their strength transcended human limits, various factors combined to produce the ability known as superpower. Therefore, those who could awaken their superpowers early, as long as they didn't die midway, basically had a ticket to becoming an extraordinary warrior. So, was there any potential in combining superpower with bloodline awakening? Feng Outyan didn't dare to gamble. If he lost, it would mean losing for a lifetime. In response to Feng Outyan's question, Feng Chen just chuckled, took out Feng Outyan's promise letter, and wore a friendly smile. He casually read a few lines. I, Feng Outyan, voluntarily signed this agreement. As long as I can't defeat Feng Chen in a day, I will unconditionally obey his orders, otherwise, Stop reading. Brother Feng, don't read it. Feng Outyan immediately begged for mercy. In front of the two girls, how could he, a naturally star-like person, expose that he had signed such a ridiculous contract? How embarrassing. As for Bai Ruyan and the other two, they finally understood why Fengchen wanted them to sign this thing. Damn. It. So underhanded. Now, as long as they disobeyed, Fengchen could whip this thing out and read it. Then they couldn't fight him or argue with him. They would know what despair truly meant. Hey, don't look at me with those eyes. It's not easy for me to venture out alone in the world. I need some sense of security, right? Fengchen said with a cheeky grin. He continued, I'll start my challenge tonight. And it will take place in the inner cave. In the future, anyone who wants to break through will go in there. I can help guard. Also, about taking turns keeping watch. In this death mountain, safety is hard to guarantee. Someone must be on guard. Tonight, Xiaonan and Xianga will keep watch first, and after 2 in the morning, it will switch to Outyan and Ruyan. If nothing unexpected happens, I should be able to come out tomorrow, so you don't need to worry. Hearing that Fengchen hadn't arranged for anyone else to guard him, Bai Ruyan felt a bit concerned. Classmate Qingyun, don't you need someone to help guard you? What if something unexpected happens? It's fine. Fengchen waved his hand and said something that struck the four of them deeply. Your realms aren't as high as mine. What help can you provide? Alright. The four of them admitted that although this sounded hurtful and made them want to go crazy and hit someone, it was the truth. Looking at the four of them in a state of defeat, Fengchen smiled mischievously. So, you all need to work hard. Once your strength catches up to mine, you can help guard me. Saying this, Fengchen pulled out a pile of items from his storage space, non-burning. Candles, a whip that didn't hurt too much, sturdy and elastic ropes, and pink-colored lights. The four of them were left dumbfounded. Damn it. As soon as these things were taken out, it felt the trial of the Death Mountain has become rather unserious. Watching the four of them with their eyes wide open in shock, Fengchen quickly reassured them. Ahem, calm down. Calm down. These things are all useful. Like this candle, it can be used for lighting. This whip can be used to swat mosquitoes. And this rope can be tied around for warning. As for this lamp, Fengchen picked one up, took small steps into the cave, and placed the lamp on a rock. He flipped the switch. In an instant, the entire cave was illuminated with a dim pink light. It was clear that it was not a serious place. Fengchen proudly said, although it's easy to misunderstand, as long as we discard those lewd thoughts and just treat it as a lamp, isn't that pretty good? Bai Ruyan and Shen Xiaonan were already thinking murderous thoughts. If someone saw them coming out of such a lighted place, what would others think? Then there were Lu Changde and Feng Outyan. They both awkwardly lowered their heads, not knowing why they felt uncomfortable with others watching them come out of there. Meanwhile, Qin Gongde, who was secretly spying on the Death Mountain with a drone, suddenly noticed the pink light and felt bored. How bold! Which rebellious student dares to open such a shop here? Furious, Qin Gongde stood up, instantly wanting to confront them. Then he saw Fengchen walking out. He immediately felt it was rather dull. It's this kid again. What is he trying to do? Is he trying to set a trap to lure the boys over? Quite clever. In short, he never thought about the purpose of the lighting. 2A. This old lecher. After that, Fengchen continued to arrange some things for the four. Inside the tiger cave, there were several small branches, and Fengchen divided them functionally. One was turned into a boys' dormitory, another into a girls' dormitory, each containing a tent and 2 sleeping bags. The remaining one, Fengchen pulled out hundreds of swimsuit magazines, arranged them into an L shape, to serve as a public restroom. A preliminary estimate suggested that the boys would likely take longer in the restroom than the girls. That's about it. The environment is a bit crude, but it's barely livable. Next time, if I see a suitable house, I'll move in with you all. Fengchen cheerfully painted a big picture, leaving the four of them in tears. Why is it that among the students of Tianwu University, only he is so outstanding? They had no doubt that Fengchen would really move a house, because this guy truly had the attributes of a bandit, wanting everything he laid his eyes on. Keep a good watch at night. When I come out tomorrow, you'll have a captain who is a silver warrior. He confidently raised the corners of his mouth. Fengchen moved a rock to block the small cave entrance and then sat cross-legged on the ground. He loosened his clothes, allowing his emotions to gradually relax. When I broke through from black iron to bronze, it was just a matter of reaching the blood value, and I broke through directly without any hindrance. Now I've shed my bones 7 times, and my mental strength has reached the silver level. As long as I absorb the effects of a 3rd-grade blood essence pill, I can smoothly break through to silver. The problem is, if I continue to take 4th-grade and 5th-grade blood essence pills. After thinking for a moment, Fengchen didn't care whether he could handle it or not. After all, he had the system. The system would definitely not let him explode. With the system protecting him, he was safer than anyone. Then, let's start popping pills. System, give me a 3rd-grade blood Essence pill first. Fengchen closed his eyes, ready to absorb the effects of the medicine. In an instant, the third-grade qi blood pill reached his stomach in one step. It immediately erupted with a massive force of qi and blood surging through Fengchen's limbs and bones. Fengchen quickly guided the qi to transform it. He used this immense force of qi and blood to nourish his kidneys, meridians, and skin. The body, which had been polished multiple times, surprisingly expelled strands of black filth under this powerful medicinal effect, seeping bit by bit through Fengchen's skin. But soon, the power of the first third-grade qi blood pill was about to be exhausted. Fengchen immediately shouted, "System, throw 2 more third-grade qi blood pills into my stomach." The 2 pills immediately took effect, continuously impacting every part of Fengchen's body, from the top of his head to the soles of his feet, from his skin to his internal organs. In no time, the qi and blood throughout Fengchen's body steadily increased, breaking through the silver boundary as if it were a game, surging past in just a few blinks and continuing to rise. 9-star bronze, 1-star silver, 2-star silver, 3-star silver, 4-star silver. As long as he consumed enough pills, he had no fear of not being able to advance in realm. But just as he reached 4-star silver, on the verge of breaking through to 5-star silver, Fengchen suddenly felt a slight pressure on his originally light and agile bones. What's going on? Why do my bones feel oppressed? Fengchen frowned. His bones had been soaked in silver tiger bone liquid, having undergone 7 transformations equivalent to the skeletal structure of a 7-star silver warrior. Logically speaking, it should be 2 small levels higher than his own vitality. This situation shouldn't be happening. System, what's wrong with my bones? Please wait. The system replied in a tone as respectful as customer service. It then provided an answer. Upon investigation, the reason the host feels discomfort in the bones is that the host's cultivation is rapidly increasing, causing a recoordination between the bones and muscles. Based on the current situation, when the host's vitality reaches 7-star silver, there will be temporary numbness symptoms. Once the coordination between the bones and muscles is complete, the discomfort can be self-resolved. Fengchen felt speechless. He thought, is there really such a thing? But he didn't want to lie in the cave, twitching all over. It felt very strange, as if he had been ruined. System, is there a solution? Please wait. After 5 seconds, the system provided Fengchen with a perfect solution. Host, you can pour golden monkey wine and bone refining pills into the silver tiger bone liquid. The underground of the silver tiger bone liquid is actually connected to a geothermal water vein, and the multi-angled tiger continuously adds various medicinal materials, which is why it achieves the bathing effect. Now, if you pour the golden monkey wine in and add a certain amount of bone refining pills, you can achieve the effect of refining bones again. And through the hot bath method, you can alleviate the symptoms of numbness. Fengchen nodded after hearing this. The system had explained the method in principle so clearly. What was there to hesitate about? He immediately went to the bone refining pool, took out handfuls of first-grade bone refining pills, and poured them into the pool water as if they were free. Fengchen had plenty of everything. That was true. No matter what, it wasn't too much, it was just that he had plenty of pills, which was a lie. Next, he added golden monkey wine to the bone refining liquid. Again, Fengchen had plenty of everything, including monkey wine, which he poured into the pool water as if it were free. The monkey wine was incredibly fragrant and thick, already so viscous that it resembled small balls, each crystal clear and bright. Soon, the entire Silver Lake water was transformed into a golden wine pool. This showed that the nature of this golden monkey wine could be summed up in 2 words: domineering. He took off his clothes and immersed himself in the bone refining pool while simultaneously tossing 4th-grade vitality pills into his stomach. The effect of the 3rd-grade vitality pills was no longer effective for him. Moreover, there was no necessary correlation between vitality pills and warrior levels. The levels of warriors were black iron, bronze, silver, gold, extraordinary, legendary, epic, and mythical, totaling 8 grades. Vitality pills, on the other hand, were divided from 1st to 9th grade, completely different systems. Therefore, vitality pills were classified based on their efficacy and the content of vitality power, and warriors only needed to see if they could withstand it. It was said that when one reached the legendary warrior level, eating 9th grade pills felt like eating candy. It was not about replenishing vitality, it was just for fun. I feel like I'm about to break through. This time, if I break through, it will be 5-star silver. Closing his eyes and focusing on the challenge, Fengchen didn't pay attention to the fact that at this moment, the medicinal properties in the wine pool were surging into his body in large quantities. Just like the bone refining liquid, after penetrating Fengchen's skin, it directly invaded his entire skeletal structure and was domineeringly devouring the layer of silver light on Fengchen's bones. Before long, a sudden crack echoed in Fengchen's ear, similar to the sound of shedding bones, almost like the sound of an egg breaking. Has it shed bones again? Fengchen felt a bit surprised. He thought that the silver tiger's bone liquid had been mostly drained, leaving only an empty shell. But when Fengchen looked inward, he discovered that his bones had transformed into a set of golden bones shining with a golden light. Heavens! Fengchen was stunned by his own transformation. This gold was not the earthy yellow but a noble, sacred hue that made one feel extraordinary at first glance. At the same time, his bones were aggressively seizing the power of vitality. Not just from the wine pool, but even the vitality power emitted from the blood vitality pills he consumed was being violently snatched away. In his shock, Fengchen hurriedly stuffed himself with blood vitality pills, even bringing out 5th grade blood vitality pills. His entire skeletal structure seemed like a bottomless pit, continuously devouring. Fengchen silently wiped his sweat. Damn! Almost couldn't support myself. This is too terrifying, right? But why does it feel a bit thrilling? Ha 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 ha. At that same moment, outside the inner cave, Feng Outyan vaguely heard Fengchen's laughter and couldn't help but frown, looking at Bai Ruyan beside him. I think I heard him laughing wildly inside? No way, Bai Ruyan pondered for a moment. From a normal person's perspective, I heard that after reaching silver, one undergoes bone shedding to withstand the immense power of vitality in the body. I think he must be screaming in pain. No wonder he didn't let us in. Turns out he was afraid of embarrassing himself. Sighing, Feng Outyan secretly noted to himself that next time he broke through, he must hide away to do it alone, not letting anyone see his awkwardness. At that moment, Lu Chang'e whistled as he walked out of the tent holding a set of clothes, including underwear. Feng Outyan curiously asked, "What are you going to do?" "Take a bath. This morning when I went out to find food, I discovered a lake with pretty clear water, and I didn't see any strange beasts. How about it? Want to go together?" Yes, wait for me a moment." Feng Outyan hurriedly went back to gather his clothes. Lu Chang'e smiled and said to Bai Ruyan, "After we come back, it's your turn. We can't leave Fengge without anyone watching. Someone has to stand guard." "Of course," Bai Ruyan replied with a smile, thinking to herself, "Do you really want me to go bathing with you? Dream on." After getting dressed, Lu Chang'e and Feng Outyan laughed and walked towards the lake. Just as Lu Chang'e said, the water here was clear, and one could almost see the bottom of the lake at a glance. The surroundings were very quiet, showing no signs of strange beasts. In the center of the lake, 2 sharp stone pillars stood, their surfaces rough and uneven. Not knowing how many years they had been there, Lu Chang'e pointed at the 2 stone pillars. "Outyan, can you swim? Come on, let's have a race to see who gets to those 2 pillars first. The loser has to clean the toilet. Bring it on. Who's afraid of whom?" Feng Outyan immediately took off his clothes to compete. The 2 stood naked by the lake and shouted, "1, 2, 3, start!" Instantly, 2 figures, one white and one yellow, dove into the water, swiftly swimming towards the 2 stone pillars. The water surface rippled layer upon layer under their vigorous splashing. But just as they were focused on swimming, the 2 stone pillars in the center of the lake suddenly trembled strangely. Bang! 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 Water splashed everywhere, silver light flickering up and down, a bare figure darting swiftly like a dragon emerging from the sea, looking incredibly vigorous. Refreshing. Lu Chang'e, halfway through swimming, paused momentarily and let out a contented long whistle. Looking again, Feng Outyan was still focused on moving forward. It was a bit amusing. Really, why is this guy's competitive spirit so strong? Just as he was about to dive back in, suddenly, out of the corner of Lu Chang'e's eye, he saw the 2 stone pillars tremble slightly. What the hell? Lu Chang'e's whole body stiffened. He looked up again. The pillars were still. Pillars, still bearing the marks of time, standing resiliently in the center of the lake. Could it be that I saw it wrong? Lu Chang'e scratched his head. After thinking for a moment, he still felt safety was paramount. He quickly shouted loudly to Feng Outyan to stop. "Hey, Outyan! Don't swim forward anymore, those 2 stones seem to have a problem. Hey!" On the other side, Feng Outyan was swimming hard, and suddenly hearing Lu Chang'e speaking, he thought Lu Chang'e had admitted defeat. He immediately stopped to show off. He can't keep up, huh? My endurance is great." But upon listening again, Lu Chang'e wasn't saying he admitted defeat, but that there was a problem with the 2 stone pillars. So he turned back to take a look. "There's nothing wrong with them, right? Oh, I get it. This guy must think he can't beat me, so he's lying about the stone pillars having a problem. To cancel the match, huh? No way." So Feng Outyan shouted back at Lu Chang'e, "If there's a problem, just go check it out. The match continues." After saying that, he dove straight towards the stone pillars. Lu Chang'e felt like he was going to spit blood. Why did Feng Outyan have to insult him, implying he was making excuses to avoid the match? That damned competitive spirit surged up immediately. "I have to win against you today. Just you wait." Diving back underwater, Lu Chang'e, fueled by his unwillingness to lose, pushed himself to cover dozens of meters, gradually closing in on Feng Outyan. But at that moment, the 2 strange stone pillars in the center of the lake moved again. This time, both Feng Outyan and Lu Chang'e, who were getting closer, felt a sense of crisis, and their bodies involuntarily stopped. "Did you feel that?" "I felt it. Damn. There really is a problem. The two of them immediately swam back to the shore with all their might. If some strange beast were to appear, they would be doomed. However, before they could reach the shore, Feng Outyan just glanced at the bank and suddenly froze. Lu Changde was still confused. What's wrong? Hurry and escape. Someone? Lu Changde stopped and quickly looked towards the shore, discovering a burly figure standing there with a face as black as coal. It was definitely a man. If it were a woman, that would be too damn scary. I thought it was a woman. Are you embarrassed? What's wrong? Seeing a man makes you shy too? Feng Outyan shot Lu Changde a speechless glance. He thought, am I that reserved? I even like to compete with all kinds of men. Competing in length. Ahem, in terms of body training length. I won't say much more. This person has a grudge against us. A grudge? Wait, why are you saying us? I don't even know him. Lu Changde quickly distanced himself from the situation. At a critical moment, we can't afford to lose one and take the whole nest. But Feng Outyan just huffed in annoyance. You slept in the tent, read the swimsuit magazine, wore the underwear, and used the little whip, all of which you took from him. Do you think he has a grudge against you? Damn. Lu Changde couldn't hold back anymore. This situation was like Wang Tinio, who had worked hard for decades, finally owning a house and a car, becoming a winner in life, only to be knocked down before he could enjoy it. Then, you went and married his wife, spent his money, lived in his house, and hit his kid. At this moment, Wang Tinio rose from the dead. Do you think he wouldn't come to settle the score with you? On the shore, watching the two people standing still in the lake, Wang Tinio coldly smiled and shouted at them. What's wrong? Afraid to come over? You were so bold when stealing, but now you don't even have the courage to come ashore? Damn it! One person does the deed, one person takes the blame. Feng Outyan angrily slapped the water's surface. This made Lu Changde feel incredibly moved. He didn't expect this little sissy to show such manliness at a critical moment. Then he saw Feng Outyan point at himself. The stealing was his doing, I was just an accomplice. Round it up, it has little to do with me. Bastard! Lu Changde slapped him. Let's not even mention that the stealing wasn't his doing, but Feng Chen and Feng Outyan's. Even if he was involved, Feng Outyan shouldn't sell out his teammate. Watching these two playfully banter in the lake, completely disregarding him, Wang Tinio's face turned dark, with veins bulging. I don't care if it was you or him who stole it. In any case, you two better return what you took today, or I'll make you pay. Just as he said that, in the center of the lake, the two stone pillars, pointing to the sky, suddenly trembled. They slightly moved closer together, then slowly parted to the sides. Following that, propelled by a tremendous force, they began to rapidly approach the shore. The powerful force stirred up massive waves, causing Lu Changde and Feng Outyan to rise and fall in the water, getting their heads soaked by the splashes. It's starting to move, Lu Changde said nervously, then anxiously looked at Wang Tinio. For low-tier martial artists like them, they were only suited for combat on land. Once they encountered a beast in the water, they were basically lambs to the slaughter. Even Feng Outyan was getting anxious. If they got eaten by a beast, how embarrassing would that be? At the very least, he should die gracefully after heroically saving the day on a battlefield of millions, not like this. Wang Tinio's expression was also fluctuating. These guys stealing his things felt like they had skinned him alive. But letting them die like this, his conscience wouldn't allow it. You guys come up first. But let's make it clear, when we come up, you can't attack us. Especially not hit my nose, Feng Outyan cautiously said. This made Wang Tinio furious. Damn it! So much nonsense. Hurry up. Get ready for battle. Wang Tinio pulled out a tiger claw from his pocket and slipped it onto his right fist. This tiger claw was made of E-grade alloy, and in terms of hardness, it could easily crush stones. This was Wang Tinio's strongest weapon. It was clear he was serious about preparing for battle. In the lake, as the stone pillars moved quickly, the waves grew larger and larger, almost tossing Feng Outyan and Lu Changde around in the giant waves. At the same time, the two sharp stone pillars gradually revealed their true form. Those two sharp stone pillars were actually the tips of a giant crab's claws. Boom, boom, boom. The ground shook. A giant crab over 10 meters tall crawled out from the depths of the water. Its right claw enormous, almost a third of its entire body, while its left claw was weak and powerless. It was clear it had been single for at least 30 years. And it was the ultimate homebody, favoring its right hand. Such a massive body truly gave Wang Tinio a sense of oppression. Damn it! This is the first time I've seen such a huge beast. Hey, you two, you have to help me, Wang Tinio said, filled with fighting spirit. Turning his head, he found that these two guys were running away with their butts exposed. As they ran, they shouted, "You! Hold on! We'll go get help! These two bastards!" Wang Tinio's face darkened for a while, and when he looked at the giant crab again, its eyes were as big as basketballs, making him shiver a little inside. This guy can't be a golden level existence, right? But Wang Tiniu is not to be underestimated. To train my will for the past 2 years, I have diligently and earnestly stolen from others, finally achieving 4 stars silver. Now, let these beasts know just how terrifying the disciplined Wang Tiniu can be. With high spirits, Wang Tiniu was fearless. He faced all provocations from enemies with composure, because the best way to eliminate fear is to confront it head-on. Go for it, Wang Tiniu. Just as Wang Tiniu was cheering himself on, the giant crab swung one of its claws down. The entire crab leg was incredibly sharp, like a giant sword, and with one strike, it left a pit over 2 meters deep in the ground. Wang Tiniu was so scared that his face turned pale, because this giant crab had a total of 8 such swords. If he got hit even once, he would be finished. I must break its crab legs. Wang Tiniu watched nervously. As the giant crab swung its leg towards him, he immediately dodged to the side, then burst forward, swinging his claw-like weapon and charged at it. Die! Aha! Bang! A loud sound echoed. The claw-like weapon made of E-grade alloy and the giant crab's leg were both unharmed. Only Wang Tiniu's right hand trembled from the recoil, feeling as if his bones were cracking. Damn! Wang Tiniu frantically shook his right hand. While shaking, he ran. To hell with being fearless. What a load of crap about facing it calmly. His strongest weapon couldn't even break through the opponent's defense, and he was just hitting a wall. So, Wang Tiniu shouted to the two in front, "Hey, slow down a bit. I'll go with you to call for help." Hey, he ran too. Should we wait for him? Lu Chang'e turned back and found Wang Tiniu was going crazy by himself, and for a moment he naively believed a little bit. Fortunately, Feng Outyan didn't buy into this nonsense. He even told Lu Chang'e a story. "Chang'e, do you know why hunters going into the mountains bring someone who runs slower than themselves?" Meanwhile, they were frantically dodging the giant crab's pursuit. In the tiger cave at the base of Peak 101, the blood and energy within Fengchen surged, eventually stabilizing at the level of 7-star silver. As for his bones, they gleamed gold, having reached the level of 1-star gold warrior. But don't underestimate just 1 star. On the contrary, 1 star is the hardest level to achieve. It's like watching a movie. The first time is always hard to control oneself. As soon as you see an exciting scene, you can't help but surrender, unable to watch it all the way through. However, only by watching the entire film with determination can your threshold continuously rise, and your realm can also improve. Otherwise, you'll always be skipping and fast-forwarding, making no progress at all. Therefore, watching a horror movie all the way through for the first time is very important. It will directly enhance your threshold and realm. Fengchen is like this. His first transformation has already reached perfection. The essence of golden monkey wine, the potency of the supreme bone refining pill, and the residual value of the silver tiger bone refining liquid have all been fully extracted by him. Even the 5th grade blood chi pill is almost ineffective. It seems that next, I need to find more beast pills from exotic beasts, that brat Aotian said before. Actually, many of the blood chi pills are mixed with beast pills to achieve the effect of increasing blood chi. As for the beast pills from the multi-angle tiger and the red-haired monkey, to be honest, Fengchen has consumed them. But the effect was minimal. Because his body's energy is stronger than that of the multi-angle tiger and the red-haired monkey, how could something weaker than him possibly replenish him? As Fengchen's physical strength grows, his mental power has also passively increased a bit. 2356, 2300. At this point, has my mental power become the bottleneck? Furrowing his brows, Fengchen finally understood why many people get stuck when ascending to the extraordinary. Damn it! The speed of this mental power increase is too slow. But it seems like it's because I haven't practiced recently. He silently sighed. Fengchen felt ashamed. Everyone has the right to say this, but Fengchen does not. As long as he practices diligently, improving his mental power would be a matter of minutes. Unfortunately, he is smart but not diligent enough. He can't spend 23 hours a day practicing. You have to know that an outstanding online writer codes words even while eating and sleeping. That's what it means to be dedicated. Just as he was hypocritically self-reproaching, suddenly the ground shook. And it continued to tremble at around level 4 within a perceptible range. An earthquake? Fengchen quickly crawled out of the bone refining pool, got dressed, and moved the stones to the entrance of the tiger cave. At this moment, only Bai Ruyun was left guarding inside the tiger cave. The others were not there. Seeing Fengchen come out, Bai Ruyun immediately ran to his side. Aotian and Chang'e went out and haven't returned yet. Xiaonan just went out to see if it's an earthquake. Whether it's an earthquake or not, we have to go out, otherwise we'll be buried alive, Fengchen said as he hurriedly took Bai Ruyun outside. They saw Chen Xiaonan standing dazedly on a rock, staring blankly. "Xiaonan, what's wrong?" Fengchen called out. Chen Xiaonan pointed ahead in a daze. Boss, come look, there's a huge crab over there. A crab? Yeah, and it's a crab with a qilin arm. At the same time, Lu Changgu and Feng Aotian were already panicking. Aotian, we can't run any further. If we do, we'll end up at home. I know, but do you have a way to shake this guy off? Feng Aotian was also helpless. Nearby, Wang Tinia took the opportunity to insinuate. You guys should have a lot of good stuff at home, right? I mean, no offense, I'm just asking. Lu Changgu and Feng Aotian looked at him speechlessly. What's the difference between just asking and just leeching? They simply couldn't be bothered to respond. Changgu, I have a bold idea. What idea? I want to use our family's ultimate skill, Phoenix Dance in the sky, to deal with it. This ultimate skill, when brought to its peak, can manipulate 9 types of weapons simultaneously, overpowering opponents in both quantity and strength. Feng Outyin said with a resolute expression, instilling a strong sense of confidence in Lu Changgu. Is it really that impressive? Then hurry up and use it. The problem is, this ultimate skill requires a certain level of mastery to execute. My current level isn't sufficient. I can only manually use one weapon, Feng Outyin said regretfully, making Lu Changgu want to kick him in the face. What the hell, it's this time and you're still showing off. Lu Changgu felt like he was going crazy. How could he have such a useless teammate? But at that moment, Wang Tinia spoke up. To be honest, I have a method that, while not guaranteeing 100% victory, can give us a 99.99% chance of winning. Lu Changgu and Feng Outyin both looked at him with disdain, especially Feng Outyin, who thought this was clearly something he had just discarded. However, Wang Tinia looked serious. I'm serious, unlike you, all show and no substance. Who are you calling useless? Feng Outyin retorted, his face turning red. Lu Changgu saw Wang Tinia's serious expression and held Feng Outyin back, saying, let him speak. Seeing Lu Changgu was somewhat reliable, Wang Tinia decided to take a chance and engage in a fierce battle with this giant crab. He then said calmly, do you know about the Tua Gugong? Do you know about the bone expansion technique? Wang Tinia said with a serious expression, fearing that Lu Changgu and Feng Outyin wouldn't believe him, his face tense as if it were a posthumous photo. This inexplicably triggered a mournful song in Lu Changgu's mind. The wind is cold at the Ishui River, the brave man departs and never returns. Not hearing a response from Lu Changgu and the others, he, as a mature person, knew he had to answer himself. It's okay if you don't know, I can briefly explain it to you. The so-called bone expansion technique is actually about injecting a large amount of vital energy into the bones of the body in a short time, causing the bones to grow larger and thicker. Once the bones are widened and enlarged, the muscles of the body will also match the bones, becoming stronger and bigger. In this way, one can rapidly enhance their combat power. But the weakness of this technique is also very obvious. It consumes a lot of vital energy. For example, if you can normally fight for 5 minutes after using the bone expansion technique, you might only have 3 seconds left. But the most terrifying part is, seeing Wang Tinia's expression, it looked as if he were constipated while speaking. Lu Changgu and Feng Outyin knew that the consequences must be severe. Thus, they felt inexplicably curious. The most terrifying part is, all your clothes will explode, and you'll be left completely exposed. Moreover, due to excessive consumption of vital energy, you might faint and be at risk of being picked up by someone. Wang Tinia said gravely, leaving Lu Changgu speechless. With Wang Tinia's burly figure, it was unlikely anyone would dare to pick him up. If it were someone like Feng Outyin, who had a more delicate appearance, it would be more concerning. Feng Outyin? Alright, I'm going to start cultivating. Otherwise, if this continues, none of us will escape. But remember, after the battle, you must take me to a safe place. After saying that, Wang Tinia casually tossed his E-grade finger tiger to Lu Changgu. Then, he clenched his fists and began a heart-wrenching transformation. In an instant, Wang Tinia's body rapidly expanded at a visible speed. His clothes exploded in the first second and his pants followed in the next. Only his sturdy little shorts bravely held on until the end. In just a few seconds, Wang Tinia transformed from a 1.85-meter tall man into a 4-meter tall black giant. His muscles shone black like glossy onyx, nearly blinding Lu Changgu and Feng Outyin. What a powerful technique! Lu Changgu exclaimed sincerely. At the same time, he silently decided that he would never learn this bone expansion technique in the future. It looked too indecent. Feng Outyin silently gritted his teeth beside him. What a pity! If it weren't for my insufficient strength to use the phoenix dance in the sky, he wouldn't even have the chance to show off. Lu Changgu immediately chose to ignore him. Remember to carry me away later. With a loud crash, Wang Tinia's entire body slammed into the ground, shaking the ground and stirring up a whirlwind of dust. Then, his body violently charged forward. The giant crab, seeing its prey voluntarily grow larger, immediately became happy and swung a crab leg at him. but it didn't break. Wang Tinia's muscles at that moment were like black steel colliding with the crab leg and sparking red flames, yet neither could break through the other's defense. Wang Tinia wrapped his arms around the giant crab's leg. His entire strength erupted in an instant. He actually managed to swing the giant crab's leg, attempting to throw the entire crab over his shoulder. However, the advantage of the giant crab's long legs quickly became apparent, no matter how great the power that Wang Tiniu unleashed. In an instant, the giant crab merely lifted its claw lightly and completely neutralized Wang Tiniu's strength. It was like a girl trying to lift you up. Oh, no girl would lift you. Forget it. In any case, the giant crab effortlessly dissolved Wang Tiniu's force and began to swing its powerful pincers, sweeping him away for over 100 meters. Feng Outyan and Lu Chang'e were both shocked. Damn, this guy is really hard to deal with. Seeing Wang Tiniu at a disadvantage, Feng Outyan and Lu Chang'e could no longer remain indifferent. After all, they were also young, brimming with youthful vigor. At worst, it would just be death. There was nothing to be afraid of. So they drew their long knives and spears. Lu Chang'e said to Feng Outyan, "If I die, please tell my family that I, Lu Chang'e, died fighting a beast, not like a coward." Same here. Feng Outyan shook his spear and charged forward, then leaped explosively, hurling the spear with great force. Feng Wuzhou Dark Gate Spear. The spear shot like a meteor, speeding towards the giant crab's eye. At that moment, the best strategy Feng Outyan could think of was to blind the giant crab. Only then could they hope to gain a slim chance of survival. But unexpectedly, the giant crab's left claw, which they had not seen before, moved with incredible agility and clamped down on the spear. What the hell? Cold sweat broke out on Feng Outyan's forehead. At that moment, he realized he had underestimated the intelligence of this giant crab. This giant crab was not just a simpleton developing one powerful claw, it had developed both claws for different functions. The right claw was for strength, while the left claw was for agility. This approach might not be wise in the brutal natural world, but against weaker humans, it was a deadly weapon. In terms of strength, humans could not match its right claw. In terms of speed, humans could not outrun its left claw. It was simply a complete domination over humans. Damn it! Feng Outyan couldn't help but curse, cold sweat pouring down his face. At this moment, he was still suspended in the air, slowly descending. If the giant crab attacked him now, he would have no way to evade. And indeed, the giant crab had no intention of letting such a good opportunity slip away. It swung its left claw fiercely, and Feng Outyan's spear flashed like thunder right in front of him. It was only a second away from his forehead. Dodge! Lu Chang'e leaped up, kicking Feng Outyan aside, his hands moving with dominance. Dominant blade. Breaking the heavens slash. A surge of power erupted from Lu Chang'e. All his energy ignited in that second. He knew very well that the hardness of the long knife could not withstand the power of that spear, so he could only replace defense with offense, using his own strength to negate the opponent's force. With a loud explosion, the long knife in Lu Chang'e's hand shattered, and at the same time, the spear shooting towards him also exploded into a cloud. Lu Chang'e's hands trembled as he fell back to the ground. The tiger's mouth on both hands was bleeding profusely. As for the long knife, only a broken handle remained. Lu Chang'e couldn't help but laugh. "It's hilarious. You're a silver level beast almost at max level, and you still can't take me down in one move as a bronze." The giant crab across from him seemed to understand Lu Chang'e's mockery, making a series of screeching sounds. The right claw raised high, aiming at the defiant Lu Chang'e, and slammed down with force. "Chang'e!" Feng Outyan shouted loudly. He rushed forward and pushed Lu Chang'e away, making Lu Chang'e feel like he was about to spit blood. "You idiot! Have you watched too many movies? After pushing someone down, why are you still standing there waiting to die?" Feng Outyan suddenly realized. Damn it! The movie tricked me. Fortunately, just like the common trope in movies, when a fool doesn't know to move, someone will definitely come over to give him a hand. Duck! A rock half the height of a person flew over. It made the giant crab's pincers tremble for a moment. Then, the furious Wang Tinia charged over from a distance, aimed at the giant crab. He jumped up and delivered a fierce knee strike. Go die. Bang! But he was caught by one of the giant crab's pincers. Go die. Wang Tinio delivered a knee strike, furiously charging at the giant crab. He was confident that if this hit landed, the crab would at least be forced back 5 steps. But the premise was that he had to hit it. Bang! A loud sound echoed. The crab's left claw instantly swung over, clamping down on Wang Tinio completely. His entire right arm was firmly trapped, leaving him only able to clench his left hand into a fist and strike the crab's claw with all his might, trying to break free and escape. Sure enough, the crab couldn't withstand his punch. It released Wang Tinio Instead, it used its more powerful right claw to clamp down on Wang Tinyu tightly, rendering him unable to move at all. Wang Tinyu. On the ground. Lu Chang'e and Feng Outyan watched as Wang Tinyu was firmly trapped, their expressions turning a bit grim. Outyan, why do I feel like he seems to have shrunk a little? Really? Feng Outyan squinted to look over. He saw that Wang Tinyu's body indeed seemed to have shrunk. A circle, his once tightly fitting underwear now hung down a bit. At the same time, his originally shiny black body had also become a bit dull, as if the vitality within was rapidly draining away. He really is shrinking. If this continues, he'll soon shrink to his normal size. Lu Chang'e and Feng Outyan were both a bit anxious. If this went on, Wang Tinyu would definitely die. But at that moment, a figure rushed over from the side, shouting at Lu Chang'e and Feng Outyan, "You two, get to a safe place." After saying that, the figure leaped, astonishingly jumping 30 meters high from the ground, then crashing down heavily onto the giant crab. 9 styles. One punch. With a loud boom, the entire body of the crab actually sank down. It almost collapsed onto the ground, leaving Lu Chang'e and Feng Outyan in shock, unable to close their mouths. Who is this person? So strong. Why does it feel like I've seen him somewhere before? He's an old student mixed in with the freshman. At that moment, Feng Chen leisurely walked out from the side, holding a bag of popcorn which he had also obtained from Wang Tinyu's stash. While eating, Feng Chen commented, "This guy is actually practicing the 9 styles like me, but it seems his practice is quite average. His skill level is at most 15 years. After hearing Feng Chen's analysis, Feng Outyan and Lu Chang'e didn't know what to say. The guy looked to be only in his 20s. To have practiced for 15 years was already quite impressive, right? Moreover, you're only 18 years old. Could it be that you started cultivating in the womb and achieved a 20-year skill level? Meanwhile, on the battlefield, as a freshman but actually a third-year student, Nan Tianming was also shocked by the strength of this giant crab. This crab had already stepped halfway into the threshold of the golden level, completely belonging to the peak of the silver level. Aside from him, whether new or old students, one would die for everyone that came. How could such a terrifying creature end up so far ahead? What are the administrators doing in the back? Cursing inwardly, Nan Tianming turned to see the 2 freshmen running away. But when he looked back, he almost spat blood. The 2 freshmen not only hadn't left but were happily eating popcorn and watching the show with another freshman. Are the younger students so bold now? Forget it. Let them witness the dashing figure of their senior. He secretly boasted to himself. Nan Tianming had long been annoyed by not being able to unleash his full potential. As a third-year student, Tianwu Academy would assign 2 types of tasks. One was to go to the safe zone, where one might occasionally encounter fierce beasts and engage in extreme life and death battles. Another way, it is to disguise oneself as a precocious freshman, mixing in with the freshmen while assessing their qualities and protecting them so they don't die too quickly. These 2 tasks each have their own challenges. For example, the disguise task that Nan Tianming received is difficult because he cannot easily reveal his strength, lest the freshmen become arrogant and forget themselves once they know. But for a martial artist, suppressing one's true strength is akin to an adult attending a kindergarten math class. You clearly know that 1 apple plus 1 apple equals 2 apples, yet you still have to say, "I want to eat too." It's extremely awkward. Why not just take the next move and finish off this giant crab? Otherwise, if it drags on too long, it will attract more attention. Nan Tianming unleashed his full momentum. At that moment, all his vitality exploded. The realm of 7 stars silver. Once the vitality was released, it left Feng Outyan and Lu Chang'e speechless. Lu Chang'e said in a daze, "Is this the strength of a silver-level warrior? Why do I feel it's still so far from me?" "Not far," Feng Chen said leisurely. This made Lu Chang'e unable to help but feel happy. "Brother Feng, you mean I can soon step into silver, right?" As expected, Brother Feng has an eye for talent, knowing I'm no ordinary person. "No, what I mean is, I'm also a silver warrior now, and you are just a few dozen centimeters away from me," Feng Chen said humbly and modestly. This made Lu Chang'e and Feng Outyan widen their eyes in unison. For some reason, they now had an overwhelming urge to hit someone. Feeling Nan Tianming's full battle power and the threat from the giant crab, it launched a furious attack on the little ant standing on its back. With a swipe of its left claw, it forced Nan Tianming to dodge. Then, with a swing of its right claw, a tremendous force instantly suppressed Nan Tianming, leaving him unable to move. He could only obediently let the right claw slowly close in. "Ha, do you think this can kill me?" Nan Tianming roared. His body suddenly shook in midair, and he actually borrowed a force to charge quickly towards the giant crab's body. At the same time, the attack erupted. 9 styles. 1 kick. "It's over." This kid got too excited and forgot that Wang Tinyu was still in their grasp. Feng Chen's light shout made Nan Tianming who was halfway through his attack, realized he had made a big mistake. He hadn't fought with all his strength for too long, so in his excitement, he forgot that Wang Tinyu was still being held by the opponent. However, with the attack already halfway out, it was destined to be hard to take back. What to do? What to do? If the giant crab feels pain and instinctively tightens its claws, can that sophomore hold on? His mind was still frantically entangled. The attack under his feet had already reached the giant crab. Boom! A loud crash. The giant crab's entire body was kicked back, sliding more than 10 meters. But it was completely unharmed. Feng Chen and the others all looked at the giant crab's right claw, and as expected, the giant crab was unharmed and did not tighten its grip on Wang Tinyu. In the giant crab's words, if you can eat fresh, don't bring back the dead. How is this possible? Nan Tianming was completely stunned. With his 7-star silver strength, even if he couldn't kill a peak silver, at least a heavy blow should be no problem. Damn it! Nan Tianming became furious. This was not just because Feng Chen and the others were still watching, but because he knew that if he couldn't kill this giant crab, Feng Chen and the others, along with other freshmen, would be in danger. I need to kick again. His figure flashed once more. Nan Tianming's right foot struck the ground, and this time, he soared nearly 50 meters into the air. This was already the limit of his capabilities. Then, he stepped in the void, changing his angle. With all his strength, he launched an attack as powerful as the one before, aimed at the direction of the giant crab. But this time, he utilized gravity, trying to amplify his power to break through the damned crab's shell. Aha, break for me. His right foot became like an indestructible spear, piercing sharply and straight towards the giant crab's shell. The crab's shell, however, stood proudly against Nan Tianming's attack like an impenetrable shield. The indestructible spear clashed against the absolute defense of the shell, instantly unleashing an astonishing energy. Ninth style. One kick. Squeak 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 squeak. Crab. Language, shout your mom. With a loud bang, the giant crab's 8 legs nearly buckled and the entire crab trembled, almost collapsing to the ground. Nan Tianming was sent flying backward. The bones in his right calf made cracking sounds. Ah! He helplessly flew in front of Feng Chen and the others, clutching his calf, rolling on the ground in pain. At the same time, he was filled with disbelief. How is this possible? How is this possible? This guy's shell has actually reached golden level. Damn it! Then, he turned to Feng Chen and the others, desperately waving his hands. You three, hurry and escape. Go to the subway entrance, find those 2 golden level guardians, or else you will all die. Feng Chen couldn't help but sigh, handing the popcorn in his hand to Feng Outyan and Lu Changde. Then he slowly stepped forward, muttering in frustration. Really, can't I just be low-key once? Why does it always have to be that others can't do it, but I can? This is really disheartening. So cliché. Every time, it seems like no one else can do it, only I can. Sigh. It's so hard to be low-key. Feng Chen mumbled as he walked ahead. A few words of Versailles. Lu Changde fell silent, while Nan Tianming felt like hitting someone. Who are you? Saying can't do it? Only Feng Outyan silently expressed that he also wanted to be like that, shining brightly and radiantly. After all, if one doesn't show off, what's the point of youth? But showing off is fine, but when it comes to a real fight, showing off won't scare the opponent to death. Junior, don't be impulsive. Nan Tianming shouted nervously at Feng Chen's back, holding his injured calf. It's not that I look down on you, actually, my junior student is mixed in with the freshman. Protecting your safety. Even I'm not a match for it, if you go over, you'll just be sending yourself to death. Senior. Let's have crab meat pot together tonight. Nan Tianming didn't know if Feng Chen was humorously facing death or trying to find joy in suffering. But at this point, laughing while dying is still a bit more comfortable than dying in misery. So he forced a smile. Alright then, it's a deal. Feng Chen confidently curled the corners of his mouth. His gaze locked on the giant crab. He had seen the earlier encounter between Nan Tianming and the giant crab. This giant crab, its shell was very hard. It was already comparable to a golden level existence. Additionally, Wang Tinyu was still caught in the giant crab's right claw, and his body was gradually shrinking, feeling like he would soon return to his original state, at which point he probably wouldn't be able to withstand the giant crab's grip. Let's finish this quickly. Feng Chen clenched his right fist. Once he reached the silver warrior level, he could break free from the boundaries of bronze and black iron, using ultra-long distance jumps as an attack method. Feng Chen exerted force from his feet. Boom! A loud sound echoed. The ground was left with a shattered spider web pattern. Feng Chen flew into the air, shooting straight towards the giant crab. The intent to attack was obvious. It was practically a gift. Nan Tianming really wanted to shout, "Don't! Just give it away!" On the opposite side, the giant crab had the same thought. An opponent who charged in without any strong momentum, not even shouting, was simply insulting itself in battle. so the giant crab angrily swung its right claw. It aimed to crush Feng Chen in one blow. Seeing Wang Tinio caught right in front of him, Feng Chen thought it was perfect. His right hand gathered strength. 9 styles. 1 punch. A simple and clear heavy punch unleashed all his strength. Like thunder, it broke through the opponent's crab claw. Break for me. A long howl like thunder followed. Then came the terrifying sound of crab shell cracking. The giant crab's right claw began to dent from the top, and the small dent quickly spread like madness, forming a spider web that covered the entire claw. Then there was a rumbling sound as the crab shell shook the ground. The giant crab's 2 eyes bulged out on the spot. In that brief moment of contact, it felt incredibly clear. Feng Chen's skeletal structure had absolutely reached the golden standard. That's why he could break through the surface in an instant, causing the entire crab claw to collapse. Feeling immense pain, the giant crab immediately wanted to escape. At the same moment, Feng Chen quickly caught Wang Tinio, turned around, and forcefully threw Wang Tinio's body towards Feng Outyan. Feng Outyan caught Wang Tinio with both hands, but the massive force made it impossible for Feng Outyan to absorb. His feet dug into the ground, dragging out a scratch over 5 meters long, barely managing to stand firm. This scene left Nan Tianming completely dumbfounded. What's going on? Not only did he shatter the giant crab's claw, but he also threw someone dozens of meters away, and the person couldn't even catch it? Is this guy cheating? At the same time, the massive giant crab had already sensed the pressure coming from Feng Chen, dragging its right claw, which was now just a shell of crab meat, and frantically trying to escape. But since it had come this far, it couldn't leave without a pot of delicious crab stew, so it had no choice but to stay. 9 styles. 1 clap. Feng Chen dashed forward and struck one of the crab's legs with both feet. In an instant, the giant crab's body twisted. It suddenly limped as it walked, causing its heart to race. Upon looking again, it realized that one of its legs had been smashed to pieces. It was instantly furious, swinging its agile left claw to crush Feng Chen. But Feng Chen didn't flinch. System, throw a bunch of chi blood pills into my stomach. The chi blood pills went straight to his stomach. Feng Chen's energy surged once more. Gathering all his strength, he embraced the giant crab's incoming left claw warmly. 9 styles. 1 hug. He firmly clamped down on the giant crab's left claw. Feng Chen flashed a charming smile at the giant crab, sending a chill down its spine. It had always been the one to pinch others, and it had never been pinched before. Now that it was caught, it realized that its left claw couldn't break free. Moreover, it had a bad premonition. Let's ascend together. Feng Chen let out a long howl. His body shot up from the ground like a firework, carrying the giant crab, which was hundreds of times larger than himself, and released the most dazzling moment in the air. 9 styles. 1 slam. The giant crab was violently twisted in the air, like straw caught in a windmill. And after a whirling spin, it crashed down to the ground with immense force, as heavy as a falling star. In an instant, the ground shook with a tremor of over magnitude 6 for hundreds of meters around. The giant crab's body was deeply embedded in the ground. Its proud shell had turned into a web of cracks. But even so, Feng Chen had no intention of stopping the fight. He ascended right above the giant crab's belly. After reaching a sufficient height, he delivered a downward kick. 9 styles. 1 kick. In a flash, Feng Chen's body struck down like thunder. The already weakened giant crab was now finished. At that moment, Feng Chen shouted to Feng Outyan and Lu Changde, "The scene down there is too bloody. Hurry, cover the senior's eyes, don't let it leave a psychological shadow on his young mind." Nan Tianming looked confused. What? I'm a junior, and I've seen more exotic beasts than you've petted cats, and you're telling me not to leave a psychological shadow? But Feng Outyan and Lu Changde, in perfect harmony, covered Nan Tianming's eyes, catching him off guard. He couldn't resist at all. Feng Chen immediately summoned the system. System, store this giant crab for me. Congratulations, host, you have obtained the giant crab's corpse as a reward, and it is undergoing random doubling. Randomly doubling by 888 times. Then, the bewildered Nan Tianming reacted, pulling down Lu Changde and Feng Outyan's hands. What are you doing? I'm not a child anymore. Looking ahead, a giant crab lay dead before him, its right claw brutally shelled, and he couldn't help but sigh inwardly. The current juniors are truly remarkable. Although I'm a junior, I can't act superior. Who knows, we might be eliminated soon. As for Lu Changde and Feng Outyan, they exchanged glances, feeling a bit regretful. They thought Feng Chen wanted to hide the giant crab's corpse for later use as a reserve, but it turned out to be a failure. Only Feng Chen, at that moment, heard the system's prompt. Ding! The fusion function has been developed. Detected the beast core within the cancer body. After partial fusion, it can reach a level acceptable for the host. Do you wish to proceed with the fusion? Detected the beast core within the giant crab. After partial fusion, it can merge into a level acceptable to the host. Shall we proceed with the fusion? Feng Chen was slightly taken aback. He thought to himself, when did this system develop? This feature? How did I not notice it? However, since it has been developed, if I don't use it, wouldn't that be too disrespectful to the system? System, is this fusion function charged? Host, all functions of the system are provided to the host for free. If there were charges, we wouldn't even be able to afford to buy the host. Cough, that's true. Feng Chen awkwardly coughed twice. He thought the system was becoming more and more humanized. It even learned to mock him. Then, help me with the fusion. Do I need to operate it myself? The fusion process does not require the host's operation, the host only needs to give final consent. After the system finished speaking, it fell silent for a few seconds. Then, it began to list detailed fusion plans for Feng Chen to hear. According to the host's current strength level, 7 beast cores from the giant crab can be fused into one half-step golden level beast core. At the same time, due to the giant crab's cold attribute, it is recommended to add strong golden monkey wine as a warming supplement, which can reduce side effects and achieve the best enhancement effect. Everything was interconnected and clear. What else could Feng Chen say? He could only leave it entirely to the system to handle. Alright, let's proceed with the fusion as you suggested. Okay, the estimated fusion time is 6 hours. Special note, as this function is in the new development stage, the efficiency is relatively slow, but it will gradually improve later. Not bad, not bad. Feng Chen nodded in satisfaction. With such a feature, what more could he ask for? By the way, system, didn't I receive a spirit-nourishing pill before? I forgot about it after receiving it. Now that I need a pill in this regard, can you help me fuse it together? Feng Chen suddenly remembered. At that time, the big bearded man had given him a spirit-nourishing pill on the orders of Sister Rice Porridge. But at that time, most of Feng Chen's thoughts were focused on enhancing his vitality and preparing for the national exam, so it had been left to gather dust in his storage space. Now, his mental strength was starting to lag behind, and it was time to take it out for use. The system quickly responded. Yes, I am currently formulating a fusion plan based on the host's needs. A preliminary estimate suggests the 31st grade spirit nourishing pills can be fused into a second and a half grade spirit nourishing pill for the host's use. Second and a half grade, alright, how long will the fusion take? It is estimated to take 12 hours. Okay, let me know when it's done. Thank you, Feng Chen politely said at the end. He felt that the system was becoming more and more humanized lately. Perhaps it would really develop towards artificial intelligence in the future. If it were to gain self-awareness, looking back at Feng Chen's misdeeds, would the system move out overnight? While he was thinking about this, Lu Changge was carrying Wang Tinio and Feng Outyan was supporting Nan Tianming as they walked over. Looking at the thoroughly dead giant crab, Nan Tianming felt an infinite sense of emotion. At first, he thought only he could defeat the giant crab, but he was slapped in the face. He was the one who was defeated. Junior, you aren't already at the golden level, are you? Nan Tianming asked cautiously. Asking about someone's strength is a major taboo among martial artists. If it weren't for Feng Chen's young age and the shocking strength he displayed in defeating this giant crab, Nan Tianming wouldn't have dared to ask. Feng Chen smiled and shook his head. Senior, you think too highly of me. I'm just an ordinary freshman, barely at the silver level. One sentence pierced Nan Tianming's heart like a knife. If Feng Chen admitted to being gold, that would be fine, but Feng Chen insists he is silver, which makes Nan Tianming look like a fake silver. As for Lu Changge and Feng Outyan, these two have long been exhausted. Damn it, I thought Feng Chen was a bloodline awakener and I could endure it for a while until I could beat him, but now it's even harder to defeat him. The days of escaping from Feng Chen's grasp seemed far away. They casually joked and laughed for a bit. Mainly, it was Feng Chen who was laughing. Then the group roasted the giant crab's corpse on the spot. Because crab meat has a short shelf life, they were afraid it would spoil if taken back. Then, while roasting the crab, Feng Chen conveniently learned some bone-setting techniques and helped Nan Tianming set his leg. Nan Tianming couldn't help but exclaim, if every junior student were this outstanding, we seniors in our third year would really feel embarrassed to call ourselves seniors. Lu Changge and Feng Outyan silently complained. They thought to themselves, you're overthinking it. There's only one freak like this. If there were more, would anyone be able to survive? Classmate Qing Yun. After the situation stabilized, Bai Ruyan and Chen Xiaonan also rushed over. No other intentions. Just to enjoy a hearty crab feast together. The giant crab, over 10 meters long, had rich crab roe, golden and oozing, melting in the mouth, rich but not greasy, with an aroma that lingered for 3 days. Compared to the crab roe, the crab meat seemed rather bland. However, it was plentiful and filling. Just the right arm of the qilin made everyone's stomachs round. In the end, when they really couldn't eat anymore, they could only bury the giant crab's remains on the spot, hoping it would turn into fertilizer to nourish the surrounding land. I should head back, I've been out too long, which could raise others' suspicions. Leaning on his cane, Nan Tianming prepared to return to his team. He and those first-year students were also out. hunting exotic beasts, and if he didn't go back, it would be easy to be discovered. But Nan Tianming didn't forget to add one last thing. Everyone, please keep the fact that I'm a third-year student strictly confidential, otherwise it will lead to big trouble. Definitely, Feng Chen and the others assured, indicating they wouldn't betray Nan Tianming. As for the still unconscious Wang Tinia, he was, of course, sent back to his own cave. After all, this guy had been diligently and earnestly stealing from others for years. If he were brought back to their cave by the next day, Feng Chen and the others would probably find even their underwear missing. Back in the tiger's den on Peak 101, Feng Chen held a meeting. The content of the meeting was quite heart-wrenching. Ahem. Don't blame me for being harsh. Right now, your strength is far behind mine. If this continues, the four of you will only become my burden. Sitting cross-legged on the ground, under the pink light, and amidst the twisted emotions of some team members feeling jealous, Feng Chen became quite unpleasant to look at. He resembled a ruthless capitalist, loudly announcing, "You people can no longer keep up with the company's development. Those who are sensible should stop taking salaries and start paying protection fees to the company. Only then will the company reluctantly agree to let you fly with us." This scared the four of them into trembling. They swallowed hard. Feng Outyan was the one with the most questions among them, so he directly asked, "Crazy, can you tell us how your vitality has increased so quickly? It just feels like your rate of improvement is suspicious. You have a problem with your speed of improvement. How could a normal person possibly improve this fast?" Feng Outyan's soul-searching question made the gazes of the other three fixate on Feng Chen. Indeed, Feng Chen's rate of improvement was like riding a rocket. It was not just outrageous, it was simply defying the heavens. So, at this point, Feng Chen had no choice but to admit it. "Alright, I originally wanted to interact with you as an ordinary person, but all I've received in return is suspicion. I'm a cheat, I'm laying it all out." With these three sentences, the four of them gasped in shock. What does this cheat even mean? You. That's right, my bloodline has awakened for the second time. If nothing unexpected happens, stepping into the extraordinary realm is almost a sure thing, Feng Chen said sincerely, leaving the four of them utterly astonished. Bloodline awakening and a second awakening? Wait, I've never heard of a second awakening before. Then congratulations, you're witnessing history. Don't mention the second. Honestly, I feel that a seventh awakening wouldn't be a big deal, Feng Chen said confidently. Bai Ruyan and Chen Xiaonan silently nodded. Not for any particular reason, but because the term seventh sounded very reassuring to the girls. Seeing someone nod, Feng Outyan had nothing more to say. It was now Feng Chen's turn to soul-search them. Ahem, so the question arises, unlike me being a cheat, the paths before you are down to just two. One is to work hard, train for 23.99 hours a day, and strive to raise your vitality, not letting yourselves fall behind. As soon as these words came out, the four of them looked at Feng Chen as if they were about to hang him from a streetlight. 23.99 hours? Why not say 23.999999 hours? Then he would seriously explain that actually, there are 6 nines after the decimal, but to avoid suspicion of padding, he hid 4 of them. Now that's shameless. Feng Outyan immediately raised an objection. That's unrealistic. If hard work was enough, then what do we need talent for? Agreed. The other three responded in unison. This was no longer about whether they could work hard. It was about the fact that even hard work might not be useful. But they absolutely did not expect that. Feng Chen thought the same way. I feel the same. The atmosphere suddenly fell into a dead silence. Everyone wanted to hang him up and beat him. If you think that, then why did you say anything earlier? So, the only path left before you is taking drugs, Feng Chen said. With a flick of his hand, 4 second-grade vitality pills appeared in his palm, causing the four to feel a surge of excitement. Finally, the day of team benefits had arrived. Feng Chen grinned. As the saying goes, 3 parts training, 7 parts eating. Warriors not only need to consume nutritious food but also need pills to replenish their vitality. So starting today, as the 4 elders of the team, you will all receive my full support. I will allocate pills to you regularly based on your actual situations. His tone was so grand that one couldn't help but doubt whether Feng Chen was just painting a big pie for them, drawing something invisible, untouchable, and unsmellable, only something that smelled good in their minds. But for some reason, deep down, they had a belief that the Feng Chen before them was someone worth following. Perhaps this was the legendary charisma. It was Feng Chen who, with his unique, shameless personality, deeply impressed them all. However, Feng Chen silently expressed, no, I'm just trying hard to gain a little bit of favor, then persistently accumulated bit by bit, and then let the system double it, and you will all submit. So, the 4 of them chose to believe. Since Brother Feng said so, then starting today, let's seriously take the medicine and work hard. I absolutely won't stop until I reach silver, Lu Chang'e said, with high spirits. The other 3 also expressed their agreement and raised the stakes. I absolutely won't stop until I reach 3-star silver, Since we're going to take it, we'll take it all the way. Iked by Ruyan will not stop until I reach 9-star silver. By the way, boss, I want to reach gold. Can you afford that? After hearing this, Fengchen silently wiped his sweat. Has being together for so long changed their personalities subtly? After all, research shows that people unconsciously imitate the behaviors of the excellent, and he just happens to be particularly excellent. But that's fine. Fengchen originally hoped they would indulge in it, quickly enhance their strength. Only then could these four become his right and left arms, helping him manage more team members in the future and better shield him from knives and guns. So immediately, he tossed each of them 10 second-grade chi blood pills. The lavishness made the four feel hot in their hands. Each of you should be a bit more ambitious. Now, immediately, everyone go back to your rooms and refine these chi blood pills. As long as you don't eat yourselves to death, eat as much as you can. Do you understand? Understood. The four of Feng Outyan were also resolute. They carefully held the pills and walked towards the rooms in the cave, starting to refine the chi blood power together. In an instant, the entire cave was filled with the roaring sounds of chi blood, erupting like waves crashing against the rocks on the shore, one wave after another. Listening to these sounds, Fengchen nodded in satisfaction, and at the same time, he received a prompt from the system. Ding! Host, your half-step gold-level beast pill has been successfully fused. Would you like to extract it now? Fengchen immediately felt delighted. He quickly chose to extract. Extract! A flash of light passed. In Fengchen's hand, a crimson beast pill appeared, completely unrecognizable as the once snow-white giant crab beast pill. Moreover, on this beast pill, Fengchen could feel an extremely peaceful power. As if once he consumed it, this power would be perfectly digested. There was no chill of the giant crab beast pill, nor the dominance of the golden monkey wine. It was particularly suitable for him. Impressive. My system, did you customize this beast pill based on my body data? Fengchen tentatively asked. The system surprisingly responded. Yes, this beast pill was customized based on the host's body data as a template through integration and analysis. Really? Fengchen's eyes lit up. Then let me ask you, if I want to customize a beast pill for Xinger that can repair her heart disease, can that also be done? If I want to customize something for Xinger, can I do that too? Fengchen asked, nervously waiting for the system's response. He had previously asked Feng Aotian, who had answered clearly. To use Beast Dan to treat diseases, it was best to observe all the patient's data carefully and seriously in a laboratory. However, this process would not be short. It might even take much longer than expected, especially after taking the Beast Dan. There could be some unpredictable side effects that could be directly fatal. Such a situation was, of course, something Fengchen could not allow. He absolutely did not want Xinger to have just recovered from her heart disease only to develop other diseases, especially unknown and potentially fatal ones. He would not allow that. The system replied to Fengchen, as long as you scan the target data and have the corresponding materials available, you can customize pills for others. Great! Upon hearing the system's response, Fengchen excitedly clenched his fists, overwhelmed with emotion. As long as he cured Xinger's heart disease, she would be able to run boldly towards delicious food like other children, climb mountains without worrying about anything, and when she saw Fengchen, she could run from afar and jump into his arms. Xinger, just wait a little longer for your brother, I'll be back soon. Also, the materials, right? Fengchen's gaze swept over the endless Death Mountain range. The required materials were nothing more than Beast Dan. As long as he killed all the exotic beasts in the Death Mountain range, he should not lack any materials, right? Rubbing his chin, Fengchen felt that this plan should work. Tomorrow, let's clear a few nearby mountains. First, with this plan set, Fengchen stuffed the half-step golden level Beast Dan into his mouth, closed his eyes, and began to absorb the blood and energy within the Beast Dan, while others needed to focus entirely on their night watch. He did not. As long as he allocated a second consciousness to pay attention to the surroundings, his primary consciousness could fully immerse itself in the refining process. However, the smoothness of the process far exceeded Fengchen's expectations, making him exclaim that data analysis was indeed a good thing. From the moment the Beast Dan entered Fengchen's mouth, it merged into his limbs and organs without any obstruction, as if it were a part of him. In just a short hour, a burst of high-pitched laughter erupted from the cave. Ha 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 ha, I, Feng Aotian, am indeed gifted. I only used 1 second-grade blood Dan, and I have advanced from 4-star bronze to 5-star bronze. After saying this, Feng Aotian swaggered out, ready to show off. He glanced at Lu Changgu, who was still refining his blood energy, and then at Bai Ru Yan and Chen Xiaonan, who were in the same situation. He finally decided to show off to Fengchen. Hey, madman, sometimes I really feel quite melancholic. What's wrong? Fengchen, who had finished absorbing the energy half an hour ago and was now gazing at the moon, immediately saw through Feng Aotian's little thoughts. When it came to showing off, Fengchen was also quite experienced. How could he not understand the Principle of to raise one's status, one must first lower it? However, since he had already lowered it, he might as well go all the way. Sure enough, Tian opened his mouth with a strong sense of sorrow. Madman, although I don't have any bloodline awakening like you, preparing for 7 degrees or whatever. But, relying on my own efforts and talent, I only used 1 second-grade blood dan to rise from 4-star bronze to 5-star bronze. Do you think that's crazy? If this gets out, how many struggling warriors will lose their hope of striving upwards? Yin said, embodying a dramatic flair. He clasped his hands behind his back and began to pace sorrowfully. Tell me, how can I be so excessive? Hey, this damned talent of mine, this damned effort. It's truly impossible to catch up. Oh, I'm already at 9-star silver. Looking at Yin's solitary and defeated expression, Chen couldn't bear it any longer. He decided to give him a significant shadow in life. Hey, just 9-star silver? Yin nearly bit his own tongue. He looked at Chen in disbelief. Impossible. Didn't you just finish your 2nd awakening? How could your strength increase so much? Oh, maybe I didn't finish awakening and I got a boost last night. Chen chuckled, making Yin want to bang his head against the wall. He felt like crying and also wanted to know why. After meeting Chen, he couldn't even pretend to be strong anymore. Was Chen his destined nemesis? But Chen was too lazy to be Yin's nemesis. Just as he was about to send Yin back to take more medicine, suddenly, a rustling sound of footsteps reached his ears. Sho, Chen waved his hand, extinguishing the candle by the cave entrance, then drew a long knife and leaned against the entrance to observe. Seeing this, Yin also calmly took up his long spear. However, his mental strength was far inferior to Chen's, so he couldn't hear the rapidly approaching footsteps. He could only quietly ask Chen, "Is something happening?" "There are footsteps," Chen replied in a low voice. By judging with his hearing, Chen could roughly estimate the distance between them and the approaching group, about 50 meters away. But at that moment, Bai Ruyun, Lu Changda, and Shen Xiaonan were all absorbing their blood energy. Stopping wouldn't cause major harm, but it would inevitably lead to some internal injuries that required a period of rest. In the Death Mountains, this was not a good thing. Therefore, Chen decided to observe carefully. If the group was coming towards him, he would go out to confront them. If they were just passing by, there was no need to provoke a fight. Fortunately, it seemed to be the latter. After 5 or 6 people approached, they simply walked past on the nearby mountain path, showing no intention of attacking. They're gone. Phew. That scared me. Yin let out a long breath, just about to say a few more words when Chen shot him a glare. Aren't you going to hurry back and continue taking medicine? I'm going right now. Yin nodded and bowed awkwardly, then hunched over and took a couple of steps forward, only to realize something was off. Why did he feel like a forced 996 employee? And Chen was the capitalist? What the hell was this? But the real shock came the next morning. The next morning, Chen stood at the cave entrance with a serious expression. In the open space before the entrance, 5 corpses lay in a row on the ground, all with blood trickling from their mouths, staring wide-eyed in death. 5 corpses, lined up in a row, all with unclosed eyes. Seeing this scene, Bai Ruyan and Shen Xiaonan, who had just walked out of the cave, were suddenly startled, their faces turning pale. "Boss, what is going on here?" "Well, how should I put it?" Chen stroked his chin, looking a bit confused. "They're arranged so neatly, don't you think it feels like a gift of some sort?" "Damn, it really does," Chen Xiaonan exclaimed. She had seen similar news before. For example, a young girl saves a kitten and kisses it, and then the kitten transforms into a prince? That was impossible. The normal ending would be that the kitten brings a pile of mice and neatly places them at the young girl's door, leaving her both scared and touched that the kitten, so understanding, would give her what it thought was the best food. So, did she kiss a mouse-eating cat yesterday? The thought sent chills down her spine. "Boss, now that you mention it, I really do think so. Look at these corpses, arranged so neatly, it doesn't look like a protest at all." Chen Xiaonan waved her long spear, pointing to the sky. If it were a protest, they would have skewered people with a long spear that would be truly intimidating. But the question is, who are they giving gifts to? Bai Ruyan didn't have as many silly thoughts as Chen Xiaonan. She was concerned about the fact that the other side could easily kill 5 people, and there just happened to be 5 people in the cave, which inexplicably created a sense of crisis. Chen nodded. "I was thinking about that, too. Qin Yun, didn't you notice the appearance of the other side?" "I saw it, but not completely." Chen described it briefly. "It was roughly like a remnant shadow. Its speed was very fast. When it came, I was just closing my eyes to rest, and by the time I opened them, there were only these 5 corpses left on the ground, along with a golden shadow. So fast that even you, boss, couldn't see it." Chen Xiaonan was a bit stunned. Although they didn't know Chen's exact strength, they at least knew that he was silver, the strongest in their team. Chen rubbed his nose. At that time, his first consciousness was practicing a mental cultivation technique. so only his second consciousness was paying attention to the surroundings. It was somewhat careless. He hadn't expected such a strong opponent to visit suddenly. However, Fengchen was confident. As long as his first and second consciousness merged, the other side wouldn't escape his perceptual capture. Ultimately, my mental strength is still a bit weak right now. Fengchen glanced at the system. The fusion of the mental cultivation pills was nearing completion and it would be ready in 2 hours. He was quite satisfied with the system's efficiency. After all, it was the first time. No, the second time. The first time had already happened. In short, it was still in the exploratory stage, inevitably a bit awkward, and the setup time was relatively long. Once he became proficient, he could quickly get to the point and efficiency would improve. You two, one is 3-star bronze and the other is 4-star bronze, your strength has improved quite well. Fengchen nodded in satisfaction. Bai Ruyan felt a bit embarrassed. We both took 2 second-grade blood essence pills, but Xiaonan is already 4-star. Wow. I'm still stuck at 3-star. It's fine, if talent isn't enough, we can make up for it with pills, Fengchen said straightforwardly. He pulled out another second-grade blood essence pill and stuffed it into Bai Ruyan's hand, saying with a comforting expression, "It's okay, just keep taking the pills." Bai Ruyun didn't want to say anything. When faced with someone who couldn't offer comfort, one shouldn't expect to receive any. Being dealt a finishing blow was the norm. But her hands were still honest. She took the blood-replenishing pill. After all, no warrior would complain about having too many pills. Boss, Ruyun and I want to find a place to wash our backs. We sweated a lot last night and it feels uncomfortable not to wash, Jin Xiaonan said innocently, twisting her body a bit, still feeling a bit stiff. This made Bai Ruyun blush a little. Yes, Qingyun, it's sticky all over, really uncomfortable, and it doesn't smell good, so we want to find a place to clean up. But going out to bathe is a bit dangerous. Fengchen tapped his chin, indicating that this issue needed careful consideration. Not to mention the guy who delivered the corpses to us, just talking about Changgu and Aotian. Those two went out for a bath and ended up with a feast of crab meat. Cough, cough, I mean a giant crab, a terrifying giant crab. And for them, being 2 guys is fine, but if you 2 girls go out to bathe and get seen by other boys, TSK. Fengchen said meaningfully, indicating that going out to bathe had its risks. However, Bai Ruyun and Chen Xiaonan had actually thought this through. Xingyun, what you just mentioned, we've considered it too. We can take turns bathing, while one person bathes, the other can keep watch. Still not okay. The longer you stay in the wild, the greater the danger. Fengchen firmly denied it, making Bai Ruyun and Chen Xiaonan have reasonable doubts that he had other intentions. Boss, you don't mean to say that while we go bathe, you just stand by and keep watch for us, right? Cough, cough, look at what you're saying, I didn't think that at all, but if you insist, I could consider reluctantly agreeing, Fengchen said without a blush or a heartbeat, making the 2 girls feel that it was actually bearable to not wash even if they felt a bit smelly. However, they really misunderstood Fengchen. Cough, cough, I'm not joking with you. Actually, there's a small hot spring inside the cave where you can bathe. Although it's a bit small, safety first in these times. Saying this, Fengchen took out 2 first-grade bone refining pills. You can go wash in there and refine your bones at the same time. When you're done, just knock on the stone wall and I'll help you open the door. Upon realizing that Fengchen actually meant this, Bai Ruyun and Chen Xiaonan both blushed a little. They thought Fengchen wanted to take advantage of them. They really underestimated his intentions. But actually, as long as they agreed, Fengchen wouldn't mind letting the 2 girls bathe inside the cave. Fengchen clapped his hands, casually grabbed the swimsuit magazine and went to the cave entrance to sunbathe. As for the 5 corpses, joking aside, if Fengchen buried them right away and the other party came back to see it, they might think Fengchen and the others liked it and send another batch. Right? But speaking of which one of us does the other party want to please? Me, Feng Aodian, Lu Chang'e, or those 2 girls? Fengchen leaned against the stone wall and thought for a moment but couldn't come up with a clue. At that moment, a gust of wind passed nearby, causing Fengchen's awareness to sharpen immediately. The first and second consciousness merged, ready to respond at any moment, capturing the opponent's figure. Whoosh, 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 the sharp sound of slicing through the air echoed around, and Fengchen tightened his grip on the long knife, feeling the opponent getting closer. Suddenly, a golden figure landed at the entrance of the tiger's den. It was not large. About the length of an arm, looking like an orange cat, but the colorful patterns on its body resembled that of a tiger. In its mouth, it held a silver-armored snake over 5 meters long. This type of snake had scales that looked like armored plating, not only thick but also heavy, and when the little golden tiger tossed it to the ground directly caved in, creating a crack. However, it was already completely dead. Damn, how much strength does this little guy have to be able to run around with such a snake? Fengchen wondered. The little golden tiger glanced at the 5 corpses that hadn't moved at all. It scratched its head with its paw. Suddenly, a flash of inspiration struck. With one paw, it dragged the armored snake up, and with the other paw, it made several crisp sounds slicing the armored snake into pieces. Looking at the neatly cut pile of armored snake meat, Fengshen was also stunned. Is this the little golden tiger's way of courting? Isn't it a bit too simple and crude? But this time, the little golden tiger didn't leave quietly after delivering a heartfelt breakfast like it did in the morning. Instead, it squatted at the entrance of the tiger's den and began to roar loudly. "Ah woo!" The roar was domineering yet carried a hint of tenderness, a mix of flattery, and a touch of toughness. It was quite enticing. So, Fengshen decided to step out and have a good talk with the little golden tiger. Even though you can like someone, no one would want to like you. Ahem. However, the moment Fengshen stepped out, the little golden tiger froze. Then, its gaze bypassed Fengshen and fixated on the cave behind him, seemingly expecting something to come out. But the only ones that emerged were Feng Outyan and Lu Changde, both armed. "Brother Feng, is there some exotic beast attacking us?" Immediately, the little golden tiger's expression darkened terrifyingly. At the same time, a few words rolled out awkwardly from its throat, human words. "Where is my husband?" "Your husband?" Fengshen glanced down at himself, then looked at Lu Changde and Feng Outyan, thinking that all the males in the cave were right here, right? Could it be that Bai Ruyun or Qing Xiaonan is your husband? But they are both girls. Although friendships between girls can develop into something more, and they do like to call each other husband or wife incessantly. But isn't this element a bit too much? Yuri, human and beast domineering CEO. Wait, Fengshen suddenly realized. His mind had been limited. Before they moved in, this cave was home to a multi-horned tiger. That multi-horned tiger couldn't possibly be male, right? Terrified, Fengshen hurried into the storage space using his consciousness to check, and after confirming, he found that among the hundreds of multi-horned tigers, all of them, including the main body and the duplicates, were female. Now the problem was serious. Fengshen couldn't just tell this little golden tiger, "Sorry, your husband has already been killed by me, why don't you pick a new one from us?" But looking at Fengshen and the others who had not responded for a long time, the irritable little golden tiger could no longer contain its murderous intent. With a whoosh, it charged violently towards Fengshen. Clang! The sound of hard objects colliding rang out like the sound of a sword fight. Fengshen glanced at the long knife in his hand, which now bore 3 sharp claw marks. An F-grade weapon could only block one attack from the little golden tiger? What the hell? Fengshen's head was filled with black lines. At the same time, he dropped the long knife. Turning around, he tackled Feng Outyan and Lu Changde. All of this happened in the blink of an eye. It made the little golden tiger glance at Fengshen in surprise, clearly not expecting that Fengshen not only had the ability to block it but also the chance to save others. However, none of this was the most important thing for the little golden tiger. At this moment, what it wanted to know the most was the whereabouts of its husband. So it moved like the wind, directly rushing into the cave. Oh no! Those two are still taking a bath. Thus, Fengshen quickly instructed Lu Changde and the others, "You two are not allowed to go in." After saying that, he hurriedly dashed inside, leaving Lu Changde and Feng Outyan looking bewildered. "Why can't we go in? And you can?" Inside the tiger's den, the little golden tiger moved incredibly fast, while Fengshen, using all his strength, could only slowly close the distance behind it. But the tiger's den wasn't very large. In just a few blinks, the little golden tiger had already reached the entrance of the inner cave. It extended a paw to push aside the rocks. Immediately, a scream echoed from inside the cave. Ah! This left the little golden tiger stunned. This place was the most private area of the multi-angle tiger, but now it was being used by 2 human women for bathing? As for Fengshen, he was a bit slow, but he still caught up. He saw the steam rising inside the cave, and Bai Ruyun and Shen Xiaonan didn't have time to cover their privacy, so he flicked his hand and tossed 2 towels over. Catch! The 2 girls instinctively reached out to catch them, then hurriedly wrapped them around themselves. At the same moment, the little golden tiger, filled with boundless hatred, turned to look at Fengshen. It had already realized that Fengshen was the leader of this group. Die! The word die resonated deeply. The little golden tiger's figure was as fast as lightning, directly pouncing towards Fengshen's throat. But Fengshen's speed was not weak either. The long knife in his hand flashed. Instead of defending, he counterattacked, swinging the knife towards the little golden tiger's neck. Swish! In an instant, the long knife in Fengshen's hand rolled its edge, and the little golden tiger's paw missed. In this confrontation, Fengshen barely gained the upper hand. If it weren't for the long knife dragging him down, he could have broken through the little golden tiger's defense, and tonight, he could have enjoyed a tiger meat hot pot. Awah! Feeling a discomfort in its throat, the little golden tiger chose to flee without a second thought. All creatures have the instinct to seek benefits and avoid harm. In the face of danger, to hell with love. Fengshen quickly followed. If he didn't deal with the little golden tiger, it would be like letting a tiger return to the mountain. In the future, the little golden tiger would come to attack from time to time, and Feng Chen and his friends would really have a hard time sleeping. They might wake up one day to find themselves turned into human sashimi. Oh whoa! With a fierce roar, the little golden tiger burst out of the cave, startling Lu Chang'at and Feng Outyan. With a flash of its feet, it dashed into the wild grass and bushes, quickly disappearing from sight. The wind chased for dozens of meters. Finally, seeing that he couldn't keep up, he had to give up. Phew! This guy really runs fast. I should just wait at home next time, otherwise this is too exhausting. Cracking his neck, Feng Chen prepared to head back, planning in his mind how to eliminate this threat, or else his future days would not be easy. Classmate Qing Yun, a faint voice called out. Nan Tianming, who had dealt with Feng Chen before, was leading a few people towards him. Feng Chen glanced over. Those following Nan Tianming were all senior students, and each of them had a respectful expression. It was clear that Nan Tianming had shared the story of how he killed the giant crab with these seniors. And whether they were seniors or juniors, they all respected the strong senior. Why did you come here? Feng Chen greeted warmly and walked over. Nan Tianming was still leaning on a cane at this time. His leg injury had not completely healed yet, but leaning on the cane and bringing someone over indicated that there was an urgent matter to address. Sure enough, as soon as Nan Tianming arrived, he presented a pile of photos. Xing Yun, have you seen these 6 people? Xing Yun, have you seen these 6 people? This. Feng Chen looked at the photo in Nan Tianming's hand and immediately recognized them. 5 of the 6 were lying at the entrance of his cave. Back at the tiger cave, Nan Tianming and his group stared at the 5 corpses on the ground, momentarily speechless. These 5 people were all familiar to them, but now they had all become cold corpses. After a long while, Nan Tianming squatted beside the bodies and carefully examined the wounds. At this moment, all they could do was seek revenge for their fallen comrades. There are obvious bite marks on the throat, but no wounds on other parts of the body, which means a single fatal blow. The faces of Nan Tianming and the others changed. One person dying from a single blow could be considered an accident. But if all 5 died from a single blow, it meant the opponent had an overwhelming advantage. In strength. Xing Yun, you said you fought with Little Golden Tiger. Is its strength already at the gold level? Nan Tianming and the others all looked at Feng Chen. Even Bai Ruyan and Shen Xiaonan, who had dressed up, were looking at Feng Chen, slightly blushing with embarrassment. But among martial artists, such trivial matters were not a concern. It was just a thin layer of paper. Feng Chen thought for a moment and said seriously, its strength hasn't reached gold, it should still be at the silver stage. I estimate that Little Golden Tiger launched a surprise attack at night, which caused everyone to be killed in a single blow. That is indeed a strong possibility. Nan Tianming nodded. Lower-tier martial artists generally do not specialize in mental strength, so their senses are only slightly better than ordinary people, lacking the so-called magical abilities like distant sight, keen hearing, or night vision. Therefore, when acting at night, being ambushed by Little Golden Tiger who had night vision could easily lead to death, even if their realms were comparable. 6 people, 5 dead. I wonder if Lu Ho is still alive. Nan Tianming muttered. He made a decision in his heart. Then he stood up and formally invited Feng Chen. Feng Chen, may I invite you to join our search team? Feng Chen was taken aback, not understanding what Nan Tianming meant. Was it a paid position? Or voluntary? Nan Tianming glanced at the curious Lu Chang'at and the pretentious yet eager Feng Outyan. He could only say softly, Xing Yun, can we find a quieter corner to talk? Sure. Feng Chen nodded. It didn't matter whether he went or not. First, he would gather information. Perhaps there were hidden secrets that no one knew about. At any time, information could determine life or death. So, he couldn't miss this opportunity. Thus, Feng Chen and Nan Tianming walked together to a secluded corner. The only one who followed was a somewhat cute short-haired girl. The girl introduced herself as she approached. Feng Chen, nice to meet you. I'm Ran, the second in command of this search operation. Second? The first in command is Lu Ho, but he is currently missing, so I have to take over the operation. Understood. Feng Chen nodded. The operational system of Tianwu Academy was quite structured, clearly establishing the roles of responsible persons and dividing them into first in command and second in command. This way, even if the first in command encountered issues, the second in command could quickly take over, preventing the entire team from falling into a state of aimlessness. Nan Tianming said with self-reproach. I was originally the primary person in charge, but because my leg injury hasn't healed, Lu Ho took over and I changed to an advisory position. If it weren't for my leg still not being better. Senior, I didn't come here to listen to you blame yourself. Feng Chen quickly interrupted. Nan Tianming felt guilty. He could understand. But that didn't mean he had to silently listen to him wallow in self-pity. Nan Tianming forced a bitter smile and quickly regained his composure. On the other side, And Ran was quite satisfied with Feng Chen's performance. If one's mind wasn't calm and rational, they couldn't focus on taking action. So Ran confidently informed Feng Chen of the real situation. Classmate Qingyun, let me explain the current situation to you. Thank you, senior. You're welcome. And Ran carefully glanced at Feng Outyan, not paying much attention to the others. According to her estimation, Feng Outyan was the most dishonest one, and the most likely to sneak over and eavesdrop. She had to be cautious. The Death Mountain Range is divided into 3 major areas and a buffer zone. The first 100 mountains can be called the Bronze Area, the middle 100 mountains can be called the Silver Area, and the last 100 mountains are referred to as the Gold Area. But yesterday, the Blue Flower Giant Crab, which originally lived in the Gold Area and was the beast you killed, classmate Xingyun, actually ran into the Silver Area. Upon hearing this, Feng Chen sensed something unusual. Any creature has a territorial instinct. It wouldn't leave its comfort zone for no reason. It was like a student who usually sits in the last row of the classroom enjoying the VIP treatment of leisure and entertainment, but suddenly one day the teacher moves them to the front row to study seriously. The person would instantly collapse. So the reason it left is, that's what we need to figure out. And Ran said with a bitter smile. A junior pretending to be a freshman wasn't just for fun, more importantly, it was to take on the responsibility of protection. The beasts in the Gold Area are left for the seniors to sharpen their skills, and freshmen generally don't come into contact with them. Additionally, to monitor these gold-level beasts, the school has arranged for dedicated administrators. After the Blue Flower Giant Crab appeared yesterday, we contacted the administrator immediately to inquire about the situation, but he hasn't responded. As Ran spoke, she took out her phone and pulled up a photo to show Feng Chen. In the photo was a very delicate-looking man, not very old, around 30 years old. He is our sophomore mentor. Tianming, Lu Ho, I, and others were all brought up by him. He cares for us very much and has never ignored our messages. So, he is currently missing? Feng Chen gradually understood. The beast living in the Gold Area inexplicably changed its territory, and the administrator responsible for guarding it also fell into a state of being unreachable. This was indeed tricky. Can't you report this to the school? Can't the school send someone to handle it? But unexpectedly, after Feng Chen raised this question and Ran and Nan Tianming exchanged a tense glance, they communicated briefly with their eyes. Then, they decided to tell Feng Chen the answer. Xingyun, this matter shouldn't have been disclosed to you, but since you need to participate, we naturally have to share information with you. In fact, since the beginning of this year, most of the teachers in the school have been absent for a long time, and now, the actual number of faculty members on duty is less than 10% of the total. Teachers, is this skipping class? Feng Chen was indeed taken aback. The absence of teachers in school was as absurd as a net cafe without internet or a haunted house without ghosts. It was hard to accept. But the fact was just that. After his face twitched for a moment, and Ran also didn't expect Feng Chen to be so mischievous. Once she regained her composure, she explained to Feng Chen. In fact, our teachers in the martial arts department are different from those in the liberal arts, especially the teachers at our Tianwu Academy. Not a single one of them hasn't been tempered 1,000 times, surviving from the brink of death. For them, danger is the norm. Living another day is a blessing. But even so, they have never complained about why they are the ones going to the battlefield. Many times, the teachers who were smiling and teaching us just a few days ago suddenly disappear, never to return. When hearing the words battlefield, Feng Chen, although unsure whether Ran had accidentally let it slip or had intended to reveal it to him, felt a surge of respect rising from the depths of his heart. For others, there are many battlefields. The athlete's battlefield is the game, the lawyer's battlefield is the courtroom, the boss's battlefield is the negotiation table, the singer's battlefield is the concert. However, the martial artist's battlefield is only one, and that is the real battlefield. Blood and flesh flying, filled with death. So Feng Chen immediately apologized to Ran. I'm sorry, I didn't mean to joke about this. It's okay, in fact, we would rather they were just tired of teaching and ran off to skip class. And Ran smiled bitterly a few times. Then, she returned to the original topic. So, the school temporarily can't spare any manpower and can only entrust us to carry out this search mission. If we encounter danger, we can choose to terminate it immediately. Speaking of danger, Feng Chen glanced at the 5 corpses lying on the ground. Danger. In fact, it had already reared its head. However, these people did not want to stop. On one side were the deceased classmates, and on the other were the missing teachers. No one was willing to accept it. Senior sister. Senior brother, I understand what you mean. I can join your search team, but I have conditions for joining, Feng Chen said solemnly. Originally, he needed to collect various beast cores, so he would have to delve into the golden areas sooner or later. Secondly, that little golden tiger clearly held a grudge. If he didn't deal with it, Feng Chen feared he wouldn't be able to sleep soundly in the future. and Ran and Nan Tianming were initially quite happy to hear Fengchen agree, but upon hearing that he had conditions, they became tense again. What conditions? First, our mission's content is primarily to understand why the beasts have left their living areas, and to find the missing administrators. Therefore, I hope our mission content stays within this scope and is within our capabilities. Fengchen made it clear in advance. If they encountered more complex situations later, such as a golden-level beast going berserk, they must choose to end the mission, instead of fighting for their lives against the beasts. On this point, Nan Tianming strongly agreed. I agree with Ling Yun's viewpoint. Within our capabilities, we can go all out. Beyond our capabilities, we must cancel immediately. Martial artists must have self-awareness and cannot make unnecessary sacrifices. And Ran thought for a moment. She also agreed. Then she asked Fengchen for the next condition. What about the second? The second? I haven't thought of it yet, I'll let you know when I do. Fengchen shrugged. In language class, they always had to answer in points, which had developed a bad habit. He always felt the need to break things down into points when speaking. Nan Tianming thought for a moment and said to Anran, Anran, I've transferred the position of the strategist to Fengchen. Okay. After Anran nodded, she walked over to the other three companions to explain the situation. Nanchen stopped Fengchen. Xingyun, let me explain something to you first. The position of the strategist in the team is very important, regardless of whether the current leader is the first or second person in charge. The strategist can propose a public vote to decide whether to overturn previous decisions. In fact, the strategist can even propose to dismiss the first and second leaders and elect others to take their place. Fengchen was taken aback. The strategist has such great power? They can just change the team leader like that? But with such power, there must be some restrictions, right? Yes. Nanchen did not deny it. Because Fengchen would eventually learn about this structure. The strategist cannot be the leader themselves, neither the first nor the second. Additionally, if the two leaders reach a consensus, they have the power to initiate a vote to decide whether to dismiss the strategist. So, the two leaders plus the strategist form a tripartite check? Fengchen stroked his chin. In a team of 5, having 3 officials means that 2 civilians are rare? But such a structure in a team of more than 10 people could create a good check and balance. 2 minutes later, Anrun had clearly discussed with the members about Fengchen taking on the role of strategist, and the members voted in favor. Fengchen also explained a few things to Bai Ruyan and the other 3. That little golden tiger today is a vengeful creature, so I need to go take it down. We can't leave ourselves exposed to danger. You all should stay here and continue taking medicine to enhance your strength. Don't just go and give away your lives. Xingyun, what if that little golden tiger comes to ambush us at night? Bai Ruyan cautiously asked. If the little golden tiger could come to deliver a breakfast of love, it could also see them as tonight's snack. It's hard not to worry about retaliation. So, Fengchen pointed to Nanchenming. I've made arrangements with him. He will stay here until I return. His strength is not weak. He should be able to hold off the little golden tiger. If he can't hold it off, won't you all just run away? Cough, cough, we will. Feng Outyan expressed that he could actually be quite obedient. Lu Chang'e also stated that he wasn't someone who liked to show off. Fengchen was quite satisfied with this. If all goes well, I should be back before dark, and I can bring you a little tiger to make a tiger meat hot pot. You all just stay here and take your medicine while waiting for me to return. Okay? You be careful too. Bai Ruyan said gently, looking quite the part of a virtuous wife. Unfortunately, Fengchen didn't care. What he cared about now was something that made him very unhappy today. That was, after his long knife struck the little golden tiger, it not only failed to break its defense but also got dulled. So, he needed a brand new weapon. System, can you help me fuse weapons? I need a more powerful weapon. Like. System, can you help me merge weapons? I need a more powerful weapon. Fengchen said with great displeasure. Although he still had hundreds of long swords, he felt a bit unhappy because one had been bent by the little golden tiger. Some things just look better when they are straight. Bent ones seem lifeless and not beautiful enough, they simply can't compare to the straight ones. The system immediately responded. After assessment, it has been determined that among the long swords of the host, there is a trace amount of star iron. By increasing the proportion of star iron in the long sword, the hardness and durability of the long sword can be enhanced. Star iron? Fengchen was taken aback. What is that? Star iron is a special iron element that has not yet appeared on the host's planet. So far, it has only been found in meteors from outer space, hence it was once referred to as meteorite iron. Weapons forged with this iron element can achieve a sharpness that can cut through iron like mud and sever hair with ease. Thus, they are called divine weapons. Upon hearing this, Fengchen suddenly understood. He had previously compared Song Jingyan's long sword, which was heavier and sharper than ordinary weapons. At that time, he was curious about how Song Jingyan had obtained such a weapon. Later, he learned about the concept of special alloys. It was similar to certain classifications like F, D, E, and so on. However, unlike others where larger sizes are more popular, in this case, the earlier grades are more favored. Now, Fengchen finally understood. The so-called special alloy was star iron, and the classification actually referred to the content of star iron in the weapon. System, can you help me merge weapons? Yes. The system quickly responded and provided a plan. Based on the host's current strength level, you can merge 100 F-grade longswords to create a D-grade weapon. According to the host's current tactile experience analysis, the options are an iron rod, a spear, or a dagger. Boys are generally good at using rods and spears, which is normal, but it does raise some suspicion of being a bit perverse, so I choose the sword. Fengchen immediately made his decision. He chose to use a sword. Of course, there was a deeper reason behind this. Among the three options, swordsmanship is the easiest to master quickly, allowing the system's doubling effect to be maximized. The rod comes next. If it weren't for the fact that an iron rod is a rigid weapon, making it harder to handle than a wooden stick, it would actually be the simplest. Unfortunately, increasing its power would significantly reduce its flexibility, making it look clumsy. Not everyone can wield a rod to become a great sage. As for the spear, many master craftsmen take 10 years to get started, let alone mastering spear techniques to perfection. Moonrod, year sword, a lifetime of spear, is truly not just talk. After choosing the weapon style, the system left a single message. Merging weapons is expected to be completed in 12 hours. Then another sound followed. Host, your 2.5 grade spirit nourishing pill has been merged. Would you like to extract it immediately? Extract. In Fengchen's storage space, a deep blue pill appeared, looking like the vast ocean, its depth unfathomable. At a glance, one could imagine that once he consumed this pill, Fengchen's mental power would experience a significant leap. Thus, Fengchen greeted and ran. Senior, I'm going to gather some things, please wait for me a moment. Just call me, and ran, she replied, nodding in agreement to wait for Fengchen. Before they set out, they had all prepared their items. When it came to critical moments, a single vitality pill could save a life, and no one would complain about living longer. Fengchen then went into the inner cave and blocked the entrance with rocks. He tossed the unique spirit-nourishing pill into his mouth. The moment it entered, a vast and overwhelming mental power surged forth, rolling in like the turbulent yellow river, fierce and uncontrollable. This was Fengchen's first time consuming a spirit-nourishing pill. He had never experienced anything like it before. It's important to know that beginners are most afraid of failure. Once they fail, it's easy to leave a psychological shadow, making them wonder if they are capable. But Fengchen was different. He had a system, so he could make countless mistakes, and as long as he got it right once, he could keep getting it right, becoming smoother and more experienced with each attempt. Whoosh! A light sound echoed. Both streams of mental power in Fengchen's mind sensed the arrival of the supplement and greedily opened their massive mouths, continuously devouring this mental energy. Both streams of mental power surged rapidly. 3152, 3867, 4205, 2989, 3654, 4101. After a full 10 minutes, Fengchen's two streams of mental power finally stabilized, settling at a relatively average number. 5355, 5333. At the moment the mental power stabilized, Fengchen felt the world was clearer than ever. The sound of the wind whispered in his ears. Ants crawled beneath his feet. Sutian was still outside plotting a coup. One day, I will make everyone know that I, Sutian, am the most beautiful and outstanding existence among the younger generation. Fengchen's mouth twitched. He thought to himself, this kid is still so unrepentant? At the same time, the system automatically sent a fusion invitation. Host, would you like to continue refining the next stage of the spirit nourishing pill? The next stage is expected to fuse 31st grade spirit nourishing pills and fuse 3rd grade spirit nourishing pills. Okay. Fengchen nodded in agreement, thinking that the system was becoming increasingly intelligent. It had even learned to autonomously take orders. Since that's the case, he might as well arrange for the 6th grade blood boosting pill, considering he had so many blood boosting pills that he couldn't even count them himself. At the entrance of the tiger cave, Tian was still grumbling to Lu Changgu. Why do they refuse to let me join? Am I not as good looking as Fengchen, or not as elegant as him? Lu Changgu said with a sense of despair. Are you not afraid of being heard by Fengge when you talk about him? If you don't say it, and I don't say it, how would he know? Tian said with the most arrogant tone, expressing his true feelings. He couldn't believe that he was speaking so softly and Fengchen would still hear him. I heard you. Fengchen patted Tian's shoulder, and after seeing the bewildered expression on his face, he seriously added, all of it. Sutian was completely dumbfounded. He stared blankly at Lu Changgu in front of him. Lu Changgu shrugged. Don't look at me, I have no telepathic connection with Gu. Thus, Sutian could only become furiously impotent. Eavesdropping on others is not something a big man should do. Fengchen shot him a glance. Sutian immediately became obedient. He said nothing more, silently sitting in the corner, squatting there obediently. While Fengchen was busy consuming the spirit-nourishing pills, and Ran and the others were not idle either. They chopped down some trees and built a simple shelter over the 5 corpses to keep them as cool as possible, preventing them from rotting too soon. Seeing Fengchen approach, and Ran stepped forward to ask, Cheng Yun, are you ready? I see you haven't prepared much? Don't worry, my pockets can hold a lot. Fengchen patted his pocket, indicating that everything was fine. Since Fengchen said so, and Ran didn't press further. Alright, let's set off now. The task is to understand the reasons behind the migration of the strange beasts and to find out why the administrator has gone missing. Okay. Fengchen nodded and, together with Ran, headed deep into the Death Mountain range to hunt down that vengeful little golden tiger. Little golden tiger, wait. Meanwhile, in the depths of the mountains, the little golden tiger, wounded by Fengchen's strike, was desperately trying to escape to its den, growling in a low voice using human language. Damn, guy, is this how you swing a blade? Cursing softly, suddenly, the little golden tiger remembered something, looked ahead in fear, recalled that faint blue light, and immediately ran away without looking back. Death Mountain. Peak 112. Anren and Fengchen walked in front, followed by the 2 boys, Zhuhe and Zhang Xiaoshan, and a girl, Li Shuangyi. Anren raised her right hand, signaling everyone to stop. Do you smell that? A particularly fragrant scent? Fragrant? Fengchen was taken aback for a moment. After his mental power had increased, his senses had become particularly acute, but he really didn't smell any barbecue aroma. So Fengchen shook his head. No. Zhuhe and Zhang Xiaoshan behind him also shook their heads. No. Only Li Shuangyi hesitated for a moment, then took a few deep breaths of air. Uncertainly, she said, it seems there is indeed a special fragrance. It's coming from that direction. Anren pointed to the right. The group followed her. In an inconspicuous patch of grass, Anren pointed at a pile of oligai and earnestly began to educate Fengchen. It's the feces of a fragrant beast. Fragrant beast? Yes, it's a type of exotic beast that specifically eats fragrant items, flowers, fruits, honey, even the 13 spices used by humans, all of which are its favorite foods. Fengchen secretly shook his head upon hearing this. Eating 13 spices? No wonder even the oligai had a scent. Although Fengchen didn't think it was a pleasant aroma, after all, girls have a much broader definition of fragrance than boys. Anren reached out to get closer, feeling the temperature of the oligai. It's still warm, which means it just left not long ago. I remember the fragrant beast lives at the end of the Silver Zone. How did it come this far? Just as she spoke, a creature that was red and white all over, looking extremely like a panda, walked out of the grass holding a bamboo stick. Upon seeing Fengchen and the others, it froze in a silly daze. Then it glanced at Anren's outstretched hand towards the oligai and immediately got scared and turned to run. Anren stood up and helplessly said, that's the fragrant beast. It looks similar to a panda, but its body is red and white instead of black and white. Usually, it has a gentle temperament, but once it goes berserk, even a golden warrior might not be able to handle it. Fengchen nodded, while a small question arose in his heart. How do these exotic beasts resemble common animals? Perhaps the evolutionary path diverged. After encountering the fragrant beast, Fengchen and the others saw many exotic beasts that could only be found at the end of the Silver Zone. They also came across many that had been ruthlessly killed, leaving only a pile of white bones. Biological migration is essentially a competition for resources and land. There is no harmonious coexistence, only the strong survive and the weak perish. Witnessing these heart-wrenching scenes, Fengchen gradually got used to it. Fortunately, along the way, there were hardly any exotic beasts that held strong hostility towards Fengchen and his group. Even if there were, they were easily dealt with. 9 styles. 1 punch. With a punch, he smashed a saber-toothed leopard. Fengchen waved to the others. You guys go ahead, I'll just take out the beast core. Okay. Anren and the others didn't think much of it. It was just a few steps away, and Fengchen wasn't that directionally challenged. Fengchen reached out and immediately stored the saber-toothed leopard in his storage space. But at that moment, the system unexpectedly emitted a notification. Sound it had never made before. Detected a trace of spatial crack power within the saber-toothed leopard's body. This ability poses a shattering threat and will destroy the saber-toothed leopard's corpse. Do you wish to remove it and not double the rewards? Spatial crack? Fengchen was slightly surprised. Such a high-level power, just by its name, actually appeared in a saber-toothed leopard that he could kill with a single punch. Isn't it a bit too magical? Qingyun, are you ready? Ready. Feng Chen immediately chose to eliminate. After all, this was the fangs of the golden leopard, which were also his fusion materials. It couldn't be wasted. Eliminate. Wait a moment. Then, the system immediately sounded the normal prompt. Congratulations, host, you have received the reward of the fawn leopard's corpse, and random doubling is in progress. Randomly doubled by 455 times. However, Feng Chen's thoughts were no longer on the fawn golden leopard but on that power of the space-time crack. Why did this thing appear? No matter how he thought about it, Feng Chen couldn't make sense of it. The combat strength and skills of high-level warriors had always been key hidden subjects, so Feng Chen didn't know if high-level warriors could break through the void. And Ran, who was walking beside him, noticed Feng Chen's contemplative expression and asked with concern, Qingyun, is something wrong? No, nothing. Feng Chen shook his head, then thought about it, saying that seemed to make others worry more. So he added, actually, I was just thinking that the food-scent beast originally lived at the end of the silver area. And that little golden tiger, its strength is also at the peak of silver, so could it have migrated nearby? Once this hypothesis was put forward, and Ran immediately stopped in her tracks, resting her chin on her hand and thinking seriously. She felt this idea was very likely. The others felt the same way and couldn't help but praise. As expected of the brainiac recommended by Tianming, I hadn't thought of this layer. Even in Ran was full of praise. It's indeed very likely, and if verified, we might be able to deduce which layer has the problem through progressive reasoning. Since that's the case, I suggest we search the area nearby, maybe we can find Lu Ho. The others nodded in agreement. Finding Lu Ho would help unravel why 5 people suddenly died last night, and perhaps they could also learn what information they had gathered during their search last night. But the premise was that Lu Ho was still alive. The terrain of the 112th boundary, 113th peak, and 114th peak is relatively gentle. I suggest we use these 2 peaks as sample investigations. Qingyun, what do you think? After Ran finished speaking, she looked at Feng Chen. The others did too, but they didn't know that their goodwill towards Feng Chen was rapidly increasing. Congratulations, host, you have received a goodwill reward from your teammates, and random doubling is in progress. Randomly doubled by 999 times. Thus, Feng Chen had subtly become the core of the entire team. Feng Chen glanced around the mountains and felt that this search was too inefficient. System, can you help me mark all the exotic beasts in the nearby mountains? Yes. As soon as the system's voice fell, the mountains in Feng Chen's view were immediately marked with various annotations, and detailed simulated images popped up. Feng Chen's eyes nearly blurred. System, help me automatically identify that little golden tiger. Please wait. Immediately, all the labels in his view disappeared, leaving only a small annotation on the nearby 111th peak. Feng Chen couldn't help but smile. Little golden tiger, I found you, right? Now let's see where you can run. By the way, system, help me find that Lu Ho and see if he's still alive. As soon as the words fell, the system also provided a label. That Lu Ho was also very close to the 111th peak and the little golden tiger. So Feng Chen said to Ran and the others, I think we should go to peak 111. Generally, fierce beasts prefer steep mountains, and the terrain there is relatively high. We can stand at the top and overlook the surroundings. Although the reasoning given was a bit far-fetched, everyone had a special fondness for Feng Chen, so they all responded enthusiastically. I also think going to peak 111 is a good idea. Me too. Even Ran, who originally planned to go to peaks 113 and 114, nodded in agreement. Since Qingyun said so, let's go to peak 111 together. The entire team instantly transformed into one led by Feng Chen, the think tank. But how could a think tank replace the leader? This made Nan Tianming, who was standing aside, sneeze hard. His face felt a bit hot. Nan Tianming muttered in frustration, strange. Why does my face feel so hot? Could it be that they are unhappy with Feng Chen as the think tank and are secretly cursing me? Peak 111. As one of the overlords of the Silver region, the little golden tiger stood proudly on the mountaintop, facing north, its eyes filled with deep resentment. Its mountaintop. Originally, it was peak 188. Every time it came to see the multi-horned tiger, it had to cross over numerous mountains. But the little golden tiger never felt this was a torment. Instead, it considered it a kind of romance, a romance of love separated by mountains and seas. Yet, the mountains and seas are still flat. However, ever since that terrifying blue light appeared, this romance was shattered. Then, its beloved disappeared, replaced by a group of stinky humans led by Feng Chen. Humans, damned. Humans, the little golden tiger growled indignantly. It raised its paw and touched its own nose. Its nose had been struck by a white light that flew out from the blue light, and since then, its sense of smell had been rendered useless. Otherwise, it wouldn't have failed to notice that the multi-horned tiger's den had been taken over by a group of humans. Damn it, what exactly was that blue light? Unable to understand this, the little golden tiger, lacking the courage to challenge the blue light, could only vent all its resentment on Fengchen. It was certain that the multi-horned tiger would never disappear for no reason. It must have been Fengchen who had done something. Damn it, if my husband hadn't died, then we could still continue our romance. Damned humans! Its heart was filled with hatred. The little golden tiger decided it must kill Fengchen and the others. Just like it had killed those 5 people yesterday. Thinking of this, the little golden tiger suddenly remembered that there was still one human left alive in its cave. It had originally kept that one for a midnight snack. But now, it hated humans so much that it couldn't wait to go back and chew that human's bones to pieces. Humph! It snorted heavily. The little golden tiger, full of pride, slowly walked towards the cave. As it walked, it touched the bruise on its throat. Stinky humans, daring to hurt me. Humph! But since I escaped, then it's your end. Remembering the knife Fengchen had used against it, the little golden tiger was completely unconcerned that Fengchen could find this place. After all, the Death Mountains were so vast. It would take half a month just to walk around, let alone find a little golden tiger like it simply looking for a needle in a haystack. By then, I'll first bite off his nose, then bite his eggs and face. Just as it was thinking about how to kill Fengchen to feel better, suddenly, from the grass nearby, Fengchen's figure rushed out like the wind, wielding a long knife, and struck the little golden tiger on the forehead with one blow. Unexpectedly, the little golden tiger had no idea that Fengchen would descend like a divine weapon at this moment. Caught off guard, it was struck by Fengchen's knife. Its head instantly buzzed. However, Fengchen's special long knife had not yet completed its fusion, so an F-grade long knife could not break through the little tiger's defense, instead injuring itself and becoming dull. Fengchen grinned and said, "So, how about it? Surprised? Unexpected? I guessed you couldn't smell the perfume on me." After a moment of dizziness, realizing that the one attacking it was Fengchen, the little golden tiger let out a furious roar. "Ah woo!" But it hadn't made a move yet. 3 armed individuals emerged from various directions, forming a tightening encirclement around it. "Is this little guy? He doesn't look like a peak silver." "Zhu," he said curiously, holding a long sword. But he didn't dare to be careless at all. A moment of negligence could cost him his life. Anren moved to Wang Chen's side, wanting to block him from behind. "Xingyun, your long knife is dull. Stand back a bit later, or it could be dangerous." "It's fine," Wang Chen replied, stuffing his long knife into his left pocket and pulling out a brand new long knife from his right pocket. Anren and the others were wide-eyed. What kind of trick is this? How can one pocket hold so much? Feeling the suspicious gazes from everyone, Wang Chen calmly patted his pocket. "It's fine, I told you my pocket can hold a lot." Just then, the cunning little golden tiger suddenly struck. As a hunter in nature, seizing the moment in battle is an essential survival skill for it. However, everyone present, except for Wang Chen, had also survived in the wild. Even though they were drawn to Wang Chen, they hadn't completely lost sight of the little golden tiger. So, as soon as the little golden tiger moved slightly, a cold arrow shot from the dense forest, instantly reaching its throat. Clang! The sound of hard objects colliding echoed. An arrow fell to the ground, but at the same time, the little golden tiger felt a discomfort in its throat, as if it were choking, and was pushed back down to the ground. At that moment, a faint trace of blood appeared on the little golden tiger's neck, staining its originally golden and white patterned fur. Broke its defense? Win Chen was taken aback. That arrow looked like just an F-grade ally arrow, on par with Win Chen's long knife. Yet, it actually broke the little golden tiger's defense? In an instant, while the little golden tiger was still dazed, Anren and the others had already tacitly launched an attack, all unleashing their deadliest moves. Dragon, Slash, Butterfly Dance Blade, Flame Demon Whirlwind. Waves of attacks struck the little golden tiger like thunder, causing this beast, only the length of an arm, to suffer multiple injuries and spit blood uncontrollably. However, the little golden tiger's body was indeed too abnormal. Even though Anren and the others exerted all their strength, they could only cause internal injuries through shock. They couldn't break its defense. Only Li Shuangyi, hiding in the dense forest, had just used an arrow to slightly open a small wound on the little golden tiger's throat. Seeing this, Win Chen stepped forward with his knife. Since only arrows could break its defense, he needed to lure the little golden tiger to expose its soft spot. It would be best if it revealed the previous wound, allowing Li Shuangyi to shoot another arrow for a fatal blow. "Little golden tiger, your husband is the one I killed. Come and take your revenge. You will die." Hearing Win Chen's roar, the little golden tiger's eyes filled with murderous intent. Unlike in the tiger's den, it had now lost its loved ones, suffered multiple injuries, and was bleeding. It was in a state of rage. So, what it could think of was not to escape, but to bite all these damned humans to death, including that guy who was secretly plotting against it. A roar that shook the mountains. erupted. The little golden tiger bared its teeth and glared at Win Chen, its throat still rolling with low growls. Then, Win Chen and the others noticed something was off with the little golden tiger. Its body seemed to be slowly, bit by bit, starting to swell. Is it just my illusion? Feng Chen and Ran asked. Why do I feel like its body is slowly getting bigger? It's not your illusion, it really is getting bigger. And Ran said, extremely tense. At the center of the battlefield, the little golden tiger, originally only the size of an arm, was slowly expanding bit by bit. Its entire body size had doubled in just over 10 seconds, going from less than 50 centimeters to a full meter. And it was still growing. Seeing this, Feng Chen immediately thought of the pitch-black one Tiniu bone expansion technique. He never expected that a strange beast would have a technique similar to the bone expansion technique. If that were the case, stop it. If it completes the bone expansion, its strength could soar to the golden level. Feng Chen shouted, bringing everyone back to their senses. They immediately rushed towards the little golden tiger. Zhang Xiaoshan swung the iron ruler in his hand, over a meter long, completely black and weighing more than 30 pounds, delivering a full-force strike to the little golden tiger's head. Flame Demon Whirlwind Ruler. However, the little golden tiger did not dodge at all and directly collided with the iron ruler. The impact made Zhang Xiaoshan's arms tingle. Oh no! This guy's head has become even harder than before. Get back! And Ran kicked Zhu He aside, and the long knife in his hand immediately fell, striking the little golden tiger's neck. This wasn't in Ran being fierce. It was just how the battlefield was. But when you encounter danger, sometimes you have no choice but to save yourself in such a simple and brutal way. The long knife struck down, but it didn't even leave a scratch on the little golden tiger's neck. Fortunately, Ran's long knife was made of E-grade alloy, specifically crafted as a butterfly dance knife. So even if it couldn't break through the defense, it didn't become dull like Feng Chen's long knife. However, Ran's hands were already numb from the shock. How the hell is this guy's strength increasing so fast? No way. As a 6-star silver, even with the butterfly dance knife, I can't hurt it. If Feng Chen used the butterfly dance knife, after stepping back, Ran's eyes swept over to Feng Chen's knife. Feng Chen's long knife was wider and heavier, while Ran's butterfly dance knife was light and slender. But at such a critical moment, there was no time to think about that. So Ran shouted to Feng Chen, Xingyun, I'll give you the butterfly dance knife. You try it and see if you can break its defense. Okay. Feng Chen didn't hesitate. When a warrior steps onto the battlefield, they must fight for victory at all costs, never hesitating, or they risk not only their own life but also endangering others. Catch! He tossed the long knife. Just as Feng Chen and Ran were exchanging weapons, a flash of golden light suddenly appeared. Ran and the others felt their hearts drop. They saw a golden tiger 3 meters tall, with Feng Chen's long knife and butterfly dance knife in its mouth. With a slight movement of its sharp teeth, it chewed both weapons into pieces. Damn! Feng Chen was startled, a cold sweat breaking out. This little golden tiger should now be called a mighty big tiger. It seemed to have a really high intelligence. Hopefully, it didn't actually eat meat and was just playing with him. However, the golden tiger's eyes were fixed on Feng Chen, and a violent aura of blood and power emanated from its body, instantly intimidating everyone. This is Feng Chen and the others tightened their breaths simultaneously. Others might not notice, but as a 9-star silver, Feng Chen could clearly recognize that this was definitely a blood power that crushed silver. This was golden level. I guessed right, it has broken through to the golden level. Feng Chen felt a bit nervous and a bit excited. If he killed the golden tiger now, would it give him a pile of golden level beast cores? Or a pile of silver level beast cores? It was truly a question worth exploring. At that moment, a sharp arrow suddenly shot through the air, aimed directly at the golden tiger's throat. The golden tiger, however, moved with incredible agility and bit the arrow in its mouth. But it never expected this. Just as it bit down on the first flying arrow, the next arrow had already shot out. Moreover, the predicted hit location was its eye. Oh whoa! The golden tiger's eyes stung painfully, and its entire body rolled to the ground with a thud. Feng Chen shouted urgently, retreat. In an instant, no one hesitated, all rushing in one direction to escape. Everyone knew that the golden tiger was currently in the bone expansion stage, and after a while, when its vital energy was exhausted to the limit, it would shrink back to its original form or even become too weak to resist. At that time, anyone could trample it, anyone could crazily torment it. There was no need to fight it for a moment's advantage. As long as we can survive this period, we can win. But the premise is that we must survive this period. Feng Chen ran while keeping an eye on a tree. Li Shuini jumped down from the tree and ran directly to Feng Chen's side. My arrow didn't pierce its eye, it might be completely enraged now. Okay, Feng Chen replied and shouted to the others, if it catches up, scatter and escape immediately. Understood. Everyone responded loudly. Then, a roar that shook the mountains came from behind. A whoa! The completely enraged golden tiger, with all fours on the ground, was chasing them in an incredibly violent manner. Dust billowed as it ran, and stones flew wildly to the sides, making people so frightened they felt their legs go weak. Damn! It's really fast! Everyone spread out. The moment the order was given, 5 people immediately split into 5 directions and ran off quickly. But the golden tiger showed no hesitation, charging straight towards Fengchen. Fengchen dodged around a rock, and the tiger smashed the rock to pieces with a single swipe. Fengchen ran around a tree, and the tiger knocked the tree down with one blow. Its momentum was incredibly fierce. It was truly relentless. Not good. That golden tiger is only chasing after Qin Yun. When they realized the tiger was only pursuing Fengchen and ignoring everyone else, and Ran and the other 3 were all anxious. They had originally intended to distract the golden tiger and wear it out. But unexpectedly, the tiger seemed to have a grudge against Fengchen, fixating on him alone. No, we must go up and distract the golden tiger, otherwise Qin Yun will definitely be in trouble alone. I'll lure it away. Li Shuangyi immediately readied her bow and arrow. Speaking of grudges, she had quite a history with the golden tiger as well. At this moment, Fengchen was indeed using his agility to outmaneuver the large golden tiger. After its size increased, its strength grew, but it inevitably sacrificed some of its agility. Once Fengchen realized this, he started to have fun. Come on, I'm right here. Hey, can't bite me, can you? Fengchen flashed his figure, and the golden tiger lunged forward, missing and leaving a long scratch on the ground. Then, the tiger turned its head, but found that Fengchen had vanished. It shook its head, looking around for Fengchen's whereabouts. Behind its head, Fengchen's voice rang out. I'm right here, where are you looking? Oh whoa! The golden tiger angrily turned back, just as it was about to bite Fengchen to death, but Fengchen's figure disappeared again. Standing behind the golden tiger, Fengchen was about to unleash a move that no creature could withstand, the 1,000-year kill, when unexpectedly he discovered a secret. That is, this golden tiger had eggs, which meant it was male. Holy crap! In shock, Fengchen almost couldn't react. A tail whip from Jin, who swung right in front of him. He quickly retreated his body. His worldview shattered, echoing. In his ears were Jin, whose accusations against him at that moment. Where's my husband? Where's my husband? Where's my husband? The corners of his mouth twitched involuntarily. Fengchen cursed, what a freak! At that moment, Jin, who launched another attack on Fengchen. However, he hadn't yet reached Fengchen. Whoosh! An arrow whizzed past the tip of Jin, whose nose. Li Shuang shouted from the side, come on! Do you believe I'll shoot your eyes out? But Jin, who merely shot her a cold glance and continued his assault on Fengchen. This made Fengchen unable to tolerate it any longer. He had originally thought it was a female and could tease it a bit, but now that he knew it was a male, he lost all interest in playing. So, Fengchen immediately asked the system, is my knife ready? System, is my knife ready? Facing the aggressive golden tiger, Fengchen stuffed a chi blood pill into his stomach while asking the system for his new knife. However, the system's response, while considerate, was also quite concerning. Host, the current fusion degree of the long knife is 90%. Other fusion projects are paused, entering rough fusion mode. Rough fusion? What does that mean? Fengchen was taken aback. He didn't understand. The system quickly replied, as if in a hurry. It means giving up perfection, sacrificing some weapon, feel, hardness, and durability to get it done quickly. How long will it take? 10 minutes? That's too long. 8. Fengchen was still in a daze. The golden tiger was already roaring closer, and at the same time, a heavy long knife appeared in his hand. Weighing over 50 pounds, sharp as frost, it was blinding. Here it comes. Fengchen gripped a long knife, realizing that, as the system said, the feel was indeed a bit rough, and the weight distribution was uneven. But in a critical moment, who could care about that? He immediately executed a low sliding kick, misaligning with the airborne golden tiger. Whoosh! The blade flashed. The golden tiger, pouncing forward, never expected Fengchen to suddenly draw a long knife. Moreover, if Fengchen had a powerful weapon, why didn't he take it out right away? Why wait until now? Wasn't that courting death? So it completely ignored him. When the light flashed by, a segment of the blade flew off and embedded itself in a nearby rock. The golden tiger scoffed. Just as it thought, the weapon Fengchen suddenly produced had no special lethality at all. However, standing beside them, Li Shuangyi was utterly dumbfounded. That small segment of the blade, carrying only a bit of thrust, had pierced through a full 2 meters of rock. At the same time, the golden tiger sensed something was off. It felt its body gradually being hollowed out. Looking down, it saw its organs, heart, liver, spleen, lungs, kidneys, and Intestines spilled all over the ground, its entire belly ruthlessly sliced open. Woo, woo. Whimpering in terror, the golden tiger collapsed weakly, its body trembling as it rapidly shrank in size. The form sustained by the bone expansion technique could not hold up. It really is a rough product. One cut and it's ruined. But can a rough product still kill a golden tiger? Feng Qiyun's eyes suddenly sparkled. If the completion rate were higher, it wouldn't be impossible to take down a few more. However, the immediate priority was to recover the little golden tiger's corpse into storage. So, taking advantage of Li Shuangyi's moment of distraction, Fengchen quickly approached the little golden tiger. System, help me store it in the storage space. Ding! Detected that the little golden tiger's corpse carries a trace of time-space crack power. Would you like to completely eliminate it? Another time-space crack power? Fengchen was taken aback for a moment. He quickly made a decision. Eliminate. Congratulations, host, you have obtained the little golden tiger's corpse reward. Proceeding with random doubling. Randomly doubled by 775 times. Afterwards, Fengchen looked at his broken knife, absolutely unwilling to waste it, and walked towards the half segment of the blade that had flown out. At that moment, Li Shuangyi was staring at that piece of iron, her face full of disbelief. This feeling, is it D-grade alloy? But why does it feel sharper than an ordinary D-grade weapon? Could it be that some special technique was used? Cough, it's our family's secret technique, the chaotic wind hammer. Method, Fengchen said, coming over to pick up the blade segment and stuffing it into his pocket. Li Shuangyi was momentarily stunned. That blade must weigh at least 30 jin, so the whole knife could weigh over 50 jin. You seem to know a lot about this? Fengchen was a bit surprised. Li Shuangyi had guessed the weight of a section of the blade just by looking, and then inferred the overall weight. This was not something an ordinary person could do. Sure enough, Li Shuangyi smiled and said straightforwardly, my family makes custom weapons. I've learned a bit since I was young, just like my bow and arrows, which were made by my family. After saying that, Li Shuangyi handed the iron bow in her hand to Fengchen. As Fengchen held it, his first impression was heavy. This bow, it's a D-grade weapon. To be precise, it's between D and E. My father specially crafted it for me so I can shoot F-grade arrows with power that exceeds F-grade. I see. Fengchen thought to himself, no wonder. It was a family craft. At that moment, Ran arrived with two other people. Xingyun, Shuangyi, are you two okay? What about that golden tiger? It ran away after getting injured. Fengchen pointed to the bloodstains on the ground. He didn't want to say much. Fortunately, Fengchen had a very good impression in their eyes, so they didn't ask further. That was terrifying, but thankfully nothing happened. Since it's injured, should we go finish it off? It might be easy to kill it. Zhu He and Ran were discussing. Fengchen thought for a moment and suggested, generally, when wild animals are injured, they look for a safe place to hide, which is usually their den. Why don't we try to find its den? We might even find Senior Lu. Okay. And Ran immediately nodded in agreement, clearly forgetting that she was the leader of the team. As for Fengchen, after tossing the broken knife back into the system space, he asked the system, can this broken knife be repaired? If it can't be repaired, can it be melted down and recast? Ding! The system recommends melting it down and recasting. The entire recasting process will take about 8 hours. Fengchen was taken aback. It seemed that after gaining experience, the system was much quicker to get into the groove. This was a good thing. Thinking about it, Fengchen continuously offered various suggestions to the search team. The tiger den should face south, that way, it looks impressive and keeps the inside dry and fresh, so you can't go wrong listening to me. Look for the south. Generally, caves are rare, they are more common on the mountainside and at the foot of the mountain. Personally, I prefer the waste, I mean the mountainside. A villa halfway up the mountain. It has to be on the mountainside. I can already smell the scent of the tiger den. Back and forth, Fengchen really did manage to find a cave. And there was indeed a tiger scent, which made Ran and the others even more unconditionally trusting of Fengchen in their astonishment. Congratulations, host, you have gained teammate favorability. Rewards, currently undergoing random doubling. Randomly doubled by 666 times. Randomly doubled by 666 times. Randomly doubled by 666 times. When they reached the entrance of the tiger den, Fengchen already knew the little golden tiger was dead, but he still had to put on an act. So, he pulled out a long knife from his pocket and pretended to be impressive. I'll lead the way, Zhuhi, you stand behind to support me. The others should wait outside the cave, otherwise, the tiger den is too small, and I'm afraid I won't be able to maneuver. Okay. Zhuhi immediately nodded in agreement. But Ran disagreed. No, you two going in is too dangerous, especially you. Xingyun, you're the brain of our team, you can't get into trouble. I won't get into trouble. Fengchen confidently raised his thumb. He casually added, by the way, your weapon is gone, so you can't fight. This, Xingyun, can't you hide something in your pocket? How about lending me a knife? Let's talk about it when I get out, Fengchen said, waving his hand. He led Zhu He towards the seemingly harmless tiger cave, walking cautiously. Inside the cave, it was pitch black, but Fengchen's senses were sharp and he could see everything clearly, so he noticed that the cave was filled with eerie white bones, both animal and human, nearly filling the entire cavern. Deep in the cave, a person sat dazed on the ground, with a numb expression, looking almost like a fool. According to the system's label, this person was Lu Ho. So Fengchen pretended to shout, "Who's there? Get down! Surrender and you won't be harmed." But unexpectedly, as soon as Lu Ho heard the word down, he immediately knelt, his butt sticking up high and his head buried directly into the ground, appearing obedient and motionless. However, shouldn't a normal person lie flat on their stomach? Why was he in this position? It seems I've discovered something extraordinary. Fengchen quickly coughed twice. Ahem, are you Lu Ho, Senior? We're here to rescue you. Are you okay? Lu Ho lay on the ground, dazed for a few seconds. Perhaps because his backside was elevated, he appeared quite sluggish. Then, he suddenly jolted awake. You're here to rescue me? Yes, you are Lu Ho, right? That's me. That's me. Lu Ho immediately jumped up excitedly, ending his indecent posture. He then rushed over to ask, hey, hello, is your weapon powerful? I'm locked up with an iron chain and can't escape. After confirming that the person in the cave was Lu Ho and that there was no danger inside, Zhu He, who had been silent, took out a lighter. Click. A soft sound. The flame illuminated Lu Ho's face, which was marked by misfortune. It had only been a day, yet Lu Ho looked extremely haggard. Lu Ho, are you okay? He sighed deeply. Silence replaced his response. If they asked further, it would be Fengchen and Zhu He's fault. So, Fengchen used a long knife to poke at the iron chain around Lu Ho's neck, and to be honest, this little golden tiger had quite a few tricks up its sleeve. It was thick and heavy. Referring to the iron chain, he said, it's rusty and looks pretty shabby, huh? It looks that way. Lu Ho forced a bitter smile. He pulled out a dulled F-grade dagger from his hand. My dagger is all worn out and can't cut through it, otherwise I would have escaped long ago and it wouldn't have been at ease. Ahem, it's fine, let me give it a try. Feng Chen patted Zhu He. He asked, is your hand hot? Pretty hot. Zhu He wisely turned off the lighter. He guessed that Feng Chen might want to use some special technique but didn't want others to see it. Such things were common. Everyone had their own unique skills they didn't want others to know about. So, Feng Chen reached out to grip the iron chain. System, store this iron chain in the storage space. The system responded immediately. Congratulations, host, you have obtained the Crimson Iron Blood Chain reward and it is undergoing random doubling. Randomly doubled by 655 times. Hearing this was a material he had never heard of before. Fengchen sought confirmation from the system. System, what is this Crimson Iron Blood Chain? Upon identification, the Crimson Iron Blood Chain is a chain made from crimson iron material. The system provided a brief overview, then explained in detail. Crimson iron is a material comparable to star iron but is rarer. Like star iron, it does not belong to this world. Its appearance is pitch black, but in reality, it is a deep blood color. Compared to star iron, crimson iron is lighter in weight, making it more suitable for use as armor or protective gear. Fengchen deeply understood the significance of the lighter weight. When he had lifted the iron chain earlier, he felt no difference between this chain and an ordinary one. In fact, it didn't even weigh as much as F-grade alloy. Awesome. High hardness, lightweight, this is simply a god-tier material for making armor. System, is this iron chain reliable? I mean, does this iron chain have a high purity of crimson iron? The system hesitated weakly for a moment, as if afraid of being struck. Then it said, host, this iron chain is entirely made of crimson iron. It's just that for some reason, it seems no one has discovered its special properties. Got it. Fengchen nodded. A bold idea arose within him. Since the system can merge materials and modify them based on its own body data, does that mean I can forge a set of armor using red iron? System. Estimated time, 12 hours. Okay. Fengchen smiled mischievously, thinking that this system isn't completely clueless. Supporting Lu Ho, they walked out. And Ran and the others couldn't believe their eyes when they saw Lu Ho. The confident Lu Ho from yesterday had been reduced to this state? Cough, cough. There was no way around it. He was limping as he walked, and even his farts were silent. It was hard for everyone not to notice. However, they all tacitly chose not to mention it. Sitting at the entrance of the cave, Zhu He started a fire. It was already close to midnight, and everything around was pitch black. Even martial artists would feel a bit weak. Everyone looked at Lu Ho, each with questions they wanted to ask. Lu Ho knew this as well. So, he slowly began to speak. Last night, we rushed through the night, hoping to contact the teacher as soon as possible and investigate the reasons for the migration of the, because we were in a hurry. So we kept avoiding them, and when we saw we mainly hid. This way, our speed was very fast and we quickly approached the golden area. At this point, Lu Ho frowned. And Ran saw this and thought Lu Ho was recalling something unpleasant. It's okay. If you're not feeling well, you can take a break. No, it's just that I don't know how to describe it, Lu Ho said, frowning. After struggling to organize his words, he continued. It was a very peculiar feeling. As we got closer, we could sense subtle differences, and it felt like the surrounding space was becoming turbulent. Feng Chen was momentarily stunned. Turbulent space? Doesn't that mean the fabric of time and space was tearing? Could the power of the spacetime cracks on the money leopard and little golden tiger have come from this? So Feng Chen asked, Senior, do you mean the space became unstable? I had that feeling. Lu Ho nodded seriously, agreeing with Feng Chen's statement. After that feeling emerged, the we encountered became restless, all eager to flee. That place. We were all a bit reckless. We charged in without a care to find out what was going on. Unexpectedly. At this point, Lu Ho's face truly showed regret and sadness. As the primary responsible person, it was his fault for not protecting his subordinates well. We continued forward and soon reached the last few peaks of the silver area, and it was here that we felt the space seemed to be distorting. It was at this moment we saw a little golden tiger struggling as it ran out from the mountain ahead, dragging a chain behind it. When it saw us, it thought we were going to stop it, so it immediately attacked us. As Lu Ho spoke, his voice trembled, and he could barely articulate clearly. And Ran and the others had no desire to continue listening. They all sighed, falling into silence. After a long while, Lu Ho finally said, I remember that in the valley at that time, there seemed to be a blue light shining, but I didn't know what it was or what purpose it served. I just knew it looked beautiful. That's enough. And Ran comforted Lu Ho while secretly signaling Feng Chen across from her. Feng Chen naturally understood. This wasn't a flirtatious gesture but a signal to chat. The kind that stands, not lying down, and definitely not hiding under the covers. So Feng Chen quietly left and went to sit on a nearby rock, waiting for Ran to come over. Soon, Ran slowly walked over, tossing her hair as she walked. After she arrived, she directly sat down next to Feng Chen and got straight to the point. Xingyun, what do you think of Empress Lu? Xingyun, what do you think of Lu Ho? Feng Chen was full of question marks. No, what do you mean by asking me this kind of question? I'm someone who uses a knife, and you actually want me to go fencing? Anren continued, I think, although he has suffered a great blow, his mind is still clear, and his speech is quite coherent. What do you think? I think so too. Feng Chen touched his nose. He thought to himself, Sister, you need to include the subject in your sentences, otherwise, it's easy to make people overthink. Since you think so too, Xingyun, do you think we should continue to dig deeper? If we go deeper, it could lead to serious consequences. Anrun said a bit nervously, and when she got nervous, her hands would unconsciously clench into fists. Feng Chen nodded. I also think that if we go deeper, it could indeed lead to casualties. If we really need to go deeper, we should take protective measures. We need some assurance, right? Anren said, reaching into her pocket to pull out a square object. This was her protective measure. A phone. I just contacted the administrator, but I still couldn't get through. Now, I'm preparing to contact the gatekeepers. Gatekeepers? They are the two you saw guarding the subway entrance. Their main job is to protect the students' safety and prevent major casualties from beast riots. After saying that, Anren sent a message to someone named Lin Zhaokai. The other party replied instantly. Wait for me at the spot. I'll rush over now. Okay. Anren responded, letting out a sigh of relief. She said to Feng Chen, Teacher Zhaokai is coming from the plains, and even at the fastest, it will take 2 to 3 hours. Let's go back and rest for a while before deciding what to do. All right. Feng Chen quietly took another look. His phone had poor network signal in the Death Mountains, but Anren's phone signal was very smooth. Seeing Feng Chen interested in this, Anren smiled slightly and took off her phone case. You see, our places are different. Yours is flat, while mine has 2 protruding things. Anren pointed to 2 small black dots. Feng Chen understood. It turned out that Anren's phone had 2 special attachments on the back. Because of these 2 things, their phone signal could be so good even in the Death Mountains. Moreover, this was something independently developed by Tianwu Academy. Feng Chen couldn't help but exclaim, impressive. Soon, 2 hours passed. From the sky, a muscular man clad in chainmail, carrying a cross sword, landed with a thud in front of Feng Chen and the others. He was one of the 2 guards at the subway entrance. After landing, Lin Zhaokai looked at Feng Chen in surprise, his face showing an expression of the younger generation is formidable. In just a few days, you've risen from bronze to 9-star silver. Your future is limitless. Today's youth are truly remarkable. Feng Chen thought to himself, where, I'm just a simple drug user, a useless Outsider. It's all just luck. Have you not contacted your teacher yet? Lin Zhaokai turned to Anren. Anren shook her head. So, Lin Zhaokai rested his chin on his hand and thought seriously for a moment. Finally, he said, I just happened to return today so I could come to help you. If it were yesterday, I would have definitely required you to evacuate immediately. But since I'm here, taking you to train a bit is also a good experience. However, I can only take 3 people with me at most. If there are too many, I won't be able to take care of everyone, and among you, there are also injured individuals, so someone must stay behind to assist. Lin Zhaokai finished speaking, and fixed his gaze on Feng Chen and the 6 others. The meaning was clear. They had to choose whether to participate or not. Everyone began to think. Once the choice was made, it was basically equivalent to facing death, and there was no avoiding a trip to the gates of hell or even going straight in. However, if they chose to stay, they would only need to chat with Lu Ho and encourage him to do some Kegel exercises to recover, and the days would pass like that. But, since they had become martial artists, they could not avoid the dilemma of death. Being timid was not as good as going home early to write novels. So, Ran and the others all took a step forward. I'll go. Hearing the students' spirited responses, Lin Zhaokai nodded in satisfaction and then glanced at Feng Chen, who was the only one not speaking. What about you? Not planning to go? Of course I'm going, Feng Chen replied calmly. He had just been thinking. Xiao Jinhux used the red iron blood chain to restrain Lu Ho, clearly not knowing that the red iron blood chain was a rare item, otherwise he wouldn't waste it like that. This indicated that the red iron blood chain did not belong to Xiao Jinhux. Therefore, it was very likely that a red iron blood chain was something Xiao Jinhux took from the blue light Lu Ho mentioned. Only this could explain why the animal Xiao Jinhux had a malfunctioning nose but still struggled to adapt to fighting without a sense of smell. He must have been injured over there by the blue light, right? Stroking his chin, Feng Chen felt he had to go. Just one iron chain had already made him a fortune. If he could gain more, his future would be limitless. Alright, then I'll choose 3 people to go with me, Feng Chen and Ran and Li Shuangyi. You 3 will come with me. Lin Zhaokai immediately made his choice. Feng Chen, as the strongest among them, had to be included. And Ran, as the team leader, had outstanding overall abilities, so she was also a priority choice. As for Li Shuangyi, she was the only archer capable of engaging in long-range combat, making her useful for dealing with different enemies. So, it was definitely not to bring more girls instead of Zhu He and Zhang Xiaoshan. The team was formed. The 4 of them set off immediately, with Ran leading, Lin Zhaokai at the back, and Feng Chen and Li Shuangyi in the middle, ready to adapt to any situation. Sure enough, the team had not gone far when they encountered the kind of situation Lu Ho had mentioned. The entire space felt restless. Teacher? And Ran glanced back at Lin Zhaokai. Lin Zhaokai also frowned slightly. This feeling isn't good. But for now, I don't sense any danger. Proceed with caution, don't rush too fast, and pay attention to safety. Okay. And Ran didn't say much more and continued to move forward. Before coming, everyone had already prepared mentally, knowing that some strange things had happened here. They had learned that martial artists sometimes encounter bizarre situations, such as meeting the spirits of the dead or seeing strange floating palaces. It was said that this was because martial artists, after their 5 senses were heightened, could see things that ordinary people could not and could strongly feel the subtle changes in their surroundings. Feng Chen was experiencing this now. His mental power was vast. He could clearly sense that the surrounding space was emitting a distorted wave. This wave seemed to affect the flow of his vital energy and blood, as well as the free expression of his mental power, although the impact was particularly subtle. What's going on? If that's the case, moving forward won't make the effect stronger, right? But Ran and Li Shuangyi seemed to have not noticed. Even Lin Zhaokai did not seem to. This made Feng Chen doubt. Was Lin Zhaokai intentionally not saying anything? Or did he really not notice? I heard that many people get stuck at the golden level because their mental strength isn't strong enough. Could it be that Lin Zhaokai is the same? Feng Chen quietly probed with his mental strength. The result was shocking. Bronze level? Feng Chen confirmed now. Lin Zhaokai truly didn't know. But he did know. So he had the obligation to make this clear to everyone. Thus, Feng Chen stopped in his tracks. Teacher, I seem to feel that the flow of my vital energy is being affected, just a little, very subtly. Is that so? Lin Zhaokai halted, quickly sensing carefully. Only then did he realize that Feng Chen was right. If it weren't for Feng Chen's reminder, he would have thought it was just a normal fluctuation of vital energy. If there's an impact on the vital energy now, if we go deeper, the situations we encounter will be even more unimaginable. Lin Zhaokai frowned, lost in deep thought. But before he could finish his contemplation, a blue light suddenly flashed in the valley ahead. Immediately after, a blade of light swiftly slashed down. With just one strike, it shattered half of the nearby mountain peak. Just one strike. The nearby 1,000-meter-high mountain was cleaved in half. Boom! Rumble! A thick cloud of dust rose, and half of the mountain peak rolled down with the dust, falling directly towards the position where Feng Chen and the others stood. Lin Zhaokai shouted loudly, "Run!" Everyone immediately shook the ground, propelling themselves off the ground, leaping 40 to 50 meters high, quickly escaping the area where the mountain peak was falling. This continuous jumping was the main mode of movement for golden and silver warriors. A distance of 500 meters could be covered in just a few jumps. After escaping to the neighboring mountain peak, Feng Chen looked back. Cold sweat broke out uncontrollably. Half of the mountain peak, weighing thousands or tens of thousands of tons, crashed to the ground, deforming the earth itself. The entire area was in ruins. Some creatures that couldn't escape were instantly buried beneath, never to have a chance to escape again. Perhaps it would take thousands or tens of thousands of years for someone to discover that beneath this land there once lived a group of vibrant creatures. So terrifying. The first thought that crossed everyone's mind after escaping was one of utter disarray. Even Lin Zhaokai, a golden warrior, felt the same. Feng Chen curiously looked at Lin Zhaokai and asked, "Teacher, is this the power of a golden warrior? Or, above gold?" Lin Zhaokai was momentarily speechless. With his strength, he couldn't discern what level that strike belonged to. After thinking for a long time, he finally just quietly said, "I know very little, but I do know that the legendary warriors above the extraordinary have a particularly shining nickname." Nickname? What is it? Moving nuclear weapon. Moving nuclear weapon? Feng Chen and the other two gasped. This nickname was heavy, perhaps in the whole world. Besides female fighters, there were no rivals left. Speaking of which, it was fortunate that their team consisted of 2 men and 2 women. Otherwise, they would be accused of gender discrimination. So extraordinary warriors are this powerful? No wonder we can't see their battle scenes online. With scenes like this, filming them would just be mocked as cheap special effects. Feng Chen sighed and ran. Found it puzzling. Isn't this very real? Why is it still called cheap special effects? Do trolls need eyes? They just need hands. True. And Ran deeply agreed with Feng Chen's response. Li Shuangyi added, "Although I can't understand why there are high-level warriors fighting here, since it's a battle of legendary warriors, we probably don't have the right to intervene, right? But don't you find it strange?" Feng Chen looked towards the valley where the blue light had just appeared. After that blue light appeared, the valley fell silent. Was the opponent taken out in a second? If not, why is it so quiet now? Indeed, Lin Zhaokai was also restless. Witnessing the battle of high-level warriors was not just a visual feast for low-level warriors, it was also a kind of enlightenment and awareness. Baptism. It could allow low-level warriors to reverse-engineer the methods of the strong based on the results, thus improving their own cultivation methods. So, was it a retreat? Or an opportunity? It was their own choice. Feng Chen looked at Lin Zhaokai, who was also looking at him. Feng Chen then glanced at Ran, who was also looking at him. Feng Chen looked at Li Shuangyi, who was still looking at him. This left Feng Chen speechless. Then, together? Let's go. The three immediately responded. Together with Feng Chen, they stealthily climbed towards Peak 199. The 4 of them reached the summit. Looking down, they discovered a patch of white light shimmering in the valley between Peak 199 and Peak 200. The glow was hazy and somewhat drifting. It was completely inconsistent with the blue light they had just glimpsed. However, the temporal and spatial turbulence emanating from the white light was more intense than anywhere else, almost making one feel that if they were sucked in, they would be torn apart by the forces of time and space. "What is that thing?" Feng Chen asked. The other 3 did not respond. It wasn't that they were ignoring Feng Chen, but as seniors and teachers, they simply didn't know. Their faces flushed. There was no other way. Feng Chen could only seek an interpretation from the system. System. Ding. The system paused for a moment as if booting up. It emitted a soft hum before answering. Upon examination, this white light is a precursor to avoid rupture. Once this white light appears, it indicates that a time-space rift is about to open. Time-space rift? Feng Chen was taken aback. Just as he grasped this, he saw that the layer of white light below was faintly revealing some images. In the images, a goat-headed man quietly appeared, as if walking through a layer of mist, moving sluggishly, as if afraid to stride forward boldly. Lin Zhaokai stared at the goat-headed man and muttered softly, "Is this an illusion? It doesn't look like much. I could kill it with one sword." As soon as he finished speaking, a corner of the mist around the goat-headed man dispersed, revealing a towering giant peak, standing majestically as if pointing to the sky. However, it barely rose above the goat-headed man's knees. In an instant, the expressions of Feng Chen and the other 2 changed as they looked at Lin Zhaokai. Teacher, your sword. Cough cough. Cough cough. Teacher, you said it wasn't much. Cough cough. Cough 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 cough. Lin Zhaokai was coughing so hard he felt like he might spit blood. He thought to himself, how could these unfortunate kids be so cruel? Look, Li Shuangyi pointed at the white light below. As an archer, her gaze was exceptionally sharp, able to catch things others couldn't. However, Feng Chen's vision was also extremely powerful. Thus, he saw things even more clearly than Li Shuangyi. He noticed that on the peak where the goat-headed man walked, dozens of fragrant eating beasts were frantically fleeing, desperately trying to distance themselves from the goat-headed man. Yet it was futile. The goat-headed man merely turned around, not even targeting the fragrant eating beasts, but accidentally brushed his knee against the peak. In an instant, the entire peak collapsed, countless boulders pouring down like a torrential rain, instantly burying all the fragrant eating beasts. The faces of the four turned pale. Terrifying. The fragrant eating beasts, silver-level creatures, would require considerable effort even for several silver warriors to defeat. Yet just now, a careless move from the goat-headed man had annihilated a group of fragrant eating beasts. So, what if it had been Feng Chen and his group on the mountain instead of the fragrant eating beasts? Too terrifying. Too terrifying. And Ran was so frightened she dared not look, her sanity rapidly plummeting. She clutched her hair tightly with both hands, wanting to escape this place immediately. It felt as if looking for even one more second would cause her mind to collapse. As for Li Shuangyi, she was only slightly better than An Ran. Although her will was not on the verge of breaking, her entire body was surging with blood and energy, and unable to hold back, a mouthful of blood immediately surged up her throat. As for Lin Zhaokai, he gripped his sword tightly, his eyes filled with disbelief and incredulity, his mouth mumbling to himself, "What kind of monster is this? What kind of warrior would fight against such a monster?" Only Feng Chen. His blood and spirit did have some fluctuations, but it hadn't reached a level that made him feel uncomfortable. Glancing at the reactions of the three, Feng Chen couldn't help but recall the first time he heard the dragon's roar and tiger's howl from Sister Rice Porridge. Thinking back on it now, Feng Chen broke out in a cold sweat. So the truly terrifying exotic beasts are such horrifying existences. Luckily, I was on the phone at the time, otherwise Sister Rice Porridge would have put me in a terrible situation. Secretly cursing. In the white light of the screen, a sudden voice exclaimed, "Hey, Xiao." Then, a coldly beautiful figure descended with a crash in front of the goat-headed man. P.S. San value, generally understood as rationality index, is a player index derived from the Cthulhu tabletop game. When encountering terrifying things like running out of money on a bank card or a bad author getting stuck, one's rationality will drop, meaning the San value plummets. Get it? Omega? Boom! A cold, stunning aura suddenly descended before the goat-headed man, erupting with an incredibly brilliant white light. Compared to the goat-headed man, she appeared exceedingly small, like a grain of sand in the vast ocean. But her momentum was immense. With a single sword strike, she forced the goat-headed man, who was only knee-high to a mountain, to retreat, a deep, abyss-like crimson wound appearing on his chest. Impressive! Feng Chen silently praised. One person, one sword, one strike. That was all it took to repel the goat-headed man, who just a moment ago was considered invincible by Feng Chen and the others. How could this not be shocking? Meanwhile, at the bottom of the valley, a sudden gust of wind stirred the white floating light, and a vast power flashed out from the white light. Immediately, blue light illuminated the canyon, accompanied by the roar of the goat-headed man. Roar! Puff! In an instant, the blood and energy of the four of them surged violently. Li Shuangyi and An Ran directly spat blood, while Feng Chen also felt a wave of discomfort, barely managing to suppress it with his strong will. Turning his head, he saw Lin Zhaocai's face turn pale from the shock, a mouthful of old blood stuck in his throat, but his mental strength was not as strong as Feng Chen's, leaving him dazed. It seems that if one's mental strength is too weak, they can't face these monsters at all. Feng Chen immediately reached out to grab Lin Zhaokai. With several leaps, he tossed Lin Zhaokai to the opposite peak, number 196. Then he returned to carry Li Shuangyi and An Ran one by one. At the same time, he stuffed two round objects into their mouths. One was a second-grade blood replenishing pill, and the other was a first-grade spirit nourishing pill. After doing all this, Feng Chen climbed back to the top of peak number 199. Fortunately, the nearby exotic beasts, like the little golden tiger, had long been scared away by the commotion, so he didn't have to worry about the safety of the three and could focus on the battlefield within the white light. On the battlefield, that celestial-like figure gradually became clearer, rising from 480p to high-definition blue light. She was wrapped in a gown as thin as a cicada's wing, resembling ancient Chinese attire, yet with an ethereal, otherworldly elegance. It accentuated her long, graceful figure, exquisite and curvaceous. However, this was only how she appeared in stillness. Once in motion, her body moved like a darting rabbit, her beautiful form undulating like surging waves, like a bouncing water balloon. Beautiful, yet not vulgar. It left one breathless, not daring to blink, fearing to miss even a hint of beauty. So grand, cough cough, such a powerful presence. Although there was no one around, Fengchen instinctively coughed twice to avoid misunderstandings. Rubbing his chin, he had a small question. Why is her attire ancient style? Is there some special significance? Is it to accentuate her chest? Before Fengchen could think it through, the battle scene in the white light had completely escalated. The woman in white had transformed into a streak of flowing light, and the entire scene was filled with flickering shadows, like a ghostly apparition too fast for the naked eye to capture. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Fengchen's mouth twitched in annoyance as he muttered, "Why does it look like a firecracker?" Before he could finish his sentence, the goat-headed man, struck by the woman in white, angrily raised both fists, unleashing a devastating force as he launched frenzied attacks in all directions. Although the goat-headed man's speed was not fast enough, his attack range was vast, and the power he unleashed was extremely strong. Just a brush would bring the pain of shattered bones and crushed marrow. He was practically a walking bomb. If this were to appear in the city, Fengchen clenched his fists tightly. The appearance of the goat-headed man has completely shattered Fengchen's worldview. If Sister Shifan made him realize that the world is not as peaceful as it seems, then this woman has shown Fengchen just how vast the world truly is. Ahem! It is this woman who has made Fengchen understand the true power of high-level martial artists. And the enemies they face are terrifying beyond measure. Compared to such a creature, Fengchen suddenly realizes that the blood-refining policy of Tenwu Academy can only be considered child's play. And Ran and Li Shuangyi can be excused, they are just third-year students. But Lin Zhaokai, as a teacher and a golden martial artist, doesn't even have the qualifications to watch. Only I, an ordinary freshman, have to bear the burden of being a bystander. Just as he was speaking, the white light below surged wildly again. Without a second thought, Fengchen immediately turned and ran. After the blue light disappeared, he ran back. He saw that Peak 199 was stained red by a sea of blood, and the entire mountaintop was filled with a foul, fishy smell. And this was just a drop of blood from the goat-headed man that had been knocked away. It had fallen here. So Fengchen hurried over while calling out to the system. System, does this goat's blood replenish qi and blood? After identification, this blood can be used as medicine to enhance qi and blood, heal injuries, nourish yin and supplement yang. Collect, collect, collect. Hurry up and collect it. Otherwise, the ground will absorb it all. Fengchen shouted anxiously. The system began to work its magic, sucking up all the goat's blood on the mountaintop clean. Congratulations, host, you have received a top-grade goat's blood reward, and it is undergoing random doubling. Randomly doubled by 666 times. Fengchen even ran to check his storage space. This drop of goat's blood was like a lake. When gathered together, its color was translucent, resembling an incredibly large red agate, clearly not an ordinary item. Fengchen couldn't help but grin widely. This harvest was simply astonishing. So, Fengchen squatted nearby, watching the woman in white darting around while the goat-headed man was busy smashing things. As soon as the blue light appeared, Fengchen immediately ran away. He waited until the blue light disappeared before returning. Congratulations, host, you have received a broken goat horn reward, and it is undergoing random doubling. Randomly doubled by 755 times. Congratulations, host, you have received a goddess's hair reward, and it is undergoing random doubling. Randomly doubled by 666 times. Congratulations, host, you have received a top-grade goat meat reward, and it is undergoing random doubling. Randomly doubled by 555 times. Soon, Fengchen collected many strange items, not knowing if they were useful, but at least he could make a goat meat hot pot. Gods fighting, mortals feasting. It couldn't be more blissful, though the menu was a bit too singular. Only goat meat. So, Fengchen ran to Peak 199, waved his fists, and shouted towards the white light. Beat it! Beat it! Give me a goat kidney. Then, the goat meat man on the other side froze. This action made Fengchen's heart tighten, thinking, no way? Could this guy actually hear what I'm saying? But the truth was just that. When you gaze into the abyss gazes back at you. Raising its head, the goat-headed man's gaze locked onto Fengchen's position. In its eyes, there was nothing but murderous rage. This. When the goat-headed man looked at him like that, Fengchen suddenly felt a bit awkward. What are you looking at? And your gaze is so inappropriate. To a pervert. But the goat-headed man was serious. His eyes were filled with rage. Sharp fangs grinding against each other, and a terrifying roar gradually rolled out from his throat. Roar! The sound was as loud as thunder, enough to shake a person to death. However, just as the system said, this layer of white light was a sign of unstable time and space, and instability meant that not all damage could be transmitted. Fengchen originally wanted to turn around and run, but upon seeing a series of fierce actions, the result was 0.5 damage. Still psychological damage. He couldn't help but laugh. Oh ho! You little brat are quite domineering, huh? Just you, a waste with 2 JB on your head. Who gave you the courage to talk to me like that? What? Don't understand? It's that half-grown, half-hard thing down there, born to be a decoration. And you even have 3 of them. 1 down below, 2 on top. Are you afraid others won't know that thing of yours is useless, so you had to add a few more to make sure everyone knows clearly? Right? He was talking about the goat-headed man's tail. Those who think otherwise can face the wall. After a good roasting, Fengchen felt refreshed. Looking at the goat-headed man's face, which was already gray with black, it was now twisted to the point of being completely black. If he couldn't understand, it would be fine. He would only know that the other party was humiliating him. But the key was that the goat-headed man understood. So, it gritted its teeth and growled. Human, you seek death. Damn, you can speak human language? Fengchen was startled, but after thinking about it, he didn't find it strange. Even the little golden tiger could shout, "Where's my husband?" A goat-headed man of such a large size couldn't possibly have a brain the size of a walnut, right? However, since it could understand, that was even better. Oh ho, you can understand, huh? Hee, that's really great. If you couldn't understand, I would just be enjoying myself alone, but if you can understand, then I'm really having a blast, Fengchen said with satisfaction. He began to pull things out of his pocket, taking out a long and thick piece of firewood, and with a thud, he threw it on the ground. Then, from the other side, he pulled out another piece of black and hard firewood. Then he let out a furious roar at the goat-headed man. What are you looking at? Even if you keep looking, you can't become like this, you can only envy. You. The goat-headed man was about to start roaring again. With a loud bang, the woman in white, holding a long sword, took advantage of the goat-headed man's distraction and unleashed a full-force attack. The goat-headed man was covered in blood. Fengchen felt heartbroken. Really, my goat's blood, my goat's meat? This made the goat-headed man so angry that smoke was coming out of its nostrils, 2 columns of smoke billowing like a volcanic eruption. The woman in white struck again. With another sword strike, the goat-headed man stumbled, almost kneeling on the ground. Fengchen smiled with satisfaction. Not too stupid. Knows to attack at this moment. The woman in white almost stumbled and fell from the air. Upon hearing this, she thought to herself, how can this little brat be so annoying? As for the goat-headed man, battered and bruised, it naturally knew that if it continued to be distracted, it could very well die. So, it chose to ignore Fengchen's presence and focused on dealing with the woman in white. After killing her, it could slowly deal with Fengchen. There would still be time. However, Fengchen had already predicted its prediction. So, he continued to pull out straw and bamboo sticks from his pocket, muttering incessantly. Well, as soft as certain things. As fine as certain things. The goat-headed man suppressed his anger. Ignoring it, Fengchen continued to talk to himself. Then, Fengchen used dry wood and straw to start a small fire. Next came the moment of witnessing a miracle. Fengchen pulled out a piece of mutton as thick as a thigh from his pocket, took out a knife, and chopped it into cubes with a few crisp sounds. Then he skewered them with bamboo sticks. He began to grill it right there. He was humming softly, "Grilled mutton skewers, I love to eat." The song floated into the goat-headed man's ears and nose along with the aroma, and after hearing the lyrics, the goat-headed man involuntarily sniffed a scent. In an instant, the goat-headed man's brain crashed. This strong mutton smell, isn't it just his own body fragrance? In a moment, the goat-headed man roared in uncontrollable rage. Hysterical. Utterly insane. Roar! Roar roar! Roar roar roar! Fengchen remained calm, pressing his hands down to signal the goat-headed man not to get excited, indicating that there would be food for everyone later. Don't rush. Don't rush. Do you want cumin or chile? Mild or extremely spicy? Personally, I recommend extremely spicy. After you finish eating, your mouth will feel a fiery sourness, and then the next day in the bathroom, another mouth can enjoy it again. 1 skewer of chile, 2 experiences, super cost-effective. After finishing, Fengchen deliberately showcased the mutton skewer in his hand. 3 parts fat, 7 parts lean. The fat looked crystal clear, while the lean appeared crispy on the outside and tender on the inside. Shaking it a bit. Besides the rising steam, a few drops of rich fat lazily dripped down from the mutton skewer, instantly raising the level of hatred to the max. You're asking for death, the goat-headed man roared in madness. Now, it no longer mattered that he was at odds with the woman in white. He just wanted to kill Fengchen. Immediately. Right now. Scanning the ground, the goat-headed man grabbed a mountain with all his might and hurled it at Fengchen. Fengchen first focused his gaze, confirming that the white light below hadn't turned blue. He just sat still, even happily extended a hand, waving his fingers at the goat-headed man. Come on, I'll let you use one hand. If that doesn't work, you can use both hands. Why don't you come over? Accompanied by Fengchen's words, the mountain thrown by the goat-headed man elegantly traced a parabola in the air before crashing down violently to the ground, not to mention crushing Fengchen. Even Feng Chen's little finger couldn't be touched. The woman in white was also amused. This little guy knows very well that the spacetime rift hasn't opened, yet he casually insults the goat-headed man. But if he really provokes it, do you think you can run in time? Just as she spoke, the white light at the bottom of the valley suddenly turned blue. Scared, Feng Chen was about to run. However, just as the goat-headed man reached out to grab him, the woman in white immediately flew in with a sword, slicing a large gash in the goat-headed man's arm. Blood poured down like a waterfall. Seeing this, Feng Chen cheered. He stopped running. Hee, you don't have time to catch me now, do you? It seems one hand isn't enough, you'll need both hands and feet. The goat-headed man snorted heavily, shaking his whole body. In an instant, this goat-headed man, who hadn't bathed for who knows how many thousands of years, actually shook off countless lice, probably millions of them. Then he pointed a finger at Feng Chen. Go! Seeing this scene, Feng Chen suddenly felt a chill run down his spine. He suddenly thought that the mutton skewer in his hand didn't smell so good anymore. The sheep-headed man shuddered all over. Instantly, he shook off who knows how many millions of lice. They swarmed thickly, like a black rain falling from the sky. Feng Chen's mouth twitched. The lamb skewers in his hand felt a bit awkward. Ahem. I say, brother sheephead, you haven't bathed in tens of thousands of years, have you? So, can this meat still be eaten? Kill. The sheep-headed man completely ignored Feng Chen's teasing. He pointed a finger at Feng Chen. Those lice clinging to the sheep-headed man immediately transformed into a swirling black wind, violently rushing towards Feng Chen. Feng Chen casually glanced at the white light in the valley. Still very white, also very soft, and had a bit of elastic fluctuation. But the next moment, the entire white light suddenly changed mysteriously, turning from white to blue, and the breath of torn spacetime spread wildly. This meant that those millions of lice could fly over. Not a big deal, just a few lice, Feng Chen comforted himself. The lice looked to be about the size of sesame seeds. He could easily swat 100 of them with a single slap, and if it were 1 million, he could just slap them 10,000 times to solve it. However, from a distance, they looked small. When they got closer, he realized, holy crap, they were really big. Each head was bigger than a water tank, and their bodies were like flying rhinos, starting at a length of 3 meters. Startled, Feng Chen quickly summoned the system. System, do you have any insecticide? The kind that can kill lice? And big lice? None available. Feng Chen felt like he had messed up a bit. He originally thought it was just a small hole. The sheep-headed man wouldn't be able to come over. But who would have thought? This sheep-headed man was not serious at all, actually raising lice on himself, and it turned out to be several million of them. So Feng Chen coughed twice. Ahem, the lady in white over there, could you please show a little compassion? Do you really want to see a naive, sunny, handsome, and polite little boy meet a tragic end? The woman in white opposite didn't want to say anything. She simply drew 2 swords with a whoosh. With a loud bang, she instantly eliminated more than half of the millions of lice. As for the rest, she really couldn't manage them. The sheep-headed man had already launched an attack, and with one careless mistake, even she could end up bleeding on the spot, dying a tragic death. Seeing this, Feng Chen hurriedly made a run for it. Using the system's identification function, Feng Chen already knew that the individual strength of these lice wasn't strong, just barely above silver. But the sheer number was overwhelming. Millions of flying lice could turn even a strong man into bones. So, one word: run first. But it seemed even the heavens were reluctant to let the handsome Feng Chen die. At that moment, the spacetime rift became extremely unstable, flickering between white and blue, constantly switching back and forth. What did the repeated switching of spacetime mean? It meant it had turned into a merciless shredder. Hisses. A wave of spacetime tearing began. Millions of flying lice charged in, and when they came out, they turned into 3 scattered grains of sand. Feng Chen, who turned back to check the dire situation, was instantly stunned. Feeling he could continue to show off, Feng Chen immediately summoned a large gun from the system, the kind that was 5 meters long, and happily charged back in. At the same time, the sheep-headed man punched towards the woman in white in the air. The woman in white couldn't dodge in time and was blasted back hundreds of meters, blood starting to seep from the corner of her mouth. The sheep-headed man let out a cold laugh. You actually dare to be distracted? That kid is dead for sure. He's probably already turned into a pile of bones. The woman in white didn't respond. She just breathed heavily, her chest rising and falling violently, like rolling giant waves. The tides surge. They say they don't want to care, but in reality, they can't help but think about it. At this moment, a gentle song began to play again. Roasted stinky lice you like to eat? The goat-headed man nearly spat blood upon hearing it. He had raised lice for hundreds of years, from just 1 or 2 to millions, and yet he couldn't even deal with a mere human? Looking up again, he saw it. Still that cliff, still that fire. Feng Chen held a large gun, skewering 3 enormous flying lice, leisurely roasting them. Upon noticing the goat-headed man looking over, Feng Chen waved his hand enthusiastically. Almost done, almost done. Your favorite stinky lice are almost ready. Crunchy, with a chicken flavor, guaranteed you'll love it. By the way, do you prefer it medium rare or medium? I recommend it rare. This way, it retains its original flavor, with the urine bubbles and poop bags inside. One bite and it bursts like a juicy meatball. The goat-headed man was filled with black lines on his forehead. Then, disregarding everything, he rushed towards Feng Chen in a fit of rage. The entire ground trembled beneath his feet. With each step he took, the earth would deform. Just a few steps, and the land was already a mess, almost unrecognizable. A heavy sense of crisis washed over Feng Chen. This guy, could he be trying to tear open a rift in spacetime with his bare hands? In a surge of anxiety, Feng Chen immediately thought of retreating strategically. But the goat-headed man would not let him off so easily. He reached down and forcefully scooped up a chunk of earth. At first glance, one might think he had simply stumbled and was picking himself up, but upon closer inspection, one would find he was holding something peculiar. It was a thin vein of star iron. Not good, the woman in white shouted. She rushed over to try to stop the goat-headed man. A fist-sized piece of star iron could weigh hundreds of pounds, so one could imagine how terrifying a vein of star iron hundreds of meters long would be. Once projected, it would be akin to a meteor falling from the sky. Not to mention Feng Chen couldn't withstand it. Even a transcendent warrior wouldn't be able to handle it. Therefore, she had to stop the goat-headed man from launching the star iron. Heavenly slash! A wild and powerful strike rushed towards the goat-headed man from behind, causing him to tremble, blood gushing down like a torrential flood. However, the goat-headed man remained unfazed. If he couldn't kill Feng Chen today, even if he shattered the entire world, he wouldn't be able to feel happy. So, he endured the pain, gritted his teeth, and took a big step forward. At the moment the rift in spacetime opened, the star iron ore shot out from his hand. Boom! An overwhelmingly powerful force combined with unparalleled density. The star iron ore violently rubbed against the air, even igniting flames, transforming into a fiery arrow flying towards Feng Chen. The woman in white felt a sharp pain in her heart. She thought, it's over. The massive star iron ore, cloaked in a blazing fiery exterior, charged straight towards Feng Chen as the time-space rift gaped wide open. The goat-headed man smiled smugly. It was worth enduring the white-clad woman's devastating strike. To witness Feng Chen being crushed to pieces was indeed worth it. Feng Chen stared at the oncoming star iron ore, a bit dazed. This happiness, was it coming a bit too fast? System. Understood. The system responded succinctly, even hinting at a touch of excitement. Then came the usual announcement. Congratulations, host, you have received the star iron ore reward, and it is undergoing random doubling. Randomly doubling by 999 times. Then, the goat-headed man was stunned, and the white-clad woman was also stunned. The goat-headed man looked at his right hand, confirming that nothing was stuck to it. He had indeed thrown it out. As for the white-clad woman, her little head was filled with big question marks. What had Feng Chen just done? Had he swallowed the entire star iron ore? Otherwise, where had it gone? But he should have choked to death. However, Feng Chen not only didn't choke but instead excitedly asked, is there more? Puff! A heart-wrenching moment. The goat-headed man spat out a mouthful of old blood. Feng Chen was so anxious he shouted, don't spray downwards, spray upwards. If you spray upwards, I can catch it. The goat-headed man was so furious his eyes turned black. He really did tilt his head back and spray out a blood-red galaxy. This left Feng Chen so excited he could barely stand, running around non-stop, absorbing continuously. Congratulations, host, you have received a top-tier goat blood reward, and it is undergoing random doubling. Randomly doubling by 666 times. Randomly doubling by 666 times. Randomly doubling by 666 times. By the time the goat-headed man finished spewing out that long stream of blood, his entire body collapsed to the ground with a thud. With a whimper, he actually kicked the bucket. This scene made the white-clad woman twitch her mouth, silently glancing at the long sword in her hand. A mere silver warrior could kill a legendary beast with just a word. But what about her? After fighting for so long, she hadn't killed her opponent. So, what use was this longsword to her? Seeing the goat-headed man die like that on the ground, Feng Chen rubbed his nose and coughed seriously a couple of times. Ahem, can the well-built lady over there hear me? I hereby declare that this goat-headed man died of anger because of me, so his corpse belongs to me. If you want it to, you can, but you have to bring his corpse over first. After I whip his corpse for a while, I'll return it to you. What do you think? The white-clad woman looked at Feng Chen with disdain, thinking to herself that if he took it away, how could he get it back? Feng Chen thought it was unfair. If he took it for a moment, he could double it into hundreds, and he couldn't owe her anything, right? But before the two could delve deeper into their conversation, a strange horn suddenly sounded in the sky above the white-clad woman, deep and long, like a military command, causing Feng Chen's blood to boil. At the same time, Qin Gongda in the principal's office, Lord Hu in the library, and Su Hong at the subway station all transformed into streaks of light, instantly appearing beside Feng Chen, all gazing at that white floating light. Feng Chen was so scared he didn't dare to breathe. No other reason. He was afraid of showing off. Military order? Qin Gongda squinted at the white floating light, then looked at the white-clad woman. Then, surprisingly, they nodded at each other. He then glanced at Feng Chen, said nothing, and suddenly jumped into the white floating light. Feng Chen wanted to stop him, but it was too late. Principal, don't do anything rash. However, Qin Gongda simply tore with both hands, regardless of the white or blue, directly breaking in, and then casually took the white floating light away with him. Afterwards, the valley immediately returned to its original appearance. Feng Chen also painfully lost several hundred sheep-headed corpses. It hurt so much that Feng Chen felt his heart was about to shatter. Damn it! My heart feels so cold. Several hundred sheep-headed people. We could eat hot pot for hundreds of years. This time, I've suffered a huge loss. Lord Tiger glanced at Feng Chen, who looked pained. He thought Feng Chen was sad about Qin Gongda's death. So he patted Feng Chen on the shoulder. Take it easy. It still hurts. Then take it easy again. Lord Tiger said calmly. After all, Qin Gongda had only torn open the void and gone to another space to help the woman. In white, Lu Ningyan resolved the current crisis. The military order was a unique attack horn of the intelligent beast races. Once blown, the army would surge like a tide. However, the legendary warrior Lu Ningyan might not necessarily survive. But how did this space crack end up here? And so quietly? Lord Tiger immediately glanced at Su Hong. In his mouth, he condensed his voice into a thread, making it so that the originally spreading sound became a thin line, meant only for a special audience to hear. Su Hong, you were closest. Didn't you notice any anomalies here? No. Su Hong slightly shook her chin. Although there was a faint smile on her face, it was evident that her originally jet-black hair had slightly turned red. This indicated that she was angry. Lord Tiger didn't say anything further, reached out and patted Feng Chen's shoulder, asking in a friendly yet threatening manner, "Do you want to be mute, or do you want to sign a confidentiality agreement?" Cough, cough. A confidentiality agreement, please. Very good. You've made the right choice for yourself and your companions. With his powerful perception, Lord Tiger had already noticed Lin Zhaokai and the other three, and not just them, Lu Ho and the other three were also within his perception range. All 7 were brought back to the secret chamber of Tianwu. They were questioned about everything they had seen. Then, they signed a confidentiality agreement, ensuring they wouldn't reveal a single word of what they had witnessed to anyone. As for why the administrator disappeared, where that white light world was, and how many of those sheep-headed creatures still existed, no one would answer them. They were just told to hold it in. Don't ask. After experiencing such a series of events, Feng Chen was fine in crowded places. But once he returned to the Tiger Cave on Peak 101 and there was only one person left in the inner cave, he couldn't help but burst into laughter. Ha 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 ha. I actually have a pile of star iron ore. Who else? Who else? Upon hearing Feng Chen's return, he shouted and yelled in the inner cave. Feng Outman pondered for a few seconds and said to everyone, he might have gone crazy, so we should change the leader. To avoid a prolonged election leading to a leaderless situation, I decide to recommend myself. Who is in favor? Who is against? Just as Feng Outyan finished speaking, he suddenly felt a weight on his shoulder, followed by Feng Chen's cheerful voice. I oppose. Then, I nominate Feng Chen as the leader. Who is in favor? Who is against? Lu Chang'at and the others immediately expressed their stance. I am in favor. I am in favor. I am in favor. Feng Chen nodded in satisfaction, his gaze lingering on Feng Outyan, filled with ambiguity. What about you? I also agree, Feng Outyan said weakly. Quite sincerely. After all, he really couldn't beat Feng Chen. Feng Chen knew this too. That's more like it. Since it's unanimous, I declare that I, Feng Chen, am still your leader. Since you're the boss, then do some things that a boss should do. Saying this, Feng Chen's gaze turned to the well-proportioned Bai Ruyan and the curvaceous Chen Xiaonan. You two, come to my room tonight. You two come to my room tonight. Feng Chen's casual remark made Bai Ruyan and Chen Xiaonan a bit nervous. Are we supposed to go to your room in the middle of the night? Could it be that there's something good in your room? Lu Chang'e scratched his head, feeling that this seemed a bit inappropriate, and weakly mumbled, Fengge, this doesn't seem right, does it? Any objections? Then you can come to my room later tonight. Ha! Lu Chang'e was dumbfounded. Fengge, are you not even letting the guys off? Feng Outyan burst out laughing. Put. Ha 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 ha. Laugh? You think it's funny, huh? Fine, then don't come over. Feng Chen waved his hand as he spoke, leaving Feng Outyan feeling quite pleased. He thought he had avoided a terrible hidden rule. But little did he know, there would be tears later. After explaining things to a few people, Fengchen urged them to hurry up and take the drugs to build muscle, otherwise it would be troublesome if they couldn't handle it. After hearing this, Bai Ruyan, Chen, Xiaonan and Lu Changge all had black lines on their foreheads. Only Feng Maotian was leisurely volunteering to guard the door, humming a tune. At the entrance, chrysanthemum withers, chrysanthemum hurts, chrysanthemum is yellow all over the ground. Back inside the cave, Fengchen sat, cross-legged on the ground. After a day and night, his long knife and armor had been completed. System, where's my knife? Swish! A sharp sound cut through the air. Suddenly, a long horizontal knife appeared in Fengchen's hand, measuring 1.2 meters long and weighing 62 pounds, usable with one hand or both. The blade was sharp, and the grip was comfortable. Fengchen swung it casually, using only a third of his strength, and with a swish, he cleanly cut a stone beside him, which was knee-high, into two halves. Good knife! Fengchen exclaimed. Looking at the knife again, he noticed a line of small characters faintly flashing on the blade. Deadly knife. Fengchen's mouth twitched. This name is too tacky, right? System, with your impressive craftsmanship, giving it such a name is really a letdown, isn't it? Do you need to change the name? Change it. Of course, it needs to be changed. Fengchen nodded firmly, speaking each word clearly. From now on, this knife will be called the One Character Quick Knife. One Character Quick Knife? The system wanted to express that this name didn't seem much better and even sounded less imposing than Deadly Knife. But Fengchen wouldn't budge. The system could only flash and change it. Regarding this, Fengchen said nothing, just silently caressing the One Character Quick Knife, grinning mischievously. The One Character Quick Knife should be a bit longer than the Deadly Knife. After all, men like it a bit longer. If conditions allowed, Fengchen really wanted to name this knife the Long, Straight, Black, and Hard. One Character Unmatched Special Fast Top Quality System Custom Super Invincible Sunshine Handsome Elegant and Charming Big Handsome Guy Fengchen's exclusive Big Treasure Knife. Unfortunately, many people would disagree and say this was just fluff. After putting the One Character Quick Knife into the system space, Fengchen asked again, System, can you take out my battle armor? I want to see how it looks. Please wait. The system said, throwing out two sets of armor in front of Fengchen. One set was a chainmail with only a hood and top, the top resembling a tight mini skirt with a hot skirt hem reaching the crotch area. The other set was a complete suit of armor from head to toe, even with a fine wire mesh as special protection for the eyes, making it look a bit like the legendary Armor Face Lightning Strike. Fengchen looked at the chainmail, then at the full armor. System, do I need to wear both of these together? Two sets of armor, one can be worn alone or they can be worn together. The system responded with a sound. It explained in detail. The chainmail is relatively light and can usually be hidden under clothing to prevent surprise attacks. At a critical moment, it can save a life. As for the full body armor, it can be used on the formal battlefield, but it will reduce some flexibility, so it's not recommended for everyday wear. Fengchen listened, feeling speechless. Who would wear such a thing to stroll around? Unless they were suffering from severe paranoia. Let's try it on first. With a thought, Fengchen activated the system, which immediately stored the chainmail and full body armor. Then it released them again. Just as the system said, the chainmail felt quite light. Wearing it, he only felt an additional weight of about 20 pounds, which for an ordinary warrior was not much of a burden, let alone for Fengchen, a 9-star. Silver. Not bad, not bad. Fengchen nodded in satisfaction. The so-called chainmail consists of countless small iron rings linked together, and lifting it feels fluid. The impact on body agility is minimal. Help me put on the full body armor as well. Suddenly, a heavy set of armor was draped over Fengchen. The total weight reached 300 pounds. For an ordinary person, this would be a weight that could crush them. But for a warrior, it was still light. However, the real issue was that this armor was very hard, so it couldn't be bent. At the joints, the armor would rub against each other, affecting movement, especially for larger range of motion poses. It was simply impossible to perform them. Movement is indeed not as convenient now. Increasing defense means sacrificing some mobility. It seems I need to find some special materials in the future that can maintain both mobility and defense. Fengchen stood up. The heavy iron armor clanged loudly against the ground, startling Lu Changge, who was busy taking medicine. He felt a bit weak. Fengchen had told him to come over in the second half of the night, but it wasn't even evening yet, and the noise was already this loud. What would it be like at night? So, unable to hold back, he ran to the entrance of the cave and knocked a few times. Soon, the entrance revealed Fengchen's small head. What's wrong? Brother Feng, what are you doing in there? I keep hearing clanging sounds, and it feels a bit scary. Oh, it's nothing, I'm just working on some props. Fengchen reassured him, which made Lu Changge's face turn pale. Props? Is it something this serious? This is terrifying. After dealing with Lu Chang'e, Fengchen also stored the full body armor, leaving only the chainmail on. Although it felt like wearing a skirt, the important thing was that it could protect vital areas. He accepted it. Men, in the face of such major issues, always seem very decisive. Safety first. Safety first. In the end, Fengchen became rich overnight, truly becoming the treasure of a family with a mine, stellar iron mine. Fengchen had the system measure it. This iron mine contained over 90% of stellar iron, which is considered a top-tier vein. Although it was small, it was compact. It could still bring immense satisfaction. Moreover, the system kindly helped Fengchen with a 999 times multiplier. That meant super double satisfaction. With this thing, I can not only enjoy myself but also bring my subordinates along to enjoy together. That's what true enjoyment is. Looking happily at his stellar iron mine, Fengchen already had a plan in mind. First, he would arm the 4 people under him. Good warriors must have good weapons. Otherwise, if you let a strong man use a toothpick to stir a water tank, even if he wants to, he would be powerless. And it's just right to practice on them for the system, so when I get home, I can help Xinger refine pills faster. A slight smile appeared on his lips. Fengchen was already eager to check Bai Ruyan and Chen Xiaonan's bodies. Nighttime. When Bai Ruyan and Chen Xiaonan timidly arrived at Fengchen's door, both of them were trembling. Who knew what good things Fengchen wanted to show them? However, Fengchen simply and rudely told them to lie down. Close your eyes. Just go to sleep. Bai Ruyan and Chen Xiaonan both looked confused. You called us over and we were already scared and then you just tell us to sleep? Ahem, if you can't fall asleep, you can sit cross-legged and take some medicine to cultivate or something, Fengchen said awkwardly. The system was still detecting slowly, and it was estimated to take 5 or 6 hours for one person, so Fengchen thought it would be better to let them sleep for a while and wait quietly. Unexpectedly, the two of them had quite a strong opinion. Hearing Fengchen say that, they both rolled their eyes in silence and simply got up to take medicine and cultivate. Moreover, they were quite angry. It seemed they felt Fengchen was not taking them seriously. They felt looked down upon. As for their little emotions, Fengchen ignored them. System, has the detection on them started? What's the progress? Detection is in progress and initial data has been obtained. Good, pull it up for me to see, Fengchen said. The system then displayed the data of the two. Looking at the data of Bai Ruyan and Chen Xiaonan that the system pulled up, Fengchen couldn't help but widen his eyes. This is. Fengchen looked at the data in disbelief, then glanced at Bai Ruyan and Chen Xiaonan, feeling that there was definitely something wrong with this data. The system's detection results showed that the important indicator for the curvy Chen Xiaonan was the letter D. This was basically within expectations. However, looking at the slender figure, the indicator value surprisingly reached an astonishing E, even larger than Chen Xiaonan's by a circle. This was too well hidden, right? So, Fengchen looked at the data board again, then at Bai Ruyan and Chen Xiaonan, which finally made the two who were still angry feel a bit happy. Knowing that this man was eyeing them, he still had some insight, right? He wasn't completely clueless. But Fengchen looked again. He still felt there was a problem. System, how could her size be E? This data is wrong. Host, after assessment, Bai Ruyan has wrapped her body tightly with gauze to maintain mobility. So that's how it is. Fengchen understood. In fact, this was not just Bai Ruyan's problem, it was an issue many female warriors had to face. Once a certain part was too prominent, it could easily lead to an imbalance in center of gravity. But suppressing it like this isn't a good thing either. System, help me design a style of underwear for her, for them, that can relieve pressure so they can move more comfortably. Okay. The system immediately agreed. Then, Fengchen sat aside, supervising the two's training, occasionally giving them a few pointers. This drove both of them crazy. Fengchen's behavior was like dragging them off the street, running impatiently, racing through the streets, up the stairs, and finally bursting into the room, throwing them onto the bed and covering them with a blanket. Then, amidst their screams, he gasped, "Look, my watch is glowing. Simply a beast." No, it's worse than a beast. Outside, Lu Chang'e paced nervously back and forth. He was next. He couldn't calm down at all. A few hours later, Bai Ruyan and Chen Xiaonan limped out. They had been sitting cross-legged for too long, and their legs had gone numb. But Lu Chang'e didn't know that. Then, he could only follow Fengchen's beckoning finger into Fengchen's cave. Feng Outyan watched with a sneer. These people are too miserable. How do I know Fengchen isn't inside measuring their figures but rather going in for some hidden rules? Are you stupid? How could measuring take several hours? No one spoke. To Feng Outyan, he muttered to himself at the cave entrance. A few hours later, Lu Chang'e also came out. But nothing had happened. Why is Lu Chang'e completely fine? Feng Outyan scratched his head in confusion. He wanted to understand but couldn't lower his head. Forget it. Anyway, going to the leader's room won't lead to anything good. He shrugged and didn't think much more about it. He continued to keep watch. The next morning, when Feng Outyan yawned, feeling sleepy and wanting to go back to sleep, he suddenly saw Fengchen walking out with 3 shiny weapons on his back. The weapons sparkled, instantly clearing Feng Outyan's sleepiness. His eyes were fixed on Fengchen as he walked out. Outside the cave, Bai Ruyan, Chen Xiaonan, and Lu Changde were feeling frustrated, wondering what Fengchen had brought them into the room for last night. Then they saw Fengchen coming over with 3 weapons. Ruyan, Xiaonan, Changde. He waved, signaling the 3 of them to come forward. First, he handed the long knife to Lu Changde. This death blade is crafted based on your usage habits and comfort, so the handle is a bit thinner than those on the market. Thank you, Brother Feng. Lu Changde happily accepted the death blade, as joyful as a child. Then he reflected and felt something was off. Based on my comfort, why is it smaller than those on the market? Is this implying I'm small? Cough, cough. My palms are small. However, even if it's a size smaller, it made Feng Outyan very envious, because he could already tell that the deathblade Fengchen gave to Lu Changde was of a quality level between D and E, while F-grade weapons would be utterly useless against this knife. Wait, there are 3 weapons in total, and my name hasn't been mentioned yet? Feng Outyan was momentarily stunned, feeling something was amiss. Sure enough, next, Fengchen presented a sword and a spear to Bai Ruyan and Chen Xiaonan respectively. Ruyan, this lady's sword is for you. It's perfect for the sword technique you're learning. Xiaonan, this dragon spear is for you. You're currently practicing the dragon spear, and both names have dragon in them. Quite imposing, right? Imposing, imposing. Chen Xiaonan excitedly accepted it, flicking her wrist to perform a flourish with the spear. The long spear immediately erupted with a sharp whooshing sound in the air, making Feng Outyan's eyes turn red with envy. He immediately asked pitifully, Brother Feng, what about mine? We're all on the same team, why do I have nothing? You have one too. Fengchen took out a wine flask and handed it to Feng Outyan, while seriously advising, from today on, you all need to start drinking golden monkey wine, 1 small cup each per day, and you'll be the one to distribute it. If it's uneven, I'll beat you. Brother Feng, that's not what I meant. Feng Outyan weakly replied, feeling wronged as he glanced at the weapons behind the 3. Brother Feng, look, you gave each of them a new weapon, and I'm the only one with nothing. It easily makes one feel like I'm not part of this team. Hey, you can't blame me. Yesterday, the 3 of them came to my room, and you didn't. Fengchen patted Feng Outyan's shoulder with a look of regret and ran off with a smirk, leaving Feng Outyan dumbfounded. After thinking for a long time, Feng Outyan had no choice but to awkwardly approach Lu Changde. He had to ask what Fengchen wanted with them. Was it fun? He heard that capable people often had many tricks up their sleeves. Changde, Brother Feng called you over. What did he have you do? What did I do? Nothing. I was just over there taking medicine, and Brother Feng gave me a few pointers. Lu Changde said flatly, leaving Feng Outyan speechless. Such a statement was equivalent to saying, shocking. A famous director calls a female star to his room at midnight. It turns out to watch a script together in bed. It was simply absurd, wasn't it? But after asking Bai Ruyan and Chen Xiaonan, he received the same answer. So Feng Outyan was instantly dumbfounded. Damn it, what did I miss? He immediately began searching for Fengchen, expressing his willingness to study hard under Fengchen's guidance in taking medicine. Unfortunately, he couldn't find Fengchen, because at this moment Fengchen was in the Death Mountain capturing exotic beasts. With a slash of the knife, another beast core was in hand. Congratulations, host, you have obtained a wild monkey beast core reward, currently undergoing random doubling. Randomly doubled by 566 times. At this moment, Sister Rice Porridge, who hadn't contacted Fengchen for a long time, unexpectedly sent him a message. Little guy, do you have to be so heartless? Ever since you went to Tianwu, you haven't even sent me a good morning. Looking at the content of the message, Fengchen immediately replied with 4 words. What? Little? Then, there was no further response. It wasn't that Sister Rice was confused, but that Fengchen's phone signal was poor. So Fengchen didn't bother waiting for a reply and wandered around the mountains with his knife, killing anyone he saw. However, ever since he encountered the level of the sheep-headed beast, these silver-level creatures in the mountains no longer piqued Fengchen's interest, no matter how handsome they looked. Hey, has the threshold been raised this high already? How about trying the golden area? Just as he was thinking, Sister Rice had already replied. Yes, big guy. Big guy, I heard you awakened your superpower and its space type. Is that true? I find it hard to believe. Fengchen gave a cold smile. You heard? Are you sure? So Fengchen quickly replied, don't believe rumors, don't spread rumors. Rumors stop with the wise. Sister Rice. Seeing that Fengchen didn't admit it, Sister Rice continued on her own. Just admit it. My sisters told me they saw you collect a star iron mine. By the way, do you think my sisters are pretty? I have a friend who says he thinks your sisters are not pretty. Do you believe it? I don't believe it. What a coincidence. I also don't believe you have sisters. Just admit it. Are your sisters just you? Then you admit it too. Is your friend just you? They bantered for quite a while. Fengchen was so excited that his tongue was about to fly away. Ahem. It seems a bit strange to describe it that way. Anyway, the two had a long verbal dispute. In the end, one took a step back. Fengchen stated that his friend didn't say that, and Sister Rice insisted that her sisters were very pretty. Alright, big guy, we've had enough fun. Let me tell you something serious. I have a task I want to assign to you. Do you dare to take it? If you do, the reward for the task is quite substantial. Fengchen blinked. A task? What reason would there be for a silver warrior like him to take on a task? However, the condition of a substantial reward was quite tempting. What task? I won't take a task that involves selling myself. It's a very simple task. Sister Rice paused. Then she sent a long string of messages to Fengchen. The task is very simple. Just use your superpower to collect some things. The target is quite interesting. Do you remember that bald fat guy with a rose embroidered on his head who wanted to kill you? His boss, the chairman of the skinny dog group Zheng Taiyang, has recently opened his safe for free. So, I want you to go and make a profit. Fengchen's mouth twitched. The safe is open for free? Isn't that just robbery? However, when it came to that Zheng Taiyang, Fengchen remembered it very clearly. A billionaire boss, just because he lost a few gambling games and couldn't save face, arranged for people to try to erase him. Such an unscrupulous rich man. And he had a grudge against him. How could Fengchen forget? As for the task content, I'm quite interested, but I'm still in the Death Mountains. Aren't you also from Tianwu? How could I possibly get out now? Don't worry, I'll have the big beard come to get you. Get me? How does he know where I am? However, after a long hour, Sister Rice still did not respond. This left Fengchen quite speechless. So, was Sister Rice tacitly accepting that he would take the task? He hadn't even negotiated the task reward yet. Tut 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 tut, this one, when chatting with me, is just like that female loser, the porridge sister. Is she really that woman in white? He stroked his chin. Fengchen found it hard to equate these two identities. That woman in white, while powerful, floated like a celestial being, as if a fallen immortal had descended from the heavens. But this porridge sister, I hope they're not the same person. Otherwise, it would be such a waste of such a beautiful person. Well, her figure is still quite pleasing to the eye. Hee, men are just that simple. Whether it's a female loser or a goddess, as long as the figure is good, they can like her. Fengchen chuckled. Carrying a swift blade, he began to search the mountains for those unfortunate little. Spot one, slay one. Then double it. Delightful. Meanwhile, deep in the SS level forbidden area of the porridge sister, Lu Ningyan put down her phone, on the back of which were stuck a total of 18 black enhancers, the same model as Enran and the others. However, after a while, the phone exploded. The functionality was good, but it drained the phone. Did you negotiate? Sitting opposite Lu Ningyan, Qin Gongda picked up a cup of tea and took a leisurely sip. Lu Ningyan smiled slightly. Sort of. This kid is a bit strange. Clearly, he has awakened his bloodline, yet he can also awaken abilities. This is the first time I've encountered such a thing, Qin Gongda said. Leisurely. His attitude towards Lu Ningyan was completely different from that towards Fengchen. To Fengchen, he treated him like an excellent junior, whereas to Lu Ningyan, he treated her like a colleague of equal standing, his tone carrying a seriousness. Lu Ningyan also slowly picked up her teacup and took a sip, even though she didn't like drinking. He is indeed a bit strange. 3 days before the national exam, he suddenly awakened his bloodline, and on the night after his awakening, he dared to fight in underground black boxing to earn blood essence pills, and he actually won. Moreover, his mental strength is also not low. A monster that develops so quickly and so comprehensively. I've only seen one like this until now. Lu Ningyan expressed her true thoughts. However, Qin Gongda didn't pay much attention. Oh well, it doesn't matter. If he really is a super genius, then coming to our Tianwu Academy is just right. Our Tianwu also needs such geniuses. No, the whole of Huaxia, even all of humanity, needs him. Passionate and powerful. Qin Gongda's admiration for Fengchen was evident. Then, he suddenly said to Lu Ningyan, so, Ningyan, have you considered this kid? If you two join forces, who knows, you might just produce a whole nest of super geniuses? Put. Lu Ningyan spat her tea all over Qin Gongda's face. Time passed. Soon it was night. Fengchen, holding his phone, looked at the half-finished chat with the porridge sister and curiously sent a pointless message. Are you there? However, there was still no reply from the porridge sister. At that moment, the rocks at the entrance of his inner cave were gently knocked. Knock knock knock. Knock knock knock. A series of sounds hitting the stone wall caught Fengchen's attention. Fengchen pulled aside the stone wall to take a look. He saw Feng Ao Tian wrapped in a towel, dramatically flaunting himself. with a resolute expression, trying hard to play the role of a flatterer. Brother Feng, get lost. Feng Chen's face was filled with black lines. This Feng Aotian was truly a drama queen. Feng Chen had no doubt that, if this kid got in, he would surely stage countless vulgar scenes. This kid must be suffering from late-stage star syndrome, right? No way. I need to properly educate him someday so he knows what a real man should be like. As Feng Chen was thinking about how to transform Feng Aotian, more knocking sounds came from the cave entrance. Knock knock knock, not done yet. Feng Chen pulled aside the stone, ready to give Feng Aotian a good beating to vent his frustration. At the cave entrance, a familiar bearded man who he hadn't seen in a long time was carrying the unconscious Feng Aotian wrapped in a towel and looked at Feng Chen leisurely. Then he pointed at Feng Aotian. Looking for your friend? Looking for death, Feng Chen said with a face full of despair, glancing again at the cave entrance. As expected, the night watchman, Shen Xiaonan and Lu Changgu had all been knocked out cold and couldn't stop the bearded man, a 9-star extraordinary. He dropped Feng Aotian to the ground. The bearded man looked at Feng Chen. Shall we talk while walking? Sure. Feng Chen was too lazy to wake Feng Aotian and walked to the cave entrance with the bearded man, letting him disappear for a while he explained a few things. Then he shook Shen Xiaonan awake. Shen Xiaonan jolted awake, gripping her yulong spear. Who was just hitting me? Come out. Calm down. Calm down. Feng Chen comforted Shen Xiaonan to sit down. He said to her, I'll be out for a few days. During this time, if you have nothing to do, just keep eating. Anyway, you won't die from it. Remember? Oh. Shen Xiaonan replied drowsily, not asking much. She had that kind of silly personality. Whatever you told her to do, she would do it. So, Feng Chen took out some pills from his storage space, which were a trivial amount for him but enough for 4 people to consume for several days, and left them for Shen Xiaonan. Only then did he feel at ease to go out. By the roadside, the bearded man was leaning against a big tree waiting for Feng Chen. When he saw Feng Chen coming, he lazily lifted his eyes. All set? All set. Feng Chen walked over with a smiling face full of friendliness. Beard, long time no see, your beard has grown longer again. By the way, has Sister Shifan posted anything on her moments recently? It seems she accidentally blocked me. I haven't seen anything. She never posts that kind of stuff, the bearded man said leisurely. With a flick of his hand, a stream of azure flames suddenly leaped out from his hand and gently enveloped Feng Chen. Behind the bearded man, a pair of azure flame wings suddenly sprouted. With a gentle flap of the wings, they soared into the sky, flying to a height of hundreds of meters. Feng Chen immediately felt as if his entire body was being cut by countless tiny knives, a constant sensation of tearing spreading across him. If it were an ordinary person, they would probably have been turned into minced meat by now. The bearded man glanced at Feng Chen. How's that? Very good. Then I'll speed up. As a man, how could the bearded man not understand that men care about face? Sigh. Forget it. Fortunately, Feng Chen's strength was not weak. This level of discomfort would only make his skin itch, not truly hurt him to the point of death. So even if the bearded man accelerated, it didn't break through his defenses. Soon, the bearded man folded his wings and set Feng Chen down on the ground. Feng Chen took a look. The place where they landed was actually the Tiandu train station. What's going on? Zhang Taiyan's safe is here? No. The big bearded man shook his head. He took out 2 special train tickets from his pocket. Unlike the ordinary blue train tickets, these were yellow, with no names or identity information on them. The big bearded man explained, Zhang Taiyan's corporate headquarters is in the capital, so we need to take the train to the capital. You can fly now, yet you're taking the train. Feng Chen muttered a few words. The big bearded man didn't mind. He led Feng Chen through an inconspicuous small door at the train station, handed over his yellow ticket, and the ticket inspector silently checked it and let them pass. After that, Feng Chen followed the big bearded man to the platform. In the deep night, a bullet train slowly approached. On the entire train, only Feng Chen and the big bearded man boarded. Feng Chen was a bit shocked. A special train? A special train. The big bearded man nodded affirmatively. Then, seeing Feng Chen's curious expression, he leisurely added a few more words. In the 3 central cities of Tiandu, Modu, and Daidu, there is a dedicated train for high-level martial artists, specifically for extraordinary martial artists to carry out special missions, called the Peace Train, which is this train. I thought so. Usually, you can't see high-level martial artists on the train, Feng Chen said. Suddenly, he felt a rapid sensation of pressure against his back. Looking up, he realized this train was actually traveling at a speed of 800 kilometers per hour, at least 3 times faster than a regular train. Awesome, Feng Chen exclaimed. He looked at the big bearded man beside him. Now can you tell me what the deal is with finding Zhang Taiyan? Sure. The big bearded man nodded. He took out his phone, opened a photo, and handed it to Feng Chen. Feng Chen glanced at it. The photo was of a man, the very bald man that Zhang Taiyang had sent to kill Feng Chen, the one with the rose tattoo. What happened to this person? Feng Chen asked. He thought this person was already dead. Was he going to be desecrated again? It seemed like his body had been burned to ashes by him, right? The big bearded man said slowly. People like him, Zhang Taiyang has placed thousands across the country. Each person holds a title, either market manager or branch member, and their daily tasks involve collecting various information such as road traffic, population distribution, and economic levels. Of course, the most important thing is still the number of martial artists, regardless of whether they are social or professional martial artists. After hearing this, Feng Chen felt increasingly uneasy. Although Zhang Taiyang ran a company, it seemed like he was collecting too much information, especially regarding the number of martial artists. From a certain perspective, this was already part of the National Military Reserve. Wait a minute, Zhang Taiyang wouldn't be thinking of betraying the country, would he? Feng Chen asked cautiously. This accusation was too grave. No one could bear to hear it. However, the bearded man merely nodded slightly. It's exactly as you think. Hiss, Feng Chen gasped. After all, this Zhang Taiyang was no ordinary person. Not only was he an extraordinary martial artist, but he also owned a company worth hundreds of billions and was actively engaged on social media, wielding considerable influence among the younger generation. But unexpectedly. But what did this have to do with Feng Chen? This guy had a grudge against him, so it was just right to settle both public and private accounts. Wait. If Zhang Taiyang has a problem with his morals, that's no small matter. Why would a small fry like me get involved? Feng Chen wasn't foolish. Matters involving national security, not to mention military deployment, would at least require multiple departments to investigate together. How could it be so simple? Just the bearded man and Feng Chen? The bearded man looked at Feng Chen. What else could it be for? Wasn't it because you could hide? You swallowed a whole star iron. Mine. But this matter couldn't be disclosed for now. So, he decided to reveal some other details first. Do you remember the underground boxing match you participated in before? I remember. Zhang Taiyang organized it. The bearded man's words genuinely surprised Feng Chen, but thinking it through, a morally compromised person could indeed do something as outrageous as not giving out even a first-grade blood essence pill. Exploitation. Heartless. The bearded man continued. Zhang Taiyang has set up underground boxing venues in many places, with several purposes. One is to conveniently unearth low-level martial artists, and the other is to eliminate these low-level martial artists. After all, high-level martial artists are a scarce resource when it comes to actual combat. The front line relies on high-level martial artists. As for the invisible battlefield, like logistics and medical support, which of these trivial matters can do without low-level martial artists? You can't just let extraordinary martial artists stay off the battlefield and go to the rear to carry rice, can you? Feng Chen wholeheartedly agreed. To put it bluntly, high-level martial artists are specialized talents. They only need to focus on fighting, while everything else is left to others. As for low-level martial artists, they gradually became all-round talents. The daily needs of high-level martial artists: what medicine to take today, how to repair broken weapons, what to do when they miss their wives, all these matters are handled by them. With so many responsibilities, it's really hard for ordinary people to support. Seeing that Feng Chen understood, the bearded man didn't think to praise him. After all, anyone with a brain could grasp such matters. So he delved a little deeper. Additionally, Zhang Taiyang also uses underground boxing matches to set up online gambling rings. Those who enter have a threshold. They must have a net worth of at least 100 million to qualify. Gamblers all have their circles. Zhang Taiyang has formed a vast network of connections through these people, thus gaining control over many people's dark secrets. Who plays mahjong with whose wife late at night, who likes to sneak out to get their hair done behind their husband's back at critical moments. As long as he shakes a little, many people will find it hard to survive immediately. To save their lives, these people have no choice but to cooperate with him, and from there, I don't need to say more, right? Upon hearing this, Feng Chen had basically understood. Zhang Taiyang's company was based in the capital, so he certainly had connections there, and those who set up companies were fundamentally linked to the business forces in the Magic City. This is what they call power, and money are inseparable. With money, you can buy power. With power, you can exchange for money. Therefore, the Imperial Martial Academy, at the center of power, and the Magic Martial Academy, at the center of wealth, are not suitable for removing Zhang Taiyang. Who knows if they have any collusion? It is precisely because of this that Sister Rice Porridge would appear at Zhang Taiyang's gambling game, and the big bearded man would be a doorman at the underground boxing arena. Infiltration. It's all fucking infiltration. Because these two actually belong to the Tianwu faction, and Sister Rice Porridge herself is a student of Tianwu. Extraordinary martial artists, billion-dollar companies, vast networks of connections. TSK. People like this really can affect the whole body with just a single hair. If formally investigated, who knows how many people will suffer and how many forces will have to protect him. So the best way to deal with him is to make him disappear. Seeing how quickly Fengchen understood the main idea, the big bearded man finally showed a hint of satisfaction. Smart brain, at least stronger than his own. Because he hadn't figured it out, it was Sister Rice Porridge who told him, if Zhang Taiyang is gone, this network of connections will be cut off for a while. At that time, those who do hair will continue to do hair, those who play mahjong will continue to play mahjong. As long as they show stability, everyone can manage to get by. It's the same as marriage. Fengchen could only shrug. What else could he do? Of course, he chose to forgive. If everyone is executed at the slightest provocation, how many are truly clean? Should they be all killed? 2 hours later, Fengchen and the big bearded man arrived at the station of Diwu. This was Fengchen's first time at this place. Standing here, Fengchen felt a strong sense of wealth. The pedestrians coming in and out of this place all wore simple, yet not ordinary clothing. The fabric of their clothes was clearly worth at least 20,000 yuan, and even a pair of ordinary white shoes could be recognized at a glance as something that couldn't be afforded, priced at over 3,000 yuan. This made Fengchen, whose entire outfit cost less than 500 yuan, seem quite out of place. Many people's gazes around him were filled with confusion, wondering where this monster came from. He was simply lowering their average level. Fengchen poked the big bearded man in the side. Are they usually like this? Pretty much. The big bearded man couldn't be bothered with these people. Because his entire outfit cost less than 100 yuan, he took out his phone. The big bearded man glanced at it. Zhang Taiyang's residence in Diwu is at Qingtian Villa, Building 12, Room 1102. The service feature of this community is that there are dozens of golden martial artists acting as property guards, so it seems that sneaking in is still a bit difficult. Qingtian Villa? Fengchen thought it sounded familiar. He immediately entered the system space. Among a mountain of properties, he pulled out a red book. Qingtian Villa, Building 12, Room 1101. Fengchen's mouth twitched. He thought to himself, isn't this a bit too coincidental? At the same time, in the living room of Qingtian Villa, Room 1102, Zhang Taiyang sat on the sofa holding a satellite phone, chatting with someone. Don't worry, I know the people from Tianwu are preparing to make a move on me, but it won't work. Since they plan to act quietly, they won't even be able to enter my community. Those poor bastards from Tianwu can't even afford to buy a house here. The Tianwu group of poor bastards can't even afford a house here, Zhang Taiyang said with disdain. The person on the other end of the phone chuckled, finding it reasonable. Alright, I won't say much more. Since they don't dare to come openly, they'll have to resort to underhanded methods. Just be careful, don't let them find you and stab you. Relax, I'm the most reliable person when it comes to doing things. He hung up the phone. Zhang Taiyang looked at the empty living room, stood up, and prepared to go to the study to read and show off. But just as he got up, he saw his son Zhang Ritian casually chewing gum, getting ready to head out to find a bar to have some fun. Furious, Zhang Taiyang immediately exploded. You little brat, all you know is to go out and play? Don't you realize it's a critical time right now? Come on, they're coming for you. What do I have to be afraid of? Zhang Ritian said nonchalantly. Zhang Taiyang was so angry he was ready to whip out his belt. Zhang Ritian quickly called for a stop. Alright, I know I was wrong. I'm just going out to find a cleaner. Okay? The dishes at home haven't been washed for 3 days. If this goes on, they'll start to mold. Zhang Ritian said, looking at Zhang Taiyang with a hint of grievance. If it weren't for Zhang Taiyang saying, experts say that although dishwashers look scientific, they actually don't clean the dishes well, leaving behind invisible bacteria, while hand washing, though primitive, has a magical effect that can completely eliminate bacteria. Then he added, in these critical times, to avoid our maids being bribed, let's just fire them all. Otherwise, their family wouldn't be in a situation where they had no way to wash dishes. Hearing his son wanted to hire a cleaner to wash the dishes made Zhang Taiyang furious. No cleaner, no dishwasher, can't you wash them yourself? Cough, Dad, you said it yourself. Who among the rich washes their own dishes? Washing dishes yourself. What's the difference from being poor? Zhang Ritian immediately retorted, leaving Zhang Taiyang speechless. He didn't have any particular hobbies, just loved to brag and cared about his image. Once, a reporter asked him, Mr. Zhang Taiyang, what are your psychological expectations after the Shogo Group goes public? Do you hope Shogo becomes one of the top 10 companies in Huaxia? To such a question, Zhang Taiyang just smiled coldly. Top 10? If I'm going to do it, I want to be the #1 company in Huaxia. Otherwise, I wouldn't be living up to my genius mind. Then, under Zhang Taiyang's relentless efforts, Shogo Group finally fell out of the top 500 in Huaxia. Also, a reporter asked him, Mr. Zhang Taiyang, I saw on your company's promotional page that you claim to sleep only 3 hours a day. Is that true? Ha, of course it's true, Zhang Taiyang said, confidently, going on to elaborate on the reasons for his high energy. I'm just naturally energetic, and another point is that I'm a person with very high concentration. Until I finish a task, I absolutely won't feel sleepy. There shouldn't be many people in the world as gifted as I am. Later, a reporter caught photos of Zhang Taiyang sleeping at various meetings, even titling it, "The reason Zhang Taiyang only sleeps 3 hours a day has finally been found. The reason is that he forgets after sleeping." It was a total embarrassment. So now, being retorted by his own son Zhang Ritian, Zhang Taiyang just habitually endured it and carefully instructed a few things. If you want to find a cleaner, then go ahead. But you need to be careful. Our enemies are always trying to find ways to infiltrate our home, so those who seem legitimate might actually be the most illegitimate. And those who seem illegitimate might actually be the legitimate ones. He rambled on with a bunch of nonsense. Zhang Taiyang tacitly allowed Zhang Ritian to look for the cleaner. Zhang Ritian silently complained, "Can't you just not show off?" Then he opened the big door and walked out. As soon as he stepped outside, he saw two unfamiliar faces in the hallway, and it was clear they were newcomers, unable to even find the door. Such behavior of not being able to find the way usually happens the first time. Subsequently, he watched the person in front, muttering 1101, continuously walking towards his own home. He took out a key and inserted it, finally opening the door. Upon seeing this, Zhang Riten glanced at the two people. The clothes and pants they wore added up to less than 1,000 yuan. How could they afford a place priced at 150,000 yuan per square meter? Most likely, they were sent over to maintain the rooms. Most people might not understand. For houses sold with fine decoration, the biggest fear is the aging of the room's pipes. If faucets are not used for a while, their functionality declines. If they are left unused for too long and break down, there won't even be time to cry. They would have to renovate again. Therefore, the property management usually arranges for personnel to come over. For maintenance, the method of maintenance is quite simple. Just use the faucet a bit to keep it active. It's better to wear it out through use than to let it become useless from disuse. Thus, Zhang Ritian's eyes turned thoughtfully. The old man just said to find someone who doesn't look like a cleaner to do the cleaning. That would be safer. These two, quite fitting. After thinking for a moment, Zhang Ritian felt very satisfied. He called out to Feng Chen and the big bearded man who were about to enter. "Hey, you two." Feng Chen and the big bearded man were initially confused about why a seemingly not-so-smart young man appeared at the door of Zhang Taiyang's house. They could only pretend not to notice and walk straight towards their own house. Unexpectedly, the other party directly called them to a halt. "What's going on? Is this guy a big fool?" No. Is he a big fool pretending to be smart? Has he already seen through our identities? Feng Chen was secretly on guard. He turned around and calmly looked at Zhang Ritian, who was smiling as he approached. He heard Zhang Ritian say, "You two, do you want to earn some extra cash? It's very easy, it can be done in a few minutes, and you can earn 2,000 yuan. Are you in?" Why does this sound so untrustworthy?" Feng Chen said weakly, wanting to know whether this guy was trying to set them up or was just coveting his good looks. Zhang Riten sneakily glanced at his own house's door and quietly said to the two, "You don't have to worry, I'm not an untrustworthy person. I just want to go out and play, but my dad asked me to find a cleaner to come home and wash the dishes. So, you just need to go over and maintain the room. Just take the key, go to our house, wash the dishes, do the chores, and when you're done, put the key under the doormat. I'll come back to get it myself." After saying this, Zhang Riten immediately took out the house key and handed it to Feng Chen and the big bearded man. Cough, cough, this is not good. Just for this little bit of trouble, 2,000 yuan. The words were spoken. Feng Chen had already opened his payment code. Ding! Your account has received 2,000 yuan. At the same time, congratulations, host, you have received a cash reward and a random doubling is in progress. Randomly doubled by 555 times. On the other side, Zhang Ritian, unaware that he had already sold out his father, was mysteriously instructing Feng Chen. "Remember, don't go in too early. Otherwise, my dad will think I haven't gone too far and he'll definitely call me back and then I won't be able to go out to play." To this, Feng Chen assured him not to worry. "Soon, your dad won't have time to call you." When Zhang Ritian took the elevator down, Feng Chen shook the keys in his hand at the big bearded man. The big bearded man was speechless. A task? What a joke. There was no tension at all. It was too damn smooth. On the other side, in room 1102, Zhang Taiyang frowned, his eyes nervously fixed on the computer screen, even his breathing becoming increasingly rapid. At that moment, a buzzing sound from the phone on the desk startled Zhang Taiyang, who quickly clicked the close button, leaving only a lonely desktop glowing faintly. Zhang Taiyang glanced at his phone. It was a call from his partner. So he answered. "Hello? What are you doing? Why did it take you so long to answer?" "Nothing, just looking at some study materials." "What's up? Is there something?" "There's news." Zhang Taiyang tensed up. At the same time, his right hand manipulated the mouse, deleting all his browsing history. The other party continued. Just received. News, Tianwu Academy sent someone, but it's just a cover. The real action is by two other people. They've already arrived in the capital. I was wondering what it was? Like I said, they can't get into this community, let alone break into my house, Zhang Taiyang said proudly. Just then, he heard a creaking sound from downstairs. Someone pushed open the door. Who? Zhang Taiyang shouted nervously. Feng Chen called out lazily. Cleaning. Oh. Zhang Taiyang let out a long sigh of relief and continued to act cool. The community I live in is not for rent. If you're not an owner, you can't come in. If Tianwu Academy has the ability, then they should buy a place here. Otherwise, in the capital, the center of power, if they dare to break in, then Tianwu Academy can just wait to be held accountable, he said fiercely. Feeling triumphant, Zhang Taiyang hung up the phone. Then, he opened his computer, continued to look at his study materials. As he delved deeper into the study materials, Zhang Taiyang's expression grew more serious, and his breathing became more rapid. Knock, knock, knock. A knock on the door interrupted Zhang Taiyang, who had just reached for a tissue to wipe his nose, and he asked with a displeased face. What is it? The handsome guy who commissioned us just now said that the payment is to be made by you. Wait outside. He stood up in dissatisfaction. Zhang Taiyang straightened his clothes and put on a cool, arrogant expression as he opened the study door. How much was it? 1 life. The big bearded man said dully, his right hand transforming into a blue flame knife, pressing against Zhang Taiyang's throat. Zhang Taiyang looked bewildered. Why you? How did you get in? I said I was invited in by your son, do you believe it? Feng Chen shook the keys in his hand. He couldn't be bothered to ask if Zhang Taiyang still recognized him. He strode into the study, looked around, then asked the big bearded man, aren't you supposed to be here to collect something? It seems like there's nothing valuable to take in this study. You are from Tianwu? Zhang Taiyang slightly steadied himself. He looked up and down at the bearded man and Feng Chen. Feng Chen was still young, so that was not worth mentioning, but the bearded man was already middle-aged and his strength had reached the extraordinary level, yet he was still dressed in cheap goods. Thus, Zhang Taiyang's business mindset immediately kicked in. For a businessman, there is nothing that cannot be traded. Life is the same. Friend, let's make a deal. How about it? You see, you've been working for Tianwu for so long, yet you're still wearing cheap goods. I bet you can't even afford a house. Why not let me go and just say the mission failed when you return? I can give you a house in the imperial capital. What do you think? Throwing out his conditions, Zhang Taiyang believed they were very tempting. The imperial capital, the center of power. So houses are not worth much. What matters is being able to enter the center. As long as one takes root here, isn't it easy to earn a position and make money? However, the bearded man remained unmoved. He simply pushed the flame knife a bit closer to Zhang Taiyang's neck. Where do you usually keep the pills you collect? I don't have any. I really don't. Zhang Taiyang hurriedly replied. Even if he did, he couldn't admit it. Admitting it would surely mean death. So the urgent matter was to win over the bearded man, and if that failed, to turn to Feng Chen. Although Feng Chen was a bit weaker as a fellow traveler, he still had some say. Hey, handsome, you should talk to your friend and tell him not to be impulsive. You're still young, and you have a bright future ahead. What you lack is just your first pot of gold, right? I can give that to you, Zhang Taiyang said sincerely. Feng Chen, who was searching behind the bookshelf for any hidden compartments, clapped his hands, indicating he could accept Zhang Taiyang's offer. Feng Chen said, bearded man, don't be so agitated. His attitude isn't bad, is it? Then he walked up to Zhang Taiyang with a smile, looking like a little money grubber, and asked, I'm actually very easy to buy off. As long as you offer enough, you can buy me. I swear. Good, good. Zhang Taiyang immediately became excited. As an extraordinary martial artist and a billionaire, how could he not be able to buy off a poor kid? Ridiculous. So Zhang Taiyang generously threw out his conditions. Handsome, I'll give you a house in the imperial capital, 200 square meters plus 10 million in cash. How about that? Zhang Taiyang looked at Feng Chen with great anticipation, ready to see him go crazy with joy. Then he would plead with the bearded man to let him go. But reality was harsh. In reality, the smile on Feng Chen's face gradually faded, eventually turning into a numb, disdainful, and disgusted expression. He then coldly said, You look down on me. You look down on me. Feng Chen expressed his displeasure at being underestimated. This left Zhang Taiyang speechless. Are the young people nowadays so high-handed yet low-skilled? Is a 200 square meter house not enough? Is 10 million yuan in cash too little? There's no way around it. Zhang Taiyang could only raise the price. Handsome guy, I was wrong. How about this? I'll add another 10 million. Feng Chen shook his head directly upon hearing this. He said to the big bearded man, kill him. His vision is too small. He can't come up with any big money. Zheng Taiyang felt like he was about to spit blood. My vision is too small? I'm a billionaire and you dare say my vision is too small? Damn it. When you say that, can you look in the mirror and see how big your own face is? However, complaints aside, one must still be sincere. Don't act rashly. Don't act rashly. Handsome guy, I was wrong. My vision is small. How about this? I'll give you a check. You can fill in whatever amount you want. Zheng Taiyang pointed to his checkbook, indicating that his vision was indeed broad, unlike some things that were small. Feng Chen calmly said, I'm not interested in money. Zheng Taiyang's mouth twitched upon hearing this, wishing he could give this kid a big slap. Who taught you to act so pretentious? I'm a billionaire and I'm embarrassed to say such things. How can you say that? But, with someone pointing at his throat, he couldn't be tough and could only try to soften his approach. Handsome guy, I can tell you have your own thoughts. How about we get straight to the point? Sure. Feng Chen was also easy to talk to and immediately agreed. Actually, my demands aren't high. I just have some psychological shadows that I need you, Mr. Zhang, to help me clear away. Psychological shadows? Yes. A few months ago, I finally won a match in the boxing ring and wanted to go collect my prize, but the other party not only refused to acknowledge it but also wanted to beat me up. Such a scoundrel should be killed. Zheng Taiyang immediately expressed his stance without hesitation. He believed that as long as he could make Feng Chen happy, Feng Chen would definitely let him off. As for whether he could convince Feng Chen, that's a joke. Which boss can't paint a big picture? Little handsome guy, when you encounter such a scoundrel, you mustn't hold back. Be as ruthless as you can, as cruel as you can. You can find him first. Pull out all his teeth one by one, cruelly. And don't just pull them out all at once, shake him a bit before you do. I guarantee it will hurt him to the point of wishing he were dead. Like this. Tell me his name and I'll go with you to show you how it's done. Feng Chen nodded in appreciation. With a clang, he threw a pair of pliers at Zheng Taiyang's feet. Zheng Taiyang's expression immediately changed. Little handsome guy, what do you mean by this? Cough, Boss Zheng, you really forget things easily. Let me help you remember? Feng Chen said, pulling out a photo of a bald man with roses from his phone. On a dark and windy night, a powerful and noble young man stepped onto the bloody arena to realize his life ideals. Little did he know, the real darkness was not above the arena, but below it. Before Feng Chen could finish, Zheng Taiyang's face had already turned extremely ugly. The moment he saw the photo, Zheng Taiyang recalled the disappearance of his subordinate was related to a little ghost. But he had killed too many people to remember what that little ghost was called or what he looked like. And now, he knew again. That little ghost was the Feng Chen in front of him. It's you? How is that possible? You clearly had only a 3-star black iron level back then and now you're so leveling up quickly, right? There's no other way, just keep popping pills. The best way to increase your level is to keep taking drugs. Feng Chen chuckled, picking up a pair of pliers and shaking them in front of Zheng Taiyang. Zheng Taiyang himself had said it. Shaking it before pulling it out has an even better effect. I was leveling up smoothly, so I forgot about this psychological shadow, but recently I've hit a bottleneck and my psychological shadow has come back. Zheng Taiyang was already speechless. No need to say more. Feng Chen and this big bearded man were definitely after his elixir vault. But the fact was also true. Zheng Taiyang indeed had a secret base in the imperial capital with an elixir vault. The so-called elixir vault is actually a place similar to an ammunition depot. It constantly stores various elixirs, ensuring their efficacy doesn't expire, and when war breaks out, these elixirs become the most important strategic resources. In fact, they could directly influence the final outcome of a war. Zheng Taiyang operated underground boxing matches, and most of the money he earned was used to buy elixirs of various grades. By now, his elixir savings had exceeded 100,000 pieces, equivalent to the elixir reserves of a small country. So you guys are after the elixir vault, huh? Since the other party had a need, Zheng Taiyang felt more confident. Once he was dead, they wouldn't be able to find the elixir vault, so they didn't dare to kill him. Instinctively, Zheng Taiyang began to show off. The elixirs in my vault are worth at least 10 billion. Do you two think you can consume them all? We can. Feng Chen nodded seriously, nearly choking Zheng Taiyang to death. Moreover, Zheng Taiyang felt that Feng Chen's consume and his own consume were not the same meaning. It seemed he really wanted to eat them all by himself. Scared by this crazy thought, Zheng Taiyang shook his head to clear his mind. My elixir vault is guarded by 3 extraordinary warriors in rotation, and there are many traps set up. Even extraordinary warriors might not be able to get in, and they could even die. So I advise you, if you want elixirs, I can give you some money to buy them yourself. There's no need to go to my vault and die for nothing. After saying that, Zheng Taiyang looked at the big bearded man. But the big bearded man remained expressionless, as if he didn't care about the dangers of the elixir vault at all. Zhang Taiyang frowned, having to place his hopes once again on Fengchen. He could sense that Fengchen's current vitality was only at the silver level. Although it was very close to gold, silver was still silver. The rewards for rank settlement could only be at the silver tier. Cough, cough. Getting off track. But silver is still silver. Strength can never be extraordinary. Sure enough, after hearing this, Fengchen helplessly frowned and said, "There's no way." This made Zhang Taiyang's heart leap with joy. He thought, "There's a chance." Then, he was horrified to see Fengchen snapping the pliers and reaching toward his mouth, repeatedly saying, "Gotta shake it before pulling it out. That way, it can be painfully unbearable. Pretty boy, you're still young, don't ever go down the path of crime." Seeing Fengchen reaching for the pliers, Zhang Taiyang's face turned pale with fear. He hurriedly tried to dissuade him. Fengchen wore a wrong answer expression and continued to extend the pliers towards Zhang Taiyang's mouth, about to pinch his molars. Zhang Taiyang was in a panic, cold sweat pouring down, but he didn't dare to move because the big bearded man's flame knife was pressed firmly against his throat. I'll talk. Zhang Taiyang was genuinely anxious. As a businessman, he clearly understood the balance between personal and group interests. Personal interests always came first. So, he quickly spoke up. "My elixir vault is located in the Shanghua Villa outside the 5th ring, but that place is even more heavily guarded than here, and there are even extraordinary warriors stationed there. You can't even get through the entrance." Shanghua Villa? Fengchen's mouth twitched. Why did that name sound so familiar? He opened his storage space and flipped through a bunch of red books. Fengchen took one out. "Shanghua Villa, District 1, Building 28, is it far?" Zhang Taiyang was stunned. Forget about where Fengchen pulled out the red book from. Just the fact that the villas in that Shanghua Villa area were priceless. A place that could afford to have extraordinary warriors stationed there wasn't just about having money. Those villas couldn't simply be bought with wealth. That's why Zhang Taiyang had set up his elixir vault there, safe and untouchable. But now, Fengchen had pulled out a red book for Shanghua Villa. Unexpected. It must be an accident. Probably Tianwu guessed the general location, so they prepared in advance. But, each district of Shanghua Villa is independently managed. You think you can just waltz into my District 2 with a house from District 1? Thus, Zhang Taiyang smiled subtly. As long as Fengchen and the big bearded man couldn't get into his elixir vault, they could never casually kill him. So, it's far. Your villa is in District 1, but I'm in District 2. Each district of Shanghua Villa is independently managed. Even the owners can't just cross districts. Then what number is yours in District 2? Number 8 in District 2. Zhang Taiyang said calmly, thinking it was no harm to tell them, since they could only lament in vain. However, before Zhang Taiyang could finish feeling pleased, Fengchen pulled out another red book. "Shanghua Villa, District 2, Number 7, it's next to yours." Ha! Zhang Taiyang's face was filled with confusion. "Are you faking documents? I say a number, and you just happen to be next door?" But Zhang Taiyang clearly underestimated the situation. Fengchen rummaged through the pile of red books and pulled out several more. "District 2, Number 6, also next to you. District 2, Number 3, in front of you. District 2, Number 11, behind you. District 2, Number 15, behind your back." A pile of red books came pouring out as if they were free, leaving Zhang Taiyang stunned. When he bought the Shanghua Villa, he had specifically chosen a unit with no one living around, thinking it would help him keep things under wraps. But unexpectedly, he had long been surrounded. Watching Zhang Taiyang's face twitch, Fengchen happily patted his red book, just about to say something. The big bearded man brought down a hand knife, knocking Zhang Taiyang out cold. Fengchen was left speechless. "Why are you in such a hurry? I haven't even finished yet." I monitored his heartbeat. He wasn't lying. "The rest is just us going to get the elixirs." The big beard spoke slowly. But Fengchen had a different opinion. "Big beard, don't you think our mission has progressed a bit too smoothly this time? It makes me feel uneasy." The big beard indicated he didn't want to discuss this issue with Fengchen. The task was so simple. Who could he blame? If it weren't for you pulling out a red booklet, would they have progressed so smoothly? However, how did this guy manage it? Why are there so many red booklets? The big beard couldn't figure it out. He didn't want to ask. What if Fengchen said this was just a small part? Wouldn't that just make him feel worse? So, he glanced around the study. The big beard saw a bottle of 1984 Lafite on Zhang Taiyang's bookshelf. He reached out, took it down, and poured it into Zhang Taiyang's mouth. Then, the two of them swaggered out with Zhang Taiyang. The security guards saw them. Fengchen remained calm. "President Zhang is drunk. Quickly arrange a car. President Zhang is going to sleep at Shanghua Villa tonight. Be careful or President Zhang might jump up and hit you." Yes. The frightened security guard hurried to arrange the vehicle. Not a minute was wasted. Riding in the property's vehicle, Fengchen and the big beard saved on taxi fare and went directly to Shanghua Villa Area 2. Meanwhile, inside number 7 of Shanghua Villa Area 2, 3 extraordinary martial artists were nervously staring at a bomb on the table. This, not good. A 3, I win, pay up. Han. Jen, a martial artist from Huaxia, laughed as he urged the other two to pay, while also reminding them, this round has a bomb, it's double. Opposite him, the two non-Huaxia extraordinary martial artists frowned in dissatisfaction. Han, you're going too far, winning every round and there's a bomb every time, are you cheating? Another person shared the same thought. Yeah, old Han, we've been playing for a while and you keep winning, it's really uncomfortable for us. Only Han Jian was smiling, eagerly collecting money. Hey, I've only won a few $100 from you, don't be so petty. Besides, Do Diju is a national treasure. Of Huaxia, it would be bad if I lost. Meichuani and Diapide on the opposite side exchanged glances, speechless. Losing money was a small matter, but losing one's composure was a big deal. Continuously. Losing without winning would make even the best mindset feel anxious. Diapide cursed, another lousy hand. If I lose this round, I'm done. By the way, where's that bastard Zhang Taiyang? Didn't he say he'd arrange fast food for us? What did you order today? Black chicken? Or white-cut chicken? Han Jian casually asked, making sure Diapide chuckle. Only kids make choices, I want them all. They should be arriving soon, right? Old Han, how many did you order? I didn't order any, there's been some situation lately, we need to take turns keeping watch. Han Jian said with a disappointed face, causing Diapide to smirk. Then how about I eat first and you eat later? Don't worry, I'll make sure they're clean. No, Han Jian shook his head. Then he turned to look at the villa's front door, just in time to hear the doorbell ring. Ding dong, ding dong. The melodious doorbell rang, and Dayupi immediately became excited, tossing aside his bad cards and stripping off his shirt, throwing it onto the sofa. Old Han, go open the door for me, I'll take a shower first. So impatient. Han Jian shook his head with a wry smile. Silently, he gathered his 2 kings and 4 twos. Then he opened the door and went to the small courtyard of the villa. At the entrance stood 2 beautiful women, one so dark that only her teeth were white and the other so fair that only a few spots were dark. Speaking of dark spots, don't think too much. Beside these 2 women stood 4 men. In suits, slicked back hair, dark glasses, either security or salesmen. Sure enough, they were the security guards of the perfume villa, all elite golden warriors. The leading guard spoke to Han Jian. Sir, these 2 ladies say they were invited by you, so we need to verify. They are our guests, Han Jian said calmly. The 4 guards slightly bowed to him. Alright, since it's confirmed they are your guests, we will let them in. Have a pleasant day. You're too polite. Han Jian watched the 4 turn and leave. He then turned back to look at the 2 girls, both tall and slender, clearly noble girls. The 2 girls greeted Han Jian enthusiastically. Hi. Han Jian waved back at them and led them into the villa. The delivery is here. Han Jian shouted as he pushed the door open. But before he could finish his sentence, a cold glint suddenly flashed from behind the door, rushing towards Han Jian's throat. Han Jian instinctively stepped back. At the same time, the 2 women behind him suddenly reached out, one pushing against Han Jian's waist, while the other hand went for Han Jian's. Startled, Han Jian quickly twisted his hips, dodging the 2 women's sneak attack. He then raised his hands to protect his chest, only to be kicked away by Mei Chuan's foot. At the same moment, the bare-chested Dayupi leaped down from the 2nd floor with a holy light cross sword in hand, the sword's light flashing, aiming directly at Han Jian's heart. Damn it! I've been set up. The corners of Han Jian's lips curled slightly. Suddenly, 6 cards appeared in his hand, 2 kings and 4 twos. Whoosh, they transformed into 6 sharp arcs, piercing toward Dayupi. Startled, Dayupi's sword light flashed, swiftly cutting through dozens of crosses in the air. In 0.1 seconds, all 6 cards were sliced into fragments. At this moment, looking at the scattered cards on the ground, Dayupi couldn't help but curse. You dog bitch, you really cheated. Don't say it so harshly, this is called a skillful win in a card game. You're just too stupid to notice it after so long, Han Jian replied. While taking out a pack of cigarettes from his pocket, lighting one up and taking a deep drag, he then exhaled a long smoke ring. I have one thing I don't understand. I disguised myself so perfectly, how did you see through my flaw? Humph. It's fine to tell you. Dayupi stepped forward and said loudly. I, Dayupi, am so handsome and charming that even men cannot resist my allure, yet you ignored my flirtatious glances, which proves you have ulterior motives. I see. Han Jian sighed deeply. He never expected that his flaw would be in this area. If he had known, he wouldn't have been so careless. Beside him, Mei Chuan and the 2 women were already speechless at these 2. One dared to speak. Someone dares to believe. If you 2 don't get married, then it really can't be justified. So, Mei Chuan and Iaiku took a step forward. Stop wasting time with him, he's stalling, trying to wait for his companions to arrive. Ha, too bad they can't get in. Jiu Pai De said confidently. He opened his mouth and said, "Young Master Shin has already filed a complaint in the name of the owner, complaining that there are too many idle people, so now, as long as you're not the owner, even extraordinary warriors can't get in." "Idiot! You sold out young Master Shin," Meichuan Niaiku said, exasperated, making sure Jiu Pai to feel ashamed as he scratched his head. Then he added, "It's fine, he won't be able to leave alive today, so it doesn't matter if he knows. We can only kill him." Meichuan Niaiku's expression turned cold. The Oriental warrior's sword in his hand glimmered with a chilling light. The four legendary warriors had no problem dealing with Han Jian alone. Han Jian, with a cigarette in his mouth, smiled bitterly and shook his head. "Why does everyone think they can kill me?" His tone was so pretentious it was infuriating. Sure, Jiu Pai took the lead, wielding the Holy Light Cross sword to directly behead him. Han Jian flicked the cigarette into the sky, and dozens of red heart K cards appeared in his hands, shooting towards Sir Jiu Pai like a storm. But Sir Jiu Pai was not fighting alone. He had three others with him. So, Meichuan Niaiku swung his long knife and unleashed a three-sword strike towards Han Jian. Han Jian's figure swayed and dodged. Following that, relying on his special intuition as a warrior, Han Jian glanced behind him. Behind his back, in the pitch-black void, a row of kind, white teeth gradually emerged. It was the Black Hen, and in her hand, there was also a gun aimed at Han Jian's kidney. The Black Hen said to Han Jian, "So, what do you think? Want to bet if my gun has bullets?" Han Jian leaned his chin forward. The cigarette that had just been flying in the air landed steadily in his mouth, and he bit it again. That dejected look and excellent pretentious manner made sure Jiu Pai's heart stir. "Damn it! This damn handsomeness! Damn!" Han Jian smiled slightly and said to the Black Hen behind him, "I bet your gun has no bullets." "Then you're wrong." The Black Hen immediately pulled the trigger. The specially customized armor-piercing bullet shot out from the gun's muzzle in an instant. However, the bullet did not hit Han Jian. The moment she spoke, Han Jian had already dodged, and at the same time, the card in his hand flashed, instantly cutting the Black Hen's throat. "Ugh, you!" The Black Hen quickly covered her neck and stepped back, her blood surging, trying to seal the wound on her neck. Han Jian chased after her, just about to strike. But Sure Jiu Pai and Meichuan Niaiku attacked from both sides. At that moment, the doorbell rang again. Ding dong! In an instant, everyone's movements froze. The four assured Jiu Pai were not of Huaxia descent. If they caused a huge commotion, they wouldn't even be able to leave Huaxia. As for Han Jian, surrounded and fighting for, he couldn't wait for a break. Sure Jiu Pai shouted, "Who is it?" "Delivery." A strong voice answered from outside. "Who is it?" "Delivery." Hearing the strong and powerful response from outside, the people in the yard were taken aback. "Damn it! Who the hell would come to deliver at this hour? Is someone looking for trouble?" "Sure." Dayupi cursed angrily. "Deliver it tomorrow." "No way, didn't you specify that we had to deliver it tonight? Now that it's here, you don't want it?" The voice outside grew anxious. "Carrying such a big inflatable figure back and forth is a hassle. Please come out and sign for it. This taste is really terrible." Listening to the complaints from outside, Sure Dayupi and Meichuan Niaiku exchanged glances. The meaning was clear. They were both asking if it was the other who bought it, but neither wanted to admit their poor taste. Just as the tension was rising, the Bai Zhanji holding a dagger became displeased. Two big men, whining like this. "I'll handle it." The cold glint of the dagger flashed. Bai Zhanji, wary of Han Jian, stepped around and walked to the yard gate, then pulled it open. As soon as it opened, a zombie face leaned in. Bai Zhanji was startled and instinctively thrust the dagger forward. "Ugh!" Zhang Taiyang, who was unconscious, suddenly felt a pain in his stomach, not from needing to use the restroom, but from being stabbed in the gut. He let out a whimper. Bai Zhanji was stunned. "Mr. Zhang? And me, Mr. Feng." Feng Chen's fist suddenly swung out, rapidly aiming for Bai Zhanji's chin. 9 styles. 1 punch. This punch was as fast as lightning. Before Bai Zhanji could react, it struck his chin. However, this Bai Zhanji turned out to be an extraordinary martial artist. No, it should be said that he had one foot in the extraordinary realm, with the other half yet to cross over. So Feng Chen's punch hit, but it didn't knock him out. At the same time, the big bearded man suddenly launched an attack from a corner of the yard. Underworld Ghost Fire. Side slash. 3. Blue flames sliced through the air in an instant, targeting Sure Dayupi, Meichuan Niaiku, and the injured neck of Wu Ji. The three were startled and broke their encirclement, allowing Han Jian to escape. Han Jian dashed to the big bearded man's side, glancing at the vanishing figures of Feng Chen and Bai Zhanji. He asked, "Is that kid okay?" "He's fine," the big bearded man replied, his gaze still fixed on the three in front of him. "Why didn't you send a message? My phone ran out of credit." "Oh." Meanwhile, Feng Chen was running quickly forward, with Bai Zhanji, dagger in hand, chasing after him. Bai Zhanji shouted from behind, "If you're a man, come and fight me." "Sister, I'm still young, no thanks." Feng Chen ran while quietly observing Bai Zhanji's movements. He saw Bai Zhanji was running well, but then suddenly, both feet left the ground as if flying low over the surface, rapidly closing in on Feng Chen. What the hell? He can fly? Feng Chen quickly turned and darted into a nearby alley, simultaneously calling out to the system. System, bring out my armor. As soon as he finished speaking, a thick layer of armor immediately covered Feng Chen, wrapping him tightly from head to toe. Feng Chen stood against the wall, disguised as a decoration. He held his breath and paused his heartbeat, making himself seem non-existent. Bai Zhanji, in high heels, chased after him, and after a series of clattering sounds, he couldn't see Feng Chen's figure. Meanwhile, by the wall, there stood a strange suit of armor. It looked quite cool, but it was unclear what material it was made of. Strange, where did that kid run off to? Carefully sensing the breath of Feng Chen, Bai Zhanji was still locked onto the red iron armor. She could feel it. Inside this armor, there was a pulse of life. But she was also puzzled. How could Feng Chen move so fast? In just 3 seconds, he had put on this entire suit of armor? Something's off. Gripping her dagger, Bai Zhanji cautiously approached Feng Chen. Feng Chen shouted to the system, stuff some monkey wine into my stomach. In an instant, the monkey wine rushed into his stomach. Feng Chen's blood surged, and his blood value skyrocketed from 9-star silver to 3-star gold. At the same moment, he swung the red iron armor and launched a surprise attack on Bai Zhanji. 9 styles. 1 punch. It really is you. Bai Zhanji was overjoyed. A mere piece of armor was nothing to her, and after all, a transcendent was a transcendent. A half-step transcendent was not something a silver-level Feng Chen could defeat. She couldn't be bothered with Feng Chen's fist. Raising her dagger, she aimed directly for Feng Chen's throat. But then, bang! A sound of shattering echoed. The dagger in Bai Zhanji's hand felt like it had struck the hardest stone in the world, shattering into pieces with a bang. Not good. This armor is strange. But it was too late. Feng Chen's fist, encased in the incredibly hard red iron gauntlet, struck Bai Zhanji's abdomen. Boom! The punch landed squarely on Bai Zhanji's liver. She immediately felt as if her entire head was about to explode. The pain surged like a tsunami, overwhelming her brain. This hardness was a super intensity she had never experienced in her life, leaving her momentarily blank. Good opportunity. Feng Chen showed no mercy. He lifted his knee, striking Bai Zhanji squarely in the face, sending her already malfunctioning brain into complete chaos. Then, she felt an incredibly sharp object pierce her softest spot. It was Feng Chen's swift blade, stabbing into her lower abdomen. How is this possible? A mere silver warrior, how could he have such a high-level weapon? Bai Zhanji looked completely incredulous. She collapsed to the ground, pretending to be dead to buy time. At the transcendent level, as long as one wasn't dead immediately, even with a fatal injury, one could gradually recover through powerful blood energy. So, what she needed to do was feign weakness and buy time to heal her wounds. I just need 3 minutes. In 3 minutes, I can initially heal my wounds and then kill this damned kid. Lying on the ground with her eyes closed, Bai Zhanji used all her acting skills to play dead. It must be said, some people are just naturally talented. As long as they want to disguise themselves, they can truly do it flawlessly. But, for those with good talent, there are also those with poor talent. Even with all her effort, it was obvious to anyone that she was trying hard to play dead. Watching Bai Zhanji feign death on the ground, Feng Chen let her be. He walked over, pulled out the swift blade, then shook it in one hand and stabbed it back in. Still the same wound. Still the same pain. Bai Zhanji. Feng Chen was still shouting over there. Heavens, why is my hand shaking? Did I hurt my fist just now? No, I need to try a few more times. Dog bitch raised. Bai Zhanji cursed inwardly, knowing that Feng Chen was testing her, so she tightened her breath and dared not move. She was thinking, with Feng Chen's age and strength, he definitely hadn't experienced a real life and death battle. So, he absolutely wouldn't expect that the safest way to ensure it is to chop off my head. Hiss. A dull sound. With a gentle swing of the one-character quick knife in Feng Chen's hand, he chopped off Bai Zhanji's head. Then he stood by, calmly waiting for the signal from the big beard. He didn't have much experience. However, the system could double the experience. It let Feng Chen know how to kill most safely. Soon. Whoosh. 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 5 consecutive sounds of breaking air shot into the sky. Feng Chen knew the time had come. From the very beginning, Feng Chen and the big beard had formulated a detailed combat plan, which was to break through the empty door. Let the big beard attract all the guards in the room away, and then Feng Chen would go in and transfer the entire pill store. After all, the difficulty of transferring 100,000 pills is imaginable. No one would think that Tianwu would only send one person to carry them. Getting rich depends on this wave. Big beard, you must hold them back, Feng Chen muttered. His footsteps had already rushed back to the villa door. The villa was quiet. There wasn't a single person. But Wasn't there supposed to be a dead person? Come out. Feng Chen gripped the one-character quick knife tightly, standing outside the door, his gaze like lightning, staring intently at everything. Inside the doorway. Sure enough, from the shadows beside him, Zhang Taiyang walked out slowly, holding his stomach, with a look of disdain for Feng Chen on his face. You little brat, you actually dare to come back? That big beard isn't here. Do you think you've won against me? I'm afraid to say it will scare you to death. I just killed a transcendent warrior, Feng Chen said confidently, while signaling the system to continue pouring monkey wine into his stomach. He had tempered his body with monkey wine and was immune to its side effects, so he wasn't worried about his vitality dropping. Zhang Taiyang snorted coldly. That woman was only half a step transcendent, while I am a true transcendent warrior. Wasn't it just from taking drugs? Feng Chen chuckled. This made Zhang Taiyang feel a bit inexplicably panicked. He didn't know. How did Feng Chen know about this? To build his personal influence. 2. Facilitate his crooked actions. Externally, he always claimed he had broken through on his own. Only a few core figures knew that he had forcibly broken through using beast pills. Because at a critical moment, among the labels of transcendent warrior, billionaire entrepreneur, and role model for young people, the one that could best save his life was the title of transcendent warrior. But once it was known that he was a drug addict, it would turn into, I can do it too, and no one would care about his demise. You little brat, now you definitely can't be left alive. A special aura rose in his hand. Zhang Taiyang suddenly swung a palm towards Feng Chen. In an instant, Feng Chen felt a heaviness in his chest as if struck by a heavy hammer. His feet lifted off the ground by several centimeters, and he flew back more than 3 meters before landing. At the same time, the clothes on Feng Chen's chest had already torn open, revealing the chainmail underneath. Protective gear? Zhang Taiyang was a bit surprised. It wasn't new for warriors to wear protective gear. What was truly surprising was that Feng Chen's protective gear actually blocked his palm. It seems you must be a key training target of Tianwu, otherwise how could Tianwu possibly provide you with such good protective gear? That's fine, killing you will make Tianwu feel heartbroken. Feng Chen directly cursed. Tianwu was already poor to this extent, yet they still had the audacity to focus on training me? However, although this guy is high on drugs, his strength is indeed above that of the previous white-cut chicken. The key point is, what exactly are his moves? The big beard is also extraordinary. When he attacked, he used his nether flame, but when Zhang Taiyang attacked, I actually saw nothing? Frowning, Feng Chen realized this matter was not simple, so he quickly stepped aside, hiding in Zhang Taiyang's blind spot. System, help me detect Zhang Taiyang's data. Understood. The system immediately marked Zhang Taiyang. Feng Chen clearly saw that Zhang Taiyang's strength data was not high. Vitality 100001, mental power 998, only 998 mental power? Feng Chen understood. Although Zhang Taiyang had swallowed a beast core, forcibly increasing his vitality to the level of an extraordinary warrior. In fact, true extraordinary warriors do not rely solely on their eyes in battle. More importantly, they rely on their 5 senses. That is to say, hearing, smell, touch, and even their own intuition. And with Zhang Taiyang's mental power so low, it was no wonder he was easily controlled by the big beard. Easier said than done. No matter what, his vitality is still a solid extraordinary. If he hits me head-on, I might not be able to take it. Hey, wait a minute. Didn't he claim to be a 6-star extraordinary? Damn, exaggerating to this extent. Feng Chen cursed inwardly while playing hide-and-seek with Zhang Taiyang. Since Zhang Taiyang's 5 senses were underdeveloped, he would lure him into making a move. Let's see what the true nature of that strange palm of his really is. Thus, Feng Chen lightly tapped his toes and sprang up onto the wall. Sure enough, upon seeing Feng Chen, Zhang Taiyang went wild, swinging his hands in a flurry of over 10 strikes, instantly turning the entire wall to rubble. It was at this moment that Feng Chen saw through the true nature of Zhang Taiyang's moves. Wind? Feng Chen felt a bit frustrated. Being called that made him feel like he was flirting with himself. No wonder he can't see. Only when the dust rises can the true nature of the moves be revealed. At this moment, Zhang Taiyang, who had missed Feng Chen, was also a bit exasperated. In his excitement, his wound had opened up a bit more. Furious, he shouted, "Little brat, if you have the guts, just hide for the rest of your life. Otherwise, once my wound heals, I will definitely catch up to you and tear you to pieces." Petty, Feng Chen retorted speechlessly. But he also knew this was the truth. Unlike the previous encounter with the white-cut chicken, where the chicken actively chased him and used a dagger, allowing Feng Chen to win with his red iron armor in close combat, Zhang Taiyang was very cautious, using long-range attacks. The key point was that Feng Chen wanted to raid the pill store, but Zhang Taiyang was blocking the entrance. If this dragged on, once Zhang Taiyang's wound healed, he would really have to flee in disgrace. There's no other way. I can only use my trump card. Gritting his teeth, he steeled his resolve. Now that he was at the door, if he hesitated, and went back. What kind of man would that make him? So Fengchen shouted towards the villa, Zheng Taiyang, you son of a dog, if you have the guts, just stand there and don't move. I'll come over and take you down right away. You have the ability, then stand still and don't move. I'll come over and take you down right away. Fengchen shouted at Zheng Taiyang, infuriating him to the point where he felt smoke coming out of his nose. He was an extraordinary being. Did he need to run? You little brat, come on. No matter what tricks you pull, if I'm scared, then I don't deserve the surname Zhang. Alright, Fengchen responded readily. He leaped into the sky, soaring hundreds of meters high. This made Zhang Taiyang sneer. You little brat, have you watched too many movies? Do you really think you can drop down from the sky and unleash some big move? Ha! Just as he was mocking, he looked up at the sky. Fengchen pointed his hands at the villa and then shouted, come, mountain. In an instant, a starry iron ore hundreds of meters long appeared out of nowhere, weighing who knows how many tons, suddenly materializing right above Zhang Taiyang's head. Zhang Taiyang was left dumbfounded. He quickly shouted, wait, I really don't have the surname Zhang. A thunderous roar erupted. The entire villa was instantly smashed to oblivion, leaving only a pile of broken debris on the ground, proving that there had indeed been a house here. Afterwards, Fengchen quickly retracted the starry iron ore. On one hand, he was worried about being seen, and on the other, he feared that he would smash the pill storage, causing all the pills inside to shatter. What's that? However, the reality was much better than Fengchen had imagined. After the starry iron ore struck, a subterranean structure appeared on the ground, and at the top of that structure there was a large opening created by the starry iron ore. What's going on? Am I having a stroke of luck? Fengchen was confused but greatly shocked. Meanwhile, in the surveillance department of Shanghua Villa, 3 extraordinary warriors responsible for the villa's security sat face to face, not saying a word. But after the tremor hit, dozens of golden warriors rushed into the place, seeking instructions. Mr. Zhang, Mr. Huang, Mr. Li, should we go out and take a look? That noise can't be considered a small disturbance anymore, right? No need to worry about it. The 3 had a unanimous attitude. Not only did they refrain from taking action themselves, but they also didn't allow others to intervene. They're gods fighting, we mere mortals can just watch the show, no need to get too close and add to the excitement. Understood. The subordinates complied and all retreated. When only the 3 extraordinary warriors remained, they finally spoke up. Our Tianwu's stance is that both your families can seek money and power, but you can't engage in shady business. No one is engaging in shady business, those who did have already died. That's for the best. But this matter shouldn't just be Tianwu's doing, right? If it were only Tianwu, it wouldn't be enough for us to speak like this. If Tianwu isn't enough, then what about the military? That one sentence caused the other 2 to fall into silence simultaneously. Whether it was power or money, nothing was as solid as a fist. The bigger the fist, the more it was the hard truth. Unaware of the tense situation on the other side, Fengchen remained quite leisurely. Following the opening that had been created, he descended into the pill storage. And as soon as he arrived, he was greeted by a dazzling array of pills. Blue, red, white. From 1st grade blood boosting pills to 7th grade blood boosting pills, everything was included. There were even rare pills like bone tempering pills, body refining pills, and muscle relaxing pills, all present. If taken out, not to mention forming a battle team, even establishing a small country's armed forces would be more than sufficient. Fengchen rubbed his hands in excitement. Although he currently lacked for elixirs, it didn't mean he didn't want to possess more. Besides, was he really craving these elixirs? What he craved was the system's doubling. System, help me collect. Okay. The system immediately activated its whale swallowing mode. Like a giant whale opening its mouth in the ocean currents, it swallowed everything: fish, shrimp, crabs, clams, without discrimination. It even spared Fengchen the prompt for doubling. It directly presented him with a total count. 1st grade Qi blood pill X5057 272. 2nd grade Qi blood pill X2 364 966. 3rd grade Qi blood pill X853 421. 4th grade Qi blood pill X154 563. 5th grade Qi blood pill X65 341. 6th grade Qi blood pill X1 258. 7th grade Qi blood pill X233. Such long numbers made one unable to close their mouth. But Fengchen quickly reacted. Wait, system, this number seems a bit off. With 100,000 pills, how come the highest count is only over 5 million? Fengchen immediately raised a question. Then, the system provided a prompt. Host, please pay attention to the elixirs around you. Fengchen glanced around. He found that most of the elixirs in this storage were still in their original positions, not having moved at all. This situation had occurred before, when Fengchen received fake Qi blood pills while fighting in underground matches. This damn swindler, even his own stuff has to be mixed with fakes? Fengchen was speechless. So, there was a reason why capitalists were hanged from lampposts. At this moment, several beams of light flickered in the sky as if Big Beard and the others had returned. Fengchen hurriedly shouted, "System, help me collect some fake elixirs and mix in a few real ones, otherwise, if others find out I only collect the real ones, I'll be in big trouble." "Okay," the system sweetly responded. It casually helped Fengchen collect a large batch of elixirs. Then, Fengchen jumped out of the elixir storage and happened to see Big Beard and Han Jian descending from the sky. As for Wu Ji and the other three, they were probably already done for. There was no time to take advantage of the situation. Big Beard leisurely glanced at the elixir storage below. "Have you collected everything?" "No, I only collected a few. I thought you guys didn't win, so I just grabbed a little and ran out," Fengchen said with a pure expression, making Han Jian beside him smile slightly. "Is this the new seed that Sister Shifan collected? Awaken the space system, this young man has a bright future ahead. Who are you?" "Let me introduce myself, Private Detective Han Jian. I once pursued your sister Shifan, but later got beaten up," Han Jian said with a sunny demeanor. Unintentionally, it seemed he let out a bit of joy from being mistreated, causing Fengchen to instinctively distance himself a little. As for Big Beard, he said nothing. He simply jumped into the elixir storage, picked up a pill from the shelf, looked at it, and then revealed a puzzled expression. "This elixir. What's wrong? Is there a problem with this elixir?" Fengchen quickly asked humbly. Big Beard, however, wore a serious expression. He moved swiftly among the elixirs, and his face grew increasingly grim. Even Han Jian, who followed him in, looked bewildered after seeing the elixirs, finding it hard to accept. Finally, in the principal's office of Tianwu, Qin Gongda looked at the 5 elixirs on the table with an expression of disbelief, glancing at Fengchen, Big Beard, and Han Jian. Then he coldly said, "Are you saying that in such a large elixir storage, only 5 elixirs are real, and the rest are all fake?" Upon hearing this, Fengchen was so nervous that his heart was about to jump out. He had asked the system to mix in some real ones, and the system actually mixed in some, a full 5. "System, you are really too frugal. So such a large pill storage, with a total of 100,000 pills, and you tell me that out of those 100,000, only 5 are real? A ratio of 1 in 20,000? Qin Gongda had an expression that seemed like he would never believe it, making Fengchen's heart feel a bit anxious. But fortunately, a mature martial artist must have absolute control over their own body and muscles. So, Fengchen immediately activated his expressionless mode, wearing a face that said, "This is the way it is, believe it or not." Standing beside Fengchen, the big bearded man and Han Jian wore the same expression, which nearly drove Qin Gongda to the brink of exploding. He pinched the bridge of his nose and told them to leave. "You two go back first. Fengchen, stay. I have something to say to you." "Okay." The big bearded man didn't say much more, showing that he actually had no direct relationship with Tianwu. He was only helping Tianwu Academy at the request of Sister Rice Porridge. As for Han Jian, regardless of how much Tianwu Academy gained, his share was fixed, so he waved goodbye to Fengchen and left happily. Now, in the large principal's office, only Fengchen and Qin Gongda remained. Qin Gongda gestured to the table. "Kid, come sit." "Oh." Fengchen sat down in front of Qin Gongda. The highest realm of martial arts is seeing the move and countering it, and the same goes for doing things in life. So after Fengchen sat down, he said nothing, waiting for Qin Gongda to speak first. Seeing Fengchen remain calm and collected after being left alone, not even trembling, was the most headache-inducing for a teacher. "Damn it! Your mindset is pretty good." Qin Gongda muttered in frustration and had to speak first. But it wasn't small talk, it was a sob story. "Regarding Zhang Taiyang, I've hired external help, I've hired detectives, and I've arranged for the cleanup work. It's really exhausting. You say you won't give me 70%, I accept that. If you won't give me 60%, I can accept that too, but you can't give me less than 50%, right?" To be honest, while the sob story was cliché, it was indeed very effective. It moved Fengchen so much that he reached out. "Principal, you work so hard, only giving 50% is unreasonable. In my opinion, you should at least get 80%. Otherwise, it just doesn't make sense. As for the remaining 20%, can it be mine? After all, I've contributed to the school." As he spoke, Fengchen raised his hand to take the most expensive of the 5 pills. Qin Gongda immediately slapped his hand away in annoyance. TSK, what are you doing? I meant for you to hand it over, not to take more." "Principal, you're wronging an honest person here." "I'm not the kind of person who hoards everything for myself," Fengchen said, sounding quite righteous. He wasn't the least bit guilty. After all, he had generously set aside 5 pills for Qin Gongda. He didn't take them all. His righteous tone nearly made Qin Gongda's nose twist in anger. "You little brat, are you ignoring me when I talk to you? I heard from that bearded guy that you have the ability to identify pills. Tell me the truth, did you hide the real ones?" "Principal, we can't play the blame game here." Fengchen felt a bit guilty, thinking that perhaps, maybe, he had shown some skill in identifying pills. when he was fighting in underground matches for them. Qin Gongda snapped his fingers and directly reached out. Hand it over. Cough cough. Fengchen coughed to express his dissatisfaction, then spoke to Qin Gongda in a negotiating tone. Principal, you see, I've put in quite a bit of effort this time, haven't I? Humph. Speaking of this, I'm a bit angry. You little brat are quite the hidden gem. Tell me, how did you manage to have a villa and a house in the capital without ever going there? I said someone gave them to me, do you believe it? Fengchen didn't elaborate. Aside from the fact that the system wasn't human, he was speaking the truth. The system. Qin Gongda let out a cold laugh upon hearing this, but didn't delve deeper into the matter. Then, he generously spoke up. Alright, if you want to keep the elixirs to enhance your strength, that's understandable. I'll be generous and give you all of them. Ha! Fengchen suddenly felt something was off. Just a moment ago, he had been threatened and intimidated into handing over the elixirs. Now he didn't want them. It was like during a tug-of-war, initially pulling with all your might, then suddenly letting go, just to make Fengchen fall flat on his backside. Old schemer. He had to be careful. Principal, since you're being so generous, why not just give me these 5? Look at you, so pathetic. Qin Gongda scolded, sweeping the elixirs into his drawer. Then he said seriously, young man, it's normal to need elixirs to enhance your strength. I won't blame you for that. But aside from elixirs, other things aren't necessarily better in larger quantities, like star iron or, for example. Fengchen thought to himself, as expected, this old guy had ulterior motives. Qin Gongda continued, kid, I'm doing this for your own good. You see, what good is just having an iron mine? Can you smelt iron? Can you forge iron? Can you make weapons? If you make weapons, will you share them with me? No, I can't do any of that. So having this thing is useless for you, right? Fengchen conceded that theoretically that was true. But theoretically, it didn't account for the possibility that he might have a cheat that could handle all these matters, aside from just giving it to him. So, the school hopes you can hand over this star iron ore. Qin Gongda earnestly persuaded him, stepping out from behind the large chair. He patted Fengchen's shoulder. You see, if you hand over the star iron ore to the school can turn it into weapons. Once it's turned into weapons, it can be distributed to our students, and our students can use it to protect the country. And you will be an unnamed hero contributing to the country. Fengchen listened silently. Nonsense. Contributing to the country was an obligation, but the country never said I couldn't be recognized, right? After thinking for a moment, Fengchen had a bold idea. Ahem, principal, I think anyone who contributes to the country should be recognized, right? Of course. Qin Gongda nodded. Fengchen continued, then those who contribute to the school should also be rewarded, shouldn't they? That should be the case as well. Qin Gongda nodded again. Fengchen had demands, that was normal. If Fengchen had no demands, Qin Gongda would suspect that Fengchen had a pile of star iron ore and was only willing to part with one without feeling the loss. As for what demands Fengchen might have, Qin Gongda could probably guess. It would be nothing more than a reputation or a weapon or something. Nothing too outrageous. But Qin Gongda clearly underestimated Fengchen's ambition. Fengchen opened his mouth and said, I want to be the principal. I want to be the principal. As soon as Fengchen said this, Qin Gongda almost twisted his waist in shock. Is this something a student should say? You want to be the principal? If you become the principal, what will I be? You can be the vice principal. Fengchen nodded seriously, indicating that this matter was not entirely off the table. As long as you perform a bit better, I might consider it. Qin Gongda was so angry that his beard almost stood on end. What is called outrageous? This is it. Kid, are you getting carried away? Do you think just because you have a star iron mine, you can do whatever you want? Is that not possible? Fengchen stared directly at Qin Gongda, countering with a question that instantly took the wind out of Qin Gongda's sails. There was no way around it. Having a mine really does allow one to do as they please, just as the system had analyzed before. In fact, the so-called special alloy is just star iron. As for the classifications like C, D, and E, they are based on the concentration of star iron in the weapons. The more it contains, the more popular it is. However, only the highest level S-class weapons are made entirely of star iron. The others are not pure. The fundamental reason is that their little blue planet does not produce this star iron and can only mine it from other dimensions. But what's even more frightening is that even high-level warriors, like Qin Gongda, cannot bring back much star iron, because he cannot carry a large amount of star iron while dealing with beings like the Goathead Man or even those above the Goathead Man. The Huaxia battle zone has been somewhat declining in recent years, not because there are no excellent warriors, but because a genius from the free battle zone has emerged, bringing back an astonishing amount of star iron from another dimension. I never expected our great Huaxia not to lose in talent but to lose in equipment. Qin Gongda sighed inwardly. At the same time, he began to ponder. If Fengchen insisted on being the principal, he might as well give Feng Chen an honorary title of honorary principal. So, Qin Gongda smacked his lips and said to Feng Chen, "Classmate Qing Yun, you see, being the principal is not only labor-intensive but also requires frequent fights with others, which is quite dangerous. How about you take an honorary title, still a principal, but without having to fight, and you can also receive an honorarium. How does that sound?" It sounded very tempting. But honorary principal is not what Feng Chen wanted. If he was going to be one, he wanted to be someone with real power. A puppet emperor who cannot command his subordinates, or a chancellor who uses the emperor to command the lords. Which would you choose? Of course, you would choose the joy of chancellor. Chow. With food and drink and people. He. So Feng Chen expressed with some difficulty, "Principal, as the saying goes, two tigers cannot coexist on the same mountain unless one is male and the other is female. If you and I are both principals, it would easily lead to misunderstandings. How about this? What I actually want is to satisfy my craving for power, to experience the joy of being a leader. Principal, how about giving me some authority so I can form my own team?" Qin Gongda stroked his chin upon hearing this and immediately got angry. "Good kid, are you trying to build your own faction? I went through so much trouble to gather this group of talented students, and now you want to sit back and enjoy the fruits of my labor, directly poaching my people. Is there anyone who does things like this?" But facing the furious Qin Gongda, Feng Chen remained calm, even propping his legs up on the desk. "Just say whether you want the star iron mine or not." "I want it," Qin Gongda said with a pained expression. For the star iron mine, he was willing to go all out. However, Qin Gongda could not just let Feng Chen expand his team like that. According to Feng Chen's nature, as long as there is enough time, he would dare to dig up all the new students of Tianwu. But we need to set some ground rules. First, your ban is lifted immediately. You don't have to wait 3 months to attack the old student dormitory. Second, to avoid you developing in a shady way, you must quickly occupy the old student dormitory, and you must attack at least once a month. If you don't attack, don't blame me. These 2 conditions are my bottom line. If you don't agree, I'd rather give up the star iron mine than agree. After Qin Gongda finished speaking, he looked at Feng Chen with a resolute expression, showing his determination not to back down. But inside, he was actually panicking. Damn it, what if this kid doesn't agree? The girl said it's a super huge star iron mine. Sitting opposite Qin Gongda, Feng Chen was also pondering. Attack the old student dormitory, and I have to attack once a month? Old guy. Setting a trap for me. At that time, I'll find a few actors, hum a few tunes, and say I couldn't win and ran away. Wouldn't I win passively? Humph. Unfortunately, compared to me, you're still a bit inexperienced. Internally, he was secretly overjoyed. On the surface, Feng Chen appeared reluctant and unwilling, but he had to compromise with Qin Gongda's demands. "Alright, let's do it this way, but words are not enough. Let's sign a contract first." "Okay." Qin Gongda was so excited that his eyebrows almost flew up. This kid still thought he had gained an advantage. When the time comes, he would give the order for a performance. By then, the star iron mine would be his, and a bunch of excellent new students would still be his. Let Feng Chen cry alone. "Young man, you're still too inexperienced, not knowing the harshness of society. You should learn well from this free lesson." However, Qin Gongda still didn't know that Feng Chen had already anticipated his anticipation. When the time comes, he would definitely make this old guy cry. Next, without further ado, Feng Chen, under Qin Gongda's black line of confusion, made him sign a letter of commitment. I, Qin Gongda, voluntarily signed this agreement, agreeing that Feng Chen can freely form a team. If I violate this commitment, I will be deducted 15 centimeters. Cursing inwardly, Qin Gongda still signed. Then, the scheming old man, along with the little rascal, who knew the old man's schemes, went to hand over the star iron mine. When Feng Chen pulled out that hard object, the teachers in the weapons room were moved to tears. So big. It's really so big. They had never seen such a star iron mine. Look at your useless expressions, as if you've never seen the world. Qin Gongda scolded disdainfully, but his eyes were almost popping out. Feng Chen felt powerless to complain. Such a small piece made you all so satisfied. Can you have a little ambition? Serve me well, and I'll reward you with a few more pieces this big, as long as my system agrees. Then, Feng Chen was thrown back to the death mountains. Still Peak 101. Still that tiger cave. However, Feng Chen's mood was different now. Before, he was afraid that once the team was formed, it would be dismantled, but now he had Qin Gongda's signed letter of commitment. Unless Qin Gongda was willing to shorten it. As for Lu Changda and the others, when they saw Feng Chen return, they were initially quite happy. But when they saw Feng Chen smile, they were all horrified. Feng Ge, are you okay? I'm fine. Feng Chen said calmly, but his face suddenly turned cold, and he sternly said, while I wasn't here these past 2 days, did you all take your medicine properly? We took it. That's good, Feng Chen said and then took out a large pile of elixirs, making the four of them feel nauseous. They really didn't expect this. As martial artists, they never thought there would be a day when they would feel like vomiting at the sight of elixirs. But looking at Feng Chen's expression, it seemed they weren't allowed to refuse. Feng Chen said, just take them. In a few days, when the 15th arrives, I'll take you to do something big. Soon, the 15th arrived. Number 15. The monthly event of new students attacking the senior dormitory has arrived, more punctual than a girl's best friend. What is a best friend? You have to unpack it to understand. That is, girls have friends. Every month. Outside the protective wall, Feng Chen leisurely gazed at the senior dormitory. Beside him, Lu Changde and Feng Outyan were eager to try. With Feng Chen's full support, Feng Outyan had already reached 4 stars silver. Now, just seeing elixirs would make him physically nauseous. Lu Changde and Bai Ruyan had also reached 2 stars silver. Their symptoms were milder, they felt uncomfortable seeing elixirs but wouldn't vomit. As for Chen Xiaonan, this well-endowed sister surprised Feng Chen. Not only had her vitality reached 3 stars silver, but she also showed no disgust towards elixirs. From time to time, she would ask Feng Chen for a few more. Boss, the medicine satisfy you. He handed a 4-star vitality pill to Chen Xiaonan. As soon as it was taken out, Feng Outyan's face turned green. He ran aside to dry heave. Those who didn't know would think he was pregnant, reacting so strongly. Lu Changde and Bai Ruyan also twisted their faces. Seeing this, Feng Chen said leisurely, if you perform well tonight, I won't feed you medicine for a week, otherwise, the dosage will double. Damn. Tonight, I must perform well. Feng Outyan and the others were all eager to take down these guys. Only Chen Xiaonan looked puzzled. Why? Why no medicine? For good performance? Why double for bad performance? Isn't this a mistake? Shut up! Feng Outyan and Lu Changde shouted angrily. Even the usually quiet and elegant Bai Ruyan covered Chen Xiaonan's mouth. The meaning was clear. If you can't speak, don't speak. Feng Chen looked at them and chuckled. What corporate culture? What wolf-like team? It's too small. The truly open-minded person is one who treats their subordinates well, desperately well, so well that subordinates are willing to pay any price for a brief moment of freedom. Briefly. Meanwhile, in the senior dormitory, all seniors received a group message from Qin Gongda, along with a handsome photo of Feng Chen. Look at this face clearly. When this person arrives, he is the master, and you all have to let him win. Like really let him win, got it? The seniors could only smile bitterly, muttering, what wind is the principal blowing? Asking us to let a new student win. What if we let him win and he still can't? Just as they were talking, another group message from Qin Gongda came. He must win. Otherwise, I'll close the swimming pool. Let's see how you all look at swimsuit beauties. Upon hearing this, any man couldn't bear it. Damn. This principal is going too far. Let him win. He must win. All the seniors shouted, expressing their determination to fight for swimming pool freedom and the right to see swimsuit beauties. Real men never give up the right to see swimsuit beauties. Thus, bang, bang, bang. At midnight, a rumbling sound echoed, and the partition wall separating Feng Chen and the seniors sank heavily into the ground. Feng Chen held a swift knife in his hand and shouted to the new students, tonight, the senior dormitory area is under our control. If you're not convinced, come challenge Feng Outyan. After saying that, Feng Chen kicked Feng Outyan out, leaving him looking bewildered. Wang Defa? You're hogging it all for yourself and making me go to my doom alone? Feng Chen was also quite straightforward, leaving a remark. You don't want to enter my room? If you block it, you can enter my room tomorrow. If you can't block it, understood. Feng Outyan's delicate body trembled. Lu Changde, Bai Ruyan, and Chen Xiaonan went to Feng Chen's room and received new weapons. He had been brooding over it. Now the opportunity had come. How could he not seize it? So Feng Outyan thrust his spear into the ground. Anyone with objections, come find me. If I frown, then I'm just a cowardly brat. You've got guts, Feng Chen said, giving Feng Outyan a thumbs up. Feng Outyan looked back and smiled proudly. He turned around again, continuing to glare coldly at the few discontented students in front of him. But he didn't notice that Feng Chen's thumb was also directed at these freshmen. As soon as Feng Outyan turned back, Feng Chen suddenly pointed his thumb down and forcefully tapped it twice. In an instant, the few discontented students transformed into hundreds, each one with a murderous glint in their eyes, scaring Feng Outyan to the point of almost stumbling backward. Feng Chen kicked him in the waist. What are you retreating for? Do you want to be a cowardly brat? Actually, I could also challenge this cowardly brat role. Get lost. Feng Chen kicked Feng Outyan forward. Holding a straight sword, Feng Chen led Lu Changde and the others to run towards the senior dormitory, where the seniors had been eagerly waiting. As soon as they saw Feng Chen, they rushed over. I'll do it. Everyone wanted to be the hero who would save all the male students from swimsuit welfare. Feng Chen Yun. A long howl echoed. A figure wielding a long knife descended from the air directly towards Fengchen, which Fengchen found impressive. He immediately danced with the long knife. The two weapons clashed. Clang! A sharp sound immediately rang out. The seniors who originally wanted to let it go received good news and bad news. The good news was that Fengchen was very strong. Even if they didn't act, they might not be his match. The bad news was that Fengchen was exceptionally fierce today. If they didn't go all out, they really risked being chopped up by him. Damn! Are the juniors nowadays this abnormal? Holding the long knife, the senior lamented Fengchen's strength. Just after saying this, the long knife in his hand suddenly snapped in two with a loud crack. He looked at his broken long knife in disbelief. The senior was stunned. His eyes widened. This guy is strong enough, but even his weapon is so ferocious? What the hell is going on? So the senior turned and ran. Not good. Everyone run. This guy is here to fill the sea. Where do you think you're going? Fengchen brandished his long knife and chased forward, with Lu Changge, Bai Ruyan, and Chen Xiaonan closely following behind. In a few quick steps, they rushed to a villa. The seniors rushed in and shouted, "Brothers, that Fengchen is coming. This kid is very dangerous." They even closed the door behind them. The others scoffed. Just a freshman, how dangerous can he be? As they spoke, the door was kicked open by Fengchen. He entered with his long knife and shouted, "Don't move! Robbery! Boys on the left, girls on the right, stand properly, and those who are neither here nor there stand in the middle. Don't move! Robbery! Boys on the left, girls on the right, and those who are neither stand in the middle." Fengchen's loud shout startled everyone as he entered. Lu Changde and the others thought Fengchen was trying to rob the house, but now they realized he was really here to rob the people inside. The senior students across from them were momentarily stunned, and after a full 5 seconds, they burst into laughter in unison. "Ha ha ha! Junior, we don't do this kind of thing here. You'll get beaten up," the seniors kindly reminded them. After all, freshmen attacking senior dorms had been happening for many years. It was always the seniors robbing the freshmen. When had freshmen ever robbed seniors? But Fengchen smiled coldly. "Gat! Beaten up? Saying that shows a lack of respect for our mighty bandit group. Boys, disarm them." Mighty bandit group? Lu Changge and the others twitched at the corners of their mouths. Damn it! They even thought of a name for their gang. Although the name was a bit half-hearted and had a hint of plagiarism, who cares? So the three of them immediately drew their weapons. Chen Xiaonan even took a big step to the front. "We're robbing you. Be serious." The seniors thought to themselves that this was really unbelievable. They didn't expect such an ungrateful freshman. They could only coldly sneer and teach them a lesson. "Junior, since you don't know what's good for you, let us seniors show you what it means to be crushed by strength. Go!" Bang! Bang! Thud! Ah! In less than 30 seconds, these seniors let Fengchen and his three companions experience the joy of being crushed by strength. They were weak. So weak. A single push and they fell. Fengchen clapped his hands and shook his head. "Hey, at least put up a fight. If you're this weak, we won't feel accomplished." Ruyan, Xiaonan, search around for anything valuable. Changge, tie them all up and strip them down to their shorts. Fengchen waved his hand, instructing everyone to hurry up with their bandit activities. After robbing this place, there was another one to hit, and after that, there was yet another. They were busy. Thus, the wind swept through. Regardless of whether it was valuable or not, Lu Changde and the others gathered everything for Fengchen, who then tossed it all to the system for a double reward. "Let's go! Next place!" Fengchen waved his hand, ready to lead his subordinates to the next robbery. But suddenly, he stopped in his tracks. A wonderful idea popped into his head. He, got it, he muttered to himself. Without explaining to Lu Changge and the others, Fengchen turned back into the villa and casually turned off some lights. Lu Changge, Bai Ruyan, and Chen Xiaonan exchanged glances, unsure of what Fengchen was doing. But they only needed to know that they were robbing quickly. Soon the entire senior dorm area was filled with whales. Some lights turned on and some went out. All the buildings except for Building A and Building B fell. At the same time, Qin Gongda remembered that today was the 15th, the day of the freshmen attacking the senior dorms. With a smile, he brought a pot of wine, half a pound of pig's head meat, half a pound of pig's ears, and a small plate of peanuts. He happily sat down in front of the computer. "Hee, you little brat, you think you can establish your own territory under my nose? Hurry up and come out." He had a smug expression on his face. Qin Gongda opened the computer, ready to see a phone. Chen was feeling proud under his direction, drunkenly reveling in the villa, lamenting that he had finally escaped the life of a primitive man. Then, he had lost the power to return to the Death Mountains and could no longer form a small team. However, why is it all dark? Qin Gongda looked at the computer screen in frustration. On the screen, the real-time footage connected to the drone showed that, according to past experience, the senior dormitory should be brightly lit at this time, with seniors happily farming while the freshmen were scurrying around in panic. But today, it was pitch black. Only a few scattered lights were still on. These lights, why do they seem to be arranged in some kind of pattern? Shin Gongda rubbed his chin. In confusion, he raised the drone's altitude. As the drone ascended to a certain height, Shin Gongda tilted his head and saw a few lines of text from the senior dormitory area. Old man, not going out? I'm not going out. Hiss. Feng Chen. You little brat. How dare you challenge me? Shin Gongda instantly flew into a rage. He immediately used the principal's authority to send a mass text gathering people for a counterattack. Everyone, act immediately. No matter what means you use, you must keep Feng Chen pinned down in the villa and prevent him from returning to the novice area. Receive 1. His chest heaved violently. After sending the text, Shin Gongda's mood improved a bit. Humph. You little brat, you're still too green to challenge me. Did you think I wouldn't anticipate that you'd come in for a look and then run away? Humph. I'm clever, you know. But why do I feel like I've forgotten something important? He scratched his head. Shin Gongda tried hard to recall what he had forgotten. After a long time, he finally remembered. Since the lights in the room were turned on or off according to Feng Chen's wishes, did that mean there was a possibility that Feng Chen had already controlled the vast majority of the seniors? That little brat, he wouldn't. Shin Gongda's blood pressure rose with excitement. Suddenly, a ding sounded. He received a message from a student. Instantly, his mood relaxed a lot. Thank goodness, it's not what I thought. I was worried that all the seniors had been tied up by him alone. That would be too ridiculous, he said, opening the message to take a look. Don't worry, principal, the person has been tied up by me. This student named Do Naiwan did a good job managing to control Feng Chen so quickly. Why is there a signature? The signature is Feng Chen. Ha! Shin Gongda almost spat out a mouthful of blood onto his phone. What's going on? Do Naiwan's message was signed by Feng Chen? Isn't that just a message saying Feng Chen is messing with you? Aha! Feng Chen, you damn student. How could you do such a thing? Is there anything more outrageous than this in the world? However, there really was. And it was happening right now. After taking down the senior dormitory, Feng Chen immediately brought Lu Changga and the others out, looking at the bruised and battered Feng Outyan, glaring at the freshman and asking, who hit him? Step forward. If you don't step forward, there will be no little ding ding. Such provocative words, could any man tolerate that? Immediately, a bunch of people jumped out to respond. It was us, so what? Just you few? Is there anyone else? If the girls don't step forward, then it must just be letter A. Feng Chen narrowed down the selection with his sharp tongue. Sure enough, a group of girls was forced out. And us, so what? Well, since there's no little ding-ding and it's just a flat-chested A, forget it. People like that are quite pitiful. I won't push them. Feng Chen shook his head and said. As a result, a flat-chested girl with a face full of black lines walked out. The girl coldly asked, what? Not happy with us hitting people, so what do you want? I want to invite you to join my amazing band of robbers. Feng Chen straightened his chest and said. With a puffed chest, the faint outline of his muscles made the flat-chested girl cry with envy. The girl sourly replied, why should we join your team? Just because I conquered the senior dormitory last night. If you don't believe me, you can all follow me in for a visit and see for yourselves. Feng Chen grandly welcomed them. Shin Gongda was so angry that a mouthful of old blood shot straight up to his throat. Visit? Visit your sister. Visit your sister. Shin Gongda was so angry that his vision went black, almost ascending to heaven on the spot. Such a capable student. Which teacher could stand it? But on the other side, Feng Chen was quite happy. Leading a group of freshmen, it was like a teacher taking a group of elementary school students on a spring outing, pointing and gesturing in the zoo. Classmates, now look to the left. On the left are the tied-up seniors. Classmates, now look to the right. On the right are also the tied-up seniors. Here comes the benefit. In front are the tied-up senior sisters. Hey, Changgu, your binding technique is not good. You need to cross it over from the chest, that way it can highlight the key points. Remember to improve next time. Hearing this, the seniors all felt like they were about to vomit blood. Damn, there's going to be a next time? Such an annoying freshman, shouldn't they be struck by lightning? But one had to admit, if at that time there was also such an annoying freshman among them, leading them to visit the senior dormitory. TSK, that would also be quite a delightful thing. Indeed, everyone hated Feng Chen, yet everyone wanted to follow Feng Chen. So those freshmen, in their confusion, felt an admiration for Feng Chen that was like a surging river, endless and unceasing. Ding! Congratulations to the host for gaining the admiration of classmates. Random doubling in progress. Randomly doubled by 666 times. Randomly doubled by 888 times. Randomly doubled by 999 times. By the time the one-day tour of the senior dormitory ended, Feng Chen swaggered back with the freshmen to the plain in front of the Death Mountain. Then, With a little shake of his hand, he produced a 5-meter-long table. With another shake, he threw out 5 seats. The freshmen were left dumbfounded. What's going on? Can he perform magic? How can he produce so many things? Crazy. One should be scientific. This should be magic. This should be spatial ability. Right. It's spatial magic. When they looked at Chan again, Chan had already hung up a bright red banner with 2 5-meter-long poles on which was written in flamboyant characters, "Recruitment scene for the sky-shattering bandits." Moreover, Chan also took out a bunch of microphones and several Bluetooth speakers, and as soon as the equipment was turned on, the sound instantly spread across the entire plane. It left Lin Zhaokai and the 2 gatekeepers dumbfounded. Damn! The heavens gave you spatial abilities and you actually used it to hold a concert? Ah no! It's a recruitment fair. What a waste! Damn! Hey, can you hear my voice? After an excellent sound check, Chen signaled by Ruyan, Chen, Shan'an, Lu Chang'e, and Feng Outyan to sit down, with the girl sitting beside him and the boy sitting on the outside. Then, the formal opening began. Dear classmates, please sit down in place. Our recruitment fair will take a bit longer, so it's more comfortable for you to sit down. As for the rest, I won't say much. Everyone participating in our recruitment fair can receive a small gift, and I will introduce the contents of the gift to everyone first. Chen spoke skillfully, just like a salesperson trying to lure old men with free eggs, instantly hooking a group of people, obediently waiting for the interview. But there were still a group of people who maintained a wait-and-see attitude, even stopping others from joining in. Why do I smell a hint of conspiracy? What a joke! We are not poor at home. What small gift can buy us? Exactly. As they spoke, a group of people gathered around to watch the show. Their attitude was clear. They didn't want to help Chen, but this was already within Chen's expectations. He stood up calmly. Chen calmly pulled out a large pile of items. As long as you participate in our recruitment fair, you can receive a first-grade Qi blood pill. The people on one side continued to scoff. Just a first-grade Qi blood pill, that's really nothing. Isn't that right? These words naturally drifted into Chen's ears, but Chen acted as if he hadn't heard. He continued to pull out more items, and a pack of white, soft, and comfortable toilet paper. With a clatter, a small mountain of toilet paper immediately piled up on Chen's desk, instantly lighting up everyone's eyes. For the girls, the feeling of using it is something only those who try it know. For the boys, the explosive feeling in the rear is particularly embarrassing. Thus, those who had just been disdainful began to slap their own faces. Ahem, actually, I think it doesn't matter to participate. I'm not really after that toilet paper or anything. Exactly. Just consider it an experience in life, after all. There's no loss. They were busy finding a way to back down. Chen, holding the microphone, added another line. By the way, because the number of gifts is limited, it's only for the first 200 people. After the 200th, there will be no small gifts left. Upon hearing this, these people immediately rushed forward. One by one, they sat down obediently on the ground, eagerly looking up. The rebelliousness from before had completely vanished. They were exceptionally compliant. If they didn't perform well now, they really wouldn't get any toilet paper. Chen chuckled inwardly. He just loved this feeling of slapping faces. Then, he began his first step. Ahem, students. I know that some people have a little misunderstanding about our amazing bandits. They think we are bandits. They think we are robbers. But I want to solemnly state here, just like there are no wives in wife cakes and no wives in maiden wine, there are also no bandits in our amazing bandits. As soon as he finished speaking, a group of people below seemed to say, I believe you, you ghost. Those older students who had been tied up were still cursing you resentfully. But, as the saying goes, as long as I don't blush, then I'm not the one who's guilty. So Chen waved his hand grandly. If everyone thinks that our amazing bandits are not a serious team, then you can come up now to collect your prize and leave. However, I need to clarify one point. Those who look down on me now can get a pack of toilet paper, but those who are loyal to me in the future will definitely have freedom with toilet paper. Understand? Applause. As soon as he finished speaking, the audience was first taken aback. Then, Chen's gaze fixed firmly on a girl at the very front. That look clearly said, aren't you going to applaud? If you don't applaud, you won't get any toilet paper. Scared, the girl quickly clapped and shouted, okay. Following the first person, the entire venue immediately cheered. Okay. The applause kept ringing out. Clap, clap, clap. Chen was so moved that he waved his hand. No, stop, no, stop, don't stop, don't stop, don't stop. With Chen's efforts to persuade, the applause continued for a long time before it finally subsided. At this point, Chen picked up the microphone and said, I can already feel everyone's enthusiasm. Since everyone is unwilling to leave, it means that you want to join us. So without further ado, the recruitment fair starts now. Now, the job fair officially begins. Please welcome the first candidate, Fengchen said while inviting the girl who had just helped him. The girl stepped forward, took the microphone, and introduced herself. Hello, my name is Xiao Kuei. I am 18 years old. My rank is 9-star black iron. In terms of martial arts, I have practiced the art of dual wielding since I was young, so both my left and right hands are very agile, and my specialized weapon is the spear. Fengchen listened attentively, nodding occasionally and jotting down some notes with a pen, which caught the attention of Chen Xiaonan beside him. She was anxious. What is the boss writing in the notebook? Wait, when? Did the boss take out the notebook? And why is it so big and white? Unable to hold back any longer, Chen Xiaonan quietly peeked at Fengchen's notebook and saw him writing C crossed out D. Chen Xiaonan pondered for a moment and instantly understood. Got it. The boss is grading them. Hey, that girl looked pretty good. Why did her rank suddenly drop from C to D? Looks like it's a no-go. Sighing, she shook her head, feeling that the girl had basically been passed over. It wasn't that D was bad, it was just that the boss had high standards. Well, you seem to be okay in all aspects, so what is your dream? Fengchen asked seriously. Xiao Kuei thought for a moment. My dream should be to become a recruiter. I prefer sitting over there rather than standing here. I admire your thinking, Fengchen praised. Then he said, congratulations, welcome to become a member of our Skyrobber gang. Just fill out a membership form later. Next. Thank you. Xiao Kuei nodded in a daze, not fully processing what had just happened. Beside her, Lu Changda immediately followed Fengchen's orders, taking her down to sign and stamp, then tossing her back to sit down. The more people, the livelier it was. As for Chen Xiaonan, her eyes were about to pop out. What's going on? They even want D ranks? Just D. Oh, I see, the boss must be throwing out a bait too. Let people know that our Skyrobber gang is very sincere in recruiting. Hey, that girl is really lucky, just a D and she got in. While Chen Xiaonan was lamenting, Fengchen called out again. Next. Chen Xiaonan quickly looked over. Sure enough, Fengchen's throwing out a bait had worked. The second candidate was a somewhat handsome boy, his eyes filled with a desire to join. The boy took the microphone and said, hello, my surname is Diao, and my name is Diao Mao. I am 19 years old. My rank is 1-star bronze. In terms of martial arts, I practice left-hand knife and right-hand sword, but I prefer my left hand because it is strong and powerful. Whatever I grab, I can hold tightly. After saying that, Diao Mao eagerly demonstrated his left hand. He reached down and grabbed a stone the size of a bun, instantly crushing it. The girls present instinctively protected their chests simultaneously, deciding that they would never date such a freak. Thus, Diao Mao instantly lost his chance to date for the next 4 years of college. Violent, indeed, but still a talent. Chen Xiaonan nodded, feeling quite satisfied. Looking again at Fengchen's notebook, she saw he had written an A with a serious expression, then crossed it out, but later wrote another A with the same seriousness. Chen Xiaonan immediately understood. Looks like this person is quite outstanding. The boss thought about it twice and still considered him a top-tier A-level talent. Definitely a sure thing. Chen Xiaonan was just thinking this. Beside him, Fengchen didn't even ask Diao Mao about his dreams. He just passed. I'm sorry, you don't meet the recruitment standards of our amazing bandit group. I hope you can work harder after going back and you can try again at the next recruitment fair. Chen Xiaonan was already dumbfounded. Such an excellent talent, just like that, was rejected? Diao Mao also looked confused. He was a 1-star bronze, yet he wasn't selected, but that little cutie just now was only a 9-star black iron and was actually chosen. No way. Diao Mao was also unhappy. He had to make Fengchen give an explanation. Why? Why did you recruit that Xiao cutie and not me? You really can't. Fengchen said in a deep voice. He clasped his hands in front of his chin. He spoke word by word. We recruit based on merit. The fact that you weren't selected means that it's not that you're not excellent, but that you're not excellent enough. Diao Mao was so angry he wanted to spit blood. He really wanted to flip Fengchen's table and walk away. But looking at the tissue on the table, he decided to endure. He would wait until he got the little gift before saying anything. At this moment, Fengchen invited the third person to come for an interview. It was a young guy who looked very sunny and handsome. Hello, I'm sure you, 18 years old this year. Currently a 6-star black iron. As for my skills, I haven't practiced any yet, but I love singing, dancing, and rapping, and I really like playing basketball. As soon as he finished speaking, Fengchen nodded without thinking. Congratulations. Diao Mao, sitting on the ground, couldn't hold back anymore. Recruit. Based on merit? This guy was only a 6-star black iron, basically at the bottom of the barrel, and someone like this could be considered excellent? So Diao Mao shouted loudly. Wait, why can he be accepted? Is it just because he looks good? That's right, it's because he looks good. Fengchen said calmly, confronting Diao Mao. Our amazing bandit group places great importance on personal image. Just think about it. If you were robbed by someone, and that person was a handsome guy, wouldn't your mood be a little better even if you were robbed? That's called thinking of the other person. Diao Mao was left speechless. To be honest, being robbed by a handsome person does seem to make one feel a bit better. However, the next one was an incredibly ugly guy who at first was trembling and lacked confidence, thinking he had no chance of passing, because Feng Chen had just said that looks were very important. Then, he also passed. Diao Mao was so angry he was about to explode. Why? Because he's ugly, and when others see him, they're scared, which can greatly improve our work efficiency. But Diao Mao really felt a mouthful of old blood stuck in his chest. He almost died from anger. Feng Chen was still being ruthless. In life, you either have to be so handsome that it's inhumane, or so ugly that no one can stand it. If you're not handsome enough and not ugly enough, you're destined to be mediocre and have no future. While saying this, he stared directly at Diao Mao. It made everyone laugh crazily. Diao Mao was left in disarray, muttering to himself, "No future, no future." Soon, as Feng Chen's recruitment fair was in full swing, he recruited a total of 100 subordinates. Moreover, he even distributed the tissues. Then, Feng Chen glanced over and saw Diao Mao still continuing to be in disarray. He knew this kid's mindset had collapsed. So, Feng Chen strode over. He extended his right hand amidst the chaotic gaze of Diao Mao and said forcefully, "Be my son." "Ah, no. Be my subordinate. Be my son." Feng Chen extended his warm right hand towards Diao Mao. Although he retracted his words afterward, Diao Mao did not hear it. He only knew that in his moments of disappointment and loneliness, this man before him offered him a warmth akin to a father's love. Ding! Congratulations, host, you have received a fatherly love bonus reward, currently undergoing random doubling. Randomly doubled by 666 times. Wang Defa? Feng Chen found it hard to hold back. Here he was, a dignified 18-year-old handsome youth, yet someone treated him like a father? Is there any justice in this world? Is there any law? But the effect seemed quite good. His great filial son actually started to worry about him. Sitting on the ground, Diao Mao looked eager to join but also fearful of dragging the team down if he entered. Didn't you say my looks are neither high nor low? So if I go in, wouldn't I be dragging the team down? Ahem, although this issue does exist, it's not without hope. Feng Chen felt a bit strange. He was 18, and someone who regarded him as a father was 19. This was, by common sense, your looks are indeed unremarkable, but there is a profession that precisely needs your kind of appearance, and that is assassin. Assassin. Saying those two words excitedly, at that moment, Diao Mao's eyes lit up. An hour later, Feng Chen held the first general meeting of the stunning bandit group. Looking at the members filling the ground, Feng Chen nodded in satisfaction. Brothers and sisters, since everyone has become a part of our bandit group, there are two things I need to tell you. The first thing, everyone must feel that the name Stunning Bandit Group sounds unpleasant and particularly shameful. So I promise everyone that I will come up with a powerful yet elegant name. Let's give ourselves a proper name. The people below nodded in agreement. Although there are no wives and wife cakes, similarly, there are no bandits in the bandit group. But the name Stunning Bandit Group indeed evokes a sense of shame. Then, Feng Chen announced the second thing. The second thing is, as everyone knows, I am a bloodline awakener, and my path as a martial artist may soon come to an end. Upon hearing these words, Lu Chang'e, Feng Naotian, Bai Ruoyan, and Chen Xiaonan felt an inexplicable heartache. The familiar words, the familiar feeling. Then, it was the familiar retreating by advancing. In the world of martial artists, the strong are respected. If one day any of my brothers or sisters surpasses me, I am willing to step down and let them take my place. Unsurprisingly, this powerful and resonant speech excited everyone immensely. They naively believed they truly had a chance to surpass Feng Chen. They all had the opportunity to become the leader. Then, Feng Chen shifted his tone. However, before any of you surpass me, you will certainly respect me, right? This can be considered the only comfort for me as the founder of this team, right? The people below responded with heartfelt agreement. After all, the future belonged to them. So, what did it matter to temporarily submit to Feng Chen? In response, Lu Chang'e and the others could only sneer. Newcomers are just newcomers, too naive. After everyone signed the agreements, Feng Chen tossed the pile of promises into the storage space and began to make bold reforms. Those who played with guns learned Dragon Gun from Chen Xiaonan, those who used knives learned Dominant Blade from Lu Chang'e, and those who wielded swords learned White Robe 9 Swords from Bai Ruoyan. As for learning those miscellaneous things, they all followed Feng Naotian. But this was just the beginning. Feng Chen distributed 10 first-grade Qi blood pills, 1 first-grade bone refining pill, and 1 first-grade spirit nourishing pill to each person, requiring them to digest all of them within 3 days. Those who originally looked down on the heavenly stronghold band were all drooling. As for whether to rob the pills or something, he. The moment you move, over 100 pairs of eyes will be staring at you. Who would dare to move? Watching Feng Chen build the team with such flair, Qin Gongda felt a bit restless. The first-year students of Tianwu Academy numbered just over 1,000, and Feng Chen had already divided over 100 for himself, while the remaining 900 looked on eagerly, wanting to join. Damn it! So all my hard work in recruiting was just to make this kid look good? No way! I must suppress this kid. Since this kid is using pills to win people's hearts, his consumption of pills must be astonishing. The pills he brought out from Zhang Taiyan's pill vault should be running low, right? With a sly smile, Qin Gongda immediately called the exchange office. Hello, is this the exchange office? I'm Qin Gongda. Listen carefully, if a kid named Feng Chen comes to you wanting to exchange beast pills for pills, remember not to give him a single one. Otherwise, I'll blow your dog head off. Just as Qin Gongda expected, Feng Chen's pill consumption was rapid, but he just didn't go to exchange. Qin Gongda thought to himself, damn it, how many did this kid secretly pocket from the last pill vault? Meanwhile, Feng Chen, after his subordinates finished the first round of pills, marched grandly into the Death Mountain, and upon seeing exotic beasts, they ganged up to beat them. At the same time, he announced with a strong bandit spirit, a country has its laws, a family has its rules. The first rule of our heavenly stronghold band is that no matter what good things we receive, they must first be contributed to the leader. Then the leader will distribute them layer by layer. Everyone listened, dumbfounded. This is a civilized society. How can there still be a tribute system like in a feudal dynasty? Seeing so many people dissatisfied, Feng Chen said leisurely. Cough cough, don't look at me like that. Once your strength surpasses mine and you become the leader. At this point, there was no need to say more. These innocent little guys ignited their hopes for struggle. That's right. When they were just small soldiers, they would definitely despise such a system, but as long as they became the leader, wouldn't they be thrilled? Only Lu Changda and a few others secretly sneered, thinking to themselves, I believe you, ghost. If effort and talent were useful, then what was there to envy about hanging up? Meanwhile, in the old student dormitory area, at the entrance of Building B2, where Su Tianquan's battle group was located, 4 figures appeared. 3 of them were the owners of the other 3 buildings in B. The last one was the spokesperson for the alliance of Building C and Building D. No, they should be called the Avengers Alliance, because they were people who had been robbed by Feng Chen, and thus they gathered together with thoughts of revenge. Today, they came together to discuss how to deal with Feng Chen next on the 15th. 2 days ago, on the 15th, it was the day when the freshmen attacked the upperclassmen's dormitory. That kid named Feng Chen, leading a few people, called themselves the Heaven-Shaking Bandit Group. Not only did they take over the dormitory, but they also tied us up and robbed us? But the most outrageous part is, it's one thing to rob us, and tying us up is whatever, but he even brought people over to tour wave after wave, as if we were in a zoo? This is intolerable. Absolutely intolerable. In Building B2, as a representative of the Avengers Alliance, Jin Shin-san represented hundreds of second-year students from Building D and Building B. He voiced a complaint against Feng Chen's misdeeds. As the landlord, Sutian, the leader of the frenzied battle group who had also interacted with Feng Chen, glanced at the other 3 landlords of Building B. They were Xiao Xiaotian, captain of Building B1's godly battle team, Lin Jui, master of Building B3's godslaying hall, and Zhang Dali, leader of Building B4's mighty gang. The 4 exchanged glances, all feeling a bit awkward, so they quickly looked away. Ahem. Well, let me say a few words first. Sutian cleared his throat and was the first to express his thoughts. The freshman attacking the upperclassmen's dormitory was originally meant by the school to temper the freshmen and inspire their daring and fighting spirit. So what Feng Chen did in this regard is commendable. However, his subsequent actions seriously harmed the self-esteem of the upperclassmen. This is not just a wrong approach, it is an excessive one. He must be punished. Su Tian's words made Xiao Xiaotian, Lin Jui, and Zhang Dali nod in agreement. Especially Jin Shin-san. Su Tian's use of the word excessive to describe Feng Chen's actions resonated deeply with him. Right. We also think he has gone too far. He must be punished. Seeing that everyone had reached a consensus and wanted to teach Feng Chen a lesson, to let him know that young people shouldn't be too arrogant. So, Su Tian said, since that's the case, on the next 15th, let's work together to capture this Feng Chen and then return the favor. Tie him up. Let the freshmen come and take a look so they know that upperclassmen are still upperclassmen and dealing with them is just like playing. Xiao Xiaotian, Lin Jui, and Zhang Dali nodded in support of this plan. Jin Shin-san finally felt a sense of relief. This way, our mood will be a bit better. But this kid is really despicable. The principal even let us go easy on him, allowing him to move in, yet he refuses to come in. Let's teach him a lesson so he knows not everyone can just move in. This statement struck a chord with everyone present. After all, it was their pride. At that moment, Sutian suddenly raised a question. Should we inform that one in Building A about this matter? Upon mentioning this, everyone's gaze turned towards Building A, and then they all fell silent in unison. The one inside rarely showed up, focusing entirely on cultivation. So dealing with a small matter like Fengchen didn't pique their interest at all. Subsequently, Sutian and Jinshin-san discussed some details, mainly strategic deployments and the like. Blah blah blah. At the same time, Death Mountain, kill, a dark mass of people armed with long guns and short swords surrounded a bronze-level beast like a tide. At that moment, the beast's eyes glimmered with tears of fear. Swish, swish swish, bang bang bang, a few crisp sounds. All members of the thunderous bandit group consciously made way, allowing Fengchen to go ahead and collect the spoils. As soon as Fengchen stood next to the beast, Lu Changa shouted loudly, "Collective avoidance!" Immediately, everyone turned their backs to Fengchen while remaining alert to their surroundings. Fengchen crouched down and tossed the beast into his storage space. Congratulations, host, you have obtained the reward of a long-haired rabbit corpse, random doubling in progress. Randomly doubled by 775 times. After the doubling, Fengchen called out, "Diao Mao, Shiryu, Xiaoke AI, you three. Come over." Yes. Diao Mao, Shiryu, and Xiaoke AI turned around and walked up to Fengchen. Fengchen handed the long-haired rabbit to Diao Mao. You three contributed the most in this hunt, so this long-haired rabbit is for you to handle. I want to offer it to you, Diao Mao said with admiration, respectfully handing the long-haired rabbit back to Fengchen. Xiaoku AI and Shiryu were both stunned. You could say he was flattering, but his attitude was very sincere. You could say he was sincere, but this rabbit wasn't just his. Fengchen smiled and declined Diao Mao's kindness. No particular reason. Just because Diao Mao's gaze felt strange. So he absolutely couldn't accept it. I don't need this, you all keep it. Ru Yen, Changgu, you two lead the team and continue hunting nearby. I have something to take care of. As Fengchen spoke, he left the main group of bandits alone and walked towards the subway entrance. He took out a beast core from a red-haired monkey. Fengchen successfully entered the subway station. Then, the gatekeeper Lin Zhaokai quickly contacted Qin Gongdi. Principal, that kid went to take the subway and he's holding a beast core from a red-haired monkey without anyone around him. Oh, Qin Gongdi immediately became interested. He couldn't wait to access the surveillance video, ready to enjoy the sight of Fengchen's distressed expression, almost spitting blood from anger. Now, he could finally recover a bit of interest. He. You little brat, you'd never guess that I, a principal, would actually use my power for personal gain, bullying you with such petty tricks. But what can you do? You, who want to exchange beast cores for pills, are destined to not get a single pill. Confidently saying this, Qin Gongde could already imagine Fengchen's face filled with shock, confusion, and deep unwillingness upon realizing that beast cores cannot be exchanged for pills. Then, after struggling in vain, he would let others come and exchange his beast core for pills, but still wouldn't get any. By that time, Fengchen would be completely driven mad. However, Qin Gongde's imagination was beautiful. But the reality was that Fengchen's storage space had millions of pills, even more than the school's supply, so he didn't need to exchange them at all. Qin Gongde was completely driven mad. Therefore, where Fengchen was headed now was the library. However, Tiger Lord, it seems you're not too keen on letting me into the library. Unexpectedly, as soon as Lord Tiger saw Fengchen, he immediately pretended to be dead in his rocking chair, not wanting to look even once. Last time, he was taken advantage of too severely by Fengchen. He still hadn't recovered from it. Fengchen chuckled awkwardly a few times. Although it was embarrassing, he still adhered to the principle of thick-skinned enough to eat. He approached Lord Tiger. Lord Tiger, enjoying the sun? Lord Tiger said nothing, just lazily turned his head away. Then he slowly uttered two words. No way. Fengchen touched his nose. He didn't say much. He just silently took out a small bottle of monkey wine. In this small bottle, there were only 3 drops of monkey wine, each drop resembling a grape, incredibly rich and fragrant. This was made by Fengchen using 3 pounds of golden monkey wine. 1 drop was equivalent to a pound. So, when Fengchen took out this bottle of wine, before Lord Tiger could turn his head back, his index finger had already jumped uncontrollably. Commonly known as the index finger moves. What is this wine this brat is holding? Why does it smell so good? With his heart racing, Lord Tiger could no longer pretend to be indifferent. But it was impossible for him to directly back down. So, Lord Tiger turned his face away, glaring with wide eyes and growling. Kid, don't think that just because you bring wine to me, Lord Tiger, I'll let you in. I'm not someone who lives for wine. This isn't a gift. Oh, this is for exchanging reading time, and that's what I'm giving to you, Lord Tiger. As Fengchen spoke, he flipped his hand and revealed a larger bottle of monkey wine, 4 times the size of the previous one, containing a full 10 drops of golden monkey wine. Each drop was crystal clear and exquisite, making Lord Tiger drool. There was no way. It really wasn't that Lord Tiger wanted to slap himself in the face. It was just that Fengchen was offering too much. Cough cough. Kid, I'll admit you're someone who respects your elders. I, Lord Tiger, never take advantage of others. Your monkey wine has a good appearance, enough age, but the materials aren't top-notch, so it's valuable but not extraordinary. Let's exchange it for 3 hours inside. Saying this, Lord Tiger eagerly reached to grab Fengchen's monkey wine. Fengchen pulled his hand back. Lord Tiger, you didn't say which floor I could go to, so can I go to any floor I want? Lord Tiger looked at Fengchen speechlessly. He thought to himself, how can this brat be so tricky? But to be fair, tricky people often strike it rich. Kid, you want to go to the top to learn the heavenly stage techniques, right? Hee Lord Tiger, if a person has no dreams, what's the difference from a salted fish? Fengchen smiled as he stuffed both bottles of wine into Lord Tiger's hands. It said that one is soft when they eat from another's hand. Lord Tiger accepted the benefits, so he couldn't be tough anymore. Kid, if you really want to go up, it's not impossible. But I must tell you in advance, the heavenly stage techniques are not like those you've learned before. To learn the heavenly stage techniques, luck, strength, and inspiration are all essential. Many people spend most of their lives, even legendary warriors and epic warriors, and still may not master a heavenly stage technique. Are you sure you want to try? Seeing that Lord Tiger was kindly reminding him, Fengchen certainly couldn't be too definitive. I didn't think I'd master it in one go. If I can't learn it today, I can learn it tomorrow. Lord Tiger almost wanted to tear Fengchen apart. It felt like he had just wasted his breath. He huffed and glared. Lord Tiger just let him be. Anyway, if you can't learn it by then, the one who will cry is Fengchen, not you. If you're not afraid of wasting time, then go ahead. It's only a total of 3 hours. Go to whichever floor you like. Alright, thank you, Master Hu, Fengchen said politely. He went straight to the 4th floor. But after reaching the 4th floor, he discovered that there was actually only one set of heavenly level martial arts, and it was indeed of low quality. However, the number of books on the 4th floor was not less than any other floor below. The reason was that, apart from that set of martial arts, the rest were densely packed with others' insights on this set of martial arts. Insights on the Battle Heaven Sword Technique, Master Hu? Fengchen casually pulled out a book. Unexpectedly, the first one he pulled out was Master Hu's insights on this set of heavenly level martial arts. Master Hu, I have never loved swords and blades in my life. I prefer to use my fists and feet. I just felt a bit itchy and came to study this so-called sword technique. But the research failed. Fengchen twitched at the corner of his mouth. He thought to himself, Master Hu, you are a real tiger. You still speak so seriously after failing? Moreover, you wrote your failed experience into a book 5 centimeters thick? He flipped through it a bit more. Only then did Fengchen understand the reason for Master Hu's failure. This Battle Heaven sword technique was actually incomplete, but because of its tremendous power, along with the existence of sword technique illustrations, it was exceptionally classified as a heavenly level martial art. However, it was only classified as a low-quality heavenly level, so the Battle Heaven sword technique stored in Tianwu is a book of sword technique illustrations and a piece of battle sword rock? With a slight question in mind, Fengchen walked to the center of the 4th floor. In the center of the 4th floor, there stood a 5-meter-high blue rock. It was covered in knife marks, each one sharp. However, this was only the case for ordinary people. For an average martial artist, even if they are of black iron level, as long as their weapon is somewhat decent, they can leave marks on the stone. So, what is the purpose of the school keeping such a simple stone here? Fengchen rubbed his chin in frustration, not understanding why. At that moment, from a corner nearby, an old man, standing on a sweeping robot, floated over like a ghost. His eyebrows and beard were white. He held a book of insights in his hand, occasionally using his hand to mimic a long sword, gesturing in the air. Seeing Fengchen staring at the rock, the old man twisted his lower leg, and the sweeping robot smoothly ran towards Fengchen. Hearing the sound, Fengchen turned to take a look. The old man also stopped. He chuckled and said, Hee, you don't understand why the school keeps such a simple stone here, do you? You are. It's obvious, I'm the janitor of this floor. I voluntarily stayed here to comprehend this sword technique. My name is Wu Ming. Hello, Mr. Wu. Fengchen nodded in greeting to Wu Ming. An old man who sweeps in is also called Wu Ming. One doesn't need to think much to know that he must be a capable expert. After all, if one isn't capable, they wouldn't be able to float around standing on a sweeping robot. Wu Ming also nodded in response. He moved a bit closer, standing shoulder to shoulder with Fengchen, looking at the blue rock. Do you want to know how the knife marks on this blue stone came to be? Do you want to know how the knife marks on this blue stone came to be? Wu Ming said, hands behind his back, gazing up at the knife marks on the blue rock, filled with infinite longing. Such a heart-stirring fascination made it hard not to ask how these knife marks were made. How did it come to be? Feng Chen asked. Wu Ming smiled slightly. I don't know either. Feng Chen really wanted to kill this guy right now. You don't know, so why act all high and mighty? But then Wu Ming offered a possibility. Just a possibility. Although I don't know, I've heard a legend. A legend. There was a teacher at Tianwu Academy who, 20 years ago, spread the battle heaven sword technique. Unfortunately, he soon went to the battlefield and couldn't pass it down. The battlefield is incredibly dangerous. Even someone as powerful as him, with the battle heaven sword technique, couldn't return unscathed. In the end, he used the last bit of his strength from thousands of miles away to carve the essence of his sword technique into this stone, leaving it for his beloved Tianwu Academy. The intention was, the sword technique I have given, how much you gain depends on yourselves. Wu Ming spoke passionately, his tone already tinged with a hint of excitement. However, Feng Chen had a small doubt that somewhat disrupted the atmosphere. Well, why didn't he record a video of the technique or something, so we could learn it ourselves? Wu Ming fell into deep thought. It seemed that the question had some merit. Ahem, ahem, ahem. He awkwardly coughed a few times and pointed to the technique manual displayed on the side. That is the illustrated guide to the battle heaven sword technique. Although it's very simple, over the years more than 10,000 people have looked at it, yet no one has been able to master it. So amazing? Feng Chen's gaze turned to the technique manual. The manual looked like just a thin booklet, about 20 or 30 pages. The corners were worn to a shine, like the proud parts of a statue of a girl in a park which would be particularly cared for. Therefore, next to the original, there was also a copy. Wu Ming said, the copy and the original are no different. Got it. Feng Chen picked up the manual. He opened it and was shocked to the point of doubting his own eyes, flipping through the second, third pages, and the more he looked, the more shocked he became. The techniques recorded in this manual were too simple. They were completely ordinary, nothing special. They were similar to the low-grade yellow techniques Feng Chen had self-studied online before. Are you surprised, thinking these techniques are too ordinary, completely not resembling any profound technique? Wu Ming said with a smile, already understanding Feng Chen's reaction. Feng Chen scratched his head in confusion. Mr. Wu, is this the first volume of the technique? Or just the beginning? This is the complete battle heaven sword technique. If you must say there's more, then it's this rock. Wu Ming turned to look at the rock, sighing as he spoke. I've been looking at this rock for 15 years, yet I still can't see anything particularly special about it. The principal, Lord Hu, and that genius Lu Shuangning, they only left behind their insights, but no one can say they have truly comprehended the battle heaven sword technique. Listening to Wu Ming's words, Feng Chen could easily hear a layer of disappointment. However, while it was one thing to feel sentimental, we shouldn't turn into a nagging person endlessly rambling. Yet, Wu Ming just kept on talking. If it weren't for that fleeting glimpse back then, who would believe that such a few simple sword techniques could possess such overwhelming power, capable of severing mountains and seas with a single strike? The Heavenly Steps combat technique is truly terrifying. There was a long string of chatter behind it. Feng Chen didn't really listen. He glanced at the stone and flipped through the manual. He really couldn't make anything of it. How about seeing what others think? He stroked his chin. Feng Chen thought to himself, since he had the system, he could discern who was right and who was wrong. That was the advantage of being a cheat. So, Feng Chen spoke to the system. System, help me find the insights of Qin Gongda and Lu Shuangning. In an instant, the system immediately marked out the insights of these two individuals. These two were the ones Wu Ming had just called out. There were so many people's insights here, but Wu Ming only mentioned three: Tiger Master, Qin Gongda, and Lu Shuangning. From this, it could be inferred that the insights of these three were definitely extraordinary. Feng Chen first flipped through Tiger Master's insights. Damn it! What kind of broken knife technique is this? I've studied it for half a day and haven't figured anything out. This kid must be messing with us on purpose. Damn him. Looking at it, there is still a bit of gain, nothing more than the 4 words, the great way is simple. The simplest things, when practiced to the extreme, become invincible. After reading through it, it was all just cursing. In the end, he awkwardly stated a truth that everyone understood. Truly worthy of Tiger Master. Feng Chen silently wiped his sweat. It was likely that the reason Wu Ming admired this insight was that Tiger Master had voiced all the things everyone wanted to curse about. Why can't we just say things nicely? Why play riddles? Damn you. Everyone is a riddle master. Sooner or later, Chinese martial arts will decline. So, Feng Chen felt quite pleased after reading it. After feeling good, Feng Chen continued to look at Qin Gongda's insights. Only then did he realize that Qin Gongda was a gun enthusiast. In my life, I have a passion for wielding guns, known as the god of guns. I believe I have made some achievements in martial arts. As the saying goes, once one path is mastered, all paths are mastered. Once mastered, the road will only get wider. But in this knife technique, I only see the words ordinary and diligent. The great way is simple. Return to simplicity. The writing was flowery. Although it fit the image of a principal, it lacked Tiger Master's dominance. TSK, this old Shin clearly an old schemer, yet still loves to create an image. Shaking his head, Fengchen opened the last book, Lu Shuangning's Insights. As soon as he opened it, he saw a line of familiar characters. Ha! Isn't this the handwriting of Sister Rice Porridge? Fengchen was a bit surprised. This handwriting was exactly the same as that in the god-slaying technique, but in terms of aura, it appeared even more ethereal and celestial. It was clear that the characters in god-slaying technique were from an earlier period, while the Insights notebook was from a later period. Just this name, so many strokes, hard to write. She must have been a good student as a child, otherwise copying names would be so tiring. Fengchen muttered. No wonder she was called Sister Rice Porridge, because her real name had too many strokes. 1,000 miles away, Sister Rice Porridge, Lu Shuangning, suddenly sneezed. She murmured, strange, why have I been sneezing for no reason lately? After saying that, Fengchen carefully read through Lu Shuangning's Insights. I use a sword instead of a knife, entering the realm of martial arts insights, and ultimately came to one conclusion. This knife technique, aside from the founder, no one can master it. This sword technique, aside from its founder, no one can master. Upon seeing this assertion, Fengchen felt quite displeased. Why didn't you mention such an important matter at the beginning and instead waited until halfway through to reveal it? Don't you know that library fees are very expensive? Furthermore, if the sword technique cannot be mastered, then what are so many people studying for? He flipped to the next page in frustration. Fengchen saw that Sister Rice Porridge had already detailed the reasons why the sword technique cannot be mastered. The sword technique cannot be mastered. There are 3 reasons. First, this sword technique has simple moves, following the path of utmost simplicity. Each move requires countless refinements before one can achieve the ultimate one strike, breaking the heavens. Second, for the sword technique to reach great mastery, in addition to the moves, one must also practice the breathing techniques in conjunction. This breathing route has been broken down by me. Although simple, it also follows the path of utmost simplicity, requiring a solid foundation to gather momentum before its power can be revealed. Just these 2 requirements at least required decades of effort to achieve. Even with exceptional talent, it cannot be done without 20 years of hard work. Upon reading this, Fengchen's eyes brightened more and more. What do you mean the sword technique cannot be mastered? This is clearly tailored for someone with a doubling system like him. Isn't it well crafted? Simple, yet profound. As long as he keeps repeating, he can attain joy. I didn't expect that the divine skill was prepared for me. Wait, there were 3 conditions mentioned earlier. And there's one more condition, it can't be too harsh, right? Fengchen felt a bit anxious. The first 2 conditions were manageable, but he feared, like in a movie. After finally getting to 99%, the door was closed, the curtains drawn, the lights turned off, and even the tissues were ready. Yet, an error popped up. Damn it! I was all set to wipe my tears. Why is it so hard to watch a sad artistic action film? He gently turned to the next page. Fengchen suddenly saw the last requirement. The most important reason why the sword technique cannot be mastered. Also the most helpless reason is that the sword technique is domineering, with an extremely heavy murderous aura, especially the sword technique that follows the path of utmost simplicity, which is incredibly fierce. An ordinary long sword is simply insufficient to bear the weight of the sword technique. I once used a sword instead of a knife, trying to restore it, but before reaching the depths, the long sword suddenly shattered. Based on my limited ability to deduce, once the sword technique is fully mastered, even an A-grade weapon would surely be able to withstand the heavenly slash of the sword technique. Understanding the third reason, Fengchen felt a bit breathless. Is that it? The most terrifying and harsh condition according to Sister Rice Porridge. Is that it? Thinking of this, Fengchen silently entered the storage space. He took a glance at his endless star iron or mountain range, not knowing how many hundreds of thousands of A-grade weapons it could forge. He couldn't help but sigh. Hey, if Sister Rice Porridge had seen this market, she wouldn't have said such low-level words. In a different space thousands of miles away, Lu Shuangning inexplicably sneezed again. She felt completely numb. Strange, did I catch some strange disease? Why do I keep sneezing? As for Fengchen, he was now so moved he was about to faint. The Battle Heaven Sword Technique, low grade, heavenly level. The sword technique moves, clearly written down by the founder. The breathing route, clearly broken down by Sister Rice Porridge. The weapon materials, generously provided by the sheep-headed man with a piece of iron ore. The rest. Isn't it just relying on Fengchen's diligent practice, plus the hundreds of times acceleration given by the system, and then it can be done? For safety's sake, let's practice at once. Fengchen instantly pulled out a long knife from the space. Long, hard, straight, and big. Then, according to the moves in the martial arts and the energy flow of Sister Rice Porridge, he began to perform the Battle Heaven Blade technique. Beside him, Wu Ming watched as Fengchen demonstrated the Battle Heaven Blade technique, saying nothing more. He had been thinking here for over a decade. He had seen countless people draw their long knives only to dejectedly put them away again. Divine skills. Not everyone can practice them. I heard this guy has been quite popular lately, arrogant and a bit too full of himself. Let him experience the disappointment and desolation after failure, Wu Ming said, stroking his beard. He couldn't help but think of himself. He had spent 3 years observing others to comprehend the battle heaven blade technique, and he had spent 15 years in his own understanding, yet he still couldn't grasp the threshold. 15 years, and I'm already 35, yet I still haven't succeeded. Wu Ming stroked his beard again. He felt as if retirement was not far off. On the other side, after Feng Chen wielded his knife and circulated his energy, he had not heard the system's prompt, but slowly his thoughts became clearer. Congratulations, host, you have gained insight into the blade technique, and it is undergoing random doubling. Randomly doubled by 999 times. As the voice fell, Feng Chen's mind became clear. This indicated that Feng Chen's thought process was correct. As expected, hard work really pays off, right, system? The system indicated it had nothing to say. Thus, Feng Chen continued to practice and think, constantly striking with his knife. The first strike, no doubling. The second strike, no doubling. The third strike, no doubling. The fourth strike, no doubling. The fifth strike. Congratulations, host, you have gained experience rewards for the blade technique, and it is undergoing random doubling. Randomly doubled by 888 times. It worked. Feng Chen felt a surge of joy. After entering for the first time, this path was essentially discovered. As long as he persevered, he could carve out a broad path to the heavens. So, Feng Chen kept swinging his knife. Congratulations, host, you have gained experience rewards for the blade technique, and it is undergoing random doubling. Randomly doubled by 888 times. Randomly doubled by 666 times. Randomly doubled by 999 times. Wu Ming watched as Feng Chen's knife movements became faster and faster. A smile crept onto his lips. It seems he has some ideas, but success isn't something that comes easily. He'll probably soon feel dejected and won't be so arrogant anymore. With that thought, Wu Ming was waiting for Feng Chen to sheepishly put away his knife. Just then, he heard a clang. The long knife in Feng Chen's hand actually bore the weight of his blade technique and shattered into countless pieces. Wu Ming was dumbfounded. Feng Chen's knife was an E-grade long knife. While not top tier, it was certainly more resilient than an ordinary knife. But just like that, it shattered? Could it be? Could he? Wu Ming's breathing quickened, his chest rising and falling violently. At that moment, he felt that Feng Chen might have found the true secret of the battle heaven blade technique. But how could that be possible? However, Feng Chen's subsequent momentum proved this point. Not only did Feng Chen not feel dejected, but he also appeared refreshed, his arrogance undiminished, even more pronounced. With his head held high, Feng Chen prepared to go downstairs to select some new techniques for his subordinates. Seeing this, Wu Ming immediately called out to Feng Chen, "Hey, handsome, wait a moment. Hey, handsome, wait a moment." Upon hearing this, no boy in the world could resist the instinct to turn around. Feng Chen was no exception. After all, he was quite self-aware, so he knew very well how handsome he was. "What's up? I want to ask, do you know the true meaning of the battle heaven blade technique?" "Ah, you can practice it as long as you have hands." Feng Chen nodded. This made Wu Ming's face flush with embarrassment, feeling as if he had been humiliated. "You can practice it as long as you have hands? I've been here for over 10 years and still haven't figured it out, and you tell me that? Damn, isn't that just bullying a fool? Ah, damn. Isn't that just bullying an honest person? Ahem, classmate, I might be a bit slow-witted. So if it's convenient, could you give me some pointers?" Seeing Wu Ming's somewhat hesitant expression, Feng Chen had a sudden bold idea. A mischievous smile appeared on his lips. Feng Chen said, "You want to learn? I'll teach you." He originally just wanted Feng Chen to give him some tips, but Feng Chen directly offered to teach him. This made Wu Ming hesitate. The universal truth in the world is that there's no free lunch. If you think there is, it means you're an idiot who can't see the cost. But even knowing this, Wu Ming couldn't resist the temptation of the battle heaven blade technique. He had already spent a full 15 years immersing himself in it. It was like a 30-year-old bachelor who had saved up for 30 years finally waiting for a beautiful wife. How could he resist? He simply couldn't. Ahem. If you're willing, then I'll shamelessly call you teacher. Calling me teacher feels too distant. Feng Chen waved his hand in disdain. With a slight gesture, he handed a letter of commitment to Wu Ming. "Here, sign this letter of commitment. Once you sign, you'll be part of our sky-raising bandit group. We are a group of loving people, a group of harmonious people, a group that has transcended lowly interests. Once you join, our techniques are all shareable. Really, I swear, we Chinese don't deceive our own." Feng Chen spoke with conviction. Wu Ming was taken aback. Qin Gongda, who was secretly eavesdropping, was so furious that he almost spat blood on the screen. "Damn it! Are they trying to poach people from my side? So, Gong Linyang picked up her phone. Oh, no. Qin Gongda immediately grabbed his phone. He called Wu Ming. Grandpa, your grandson is calling you. Grandpa, your grandson is calling you. Upon hearing Qin Gongda's exclusive ringtone, Wu Ming said to Feng Chen, classmate, wait for me a moment. After saying that, Wu Ming answered the phone. Principal, what do you need me for? What's with that ringtone? Hello, Principal, hello? The signal here seems a bit weak, I can't hear you clearly. Give the phone to Feng Chen. Okay. Wu Ming handed the phone to Feng Chen, saying, it's the principal's call. Oh, Feng Chen was quite surprised. He didn't expect that this white-haired, white-bearded Wu Ming was not a kind-hearted person. However, facing Qin Gongda's call, Feng Chen remained calm. Hello, Principal, I'm not making an appointment. Appointment my foot. You can pull students, but what's with pulling teachers and staff? Are you trying to usurp power? Principal, we have. To speak honestly, didn't we say before that I could form a small team by myself? That was referring to you recruiting among the students. But you never said I couldn't recruit among the teachers. Qin Gongda was speechless. There was no rule against recruiting among the teachers? Why not just fly to the sky? Kid, by your logic, are you planning to recruit me someday too? Well, I have to think it over carefully. You know, our Sky Robber gang doesn't just recruit anyone. We have high standards, Feng Chen said with a serious expression. This made Qin Gongda unhappy. Here he was, the principal of Tianwu Academy, participating in some lousy team, and he had to go through a review? Just as he was about to curse a few words, Feng Chen's anxious voice came through the phone. Hey, Principal, can you hear me? Hey. Then Feng Chen hung up the phone, looking disdainful. Ha, it's true that people fear fame and pigs fear growing fat. The principal just asked me what conditions he would need to join our Sky Robber gang, and I told him he at least had to be like Mr. Wu. The result? He just pretended to be dead and wouldn't say a word. No matter how much I shouted, he acted like he couldn't hear me. I guess his pride was hurt. To be honest, this kind of lie had a suspiciously fake ring to it. But who cares? Such words were just too satisfying to hear. Ding! Congratulations, host, you have received a senior's favor reward currently undergoing random doubling. Randomly doubling by 888 times. With the favorability soaring, Wu Ming swiftly signed Feng Chen's commitment letter. He then asked Feng Chen, classmate, when can I learn this sword technique? Don't call me classmate, call me Captain. Okay, Captain, may I ask when I can learn this sword technique? Wu Ming asked earnestly. Feng Chen nodded and pointed to the manual for the Battle Heaven sword technique. Have you practiced the sword techniques in the manual? I have. Ever since I first saw it 15 years ago, I've been practicing. Now, it's hard to forget. How many times do you practice in a day? Well, Wu Ming felt a bit embarrassed to say. The techniques were so simple that he could grasp them at a glance. So he hadn't specifically practiced. He only picked it up when he had some insights. So, Wu Ming shook his head a bit sheepishly. In these 15 years, my time has either been spent on my own insights or on others' insights. I haven't put much effort into the sword techniques. That's true, such simple techniques can be learned at a glance. Feng Chen smiled slightly, fully aware of Wu Ming's thoughts. But since they were now brothers, he wanted to give Wu Ming a bit of face. However, knowing how to do it and mastering it are two different things. Starting tomorrow, practice each move 10,000 times, following the Qi flow route as deduced by Lu Xuanning. After a month of that, come find me. Okay. Wu Ming nodded, not refuting. He could tell that Feng Chen was giving him face by not saying he had high aspirations but low abilities. However, he still had one thing he didn't understand. The sword techniques, Qi flow methods, and the blue rock, these three things together made up the Battle Heaven sword technique. But Feng Chen hadn't mentioned the rock. Captain, what about the blue rock? Is it that understanding this technique only requires practicing the sword moves and Qi flow? Isn't the rock necessary? Isn't this stone necessary? Wu Ming curiously pointed at the blue rock, his face filled with confusion. After 15 years of contemplation, this stone had become a mountain in Wu Ming's heart. If he couldn't overcome it, he would carry a psychological barrier for life. Feng Chen glanced at the blue rock and said tactfully, don't you think this stone, rather than being the essence of the sword technique, is more of a manifestation of spirit? What do you mean? Wu Ming suddenly had a bad premonition. He seemed to sense that the truth about the blue stone might be a bit hurtful. Ahem. Noticing Wu Ming's tension, Feng Chen had to slow down his speech and speak to him gently. He was afraid that if he spoke too quickly or too stimulatingly, Wu Ming wouldn't be able to handle it. Originally, Feng Chen didn't understand what the knife marks on the blue stone meant, but after grasping the essence of the Zhan Tian sword technique, he had an epiphany. Moreover, after realizing it, he felt quite frustrated. Have you heard of the idiom, water dripping through stone? There are similar ones like a steel pestle can be ground into a needle. The meaning is, no matter how insignificant the power, when combined, it can accomplish challenging tasks. The key is persistence and perseverance. So, Fengchen pointed at the blue rock at the deep and shallow, large and small knife marks. He cautiously said, could it mean that even with simple moves, as long as you practice persistently, you can master the skill of splitting mountains and shattering stones? Is it cutting stone with a sword? As soon as Fengchen's words fell, Wu Ming felt a surge of electricity coursing through him, leaving him numb and dazed for a while. Then, Wu Ming's little universe exploded. Damn it! I spent 15 years just to understand a principle from a primary school textbook? Who started the rumor that to practice the Zhan Tian sword technique, one must comprehend its essence on this stone? Step forward. I swear I won't let you off. Seeing that Wu Ming seemed to finally grasp the true meaning of the blue stone, Fengchen smiled and patted his shoulder, speaking earnestly, young, elderly people shouldn't have high aspirations but low abilities. You can't think too much and do too little. There are no shortcuts to success. Hidden line here. Unless you have a cheat like me. Wu Ming nodded blankly. Then, watching Fengchen elegantly descend the stairs, he couldn't help but feel a sense of desolation. If only I had met the captain 15 years ago. No. I should be grateful that I didn't meet the captain 15 years later. Indeed. There are no shortcuts to success, it all requires solid groundwork, one step at a time. After giving himself a good motivational boost, Wu Ming decided that starting today he would practice every move of the Zhan Tian sword technique 10,000 times with his feet firmly on the ground. As for Fengchen, after reaching the third floor, he found that the few readers were intentionally or unintentionally avoiding him. Fengchen himself wore a puzzled expression, wondering what these people were doing. But he didn't know. He had already become famous. Now, the old students in the school were spreading the word. Damn it, there's a freak in the freshman class, a really freaky one. How freaky. He can memorize a book in 5 minutes at the library. 10 or 20 pages, I can do that too. He memorizes books that weigh 10 or 20 pounds. Wow, that's really freaky. So, the old students, scared by this mentality, all began to avoid Fengchen, rushing away as soon as they saw him, not even looking back. Fengchen didn't pay them any mind. After staying on the third floor for an hour, and then spending another half hour on the second floor, he was ready to head out. At the entrance of the library, Tiger was basking in the sun, slightly tipsy, scratching his chest, feeling warm and content. He, no problem. This kid's liquor, no problem. Just as he was saying this, he saw Fengchen walking out of the library. Fengchen glanced at Tiger, his mouth twitching. He thought to himself, Tiger, you really are a tiger. Drinking such strong monkey liquor without even a snack, at least have a peanut. Tiger looked at Fengchen. Fengchen asked, what are you looking at? Looking at you, you're good looking. He. Tiger reached out to scratch his chest, smiling as he said, kid, my advice to you is to be prepared next month. Those seniors are all thinking about making you look good. Make me look good? Fengchen wasn't too surprised. After all, the last time he took his subordinates to visit the senior dormitory like a zoo, they didn't even get a date to eat. It's quite normal for them to have complaints. Tiger nodded. Yes, they want you to look good, so take it easy, or you might get beaten up, and no one will give me monkey liquor. Alright, thanks for the reminder, Tiger. Saying this, Fengchen respectfully took out another bottle of monkey liquor and handed it to Tiger. Tiger, want some more? No, I've had enough. If you've had enough, then one more cup won't hurt. That's true, Tiger said, smiling as he reached for the monkey liquor. Suddenly, Fengchen's hand shook and a promise letter appeared, which Tiger snatched up as well. What is this? This is our promise letter for the earth-shattering bandit group. After joining, we drink together, all of it this golden monkey liquor, guaranteed to make people feel great. Fengchen kindly explained beside him, causing Tiger to raise an eyebrow and angrily curse. You little brat. Do you think I'm the kind of person who would casually join a small team just for liquor? Am I? You really are. He smells good. Saying this, Tiger pressed his handprint on the promise letter. Then he snatched the golden monkey liquor from Fengchen's hand, opened the cap, and poured a drop of the golden monkey liquor into his mouth. Instantly, a beautiful sound came from his nose. Humph, drunk and without any decorum, making Fengchen shake his head. If he had just eaten a peanut, he wouldn't be this drunk. But those guys actually want to mess with me? Fengchen stroked his chin. He wasn't that easy to mess with. If they tried to mess with him, they might end up getting hurt. He got it. So, as soon as Fengchen returned to the Death Mountain, he immediately called for a second meeting with everyone. And the first thing he said was, brothers, someone wants to mess with your leader. Do you care about this kind of thing? If you don't care, I might mess with you. Fengchen's words left everyone in silence. Is this something a leader should say? But after thinking about it, it seems quite possible. It's just like how a homeroom teacher often says, you are the worst class I've ever had, and how the principal always starts meetings with, I'll just say a few simple words. It's just a catchphrase. So, the enthusiastic supporting duty Xiao Kuei immediately responded. Bullying our boss is bullying our amazing bandit group, and we absolutely cannot tolerate this. Cannot tolerate. Cannot tolerate. With the first person leading, others quickly followed suit, which made Fengchen very satisfied. Well then, since you all care for me so much, I must love you all back. Starting tomorrow, we'll increase the dosage. Everyone. In the days that followed, taking drugs, sweating, bathing, taking drugs, sweating, bathing, taking drugs, sweating, bathing. Life was so plain and unadorned. Except for the occasional trip into the mountains to let off steam. To sweep away the beasts. It was just more of taking drugs, sweating, and bathing. Not only did it leave everyone in the amazing bandit group dazed, but it also depressed Qin Gongda. This kid, how many pills has he secretly taken from Zhang Taiyang's pill vault? Is it not over yet? This inevitably reminded Qin Gongda of an old movie. The emperor sent 2 ministers to raid an old man with a white beard. One of the ministers, by accident, only brought back over 3 million of the 13 million in assets to report to the emperor, and when he realized it later, he was heartbroken and could only spend the money in sorrow. It was truly heartbreaking. Damn it. At least they brought back a fraction, but you brought back a fraction of a fraction of a fraction of a fraction for me. Looking at the 5 pills in his drawer, Qin Gongda wanted to skin Fengchen alive. He also decided he must curb Fengchen. This kid doesn't know what kind of magic he has. Not only is he fast at digging people out, but he also makes them particularly loyal to him after he's done. Damn it. Even I'm a bit tempted to join his organization. No way. I must shrink his organization, otherwise this school will turn into a den of bandits. With a thoughtful glance, Qin Gongda picked up the phone and called the old student dormitory area, building A1. Since it was inconvenient for him to take action, he would let the strongest one among the old students take action. Hey, ding ding, it's your grandpa Qin. There's something I want you to help grandpa with. On the plains in front of the Death Mountains. After a month of taking drugs, the overall strength of the members of the amazing bandit group had shifted from black iron to bronze and was rapidly advancing towards silver. At the same time, the monthly attack competition was about to begin again. Brothers, right after midnight tonight, it will be our amazing bandit group's first official action. To add some flair. So, Fengchen waved his hand, laying out all the earth-level techniques he had written during his month of seclusion on the ground. The dazzling array of techniques left everyone staring in awe, accompanied by a few gasps. Feng Outyin shot a dissatisfied glance. Have some backbone. Look at you, acting like you've never seen the world. But as soon as he opened his mouth, he was already drooling. This drew disdain from everyone. Seeing everyone so excited and eager for low-level techniques, Fengchen was quite satisfied. So, as long as we win this battle beautifully, everyone will have earth-level techniques to practice. What do you all say? Good. This time, there was no need to wait for Xiao Kuei to take the lead. Everyone cheered in unison. They applauded Fengchen. At the same time, their loyalty to Fengchen was gradually increasing. Congratulations, host, you have received a loyalty reward from your subordinates. Random doubling in progress. Randomly doubled by 777 times. Congratulations, host, you have received a love reward from your subordinates. Random doubling in progress. Randomly doubled by 666 times. Congratulations, host, you have received a filial piety reward from your subordinates. Random doubling in progress. Randomly doubled by 999 times. The slogans on the new plane resounded loudly. In the old student dormitory. As the representative of the old students, Sutian was with Xiao Xiaotian, Lin Jui, Zhang Dali, and Jin Xinsan. They listened to the slogans and expressed a faint disdain. This Fengchen is indeed too arrogant. If we don't teach him a lesson, he'll think the world belongs to him. I think that's exactly what he thinks. So, how do we make him cry tomorrow? When the topic came up, Sutian spread out a map, which was the map of their old student dormitory area. Since the seniors in their 3rd and 4th years were mostly not at school, these second-year students had absolute control over the dormitory area. Sutian pointed to the entire terrain and said, "We can set up a trap to lure him in." Lure him in? Upon hearing this name, Jin Shinsan, the biggest victim, immediately perked up. He quickly asked, "How do we lure him in?" "It's simple." Sutian began to explain slowly, his finger constantly pointing and tapping on the map. "Our 4 major teams will be stationed at the east, south, west, and north corners of the dormitory area to form a confinement formation. Once Fengchen comes in, we will start to close in, leaving him nowhere to escape. Although he has some skills, we have the advantage in numbers." The other 3 nodded in agreement, feeling this was indeed an effective strategy. Only Xiao Xiaotian hesitated slightly. What if he panics and runs to disturb that one in the A-shaped building? No, that won't happen. Sutian immediately waved his hand. Jin Shinsan, hearing this, immediately brightened up and followed suit. Right, that won't happen. We're not chasing him to the A-shaped building. He wouldn't be foolish enough to do that. Besides, If he really goes to the A-shaped building, letting him see the world and get a taste of society's harshness is a good thing. Upon hearing this, Xiao Xiaotian, Lin Jui, and Jiang Dali pondered for a moment and then all agreed. Not for any other reason, just to see if that one in the A-shaped building was still alive. Only Sutian had a hint of admiration in his eyes. A one-sided kind. It's probably been half a year since I last saw her, right? I don't know. Has she gained weight or lost weight? Maybe she has become even more beautiful. Meanwhile, inside the A-shaped building, a lazy figure stretched out, wearing only a thin nightgown, sitting on the sofa. A beautiful figure was faintly visible beneath the nightgown. There were signs of being slightly overstuffed. Crack, a sound of splitting. Inside the A-shaped building, sitting on the sofa, her curvy hips stretched her nightgown wide open. She glanced at her nightgown in silence. The girl sighed. Hey, my butt has perked up again, and not only that, it's gotten bigger. Well, let's just consider it a little diversion for my thighs, a bit sexier. After all, this is a critical moment. After saying that, the girl furrowed her brows. She sat cross-legged on the sofa, fully immersed in the most important moment of her life. But it's not her life. It's the life of the male lead. To be more precise, it's the life of Feng Manlu, the male lead in Boyfriend Simulator. Feng Manlu. Male. Height 183 centimeters, weight 130 gene, with 2 clearly defined chest muscles and 8 chocolate abs. He looks sunny and handsome, his skin occasionally showing a slightly sickly pale. His father died in a car accident at his birth. His mother passed away from illness when he was 3. By the age of 5, he mastered 3 languages. At 7, he became a world-class hacker. At 9, he helped someone invest in stocks and became a billionaire. At 12, he was chased by enemies for 3,000 miles. At 15, he caused his enemies to be ruined. At 17, he established the largest mercenary organization in the world. At 18, which is today, he will encounter an unexpected car accident, and then I will save him. From then on, he will love not the kingdom but the beauty, willing to give up the entire kingdom just to guard me by his side every day. Seeing the male lead Feng Manlu reaching out his right hand to invite her to dinner on the huge LCD screen, Zhang Dingding felt all tingly. Others thought she was secluded in the A-shaped building, ignoring worldly affairs and diligently cultivating. But who knew? She was actually ignoring worldly affairs and diligently playing games. The joy of a homebody. Only those who try know. However, who made her so outstanding? This doesn't refer to her figure being top-notch, but rather her talent for cultivation. Super top-notch. Otherwise, she wouldn't be able to occupy A-shaped building number 1 for so long without anyone being able to shake her. In her words, if my talent isn't strong enough, how can I play games with peace of mind? Just say, isn't that infuriating? By the way, that old man Qin Gongda also asked me to deal with someone, but I can't remember who. Damn. How can I be distracted while gaming? I must punish myself to play for another hour. Hee. While she was happily immersed in the game, on the other side, the seniors were already busy preparing. Sutian, Xiao Xiaotian, Lin Jui, and Jiang Dali led the team to deploy in the corners of the dormitory area. Jinshin-san divided the others into smaller groups. Leaving a few people in each building, they formed a huge web to ensure they could track Feng Chen's movements at any time. Time passed bit by bit. Soon, it was close to midnight. In 3 minutes, the protective wall will open. Lu Chang'e counted the time and reported to Feng Chen. Feng Chen nodded. Although the senior dormitory area looked as calm as ever, with only a few scattered lights on in the entire dormitory, last month there was an incident of being robbed by a group. Can it still remain calm this month? That would be a ghost. These guys must have set a trap for me, waiting for me to walk in, ready to catch me like a turtle in a jar? Hoof. But how could I be a turtle? If they invite me in, that should be called letting the wolf into the house, the kind that eats meat without spitting out the bones. The corners of his mouth curled up. Feng Chen encouraged his brothers behind him and repeated the strategy. Brothers, when we go in later, don't stop, just charge straight in. First, take down the 4 white buildings and use them as strongholds. Then, if you see one, gang up on him. Be as ruthless as you can. The goal is to crush the opponent. They say wolves travel thousands of miles to eat meat, while dogs travel thousands of miles to eat shit. Do you want to make history, or do you want to be a pile of shit in history? It all depends on your performance tonight. Is that clear? Everyone immediately roared in response. Understood. Good. Let's go. Feng Chen waved his hand. At the same moment as the clock struck 12, the continuous protective walls began to rumble and sink into the ground, disappearing below. Feng Chen beckoned to Feng Outyan. Do you want to be the first? Yes. Then you lead the charge in. Ha. Are you scared? Just kidding. How could I, Feng Outyan, be that kind of person? Ridiculous. I'm just worried. What if they mistake me for you and start a group beating? Feng Outyan said earnestly, prompting Feng Chen to kick him hard in the rear. Get moving. The people behind saw Feng Outyan stumble forward and thought it was the signal to start. They all roared out. Kill ah 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 ah. They pushed Feng Outyan forward into the fray. Feng Chen exchanged glances with Lu Changge. Lu Changge understood. Instead of rushing forward with the others, he stayed back with Feng Chen to clean up the team. Once the crowd had mostly entered, the two of them leisurely followed. Lu Changge asked, Brother Feng, don't you usually lead the charge? Why aren't you rushing in today? Silly boy, I offended them badly last month, so they'll definitely come after me this month. If I lead the way, as soon as I step in, you'll all be blocked behind me. Got it. Lu Changge nodded. So, it turned out Feng Chen was afraid of being ganged up on. But thinking about it, if there was hope of ganging up on others, why would he want to be ganged up on? Sure enough, without seeing Feng Chen, his team charged in without encountering any obstacles. Occasionally, they met a few roadblocks, but they only exchanged a few symbolic blows, with no intention of going all out. As the leader, Feng Outyan had to be the first whether he wanted to or not, so he led the team straight to building Y1. When they rushed in, they found no one. Feng Outyan was a bit confused. He had prepared for a tough battle, but it turned out to be a bust. It was like preparing for a 7-man will battle against a married woman and ending up with a gourd baby fighting a monster. Quick, check the other buildings. No one. No one. It's all empty. Hearing this, Feng Outyan realized something was wrong. Oh no. We've been ambushed. Hurry and notify Feng Chen, let him think of a way. Then, what do we do? What else can we do? Just follow Feng Chen's method and announce that we've occupied the 4Y buildings. Make the announcement loud. All right. His subordinates immediately acted on the command. They shouted everywhere. The Skyrobber gang has boldly occupied the 4Y buildings. The Skyrobber gang has boldly occupied the 4Y buildings. The Skyrobber gang has boldly occupied the 4Y buildings. Sutian and the others almost spat out a mouthful of old blood upon hearing this. What does boldly occupy mean? Can you have some self-respect? There's no one inside at all. Meanwhile, they also received news from Jinshin-san. Feng Chen has come in. Good. Sutian immediately waved his hand. Close the door, beat the dog. Shut the door and beat the dog. As soon as he heard that Feng Chen had entered the encirclement, Sutian immediately waved his hand, signaling the action to begin. In an instant, the 5 factions in the old student dormitory area, Heavenly God Battle Team, God Slayer Hall, Mighty Gang, and Frenzied Battle Group began to converge from the east, west, south, and north. As for the Avengers Alliance, which had been kidnapped by Feng Chen and gathered together to prepare for revenge, they rushed in like dumplings, trying to entangle Feng Chen. Brother Feng, the situation is a bit dire. Lu Changge's palms were suddenly drenched in sweat. This time, the situation was clearly different from the last time. They fought one by one, so they only had to deal with a few people at a time. This time, waves of people surged forward, clearly premeditated, with the obvious intent to gang up on Feng Chen. However, with over 100 little brothers under him, could Feng Chen really be ganged up on? So Feng Chen drew his long knife and pointed at one of the people rushing forward. Brothers, target that guy with the knife. Take him down first. With that command, dozens of people gathered behind Feng Chen, all drawing their gleaming weapons with a whoosh. The knife wielders on the opposite side were all startled, their bodies trembling, and they dared not advance. It wasn't that they were cowardly, it was just that if Feng Chen's people didn't recognize who he was pointing at and just attacked anyone with a knife, wouldn't they be walking into a tiger's den? So, they absolutely couldn't stand too far forward, especially not in front of the knife wielders. Seeing that the knife wielders were hesitant, Feng Chen pointed again. Brothers, target that guy with the sword. Take him down first. The sword wielders on the opposite side also couldn't hold back anymore, slowing their steps and hesitating. This was not cowardice, they were giving Feng Chen a chance to correct his mistake, waiting for him to lock onto the knife wielders again. The sword wielders were now hesitant and the knife wielders began to stir. So, Feng Chen shouted, brothers, target the ugly guy. Take him down first. At this, everyone on the opposite side lost their composure. Just a moment ago, it was about objective conditions, but now it had turned into subjective conditions? Don't you know that everyone's aesthetic is different? Also, I didn't wash my hair today, I won't be mistaken for an ugly freak, right? One by one, they were anxious and dared not step forward, fearing they would become the scapegoat and be ganged up on by Feng Chen's little brothers. At this moment, as the spokesperson for the Avengers Alliance, Jinshin-san could no longer stand by. He jumped out and shouted, damn it, why are you all so cowardly? Can't you be a bit more manly and not care about appearances? As soon as he finished speaking, Feng Chen's eyes lit up. Brothers, it's him. This guy is the ugliest. Damn it. I'm not ugly, okay? Jinshin-san was about to argue when he was kicked down by Feng Chen with a flying kick. Others rushed in, all focusing on Jinshin-san. The older students watched, wanting to say something but holding back, fearing that if they spoke up, Feng Chen's target would shift to them. After all, it was just too brutal. Monkey stealing peaches, fishing at the bottom of the sea, and immortals picking grapes, none of these dirty tricks were left out. At that moment, Sutian rushed in like lightning, dragging a 9-ring steel knife along the ground, sparks flying from the blade. At the same time, he shouted, "Feng Cheng Yun! He's not here!" Feng Chen replied without thinking, which left the aggressive Sutian momentarily stunned. But Sutian looked carefully for a long time, finally confirmed. Feng Chen was indeed in the crowd, so angry that his nose was crooked. "You're not here. Cough, you look for someone, but they say they're not here. Doesn't that mean they don't want to see you? You have no insight at all." Feng Chen stepped out with a straight knife and said. This made Sutian furious. Swish! The long knife was raised. Sutian pointed at Feng Chen. "Just right, we have some grievances from before, so today we'll settle old and new scores together." "All right." Feng Chen glanced at Sutian's data. 6 stars silver blood value. Not as good as his own. Mental strength only 108. Also not as good as his own. Since it was a sure win situation, if he didn't put on a show before making a move, it would be too disappointing for himself. So, Feng Chen said to his subordinates, "Since all the brothers are here, let's have everyone witness this. Today, I will have a fair, just, an open competition with this senior Sutian, so if I lose, it means my skills are inferior and no one is allowed to trouble senior Sutian. Especially, blades have no eyes. If I accidentally injure, cripple, or disable someone, no one is allowed to report to the teacher. Reporting is the most shameful." Did everyone hear that clearly? As soon as Feng Chen finished speaking, Lu Chang'e beside him pouted in silence, thinking to himself, "I believe you, what a joke. If you weren't confident, you would have let everyone gang up on him instead of playing one-on-one? Most likely, you have it all figured out. So, reputation, victory, you want them all." Immediately, he played along. "Brother Feng is so righteous, we absolutely support Brother Feng. Even if you lose, we won't trouble the other side." "Right. We won't trouble the other side." A group of people waved their swords and said, making it seem righteous. Instead, it made Tian look like a villain. So Tian had no choice but to follow suit. Brothers from the Berserker group and the second-year brothers. "Today, my duel with Junior Feng Chen is completely voluntary, but in a competition, there might be a little accident. So, if I have any mishaps, you are not allowed to trouble Feng Chen, understood?" The crowd had no choice but to respond. Understood. Not only did the momentum weaken, but these people also secretly thought Tian was openly provoking Feng Chen, yet Feng Chen actually repaid grievance with kindness. What a big heart. Unavoidably, one by one, they began to admire Feng Chen inexplicably. Congratulations to the host for gaining the opponent's recognition. Random doubling in progress. Randomly doubled by 666 times. Randomly doubled by 888 times. Randomly doubled by 775 times. Feeling the gaze from the opposite side filled with increasing brilliance, Feng Chen suddenly felt expanding his astonishing bandit group by another 200 people didn't seem like a big problem. Just as he was thinking this, Tian muttered, "Feng Chen, since your character isn't beyond redemption, then I'll go all out this time, crushing you so you lose quickly to spare you from injury." "Are you kidding? I'm super brave, okay?" Feng Chen was unconcerned. The last time they fought, although Tian had an absolute advantage, he was still pushed back by Feng Chen. Not to mention now, Feng Chen's strength was far above Tian's. Saying Feng Chen would crush Tian was more accurate. But Tian suddenly spread his feet apart. The 9-ring steel knife was also planted in the ground. Then, he clenched his fists, made a constipated expression and began to roar. Ah 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 ah. With each roar, the momentum grew stronger. In Tian's eyes, the blood value in his body was also continuously rising. 6621, 7127, 8300? 6621, 7127, 8300? The soaring numbers surprised Feng Chen a bit. The last time he saw someone's vitality surge like this was when they were using bone expansion techniques. But the problem was Tian's body hadn't grown larger and Ding Ding hadn't shrunk either. Could it be that they aren't the same? He suspiciously stroked his chin. Tian's vitality was already close to the 9-star silver level. One more step, and he would enter the realm of golden warriors. Tian proudly picked up the 9-ring steel knife. "I'm going in." Who goes in is still uncertain, though he said that Feng Chen's eyes were already darting around, seemingly looking for a better escape route. Noticing Feng Chen's little movements, Tian sneered. He pushed off the ground with his right foot and his body shot towards Feng Chen like a flying arrow. The long knife in his hand was horizontal. "Take this knife." Bang! Feng Chen slammed the back of his knife against Tian's head, causing Tian to roll his eyes back. Although both were at the 9-star silver level, Feng Chen's mental strength was far superior to Tian's. Therefore, in Feng Chen's eyes, Sutian was like a slow-motion poisonous snake. It was poisonous, but he could handle it however he wanted. The people around were dumbfounded. They thought it was just the beginning, but it ended just like that. Damn! This was no different from someone who had practiced for 3 months for a hero role, only to have that hero role immediately shut down by the opposing team. Oh, some might not understand this reference. Let's put it another way. It's like you booked a nice room, took a nice shower, and were lying on the bed waiting for a game that could be quick or slow, soothing or thrilling. But the other party finished in just 2 moves. Damn! If you can't play chess, then don't play. What a waste of feelings. Feeling this overwhelming sense of disparity, the way these people looked at Feng Chen changed. At that moment, everyone was speculating about the level of Feng Chen's strength. Golden, it must be golden, right? Even if it's not golden, it's close enough. How can we fight this? If he reaches golden, even if Xiao Xiaotian, Lin Jui, and Zhang Dali come, it would all be for nothing. Exactly. Just as they were saying this, Xiao Xiaotian, Lin Jui, and Zhang Dali, who were mixed in the crowd, exchanged glances. They had actually arrived long ago. They had been there when Sutian challenged Feng Chen. At that time, they held back, thinking that since Sutian had made a move, he would surely pin Feng Chen down and they could just ride along to victory. But unexpectedly, it was Sutian who got pinned down. So, the three quickly exchanged meaningful glances. What should we do? Should we go in? Sutian's strength, if not above us, is at least on par, right? He got pinned down in an instant. We must be similar. So what do we do? Why don't we just pretend we weren't here and withdraw? Good idea. None of them wanted to lose face. They tacitly planned to escape together. But at that moment, someone who shouldn't have shouted yelled out, "The 3 big shots have arrived." In an instant, everyone's gaze quickly locked onto the 3 who were about to slip away, forcing them to stop. With murderous looks, they turned to the person who shouted. The kid was so scared he shivered all over, almost thinking he was possessed by a ghost. Great! The 3 big shots are here. Capturing Feng Chen will be a piece of cake. Are you stupid? Sutian has already fallen. Who among the 3 can stabilize Sutian? This, unless they team up together. Hearing the whispers around them, Xiao Xiaotian, Lin Jui, and Zhang Dali exchanged a knowing glance. If we're going to be shameless, then let's be shameless. It's better than being pressed to the ground and rubbed in the dirt. So, Zhang Dali pointed at Feng Chen. First, Feng Chen, today we're not ganging up on you because we're afraid you won't be able to enjoy yourself. It's just that there are 3 of us against 1 of you. Feng Chen was baffled. Afraid I won't enjoy myself? So you're all ganging up on me? How are you even more shameless than I am? Lin Jui chimed in loudly. Me too. Only Xiao Xiaotian waved his hand nonchalantly and said loudly, I, Xiao Xiaotian, have never feared an opponent. I can take them on alone. Let me use strategy. With 3 against 1, Feng Chen, you're the first. Feng Chen thought to himself, this guy is really something else. According to you, I should feel honored? The 3 of them clearly knew this wasn't honorable, so they immediately decided to end it quickly. Xiao Xiaotian took out a great sword, Lin Ji pulled out a poison dragon dagger, and Zhang Dali produced a strength potion. They were ready to attack. Lu Chang'e leaned over to Feng Chen's side. Feng Ge, are you okay? Not okay. Feng Chen shot Lu Chang'e a glance and raised an eyebrow. Why don't you help me deal with these 3? I can't. The key is, when will you ever stand up for yourself? Forget it, go aside, let me show you what a real man is. He dismissed Lu Chang'e with a wave. Feng Chen watched as Zhang Dali drank the strength potion, his entire body surging with energy. Then he looked at Xiao Xiaotian swinging his sword, gathering strength for a thunderous strike. Finally, Lin Ji was a bit interesting. The poison dragon dagger in his hand looked quite sinister, and one stab would probably be unbearable for anyone. There's no other way. If I can't take on multiple opponents, then what's the point of being a badass? So, Feng Chen spoke to the system. System, fill my stomach with monkey wine, enough to make me beat these 3 brats to tears. Understood. In an instant, the monkey wine flowed into his stomach. The strong alcohol stimulated Feng Chen's energy, causing it to surge wildly, and in a brief moment it broke through the boundary between silver and gold. Xiao Xiaotian, Lin Jui, and Zhang Dali exchanged glances. They had already said they would fight. If they backed down now, they would really lose face. Go! The 3 of them launched their attacks simultaneously. Even though Feng Chen's energy had already vaguely surpassed the limits of a silver warrior, they were confident that he couldn't take them all out at once. As long as they weren't killed instantly, they had a chance to subdue Feng Chen. However, they still underestimated the combat power of a gold warrior. After drinking the monkey wine, Feng Chen was even stronger than Zhang Dali. Seeing the 3 of them charging over, he turned his body and grabbed them, pressing all 3 to the ground in one go. He started throwing punches, making the 3 of them scream. At the same time, they cried out in panic. Wow! Ah! Oh! Eh! Quick, go call the boss from the Jiazi building. Quick, go call the boss of the A-character building. A cry rang out, filled with the extreme hatred of Sutian and the others towards Fengchen, as well as their helplessness. In front of so many people, being pressed to the ground and rubbed in the dirt was something anyone would find infuriating. A whiff of alcohol escaped as Fengchen felt that the effects of the drink were hitting him a bit hard today. He had asked the system to help him drink a bit, and the system really went all out, completely disregarding the frugality of only leaving 5 pills for Qin Gongda. Cough, cough. System, you wouldn't be stingy with others and overly generous with me, would you? That's not good. It'll spoil me. Fengchen mumbled a few words. The system didn't respond. He only saw that his vision suddenly turned into a sea of pink hearts, everything looking adorably pink. The moon was pink. The walls were pink. Sutian was also pink. Fengchen quickly shook his head. He realized everything was as it originally was, it was just his eyes playing tricks on him, not some issue with his orientation. Phew, you scared me. So it was just my vision that was off. He patted his chest. Looking at the villa in front of him, Fengchen couldn't help but recall how he and his group had been living in the mountains, exposed to the elements, without even a tile to cover their heads, forced to find shelter in caves. A sense of desolation filled his heart. Hey, as the leader, if I can't provide my subordinates with good food, comfortable beds, and hot baths, then I'm not doing my job. To make up for my shortcomings, I must compensate all of them. The crowd around him listened in a daze. It wasn't just the old students who were confused, even the members of the notorious bandit group were puzzled. What is the boss trying to do? My goodness. They watched as Fengchen stumbled towards the side of the villa, reaching out to lean against the wall. System, help me pack up the villa, including the yard. You can't? I can. As soon as he finished speaking, the system packed up the villa, the yard, the lawn, and the potted plants all at once. Congratulations, host, you have received a villa reward, and it is undergoing a random doubling. Randomly doubling by 555 times. At the same time, the old and new students were all left dumbfounded. Just now, was there a villa here? Where's the villa? Don't call it a villa anymore, call it a wild villa. Why? Because everything except the dirt is gone. You still have the mood to tell cold jokes. Amidst the shock, Fengchen was going crazy. System, I want this, and that. And this, that, pack them all up. This, I don't want these 3 bricks, but I want everything else. The entire old student dormitory area, a total of 100 luxurious villas, was disappearing at a speed visible to the naked eye. At the same time, in the principal's office, Principal Qin Gongda was anxiously licking his lips. He finally opened the camera. If I die, I die anyway, that kid can't cause too much trouble. With the experience from the previous incidents, Qin Gongda felt that his psychological endurance was strong enough. But as soon as he opened the camera, a black question mark appeared over Qin Gongda's head. Where's my house? How could such a large old student dormitory area have less than half of the houses left? It's an illusion, it must be an illusion. I'm getting old, and my eyes aren't working well. He quickly took out eye drops and put a drop in his eyes. Qin Gongda blinked hard and looked again. Great. This time, even the other half of the houses were gone. Only the Bara building remains. Qin Gongda fell off his chair, having survived so many storms over the years. Yet he was made dumbfounded by this kid. He quickly took a heart-saving pill. Then, trembling, he took out his phone and called Zhang Dingding. But no one answered. At that moment, Zhang Dingding was busy playing a game and had no time to pick up the phone, so he had to call again. Finally, after a barrage of more than 10 calls, Zhang Dingding could no longer bear it and answered the phone. Hello, Grandpa Qin, I'm in seclusion. Training, what's the matter? Hey, Dingding, about that thing I asked you a few days ago, right, the one named Fengchen, he's downstairs, hurry down and beat him up. Okay. Zhang Dingding put down the phone. In frustration, she thought to herself, I was in the middle of a date with my husband. Wait, Grandpa Qin just said that person is named Fengchen. Is there a possibility that he has a handsome guy at home named Feng Manlu? Instantly, she felt a jolt of energy. Zhang Dingding quickly changed her clothes. She had to make a good impression on Fengchen. Meanwhile, Fengchen was standing downstairs at the A building, feeling deeply frustrated. System, why can't I collect this house? Is it too awesome? Host, the owner inside has no power. Oh, then why can't I collect it? Because there are living beings present in that room, and that being has a very strong self-awareness. If it resists, the host will not be able to handle it. I see. Fengchen nodded. Actually, since 99% of the dormitories had been moved by Fengchen leaving, just one behind didn't matter much. So, he waved his hand and prepared to take his little brothers back. Brothers, let's go back to build our home. The members of the amazing bandit group were so scared. They didn't dare to say a word to Fengchen. They had heard that there were no wives in the wife cake and no bandits in the bandit group, but they had seen people robbing money and people, yet never houses. Looking at his brother's bewildered expressions, Fengchen pouted in dissatisfaction. Why are you all looking at me like that? As if I'm going to make you live there and you're unhappy about it? That makes sense. Lu Chang'e, Feng Outyan, Bai Ruyan, Chen Xiaonan, and others all nodded in agreement and began to cheer excitedly. Congratulations, Captain, on acquiring a villa. Congratulations, Captain, just 2 months after becoming captain, you've acquired 99 townhouses. The modern new man, with a career in one hand and a wife in the other, can afford a villa and be a bandit. He is warm-hearted and passionate, robbing others' villas, just so he and his brothers have a place to live. Hearing this, the older members secretly shed tears. Robbing someone else's house just to live in it? Damn! Have some shame, will you? But why did they feel a bit of an urge to join? Just as they were making a ruckus, Zhang Dingding pulled back the curtain and stepped out, her cold gaze sweeping across the crowd, instantly silencing everyone. Who is making noise here? Who is making noise here? On the balcony of the A-shaped building, a figure in a red dress appeared, dazzling everyone's eyes. What kind of divine figure is that? You say she's slightly plump, but her water snake waist is infuriatingly slender. You say she's on the thinner side, but her baby food storage is infuriatingly full. After seeing her, one can only use one word to describe their feelings. Awesome. Do you know me? Zhang Diding glanced down and caught sight of the slightly tipsy Fengchen. Fengchen indicated that he had a little brother he wanted to introduce to her. But not now. Are you the owner of the A-shaped building? I guess so. I've been living here since the start of the semester and no one else has come in, Zhang Diding said calmly. But inside, she was anxious. She really wanted to quickly complete the task of beating up Fengchen and then continue looking for her husband to talk about her love life. Unfortunately, she wasn't someone skilled with words. She couldn't wrap things up quickly. With a raised eyebrow, Zhang Diding looked at Fengchen and snorted. You are Fengchen? Yes, I am Fengchen, surname Feng, given name Qingyun. Courtesy name Shuaigu, alias handsome guy, known in the martial world as lying husband. Lying husband. Zhang Diding's mouth twitched. She thought, is this a pun that costs money? So, Zhang Diding waved her hand, and a blood-red cicada wing sword appeared in an instant. The blade as thin as a cicada's wing, capable of wrapping around the waist and soft to the touch, yet able to split mountains and shatter stones, invincible. I won't play this boring joke with you. But, before we start fighting, I have an important question to ask you. Do you know Feng Manlu? Fengchen was ready to fight, but then he heard Zhang Diding say this. Feng Manlu? My dad? Damn! With my dad's honest and simple appearance, does he dare to go out and fool around? See if my mom doesn't beat him to death. No way. My dad was also a well-known talent in school when he was young. Could it be a mistake he made back then? But that doesn't make sense. If my dad had such a capable daughter, would our family have had to live so poorly before? No matter how he thought about it, it didn't add up. Fengchen tentatively asked, what do you want with him? Really? Zhang Diding's eyes lit up. The aura of a mature woman instantly transformed into that of a lovesick little sister. What does he look like? Is he handsome? How tall is he? Does he have a girlfriend? Is he a retired soldier king? Fengchen thought to himself, you're overthinking it. My dad has become that way. A retired soldier king? Even if he shouted 100 times, he couldn't summon 100,000 heavenly soldiers, not even 1,000 or 10,000 times. So, this girl clearly doesn't know my dad, so how does she know my dad's name? Could it be that my dad's name sounds like a male protagonist's name in a novel? Fengchen thought this and couldn't help but twitch his mouth. Clearly, he was the one with the protagonist's aura. Alright, since this girl doesn't know my dad, I'll just tease her. So Fengchen pointed at Zhang Diding's nose and said loudly, give it up, Feng Manlu already has a partner, and she's even better looking than you. Better looking than me? Zhang Diding immediately became unhappy. She thought, my grandfather has said since I was little that my face is meant to bring disaster to the country. How could anyone be better looking than me? Her mouth curled into a cold snort. Ha, that's impossible. Really, really better looking than you, I've seen it with my own eyes. And she's more approachable and cooks better than you. Zhang Diding looked at Fengchen with a black line on her forehead. She thought, you haven't even tasted my cooking. How did you come to that conclusion? Sure enough, Qin Gongda really had his reasons for wanting to beat this guy up. He reached out and raised the cicada wing sword. Zhang Dingding shouted loudly, Fengchen, I can't be bothered to argue with you verbally. If you have the ability, let's fight for 300 rounds. Alright, then come down. I'll come down if I want to. Zhang Dingding immediately leaped down from the upper floor. At the same time, Fengchen placed his hand on Zhang Dingding's courtyard wall. System, can I collect it now? Yes. Collect it for me. In the blink of an eye, just as Zhang Dingding landed on the ground, Fengchen had already taken away the villa. Congratulations, host, you have received a luxury villa reward and it is undergoing random doubling. randomly doubling by 888 times. Then, Fengchen immediately clasped his hands in salute. You win, farewell. After saying that, he turned around and walked back with the brothers of the bandit group, making Zhang Dingding, who was posing in place, look like a fool. Zhang Dingding blinked in confusion, looking at the house and then at the retreating figures of Fengchen and his group. She thought to herself, who am I? Where am I? Where did my house go? My husband is still inside. No, where's my house? Mother hen. The surrounding seniors shrugged helplessly, secretly delighted inside. In the matter of robbing houses, Fengchen had been fair, taking both the A-shaped and B-shaped villas without favoring anyone. Only Zhang Dingding was on the verge of collapse. The house didn't matter, but the key point was that her husband was inside, and there was no save file yet. Zhang Dingding, excited, lifted her skirt and chased after them. Hey, Fengchen, wait up! Looking at Zhang Dingding's back, the seniors felt it resembled a desperate bride. TSK, a girl can't be kept. What are you saying? If Dean Zhang Fubai hears this, you won't have a good time. Oh right. They all quickly shut their mouths, not daring to speak. At the same time, Qin Gongda looked at the old dormitory area, observing the dull gray earth, with even the green grass stripped away. He almost couldn't catch his breath. Damn it, this little brat. This is lawless. No. I need to revise the school rules. I need to revise the school rules. I want him to graduate directly. Get the hell out of here. He screamed hysterically, going into a fit of impotent rage. Meanwhile, Fengchen swaggered back to the residential plane with the Amazing Bandit Group. The new students who hadn't joined the Amazing Bandit Group were curious, wondering why these people who had gone over so aggressively were back so quickly. No need to think, they must have been defeated. But they look pretty happy. Don't you understand? If they came back looking miserable, everyone would know they got defeated. I get it, it's like getting a score of 0 but walking back with the confidence of having scored 100. That way, no one will know I messed up. Exactly. TSK. A group of people was secretly mocking Fengchen. Then, they saw luxurious villas rising up, directly occupying more than half of the residential plain. Fengchen stood on top of the villa and shouted, Hey, do you want to live in a villa? What are you hesitating for? Hurry up and sign up. Join the Amazing Bandit Group now, and we'll even give you some green for free. Green land. Looking at the green turf in Fengchen's hand, the new students twitched their mouths, thinking about how he was speaking. At that moment, from the direction of the senior dormitory area, Zhang Dingding, full of murderous intent, chased over, angrily shouting word by word, Feng Qing Yun. Wind, light cloud. Hey, Grandpa is here. Standing on the rooftop, Fengchen happily took advantage of the situation, thinking, why not take advantage of a good deal? Zhang Dingding's face immediately turned red with anger. What do you mean? Do you have any thoughts about my grandma? Fengchen thought, how could that be? I'm not that kind of person. Unless your grandma is a reduplicated term, not a generational relationship. Ding, I've already admitted defeat. Why are you still chasing after me? Don't worry, I'm not someone who can't afford to lose. I don't need a best of 3 nor a best of 5. A real man. I can afford to lose. Feng Chen patted his chest as he said this, which only fueled Zhang Dingding's anger. Who wants to argue with you about winning or losing? Give me back my husband. No, I mean, return the house and everything inside it. Your husband. Feng Chen's mouth twitched. The last person who asked him for a husband was now 6 feet under. And now another one comes? Wait, is there still someone in the A building? System, you wouldn't have multiplied him by hundreds, would you? I don't need that many husbands. Spit. I don't need that kind of multiplication. The system responded immediately. Don't worry, host, according to system detection, there is no one in the A building. Then what did she mean by husband? According to system analysis, the husband Zhang Dingding refers to Feng Man Lu is a virtual character from Boyfriend Simulator. Boyfriend Simulator? A lonely homebody? Feng Chen's mouth twitched. He thought it was absurd. A girl as outstanding as Zhang Dingding actually living as a homebody? What a waste. You should know, when heaven gives you such outstanding conditions, it hopes you find someone who matches you, not that you stay home playing games. However, since this guy has come, wouldn't it be unreasonable not to sign some kind of commitment letter? His eyes turned leisurely. Feng Chen smiled and approached Zhang Dingding. With a face full of mutual understanding, he said, Ding, don't you think that sometimes reality feels too hollow, so you want to find a quiet corner to quietly let yourself go? Zhang Dingding looked at Feng Chen suspiciously. She mumbled, you understand? I understand. Feng Chen nodded affirmatively. With an innocent expression, he said, don't be fooled by my outgoing appearance. I'm actually a very reserved person. After talking to people for a while, I blush all the way to my ears. You should be able to see that, right? Well, I really can't see it. Is that so? That means I'm pretty good at pretending, Feng Chen said without blushing or skipping a beat. he just wouldn't change his words. I guess you didn't really intend to hit me just now, did you? It was just some unavoidable reason that made you step in. You know this? Zhang Dingding's eyes widened in disbelief. But was it really that hard to guess? Fengchen had already demolished Villa 99 and Zhang Dingding didn't show any reaction, so saying she cared about classmate feelings was pure nonsense. There must be some scheming little person who couldn't stand it, so they called Zhang Dingding to take action. Thinking of this, Qin Gongda couldn't help but sneeze. But afterward he was still fuming with rage. I want to revise the school rules. I want to hold an emergency meeting. I want to expel Fengchen from the school. However, at that moment, Qin Zhan, the grandson of Qin Gongda, hurriedly opened the door. Grandpa, emergency meeting. Qin Gongda awkwardly touched his nose. I was just saying that. Why did you take it seriously? That kid is such a good seedling, it would be a shame to kick him out. What is that kid doing? Qin Zhan listened with a confused expression. He then spoke seriously. Grandpa, there's news from the military department. There are movements in other war zones. What movements? Qin Gongda's brows immediately furrowed. In today's world, it is actually divided into 4 major war zones: the Huaxia War Zone, the Free War Zone, the Star Alliance War Zone, and the Supreme War Zone. There are also some smaller war zones that depend on these 4 major war zones to survive the invasion of the alien beasts. However, the 4 major war zones are not entirely harmonious. One could say that they are peaceful on the surface but discordant at heart. After all, to use a phrase that is not entirely appropriate yet very fitting, to repel external threats, one must first stabilize internal affairs. There are always those who want to become the dominant force among humans before they are willing to wholeheartedly fight against the alien beasts. As for the resource allocation, tribal conflicts, and who becomes the cannon fodder at the front lines, those interests are far too complex to explain in just a few words. What movements? Are the alien beasts making a move? Or do they want to stir up some trouble again? Qin Gongda asked with a face as cold as water. Qin Zhan only uttered 2 words. The latter. Understood. Wait for me a moment, I need to delete the computer records. Shut down the computer. Qin Gongda said, signaling Qin Zhan to wait for him. Then, Qin Gongda glanced at the screen on the computer. He couldn't understand how Fengchen had managed to persuade Zhang Dingding to sign, and he even moved into Fengchen's villa. That little brat. I need to call an emergency meeting. I want to expel him from Tianwu Academy. Qin Gongda roared in anger. He then went with Qin Zhan to the emergency meeting room. Inside the meeting room, dozens of faculty members sat in the spacious room, making it feel empty. This is what Anren had said. The actual number of faculty members at Tianwu Academy is less than 1/10. As soon as Qin Gongda entered, all the faculty members looked over nervously. Qin Gongda raised his hand to calm them down, signaling not to be agitated. He then turned to the head of intelligence liaison, Dean Lu Dowling, and asked for the details of the information. Go ahead, tell us the news from the military. Yes. Lu Dowling, with his full head of black hair and sharp features, looked like a man in his early 40s. However, in reality, he was nearly 60 years old. Nevertheless, he was still the youngest among the 4 major branches. We just received news that the Free War Zone has dispatched a small team that quietly infiltrated our Huaxia territory from the northern border. How did they get in? No one stopped them at the northern border? About that, Lu Dowling's expression was a bit grim. But he still had to say, we suspect they opened a spatial rift from another dimension and quietly entered Huaxia territory. And speaking of this matter, Principal, do you remember that a while ago, a spatial rift suddenly appeared in the academy? Qin Gongda was stunned for a second. Then he smashed the cup on the table. Damn it! It's aimed at us at Tianwu. Damn it, they're coming for us at Tianwu. Qin Gongda smashed the cup in his hand. His temper flared immediately. Others might not understand the situation, but Qin Gongda was very clear. What would happen if that goat-headed man came out? What would happen to the entire sky? The consequences were unimaginable. Hey, how did that goat-headed man die later? He thought seriously for a moment. Qin Gongda remembered that it seemed he was driven to death by that Wen Chen kid, so he immediately broke into a smile again. The space system isn't exclusive to their free combat zone, we have it in Huaxia too, and it's from our Tianwu Academy. Who's afraid of whom? Actually, I noticed early on that Wen Chen has the demeanor of a king. He should be prioritized for training by the school. His mood changed in an instant. Everyone present couldn't help but flinch. They thought to themselves that the principal must have a dog's face. But Qin Zhan didn't think so. He knew well. His grandfather was extremely petty. Just now, Grandpa was in the office and wasn't in a good mood. Now hearing about the movements in the free combat zone, he must be very unhappy. He's probably trying to suppress his anger to maintain his image in front of so many people. No way. I have to make him happy. So Qin Zhan resolutely raised his right hand. He said loudly, "Principal, just now you said you wanted to revise the school rules and expel someone from Tianwu Academy." Qin Gongda's eyes widened in shock. He was almost furious. What a stupid grandson. Whose seat is he? Oh, it seems to be his own. There's no helping it. They could only find a way to step down together. So Qin Gongda said, "I haven't heard of this matter. Who did you hear it from?" "I heard it from you," Qin Zhan said confidently. Then he realized that Qin Gongda's murderous gaze could no longer be concealed. Death Mountain. The flatlands. Rows of villas rose from the ground, forming a new small community, leaving the older students across the way speechless. After all, what else could they do? So they could only comfort themselves. What if the houses are gone? Without water and electricity, they're just a pile of reinforced concrete. What's there to be envious of? Only, they seemed to forget. Their villas were not ordinary villas, they were specially customized. Just in case. Each villa's basement was equipped with a diesel generator and enough diesel for half a month. The same went for water. Each villa had a special water tank that could store about 6 tons of water, equivalent to half a month's usage for an average family. So, these villas looked like villas, but in fact, they were doomsday-safe houses. As for the bathrooms, who cares? Just stick a pipe in the ground and let it drain out. Sitting on the sofa in Zhang Dingding's house, Wenchen was the only guest in this villa for nearly half a year. He had come in while the owner wasn't paying attention. Upon seeing Feng Manlu on the screen, Wenchen felt a headache coming on. What wealthy and with a car, both parents deceased. And especially retired soldier king? My dad is that impressive. How come I haven't heard a thing? Meanwhile, Zhang Dingding kept pestering Wenchen with questions. So, is Feng Manlu handsome? Do you have his photo? Can you show me? No. Wenchen immediately refused. He certainly didn't want to find himself a young stepmother. Mom won't let me off the hook. But he has no idea. One day in the future, this guy Zhang Dingding will change the name of his boyfriend from Feng Manlu to Fengchen. At the same moment, in a void of white hollow space, a blonde-haired, blue-eyed man was clenching his fists as if he were constipated, veins bulging on his forehead, letting out a roar like a superhuman. Then, a temporal shadow was forcibly squeezed out, bit by bit, finally appearing before everyone, causing them to exclaim, "It's out, it's out, the teacher's rift has finally appeared. What a big one." Indeed. This group of blonde-haired, blue-eyed students marveled and spoke. Only one girl with red hair and green eyes said nothing, just quietly watching Fengchen, who was demanding Zhang Dingding to change his name from within the rift. With a woman's intuition, she could feel that this person was very handsome. He would definitely be a good husband in the future. What's all the fuss about? As the teacher who opened the rift, Wilson was very displeased with the students' loud reactions. In his view, these students, as the elite among the elite in the free war zone, should maintain a calm and composed demeanor like Michelle, the girl with red hair and green eyes, instead of getting excited over trivial matters. So, with deep appreciation, Wilson asked Michelle, "Michelle, what are your thoughts?" "Very dangerous." Michelle's brows involuntarily furrowed. For the first time, she felt that men could be creatures that made one's heart race. She even thought that if that man proposed to her, she might consider treason. But Wilson didn't know that. So, he continued to praise the others. "Look at Michelle, what a sensible child. You should learn from her, understand?" "Got it," the other students replied flatly, which made Wilson a bit unhappy. However, he still began to get down to business. As the most outstanding spatial martial artist in the free war zone, his value was comparable to a national treasure. Yet, even so, Wilson chose to delve deep into the territory of Huaxia. The reason was that he was about to cultivate a student even more outstanding than himself, Michelle, another awakener of spatial abilities. Wilson said, according to intelligence, the 3 key colleges in Huaxia, Diwu, Mo, and Tianwu pose the greatest threat from Tianwu. As for the 3rd and 4th year students of Tianwu Academy, they are mostly not in school. As for the 2nd year students, they reside in villas near the Death Mountain. Through the shadow manifestation, we can see that the location I just pinpointed is this villa area, and this is corroborated by this girl in red. Wilson pointed at Zhang Dingding, solemnly addressing Michelle and the other students. This girl is known as Tianwu's secret weapon. Her strength is estimated to have reached the level of a golden warrior and is one of our key targets. Michelle nodded faintly upon hearing this. This woman actually dared to laugh and talk with Fengchen. She must be eliminated. Seeing that Michelle had already developed thoughts of killing, Wilson smiled and nodded. Everyone, listen up. Tonight, we will launch a surprise attack on Tianwu Academy, targeting the more qualified students of Tianwu Academy to prepare for our free war zone to win the world exchange competition. This battle will be the first step for our free war zone to dominate the human world. Then, Wilson raised his right hand high forward. At the same time, they shouted loudly, "Long live freedom! Long live freedom!" Students like Ni Shueli also shouted loudly. They began to prepare for tonight's surprise attack. But at the same time, a prompt sound suddenly echoed in Feng Chen's mind. Ding! Detected that someone is spying on the host. Should immediate counter-surveillance be initiated? Ding! Detected someone is spying on the host. Should we proceed with counter-surveillance immediately? Feng Chen was momentarily confused. His eyes lazily turned. He didn't see any surveillance devices in Zhang Dingding's living room. After all, if there were really surveillance devices, Zhang Dingding wouldn't be able to play games every day. So, who is so perverted? How dare they spy on me? System, give me counter-surveillance. After saying that, a scene suddenly popped up in Feng Chen's vision like a pop-up advertisement playing in full screen. In the image, a middle-aged man was organizing his belongings with a group of young people. But strangely, all the young people had a blue pattern on their left forearms. As long as they brought their belongings close, the items would be automatically absorbed. Storage space? Feng Chen said in surprise. The function of this blue pattern was not exactly the same as his storage space, but it could be said to be completely similar. However, the system was not pleased. How could it be on the same level as a flashy and cheap trick? It needed to be corrected. Host, that is not a storage space but a seed space created using spatial abilities. But the capacity of the seed space is extremely small, probably only about 1 cubic meter. Feng Chen nodded in realization. This made the system very satisfied. Compared to itself, that broken seed space was nothing. However, Feng Chen's next sentence broke the system's defense. Look at them, they even have a seed space, and I haven't even seen a shadow of a subsystem. What could the system say? Hurry up and develop it. Watching these people organize their equipment, Feng Chen asked the system again. System, is this image real-time? Why do I feel like they aren't looking at me? This doesn't respect my looks. Host, they were spying on you 10 minutes ago. Then why? Am I only being notified now? Host, if I had notified you at that time and they discovered you, how would you catch them off guard? Damn! System, you've improved. Feng Chen couldn't help but exclaim. Originally, the system might have only had a little intelligence. Now, it had even learned to set traps for people. Incredible! 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 Compliments for the system must be said 3 times for it to keep working hard. So what is their plan? Replaying the video recording. Saying this, the system replayed the plans of Wilson, Michelle, and others, allowing Feng Chen to understand their intentions. Rubbing his chin, Feng Chen recalled, I heard before that every 5 years there will be a world martial artist exchange competition, with participants being young martial artists from various countries. As for the purpose of the event, it's a bit dark. It is said to prove which country's younger generation will dominate the world in the future, so the contestants will bring out the top techniques and the most advanced weapons and equipment, striving to win first place. Feng Chen shook his head secretly. In fact, you can't say that the symbolic significance of such exchange competitions far exceeds their practical significance. It's like, decades later, the first and second place from the previous exchange competition might fight. The second place would say, compared to decades ago, my equipment has greatly improved. You made me cry before. Even if I was defeated by you, I went back and practiced hard, and my techniques have already reached a new level. You made me cry before. If you have the guts, don't bring up the past, let's have another match now. You made me cry before. Aha. Don't bring up the past if you have the ability. I've made you cry before. Put. I've made you cry before. It's hard to say. One's mindset won't be shattered by the opponent. This is similar to the Dao Harden novels, The Unwavering Will, the Jade Emperor's Lingxiao Palace. Once broken, it becomes a definite shadow in life. So, the free war zone plans to target us, the flowers of the motherland, and create psychological shadows for even more flowers of the motherland. Damn it! I can't tolerate this. How can they ruin me just because I'm a delicate flower? System, calculate where they will appear tonight. Feng Chen asked the system. The system promptly responded. Host, their time-space jump point is expected to be above the Jiazi building. Jiazi building? Feng Chen looked at Zhang Dingding with sympathy. Appearing above the Jiazi building. That Jiazi building. It's probably the first cannon fodder. So, Feng Chen patted Zhang Dingding's shoulder. Ding, since you have nothing to do today, play more games and complete the game without any regrets. Didn't we agree that if you let me play games in peace, I would join your amazing band of robbers? Zhang Dingding said with a gloomy face. She thought Feng Chen wanted her to finish the game early and return to reality. To be a robber. Although being a robber is quite thrilling, how can it compare to the game? Feng Chen didn't say much. He wasn't worried about those young people across from him, like Ni Shueli. It was that Wilson. He looked tough to deal with. I must find a big shot to handle him, but I'm just a nobody. Which big shot can I persuade to come help me? His eyes turned thoughtfully. Feng Chen thought of something. Time ticked away. Soon, the sky darkened. The hour hand pointed to midnight. In the alternate space, Wilson stood up. In front of him, including Nishueli, a total of 20 elite warriors, all dressed in black combat gear, stood in formation, waiting for Wilson's pre-battle mobilization. Wilson spoke loudly. Now, I announce tonight's combat objective. We will strike with thunderous force, shattering the fighting spirit of the Tianwu students, making them unable to exist as warriors under the shadow of our free fighters forever. Tell me loudly, do you have the confidence to do it? Nishueli and the 20 warriors shouted in unison. We will crush the fighting spirit of all Tianwu students. Long live freedom. They reached forward. The eyes of these 20 warriors were all sharp as knives. Wilson also pointed forward. Long live freedom. Now, set off. With that, Wilson immediately activated his abilities, and in an instant, a blue timespace rift quietly appeared above the Jiazi building. On the plain. At the same moment, Wilson and Mishueli's group all put on black helmets, completely covering their faces, and then stepped out of the timespace rift. The surroundings were eerily quiet. There was not a single sound of living beings. The free warriors couldn't help but laugh. These Huaxia warriors have no idea we are coming. They deserve to be lambs to the slaughter. Ha, they aren't even worth a single toe of ours. What a bunch of stupid pigs. They won't even know how they died. Quiet. Mishueli scolded. She sensed something was off because it was too quiet, almost not like a dormitory area. There should at least be some sounds of grinding teeth, farting, or snoring. Wilson felt the same way. But before he could release his mental power to investigate, suddenly, a dazzling light shone directly on their faces, bright enough that Wilson and the others could hardly open their eyes. What the hell? What's going on? Wilson shouted in confusion, and he vaguely saw that they were surrounded by a dense crowd, which brought them an overwhelming sense of pressure. Among this group of people, a voice erupted like thunder. Don't move! It's a robbery! Don't move! It's a robbery! The thunderous shout shook Wilson's head, leaving him a bit dazed. Isn't it said that China is a land of etiquette? A civilization with a long history? Damn it! Is the local culture this fierce? But Wilson certainly hadn't heard, when friends come, there's good wine. If wolves come, greet them with a shotgun. Fengchen stood in the middle of the crowd, shouting into a megaphone. Hey, hey, hey! You guys are surrounded. If you know what's good for you, hand over everything valuable on you quickly, or we might have to use force. Damn it, are you trying to play tricks on me? Wilson gritted his teeth in anger. In his view, this must be the higher-ups of Tianwu Academy who had received the news in advance and dug a pit for him to jump into. Instantly furious, he raised his sword high towards Fengchen, speaking with disdain. Come at me directly. He had sensed that Fengchen and his group were merely at the silver level. Even if surrounded, they posed no threat to him. But at that moment, oh dear, attending a group meeting, and I actually run into a big fish. Among the crowd, Lord Tiger strolled over with his hands behind his back, casting a meaningful glance at Fengchen. The implication was clear. You knew these people were coming, didn't you? You tricked me into attending this group meeting, you little rascal. Very cunning. Then, seeing Fengchen touch his nose in embarrassment, he didn't ask further. Turning back to Wilson, he said, So, you're a space type, huh? Fine. Today, Lord Tiger will turn you into a full type. Any objections? Freedom warriors charge forward. Wilson held back for a long time, only managing to squeeze out a battle cry. Mishueli and the others shouted in unison, Freedom warriors, charge forward. The momentum was astonishing. The entire team's fighting spirit soared to the skies, making Fengchen feel quite displeased. On my turf, how can you be so arrogant? Is that all you can do is shout slogans? Brothers, shout with me, don't move. It's a robbery. Although the hundreds of members of the thunderous robbers felt ashamed, they shouted in unison, don't move. It's a robbery. The sound echoed to the heavens, filled with murderous intent. Instantly, Wilson wilted. The momentum deflated. He reached out, trying to tear open a space-time rift to escape. But Lord Tiger immediately threw a punch. Fierce Tiger Chaotic Fist. Boom! Countless massive fist shadows instantly struck the space-time rift, collapsing it into fragments. Yet, not a single member of the robber group was harmed. The powerful and subtle control of the technique was astonishing. Come here! Lord Tiger grabbed Wilson with his right hand. The next moment, their figures appeared high in the sky, shooting at each other like fireworks, Biubiubiu continuously launching, exploding into beautiful fireworks. Fengchen couldn't help but exclaim, It's not even New Year's yet, and they're setting off fireworks this early. Then, he looked at the 20 people, including Mishueli, who were heavily surrounded. These guys were weak, helpless, and pitiful. Fengchen couldn't help but feel a pang of compassion, wanting them to die early and find relief. Take them down. The entire robber group let out fierce roars. Kill And Fengchen's carefree and commanding demeanor, as if leading thousands of troops, instantly captivated me. Shueli, what a different kind of handsome man. At the same time, Fengchen inexplicably received a notification from the system. Congratulations, host, you have gained favor from your opponent, currently undergoing random doubling. Randomly multiply by 666 times. Ha! Fengchen was taken aback. With so many opponents, which one had a good impression of him? It couldn't be a gay guy, right? Just as he was thinking, the system sent another notification. Congratulations, host, you have gained the favor of the red-haired opponent and the random doubling is in progress. Randomly multiply by 888 times. Oh, the red-haired one. Fengchen's gaze immediately turned to Mi Shueli. After all, among so many people, there was only one with red hair. Noticing Fengchen's gaze, Mi Shueli's heart raced. Just as she was about to reach 280, a gloomy Zhang Dingding walked over to Fengchen and spoke to him. Hey, you guys are too loud in this meeting, I can't even focus on my game. Is it that noisy? So Fengchen turned to Zhang Dingding. Mi Shueli's expression instantly darkened. This woman again. A flash of light appeared in her hand. Suddenly, a western rapier appeared in Mi Shueli's grasp. With a step forward, she shot like lightning directly at Zhang Dingding, who was talking to Fengchen. Sensing the murderous intent approaching, Zhang Dingding's hand twitched and the blood-red cicada winged sword instantly slithered out from his arm, clashing with Mi Shueli's rapier. The members of the Free Battle Zone team erupted in excitement. They thought Mi Shueli was great. She came in and went straight for the strongest one. But Zhang Dingding was quite annoyed. Hey, why are you picking a fight with me? I'm busy. Zhang Dingding meant he was busy playing games. However, Mi Shueli misunderstood it as Zhang Dingding being too busy chatting and laughing with Fengchen to bother with her. Instantly, jealousy flared up. Horror. Attacks became relentless. Die. Zhang Dingding thought, who did I offend? I just came out to complain and ended up with a relentless opponent? Anger surged within him. He also began to fight back fiercely. If you want to die, I will fulfill your wish. After saying that, the two began to clash swords with each other, going all out. Real swords. At this point, Fengchen felt a bit awkward. His subordinates were chasing the opponents around and his secretary Zhang Dingding was engaged with the strongest one. What was he supposed to do? Scratching his head. Just as Fengchen was at a loss, in the free team, the second youngest, Thompson, didn't know why. These foreigners seemed to like the name Thompson. Perhaps these guys were just losers. As the second in command, Thompson had his eyes on Fengchen. He was secretly sneering. Rank 1. Mi Shueli chose rank 1 Zhang Dingding as her opponent. This guy looks like a 9-star silver, so he should be the second strongest. Then let me take him down. Thus, Thompson shouted at Fengchen. Hey, you over there, wait, I'm coming to take you down. After saying that, he charged at Fengchen like a wolf. Then, he was instantly taken down by Fengchen. Fengchen stepped on Thompson. He reached out to grab the blue rune on Thompson's arm, preparing to study it for fun. At that moment, the system chimed in with a notification. Would you like to immediately extract the time-space power from the opponent and process it for doubling? Should we immediately extract the time and space power from the opponent and double it? Fengchen listened, thinking to himself, is there such a good thing? Then there's nothing to say. Hurry up. All right. At the same time, Thompson, who was being pressed to the ground by Fengchen, not only refused to admit defeat but also sneered. Heh, I didn't expect Tianwu Academy to have a genius like you. But you were careless, I'm not an ordinary warrior. Fengchen was just confused for a moment when he heard Thompson let out a powerful roar. Come out, my big knife. And then, there was nothing after that. Not even a big knife jumped out. Not even a nail clipper. Thompson weakly glanced at his arm and found the blue runes were gone. Looking again at the unfriendly Fengchen, his face suddenly twitched. He awkwardly said, I'm really not an ordinary warrior. I'm specifically here to highlight your greatness as a warrior. What I mean is, could you go a bit easier on me when you strike? No matter how many times one wears a compliment, it never gets old. Fengchen, feeling pleased, casually gave him a chop with his hand and turned to Lu Chang'e beside him. At the same time, he raised his left hand. A blue time and space halo lit up on his left hand. Congratulations, host, you have obtained time and space power, and it is undergoing random doubling. Randomly doubled by 999 times. Thus, the time and space runes transformed into a time and space halo, attaching itself to Fengchen's hand. However, this time and space power was not strong. Host, since the extracted power is from a subspace, it only possesses the ability to store items and access the same source space. Same source space? It means the power to go to the mother space and other subspaces. That's not good, he thought to himself. But Fengchen's eyes suddenly lit up. He had promised to rob if he couldn't take everything, it just felt like they weren't enthusiastic enough. So, Fengchen raised his wrist. Using this time and space bracelet, he immediately sensed 20 sources of power, 19 on the ground and 1 in the sky. First, take care of the small ones. Fengchen couldn't let these guys harm his little brothers. Although they were his own little brothers, beating them up unilaterally, what if he hurt his hands or kicked his feet? That would be terrible. Open the space. Suddenly, a blue world appeared before Fengchen. radiating light and looking particularly strange. He stepped inside. Inside floated hundreds of folded big knives. He reached out and grabbed one. Fengchen gently swung it, and the originally four-segmented big knife immediately clicked together into a long knife with 3 sounds. Fengchen shook his head secretly. TSK TSK TSK, look at how small the space is. It can't even hold this little guy upright. Then he casually tossed it aside. After all, his space was large. He didn't need to endure a big knife. Open the same source space. As he spoke, dozens of passages suddenly opened. These passages varied in size. Some were small enough for one person to pass through, while others were large enough for multiple people. No need to say, the larger passage must belong to the oldest person. So, Fengchen first went to check the small one. Once he gained some experience, he could still mess with the big one later. Meanwhile, the free fighters being beaten by Feng Outyan and others were running around with their heads down, and when they could no longer endure the beating, someone among them roared, "You bastards! You're going too far. Come on. If you have the guts, come at me. Watch me blow you all up, let's die together." Hearing this, the Membi, although the physical quality of martial artists is far superior to that of ordinary people, it does not mean that bullets and cannons are useless against them. Only when one reaches an extraordinary realm can modern weapons pose no threat to them. Seeing the hesitation among the bandits, Freedom Fighter laughed proudly and wildly. "Ah, you cowards! I knew you didn't have the guts to go down with us." Such words were unbearable even for a man. "Damn it! This kid is bluffing us, let's fight them." "Right. At worst, we'll be heroes again in 18 years. The brothers of the bandit group surged forward once more. Freedom Fighter sneered coldly. "You really dare to come up, huh? You think I'm joking? Fine, let me show you a bomb that can blow up 500 meters. After saying that, Freedom Fighter suddenly raised his hand and summoned a shiny pair of underwear. It was pink, embroidered with a few heart-shaped peaches. Upon seeing this pair of panties, none of the female members of the Freedom Fighters blushed. Instead, the rough man B beside them turned red in the face. At the same time, another refined man C began to glare at B. What's going on? Why is your stuff with him? I don't know. Man B looked confused. Then, before the bandits could rush in, the three of them started fighting among themselves, cursing as they went. "You're still protecting him. You're still protecting him. Calm down. You're protecting him. You're protecting him." The whole scene turned into a chaotic mess. Sensing the commotion below, Wilson, who was fighting in the sky, had beads of sweat forming on his forehead. He had already realized that the Tiger Lord on the opposite side was definitely above the extraordinary realm, and that he, a 9-star extraordinary, half-step legendary, was able to hold on until now purely because he possessed spatial abilities. "If this continues, I will definitely not be a match for this old man, and the most crucial thing is that I cannot let Michelle fall here." Thinking of this, Wilson felt a pang of fear. Originally, he just wanted to take Michelle, who was highly regarded in the entire free war zone, out for some training, to let her deeply experience how spatial martial artists fight. But if Michelle were to die here, Wilson would be the sinner of the entire free war zone. To fall from hero to sinner, he couldn't even bear to think of such a fate. Thus, Wilson loudly proposed a negotiation to the Tiger Lord. "Martial artists of Huaxia, I know we were wrong. To make amends, I am willing to give Tianwu Academy some elixirs, only asking to let me and my students leave safely." Negotiations require capital. The Tiger Lord scoffed. Although spatial martial artists were a bit troublesome to deal with, they were not completely without solutions. Just give him a little more time, and he could easily take them down. By then, he would have the people and the elixirs in his grasp. Seeing that the Tiger Lord still wanted to capture him alive, Wilson gritted his teeth. "There's an old saying in Huaxia, a cornered rabbit will bite. If you push me too hard, I might do something unpredictable. You should know that as a spatial martial artist, my greatest strength lies not in my combat power, but in the fact that I can carry devastating weapons with me." The Tiger Lord's heart sank at this. He temporarily halted his actions. "Oh no, this guy can't really have a nuclear warhead or something, can he?" Just as he was thinking this, he heard Fengchen shouting from the ground. "You old thief, I'll fuck you're immortal. Surrender or not, just give me a straight answer." "Lord." Tiger almost stumbled and fell from the air. He thought to himself, that little brat. At such a critical moment, why provoke him? The careless Wilson, losing the dignity of the immortal, suddenly sank like water and said ominously, "The young people of Tianwu Academy are too impolite. In that case, to demonstrate that I have bargaining power, I will bring out my strongest weapon. Also, please be prepared for the worst. I don't mind if we both perish. Come out, my nuclear bomb. Come out, my nuclear bomb." Wilson shouted loudly, raising his hands high above his head, releasing a ghostly blue light from his fingers, summoning an object that shone with a metallic luster. Tiger's heart couldn't help but tremble. Not good. He rushed over immediately, wanting to snatch Wilson's lethal weapon away. But before he could reach him, he froze. He saw that above Wilson's head was a roundish, squarish pressure cooker? Seeing Tiger freeze, Wilson smirked. Now, I should have some bargaining chips, right? Mr. Warrior of Huaxia. This made Tiger's mouth twitch in anger. He really wanted to slap him. If it weren't for the fact that pressure cookers had recently become weapons of mass destruction, he would have already slapped Wilson across the face. On the ground, Fengchen was still shouting from a distance. Tiger, go for it. First, beat him up, then grab his pressure cooker. Maybe there's braised pork inside. Hearing Fengchen's shout, Wilson cast a disdainful glance at him. He said lightly, Mr. Warrior of Huaxia, your strength is so great, but your student is really pathetic. Such poor psychological endurance. Just seeing the thing I brought out, and he's already scared to the point of losing his mind and babbling incoherently, unlike my students, they. As he spoke, Wilson's gaze swept over his students. He saw the elite members of the free combat zone all staring at him in shock, then silently putting down their weapons, raising their hands high, and kneeling down. They all surrendered. Only Nishueli was still over there sparring with Zhang Dingding, never glancing this way. Son of a bitch. Wilson felt his face stinging with shame for these students. To be so scared by a nuclear bomb. What was the difference between them and those who lived comfortably on their knees? Then, Wilson looked back at Tiger. So, Mr. Warrior of Huaxia, can we negotiate now? Realizing that Wilson hadn't noticed that what he was holding above his head was a pressure cooker, Tiger pointed at his head. Wilson coldly smiled. Mr. Warrior of Huaxia, we don't need to play such childish tricks. You must be trying to attract my attention and then seize my nuclear bomb, right? I won't be fooled. Tiger felt quite speechless. He silently put his hands behind his back and snorted. Look, feel free to look. Whoever dares to hit you is a son of a bitch. Even if you say that, I still won't look. As the saying goes, all's fair in war. I understand that. Wilson smiled with a I get it expression. Normally, you could praise him for being quite clever, but saying that while holding a pressure cooker on his head? That was just plain foolish. Tiger simply rolled his eyes. Are you stupid? If you don't want to use your eyes, then use your mental power to sense it. Seeing how determined Tiger was for him to look, Wilson finally realized that something was off. Fengchen dared to provoke him. That might be because Fengchen didn't know the heights of heaven and earth. His students raised their hands in surrender. That might be because they were too soft-hearted. But if his opponent gave him a big eye roll, did that mean that he might now be like a big fool? No. Impossible. How could I be a fool? He shook his head in denial. But his body honestly wanted to take a look at his lethal weapon. Is there a small problem? But just a glance? Just a glance. It left Wilson's mind oxygen deprived, instantly blank. Then he lost his voice and cursed out loud. Mother asterisk. How did his nuclear bomb turn into a pressure cooker? On the ground, all the students couldn't help but laugh. Even Wilson's own students were laughing, although they had all received professional training. But they really couldn't hold it in. After being dizzy for several seconds, Wilson finally reacted and expressed that he didn't want to take the blame for being an idiot. After all, usually he would just pull out a nuclear warhead. Who would have thought? Today it would turn into a pressure cooker? So Wilson awkwardly coughed twice. Ahem. Sorry, I took the wrong one. Please wait a moment. Wait for your mother. Tiger wasn't buying that. He came up and swung his hand to hit, chasing Wilson like a stray dog. But the most powerful aspect of space-type abilities is that they can easily use the power of space. Even while fleeing, they can open up space. Stop. I'm really in a hurry now. If you push me, I'll release all my lethal weapons at once. Wilson was escaping while already preparing to open up space. Tiger frowned slightly. He really didn't know how many types of lethal weapons were hidden in Wilson's space. Because in this era, nuclear weapons had basically become standard for powerful nations. And besides nuclear weapons, there were many other large-scale lethal weapons, especially biological weapons. Once unleashed, the consequences were unimaginable. But at the critical moment, it was that brat Fengchen again shouting from below. Let him live. Let him live. Ah, no. Let him take it. Let him take it. This is too awkward. Still let him live. Let him live. Tiger almost lost his temper and executed Fengchen on the spot. What kind of spoiled brat was this? At the same time, seeing Wilson gaining the upper hand, the freedom fighters stood up one by one, chest out, fearless. Wilson also knew a second could determine victory or defeat on the battlefield, so he no longer hesitated. He sent out all his weapons. Come out. All my weapons. In an instant, the sky was densely packed with countless steaming pressure cookers. Then, before the bandit group could act, Wilson's students all raised their hands to cover their heads, uniformly kneeling on the ground. No one could defeat them before they surrendered. Humph. Looking at the sky full of pressure cookers, Tiger, in a daze, finally remembered that the cursed Feng Chen was also an awakened space-type ability user. Could it be this brat broke into Wilson's space? Swapped all his weapons for pressure cookers? Damn it. You really are a genius. What's going on? Why does it feel like his gaze is looking at an idiot? Noticing the inappropriate gaze of Tiger Lord, Wilson felt a bit flustered. Normally he would be full of confidence. But after just experiencing the pressure cooker incident, God bless. My weapon, please don't turn into a pressure cooker again. With a heart full of anxiety, Wilson quietly looked up. Phew. Thankfully, his weapon hadn't turned into a pressure cooker, but rather a pile of pressure cookers. The situation wasn't that bad. Thank goodness for that. Where's my Italian cannon? Where's my biochemical toxin? Why has everything turned into pressure cookers? And they're steaming. Steaming? Realizing something was off, Wilson instinctively wanted to throw away these pressure cookers, but before he could let go, they suddenly exploded. Boom! 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 A series of earth-shattering explosions. Wilson was instantly engulfed in the flames of the explosion. The free students couldn't help but exclaim, "Anti-pressure cooker! So impressive!" Opposite Wilson, Tiger Lord looked at Wilson's predicament with increasing satisfaction towards Fengchen. This kid seems to have been prepared to detonate from the start. Judging by the power of this explosion, it should be the latest automatic sensing landmine. TSK TSK TSK. Even though extraordinary warriors have steel bodies, being hit by such an attack would leave them half dead at the very least. While Tiger Lord was lamenting, the flames from the explosion gradually faded, revealing Wilson with his right shoulder bare. But strangely, Wilson did have burns, yet they were limited to his right shoulder. No part of his body, not even a single hair on his clothes, had been burned. What's going on? Tiger Lord's eyes narrowed slightly. He sensed a flow of time and space power from Wilson. Wilson's eyes were bloodshot. He glanced down and landed on Fengchen. He had already guessed the reason. I didn't expect that the Huasha battle zone would produce such an excellent space-type warrior. An enemy that poses a significant threat to the free battle zone must not be left alive. After saying that, Wilson dove directly from the air. Not good. Tiger Lord shouted. He reached out to unleash a wave of energy to grab Wilson forcefully, but he grasped nothing. What's going on? Tiger Lord was secretly astonished. He could clearly see Wilson's body, yet he couldn't restrain him. What kind of technique is this? As he realized Wilson was charging towards him with great momentum, Tiger Lord couldn't stop him. At that moment, Shin Gongda, who had been silently observing from afar, made his move. Boom! In the atmosphere, an invisible force like a giant hand pressed down on Wilson overwhelmingly. The strength was so great that even time and space were distorting. Under this immense power, even Fengchen felt tremendous pressure. Not only was his mental energy buzzing, but his bones were also cracking, as if they were about to collapse entirely. Relieving this pressure was quite simple. Just lying on the ground would suffice. Others were doing just that. So when Fengchen turned his head, he saw a large group of people prostrating on the ground. The scene was grand and spectacular. These guys, Fengchen's mouth twitched. If it weren't for his strong mental energy and his bones having completed the golden level transformation, he would be just like them, lying on the ground trembling. That guy is coming for me. I can't let him hurt my little brother. Ugh. I mean my brothers. Without a second of hesitation, Fengchen immediately distanced himself from the flat ground and ran towards the Death Mountains. Seeing Fengchen's actions, Shin Gongda let out a hint of appreciation. This kid, although his team pulling makes me very unhappy, but considering his sense of responsibility, I'll forgive him a little. At the same time, as Fengchen was running, he suddenly received a system prompt. Congratulations, host, you have received the forgiveness of a strong person. Random doubling in progress. Randomly doubled by 666 times. Ha! Fengchen looked bewildered. Forgiveness from a strong person? What the hell is that? Is it the kind of forgiveness I think it is? But at that moment, Fengchen had no time to think about it. He quickly leaped away, trying to distance himself as much as possible. However, Wilson was not foolish. He realized that Fengchen did not want to bring the battle to the other students of Tianwu Academy. When strong people clash, the weak are destined to be cannon fodder. Do you think that if you run away, you can protect them? You're wrong. My purpose here is to eliminate the elite of Tianwu Academy, Wilson said cruelly, continuing to dive towards the bandit group. He believed that as long as he attacked these people, Fengchen would recklessly rush back to rescue them, and at that time, he could kill two birds with one stone. Seeing that Wilson was not coming after him, Fengchen became anxious. Damn! What kind of elite are they? They're just a bunch of trash. I'm the real elite. In an instant, Lu Changa, Feng Outyan, Bai Ruoyan, Chen Xiaonan, and the others from the bandit group all twitched their lips in unison. They thought, Fengchen, thank you so much. Although I know he means well, I really want to hit him. Kid, do you think I don't exist? Shin Gongda's expression darkened. His large hand tightened. The move he was already executing became even more fierce and menacing. High-level martial artists can also manipulate the power of time and space, but the energy consumed is almost astronomical. Moreover, the effects achieved are also difficult to control like space-type martial artists. But that doesn't mean that a high-level martial artist's full-strength strike is inferior to a space-type martial artist's casual pack. Feeling the distortion of time and space around him, Wilson also felt immense pressure. However, he never thought of directly clashing with Qin Gongda. Buzz, opening a rift in time and space. Wilson slyly slipped inside, and when he reappeared, he was already in another corner, completely avoiding Qin Gongda's attack range. Then, with a sinister smile, he continued to charge towards the bandit group's position. This scene made Qin Gongda and Lord Tiger's eyes turn red. So many students. If they were killed in front of them, even if they died 1,000 times, it wouldn't make up the sin. You dare! Ha 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 ha! Tianwu Academy! Just wait to become an empty academy! Wilson shouted as he rushed forward. He moved his hand, ready to unleash a killing move. But at that moment, Fengchen calmly stood at a distance, shouting at Wilson's back. If you move forward even a step, I'll detonate a nuclear bomb in your space. I don't believe it won't affect you at all. Ha! Wilson disdainfully stopped, coldly looking back at Fengchen. Do you think I would put something I can't control into my space? Let me tell you, even if it's one nuclear warhead, it wouldn't hurt me, let alone 3 or 5. Is that so? Then what if it's 500 nuclear warheads? Fengchen said coldly. Wilson's expression changed. Really? Then what if it's 500 nuclear bombs? Fengchen said coldly, causing Wilson's expression to change. 500 nuclear bombs? Wilson had never tried it, and he didn't dare to. Ha ha, you Chinese are so cunning, thinking a few words can deceive me? Moreover, you, a student, even if you're a genius in the space department, it is absolutely impossible for China to hand over so many destructive weapons to you, Wilson said with conviction. In reality, he was just covering up his own insecurity, trying to convince himself not to worry that Fengchen would pose such a great threat. However, Fengchen's response was merely a slight smile at the corner of his mouth, sending chills down Wilson's spine. It felt like he was on the brink of death. Deceive? Hey, our great China has always been a nation of our word, and we do even better than what we say. As for you, you are so used to deceiving that you always think others are deceiving you too. TSK, really, don't project your filthy thoughts onto us Chinese. With just a few words, Fengchen left Wilson speechless. What does it mean to be used to deceiving? Even if we really did that, you can't say it like that. Otherwise, we would lose face. Meanwhile, the members of the Sky Thundering Bandits felt that Qin Gongda's wire had been released, and one by one, they immediately scattered and fled. This commotion caught Wilson's attention. He suddenly realized, indeed, the old saying is true. The more handsome a man is, the better he is at deceiving. That Fengchen, who claimed he wouldn't deceive like them, was nothing but a complete fraud. You despicable Chinese. You said you wouldn't deceive like us. Wilson shouted hysterically. He extended his right hand, ready to attack the fleeing bandit members. Seeing this, Fengchen merely sighed deeply. I told you, we Chinese always keep our word, and we do even better than we say. System. Detonate all 800 nuclear bombs. As soon as the words fell, Wilson's space was instantly filled with 800 shiny nuclear bombs. Due to the sheer volume of the bombs, Wilson could barely contain himself. Then, in Wilson's shocked expression, all 800 nuclear bombs exploded simultaneously. In an instant, a massive wave of energy surged over Wilson. The pain felt as if his toes had kicked the corner of a table. And it kept kicking 800 times. Heart-wrenching. It drove Wilson to the brink of collapse. Ah! Wilson screamed in agony. But compared to his mental breakdown, the collapse of his spatial abilities was the real nightmare. With the detonation of the 800 nuclear bombs, Wilson's space became twisted and on the verge of collapse. For a moment, Wilson's spatial abilities went haywire. 1 second ago, he was in the sky. 1 second later, he was thrown back to the ground like a dog eating shit. But in the next second, he was caught in a freefall between two spatial wormholes, and only when one of the wormholes disappeared did he crash back to the ground. Seeing Wilson's spatial abilities go berserk, Qin Gongda immediately ordered, everyone, get away from this place immediately, and use all your abilities to ensure your safety. But it was easier said than done. Wilson's powers were now out of control, and he was appearing everywhere without any pattern. No one knew where he would show up next, how to hide. Even Fengchen was frustrated. He originally thought the explosion of Wilson's space left him lying on the ground, half dead, but unexpectedly, Wilson became like a mad dog. This is a big problem. Fengchen flipped his wrist. He felt the power of time and space in his hand, but due to the destruction of the mother space, the subspace also became extremely unstable. At the same time, Mi Shueli, who had been engaged in a battle with Zhang Dingding and had no time to pay attention to other matters, suddenly felt a sharp pain in her left hand. She raised her arm to look. The runes on her left hand were actually starting to enlarge and shrink, just like a common phenomenon that changes in response to stimulation. That's right. It was just like a person's pupils. What's going on? Michueli looked at her arm in surprise. As a genius student, Michueli was Wilson's most prized student and the best experimental subject in the free war zone. Space-type warriors were precious. Their value lay in their ability to create space, allowing them to bring back more strategic resources from the beast-infested alternate spaces. So, when the free war zone, relying on Wilson's spatial abilities, obtained a large amount of star iron and gradually surpassed other war zones in strength, they could no longer tolerate having only one Wilson. This led to the Mother-Son plan, allowing Wilson to implant his subspace into thousands of young warriors, attempting to replicate it in bulk. Among them, the one who inherited the power most perfectly and used it most prominently was Michueli. But now, the best had turned into the most dangerous. With the collapse of Wilson's space, these subspaces also became extremely unstable. Not only were the items inside being randomly ejected, but they were also chaotically absorbing things from the outside, while dense timespace cracks appeared around their bodies. Is the timespace in chaos? Zhang Dingding was taken aback. He immediately distanced himself from Michueli. As for the other dozen students from the free war zone, they also began to show signs of abnormality. Damn it! Why is my space devouring my hair? God! My space wants to absorb this house, but this house is too big, my space can't handle it. Phew, luckily I don't have space anymore. Student D, who had his time-space power absorbed by Fengchen, patted his chest with a face full of schadenfreude. Although he didn't know why he lost it, it should be worth celebrating. Seeing that this guy was completely fine, the other dozen people all stretched their left hands towards him. Suddenly, he was being pulled by the time-space power, screaming, You beasts! Don't absorb my pants! Don't absorb my underwear! Woo 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 woo, that place can't be absorbed! A cacophony of cries erupted. These elite students, who had always considered themselves successful experimental subjects and felt proud of obtaining time-space power, were now desperately trying to rid themselves of this force. Seeing this situation, the system actively sent a combat plan to Fengchen. Would you like to activate the simulation combat function? PS, by the way, please send some gifts. I kneel in gratitude. Should the simulation combat function be activated? Simulation combat? Fengchen asked curiously. Needless to say, this must be a new feature developed by the system, just like a couple that has been together for a long time, almost stagnant like a pool of stagnant water, needing some new tricks to rekindle the long-lost passion. Then, the system provided an explanation. The simulation combat function. It is a specialized ability developed based on the host's current physical data, combined with the actual conditions on the battlefield. It utilizes God-level calculations to deduce the most suitable combat strategy for the host. Fengchen nodded in understanding. In simple terms, if Fengchen wanted to eat a hamburger, the system would tell him how to pick up his phone, how to open the delivery app, and how to click to complete the payment. Finally, it would guide him on how to comfort others. Although I ordered takeout using your phone, causing you to lose money, you gained the joy of eating together. That can be understood that way too, the system said weakly. So, Fengchen nodded in satisfaction and then refused to activate this function. I refuse. Okay, huh? The system did not expect that Fengchen, who usually wanted everything, would actually refuse. It was startled and immediately began to express concern. Host, are you okay? Me? I'm fine. Is there something wrong with you? But you. Are you referring to my refusal of the simulation combat? Mentioning this made Fengchen quite angry. He said to the system, fuming, You systems are like this, constantly instilling the idea of being more powerful and luckier into us, the young and promising progressives, making us addicted to the joy of being overpowered, unable to extricate ourselves. And then one day, when you complete your tasks and achieve your goals, you just leave. You turn us into youths who are worthless, except for being overpowered. Don't you think that's a way to poison us? His biting words left the system speechless. It was reasonable, yet also quite unreasonable, wasn't it? So, you should promise me that you will always grant me power-ups so I can safely indulge in the joy of being overpowered, don't you think? I promise. Words are not enough. As soon as Fengchen uttered those 4 words, the system knew what he wanted to do. Thus, a promise document signed with the word system was carefully collected by Fengchen. Gotta pit the system while I can. Otherwise, who knows when it might outsmart you. Alright. Tell me, what should I do? I must stop Wilson. Although he had been talking to the system for a long time, for the outside world, the time consumed was basically 0. The system then said, although Wilson's mother space has collapsed, it still maintains a close connection with the subspace. As long as we collect enough subspace power, we can return to the mother space. At that time, we'll turn the tables. Instead, Use the power of the subspace to devour the mother space and we can seize complete time and space abilities. The combat plan was well organized. Fengchen felt even more that his earlier decision to request a signed promise was incredibly correct. Good. Let's go according to the combat plan. In an instant, a simulation of the entire operation appeared in Fengchen's mind. First, harvest the power of those subspaces, then go to harvest the mother space. With the plan set, Fengchen vanished in a flash. The body rushed like a swift wind, quickly approaching those free students still sucking people nearby. At this moment, the young man being drained had lost all his hair. You are too cruel. Shaking his head, Fengchen reached out. The system immediately sprang into action, harvesting one by one. These people were eager to be liberated, so they cooperated exceptionally well. Congratulations, host, you have gained the power of time and space, random doubling in progress. Randomly multiplied by 555 times. Randomly multiplied by 999 times. Randomly multiplied by 775 times. Meanwhile, Mi Shueli was losing control of herself more and more. The subspace in her left hand was constantly twisting, deforming, and large cracks in time and space were emerging. Mi Shueli had a feeling. Perhaps in the next second, these twisted powers of time and space would tear her apart madly. Not good. If this continues, I will really die. There's no other way. I can only sever my left hand. A decision raced through her mind. In less than a second, Mi Shueli raised her rapier, ready to cut off her left hand, thus distancing herself from these powers of time and space. Whoosh, the rapier swung down. Before it could reach Mi Shueli's arm, Fengchen's swift blade had already crossed over, blocking the rapier. Really, how can you do this? Fengchen complained unhappily. Once the left hand was severed, given the current situation, it would definitely be sucked into the cracks of time and space, and it would be impossible to find it later. But he still needed this power. However, for a lovesick person, do you think she would think like that? He clearly doesn't know me at all, and even wants to confront me, but why is he trying to stop me? Could it be? He can't bear to see me harm myself. In an instant, Mi Shueli's world turned peach blossom colored. Her gaze towards Fengchen was filled with a dreamy aura. She felt that this person seemed quite nice, and after getting to know him, she found out he was even better than he appeared. Feeling a flutter in her heart, Fengchen didn't think much of it. Taking advantage of Mi Shueli's daze, he grabbed her left hand and began to extract her power of time and space. Congratulations, host, you have gained the power of time and space, random doubling in progress. Randomly multiplied by 999 times. Host, the power of time and space has reached the requirement to enter the mother space. Do you want to enter the mother space immediately? Fengchen nodded without hesitation. Not far away, Xin Gongda and Tiger Yi were desperately fighting. Not for any other reason but to protect the students. So they kept throwing punches, collapsing the chaotic space created by Wilson. The commotion was so great that it had drawn out more teachers and staff, all trying to protect the students, but they just couldn't catch Wilson. The space system is really cunning, but everyone curses the space system, yet everyone wants to become part of it. Witnessing this scene, a slight smile appeared on Fengchen's lips. He could already foresee that once he extracted Wilson's power of time and space, he would become the hardest person in the world to kill. No one could take him down before he escaped. System, send me to the mother space. Target, squeeze Wilson dry. Whoosh, the spatial power in Fengchen's hand activated and a blue spatial door instantly opened. On the other side of the door, in Wilson's mother space, his spatial power was like a kindergarten class on the first day, where all the originally well-behaved little cuties had turned into wailing little demons. It was quite frustrating. Hey, it seems like I used a bit too many nuclear bombs. How could he be so fragile? Fengchen shook his head inside. Just 800 nuclear bombs. How could it be? At that moment, the system sent a prompt. Detected lethal levels of nuclear radiation in the mother space. Extraction operation in progress. Wait, don't throw away the useless nuclear radiation. Keep it in the system space, multiply it by a few hundred times, and when the time comes, the people next door will be drooling. Understood, host. The system immediately went to work, extracting the massive nuclear radiation power into a specific little black room. Whenever Fengchen needed it one day, it would be a heavy weapon. Host, Wilson's body is about to appear, determining the coordinate point. Please arrive near the coordinates and wait. As the prompt finished, a travel map appeared in Fengchen's eyes. It was about 500 meters away. Fengchen estimated that this distance was a bit far. There was no way to reach it in one step. System, calculate my jump distance and then drop a pressure cooker at my landing point as a leverage point. Okay, it's all arranged for you. Let's go. Fengchen didn't hesitate for a second. He shot into the mother space like an arrow, stepping on the pressure cooker, completing leap after leap. Behind him, Mi Shueli was dumbfounded, murmuring, "My destined one is a great hero. One day he will come to marry me," stepping on a pressure cooker. His figure kept flashing. Fengchen quickly approached the coordinate point. Just as the system predicted, a blue spatial door opened and Wilson's figure, rolling his eyes, weakly fell out from inside. As soon as this corpse appeared, Fengchen felt a sharp pain throughout his body. It felt as if every cell was being pricked by needles. System. This is the residual nuclear radiation. From Wilson, extraction in progress, countdown 3, 2, 1. The countdown ended. The nuclear radiation power on Wilson was completely drained. Fengchen stuffed some monkey wine into his stomach. After the blood surged, the discomfort finally eased. At the same time, he also noticed that Wilson's body showed no signs of deformity. Incredible, a powerful warrior can actually withstand nuclear radiation. And he seems to be waking up. Host, he is indeed waking up. We need to extract his spatial power quickly. Cough cough, then hurry up. Fengchen placed his hand on Wilson's shoulder. In an instant, the spatial power in Fengchen's hand resonated with the mother space power, forming a devouring force that domineeringly swallowed the shattered mother space power into his belly. Ding! Congratulations, host, you have gained spatial abilities and a doubling reward is being processed. Immediately multiplied by 999 times. Boom! A thunderous roar echoed in the mother space. But now, this mother space no longer belonged to Wilson. It belonged to Fengchen. The chaotic and disordered spatial power settled down like well-behaved children sitting properly on their own little benches. It formed a whole blue space. Fengchen stood within it, able to feel everything in this space. Is this spatial ability? Fengchen looked at his hands in disbelief. At that moment, he felt that he could use his hands to easily tear open a spatial rift and go to any corner of the world. Meanwhile, the spatial chaos caused by Wilson at the Tianwu Academy was also coming to an end. Qin Gongda looked at the silent night sky and found no new spatial doors opening. There was a hint of confusion in his eyes. What's going on? Has that guy Wilson gotten back up again? Just as he was speaking, a graceful blue arc of light traced a circle in the sky. Immediately, a spatial door formed. Qin Gongda frowned and watched, ready to act at any moment with Hu Yi, Lu Daoling, and Su Hong by his side. But then, Wilson came out. He had merely escaped. He was still shouting, son of a bitch. Why is this happening, His disheveled appearance left Qin Gongda and the others dumbfounded. They thought, what's wrong with this guy? Then they saw a new time-space door open in front of Wilson without warning. Wilson didn't have time to stop and took a step right in front of Qin Gongda. Both Qin Gongda and Wilson flinched. Then, with a slap, Wilson was knocked to the ground by Qin Gongda. Qin Gongda felt a bit frustrated. What's going on? Why is this guy acting like he's giving up? It's not that he's giving up, but rather that he can no longer be called a spatial warrior. Fengchen stepped forward. With a snap of his fingers, all the spatial doors closed elegantly. This made Qin Gongda's heart tremble. All along, Fengchen's spatial abilities had been somewhat elusive. Things would disappear when given to him and reappear out of thin air when taken out. But this time, why did it seem like he was using the same skin as Wilson? Could it be? A crazy thought appeared in Qin Gongda's mind. He wondered, could it be that Fengchen had taken Wilson's spatial abilities? Damn it! This kid is going to break through the heavens. Wilson is the national treasure of the free war zone. But why does it feel so good? Qin Gongda was so excited that he couldn't control his expression. He began to laugh wickedly. At the same moment, Hu Yi, Lu Daoling, and Su Hong seemed to understand as well. This was a monumental event for the free war zone. But for Tianwu Academy, it was a tremendous good fortune. Hu Yi directly poked Qin Gongda in the lower back. Damn! If we don't set up a few tables to celebrate, it wouldn't be right. I know. Qin Gongda rubbed his hands together excitedly. Not for any other reason, but because Fengchen had taken down the spatial warrior Wilson. And it was a complete takedown. However, Qin Gongda quickly regained his composure. Immediately seal off the news. If anyone dares to leak it, I'll twist their head off and use it as a chamber pot. You, Fengchen, come with me into the house. You, Fengchen, elbow, come with me into the room. Cough cough. Principal, is there something good in your room? Fengchen asked politely. Just because of that sentence from Qin Gongda, the way it was expressed was a bit strange. Qin Gongda rolled his eyes in silence. What can I do to you? Come with me to the principal's office. I have something to say to you. Okay, principal. In the next second, Fengchen had already opened a spatial door, sat on the sofa, and even patted the sofa with his hand, inviting Qin Gongda to sit. Principal, come here. Shrinking space is too inefficient. You little brat. Qin Gongda's face twitched. He really wanted to slap Fengchen, but then he thought again. This kid is now the #1 treasure of Tianwu Academy. If he slapped him and caused some psychological trauma, that would be terrible. So, Qin Gongda walked in with a dark face. The restless Tiger Yi and Lu Daoling also walked in together. As for Su Hong and the others, they calmed the students and made sure everyone kept quiet about what happened tonight. Additionally, The captives like Mi Shueli were all taken to the dungeon first. In the principal's office, Fengchen stretched out his small hand and a palm-sized spatial door immediately opened above the sunflower seed plate. Fengchen grabbed a handful of sunflower seeds and leisurely started cracking them. Qin Gongda. Damn it! The heavens gave you spatial abilities and you used them to grab sunflower seeds? But this was not a gift from the heavens. This was achieved through Fengchen's relentless effort and the system's cheat. Moreover, Fengchen was also testing the usage of his abilities. The closer the distance, the easier it is to open the spatial door and the more precise the location. Conversely, the farther the distance, the harder it is to open the spatial door and the location is prone to deviation. Sitting next to Fengchen, Qin Gongda and Lu Daoling exchanged glances. Then they said to Fengchen, "Kid, be honest, did you do something to Wilson to turn his abilities into yours?" "Principal, I swear on my conscience." Fengchen clutched his chest and vowed, not even blinking, "That was originally my ability. I just stored it in Wilson for him to nurture it for me, and now that the timing is right, I took it back. Otherwise, how could I have taken it back so smoothly?" Fengchen said confidently, leaving Qin Gongda, Lu Daoling, and Tiger Yi speechless. "You stored it in Wilson? You hadn't even come out of your mother's womb, let alone from your father's egg, and Wilson was already using that ability, okay?" Touching his nose, Qin Gongda thickened his skin and agreed with this explanation. Although this explanation is a bit absurd, it is also reasonable. Now let's talk about the next thing. After tonight, you can no longer return to the Death Mountain, and you are no longer a freshman at Tianwu Academy. Fengchen thought, what? Why should this be? Do all excellent people have to suffer such unfair exclusion? Seeing the confusion on Fengchen's face, Qin Gongda smiled sinisterly. That expression clearly said, "Little brat, you've always bullied me, now it's my turn to bully you." Feeling proud for a full 5 seconds, Qin Gongda continued, "Starting today, you are promoted, you are now a sophomore at Tianwu Academy." What the hell? Fengchen was also speechless. Can you not gasp for breath while speaking? But why should he be made a sophomore? At this moment, Lu Daoling, sitting on the side, spoke up. "Classmate Qin Yun, this should be our first meeting. Let me introduce myself, I am Lu Daoling, the Dean of the Northern Campus of Tianwu Academy. As for why I want you, classmate Qin Yun, to skip a grade, there are 2 reasons. The first reason is that your ability to organize is quite strong, leading to an unprecedented cohesion among the new students. According to incomplete statistics, the exotic beasts in the top 100 peaks of the Death Mountains have basically been wiped out by you all. At this rate, it's only a matter of time before the hundreds of peaks behind are cleared as well." Hearing that his subordinates were so ruthless, Fengchen felt ashamed and lowered his head. "Ahem. I've already said to let them focus on sustainable development, but they insist on overfishing, typical of saying one thing and doing another. With the hearts of the people scattered, it's hard to lead the team." Qin Gongda thought to himself, to hell with saying one thing and doing another. I'm the one who's been peaking every day. It's you, every day leading the team to sweep through, and every time you get a trophy, you have to occupy it for a while first. Although I don't understand why. Lu Daoling also comforted himself for a long time before suppressing the impulse in his heart. This question doesn't require research. Let's talk about the second reason. The second reason is that we hope, classmate Qin Yun, you can participate in the World Martial Artist Exchange Conference. Regarding this exchange conference, you should have some understanding, right? Fengchen nodded. The World Martial Artist Exchange Conference. Not knowing about the martial artists at this exchange conference is like a student who doesn't know they have to submit winter vacation homework when school starts. Basically, it's just waiting to be beaten. So, Lu Daoling got straight to the point. Students who can participate in the World Martial Artist Exchange Conference are not necessarily old students, but they are definitely the most elite students in the country. However, there are also participation thresholds. First, to avoid students with insufficient strength participating blindly, the first threshold for selection is that they must have silver level strength. This point, classmate Qin Yun has easily achieved. Regarding his own strength, Fengchen did not deny it. To be honest, as someone who could infuriate a sheep-headed person just by talking, saying he was only at the silver level was still underestimating him. Then what's the second condition? Secondly, students who sign up must complete 30 tasks, with at least 3 tasks being D-level or above. Lu Daoling said seriously, indicating that this condition was very important. High vitality can only represent a foundation, but tasks can more comprehensively test a student's overall quality and adaptability. I completely agree with this view. Fengchen nodded in agreement. Those who have never been in actual combat are just like people who can only point out how others should play games but are terrible when they try it themselves. They are just good at talking. Therefore, using tasks for training is indeed an excellent choice. However, Fengchen had a question. I have a question. What question? That, can't I be directly recommended to the finals? Isn't it possible for me to be directly promoted to the finals? Fengchen said after finishing this sentence. Lu Dowling fell silent. Lord Tiger wanted to give a thumbs up. Only Qin Gongda was directly puffing his beard and glaring. Promoted? Should we just directly promote you to champion? Let the others aim for second place? That's not impossible. Fengchen nodded seriously and gravely. This made Qin Gongda want to flip the table. Although Qin Gongda wanted to do that, the others wouldn't agree. Lu Dowling rubbed his temples in frustration. Then he said to Fengchen, classmate Qingyun, to be fair, I recognize your strength. You have the potential to be a champion. But as a person, you need to be a bit low-key. You should leave others with a glimmer of hope. Otherwise, for them, knowing from the start that the championship is out of reach would be too cruel, right? Seeing that Lu Dowling had already advised him so tactfully, Fengchen was not someone who didn't know how to hold back. After all, the dignified dean of the Northern Academy of Tianwu was making such a humble request just to soothe the students' emotions. How many people could do that? So, Fengchen also conceded. What Dean Lu said makes sense. I can't say I'm 100% sure of winning the championship, but it's within my grasp. I just can't announce it too early. Otherwise, others won't feel involved at all. Alright, I agree. After all, participating is for the glory of the country. I, Fengchen, am willing to give up the opportunity to conquer the Death Mountain for Huaxia. But if I participate, I'm also bringing glory to Tianwu, so asking for some rewards isn't too much, right? Qin Gongda immediately cut in. He thought to himself, I knew it. This kid Fengchen is definitely not easy to deal with. You think he's conceding. In fact, he's asking for benefits. So, what is it this time? It won't be asking to be the principal again, will it? Oh, how could that be? Fengchen waved his hand, indicating that he wasn't that unreasonable. Becoming the principal in one leap is unrealistic. If I win the championship in the World Exchange competition, I hope the Academy can let me be the Dean of the Northern Academy. For a while, after hearing this, Lu Dowling's temples throbbed. A person as calm and composed as he was couldn't help but want to curse. Damn it! I'm talking to you, only saying nice things, and this is how you repay me, directly asking for my position. As for Qin Gongda, he was quite satisfied after hearing this. After all, this kid is no longer asking to be the principal. It seems he has some respect for me as the principal now. So, he couldn't help but smile. Hee, letting you be the Dean of the Northern Academy is something we can consider. Principal. Feeling that his job was at risk, Lu Dowling clenched his fists excitedly. Qin Gongda pressed his hand down. Calm down, it's just giving the kid a dream. Besides, if he can win the championship, that's also the glory of our Tianwu collective, and you'll be happy too, right? Lu Dowling expressed that. He didn't want to talk and even felt a bit like hitting someone. But neither Qin Gongda nor Lu Dowling could have imagined that in the future, the current comforter would switch roles with the one being comforted. This line would be changed to Lu Dowling saying it to Qin Gongda. Why? Because a certain good person signed an agreement with Fengchen. The rewards Fengchen receives at school must be doubled. The Dean of the Northern Academy is the Vice Principal. Doubling it means the only position Fengchen can take is that of the Principal. So, one must be grounded and not aim too high. Since I can't become the Principal right away, I'll first be the Vice Principal and then double it to become the Principal. Fengchen was very satisfied in his heart. Qin Gongda felt a chill down his back. I always feel like I've been schemed against, but I don't know where it happened. Alright, let's discuss this matter further. After thinking for a moment, Qin Gongda decided to keep this matter vague for now. Then he said, Kid, for you to skip to the second year, the academy is being a bit overbearing. So, what are your demands? Except for being the principal. And also except for being the Dean of the Northern Academy. Lu Dowling quickly added. On the side, Lord Hu hesitated for a while before weakly speaking up. As the gatekeeper of the library, you wouldn't be asking for that, would you? Don't worry, I'm not that kind of person. Fengchen said, puffing out his chest. But none of the three people across from him believed that statement. Their eyes rolled around. Fengchen said, completing tasks in the second year can be done with a small team, right? Then I request to bring a few freshmen with me to skip grades. Sure, but you can only have a maximum of 4. What else? Qin Gongda readily agreed, feeling secretly pleased. Stupid kid. This way, you won't be able to continue building your team. If Fengchen knew his thoughts, he would definitely roll his eyes at him. Idiot. Can't I recruit people in the second year? After thinking for a while, Fengchen couldn't come up with any other demands. Let's leave it at that for now. If I think of anything later, I'll bring it up. Alright. Qin Gongda nodded. Next, they still had a bunch of trivial matters to wrap up and indeed had no time to keep chatting with Fengchen. That Wilson, along with his group of students, were all treasures from the free combat zone. Now that they had been captured by Tianwu, they had also lost their spatial abilities, essentially rendering them useless. There would definitely be friction between the two sides. This year's World Martial Artist Exchange Conference is likely to be more intense than before. If things go wrong, many people might die. Qin Gongda thought to himself, feeling both happy and worried. Eliminating the spatial ability martial artists from the free combat zone would be a long-term benefit for Huaxia. However, in the short term, they would undoubtedly face pressure from the free combat zone. But who cares? If they don't accept it, we'll fight. Who's afraid of whom? He clenched his fists, feeling an itch to act. Qin Gongda waved his hand at Fengchen. You can go back first. If you have any luggage or items. Originally, Qin Gongda wanted Fengchen to tidy up a bit, but then he remembered how Fengchen had flattened the entire old student dormitory area. If he asked him to clean up, wouldn't he end up packing the entire Death Mountain? A chill ran down his spine. Qin Gongda awkwardly changed his words. Forget about any luggage or items, just buy new ones. Alright then, I'll go back and give a few instructions, and conveniently pick a few people. Saying this, Fengchen didn't wait for Qin Gongda to speak again, casually opened a spatial door and instantly disappeared without a trace. Qin Gongda and Lu Dowling were left speechless. Only Lord Hu looked a bit confused. Did I just catch a glimpse of that kid heading towards my library? I don't know why, but it looks like that kid is heading towards the library. Looking at Fengchen's back, Tiger Yi said gloomily. Qin Gongda beside him quickly spoke to comfort Tiger Yi. Don't think about it. This kid now has the ability to teleport. You can catch him once or twice, but can you catch him for a lifetime? Just adapt. Tiger Yi acknowledged that the reasoning was sound, but being so direct made him feel like his whole mindset had collapsed. There was no way around. He could only alleviate the pain by shifting his focus. So, as the academy's advisor, Tiger Yi spoke up. Let's discuss this. This kid has deprived Wilson of his abilities, which is like tearing a hole in the sky. We need to figure out how to patch this huge hole. Meanwhile, inside the library, Fengchen was reading at a rapid, crazy pace. After gaining the ability to teleport, Tianwu Academy could no longer confine him. So, he wanted to go home for a visit. Not just because he missed his family, but more importantly, he now had a large reserve of beast cores and was fully capable of curing his sister Xinger's heart disease. Once Xinger recovers, she must also walk the path of a warrior. After all, houses, money, and such are all external possessions unreliable. The true foundation of standing is still the size of one's own fists. Of course, the most important thing is to keep this little girl from being swept away by some hero saving the beauty, making her follow someone else and instead focus her energy on cultivation. That way, there won't be time for romantic entanglements. Just thinking about it made him feel delighted. So, Fengchen needed to choose the most suitable martial arts for Xinger. He wanted her to take off quickly, fast enough that those annoying boys couldn't catch up. By the way, I heard that Uncle Yu is also injured. This time when I go back, I should help him take a look. If I can happen to cure him, it would not only be a blessing for Huaxia, it would also be my personal support. Fengchen was also aware. Space warriors were so precious that an excellent space warrior could even directly contribute to the rise of an entire nation. So, regarding Wilson's matter, Tianwu might not be able to cover it up, and the more trump cards they had, the better. Just as Fengchen and Qin Gongda thought. In the free war zone, when those high-ranking officials discovered that Wilson had gone missing, they immediately became agitated. They allowed Wilson to go to Huaxia. They allowed Wilson to take students to Huaxia to provoke. There was a premise to this. That was, Wilson could safely lead the team back. At that time, they could casually find an excuse saying that Wilson went to Huaxia to deal with some domestic runaway warriors, and not only would they not need to admit any mistakes, but they could also elevate Wilson to the status of a hero chasing down the villain. And that would be the end of it. But who would have thought that the one most capable of escaping, the one most skilled at getting away, Wilson, would actually go missing? Immediately deploy all intelligence personnel in Huaxia. We must find out what happened to Wilson. At the same time, send a warning letter to the Huaxia Warzone stating that Wilson was on official business, and just inform them that due to a temporary worker's operational error, the notification was not sent out in time. Demand that they must ensure the safety of Wilson and the students. A huge storm was gradually brewing. Far away in Tianwu, Fengchen had not yet felt it. After collecting over 100 basic martial arts techniques, Fengchen casually opened a portal and stepped back into his villa area. At this moment, the brothers of the bandit group, who were not sleepy, simply set up a bonfire party, using a long spear to skewer a few exotic sheep, brushing on a layer of grease. Then a layer of honey, roasting the whole sheep until it turns golden, sprinkling a handful of sesame seeds and a handful of chopped green onions. The aroma instantly fills the air, and it tastes delicious. Of course, where there is meat, there must be wine. Everyone took out the golden monkey wine they usually used for cultivation, taking a sip of fine wine and a bite of good meat, truly enjoying the good wine, good meat, and good life. It was particularly refreshing. You guys really know how to enjoy yourselves, and you didn't even call me. Fengchen directly joined in. With a cup of monkey wine in his left hand and a roasted leg of lamb in his right, he was also eating happily. Beside him, Bai Ruyun cautiously asked, "Xing Yun, the principal called you over just now. Was there anything wrong?" "It's nothing. The principal's meaning is very simple. He said this matter is too big for him to handle and he might resign to apologize, so he asked if I would consider taking over as principal." Fengchen subtly expressed that he might become the principal, but the others seemed not to grasp it. So, Fengchen continued, "To help me pave the way to becoming principal, the principal said I should speed up my studies, so in a few days I will skip a grade and become a sophomore. Is there anyone who wants to upgrade with me?" Bai Changda and Lu Ruyun were just about to express their willingness to follow. Fengchen shot them a glance, stopping them from speaking. Only the straightforward Chen Xiaonan didn't catch on. "Sure. Skipping a grade is great. Staying in this place is boring anyway, going out might be more fun." "Good insight," Fengchen praised. It was completely expected. He then handed over his cup and clinked it with Chen Xiaonan's. He said loudly, "Those who followed me before have already become the elite among the new students, and those who continue to follow me will surely become the backbone of Huaxia in the future." Listen to the applause. Suddenly, the sound of applause erupted around them like a tide. After all, when others paint a grand picture, it is always invisible and intangible. But Fengchen was different. He would only ask you, "Have you eaten enough elixirs?" "You have, right? If you're full, there's still some room. Come, drink a little golden monkey wine to fill that up." He urged everyone to keep climbing up. Such a leader. Who wouldn't believe that following him would lead to great achievements in the future? So they began to eagerly sign up. "Brother Foam, although my strength is a bit weak, I'm willing to follow you, to go through fire and water for you, without hesitation. Brother Foam, I'm willing to follow you for a lifetime, as long as you need me, just say the word, I can do anything. Brother Foam, you know me, I've always wanted to follow you." Seeing the effect of stabilizing the hearts of the people, Fengchen stood up. He raised his wine glass high and said to everyone, "I can feel the enthusiasm of my brothers. In one word, I, Fengchen, will lead the way ahead and wait for you. We will always be good brothers fighting side by side. We will always be good brothers." Everyone stood up in unison, raising their golden monkey wine and drinking it down with Fengchen. Outside the villa, watching the united new students of the amazing bandit group, a sense of longing arose. Seeing these scenes, Bai Ruyun finally understood. Fengchen was stabilizing their hearts to prevent the entire amazing bandit group from falling apart once he left. "Xing Yun, you really are impressive." They ate and drank until dawn. Only then did everyone drunkenly return to their rooms, climbing into bed and falling into a deep sleep. Only Fengchen quietly hid in his room, preparing to open the spatial door and return to his hometown from Tiandu. "From Tiandu to my hometown, it's over 1,000 kilometers. Wouldn't it get misdirected? From Tiandu to my hometown, it's over 1,000 kilometers. It won't go off course, right?" Fengchen muttered a bit gloomily, preparing to open this ultra-long space door. Although he had thought about it, just opening the space door back 1 kilometer at a time, but that would mean opening the space door a full 1,000 times. It's like opening 1,000 blind boxes. One would go crazy. Give it a shot. What if a surprise comes out? Rubbing his hands together, Fengchen looked at the map, silently recalling the streets of his hometown. Then, he reached out and gently drew a circle in front of him. An elegant blue electric light instantly transformed into a space door, flickering with a faint sound. Buzz buzz buzz. Fengchen curiously leaned in to take a look. He saw that his space door opened into a dimly lit alley, and across from this alley was a very familiar shop. Sutian snacks, just like the one by the school. Could this be near the school? Fengchen walked out suspiciously, preparing to check if this was Tianla No. 2 middle school. As he stepped further out, all he could hear was a cacophony of chatter. Looking at the crowd loitering at the alley's entrance, he saw people with blonde hair and blue eyes, some with skin so dark that only their white teeth stood out, and others with black hair and black eyes like his own. What the hell? Fengchen suddenly had a bad feeling. Tianla City was a small town. Almost no foreigners would specifically visit. Sure enough, when Fengchen reached the mouth of the alley, he realized things were not good. Besides the Sutian snacks, all the other shops around were unfamiliar, and even the owner of the Sutian snacks was a complete stranger. The shop's decor was exactly the same as the one Fengchen knew. Damn, why do all these shops have the same decor? Wait, with so many foreigners here, what kind of place is this? Just as Fengchen was pondering, a knife was suddenly stealthily pressed against his lower back from behind. Don't move, Rob. What? Fengchen turned around in annoyance. He saw a boy, shorter than him, with blonde hair and blue eyes, holding a dagger and fiercely demanding money from him. From the perception of his chi and blood, Fengchen knew this was not a martial artist. The fact that he was so fierce despite not being a martial artist only meant one thing. The local customs were simple. If you want to rob, just rob. It's all about freedom. So Feng Chen nodded, indicating he would cooperate completely, which made the little brat smile in satisfaction. Take it out. Okay. Saying this, Feng Chen placed his hand on the boy's head. The boy looked puzzled, not knowing what Feng Chen was going to do. The next second, Feng Chen spoke to the system. System, I want to extract 18.88 million yuan in cash. As soon as the words fell, a large pile of bright red bills instantly appeared above the boy's head, completely burying him and knocking him out cold. Ouch. Feng Chen sighed and shook his head. You had your chance, but you're useless. Then, he exchanged his cash back into credits and quickly looted the cash from the boy. There wasn't much money, and it was all green, looking like ghost money. Congratulations, host, you have received a cash reward, random doubling in progress. Randomly doubled by 555 times. Holding these bills, Feng Chen went directly to the snack shop across the street, ordered a steamer of dumplings, a bowl of seaweed wontons, and a serving of mixed noodles. The boss smiled as soon as he saw Feng Chen. He asked in Huaxia language, young man, just come from the free war zone, right? You look unfamiliar. Just arrived. Feng Chen nodded gravely. After a while, he was puzzled about why there were so many foreigners, only to realize that he was the foreigner. Upon hearing that Feng Chen had just arrived, the boss enthusiastically brought out a pot filled with marinated eggs, marinated chicken legs, and hot dogs. He placed it on the table in front of Feng Chen. Eat as much as you want, it's free. Isn't that inappropriate? It's fine, after today, my shop will close. The boss waved his hand and sat down opposite Feng Chen, pulling out a pack of cigarettes from his pocket. He then offered Feng Chen one. Feng Chen waved his hand. The boss put the cigarette in his mouth but didn't light it. It's good that young people don't smoke. Smoking is bad for your health. Boss, it's a nice shop, why are you closing it? Feng Chen asked in confusion. At that moment, there weren't many customers in the shop, so Feng Chen's question didn't seem too rude. The boss smiled slightly, his expression as if saying that he had held back his story for so many years, and now it was finally time to let a little out. Have you heard of the spatial warrior from the free country, Wilson? Feng Chen nodded. He thought to himself that he was familiar with this. His spatial ability was what he lent to Wilson to help him cultivate his powers, but who would have thought that this guy would try to keep it for himself? Ah, I really can deceive myself too well. The boss took a deep puff from the unlit cigarette as if savoring the taste of his hometown. It felt particularly intimate and greedy. His information is what we brought back from the snack shop. Before this, the family only knew there was a spatial warrior in the free war zone but didn't know his name or various intelligence. So who are you? The boss mysteriously placed his index finger on his lips, signaling Feng Chen. It was something that could only be understood, not spoken. But now, the family just sent news that this person has had an accident and it happened in Huaxia, so the situation is urgent. The situation is urgent. The situation is urgent. It means things are not looking good, and we need to evacuate quickly. Got it. Feng Chen understood. Wilson had an accident in Huaxia, so the free war zone would definitely prepare to use leverage to force Huaxia to return Wilson. And this boss seemed to be an intelligence agent for Huaxia, making him extremely easy to be taken as leverage. But how did I end up in the free war zone? Feng Chen felt even more frustrated. He just wanted to go home. How did he suddenly get transferred to the free war zone? Could it be? System, help me check if there are any remnants of Wilson's usage habits in my abilities? Initiating full detection, the system responded. Feng Chen was about to pick up his chopsticks to try a hot dog when suddenly the boss abruptly took the pot away, cursing. No money, no food. This left Feng Chen feeling quite annoyed. He wondered what was wrong with the boss. Then, at the entrance of the snack shop, several young people suddenly appeared, similar to Mi Shueli and the others, and as soon as they entered, they sat at the two tables by the door. This effectively blocked the entrance. I'm broke, so there's nothing to eat. Feng Chen glanced at the few people, their faces practically screaming, trouble is coming. No wonder the boss wanted to kick him out. He must be afraid of getting dragged down himself. At this moment, an ordinary person would definitely play along, angrily shouting, 30 years in the east, 30 years in the west. Don't bully the young and poor, and then clench their fists, grit their teeth, and run away in shame. A typical protagonist would coldly smile and say, this meal is mine to have, not even Jesus can stop me, and then calmly sit back, waiting for these people to confront the boss, ready for a showdown. But Feng Chen was different. If he acted like these people, he wouldn't stand out at all. So, Feng Chen calmly stood up, picked the toughest looking one among them, and plopped down right across from him. This left Captain Johnson utterly confused. But before he could react, Feng Chen began to question him with a reproachful expression. What's going on with you guys? This person was clearly under my responsibility, and I was about to get him to talk. Now that you've interrupted, all my efforts are wasted. Who's going to take responsibility for this? Right off the bat, Feng Chen placed a heavy label of sabotaging the operation on Johnson, leaving him dazed. What was happening? He hadn't heard of anyone else being responsible for this operation. But looking at the situation, it felt a bit intimidating. So, Johnson cautiously asked, "You are asking me? Which department are you from? You clearly don't understand the rules." Feng Chen retorted angrily. He rolled up his sleeve and a faint blue glow flashed on his left hand. It was the emblem of Wilson's subspace. In an instant, Johnson and the others understood. This mark was unique in the entire world, only found in their free combat zone, and they would never have guessed that Wilson's powers had actually been absorbed by Feng Chen. As for Feng Chen, with his black eyes and black hair, oh no, he must have been recruited as a secret weapon against Huaxia. Otherwise, how could he have gotten so close to extracting information? Thus, Johnson awkwardly said, "You must be from the Sky Shield Special Team, right? We are from the 7th Bureau, also here on a mission. We're really sorry, we didn't know you were responsible for this task." Feng Chen wore an unhappy expression, saying nothing, because he didn't know what to say. He could only pretend to be unhappy. But this expression immediately frightened Johnson. Therefore, Feng Chen quickly received a system notification. "Congratulations, host, you have instilled fear in your opponent, random doubling in progress. Randomly doubled by 666 times. Ha! Feng Chen was momentarily stunned, thinking, can this really happen? He shot a cold glance at Johnson, causing Johnson's instinct to deflect blame to kick in. "We're really sorry. We're just following orders. We didn't mean to disturb you." The task level we received is the highest, level 6, with the highest authority. Your task level is. Seeing Johnson's puzzled expression, Feng Chen coldly smiled. My task level is level 7, but the highest level is level 6. Then congratulations on knowing about level 7, Feng Chen said with a cold demeanor, making Johnson lower his head in shame. Then Feng Chen harvested more fear from Johnson. "Congratulations, host, you have gained fear from your opponent and a random doubling is in progress. Randomly doubling by 888 times. As a result, Johnson's entire demeanor deflated. He could only weakly ask, "Sir, what should we do next?" "Simple." Feng Chen stood up. Facing the snack shop owner, who was filled with confusion, he asked, "So, do you think we should follow the procedure? Or go straight to it?" "Let's go straight to it." For some reason, the owner felt that Feng Chen didn't seem like the opponent's person, but why did Feng Chen have the emblem of Wilson's subspace? Seeing the owner cooperate so well, Feng Chen pointed directly at the owner's chest. "Name: Zhang Wei. Affiliated department. Not at liberty to disclose." "Good." Feng Chen clapped his hands and praised loudly, "I knew it. You people from Huaxia are all principled, upright, and true heroes with both courage and strategy. Compared to you, everyone else in the world seems so insignificant." Zhang Wei thought to himself, "Are you kidding me? Complimenting the opponent at a critical moment? Trying to take fewer hits?" As for Johnson and the others, they felt something was off. What was off? Everything was off. But they were so afraid of Feng Chen that they didn't dare to question him at all, even helping him explain. "Don't be surprised. This must be his tactic. By praising Huaxia people, he aims to create goodwill, thus making the opponent lower their guard and gradually reveal clues." "Oh." A group of people nodded in realization. They thought that personnel capable of executing level 7 missions were indeed different. Completing psychological tactics was a set of skills one after another, impossible to guard against. With Johnson's assistance, Feng Chen received admiration from these people. "Congratulations, host, you have gained admiration from your opponent and a random doubling is in progress. Randomly doubling by 775 times. Randomly doubling by 886 times. Randomly doubling by 599 times. In an instant, Feng Chen successfully became the leader of these people. The kind that was given for free. Watching these people start to follow Feng Chen's lead, Zhang Wei snorted disdainfully. "Don't think that by saying a few good words, you can get any information from me. If you want to make a move, just come at me directly. There's no rush, Mr. Zhang Wei. I think we can have a chat." Feng Chen pointed towards the kitchen. Zhang Wei frowned, unsure of what Feng Chen was planning. Behind him, Johnson and a few others also stood up. "Sir." At this moment, they weren't worried that Feng Chen would let Zhang Wei go. They were just concerned that if Feng Chen wasn't Zhang Wei's match, what if he ended up being subdued by Zhang Wei? But Feng Chen smiled and said, "Calm down. Relax. I'm just going to have a few words with him. Mr. Zhang Wei, how about it?" Saying this, Feng Chen picked up a cigarette from the table, took one out, and handed it to Zhang Wei. Zhang Wei looked Feng Chen up and down again. He didn't say much. He took the cigarette, pulled out a lighter, lit it, and then comfortably exhaled a smoke ring. He had been holding that in for a long time. "Let's talk then. That's more like it." Feng Chen smiled slightly. He made an okay gesture to Johnson and the others behind him while loudly assigning them a task. "Keep an eye on the shop door, don't let anyone in." "Understood." Johnson and the others nodded, showing immense loyalty. They believed that this unknown gentleman would surely handle the situation with ease. Why didn't they even know the gentleman's name? Damn it! He strode into the kitchen. Zhang Wei, with a cigarette in his mouth, shrugged and said to Feng Chen, if there's something, just say it. Well, I mean, I said I'm not one of those people, do you believe me? Feng Chen asked cautiously. Zhang Wei looked quite speechless. He thought to himself, I want to believe it too. But those people look at you as if you're a deity, so it's hard not to feel like you're one of them. So at this point, Feng Chen could only pull out his trump card. Well, what if I said I'm the principal of Tianwu Academy, would you believe me? Well, if I say I'm the principal of Tianwu Academy, would you believe me? Feng Chen said seriously. He watched as Zhang Wei's expression shifted from calm to astonished, then from astonished to shocked, and finally from shocked to a look that seemed to say, are you kidding me? You're the principal of Tianwu Academy? Did you kill Qin Gongda? Seeing Zhang Wei's face, which looked like he would never believe it even if he were beaten to death, Feng Chen quickly swore to the heavens. Huaxia people do not deceive Huaxia people. Zhang Wei silently took the cigarette out of his mouth. To be honest, he couldn't understand what this kid was trying to do anymore. Friend, if your intention is to gain some clues from me, I advise you to save your breath. I know nothing and won't say anything. Hey, from a god's perspective, one might think that gaining trust between people is so difficult. But from a warrior's perspective, you are truly outstanding. Feng Chen hadn't really thought that just saying a few words would earn Zhang Wei's trust. After all, he didn't understand any secret codes, like the war is not over or a song of loyalty. So, he still had to rely on facts. System, is there still any trace of Wilson's usage habits detected in the abilities? It has been detected that there are still some remnants of Wilson's usage habits in the system. Would you like to delete them immediately? Don't delete them yet. First, help me mark his frequently visited places. I want to see what they are. What did that saying go? Since I'm here, I might as well make some noise. Before going back, that would be too wasteful. Understood. In an instant, many markers appeared in Feng Chen's mind. Wilson's apartment, Wilson's office at the Sky Shield Bureau, the villa Wilson used to keep his mistress, and several locations in Huaxia. Oh, these few locations in Huaxia are quite interesting. Stroking his chin, Feng Chen looked at these places with great interest, thinking that there would be fun to be had later. But for now, he still needed to focus on Zhang Wei. Since the free war zone was targeting Zhang Wei because of Wilson, the one facing the threat was not just Zhang Wei, but thousands and thousands of Zhang Weis. Thus, Feng Chen placed his index finger on his lips, signaling Zhang Wei to be quiet. Then, he gently drew a circle in the air with his right hand, blue electricity flickering, and a deep blue spatial door opened, leading directly to Qin Gongda's study. At the same time, Qin Gongda's study was shrouded in darkness, with only the glow of his computer screen illuminating the dim room. Qin Gongda was staring intently at the computer screen, his right hand resting on a roll of paper. He was completely absorbed. Then, feeling something involuntarily surge out, Qin Gongda reached out to tear off 2 sections of paper, preparing to wipe it clean secretly. But just then, Feng Chen's spatial door suddenly opened. Startled, Qin Gongda turned his head sharply, tears streaming down his face, staring both Feng Chen and Zhang Wei. What the hell? Principal, what are you watching? Feng Chen quickly looked at the computer screen. It turned out that Qin Gongda was watching a romance movie, not an action romance film. Don't get the wrong idea. The awkward situation made Qin Gongda want to find a crack in the ground to hide in. Feng Chen, however, came over and grabbed Qin Gongda, pointing at Zhang Wei and formally introducing Zhang Wei's identity to him. Principal, this is Mr. Zhang Wei, who runs a snack shop in the free war zone. Cough cough, you two go out first. Qin Gongda twisted his arm, trying to break free. But Feng Chen held on tightly, making Qin Gongda feel quite embarrassed. He thought to himself, is this polite? Weakly, Zhang Wei came over to greet Qin Gongda. Hello, Principal. Hello, Principal? Feng Chen asked gloomily. Before he could figure it out, Zhang Wei came over and tugged at Feng Chen's arm, urging him to leave this place quickly. The principal is quite busy, let's go back first and come play another day when he has time. No, I haven't proven my identity yet. I believe you, isn't that enough? You should have said so earlier. With that, Feng Chen and Zhang Wei walked back through the spatial door, leaving Qin Gongda alone with a twitching mouth. That little bastard. Hey, who was that other person just now? He looks a bit familiar yet unfamiliar? Such a person is most suitable for intelligence work, no memorable traits easy to hide, he muttered to himself. Qin Gongda looked back at the computer screen, watching while shedding tears. This male lead is such a scumbag. How can he treat the female lead like this? It really makes me furious. Woo woo woo. At the same time, in the back kitchen of the snack shop in Sha County, how to put it? It was quite awkward. In Qin Gongda's study, he saw something he shouldn't have seen. Ahem, well, your relationship with Principal Qin seems quite good. Zhang Wei tried to break the awkwardness. Feng Chen calmly replied, of course. I'm the next principal in line. If the timing is right, I might even consider seizing power early. Zhang Wei was also quite speechless. This was probably beyond the realm of social awkwardness, it was more like social terrorism. Ahem, well, if you are a student of Tianwu, then we are considered to be from the same school, but you really surprised me. Not only are you a spatial system warrior, but your spatial transfer ability is also very powerful. A hint of a smile appeared at the corner of Zhang Wei's mouth. From the first moment he saw Fengchen, he felt this kid was not simple. Now he realized this guy was incredibly extraordinary. Fengchen smiled smugly. It's not that impressive. Maybe my coming here is fate. Since Zhang Wei and the others were facing danger from the free war zone because of him dealing with Wilson, it was only right for him to save them. So Fengchen began to conspire with Zhang Wei. How many people do we have here? I was thinking of bringing them all back. After all, none of our comrades from Huaxia can be left behind. That might be a bit difficult. Zhang Wei rested his chin on his hand, his tone somewhat heavy. You can intimidate those people outside purely because they are inexperienced. If they encounter some seasoned agents, they only recognize the badge, not the person. Only recognize the badge? Fengchen's eyes turned thoughtfully. An idea formed in his mind. I know where there's a badge. Come on, let's go take a trip together. With that, Fengchen waved his hand and a spatial door suddenly opened, leading directly to Wilson's bedroom. It really is Wilson's house. Zhang Wei stood by the window, pointing at his snack shop across the street. I opened a shop across the street just to monitor Wilson, but his spatial ability is too cunning, plus there are cameras in the living room, so I couldn't come in. That's great, today you can have a good look around, Fengchen said, opening a drawer to see if there was any special badge, like the Tian shield emblem or something. Zhang Wei also started searching, but at that moment, a faint sound of a door opening came from outside the bedroom.